In the bedroom, a man and a woman were entangled together. The woman, her eyes glistening with tears, whispered, "Gently, gently." Song Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and froze. This wasn't flirting. He knew she was truly in pain. But Song Yuan's heart was pounding. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. The woman he was embracing in bed was his mortal enemy, the aloof and arrogant Su Muxue, not Xiao Weiniang, whom he had just confessed his feelings to in the cafeteria. He realized this must be revenge. She actually tricked him into bed, even daring to use her body to disgust him. He grabbed his clothes and quickly put them on, but she grabbed his wrist. "Where are you going so late? Are you going to see Xiao Weiniang again?" Song Yuan shook her off and sneered. "Yes, I'm going to chase after her. Didn't you know that?" Su Mushue's face turned ashen with anger. 7 years of marriage. What do you take me for? Song Yuan froze. Married? He was suddenly plunged into an unknown 7-year void. His memories of 18 and the reality of 25 intertwined, his mind a complete mess. His gaze fell on the little girl in the living room, beautiful as a doll, calling out, "Daddy." His daughter? Song Yuan's head exploded. What? He could hardly believe his ears. "You mean, we're already married?" Su Muxue rolled her eyes, her voice cold. "What else?" His mind went blank for a moment. Just moments ago, he was confessing his feelings to Xiao Weiniang in the cafeteria, and now he found himself in Su Mushue's bed. She said they were already married, and he had no memory of it. She was far more mature than he remembered, every gesture exuding a sense of pressure, cold and arrogant, as if scrutinizing his every ounce of panic. Song Yuan's heart pounded wildly. Could it be that he had really transmigrated? How many years is it now? He tried to calm himself down. 2025, Song Yuan's mind exploded. He was 18 years old, and now he was 25. 7 whole years had passed. His memories had been completely erased. The amount of information was overwhelming. He could barely breathe. He strode towards the bathroom. The villa was grand, the crystal chandelier gleaming coldly. The opulent living room left him completely stunned. This wasn't an ordinary family home. This was Su Mushue's house. He had actually married her, and was still entangled with Xiao Weiniang. His head was throbbing, and he was on the verge of collapse. Song Yuan hurried downstairs, only to see a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old wearing cartoon pajamas, squatting in front of the refrigerator rummaging through it. Hearing footsteps, she turned around warily, immediately closed the refrigerator door, and said with trembling little hands, "Daddy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. It's just too hot. I want to eat ice cream." Song Yuan was completely dumbfounded. "What did you call me?" The little girl said timidly. "Daddy, don't you recognize Nini?" Song Yuan looked her over carefully. She was as beautiful as a porcelain doll, with porcelain white skin and exquisite features. Her nose and mouth resembled his own, while her eyes resembled Su Mushue's. Her jet black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, smooth and silky, so unreal that it made one wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. The wedding photo of him and Su Muxue hanging on the wall was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. It was all real. 7 years later, he really had time traveled. But why was his daughter so afraid of him? He had always loved her. He shouldn't have frightened her. Song Jianni trembled, tears welling in her eyes. "Daddy, Nini knows she was wrong. Please don't punish me, okay?" Song Yuan swallowed hard and forced a smile. "Of course I won't punish you. Don't be afraid, okay?" The little girl paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into tears. Wah! The crying pierced Song Yuan's heart like needles. He was completely stunned. 7 years, how had he been a father? The crying attracted Su Muxue and the nanny. Su Muxue picked up her daughter and angrily pointed at Song Yuan. "If you dare to bully Nini again, I'll call the police and have you arrested. I can overlook your affair, but Nini is your own daughter. How can you take your anger out on her?" Song Yuan's eyes widened, and he almost fainted. No way. He just didn't like her? He really cheated on her and bullied his daughter? His heart pounded like it was going to explode. He cautiously looked at Su Muxue. "If I said my memories are stuck at 18, would you believe me?" Su Muxue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, you mean you transmigrated from 18 to 25 and don't remember what happened in those 7 years?" Song Yuan's eyes lit up. Yes, That's exactly what I mean. Su Mushue was furious, and the air in the room seemed to freeze. Are you playing dumb with me? You actually put on an act to help you and Xia Weinian get together. Song Yuan was stunned again. His future self was actually a top-tier actor, and he even owned a film and television company, and Xia Weinian was one of his artists. He quickly calmed Su Mushue down, not daring to say more. Okay, it's okay if you don't believe me. Go and get some rest. It's late. Staying up late is bad for your health. Su Mushue's heart skipped a beat. In the past 7 years, he hadn't even given her a kind look. Was he genuinely concerned about her? Or was he just putting on an act again? She was furious. Don't think I'll lower my guard just because of a few words of concern. If you dare to bully Nini again, I'll definitely send you to jail. With that, she strode upstairs and slammed the door shut. Song Yuan sat stunned on the sofa, taking out his phone to search. Sure enough, he had become a top male star, having starred in numerous films and television dramas. 3 years ago, he retired from the entertainment industry and started his own film and television company. His artist was none other than Xia Weinian. Not only had he been emotionally manipulated, but his career had also been tied to her. Song Yuan immediately dialed. Hello. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Too late. Is she asleep? He opened WeChat again and looked at Xia Weinian's pinned account. The chat history stunned him again. She was aloof and silent, mostly talking to him, and frequently transferred money to him with the note, gift without charge. Damn, this isn't right. When I was pursuing her, she wouldn't accept gifts, afraid of wasting money. 7 years later, how did she become a gold digger? And I'm the one who's become a simp? Absolutely impossible. There must be something else going on. The next day, Song Yuan drove straight to Qinxing Film and Television Company. As soon as he entered, the security guards, receptionists, and artists greeted him politely. Hello, President Song. He smiled slightly, secretly pleased with himself. Going from a high school student to president directly, this feeling is not bad. As they got into the elevator, several people whispered among themselves. I just saw President Song smile. Doesn't he only smile at Xia Weinian? Yeah, he's usually expressionless. I bet President Song isn't divorced and is about to marry Xia Weinian, right? Stepping out of the elevator, Song Yuan entered the CEO's office. The decor was a sophisticated black and white ambience, with exquisite furnishings and sunlight streaming through large floor-to-ceiling windows. He reclined in his leather chair and opened his laptop. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Come in, Song Yuan said in a deep voice. The door opened, and a young and beautiful woman walked in. She wore a white shirt, a tight-fitting pencil skirt, and a suit jacket that accentuated her perfect figure. Her long, elegant legs were covered in black stockings, and her features were deep and defined. Black-rimmed glasses gave her a sophisticated air, and her hair was neatly styled in an updo. Song Yuan was stunned. Who was this person? She approached and respectfully offered him a freshly brewed coffee. Mr. Song, your coffee. Song Yuan glanced at her name tag, President's Secretary, Wenzi. 7 years later, he thought, I've got good taste, finding such a beautiful secretary. But Song Yuan had no time to admire her. His primary concern was the company's finances. Taking the coffee, he said seriously, Wenzi, go to the finance department and ask the director to come to my office. A flicker of surprise crossed Wenzi's eyes. She replied, yes. Soon after, the CFO arrived to report on the company's profits and losses since its opening. The results shocked Song Yuan. After 3 years, not only had they not made a profit, but they had actually lost over 100 million yuan, with only a little over 5 million yuan in working capital remaining. Song Yuan tried to remain calm and dismissed the CFO. Song Yuan took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, but he still couldn't calm down. 3 years of losses weighed on his chest like a boulder. He couldn't believe he had actually lost money in business. His parents were both businessmen. He should be smarter than others, but reality had slapped him hard in the face. Just as he was sinking into endless anxiety, his phone vibrated, and a contact name flashed on the screen, Xia Weinian. He hesitated for a moment, then decisively pressed the call button. A soft voice came from the other end of the line. Brother, come to my house for dinner after work. I'll prepare your favorite hot pot. Song Yuan frowned. Where are you now? Why aren't you at work? Xiao Weining explained softly. I took the day off yesterday. It was Grandma's birthday, didn't you forget? Song Yuan was speechless. He had only transmigrated last night. How could he remember such details? She asked softly, Brother, are you in a bad mood? Do you want me to come over and keep you company? Song Yuan shook his head. No need. See you after get off work. Okay, then I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan was filled with doubt. The Xiao Weining in real life seemed genuinely concerned for him, but the transfer records and chat logs were like nails driven into his heart, cold, aloof, almost like a different person. Had he misunderstood her? But the facts were undeniable, the evidence irrefutable. As evening fell, Song Yuan stood at Xiao Weining's door and rang the doorbell. The door slowly opened, and a young woman stood before him, wearing a white spaghetti strap nightgown. Her long hair was tied in a bun. Her face was pure and lovely. Her skin was fair, her waist was slender, and her legs were long, but her chest was slightly flat. Song Yuan felt a momentary sense of loss. 7 years had passed, and she hadn't changed much. He involuntarily thought of Su Mushue's perfect figure, and the instant comparison left him speechless. Xiao Weining pulled Song Yuan's hand, smiling and urging, Brother, come in quickly. I've prepared the hot pot ingredients. He followed her absent-mindedly to the dining table. Water was boiling in the electric hot pot, surrounded by chopped vegetables, meat, and seafood. The two sat down facing each other. Xiao Weining busied herself adding ingredients, placing the cooked food in Song Yuan's bowl, and said with a beaming smile, Brother, try it. Is it delicious? Song Yuan picked up a piece of beef, dipped it in the sauce, and chewed it heartily. Delicious. Xiao Weining smiled. It's good that it's delicious. I was afraid you wouldn't like the sauce I made. Looking at her gentle expression, Song Yuan felt a pang of unease again. In reality, she seemed genuinely fond of him, completely different from the aloof image in their chat history. He wondered to himself, had he misunderstood her? Xiao Weining then asked, Brother, when will filming for The Legend of Yun Xiang begin? I've always loved the original novel, and playing the female lead has always been my dream. Song Yuan frowned, recalling the company's investment plan she had seen that afternoon. It turned out the project had already booked her as the female lead. The copyright alone would cost tens of millions, but the company simply didn't have the money to invest. Moreover, her acting skills were limited, and the film was likely to lose money. At that moment, he understood. Xiao Weining, seemingly gentle and considerate, was actually using his generosity and affection for her to achieve her own dreams. Song Yuan sighed inwardly. He had truly become a simp. Suppressing his surging emotions, he said in a deep voice, You should know that the company has been losing money, right? Xiao Weining answered softly, I know, but I believe in my brother's abilities. The company will definitely start to make a profit eventually. Song Yuan pressed. But you also know that the company's current cash flow is pitifully low. Where will you get the money to invest in this film? She looked at him gently but firmly. I believe my brother is smart and will definitely find a way to raise funds. At worst, we can mortgage the property. With my acting skills and the popularity of the original work, this drama will definitely be a hit, and the money will come naturally. Song Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He first praised himself to the heavens, and then asked to start the machine. Song Yuan saw through his trick at a glance. He suppressed his emotions and asked, Where is the money I transferred to you privately? Xiao Weining smiled gently. It's all been saved. Not a penny has been touched. Song Yuan nodded slightly and continued to probe. Since you want to turn on the machine quickly, then give me back the money first. Xiao Weining's heart tightened, but she remained calm on the surface. Brother, I'm not a gold digger. I've put it all in a fixed deposit. I can pay you back tomorrow. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow. Okay, I'll wait. At the Su family villa, Su Mushue and Song Jiani sat at the dining table. Song Jiani asked softly, Mom, when is Dad coming back? Su Mushue replied helplessly, Soon, right? Aren't you very afraid of him? Song Jiani said cautiously, I want to know when he'll be back so I can hide. Su Mushue held her daughter's hand and said, Don't hide. Mom will protect you. If he bullies you, I'll make him regret it. At that moment, her phone vibrated. It was her assistant, Long Yu, calling. President Su, we found him. Where? Mingzhu Apartment, Unit 3, Apartment 3303, Xiao Weining's residence. Su Mushua's blood pressure soared. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him escape. I'm coming right now. Hanging up, she drove straight to the apartment with 2 bodyguards. Upon arrival, Long Yu ran up, breathless. President Song has already left. Su Mushua asked, where's Xiao Weining? Did she leave with him? No, President Song left alone. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Continue investigating. See where he went. Song Yuan was completely unaware that Su Mushua had gone out. When he returned home, he saw his daughter wrapped in a small blanket, nestled on the sofa, clutching a rabbit plush toy. He smiled and said, Nini, Daddy's home. Song Jianni was surprised and timid. Dad. Dad, Song Yuan said gently. Don't be afraid. Look what Dad bought for you. He put the strawberry cake on the coffee table. Song Jianni blinked in surprise. Is it for me? Song Yuan nodded and smiled. He knew his daughter loved sweets, especially strawberry milfei. Whatever Su Mushua's motives, he decided to treat his daughter well and make up for the past hurt. Song Jianni whispered, Thank you, Dad. Song Yuan nodded and reached out to touch his daughter's head. Unexpectedly, his daughter became frightened, closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, curled up into a ball, and trembled. Seeing this, Song Yuan immediately withdrew his hand, not daring to touch his daughter again. He knew that he had treated his daughter badly in the past, and her fear couldn't be eliminated overnight. He could only take it slowly, and said gently, Nini, Daddy won't touch you. Daddy is going back to his room and won't bother you anymore. Song Jianni wiped away her tears, feeling wronged, and nodded blankly. Song Yuan smiled faintly, turned around, and went upstairs. Song Jianni tilted her head, secretly watching his retreating figure. She sensed that her father's behavior was different today. The smile he gave her before leaving held a strange bitterness and heartache. She didn't understand. Her father had never liked her, and if it weren't for her, he would have divorced her mother long ago. But today, instead of punishing her, Dad bought her a cake. She wiped away her tears and said earnestly, I'm going to eat it now. I'll definitely finish the cake Dad gave me. She opened the cake box, took small bites, and the sweetness spread in her mouth. It was delicious. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. Song Jianni looked up and saw her mother had returned. She quickly swallowed the cake and said, Mom, you're back. Su Mushua smiled wearily and walked slowly to the coffee table. Seeing her daughter eating cake, she asked in surprise, Where did this cake come from? Song Jianni replied sweetly, Dad bought it for me. Su Mushua was astonished. He's back. She hadn't believed it at first, thinking Song Yuan was probably out partying again, but he really was home, and even bought her daughter's favorite strawberry cake. Song Jianni ate while saying, Yes, he went back to his bedroom. Su Mushua gently patted her daughter's head and said softly, Eat slowly, then go to your study to do your homework. After saying that, she quickly went upstairs and pushed open Song Yuan's bedroom door. Song Yuan was taking off his clothes to go to sleep when he was startled by her barging in. He quickly fastened his belt and said helplessly, Why didn't you knock before coming in? Su Mushua was wearing a white off-shoulder chiffon blouse with a black pencil skirt and high heels. She had a strong aura, and her white hands were stained with bloodstains on her cuffs. She immediately closed the door, crossed her arms, and her phoenix eyes turned cold. This is my house. Why should I knock? Besides, where haven't you seen this before? Song Yuan said helplessly. Fine, fine. I won't make a fuss. I'll go sleep next door. He just wanted to get some sleep and ask his parents about the events of 7 years ago tomorrow. Xiao Weining had been scheming against him all along, and Su Mushua didn't believe he had transmigrated from the age of 18, so the two of them had nothing to say to each other. Unable to contain her anger, Su Mushua snapped, Stop right there. Song Yuan asked in surprise, What? Her chest heaved slightly as she retorted, You have the nerve to ask me? You know what you've done, don't you? Song Yuan retorted, What did I do? Su Mushua pointed at his nose and angrily said, Did you just go to see Xiao Weining? Why are you back? If you're so capable, then stay there. Song Yuan suddenly realized that she had someone watching him. His gaze swept over the bloodstains on Su Mushua's sleeve and the back of her hand. He asked, "Are you injured?" Su Muxue hurriedly withdrew her hand. "No, the blood is someone else's." Song Yuan narrowed his eyes, meaningfully asking, "Someone else's?" Clearly, the blood belonged to Xiao Weiniang. She stepped forward, raising her chin provocatively. "Xiao Weiniang's blood, what? Are you heartbroken?" Song Yuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, you did the right thing. She's a mistress. It's perfectly reasonable for you to beat her up." Although he and Su Muxue had no feelings for each other, Xiao Weiniang deserved a beating, and Su Mushua's action was a way of venting her anger for him. Su Muxue exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Song Yuan suddenly spoke normally, leaving her stunned. Before, he would always get angry if she hit him, but now he was completely serious. Suspecting he had some ulterior motive, she asked warily, "You're not trying to borrow money from me again, are you?" "Let me tell you, I have plenty of money, but I won't lend you a single penny." Song Yuan was taken aback. "Why would I need to borrow money from you?" Su Mushue's tone was furious. 7 years later, Song Yuan had actually borrowed money from her, and even asked for money to film Yun Xiangzhuan. Living in Su Mushue's mansion, cheating on her with Xiao Weiniang, the company losing money, and relying on her for all daily expenses, and he still had the nerve to ask for money? Su Muxue said sharply, "What? Have you forgotten? A week ago you borrowed money from me again, saying you wanted to invest in Yun Xiangzhuan." Song Yuan's lips twitched, utterly embarrassed. His future self, 7 years later, must have lost his mind. Buzz buzz. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. The caller ID showed Xiao Weiniang. Su Mushue's pupils brightened slightly, and she said defiantly, "Answer it. Your white moonlight is calling you. She's probably in the hospital right now. Aren't you going to comfort her?" Song Yuan hung up indifferently. "She's not without family. I don't need to care about her." This sentence silenced Su Muxue, her anger flaring even more. "Song Yuan, let me tell you, I won't lend you a single penny. If you dare to go on a date with Xiao Weiniang again, I'll beat her up every time." Song Yuan stared at Su Muxue, unable to suppress a laugh. He couldn't understand why she wouldn't hit him, wouldn't divorce him, and even stood up for the other woman. Su Mushue's face flushed red with anger. "What are you laughing at? Do you think I'm joking? I'm serious." Song Yuan's laughter subsided, and he stared at her intently, saying in a deep voice, "Su Muxue, I've always wanted to ask you a question." Su Muxue frowned. "What?" Song Yuan slowly approached, his gaze locking onto her. Su Muxue unconsciously stepped back, leaning against the door. Song Yuan braced himself against the door, pulling her into his arms. Through the thin fabric, Su Muxue pressed against his chest, smelling the faint scent of tobacco, her heart racing. She looked up into Song Yuan's dark eyes, swallowing hard. "Don't get so close. What do you want to ask?" Song Yuan reached out and cupped her delicate chin, his fingertips lightly touching her lips, asking in a deep voice, "As you said, I've been cheating on you for years. So why won't you agree to divorce me?" Su Mushue's pupils dilated slightly, her heart sinking. She gritted her teeth. "Nini is still young. I don't want her to grow up in a single-parent family. No matter what, you're her father, and you have to take responsibility." Song Yuan suddenly realized that she wasn't divorcing for the sake of the child. He remembered that Su Mushue's parents divorced when she was young, and she was given to her father. Later, her father remarried, and her childhood was filled with loneliness. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, and his daughter's childish voice came through. "Mom, I've finished my homework. Can I come in and sleep? I don't want to be alone." Song Jinni sneaked upstairs and only knocked on the door after hearing her parents mention divorce. Su Muxue whispered, "You can go next door." Song Yuan nodded and opened the door. Song Jinni walked around him and hugged her mother's leg. "Mom, I'm so sleepy." Su Muxue picked her up and kissed her cheek affectionately. "Okay, sleep with Mom." Song Yuan looked at the mother and daughter's intimate scene, feeling a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath and silently left the room. The next day, Xiao Weiniang called several times. Song Yuan didn't want to answer, so he simply turned off his phone and slept until dawn. He went to the company as usual. Pushing open the office door, he saw Xiao Weiniang leaning against her desk, using a cane, her head wrapped in gauze, her cheeks covered in handprints, a pitiful sight. Seeing Song Yuan, Tears streamed down her face. Brother, why didn't you answer my calls? Song Yuan secretly gloated, deliberately changing the subject. What happened to you? Who bullied you? Xiao Weining choked back tears. It's all because of your wife, brother. You have to stand up for me. She brought people in yesterday and beat me up. Song Yuan suppressed a laugh, pulled 2 tissues from the table, and handed them to Xiao Weining. Don't cry. Why didn't you call the police? Xiao Weining took the tissues, wiping her tears as she said, I wanted to call the police, but I didn't dare. Our relationship is clandestine. Song Yuan didn't bother with further discussion, turned around and sat down, asking bluntly, Then how do you want me to stand up for you? Xiao Weining, leaning on her crutch, stepped forward, took his hand, and whispered, Brother, it's nothing to get hurt for you, but she's completely slapping you in the face. I'm your woman. Song Yuan echoed her words. Indeed, she went too far. Xiao Weining nodded. Yes, she said she'd beat me every time she sees me. I'm so scared. Brother, when are you going to divorce her? Song Yuan's eyes flickered, and he tentatively asked, If I divorce her, will you marry me? I don't have enough money for a decent wedding. Xiao Weining asked softly, Wouldn't you get half of her assets in the divorce? Song Yuan scoffed. What are you thinking? I signed a prenuptial agreement with her. I won't get a single penny in the divorce. Actually, he wasn't sure either. He just wanted to expose Xiao Weining's true colors. Xiao Weining was secretly surprised, but still firmly said, Whether you're rich or poor, I'll definitely marry you if we get a divorce. Song Yuan pretended to nod. Indeed. Xiao Weining pressed her advantage. Then, brother, why don't you borrow money from her and we invest in the legend of Yunxiang? She won't lose money if she invests. After filming, you can get a divorce, and I'll marry you, okay? Song Yuan cursed inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. Good idea. Xiao Weining was delighted. Then, brother, I'll wait for your good news. Song Yuan picked up his coffee and took a sip, his tone indifferent. However, my relationship with her is very bad. She won't lend money easily. Xiao Weining nodded. No, I believe my brother has a way to coax her. Song Yuan pondered. I've thought of a way, but I'm still short of money. Xiao Weining asked in a low voice, How much? Song Yuan held up his finger. 10 million. Xiao Weining's expression changed drastically. She only had 5 million saved up, and 10 million was no small sum. Song Yuan explained. As you know, Su Mushua comes from a top-tier wealthy family. To coax her into buying gifts, we have to go all out. Xiao Weining remained silent for a while before agreeing. I understand, brother. You can try to coax her slowly first. If that doesn't work, I'll find a way to raise the money. Seeing Xiao Weining leave satisfied, Song Yuan immediately turned on his computer and checked all the company's projects since its inception. He discovered that not all productions lost money. Only the dramas starring Xiao Weining were losing money. Other artists were consistently earning, but the company hadn't provided them with good resources or packaging, keeping them stuck in the second tier. He then realized that he wasn't lacking in business acumen, but rather had been bewitched by Xiao Weining, becoming completely love-struck. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. This time, he was determined to recoup his losses and make Xiao Weining pay the price. But before that, he needed to go home and ask his parents why he had married Su Mushua and what had happened over the past 7 years. As soon as it was time to leave work, Song Yuan went downstairs, found his car, and got in. He remembered that he hadn't gone straight home yesterday, and Su Mushua had brought people to arrest him. If he didn't give her a heads up today, she would definitely come looking for him in a big way again. He took out his phone to look for her number, but found that neither his wife nor Su Mushua's name was in his contacts. Damn it, which one is Su Mushua's phone number? Song Yuan took a deep breath and patiently scrolled through his contacts. He found a contact with the nickname She-Devil. His eyes lit up, and he decisively dialed the number. At this moment, Su Mushua was still at the company, working overtime and leading a meeting with all the senior executives. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, followed by a rapid ringtone. Wife, answer the phone. Wife, answer the phone. The executives froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. The usually decisive and aloof President Su was using such a ringtone. Her face flushed, her heart pounded, and she quickly hung up, forcing herself to remain calm as she continued the meeting. 3 seconds later, the phone rang again. Wife, I got a text message. Wife, I got a text message. Su Mushue completely lost her composure and coldly announced, meeting adjourned. The executives tactfully withdrew. She opened WeChat and saw Song Yuan's latest message. Mushue, I'll be home a little late tonight. I'm going to my parents' place. Su Mushue rubbed her eyes, thinking she had misread it, and became suspicious. Song Yuan had never proactively informed her before. This sudden initiative must be suspicious. She typed 2 words, really? Song Yuan replied almost instantly. Of course, why would I lie to you? Su Mushue was half believing, half doubting. Then go ahead. On the way home, Song Yuan was nervous. He remembered that his father had been diagnosed with early-stage colon cancer 7 years ago and was in poor health. 7 years after transmigrating, he was afraid that he wouldn't see his father when he got home. He drove his car into the courtyard of his villa and quickly rang the doorbell. The nanny, Lu Ma, opened the door, excitedly exclaiming, Master, the young master is back. Song Yuan smiled gently. Lu Ma. Song Weihua, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, turned and met Song Yuan's gaze. Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Seeing his father safe and sound, a bittersweet feeling welled up on his face. Dad, Before he could finish speaking, Song Weihua grabbed an ashtray from the coffee table and smashed it at him. Song Yuan dodged it, and the ashtray shattered on the ground. He froze, not understanding why his father had started hitting him like that. Song Weihua's face flushed red, veins bulging, and he pointed at Song Yuan's nose, shouting angrily, You unfilial son, how dare you come back? Song Yuan was astonished. Dad, what do you mean? How am I an unfilial son? Song Weihua was even more furious. Didn't you threaten to sever our father-son relationship and never set foot in this house again? Why did you come back? Lu Ma stood by, holding her breath, not daring to utter a sound. Every time the young master came home after his marriage, he would argue with the old master, and she could only silently clean up the cigarette ash on the floor. Song Yuan's eyes widened. 7 years later, his relationship with his father was so strained, almost to the point of severing ties. He quickly explained, Dad, I didn't come here to argue today. I had an accident. I lost my memory. Song Weihua was amused by his words. Lost your memory? Then how can you still recognize me? Song Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Dad, I haven't lost all my memories. I just don't remember things from the last 7 years. Song Weihua turned around angrily, grabbed a golf club, and attacked Song Yuan again. Song Yuan ran around the room, explaining as he ran, Dad, let's talk this out. Are you really cured? I've been so worried about you. Song Weihua grew angrier and angrier, chasing after him and yelling, You dare bring this up again? You were having an affair with your lover when I had my surgery. With nowhere to hide, Song Yuan could only face the attack head-on, gripping the cold cue tightly, and said anxiously, Dad, I really forgot. I swear if I'm lying, may I die a horrible death. Song Weihua's lips twitched. If oaths were useful, you would have been struck by lightning long ago. Today I'll just beat you to death, you unfilial son. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a familiar voice rang out. Stop. Song Yuan turned around and saw his mother, Qin Yun, walking towards him 7 years in the future. She was tall and slender, wearing a plain cheongsam, her jet black hair styled in an updo, gentle and elegant, with hardly any signs of age on her face. Mom. Song Yuan looked at his mother, his heart warming. Seeing this, Song Weihua had no choice but to put down his golf club. Qin Yun walked up to Song Yuan, stroked his cheek, her eyes slightly red. Son, you haven't been home for 2 years. Let Mom take a good look at you. Song Yuan's eyes welled up with tears, a wave of guilt washing over him. He realized that his future self had not only hurt his daughter, but also his parents. Qin Yun pulled him down to sit, holding his slightly cool hand, and said softly, It's okay to lose your memory. Mom will help you slowly regain it. As long as you can change and stop doing foolish things, that's fine. Song Yuan's eyes widened. Mom, you believe me? Qin Yun smiled reassuringly. Of course, you're my son. Of course I believe you. Song Weihua sighed deeply, knowing his wife spoiled their son too much. Qin Yun ignored him, staring into Song Yuan's eyes. What do you want to know? Mom will tell you everything. Song Yuan asked seriously. Mom, how did Su Muxue and I get together? How did I end up marrying her? Before Qin Yun could answer, Song Weihua slammed his fist on the table and roared. You still have the nerve to ask? You got her pregnant, and you don't want to take responsibility. Song Yuan was struck dumb. How could she be pregnant with my child? Wait, he didn't remember ever being in a relationship, and he didn't understand why he didn't want to take responsibility. Song Weihua turned to Qin Yun. Wife, listen to what he's saying. Are you blaming me for disciplining him? I think I should just beat this beast to death. Qin Yun frowned and retorted. Didn't our son say he forgot? Song Yuan pleaded urgently. Mom, I really don't remember. Please tell me. Qin Yun said helplessly. Xiao Yuan, it's not that we're hiding it from you. We just don't know either. When we asked you back then, you just got annoyed. Song Yuan felt a headache coming on. Even his parents didn't know, so who could he ask? Qin Yun said earnestly. Xiao Yuan, Mom knows you didn't have feelings for Muxue back then, but ever since you got married, Muxue has treated us like her own parents. Business was bad a few years ago, and you kept asking your family for money to subsidize the company. The company didn't go bankrupt entirely because of her silent support, and your father's illness was also treated by Muxue with the best doctors. Qin Yun continued. She also gave birth to your daughter. She is a virtuous wife and never has any scandals. But you have been harassing Xiao Weining and even filed for divorce. You don't cherish her at all. Xiao Weining is no good woman. She's only with you for your money. Listen to your mother. Live a good life with Muxue. Song Yuan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His mother's words were like a bombshell, striking straight to his heart. For 7 years, Su Muxue had tried her best to be a good wife and daughter-in-law, but he had become an irresponsible scumbag. Seeing Song Yuan remain silent, Song Weihua solemnly said, I will only ever acknowledge Muxue as my daughter-in-law. If you want to marry Xiao Weining, then don't call me dad anymore. I will disown you, you heartless and unfilial son. Song Yuan took a deep breath and promised, Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't divorce Muxue. Qin Yun said with relief, Really? Then Mom can rest assured. Son, are you hungry? Mom will go make you some food. Song Yuan admitted honestly, Yes, I am. Qin Yun immediately got up and went into the kitchen to prepare a feast. Song Weihua still didn't believe it, so he went to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and slowly lit it. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was Su Muxue calling. His expression changed slightly, and he answered immediately. Dad, is it Yuan with you now? Song Weihua said with a smile. Yes, he is. Would you like to come over for dinner? I'll ask your mom to cook a couple more of your favorite dishes. Su Muxue politely declined. No. I called to confirm whether he went to your place and to ask if he's borrowed any more money from you. Song Weihua replied. No. Xiao Yuan just said he won't mention divorce again and will change his ways and live a good life with you. Su Muxue suppressed her dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, Dad, you've been lied to. What? Song Weihua asked, puzzled. Su Muxue said coldly. When I got home, I found that a diamond necklace was missing from my jewelry box. Song Yuan took it. He asked me for money last week, but I didn't lend it to him. Song Weihua's eyes went black with anger. He almost fainted. He cursed inwardly. That kid, he says he's changed for the better, but he's actually trying to scam money to pay Xiao Weining for her drama. He suppressed his anger and assured Su Muxue, Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson and get the necklace back. Su Muxue shook her head. Dad, I'll ask for it myself when he gets home. Don't trust him anymore, and don't lend him any more money. Song Weihua felt guilty. Okay, I understand. I apologize to you on his behalf. I didn't discipline him well, and I'm sorry you had to suffer. Su Muxue waved her hand. It's okay, Dad. It's none of your business. After hanging up the phone, Song Weihua threw away his half-smoked cigarette and walked back to the living room. Song Yuan, engrossed in his phone, was completely unaware of his father's approach. Song Weihua stealthily crept up behind him, picked up a golf club, and swung it sharply at Song Yuan's back. Caught off guard, Song Yuan felt a sharp pain in his back. Ouch, he cried out, collapsing to the ground in agony. Song Weihua continued his swing. Song Yuan hurriedly got up, rushed to the balcony, locked the door, and shouted angrily, "Dad, didn't we agree not to fight? Why did you sneak up on me?" Song Weihua pounded on the door while cursing. "You little rascal, you stole Mu Shue's necklace." "I raised a thief." Song Yuan was stunned. "Necklace? What necklace?" Qin Yun, who was in the kitchen, heard the commotion and immediately came over, snatched the golf club, and complained to Song Weihua. Song Weihua told her what had happened, and Qin Yun looked helplessly at Song Yuan through the glass. "Come out and give the necklace back to Mu Shue." Song Yuan's heart tightened. He opened the balcony door and said, "If I really took it, I will definitely return it to her." He then gave his parents a deep look before leaving dejectedly. Once outside, Song Yuan returned to his car, his back slumped against the seat, a sharp, aching pain shooting through him. Instead of driving, he took out his phone and called his secretary, Wenzi. "Hey, Mr. Song, did I ask you to sell the necklace?" Wenzi replied, "Yes, a week ago you asked me to contact Ursh store to sell it." Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat. "Which store? How much did you sell it for?" Wenzi answered, "It was sold to Jingyao for 10 million. Song Yuan was secretly surprised. "So expensive?" "The money was directly deposited into your account and used to pay the artist's salaries." He rubbed his temples, thinking, the company only has 5 million in working capital and only a few $100,000 in cash on hand. 10 million has already been used up. In the bedroom, Song Jinni, resting her head on Su Mushua's arm, opened her eyes and asked, "Mom, is Dad coming back today?" Su Mushua patted her back gently. "Don't worry about him. Go to sleep. You have to get up early for school tomorrow." Song Jinni thought for a moment. "Can I sleep alone?" "You go back to your room and wait for Dad." Su Mushua smiled. "It's okay. I'll go back after you fall asleep." Song Jinni obediently closed her eyes and quickly fell asleep. Su Mushua carefully withdrew her arm, went down to the living room, wearily opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of sugar-free cola, and sipped it. At this moment, the bedroom door creaked open, and she looked up, her beautiful eyes turning cold as she saw who it was. Song Yuan glanced at Su Mushua, his eyes flickering slightly. She stood in front of the refrigerator, holding a bottle of chilled cola, wearing a white satin nightgown with a matching lace cardigan, her curvaceous figure accentuated by her allure. Her long, black hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, and although her face showed slight fatigue, it couldn't conceal her aloof and ethereal Qi inherent quality temperament. Song Yuan felt somewhat confused. Why had he initially disliked her, only to become her nemesis? When Su Mushua saw Song Yuan, the necklace she treasured flashed through her mind. She retreated to the coffee table, casually sat down, crossed her legs, and said with a mocking look in her eyes, "Oh, so you know how to come back. I thought you died out there." Song Yuan's goodwill towards her vanished instantly. Her words were more venomous than poison. But he wasn't going to back down. He sat down opposite her and retorted nonchalantly, "If I died, wouldn't you become a widow? How lonely would that be?" Su Mushua gritted her teeth, no longer wanting to argue about pointless topics with him. She stared directly into his eyes and asked, "Where's my necklace? Give it back to me right now. It was a gift from my mother." Song Yuan instantly lost his momentum and coughed awkwardly. "The necklace? I'll return it, but you'll have to give me some time." Su Mushua narrowed her eyes, her dark pupils filled with coldness. "You sold it?" Song Yuan confessed. "Yes, but I will definitely redeem it, as long as you give me time." These words were like igniting a powder keg. Su Mushua immediately grabbed a cushion and threw it at him. "You actually sold it? You bastard." Song Yuan quickly dodged and said guiltily, "Don't get excited. I'm not lying to you. I'll definitely pay you back. I'm sorry, this was my fault." Although Su Mushua was fierce and her words were venomous, she only threw the cushion and didn't hurt anyone. She was stunned, shocked. Song Yuan had just apologized to her. In the past 7 years, no matter how big his mistakes were, he had never uttered those 2 words. Every time, it was just arguments or even threats of divorce. After calming down and thinking it over, she realized that this might be another of his tricks. He would never really redeem the necklace. He just wanted to borrow money to invest in the legend of Yunxiang. Su Mushua crossed her arms and said rudely, "How are you going to pay it back? Do you think I don't know how much money you have?" Song Yuan admitted frankly, "It's true that we can't redeem it now, but as long as we can get investment and film, Yinxiang biography, we can definitely redeem it once we make money." Su Mushua immediately became furious. "Even if you get investment, you're sure to lose money. Xiao Weining's acting is terrible, don't you know that?" Song Yuan remained calm. "I understand. That's why I won't use her as the female lead." She scoffed, disbelieving. "You think I'd believe that?" Song Yuan, shameless as ever. "Trust me this once." Su Mushua rationally reminded him. "You don't have the money to film it. You're not thinking of mortgaging the company and house for a loan, are you?" Song Yuan shook his head, his smile faint. "No. Wife, can you help me this once?" "What did you call me?" Su Mushua's face flushed instantly. In 7 years of marriage, he had never called her wife, and now he finally spoke. Seeing this, Song Yuan stood up and sat beside her, took her hand, gently kissed her slightly cool fingertips, and coaxed softly, "Wife, aren't you my wife? We've been married for 7 years. We even have a child." Su Mushua gazed at his handsome face, her heart clenching suddenly. His face remained flawless, and his eyes, no longer filled with disgust and aloofness, were now clear and bright, as if he truly considered her his wife. Her heart softened, and she softly asked, "How can I help you? Tell me." Song Yuan said in a deep voice, "Lend me the money to film The Legend of Yun Xiang. I'll pay you back immediately after we make money, with interest and a share of the profits." Su Mushua felt a chill run down her spine. So he was only pretending to like her for money. Seeing her unpleasant expression, Song Yuan added, "I can mortgage the houses and companies under my name to you." Her expression softened slightly, but she still planned in her heart that even if they eventually became her property, she would still support him. Song Yuan pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and gently kissed her lips. "Wife, help me." Su Mushua's body stiffened, her eyes widened, completely unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Seeing that she did not resist, Song Yuan gently cupped the back of her head with his well-defined knuckles. He could no longer persuade her, so he had no choice but to try this last resort. Since they were already sharing a bed when they transmigrated, it meant Su Mushua wouldn't reject her body and might even be secretly enjoying it. Su Mushua closed her eyes helplessly, her thin shoulders trembling slightly, and crystal tears slid down her cheeks. In 7 years, he had never kissed her so gently as he had today. She had always thought he wouldn't treat her gently. Song Yuan felt a warm, wet touch on his lips. Looking closer, he realized it was Su Mushua's tears. He immediately stopped, awkwardly saying, "If you don't want to, you can refuse me." How did he end up making her cry? He'd known her for so long, and this was the first time he'd ever seen her cry. He'd always thought she was an iron-willed woman, the type who would bleed but not cry. Su Mushua sniffed, wiped away her tears, and quickly regained her composure. Her beautiful eyes, as cold as ever, stared at Song Yuan and said, "I can help you, without you having to pledge anything, but I have conditions." Song Yuan, too preoccupied to feel happy, asked warily, "What conditions?" He secretly wondered, "Does she intend to completely sever my relationship with Xiao Weining?" Su Mushua spread her hands and slowly said, 10 times. Song Yuan was stunned. What 10 times? Her fair cheeks gradually flushed red, and she said shyly, "Pay 10 times the public grain." Song Yuan's eyes widened. "Huh? Are you sure? This is too outrageous." Originally, he was the one who was taking advantage, but he didn't expect that she would not only take the initiative, but also make him eat and take, and even pay for the investment in filming. Su Mushua's face flushed even redder, almost steaming, and she added, "I'm sure, but you have to satisfy me. If you only think of yourself and ignore my feelings like before, then it doesn't count." She held the initiative. She had agreed first, but could change her mind at any time if she wasn't satisfied. Song Yuan patted his chest and assured her, "No problem, then tell me how you like it. Gentle, or..." Before he could finish speaking, Su Mushua instantly broke down, blushing and furious. "Find your own way. Stop pretending to be a pure virgin. Do I need to teach you that?" Song Yuan fell silent. awkwardly lowering his head. 7 years later, he had been intimate with her, but now, at 18, he was indeed a virgin, possessing only theoretical experience, no practical experience. If she wasn't satisfied, wouldn't the investment in the legend of Yun Xiang be wasted? Seeing his silence, Su Muxue assumed he had changed his mind and said angrily, "What? You're not willing?" Were her conditions too high? No one had any reason to refuse her. The legend of Yun Xiang was a grand historical drama with an investment of over 100 million. It was expected to earn 100 million in 10 installments, averaging 10 million per installment. Song Yuan suddenly looked up and said firmly, "Of course I'm willing." She just said she needed to consider his feelings, so he'd give it a try. He was in good health and was the best fighter in the whole school. Winning over Su Muxue would definitely be no problem. Su Muxue snorted coldly. "You're smart enough to know what's good for you." Song Yuan didn't want to waste any more time, so he put his arm around her waist, picked her up, and quickly walked upstairs to the bedroom. 2 hours later, Su Muxue leaned against Song Yuan's chest, exhausted, and rested her head on his arm, pleading, "No, I'm too tired. Let's continue tomorrow." Song Yuan gently stroked her smooth cheek and chuckled. "Are you satisfied now?" He was exhausted, and his back still ached. Su Muxue licked her lips, saying one thing but meaning another. "It's all right." Song Yuan gritted his teeth. "Then you're not satisfied. Let's do it again." Su Muxue hurriedly pressed him down, panting heavily. "Satisfied? No more. Really no more." She turned her back and whispered, "I won't renege on my debt. 3 times, I'll remember it." Tonight was the happiest night she'd had since marrying Song Yuan. She didn't mind Song Yuan borrowing money from her and not paying it back. She just didn't want him spending her money to support another woman. Song Yuan reached out and pulled her tightly into his arms, his chin gently resting on her head, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair. Although his feelings for her hadn't yet reached the level of love, he had already accepted her in his heart, no longer rejecting her, and no longer wanting to cause her any more trouble. 7 years of dedication, care for his parents, support for his career, and his lovely daughter, he should treat her well. Song Yuan had a pretty good plan in mind. He originally thought he could complete the 10 times he promised Su Muxue in 3 days. But things didn't go according to plan at all. For a whole week, 3 times a day, that's over 20 times. And then, on the very last time, Su Muxue stopped him, saying she wasn't satisfied. Song Yuan was exhausted. He slumped onto the edge of the bed, his hands trembling as he reached for a cigarette on the bedside table and struggled to light it with a windproof lighter. He took a light drag, regaining some of his energy. Su Muxue emerged from the bathroom radiant, her skin so smooth and supple it seemed to glow. A white bath towel clung to her exquisite curves, revealing her long, straight legs. Her flowing black hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, surrounded by rising steam, making her look like a fairy who had just descended to earth. Song Yuan's gaze was fixed on the window, completely oblivious to her beauty. Su Muxue frowned slightly, staring at the cigarette in his mouth, and reminded him, "Haven't I told you many times? Don't smoke in the bedroom." Song Yuan immediately stubbed out the cigarette, stood up, and said, "Really? Then I'll go back to my own bedroom." Su Muxue immediately changed her mind. "Never mind, I'll just open the window to ventilate." She was secretly puzzled. She had told him countless times not to smoke in the bedroom, and he always made excuses to refuse. But today, he put out his cigarette and wanted to go back to his own room. Was he putting on an act to get her to agree to the investment as soon as possible? She wasn't in a hurry to agree. She wanted to play the game carefully, making sure he came home every day and slept in her room, so he wouldn't have the energy to go see Xiao Weiniang. Song Yuan stared silently at her retreating figure, a surge of anxiety coursing through him. He couldn't understand the difference between the first few times and the last. The timing and technique were perfect, and her reactions were almost identical to before. There was only one answer. She was deliberately manipulating him, controlling him, torturing him. How vicious, truly a female demon. Thinking back on the past 7 years, how much she had sacrificed for him, while he himself was entangled with Xiao Weiniang, abusing their daughter, and stealing her most treasured necklace, he finally understood that what she did was somewhat normal. After opening the window, Su Muxue turned to look at Song Yuan and found him frowning and looking worried. She teased, "Are you all right? I just told you not to smoke in the bedroom. Is it that bad?" Song Yuan shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's nothing." Su Mushua leaned closer, looking at his bloodshot eyes, and asked with concern, "You say you're fine? You look terrible. Should I take you to the hospital?" She thought Song Yuan had lost a lot of weight these past few days, and his nose looked even more prominent. Song Yuan replied irritably, "Don't you know why I look so terrible? Do I need to go to the hospital?" Su Mushua blushed and said awkwardly, "I know, but you took the initiative. You needed my help. It wasn't me forcing you." Song Yuan hesitated, knowing that although she was aloof and arrogant 7 years later, she was upright and honest, never scheming. He hadn't expected her to play tricks on him now. He couldn't blame her. He had gone too far, always being cold to her and even cheating on her with Xiao Weiniang. Seeing Song Yuan's eyes darken, Su Mushua's heart tightened slightly, and she became a little nervous. "You're not angry, are you? I didn't say I wouldn't help you. It's just that you're not up to it." As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt guilty. It wasn't that Song Yuan was not up to it. She was just deliberately picking a fight. Song Yuan said softly, "No, let's go to sleep. We have to get up early for work tomorrow." He didn't want to argue anymore, so he crawled under the covers and pulled them over his head. Su Mushua silently climbed into bed, lay down beside him, turned her back, and slowly curled up into a baby-like position, feeling even more uneasy. Song Yuan had really changed. Before, if he provoked her, he would argue until they were both exhausted. Now, he was much better tempered, and she noticed this, but she would only remain silent. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Could it be that Song Yuan didn't want to invest in Yunxiang Zhuan and wanted to elope with Xiao Weiniang for the money? She couldn't be fooled by his gentle appearance. She absolutely couldn't let her guard down. He had no love for her, only hatred. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stolen her mother's only diamond necklace. Thinking of this, Su Mushua's tears fell again, dripping onto her white pillowcase. Despite her efforts to suppress her sobs, Song Yuan noticed something was wrong. The blanket trembled slightly. In the darkness, Song Yuan reached out and pulled her into his arms, stroking her cheeks and feeling the wet tears. He said helplessly, "Why are you crying again? Didn't she toy with me for a week? Why are you crying again?" Su Mushua leaned against his warm chest, trying to hold back her tears. "It's nothing. I just miss my mother." This was no lie. The only person in the world who was truly good to her was her deceased mother. Song Yuan lowered his head, gently kissed her forehead, and comforted her warmly. "Don't worry. It's okay if you don't help me. I'll return the necklace to you as soon as possible." This should have been his responsibility. He stole the necklace. She had already done more than enough by not calling the police. Su Mushua bit her lip, remaining silent. She couldn't fully trust Song Yuan. In these 7 years, he had lied to her countless times, each time disappointing her. Seeing her lack of response, Song Yuan gently patted her thin back. Sometimes, silent companionship is more effective than words when someone is sad and upset. Saying too much would only lead to mistakes. Song Yuan only knew the general outline of the past 7 years from his parents. He knew nothing of the details. There's a saying that details can destroy love, especially since there was no love between him and Su Mushua. She married him for the sake of their child. She didn't divorce him for the same reason. Meanwhile, he had been completely bewitched by that despicable Xiao Weiniang. It was already a miracle that they hadn't divorced after all these years together. Su Mushua slowly closed her eyes, a faint smile curving her lips. She silently prayed. If only Song Yuan could hold her like this every night. She didn't know how long she could keep him under her thumb with this, or how much patience he still had. Before, Song Yuan would only spend the night in her room when he wanted to sleep with her. Otherwise, they slept in separate rooms. Song Yuan wasn't impatient. He lacked confidence in himself. He felt that he had been such a jerk in the past, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't easily get Su Mushua to say satisfied. So he studied the film and television market more thoroughly. The more he studied, the more convinced he became that if The Legend of Yun Xiang was well made, it would definitely make money. The original IP was popular, the plot was well paced, there were many plot twists, and it didn't follow any cliches. One of the company's actresses, she's a good actress, earns a low salary, and is dedicated and hardworking. The director has also directed hit period dramas. If the company wants to turn things around quickly, this project is one they absolutely can't let go of. Since Su Mushue refuses to lend him money, he has no choice but to take out a bank loan. The amount is huge, requiring him to mortgage the company and real estate. The company wasn't solely owned by him. Shin Imo also held 40% of the shares. Shin Imo was his childhood friend, and the two used to be almost inseparable. But during these past few days of time travel, he hadn't seen Shin Imo. His secretary said he'd gone home to handle household chores. Song Yuan immediately dialed the number. The call was quickly answered, and before he could even speak, Shin Imo said directly, "I'm coming down right away. I'm already downstairs." Song Yuan became excited, wondering what Shin Imo would be like 7 years later. In his memory, the boy was seriously ill, with long hair, effeminate features, and always following him around calling him Brother Yuan, often leading people to mistake him for a girl. But Song Yuan knew Shin Imo. He was a manly man, and his sexual orientation was fine. A short while later, there was a knock on the door. Song Yuan suppressed his emotions. "Come in." The door slowly opened, and a tall, well-dressed young man walked in. His long, black hair was casually tied behind his ears, his skin was porcelain white, and his features were exquisite, more beautiful than most women. Song Yuan's first thought flashed through his mind. Huh? Even more beautiful than 7 years ago? He hasn't aged a bit? Shin Imo looked at Song Yuan, his dark eyes filled with distance and rejection, and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Song, is there something you need that you urgently wanted to see me about?" Song Yuan was taken aback. Shouldn't he be calling him Brother Yuan? They were best brothers, so why this attitude? He quickly thought about it. The company had lost a lot of money over the past 3 years, including Shinmo's share. Plus, he had been bewitched by Xiao Weiying, and perhaps he had unintentionally damaged his friendship with Shin Imo. Song Yuan tentatively said, "Please sit down. Don't be so formal." Shin Imo decisively refused. "No need. Just say what you need to say." Song Yuan hesitated. Given the current strained relationship, Shin Imo might not agree to mortgaging the company. But he had no other choice but to try. "I want to take out a loan for the Yunxiang biography project, mortgaging the company and the property." Shin Imo interrupted coldly. "You don't need to discuss this with me. I'll withdraw my investment. I came here today for this very reason." Song Yuan's expression changed drastically. "Withdraw your investment." Shinmo's chest heaved slightly as he questioned, "Do you remember when you asked me to invest?" Song Yuan was embarrassed. Having just transmigrated from 7 years ago, how could he possibly tell him the truth directly? Shin Imo sighed, his disappointment tinged with determination. "Fine, I already knew you'd forgotten. From now on, you can continue helping Xiao Weiying realize her dream of becoming a movie queen." After saying that, he turned to leave. Song Yuan quickly called out, "Wait. If I don't use Xiao Weiying for the female lead in The Legend of Yun Xiang, will you still withdraw your investment?" It turned out that his biggest disagreement with Shin Imo was Xiao Weiying. He had been promoting her resources, causing the company to lose money, and even Shin Imo had suffered as a result. Shin Imo stopped and turned back incredulously. "Are you sure?" Song Yuan nodded vigorously. "I'm sure. I'll use Ding Yao, and I'll never let Xiao Weiying be the female lead again." Shin Imo raised an eyebrow slightly, incredulous. "Use Ding Yao?" Ding Yao was Song Yuan's most valued artist, and he always found excuses to give good resources to Xiao Weiying in the past. Song Yuan explained, "Yes, Ding Yao has good acting skills, and her image and temperament are also suitable for the female lead of Yun Xiang biography." Shin Imo remained silent, his mind filled with doubts. He had previously praised Ding Yao's acting skills, then found various reasons to suppress her. Now his promise to give Ding Yao resources, was it just empty talk? He paused for a moment, then said, "I'll think about it." After Shin Imo left, Song Yuan rubbed his throbbing temples, knowing that Shin Imo was unwilling to believe him for the time being. Just as he was racking his brains, Xiao Weiying slipped in without knocking. Song Yuan was already annoyed, and seeing her only fueled his anger. "Didn't you knock before coming in?" Xiao Weiying playfully stuck out her tongue. "I forgot." She quickly stepped forward, placed the insulated lunchbox on the table, and said with a smile, "Brother, I brought you soup. I cooked it myself. It's your favorite ginseng and black chicken soup. You must be exhausted these past few days." Song Yuan stared blankly at the lunchbox on the table. 7 years ago, when she personally cooked soup, he would have been incredibly moved. But now, he only felt that this woman was terrifying, outwardly gentle and considerate, but inwardly shrewd and calculating. Every word and action had a purpose. Xia Weining thought Song Yuan was moved and stared at the lunchbox without saying a word. She pulled up a chair next to her, sat down beside him, gently held his hand, and said softly, "Brother, I know you've been working hard to coax Su Mushua lately, but it's all worth it for our future. As long as we get the investment and make money, you can divorce her and marry me openly and honestly." Song Yuan nodded gently, his gaze falling on the gauze on her forehead, feigning concern. "I know. You should go back and take good care of your injury. Wait for my good news." Xiao Weining nodded excitedly. "Okay, I'm going now. Don't forget to drink the soup. Love you." After saying that, she blew him a kiss. Song Yuan smiled faintly and waited for her to leave the office. He took a deep breath, glanced at the chicken soup on the table, and without hesitation threw it into the trash can, spitting on it as he did so. In a private restaurant in Mixi Shopping Mall, Su Mushue and Long Yu sat facing each other by the window. Long Yu picked up her orange juice and asked softly, "Mushue, did you and Song Yuan argue again?" Su Mushue swallowed her food and smiled bitterly. "No, I was just upset about that necklace." Long Yu was surprised. "Still haven't found it? Have you called the police?" Su Mushue shook her head, her eyes dim. "It's gone." She hadn't just lost the necklace. What she wanted was never material things. Long Yu saw her dejected and lost, unsure how to comfort her. She had repeatedly urged her to divorce, but each time she refused. "Song Yuan will see my good qualities someday." Long Yu could only offer a forced consolation. "We'll find it. We definitely will." Su Mushue didn't respond, but slowly lowered her eyes, picked up a piece of broccoli, and chewed it slowly. Halfway through her meal, Long Yu inadvertently glanced through the floor-to-ceiling window and saw a dazzling diamond necklace in the window of the luxury store across the street. She exclaimed, "Mushue, look, your necklace." Su Mushue looked in the direction she was looking. Her pupils widened in surprise, and she said excitedly, "It really is." She immediately picked up her bag and stood up. Let's go take a look." Long Yu quickly followed, and the two soon arrived at the second luxury store. The shop owner greeted them warmly. "Ladies, please feel free to look around. Just tell me what you need." Su Mushue pointed to a diamond necklace in the window. "How much is this necklace?" The owner hesitated. "Ladies, this is the best one in the store, and we can't sell it right now. If you like it, we can help you find a similar one." Su Mushue asked in confusion, "Why won't you sell it?" The shopkeeper replied frankly, "To be honest, I just bought this necklace a few days ago. The seller went back on their word and asked me to keep it for 3 months, using my watch as collateral. You have 3 months to redeem it. If you don't redeem it by then, I'll contact you again." Su Mushue's breath hitched slightly. She recalled that Song Yuan had returned from her parents' house that day, his wrist bare. She had asked him where his watch was, and he had said he'd put it away. Staring at the jewelry store window, a jolt went through her. That diamond necklace, it was the one she'd lost. She hurriedly grabbed her bag and pulled Long Yu along as they rushed over. The shop owner greeted them with a smile. "Please, ladies, make yourselves at home." Su Mushue asked without hesitation, "How much is this necklace?" The owner hesitated. "I'm sorry, we can't sell it right now." Su Mushue frowned. "Why?" The owner explained. "The seller has changed their mind and is holding onto the watch as collateral for 3 months." Su Mushue's heart skipped a beat. A watch. She recalled Song Yuan returning home that day, his wrist bare. Could it be? Long Yu whispered, "Mushue, do you think Song Yuan will come to redeem it?" Su Mushue nodded. Yes. Song Yuan had used this watch for many years. It was quite valuable. He would definitely come. So, he hadn't lied to her. He really was trying. A warm feeling welled up inside her, and she couldn't help but smile. Back at the company, Su Mushue felt completely relaxed. During the meeting, her tone was gentle, but the executives were trembling with fear, thinking, Why is President Su so different? After the meeting, she went straight to Chinching Film and Television. At the entrance, a security guard stopped her. Hello, who are you looking for? Su Mushue replied calmly. I'm looking for Song Yuan. The security guard, Xiao Zhang, was taken aback. Are you Mrs. Song? Do you have an appointment? Su Mushue said indifferently. It's all right, I'll go up myself. Her secretary, Wenzi, quickly stepped forward. Madam, I'll take you upstairs. Su Mushue shook her head. No need, I'll go up myself. The elevator reached the top floor, and she headed towards her office. Just as she was about to knock, Song Yuan's voice came from inside. President Chun, trust me, Yunxiang biography will definitely be a success. I guarantee double the interest. Su Mushue bit her lip, a slight tremor in her heart. Song Yuan had actually humbled himself and begged someone. He had set aside his dignity to seek investment for this film. She was startled, even somewhat moved. Fine, she'd trust him one more time, help him one more time. She knocked on the door. Who is it? It's me. Come in. The door opened, and Song Yuan looked up, his eyes lighting up. Su Mushue was dressed smartly today, a white shirt, a black pencil skirt, and a suit jacket. Her long hair was styled high, her aura stunning, even more beautiful than a top-tier actress. Song Yuan swallowed hard. Why did you come? Su Mushue crossed her arms and calmly retorted. Why can't I come? Song Yuan smiled helplessly. I didn't say I couldn't. Where's Nini? Su Mushue pulled up a chair and sat opposite him. She calmly said, I had the driver pick her up. Song Yuan nodded. The atmosphere was a little awkward, so he quickly changed the subject. What would you like to drink? I'll have Wenzi buy some. Su Mushue shook her head. No need to trouble yourself. Song Yuan's eyes caught sight of the small photo frame on his desk, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be a portrait of Xiao Weining? He reached out and turned to look, only to find it was a picture of Nini. In the photo, his daughter was hugging her most treasured plush rabbit, smiling sweetly. Su Mushue breathed a sigh of relief. At least Song Yuan still had some conscience. He couldn't help but tease. What's the rush? Did you think I put up a picture of Xiao Weining? Su Mushue blushed, exasperated. Who said I was nervous? She immediately straightened the photo frame. Seeing her blushing yet stubborn expression, Song Yuan chuckled inwardly. Not nervous at all? Why are you blushing? Did you leave work early today just to pick me up? Su Mushue awkwardly replied. No, you're overthinking it. I came to discuss work. Inwardly, however, she was secretly pleased that she was touched by his gesture and had come early to pick him up. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Work? What work? Su Mushue softly said. There's only one more chance left after 10 attempts. Do you still want this opportunity? Song Yuan's eyes lit up. The opportunity had finally arrived. Of course I want it. But I'm afraid someone won't give it to me anymore. Su Mushue smiled mischievously, her eyes curving into crescents. Someone's in a good mood. Why don't we go home and seize the opportunity? Song Yuan cooperated. Sure, then I'll have to make the most of it. The two got up, hand in hand, and quickly left the office. They had planned to go home for dinner before taking care of business, but unexpectedly, Su Mushue kissed him as soon as she got into the car. Song Yuan couldn't control himself. He acted impulsively. The meeting ended in 15 minutes. He leaned against the passenger's seat, his face a picture of utter despair. Su Mushue had given him a chance, but he hadn't seized it. He regretted it. He should have been more patient and gone home to eat first. Su Mushue straightened her collar and pulled out her phone to call Long Yu. Hello, President Su? Transfer 100 million to Song Yuan for me. Song Yuan was stunned. 100 million? She was satisfied? He hadn't been satisfied even last time. On the other end of the line, Long Yu was also shocked. How much? Su Mushue said coldly. 100 million. Hurry up. After hanging up the phone, she pinched Song Yuan's cheek and teased. Surprised? Song Yuan looked blankly at her. Yeah. Surprised? Yeah. Don't understand what? Song Yuan said. Wait, I don't understand. Su Mushue smiled sweetly. It's not important. What's important is that I'm in a good mood today. 100 million was transferred to Song Yuan's card in an instant. He rubbed his eyes, as if he were dreaming. Su Mushue gripped the steering wheel and reminded him. Fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to start. Song Yuan immediately buckled up. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot, the dimly lit streets flashing past the window. Song Yuan looked at his daughter's adorable face and asked Su Mushiue, "Besides desserts, what else does Nini like?" Su Mushiue's expression changed slightly, her tone reproachful. "Don't you know what she likes best?" Song Yuan sighed helplessly. "Wife, as I said before, I don't remember anything from the last 7 years." Su Mushiue said petulantly, "Should I take you to the hospital and get you an appointment with a psychiatrist?" Song Yuan smiled and cooperated. "Sure, let's go to the hospital then." Su Mushiue was completely at a loss with him and changed the subject. "Why did you suddenly ask this?" Song Yuan said in a deep voice. "I don't want her to see me like I'm a ghost." He wanted to be a good father and would start working on repairing his relationship with his daughter from now on. Su Mushiue looked at him incredulously, her eyes filled with guilt and seriousness. She breathed a sigh of relief. She loves drawing the most. Song Yuan's eyes lit up. Then, "Honey, can we stop at the stationery store when we pass by later?" Su Mushiue smiled. "Okay." Before long, the two bought their things and returned home. Pushing open the door, Song Jinni was obediently doing her homework. Hearing the noise, she put down her pencil, got up, and ran to her mother, only to see her father beside her. Her smile instantly froze, and a shadow fell over her doe-like eyes. "Mom, you're back." Su Mushiue walked over and gently patted her head. "Have you finished your homework?" Song Jinni shook her head slightly. "Not yet." Song Yuan changed into his slippers and walked towards his daughter. Song Jinni hurriedly hid behind her mother and said timidly, "Dad, I didn't slack off, and I didn't steal time to draw. I lost all my art supplies." Song Yuan cursed himself inwardly, bent down and handed her the gift box. "Nini, Dad promises he won't interfere with your drawing anymore. These are new tools. If you don't like them, I'll take you to buy more tomorrow." Song Jinni froze, as if in a dream. She used to get scolded by her father for drawing, and now he was giving her new tools and promising not to interfere anymore. Su Mushiue squatted down and squeezed her daughter's little hand. "Nini, give us a reaction." Song Jinni excitedly took the gift box, opened the ribbon, and saw the paintbrushes, paints, palette. She treasured them like precious gems. Her eyes reddened, and her voice trembled. "I love it. Nini loves it so much. Thank you, Daddy." Song Yuan panicked. "It's good that you like it. Hold it in, don't cry." Song Jinni nodded obediently. Yes, I won't cry." Su Mushiue thought to herself, if Song Yuan continued to treat his daughter like this, her psychological problems would definitely improve over time. She smiled. "All right, put your things away, wash your hands, and get ready for dinner." Song Jinni, carrying the gift box, quickly returned to her study. After dinner, her daughter continued doing her homework. Song Yuan and Su Mushiue sat side by side on the sofa watching TV. Song Mushiue wasn't really interested in the program, noticing he was sleepy. "If you're sleepy, go to sleep. You're going to bed tonight." Song Yuan was completely bewildered. "Tonight what?" Su Mushiue pursed her lips. "Where are you sleeping tonight?" Song Yuan was stunned. He had assumed they always shared a bed, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. He was secretly delighted. Her asking this meant she wanted to sleep with him. He suppressed a smile, staring into her expectant eyes, knowingly asking, "Which room do you want me to sleep in?" Su Mushiue avoided his gaze, her face burning red, and awkwardly said, "I'm asking you. Why are you asking me?" Looking at Su Mushiue's flushed face, Song Yuan chuckled teasingly. "I was just asking casually. Why are you blushing?" They'd been married for 7 years, practically an old married couple, yet she still acted like a little girl, blushing at the drop of a hat. Su Mushiue's face burned even hotter, and she said shyly, "I'm not blushing. Where are you sleeping anyway?" Song Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Where do you want me to sleep?" She pretended to be indifferent. "You can sleep wherever you want. I don't care." But she knew in her heart that Song Yuan just wanted her to ask him to come to her room. Song Yuan sighed. "Since you don't care, I'll just sleep in my own room." He then slowly went upstairs, heading straight for the bedroom. Su Mushiue froze, hurriedly watching his retreating figure, secretly biting her lip. "Song Yuan, you bastard." The moment the money was in his hands, he immediately turned his back on her. The past few nights had been so harmonious. Why did he suddenly refuse to sleep with her anymore? In the bedroom, Song Yuan leaned against the window, puffing on a cigarette. He hadn't slept with Su Mushue because he was afraid he'd be too tired to satisfy her, like that time in the garage. After finishing his cigarette, he climbed into bed and quickly fell asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when a sharp scream came from outside the door. Ah! Accompanied by crying, Song Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out of the room. Nini, what's wrong? Inside the room, Su Mushue was holding her daughter and comforting her gently. Nini, don't be afraid, Mommy's here. The little girl huddled up and cried even harder, tears streaming down her face. Song Yuan sat down on the edge of the bed and gently wiped her face with a tissue. Daddy's here too. Did you have a nightmare? Nini cried even harder, burying her face in her mother's arms. Song Yuan panicked. Wife, should we go to the hospital? What happened to her? Su Mushue shook her head, patting her daughter's back. No need. She's like this from time to time. The doctor said it's a psychological issue. Don't you know that? Song Yuan remained silent, guilt welling up inside him. He couldn't escape responsibility for his daughter's mental health problems. Su Mushue looked at him, her tone gentle. You know it's your fault. Just be good from now on. Song Yuan nodded. He pulled the blanket over her shoulders and hugged the mother and daughter tightly. Su Mushue stiffened, but felt a warmth in her heart. Her daughter was still sobbing, and Su Mushue gently kissed her cheek, softly singing a lullaby. Little baby, sleep well. Your mother will be with you in your dreams. Song Yuan was on the verge of collapse. He had heard this song when he was a child. Soon after, Song Jinni stopped crying and fell into a deep sleep in her mother's arms. Su Mushue dared not put her down, afraid she would wake up. The two remained close together, and Song Yuan did not let go. After a while, Su Mushue leaned against Song Yuan's chest and fell into a deep sleep. Song Yuan dared not sleep. He knew that once he lay down, he could only stay awake until dawn. Friday arrived, and Song Yuan, having not slept all night, had been busy all day. When he got home, he didn't even eat dinner, going straight to his bedroom to catch up on sleep, sleeping soundly until dawn. His stomach rumbled after he got up, so he went downstairs to find something to eat. He rummaged through the refrigerator, finding nothing he wanted: fruits, vegetables, fresh meat, or drinks. Aunt Zhang came over and asked, Young master, what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Song Yuan casually replied, Just a bowl of noodles. Where are Mushue and Nini? Aunt Zhang pointed to the study. They're in the study. Dr. Su is here. Song Yuan frowned. Dr. Su? What's he doing here? Aunt Zhang explained. He's giving Nini some psychological counseling. Song Yuan slowly walked to the study door, pushed it open, and froze. On the desk, his daughter sat in front of the easel, focused on her drawing. Beside her, Su Juanza gently wiped the watercolor stains off her face with a wet wipe. Su Mushue sat on the other side, admiring her daughter's work intently. All three of them looked up at Song Yuan at the same time. Su Mushue calmly said, You're awake? I didn't know how long you were going to sleep, so I didn't leave you any food. If you're hungry, ask Aunt Zhang to make you something else. Song Yuan was slightly annoyed, but changed the subject. Weren't you supposed to be doing psychological counseling? What are you doing? Su Juanza explained with a smile. It's also part of the psychotherapy. If you doubt my professionalism, you can check the operating procedures. His tone was gentle, but his eyes revealed disdain. Song Yuan carefully sized up Su Juanza. The man was handsome, with fair skin, a tall and slender figure, and elegant movements, yet he exuded arrogance. He recognized him. Su Juanza, an alumnus, and Su Mushue's classmate, both student council members and tied for first place academically. They hadn't known each other well before, only meeting a few times. Song Yuan chuckled inwardly. This kid's trying to provoke me. Let's see if he can embarrass himself in front of his wife and daughter. He smiled faintly. In terms of professional skills, I'm definitely not as good as you. But when patients' families ask a few questions, do you always respond with such sarcastic remarks? Su Juanza was slightly taken aback, not expecting Song Yuan to remain composed and instead direct his criticism at him. Has Song Yuan's IQ improved in just a few days? Su Juanza tried to remain calm. Mr. Song, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Song Yuan replied meaningfully. That's good then. Su Juanza changed the subject. Mr. Song, may I speak with you alone? Having just finished assessing Nini's mental state, Song Yuan should know the results. Su Mushue, understanding the situation, picked up Nini and left the study, closing the door behind her, leaving only Song Yuan and Su Juanza. Su Juanza handed over a document. This is Nini's psychological state assessment form. Take a good look at it. Song Yuan took the report and began to read it, his expression growing increasingly grave. The report indicated moderate anxiety and depression. Symptoms included depressed mood, anxiety and tension, unease and fear, low self-esteem, and severe sleep disturbances. Su Juanza added, when I first took over, she had severe anxiety, but she's much better now. As long as you can keep your distance from Nini, she'll recover soon. Song Yuan looked up abruptly, surprised. You want me to keep my distance from my daughter? Su Juanza pushed up his glasses and sneered. Your daughter's psychological problems are caused by your incompetence as a father. Don't you know that? Song Yuan narrowed his eyes, his dark pupils flashing. I don't know if it's because I'm incompetent, but you're practically wearing your schadenfreude on your face right now. Su Juanza's pupils dilated. How did this kid guess him? He had clearly been hiding his emotions, not wanting to admit that he was gloating. Song Yuan ignored him. I'm not going to argue with you. If you have anything else to say it all at once. Su Juanza stroked his chin. I heard you've been especially good to your daughter lately. I'd like to know, why have you suddenly changed? Song Yuan replied indifferently. It's my choice. What's it to you? Su Juanza said seriously. I won't ask for the reason, but I'm reminding you. If you continue to treat her well, her condition will improve. If you're hot and cold, it will only hurt her more. Song Yuan fell silent, thinking carefully. Su Juanza continued. You and Su Mushue have a bad relationship and have been talking about divorce. If you want your daughter to get better soon, you should get a divorce as soon as possible. It will be better for everyone. Song Yuan clenched his fist and sneered. Everyone? Does that include you? Su Juanza remained unfazed. Of course not. I'm just giving you advice as a doctor. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow and mocked. Oh? Your profession is to instigate patients' families to divorce. Su Juanza's face flushed red, and he broke down. I'm not instigating. I'm just giving advice. Song Yuan said coldly. That's a good suggestion, but don't bother with it next time. Goodbye. He opened the door and kicked Su Juanza out. Su Juanza was furious and wanted to retaliate, but remembering Su Mushue was nearby, he could only leave unwillingly. Aunt Zhang brought out a bowl of noodles. Young master, the noodles are ready. Song Yuan nodded. Put them there. I'll eat them in a bit. He quickly went upstairs and knocked on Su Mushue's door. Come out. I have something to tell you. Su Mushue reluctantly asked. What is it? She tucked her daughter in before getting up and going downstairs with him. Back in the study, Su Mushue yawned and sat down, staring at Song Yuan with sleepy eyes. What's wrong? Can't we talk about it after your nap? Song Yuan poured her a glass of water. Drink some first. Wake up before we talk. Su Mushue obediently drank a few sips, feeling much more awake. Go ahead and tell me. Song Yuan suppressed his anger. I'll just say it straight. Su Juanza suggested we get a divorce. Su Mushue was shocked. Huh? He really said that? Her heart skipped a beat. A doctor interfering in the feelings of a patient's family was a major taboo. Song Yuan gritted his teeth and said angrily. What kind of trash doctor did you hire? He directly told me to get a divorce. I suspect he's a quack. Tell me the truth. Does he like you? Su Mushue couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, Song Yuan was even angrier. How can you laugh? Are you out of your mind? Su Mushue suppressed a laugh and said helplessly. He already has a girlfriend. How could he possibly be interested in me? She leaned closer to Song Yuan, grinning mischievously. You're not jealous, are you? In their 7 years of marriage, he had never questioned her about her relationship with other men like this before. In the past, when she accused him of cheating, he would retort with righteous indignation. Then you go find a man too. Now, Dr. Su was only suggesting a divorce for their daughter's sake, but he was furious. Song Yuan's heart raced, but he feigned composure. This isn't jealousy. Of course, I don't want other men to have designs on you. Su Mushue's breath hitched slightly, and she whispered, "But don't you have no feelings for me?" Song Yuan thought to himself, "Even the slightest bit of affection, if you said you liked me, I'd be willing to give everything," but he avoided the question aloud. "These are two different things. If you have anything going on with someone else, where will I put my face if word gets out?" Su Mushue slammed her hand on the table in anger. "You care about your reputation, but I don't. Have you considered what others think of me when you're entangled with Xiao Weining?" Song Yuan felt a headache coming on. They were clearly discussing Su Juanza. How did Xiao Weining get dragged into this? Su Mushue's chest heaved violently. She glared at him fiercely. "Bastard." She turned and slammed the door shut as she left. Song Yuan shook his head. This is the real Su Mushue, the true face of a she-devil. Her occasional gentleness is just a facade. On Monday, Song Yuan convened a meeting with executives and artists. The topic, naturally, was the preparation plan for Yun Xiangzhuan. Everyone was excited, convinced the project would be profitable. However, when Song Yuan announced that Xiao Weining would play the female lead, everyone's hair stood on end. Shin Mo, in particular, was horribly dark-faced, but dared not show it. After the meeting, everyone left. Shin Mo remained alone, his eyes filled with disappointment. "President Song, I've decided to withdraw my investment." Song Yuan was stunned. This liar. He clearly promised not to use Xiao Weining as the female lead, but now he actually. He pulled up a chair and sat down, patiently explaining, "Amo, I didn't lie to you. I don't need her as the female lead. Announcing her was just to appease her. She owes me money, and I have to get it back." Shin Mo blinked in disbelief. He actually called him Amo? In the past, when they argued because of Xiao Weining, he was always called President Song, which was extremely distant. Shin Mo glanced coldly at Song Yuan, insisting, "I don't care whether you use her or not. I'm withdrawing my investment." Song Yuan's heart tightened. Once Shin Mo made a decision, it was difficult to change it. He couldn't blame Shin Mo for being heartless. In the past 3 years, because he had promoted Xiao Weining, the company had lost money, and their friendship had been shattered. Song Yuan sighed. "Fine, I won't try to persuade you anymore." Shin Mo nodded and prepared to leave. Song Yuan suddenly called out, "Wait." Shin Mo frowned and turned around. "What's wrong?" Song Yuan took a deep breath. "Go back and calculate how much money you've lost in the company over the past 3 years. I'll write you an IOU, and I'll pay you back with interest once I make money." Shin Mo was shocked. The losses over the past 3 years were no small sum, tens of millions. Song Yuan was secretly conflicted. Did he really have to repay the money he lost over these 3 years? No, business has its ups and downs. Shin Mo didn't owe him anything. "No, you don't owe me anything. I accept the losses." Song Yuan shook his head. "No, I owe you. I have to repay you. If I hadn't insisted on using Xiao Weining as the female lead for 3 years, you wouldn't have lost money." Shin Mo was stunned. "So you finally admit those dramas were bad?" Song Yuan said bitterly. "You said it yourself. That was in the past, not now." Shin Mo lowered his eyes. People change. Back in school, he never imagined that his good brother Song Yuan would be completely manipulated by Xiao Weining, losing all his savings and future wife's dowry in 3 years. Song Yuan hesitated, wanting to say that he knew he was wrong and was trying to make amends, but that sounded too sentimental, and Shin Mo wouldn't believe it. Shin Mo sighed. "That's it. You don't owe me a penny. Take care." With that, he quickly left, a relieved smile on his face. Song Yuan stared at the closed door, a tightness in his chest. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. He thought to himself, has Shin Mo broken off all ties? Just 2 days ago, they were drinking and planning their future together, and now he's cutting ties? Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it?" "Brother, I'm coming in." Xiao Weining rushed into the room excitedly, but frowned when she saw the room filled with smoke. She snatched the cigarette and stubbed it out forcefully. "You smoke so much? Did Shin Mo cause you trouble again?" Song Yuan waved his hand. "No." Xiao Weining sat down beside him, indignant. "Brother, you don't need to hide it from me. He's always going against you. You're the president. Why should he find fault with you?" Song Yuan's expression changed instantly. What right do you have to judge him? You're just an artist in the company. Xiao Weining was startled. I am your girlfriend. I only spoke up because I was worried you'd be angry. Song Yuan didn't bother to argue. Don't talk bad about my friends anymore. Xiao Weining nodded obediently. Okay, I'm sorry, you're amazing. You really managed to borrow money from Su Muxue. Song Yuan smiled gently. Of course. His tone softened, becoming serious. However, you saw how many people had opinions about you being the female lead during the meeting. You'd better prove yourself, study the script carefully, hone your acting skills, and don't let me down. Xiao Weining held up 3 fingers. Don't worry, I will definitely study hard, consult with teachers, and I will never let you down. Song Yuan's lips curled up, secretly looking forward to seeing how she would feel when she finished studying the script and honing her acting skills, and started filming as the female lead. Moreover, by then, the 10 million would have to obediently hand it over to him. Xiao Weining held his hand and said coquettishly, Brother, let's go out and celebrate after get off work. It's been so long since you've spent time alone with me. Song Yuan was about to find an excuse to refuse when his phone vibrated. The caller ID showed it was Su Muxue. Xiao Weining's heart tightened, and her thoughts instantly vanished. Song Yuan was secretly delighted and decisively answered the phone. Hello, wife. Su Muxue said anxiously. Go to the school right away. Nini got into a fight with a classmate, and I'm away on a business trip. Song Yuan's heart tightened. Nini is such a well-behaved girl. How could she get into a fight? He agreed. Okay, I'll be right there, don't worry. Su Muxue instructed. Keep your phone on, call me anytime if anything happens. Song Yuan replied. Okay, I understand. Song Yuan hung up the phone and said to Xiao Weining, I have to go to my daughter's school. I don't have time to spend with you. Xiao Weining pouted. Okay, be careful, brother. But she was secretly delighted it was just a reward for him. After all, he had convinced Su Muxue to invest money. Song Yuan drove to the school and went straight to the homeroom teacher's office. He knocked on the door. Come in. The homeroom teacher was surprised. Are you Johnny's father? Song Yuan nodded. This was the first time the homeroom teacher had seen him. Song Jianni asked timidly, Daddy, why are you here? Where's Mommy? Song Yuan replied softly, Mommy's away on a business trip. Daddy came to see if you're hurt. Just as the atmosphere quieted down, a little girl's cry broke the silence. A girl half a head taller and considerably heavier than Nini had swollen cheeks and blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. A thought flashed through Song Yuan's mind. Nini is amazing. She actually managed to beat this chubby girl who's so much stronger than him. No wonder she's my daughter. The homeroom teacher helplessly handed over a tissue, about to explain the situation when the office door was kicked open with a bang. A burly man wearing a gold chain and a black t-shirt stormed in. I'll see who dares to bully my daughter. Song Yuan frowned. The man in front of him looked so familiar. Song Yuan. Song Yuan asked in confusion. You are? I'm Zhong Liang. Don't you remember me? Song Yuan suddenly realized. Zhong Liang was the sports committee member in high school, someone who had always been at odds with him and constantly causing trouble. He never expected to run into him again 7 years later, especially in this kind of situation. The chubby little girl rushed to Zhong Liang, crying, Daddy, she bullied me. Zhong Liang squatted down, suppressing his anger. Who bullied you? Tell Daddy. Song Jianni didn't move, standing silently. Zhong Xiaobei pointed at her, her teeth clenched in anger. It was her, Song Jianni. She attacked me. She's so unsportsmanlike. Song Yuan was stunned. This little chubby girl is too blunt. Zhong Liang's anger reached its peak. Song Yuan, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will never let you go. Song Jianni hurriedly spoke up. Daddy, I didn't. She attacked first, Zhong Xiaobei shrieked in protest. It wasn't me. She poured ink first and threw my paint in the trash can. Song Jianni's eyes reddened. Those paints were a gift from Dad. She refused to pay for them and even provoked me. So I hit her. Zhong Xiaobei yelled. I didn't. You're slandering me. I'm calling the police. Song Yuan, with a headache, interrupted sharply. Stop shouting. The chubby girl was frightened and grabbed her father's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Zhong Liang was so angry that he uttered a string of expletives. Song Yuan, You son of a bitch, Song Yuan looked at the homeroom teacher and said in a deep voice. Teacher, there are security cameras in the classroom, right? Chapter 25, The Great Hero. The homeroom teacher immediately came to her senses and responded. Yes, yes, Song Yuan suggested. Then please check the surveillance footage, and you'll know who's lying. The homeroom teacher did not respond immediately, but looked at Zhong Liang and asked for his opinion. This guy is not to be trifled with. He has a thuggish air about him and is clearly unreasonable. Zhong Liang said confidently. Fine, check the security footage. Who's afraid of who? My daughter never lies. After receiving a positive answer, the homeroom teacher led several students to the security office, explained the situation to the staff, and began checking the classroom surveillance footage. Soon, Zhong Xiaobei and 2 classmates were seen pouring ink onto Song Jianni's seat. Then, they rummaged through her school bag, found the paints she used for painting, and threw them all into the trash can at the back of the classroom. Seeing this, Song Yuan was furious and made a cold, sarcastic remark. Who was it that just said his daughter never lies? Zhong Liang was speechless, choked by Song Yuan's words. Suppressing his anger, he turned to look at Zhong Xiaobei. His beloved daughter has learned to lie? Damn it! This is utterly shameful. He has always been upright and honest, and he has always taught his daughter to be trustworthy. How could she start lying at such a young age? Zhong Xiaobei blushed with shame and said angrily, So what if I bullied her first? Who told her to look down on me? She never acknowledges me when I greet her. What's so great about her? She just gets good grades and has talent for drawing. Why is she so arrogant? Why does she not respect me? Zhong Liang's heart trembled. So that's how it is. Then he can understand his daughter. Back then, Song Yuan also acted arrogantly and never paid attention to him. He always stole the limelight from him. Thinking of this, my anger instantly reached its peak. She glared at Song Yuan angrily and gritted her teeth. Even if my daughter was wrong, your daughter shouldn't have hit me first. Zhong Xiaobei echoed. Yes, yes, it hurts so much. Dad, you have to help me get revenge. Upon hearing this, Song Jianni was so frightened that she immediately hid behind the teacher, tightly gripping the teacher's sleeve. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, Then what do you want? He didn't think there was anything wrong with his daughter taking action. If it were him, he probably would have done the same. That chubby girl just needed to be taught a lesson. As for the little chubby girl saying that her daughter looked down on him, he absolutely did not believe it. The little chubby girl had just been lying and must have exaggerated the story. It couldn't be, as she said, that her daughter would ignore her when she greeted her. Zhong Liang crossed his arms and pretended to be magnanimous. Since we're old classmates, I won't make things difficult for you. Just let her apologize to my daughter respectfully. Song Yuan chuckled and said sarcastically, Have you no shame? Let me ask you, have you ever seen the winner of a fight apologize to the loser? Especially since it was your daughter who provoked them first. Zhong Liang was speechless after being confronted by Song Yuan, so he turned his attention to Song Jianni, walked around to the homeroom teacher's side, glared at Song Jianni, and said sternly, You brat, are you going to apologize or not? Song Jianni was terribly scared, but she still mustered her courage and stubbornly said, No, I did nothing wrong. Your daughter deserves to be beaten. You're asking for it. I really have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. As Zhong Liang spoke, he angrily raised his hand and slapped Song Jianni's pretty face. Song Jianni froze. The distance was too close. There was no time to dodge. She could only close her eyes in fear. Unexpectedly, before the slap could land on his face, a wail of pain was heard. She suddenly opened her eyes. Just moments before, Zhong Liang, who had been so aggressive and threatening to teach his father a lesson, had his wrist gripped tightly by his father, his face contorted in pain and cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Song Jianni stared at Song Yuan, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling. At that moment, her father's disdainful gaze towards Zhong Liang, as if he were trash, the terrifying aura he exuded, and his handsome appearance were all deeply imprinted in her heart. So handsome, like a great hero in a movie or TV series, covered in gold. Zhong Liang forcefully shook off Song Yuan's hand and said angrily, If you've got the guts, let's go outside and fight. If you lose, you'd better kneel down and kowtow 3 times to apologize properly. Song Yuan raised his eyebrows with great interest. Sure, what if you lose? I've lost, so you can do whatever you want with me. Zhongliang felt that Song Yuan had ambushed him just now, and if they fought each other properly, Song Yuan would definitely not be his match. Because he was no longer the amateur who relied solely on brute force in fights, he had been using his spare time to learn martial arts diligently for 7 years. As far as he knew, Song Yuan had been working in the entertainment industry, spending his days either at work or fooling around with his lover. He gets angry whenever he talks about it. He married Su Muxue, who was his goddess. He had even confessed his feelings to her. Although he was rejected, he wasn't angry. He felt that he wasn't good enough for her. But Song Yuan didn't cherish the goddess he married and even cheated on her. Today, I'll settle both old and new scores, and I'm sure I can beat him. Upon seeing this, Zhong Xiaobei immediately cheered Zhongliang on, believing that her father would always be the best. Dad, you have to beat him. I believe in you, Zhongliang said confidently. Of course, Dad will definitely win. On the other hand, Song Jiani nervously tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve and whispered, Dad, don't fight him. I can apologize. Please don't fight him, okay? Song Yuan bent down, gently rubbed his daughter's head, and smiled helplessly. Silly girl, you didn't do anything wrong. Why should you apologize? Besides, Dad won't lose. I'm not wrong, but I'm worried. Don't worry, just wait patiently. The homeroom teacher stood there, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. How did things turn out this way? What was originally a problem between two children has now turned into a duel between the two parents. No, she has to stop it. If a fight breaks out and things get hurt, she'll definitely have to take responsibility. He quickly stepped forward to dissuade the two. Xiaobei's dad, Johnny's dad, can you calm down? Fighting won't solve anything. Let's talk this out, okay? Zhongliang said impatiently. Nothing to talk about. Don't worry, we'll fight outside, not at school, so we won't cause you any trouble. The homeroom teacher sighed helplessly. Well, since he had already said that, there was no need for her to stop him. I could only humbly suggest again that the two children should not go with them. Zhongliang and Song Yuan agreed, worried that they might hit the child too hard and frighten him. Zhong Xiaobei nodded obediently, believing that her father would definitely win, but Song Jiani insisted. No, I want to stay with my dad. She was afraid her father might be in danger, so she called the police immediately. Arrest that bastard Zhongliang. He's the one who provoked Dad and challenged him to a duel. Helpless, Song Yuan whispered to Song Jiani. Nini, be good. Wait patiently for Daddy, okay? Chapter 26 has a narrow scope. Song Jiani's tears welled up uncontrollably, and she choked out. Can I refuse? Song Yuan was most afraid of his daughter crying. Okay, don't cry, Daddy agrees. Song Yuan, carrying his daughter, followed Zhongliang to a small alley near the school. Zhongliang taunted Song Jiani while flexing his wrists. Little girl, you'll regret your foolish decision to come along soon enough. I won't go easy on your father just because you did. Song Jiani was speechless. Uncle, you talk too much nonsense. You. Zhongliang's lips twitched slightly. This little girl was just stuttering when she spoke. How come she's so smooth when she's roasting him? Song Yuan couldn't help but kiss his daughter's cheek, then put her down and gave her some instructions. Stay away, and whatever you do, don't move forward, okay? He was afraid that if he hit her too hard, he would splatter blood on his daughter. Song Jiani nodded obediently. Yes, I know. She took several steps back as she spoke, so as not to hinder her father's performance. Seeing this, Zhongliang decided to put on an act, and said smugly, Song Yuan, if you go back on your word now and obediently make your daughter apologize to my daughter, I might consider forgiving you. Song Yuan said irritably, Forgive me, my ass. Hurry up and make your move. Fine, you asked for it. Don't blame me for not showing any mercy. As he spoke, Zhongliang raised his fist and charged toward Song Yuan. A fist, accompanied by the whooshing sound of wind, came crashing down on him. Song Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Wow, you're much stronger than before. Song Yuan swayed and dodged the attack. Zhongliang continued to make moves, his actions swift and decisive, while Song Yuan continued to dodge, praising him without reservation. You've definitely improved a lot since then. Zhongliang said angrily. Are you looking down on me if you don't make a move? You think you can take me for granted? If you've got guts, don't hide. As you wish. Song Yuan stopped dodging and finally went all out to fight Zhong Liang. Song Jiani, who was watching from the sidelines, kept her eyes glued to the two of them, her heart pounding in her chest. He gripped his phone tightly in his pocket, ready to call the police and threaten his father to stop if he couldn't beat Zhong Liang. To be honest, she really had no confidence. She had never seen her father fight before, and her father was not nearly as strong as Zhong Liang, who looked like a black bear. Soon, Song Jiani realized that she was wrong. Song Yuan kicked Zhong Liang in the chest. Bang! Zhong Liang suddenly felt as if his chest had been hit by a heavy hammer, a dull pain shooting straight to the top of his head. He staggered back a few steps. Song Yuan seized the opportunity and lifted him by the side. Zhong Liang groaned, unable to hold on any longer, and collapsed to the ground in a sorry state. He tried to get up by supporting himself with his hands on the ground, but he couldn't muster any strength at all. It felt like his ribs were broken. My throat tasted metallic, and I coughed up a mouthful of blood. Biting her lip hard to stop herself from spitting out more blood, she glared at Song Yuan with bloodshot eyes, unwilling to accept it. I'm willing to accept the loss. You can make your demands. Hateful. Why can't I beat Song Yuan even after 7 years of hard work? Why am I still so weak after all this time? Is Song Yuan really so gifted that no matter how hard I try, I can't catch up with him? Song Yuan did not respond, but turned to look at Song Jiani and smiled. Nini, what do you want him to do? These words were spoken. Song Jiani was stunned and stood there. Her father actually gave him the opportunity to make a request. She had already caused her father so much trouble, yet he not only didn't blame her, but also made her make demands. Oh, I feel like crying. I'm so touched. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. He realized he was in trouble. He had just hit the girl. She was going to humiliate him to death. Seeing that his daughter was about to cry again, Song Yuan said sternly, "Don't cry, hold back your tears." He really couldn't stand his daughter's tendency to cry. Every time she cried, his heart ached terribly. Perhaps this is what people mean by the bond of blood. Song Jiani sniffed, trying to stop her tears, and quickly walked towards Zhong Liang. Then she stretched out her little hand, pouted, and huffed. Make me pay back the money for the paint, 585 yuan. Zhong Liang was completely bewildered. What was going on? That's it. What kind of request is this? He thought she was going to make some outrageous demand, like asking him to kneel down and kowtow to her. Song Yuan was also greatly surprised. I really didn't expect my daughter to make Zhong Liang pay for her paint. This amount of money is nothing at all. Why would my daughter care about this? Song Jiani frowned slightly and pressed for an answer. You're not willing to pay me back? You clearly said you were willing to accept the consequences of your bet. I do. Zhong Liang struggled to pull out his wallet, took out 600 yuan, and said awkwardly, "Here you go, keep the change." Song Jiani took the money and counted it, then took out 15 yuan from her wallet, stubbornly stuffed it into Zhong Liang's hand, and said earnestly, "Uncle, I think you need to apologize to me. I can understand that you are worried about Xiao Bei because I hit her, but you shouldn't have hit me. I'm only 7 years old, and you are an adult. You can't bully a younger person. Besides, I didn't look down on Xiao Bei. She's just being too sensitive and overthinking things." As Zhong Liang gazed into Song Jiani's sincere and clear eyes, a sense of shame gradually welled up in his heart. Thinking about it carefully, he was indeed too impulsive. It was really embarrassing for a grown man to lay a hand on a little girl. Moreover, Song Jiani did not ask him to do anything excessive just because he lost. She only asked him to pay for the paint so that she could apologize to him. His perspective is actually less broad than that of a child. Sorry. Song Jiani nodded gently, turned to look at Song Yuan, and asked in a low voice, "Dad, can we go now?" Song Yuan snapped out of his daze and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go home." He then picked up Song Jiani and slowly walked towards the exit. School will be over soon, so there's no need to go back. Etc. Zhong Liang called out to Song Yuan. Song Yuan stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said irritably, "What? Still not convinced?" Zhong Liang shook his head, looking completely bewildered. "I just don't understand why, after 7 years of trying, I still can't beat you." Song Yuan scoffed. "You think you can surpass me after 7 years? Don't use your hobby to challenge my expertise. When it comes to practicing martial arts, it's not because he loves martial arts, but simply because he was a premature baby who was born weak and often got sick. His father was afraid he would die from illness, so when he was 7 years old, he hired a famous martial arts master to teach him martial arts to strengthen his body. Before he knew it, he had become a fighting expert. Zhong Liangru suddenly realized that it wasn't that he lacked talent. So Song Yuan is a professional, no wonder I couldn't beat him. Song Yuan ignored him, carried his daughter to the parking lot, found his car, opened the door, and put his daughter in the seat. Then he climbed into the car and skillfully started it. The car slowly drove onto the highway. Song Jiani asked cautiously, "Dad, can we go to the stationery store first?" Chapter 27. What? He pursued you? Song Yuan asked tentatively. Go buy paint. Song Jiani nodded. Right. Song Yuan smiled faintly and asked, puzzled, Nini, why did you insist that he pay for the paint? His daughter had plenty of pocket money and didn't care about a few hundred yuan for paint, so he couldn't understand why she insisted that Zhong Liang pay for it. If she wanted to vent her anger, there were many other ways. Song Jiani explained in a low voice. Because it was a gift from my father. Song Yuan fell silent, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. He hadn't expected that the paints he had casually bought for his daughter would be so cherished and valued. Seeing that Song Yuan was not speaking, Song Jiani thought he was angry and hurriedly apologized. Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't protect the gift you gave me. I will cherish it from now on. Please don't be angry. The light ahead is red. Song Yuan stepped on the brakes and turned to look at his daughter, who was biting her lip in nervousness. My heart is melting. So pretty and cute. Even though my daughter was wearing the white and blue school uniform, she still looked unrealistically beautiful. Her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll's, with incredibly defined features, thick, curled eyelashes, dark pupils, and skin as smooth as a peeled egg. He had thought his daughter had a mental illness, was timid, and stuttered, which might cause her social difficulties. But it turned out he was wrong. The things his daughter said to Zhong Liang were perfectly reasonable. Moreover, her daughter has good grades and is so talented in drawing. She's exactly the kind of child who repays kindness that people talk about online. Thinking of this, Song Yuan couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch her cheek, coaxing her softly. Dad isn't angry, it's okay. I'll buy you lots and lots of gifts in the future. He was truly heartless in the past. How could he mistreat such a good daughter? Feeling the warmth from Song Yuan's palm and gazing into his gentle eyes, Song Jiani's tense nerves gradually relaxed, and she said in a trembling voice, Really? Ugh. Her father not only didn't blame her, but also said he would buy her lots and lots of gifts in the future. So happy. Song Yuan smiled slightly and made a promise. Of course, Dad wouldn't lie to you. Song Jiani's eyes welled up again. The thought that her father didn't like seeing her cry made her bite her lip hard, forcing herself to hold back her tears. The red light had already passed. Song Yuan withdrew his hand, gripped the steering wheel again, and slowly started the car. Before long, they arrived at the stationery store, bought the paints, and continued on their way home. After Song Yuan and his daughter arrived home, they called Su Muxiue and briefly explained the situation. After hanging up the phone, Song Jiani asked, Dad, when is Mom coming back? Mom will be late. Let's eat first. Good. Song Jiani put down her school bag, obediently sat down at the dining table, and ate with Song Yuan. After finishing her meal, Song Jiani, as usual, picked up her school bag and prepared to go to the study to do her homework. Song Yuan called out to her, If you don't understand something, you can ask me, and I'll teach you. Song Jiani was flattered. Although there were basically no questions she couldn't answer, she still felt warm inside from her father's concern. After Song Jiani went to the study, Song Yuan leaned back wearily on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes for a short rest, and the corners of his lips unconsciously turned up. After today's experience, my relationship with my daughter has become even closer. Today I finally got to hold my daughter. In the past, she would hide in fear whenever he tried to hold her. Moreover, when he was fighting with Zhong Liang, she insisted on following him, which clearly showed that she was worried about him. He thought she saw him as a devil and had no concern for his safety. I don't know how much time passed. Song Yuan gradually drifted off to sleep and was sleeping soundly. The door creaked open. Song Yuan groggily turned his head to look outside the door, only to see Su Muxua quickly bend down to change into slippers and then walk briskly toward him. Song Yuan yawned. "Honey, you're back?" Su Muxua asked anxiously. "Where is Nini?" Song Yuan pointed to the study. "Doing homework." Su Muxua asked in surprise. "What time is it?" "Still doing homework." Song Yuanji stood up and asked blankly. "What time is it?" Su Muxua said seriously. "It's 12 o'clock." Song Yuan was startled. "Oh, it's so late." He remembered that he and Nini had just returned from school at around 6 o'clock. Su Muxua glared at Song Yuan, then quickly walked upstairs. When she reached her daughter's bedroom door, she gently pushed it open and saw her daughter lying quietly on the bed, sleeping peacefully. She took a deep breath, relieved that her daughter was afraid to sleep alone with Song Yuan. Now that her daughter was asleep, she could rest assured. I closed the door tightly again and slowly went downstairs. Song Yuan asked in a low voice. "Is Nini asleep?" "She's asleep." Su Muxua sat down opposite Song Yuan and continued to ask questions. "Is the parent of the classmate who fought with my daughter named Zhong Liang?" Song Yuan mentioned it casually on the phone, but she was busy at the time and didn't ask for clarification. Song Yuan's eyes lit up. "Yes, do you know him?" Su Muxua smiled. "We don't really know each other. He just pursued me." Song Yuan exclaimed in shock. "He pursued you? How come I didn't know? If I had known he pursued you, I would have kicked him a few more times." Su Muxua's eyes crinkled as she teased him. "What? Are you jealous again?" "What do you mean I'm jealous again? I'm just plain annoyed. He should look in the mirror. He still wants to pursue you." Song Yuanjin didn't think he was jealous. He simply felt that Zhong Liang was not good enough for Su Muxua, even though he and Su Muxua had been mortal enemies in the past. But Su Muxua's excellence is undeniable. Whether it's her appearance, family background, or abilities, she's top-notch. Aside from her slightly flawed personality, she's practically perfect. In contrast, Zhong Liang is not only ugly, but also has a dark personality. He is insecure and sensitive, always feeling that others look down on him and are constantly causing trouble for him. His family made a small fortune from the demolition compensation. He is really no match for Su Muxua. Su Muxua did not refute further, suppressing her smile as she spoke. "I remember, he always challenged you to one-on-one matches, didn't he?" Song Yuan smiled helplessly. "Yes, I've always suspected he has some mental issues." Su Muxua shook her head, her expression meaningful. "I don't think there's anything wrong with him. When I was in school, I also thought you were a bit arrogant." Song Yuan retorted. "Arrogant? Not at all. I'm very approachable." Su Muxua bit her lip, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. "Perhaps you have a problem with your self-perception." Back then, Song Yuan and his good brother Shin Mo were inseparable. The two of them always brought along two little followers, making them a troublesome little group. Skipping classes and fighting were commonplace for them. He defeated the senior students when he was in his first year of high school, and the students all tacitly agreed that Song Yuan was the new leader of the school. Chapter 28 Sugar Daddy. So, Su Muxua didn't understand how Song Yuan could have the misconception that he was approachable. Song Yuan denied it. "Impossible. How could I not see myself clearly?" Su Muxua persisted, half-jokingly saying, "How about I introduce you to a psychologist to hypnotize you and help you think back on your past?" Song Yuan frowned unhappily. "No need. I've just forgotten things from the last 7 years, but I remember everything from high school perfectly." Su Muxua fell silent. This wasn't the first time Song Yuan had mentioned that he had forgotten the past 7 years. She had said she didn't believe him the previous times, and that he didn't need to keep bringing it up. Has he really forgotten? Impossible. How could a perfectly healthy person suddenly forget the memories of the past 7 years? Seeing that Su Muxua remained silent, Song Yuan asked warily, "Hey, you're not going to introduce me to Su Juanza, are you?" Su Muxua nodded with a smile. "Yes, he is really professional." Song Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he said unhappily, "You did this on purpose, didn't you? You know perfectly well that we don't get along." Su Muxua didn't want to admit it, but she did it on purpose. She suppressed her smile and said in a serious tone, "No, he really is the best doctor I know." Perhaps it's because Song Yuan has been frustrating and giving her headaches for the past 7 years, so occasionally provoking him is actually quite enjoyable. Song Yuan was furious. That's because you think he's a quack in my eyes. After thinking it over, he still felt that Su Juanza was the problem. What kind of doctor would advise a patient's family to get a divorce? Perhaps some children do wish for their parents to divorce, but he was certain that Nini definitely didn't want him and Su Muxue to divorce. She was no longer as resistant to him as before, and their relationship had grown closer. He also suspected that Su Juanza was just lying to Su Muxue when he said he had a girlfriend. What woman could stand a guy like him who's so arrogant and never respects anyone? You don't understand him, he's not you at all. Su Muxue was speaking. A sound came from upstairs. Su Muxue looked up and saw her daughter, dressed in cartoon pajamas, standing at the door, looking at her sleepily. Nini, what's wrong? Song Jiani rubbed her eyes and said in a hoarse voice. Mom, will you sleep with me? Okay, Mom will be right there. Su Muxue stood up and quickly walked upstairs. Song Jiani suddenly looked at Song Yuan and asked in a low voice. Dad, is it okay? Can Mom sleep with me tonight? Song Yuan smiled and said matter-of-factly. Can. Song Jiani smiled sweetly. Thank you, Dad. Su Muxue entered her daughter's bedroom, closed the door, took off her clothes, climbed onto the bed, and gently hugged her daughter. She reached out to turn off the lamp, but her daughter stopped her. Mom, wait a minute. Su Muxue withdrew her hand and asked softly. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about your classmate? Song Jiani gently shook her head, took her hand, and whispered, Mom, I want to see Dr. Su tomorrow. Su Muxue's heart tightened slightly as she asked with concern. Are you feeling unwell again? My daughter Mingming just saw Dr. Su 2 days ago. Under normal circumstances, 3 psychological counseling sessions a month are enough. Song Jiani explained. It's not that I'm uncomfortable, it's that I have something very important to ask him. Okay then, Mom will arrange for him to come over for you tomorrow. Thank you, Mom. Sweetie, go to sleep. Uh-huh. Having received her mother's assurance, Song Jiani rested her head on her arm and closed her eyes peacefully. After Su Muxue waited until her daughter fell asleep, she immediately took out her phone and sent a message to Su Juanza, asking him to come to her house the next day to give Nini a psychological consultation. I just wanted to let him know and hope he would see it and reply tomorrow. I didn't expect him to reply promptly, since it was so late. Unexpectedly, Su Juanza replied instantly. I have to work tomorrow, so I'm afraid I won't have time to come over. Why don't you bring Nini to the hospital to see me? Su Muxue hesitated for a moment, then typed a single word. Okay. Then I put down my phone, turned off the lights, and prepared to go to sleep. Su Juanza, on the other end of the phone, waited quite a while before receiving a single word reply from Su Muxue, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He thought that treating Song Jiani would bring him closer to Su Muxue, but more than a year has passed, and Su Muxue is still cold to him. No matter how he tries to be nice to her, she remains unmoved. There was absolutely no personal relationship between us. I only considered him a friend, but not a close friend, just an ordinary friend. Thinking of this, I was instantly wide awake. He sat up against the headboard, staring blankly at Su Muxue's WeChat profile picture on his phone. Anya, who was sleeping beside her, was woken up. She didn't dare to show her dissatisfaction. She looked up at Su Juanza and saw that his brows were furrowed and his handsome face was full of worry. She asked with concern, Sir, are you all right? Su Juanza raised his head and responded coldly. Get some sleep. Anya's pupils dilated slightly, her delicate face filled with panic, and she apologized hastily. Sorry. After saying that, she obediently closed her eyes and forced herself to fall asleep. After a long while, Su Juanza took off his glasses. By the dim light of the desk lamp, he turned his head to look at Anya, who was sleeping peacefully beside him. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her face, gently stroking her delicate eyebrows and eyes with his fingertips. This face only bears a 60% resemblance to Su Muxue, but it's still quite beautiful. The only flaw is her personality. She lacks any independent personality of her own. It was as docile as a pet that accepted whatever came its way and held no grudges. Although they were in a sugar daddy sugar baby relationship, and he would pay her money on time every month, He still hoped that she would resist him a little, so that he could make up for the intense feelings he had suppressed for Su Mushue for many years. Then things didn't go as planned. A person's personality won't easily change unless they experience a major upheaval. That's fine. Then he won't have to treat her like a human being anymore, and can just use her as a cheap tool to vent his negative emotions. The next day, evening, Su Mushue took her daughter, who had just finished school, straight to the private hospital. Upon arriving at Su Juin's consultation room, I briefly explained my daughter's condition to him before leaving the room to allow Su Juinza to speak with my daughter alone. Su Juinza didn't rush to chat with Song Jiani, but first poured her a glass of her favorite orange juice. Song Jiani accepted the orange juice politely. Thanks. He tilted his head back, took a small sip, and put it down, offering his suggestion. Uncle Su, I feel like my dad is different than before. Su Juinza pushed up his glasses and asked gently. Oh, how come it's different? For example, yesterday, Song Jiani began to tell Su Juinza in detail how Song Yuan had protected her at school the day before. Chapter 29, He Really Has Amnesia. Su Juinza listened patiently. When Song Jiani talked about Song Yuan knocking Zhong Liang down, her eyes involuntarily sparkled, and her pretty face was filled with admiration. After finishing her speech in one breath, Song Jiani pursed her lips and stared intently at Su Juinza, hoping for his feedback. Su Juinza asked the question knowing the answer already. So how did you feel after experiencing this? How strange. That bastard Song Yuan. How did he suddenly change his ways? They used to treat Song Jiani so badly, punishing her at the drop of a hat, locking her in a dark room, hitting her hands, and using emotional abuse were commonplace. Why are you suddenly being so nice to Song Jiani? Does he not want to divorce Su Mushue anymore? Does he want to return to his family? That shouldn't be happening. The new drama produced by Song Yuan's company still officially announced Xia Weining as the female lead. Song Jiani's almond-shaped eyes curved into beautiful crescent shapes, and she smiled knowingly, revealing her adorable canine teeth. I feel very happy. Su Juinza remained silent, simply staring calmly into Song Jiani's eyes. Song Jiani bit her lips somewhat helplessly and spoke again, tentatively asking, Uncle Su, do you think my dad doesn't hate me anymore? Su Juinza did not answer directly, but instead threw the question back to Song Jiani. What do you think? Song Jiani pondered for a moment, then said slowly, I think, it seems I don't hate him anymore, otherwise he wouldn't care about me. I caused such a big mess, and he didn't punish me. He even promised to buy me lots and lots of gifts in the future. Su Juinza noticed Song Jiani's hesitation and pointed out the key point. Are you sure he doesn't dislike you? If she were certain, the word seems wouldn't have appeared. Song Jiani's smile vanished abruptly, her eyelashes drooped, and she said dejectedly, if she were certain, she wouldn't have been in such a rush to see Su Juinza. Seeing that Song Jiani was in low spirits, Su Juinza pretended to be concerned. Nini, your uncle also hopes that your father can truly accept you and treat you well, but don't forget how he tormented you in the past. He and your mother had a bad relationship, and he projected all his hatred onto you. Upon hearing this, Song Jiani lowered her head, her eyes becoming increasingly sore, and she choked back tears as she spoke. I know, but he has really changed recently. Su Juin's tone softened. But can you guarantee he'll always treat you this way? Have you thought about what his sudden change of heart might be? Song Jiani raised her head again, her eyes red, and asked Su Juinza. I don't know what to do. Uncle, was all his kindness towards me fake? Su Juinza gave her an ambiguous answer. You'll have to figure out for yourself whether it's true or not. Your uncle just doesn't want you to get hurt again. Song Jiani gazed into Su Juin's gentle and loving eyes. I started to feel disoriented. She didn't think her father's kindness towards her these past few days was fake. But Uncle Su wouldn't harm me. He's always done his best to help me. Therefore, she should listen to Uncle Su's advice. We need to figure out what Dad's sudden change of heart and his newfound kindness towards us are all about. Is it right? That should be right. As long as she understands what her father's purpose is, she won't be so confused and anxious. Is it right? Something seemed off. Her intuition told her something was wrong, but she couldn't find a reasonable explanation. I know what to do. I'll find out what Dad's purpose is. Su Juanza was not complacent about Song Jianni's statement. He had been Song Jianni's psychologist for more than a year and knew her very well. It's very easy to get her to act according to your wishes with just a few words. Unexpectedly, Song Jianni asked another question. Uncle Su, I remember you said before that my father would never change. Su Juanza's heart skipped a beat. When did he say that? He doesn't remember it himself. Has it been said? Song Jianni has always been very honest with me, so she wouldn't lie to me. I must have just forgotten. Follow the way. I did say he wouldn't change, but you need to learn to see beyond appearances. His kindness to you is just a facade. It doesn't necessarily mean he's truly changed, understand? Song Jianni nodded gently. Understood. He secretly began to have doubts. She was just trying to trick him. He never said anything like that. She didn't expect him to admit it. Does this mean that Su Juanza really has a problem? He always said that he was not only her personal doctor, but also her good friend, and that he would always be honest with her. It seems she should re-evaluate Su Juanza. The fleeting doubt in Song Jianni's eyes did not escape Su Juanza's keen eyes. He knew inwardly that something was wrong. This girl is really bluffing him. He was so careless, he didn't even realize it. It seems that Song Yuan's transformation has truly affected Song Jianni. However, it's not a good time to continue talking to her today. She's already become wary of me. He said with a smile. Would you like to conclude today's consultation? Song Jianni smiled. Okay, then I'll go and call my mom over. In the past, after each consultation, Mom would talk to Su Juanza alone for a while. Go. Su Juanza took a deep breath and composed himself. Soon, Su Mushue pushed open the door and entered, sitting down opposite Su Juanza. Su Juanza briefly explained Song Jianni's situation. After listening, Su Mushue didn't find anything wrong with it and changed the subject. Juanza, I'd like to ask you something. Su Juanza became interested and asked curiously. What? Su Mushue asked seriously. Do you think it's possible that a perfectly healthy person could suddenly forget the memories of the past 7 years? Su Juanza narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, Has your head suffered a severe impact? No. Have you suffered any major psychological trauma? Su Mushue was in a dilemma. Well, I'm not quite sure. Although he and Song Yuan were husband and wife, they had been arguing for the past 7 years. Song Yuan didn't come home every night, and there were times when he didn't come home at all. She really didn't know if he had suffered any major psychological trauma outside. Su Juanza raised his hand to touch his chin and said, word by word, if the other party has suffered a great psychological trauma, it is not impossible that they may selectively forget some of their past memories. Su Mushue fell silent. Could it be that Song Yuan had suffered some kind of trauma that caused him to forget the memories of the past 7 years? He didn't lie to me. I just misunderstood him. Hateful. If that's the case, what exactly triggered him to choose to forget everything that happened during the 7 years of their marriage? Did I unintentionally provoke him? No way, do I even have that ability? He doesn't care about me at all. He has no feelings for me. Su Juanza asked, puzzled. Who are you asking this for? Chapter 30. There are too many fools in this world. Su Mushue replied perfunctorily. Nobody, I was just asking. He didn't want to tell Su Juanza that he was asking on behalf of Song Yuan, since it was Song Yuan's privacy and she didn't want to tell outsiders. Su Juanza sensed Su Mushue's wariness towards him, and his calm heart was stirred. He remained outwardly calm and changed the subject with a smile. I'm about to leave work. Would you like to grab a quick bite together later? Su Mushue's expression changed drastically. Should I have dinner with him alone? Her daughter is still outside the door. Is she going to leave her daughter and have dinner with him alone? She only considered him a friend, so why did he suddenly cross the line? Could it be true, as Song Yuan said, that Su Juanza really has feelings for her? Just as he was about to refuse, Su Juanza explained. Don't overthink it. My girlfriend just texted me saying she's coming over soon, and I thought I'd introduce you to her. He was just testing Su Mushue. If she agreed, he could send a message to Anya telling her not to bother him. Since her expression was off, he still needed Anya to act as his wingman. Su Mushue breathed a sigh of relief and politely declined. No, my husband will be here to pick me up soon. Song Yuan looked down on Su Juanza, and if he forced him to have dinner with Su Juanza, the meal would definitely not go well. She didn't want to have an unpleasant mealtime, as it would be bad for her stomach. Su Juanza said calmly. All right then, let's talk about it another time. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Su Juanza, go in. Su Muxue turned her head curiously to look outside the door. A beautiful girl with a curvaceous figure walked in, wearing washed denim jeans and a beige tight-fitting knit top. The moment the girl and Su Muxue made eye contact, she hurriedly looked away at Su Juanza. Juanza. Su Juanza beckoned. Come here, let me introduce you. Anya cautiously stepped forward and stood somewhat reservedly beside Su Juanza. Su Juanza continued. This is my friend Su Muxue. Anya nodded gently, leaned down slightly, and extended her hand to Su Muxue politely. Hello, I am Juanza's girlfriend Anya. Su Muxue smiled faintly and gently squeezed her hand. Hello. As she spoke, she looked up at Su Juanza and praised him generously. Well done, you've got good taste. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. He silently added to himself. She is pretty, but why does this girl seem afraid of Su Juanza? Her eyes look timid when she looks at him. That look in her eyes wasn't like a girlfriend looking at her boyfriend. It was more like a slave looking at her master. How did Su Juanza manage to turn people into this? In a typical romantic relationship, the two people must be equal in status. Can two people with such an unequal relationship truly be happy? Su Juanza responded with a smile. Your partner is pretty good too. Anya is pretty, but she's nowhere near as pretty as you. She's just an empty doll without a soul. She's not good enough for me. In this world, the only woman who is worthy of me is you, Su Muxue. Even after you get married and have children, your charm remains undiminished. Su Muxue said proudly. That's natural. She's such a sucker for good looks. Song Yuan's face is exactly what she's looking for. Su Juanza glanced down at his watch. When will he arrive? He should be here soon. He just said he's arrived. Before Su Muxue could finish speaking, the door creaked open. Su Muxue looked up. Song Yuan was standing at the door holding his daughter. Song Yuan didn't look at Su Muxue, but instead focused his gaze on Su Juanza. Su Juanza's eyes flickered, and his eyebrows were slightly raised. Although he didn't speak, his eyes were clearly provocative. Song Yuan's face darkened, and he called out to Su Muxue. Honey, let's go home. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Su Juanza. After all, his daughter was still alive, and he was afraid that a conflict with him would frighten his precious daughter. Seeing that Song Yuan looked unwell, Su Muxue immediately stood up. After a brief farewell to Su Juanza, Song Yuan quickly left the consultation room. Soon only Su Juanza and Anya remained in the room. Su Juanza silently took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, took one out, put it in his mouth, and slowly lit it. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and he exuded a strong chill. Anya, standing to the side, felt a slight stagnation in her breath. She consciously raised her slender, white hand and gently placed it on the table, palm facing up. After a while, Su Juanza lowered his eyelashes and habitually flicked cigarette ash into Anya's palm. The cigarette ash that was flicked off wasn't hot, but it tickled when it landed on my palm. Anya's fingers trembled slightly involuntarily. Su Juanza frowned slightly and gave the order. Don't move. Yes. Anya nodded gently, trying her best to stop herself from moving around. The next second, Su Juanza directly stuck the scarlet cigarette, but into Anya's fair palm. Anya bit her lip hard in pain, her pretty face gradually turning pale. With astonishing willpower, he managed to keep his hand completely still. A pungent smell filled the air, like the burnt smell of roasted meat. Ignoring Anya's pain, Su Juanza forcefully pressed the cigarette, but into Anya's palm, while talking to himself. There are so many stupid and boring people in this world. Just putting up with them every day is exhausting. I finally found someone who isn't so boring and is smart, but she doesn't respect me at all. Sometimes I think, how wonderful it would be to be an ordinary person like you, without a heart or a soul, just drifting through each day in a daze, don't you think? Anya's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat as she spoke with difficulty. Yes, you're right. Although she verbally agreed with him, she did not agree in her heart. She and Su Juanza have been together for over a year. He is indeed very outstanding, a successful person in the eyes of the public, with a good family background, a good job, good looks, and intelligence. But his arrogance and sense of superiority are deeply ingrained in his bones. Even if he were to become an ordinary person one day, he definitely wouldn't accept it, because in his eyes, ordinary people are worthless and dispensable. As for the not-so-boring person he mentioned finding, it should be Su Muxue from earlier. She found it ridiculous that Su Juanze, who was so high and mighty and considered himself superior, would have a crush on a married woman. It seems that fate is fair. No matter how arrogant a person is, there will always be regrets they cannot express. She knew that to him she was just a toy, and that he didn't treat her like a human being. She just needed his money and had gotten used to enduring the pain. The cigarette, but was quickly extinguished. Su Juanze casually threw the cigarette but into the trash can, opened the drawer, took out a thick envelope, and tossed it to Anya. Anya picked up the heavy envelope, a slightly bitter smile appearing on her pale face. Thanks. Chapter 31. Could it be that she has a crush on me? Su Juanze chuckled. No need to thank me. You deserve it. He receives many such envelopes every month. The benefits of this job are not only being respected, but also receiving a lot of red envelopes. The recipients practically beg you to accept them, afraid you won't take them. Moreover, the higher the position, the bigger the red envelope. After returning home, Song Yuan and Su Muxue remained silent. I stayed with my daughter until she fell asleep. He curled up on the sofa in silence and started watching TV absent-mindedly. Su Muxue opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of chilled cola, pulled the tab on the can, walked up to him, and handed it to him. Calm down. That's really weird. In the past, when Song Yuan was angry, he would deliberately pick a fight with her, forcing her to argue with him. But this time he remained silent. She was used to their usual way of getting along, and she wasn't used to his sudden silence. She'd rather have a good argument with him. Does amnesia affect a person's personality? Song Yuan took the cola, tilted his head back, and drank half of it in one gulp, then denied it. I'm not angry. Su Muxue sat down beside him and patiently explained. Didn't I tell you? Su Juanze has a girlfriend. Didn't you see her today? The girl standing next to him is his girlfriend. A look of surprise flashed in Song Yuan's eyes. Is that his girlfriend? He really couldn't tell. The girl and Su Juanze were completely mismatched, as if they were from two completely different worlds. Su Muxue was helpless. Yes, I was going to introduce you to him, but you had a dark look on your face, so I didn't tell you. Song Yuan fell silent. He thought Su Juanze didn't have a girlfriend at all and was just lying to Su Muxue, but he didn't expect that he really did. However, he was still unhappy, as the way the man had looked at him at the clinic was clearly a provocation. Would a normal doctor be hostile towards a patient's family? Regardless of his motives, it made him uncomfortable and made him question his professionalism. So, Song Yuan raised his hand and pressed Su Muxue's shoulder, turning her to face him directly, and looked into her eyes as he spoke. Honey, let's get Nini a new therapist. Su Muxue looked troubled and hesitated. I know you have a problem with him, but you don't know how many doctors I've changed for Nini over the years. It was so hard to find one that Nini could accept. Nini's condition has finally started to improve. If we change doctors again, she definitely won't adapt. Song Yuan pondered Su Muxue's words carefully and asked tentatively. If I can find Nini a doctor she can accept again, will you agree to switch partners? As long as Su Muxue agrees, he will find a new doctor for his daughter. He refuses to believe that in such a large city as Beijing, there isn't a better psychologist than Su Juanze. Certainly. Su Muxue wasn't reluctant to part with Su Juanze. She had no romantic feelings for him. They were just ordinary friends. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have broken off contact with him long ago. Song Yuan felt much better after receiving Su Muxue's affirmative answer. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he asked seriously. By the way, how did you know I didn't know how many doctors you changed for Nini? Could it be? Did she really believe she had amnesia? Su Muxue asked in return. Didn't you say you'd forgotten the past 7 years? Song Yuan exclaimed in delight. You believe me now? Su Muxue smiled gently, her long, narrow phoenix eyes filled with tenderness. I believe you, but you have to tell me the truth. How did you lose your memory? Did you suffer some kind of trauma? Song Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. I wasn't traumatized, I just suddenly couldn't remember anything. Su Muxue's expression changed in an instant. her brows furrowing tightly. How could that be? You just don't want to tell me, do you? Song Yuan explained helplessly. No, why would I hide it from you? Besides, who told you that amnesia is always caused by trauma? Su Mushua said frankly. I asked Su Jianza, and he is a professional. Upon hearing her words, Song Yuan felt a surge of anger and said impatiently, Since you trust him so much, then I have nothing more to say. Think what you want. Upon hearing this, Su Mushua also started to get angry and retorted angrily. Do you think I'm wrong? What kind of attitude is that? Song Yuan took a deep breath. What was my attitude? I'm your husband. You don't trust your own husband and insist on trusting other men. Do you expect me to go along with that? Hearing Song Yuan repeatedly refer to her as his husband, Su Mushua's pent-up grievances instantly erupted, and she questioned him sharply. After all these years of marriage, when have you ever truly treated me as your wife? Do you think you can erase the harm you've done to me with just a claim of amnesia? Song Yuan had a terrible headache. Were all women's thoughts so jumpy? These are clearly two different things, so why are they being linked together? Besides, he never intended to use amnesia as an excuse to offset the mistakes he had made in the past. Can we just stick to the facts? Su Mushua remained silent, staring intently into Song Yuan's eyes, where she could see a hint of impatience and barely concealed fatigue. My heart aches slightly. Does he see me as an unreasonable, nagging woman? Perhaps he didn't actually have amnesia. He just wanted to use it as an excuse to ignore all the sacrifices I've made for him over the years. Then he can leave me without any burden and elope with Xiao Weining. Thinking of this, the anger in my heart instantly overwhelmed my grievances. His beautiful eyes began to redden, flashing with a dangerous light, as he warned. Song Yuan, let me tell you, I will never agree to divorce you in this lifetime. Even if you elope with Xiao Weining and run away to the ends of the earth, I will find a way to bring you back. Song Yuan was once again shocked by Su Mushua's reaction. This woman's thought process is terrifying. How did she end up talking about Xiao Weining again? Why is she so afraid of divorcing herself? Is it really just about wanting to give your daughter a complete family? If that's really the case, is it necessary to get so emotional? They also need to tie themselves back. By the way, I always felt that the way she looked at me was a little off. Not the same as it was 7 years ago. Could it be? Could it be that she has a crush on him? The thought of unrequited love startled Song Yuan. Chapter 32 Indulgence. Song Yuan thought about it carefully. It's not impossible. Women are complex beings, and strong women like Su Mushua are even more complex. So Song Yuan asked tentatively, You don't actually like me, do you? Su Mushua was panicking inside, but pretended to be calm on the surface. How could I possibly like you? Stop being so narcissistic. I just don't want Nini to be without a father, and I don't want others to laugh at me. She could never admit her feelings for Song Yuan unless he confessed to her in person. Otherwise, she would only be hurt more deeply. That's good. Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If she truly loves him, and he has been a terrible person all these years, cheating on her and hurting her recklessly, then he really doesn't know how to make it up to her. Su Mushua bit her lip tightly. Naturally, she didn't want Song Yuan to know that she liked him, but Song Yuan really believed that she didn't like him, and she couldn't help but feel sad. How can I describe this feeling? It was as if she had willingly drunk a poison called love, which caused her excruciating pain when it took effect, yet she couldn't bear to spit it out. It was painful, but also sweet at times. She had become addicted. No matter how painful it was, it brought a different kind of color to her originally dull and boring life. She just didn't know how long she would have to wait. It's been 7 years. When will Song Yuan finally fall in love with me? He's a heartless bastard who so easily believes nonsense he doesn't like. Doesn't he realize how much she's done for him? She gave away 100 million yuan just like that. She's rich, but money doesn't grow on trees. Does he really think he's a philanthropist? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. A sharp pain shot through my lower abdomen. Su Mushua bent over, clutching her lower abdomen and groaning in pain. Song Yuan said nervously, Honey, what's wrong? Su Mushua was very familiar with this kind of pain, and said with difficulty, Menstrual cramps. Logically, they shouldn't have come today. They should have come 3 days later. They actually came early. It must have been because Song Yuan angered him that he acted prematurely. Song Yuan panicked and said nervously, "What should I do? Shall I make you some brown sugar water?" Su Muxue shook her head and struggled to her feet. The way of weakness. "It's okay, you go to sleep. It's late. I'll have Aunt Zhang take me to the hospital." Her menstrual cramps were much worse than those of most girls, and she couldn't get pain relief without going to the hospital for injections. In the past, Aunt Zhang or Long Yu would take her to the hospital for injections when she had menstrual cramps, but Song Yuan never accompanied her. She couldn't be bothered to contact him again, since he didn't care about her anyway. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan's face darkened. For the past 7 years, he has been such a beast as a husband, requiring a nanny to accompany his wife to the hospital. So he put his arm around Su Mushue's waist and quickly picked her up in his arms. Su Muxue exclaimed in surprise, her pale face filled with astonishment. "What are you doing? I'll take you there." Su Mushue's cheeks flushed, and she said awkwardly, "No need, put me down. Didn't you used to think it was troublesome? Anyway, it's not a big deal, I'm not going to die." Song Yuan's gaze softened as he looked at Su Muxue, and he spoke gently. "That was before, but now I think it's not a small matter." Su Muxue gazed into Song Yuan's gentle eyes and listened to his magnetic voice. My heart skipped a beat, and the intense pain vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep sweetness. "Sweet as it may be, we can't forget the important thing," she said awkwardly. "You still need to put me down. I need to go to the bathroom first." She had to put on a sanitary pad immediately before she started bleeding. "I'll carry you there." As he spoke, Song Yuan quickly walked towards the restroom. When they reached the door, Song Yuan still didn't intend to put her down, so he kicked the door open. Su Mushue's face flushed red instantly, and she struggled to get up. "Put me down. I can do it myself. Put me down." Song Yuan pretended not to hear and simply carried the person to the toilet and placed them there. Su Muxue was overwhelmed with shame and raised her head, about to yell at Song Yuan. But then she saw Song Yuan hand her a snow-white sanitary napkin. Su Muxue gritted her teeth and took it, then said angrily, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Song Yuan suppressed a smile and didn't act properly. "I was just worried about you. Besides, what are you shy about? What part of you haven't I seen?" Su Muxue screamed. "Get out of here right now." Okay, I'll go, don't be angry." Song Yuan left the bathroom, closed the door, but stood at the doorway, refusing to leave. I couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Sure enough, women tend to be irritable when they have their periods, and Su Muxue was no exception. A short while later, Su Muxue opened the door and was startled to see Song Yuan, asking uncertainly, "Are you really going to take me to the hospital?" She was just regretting that she shouldn't have yelled at him. Song Yuan has a bad temper to begin with, and he'll definitely be angry because I was so fierce just now. He won't take me to the hospital again. To my surprise, he wasn't angry at all and was waiting for me at the door. "Of course, you think I'm joking with you." As he spoke, Song Yuan forcefully picked Su Muxue up in his arms again. Su Muxue bit her lip, hugged his neck tightly, and gently buried her head in his firm chest. Song Yuan didn't delay any longer. He immediately picked up the car keys, picked her up, and quickly left the villa. Su Muxue's nostrils twitched slightly as she smelled the faint scent of tobacco mixed with the fragrance of laundry detergent emanating from him, and her uneasy heart gradually calmed down. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Song Yuan opened the car door, carefully placed the person in the passenger seat, and thoughtfully fastened her seatbelt before walking around to the driver's seat and quickly starting the car. The car quickly drove out of the garage, out of the residential area, and slowly onto the road. Su Muxue gazed at the night view outside the window, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She didn't understand why Song Yuan, who clearly had no feelings for her, would still argue with her like before, yet still care about her so much. Is he trying to squeeze more money out of himself before eloping with Xia Weining? If that's really the case, I'm so sad, I really can't accept it. Let's think about it from a different perspective. Whatever his motives, his concern for himself at this moment is genuine. So let's stop thinking about the uncertain future and live in the present. Thinking of this, Su Muxue turned her head to look at Song Yuan, who was focused on driving, and said in a hoarse voice, "Honey, thank you for your hard work." Song Yuan was quite surprised and said with some helplessness, "Why are you being so polite all of a sudden? You're my wife. It's only right that I take you to the hospital if you're not feeling well. Don't worry about how hard it is." He had mistreated her in the past, and given a second chance, he would certainly strive to be a good and responsible husband. "Yes, I'm your wife." Su Mushua turned her gaze back to the window and repeated it softly. "I don't know if it's because my stomach hurts too much or for some other reason." Her eyes felt slightly warm, and glistening tears welled up. Chapter 33: A Twist of Fate. Harmony Hospital. In a private hospital room, Shun Imo sat by the hospital bed, his well-defined knuckles holding a fruit knife, quietly peeling an apple. Despite her pale and haggard appearance and frail and thin figure, the woman lying on the hospital bed was still incredibly beautiful, especially her bright and clear eyes. The woman gently licked her slightly chapped lips and said softly, "Xiaomo, it's so late, you should go home and rest. You have to go to work tomorrow. Isn't your company preparing to film a new drama?" Shun Imo paused in his actions, looked up at the woman, and said calmly, "I'm not investing anymore. I'm planning to withdraw my investment." Shin Yinran asked in surprise, "Did Song Yuan agree?" She had previously advised her younger brother not to work with Song Yuan anymore, but he kept saying that Song Yuan disagreed. Mentioning Song Yuan, Shin Mo's face immediately darkened. He placed the half-peeled apple on the bedside table and said seriously, "Whether he agrees or not is my business, and he can't change it." He now deeply regrets not withdrawing his shares sooner. If he had withdrawn earlier and cashed out his shares sooner, he wouldn't be worrying about his sister's surgery fees now. There's no time left now. He never expected that his sister, who had always lived apart from him, would suddenly collapse. Upon examination, she was diagnosed with severe ischemic cardiomyopathy and urgently needed a heart transplant. Fortunately, the doctors had found a suitable heart for his sister, and the surgery was scheduled for 2 days later. He tried to borrow money from friends, but he couldn't raise enough for the surgery. Shun Yinran smiled faintly and gave her instructions. "That puts my mind at ease. After I'm gone, you must take good care of yourself." Looking at his sister's gentle and caring smile, Shun Imo felt a surge of emotion welling up inside him. He held her slightly cool hand tightly and made a hoarse promise. "Sister, don't say such silly things. You won't die. I will definitely raise the money for your surgery." He comes from a single-parent family. His mother abandoned him and his sister early on and ran off with another man. His father was always busy with business and had no time to take care of him. So it was almost entirely his older sister, who was 5 years older than him, who raised him. To him, his sister was not only a sister, but also a second mother. Thinking of this, tears welled up uncontrollably. Shun Yinran coughed lightly twice, looking at her younger brother, whom she had raised and who bore an 80% resemblance to her. Suppressing her grief, she gently touched his cheek, wiping away his tears as she spoke. "Xiao Mo, everyone's fate is predetermined. I have no regrets about living this long." Of course she knew that her brother couldn't come up with the money right now. Ever since her brother started a company with Song Yuan and lost money, all of his friends had been avoiding him. If the stock can't be sold in a short period of time, who would be willing to buy the stock of a company that keeps losing money? "I've always been in poor health, and after working for many years, I haven't saved much money." Shin Imo sniffed and choked up. "No, you're not married yet," Shin Yanran said with a smile. "I'm against marriage. The person she likes is already married, so she has no plans to get married any time ago. I'm going back." As Shun Imo spoke, he stood up and strode towards the door. Staying any longer would only make him more devastated and helpless. Upon reaching the corridor, Shin Imo walked to the window, opened it, and felt the evening breeze on his face. He took a deep breath. Just then, a familiar voice came from beside me. "Amo." Shun Imo hurriedly raised his hand to rub his eyes and wipe away his tears, then turned around. Song Yuan helped Su Mushua walk slowly toward him, followed by a nurse in uniform. He greeted the two of them indifferently. "Mr. Song, Mrs. Song." Su Mushua nodded gently in response, and Song Yuan leaned close to her ear. "Honey, I'm going to catch up with Amo. You go in first to get your shot, and I'll join you later." "Good." Su Mushua had always had a good impression of Shin Imo. When they were in school, Shin Mo would always stop Song Yuan whenever they argued. Song Yuan walked quickly towards Shin Mo and saw that his eyes were red. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Shin Mo shook his head and teased, "No. But you, why have you suddenly become so concerned about your wife?" He genuinely hoped that Song Yuan could live a good life with Su Mushua and give up on that vixen Xiao Weining. Only in this way can Song Yuan prevent himself from continuing to degenerate and continue to fawn over that vixen. Otherwise, Song Yuan will not be far from bankruptcy. Song Yuan said awkwardly, "Isn't this what I should do? It's good that you're aware of this. I have to go back now. Goodbye." Shin Mo turned around gracefully and strode towards the elevator. He didn't want Song Yuan to know about his sister's illness. Even if he found out, it wouldn't change anything. He didn't think he would help him. Over the years, he had long been utterly disappointed in Song Yuan, and his opinion of him would not change because of a few comforting words he had said a few days ago. In his heart, the two were no longer good brothers, so there was no need for him to know. As Song Yuan watched Shun Mo's departing figure, his brows furrowed involuntarily. "This kid is definitely hiding something from me, and it's something big. I've known him for so many years, and I've never seen him so distraught as he is today." Moreover, his eyes were bloodshot, which meant he must have been crying. Shin Mo may look like a girl, but he has an incredibly tough personality, and I've never seen him cry before. With doubts, Song Yuan found the nurse's station and a familiar nurse. Asked the nurse on duty to help check Shun Mo's medical records. The nurse checked and told him that Shin Mo had not been to the hospital. Song Yuan was even more puzzled. If Shin Mo was all right, then could it be his family? Song Yuan asked the nurse to check if there was any medical record of Shin Mo's father, but the nurse still denied it. Song Yuan's heart tightened slightly. Shin Mo's father was all right. So could it be that something had happened to his sister? Sure enough, the nurse finally gave a positive answer. "Show Song Yuan the medical records from the computer." Song Yuan looked down and was struck dumb, frozen in place. "Severe ischemic cardiomyopathy. I'm having a heart transplant in 2 days." Seeing Song Yuan's unpleasant expression, the nurse guessed that the patient and he had a close relationship and kindly reminded him, "Mr. Song, it seems the patient's family is having financial difficulties. The surgery fee is due today, but they haven't raised the money yet." Song Yuan snapped out of his daze and expressed his gratitude. "I understand, thank you." "You're welcome. Please let me know if you need anything." Before leaving, Song Yuan wrote down Shin Yinran's ward number and hurried towards the ward. While worried about Shin Yinran, he was once again plunged into new doubts. Heart transplant surgery is expensive, practically astronomical for ordinary people, so how could Shin Mo not be able to afford this much money? Even if he hasn't saved any money in the years he's been running his own business, his family owns a food processing plant with an annual income of over 10 million. Soon, when Song Yuan arrived at the ward door, he took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 34. Sister Yinran. Just as Shin Yinran was getting sleepy, she heard the door open and thought it was her younger brother coming home. She sat up with difficulty and said without any warning, "Enter." Song Yuan opened the door and was instantly stunned by the scene before him. The gentle and bright older sister I remember suddenly looked haggard and thin, as if she would be blown away by the wind. Even wearing the smallest size hospital gown, her clothes were still loose and baggy. Her once waist-length black hair had been cut much shorter, barely reaching her shoulders. Shin Yinran was equally surprised. She hadn't seen Song Yuan for a long time. The last time they met was 3 years ago when Morningstar Company opened. He asked with a smile, "Ah Yuan, what brings you here?" Did his younger brother tell him? That shouldn't be the case. Her younger brother and Song Yuan had a very unpleasant falling out. Just now, she mentioned Song Yuan's name, and her brother's expression changed. Song Yuan's eyes welled up with tears, and his voice was thick with nasal tone. "Sister Yinran." He had so much to say to Shun Yinran, but when it came to the words, he didn't know how to say them. He and Shun Mo were childhood friends. When they were young, he often went to Shin Mo's house to play. The two of them would make a mess of the room, but Shun Yinran would never get angry. She would always cook for them, and he still can't forget her braised pork, which tasted much better than the ones he ate at restaurants. She treated him and shunned Mo equally well. Every time he and shunned Mo got into trouble and fought with others, she would be extremely nervous. Although she would scold them, she would still treat their wounds with tears in her eyes. Over time, he naturally came to regard her as his own older sister. He simply couldn't accept that Shun Yanran would look like this 7 years later. She was so gentle, so kind, so virtuous. How could she have gotten this disease? Do good people really not get good rewards? Heart transplant surgery is not only expensive, but also carries significant risks. Post-operatively, patients must be monitored for rejection, and if the procedure is not suitable, their lives may be at risk. 7 years is a long time, but for him who lost 7 years of memories, it was a short time. It had only been a little over 10 days since he met Shun Yanran before he traveled through time. Upon seeing this, Shun Yanran immediately comforted Song Yuandao. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. It's just a bad cold. I can be discharged in a couple of days." Shun Yanran's words made Song Yuan feel even more upset. He understood that she said this to avoid worrying him. She was always like that, always thinking of him and not wanting to put him in a difficult position. Suppressing his inner bitterness, Song Yuan smiled and cooperated. "That's good." Shun Yanran secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pressed for an answer. "How did you know I was hospitalized?" "I just ran into Amo in the hallway." Shun Yanran fell silent. This shouldn't be the case. Given her brother's personality, he shouldn't have told him. Suppressing his doubts, he casually changed the subject. "We haven't seen each other in a long time. How have you been these past few years?" After Song Yuan got married, she intentionally kept her distance from him, deliberately went to work in another city, and rarely took the initiative to contact him. Song Yuan said with a smile. "Fine." He appears cheerful on the surface, but is actually feeling bitter inside. "Not good. Not good at all." He lost 7 years of his memory and had to clean up his own mess right from the start. His parents despise him, his arch enemy becomes his wife, his daughter is afraid of him, his best friend has fallen out with him, his first love has become a gold digger who treats him like a sycophant, and his company is losing money. Although there were happy times during this period, there was more exhaustion and helplessness. Shun Yanran had practically watched Song Yuan grow up, so she naturally noticed the sadness hidden beneath his smile and ruthlessly exposed it. "You're still the same as before, you can't lie at all." Song Yuan scratched his head helplessly and said self-deprecatingly, "Sister Yanran, I used to be a top-tier actress, and my acting skills were widely recognized." Shun Yanran's lips couldn't help but curve upwards, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes curved into a lovely arc. "That's good, but don't forget who I am." Hee. Song Yuan laughed along. Shun Yanran suddenly said, "Come here, get closer to me." Song Yuan walked forward blankly and sat down on the edge of her bed. Shun Yanran gently took his hand, looked into his eyes, and spoke in a gentle yet firm tone. "Ah Yuan, you need to know that no matter how serious the mistakes you have made in the past, as long as you are willing to change, everything will turn around. The process of change will be very difficult, but as long as you get through this period, things will definitely get better." Shun Yanran's words were like a reassuring pill, giving him more confidence in the future, and he smiled knowingly. "I see." Shun Yanran gazed at Song Yuan's gentle smile. In a daze, she felt that Song Yuan didn't seem to be the way her brother had described. He became so infatuated with a female artist in the company that he lost his mind, turning cold-blooded and heartless. At least he's willing to change, so she still wants to help him out. Ask a tentative question. Yuan, can you tell me what happened between you and Amo? Chapter 35, A Good Wife. Song Yuan's smile vanished abruptly, his dark eyes filled with remorse. "It's my fault." Shun Yanran gently squeezed his hand and comforted him. "I'll try to talk to him for you later." Song Yuan shook his head. "No need, you should get some rest. He should make amends for the mistakes he made." Shun Yanran smiled faintly. "Oh well. I'll be going now. I'll come see you again tomorrow." "No need, I'll be discharged in a couple of days." After Song Yuan left the room, Shun Yanran raised her hand, staring blankly at her slender white fingers. The next second, I gently kissed my fingertips. The cool fingertips still retained the warmth left by Song Yuan. So warm, so warm. Shun Yanran slowly closed her eyes. Crystalline tears gently streamed down her cheeks. She was truly content to see Song Yuan one last time before she died. Song Yuan left the ward. Instead of immediately going to find Su Muxue, he took out his phone from his pocket, found Wenzi's number, and dialed it right away. Since becoming Song Yuan's secretary, Wenzi's cell phone has been on 24/7. Wenzi, still half asleep, heard her phone ring and immediately answered it, mumbling incoherently. "Hello, Mr. Song. Help me sell the car tomorrow, and make sure the buyer pays in full. The money Su Muxue lent him is temporarily unusable. It has all been allocated. He didn't have enough savings, so he had to sell his car to tide him over, since he had a spare car anyway." No matter what Shinmo's family situation was, he couldn't just stand by and watch Shun Yinran die. She was not only Shinmo's sister, but also his own sister. Wenzi reminded her, "If you're in such a hurry, you won't get a good price." That's strange. Didn't the boss already raise the money to invest in Yinshan biography? Why is he suddenly selling cars? Song Yuan insisted. "It's okay, just do as I say." "Okay." In the hospital ward, Su Muxue was almost asleep while waiting. She didn't understand. Wasn't Song Yuan and Shun Mo's relationship so strained because of Xiao Weining that they were about to break off their friendship? How can we still chat for so long? While hesitating whether or not to call Song Yuan, the door creaked open. Su Muxue looked up and immediately noticed that Song Yuan's eyes were red, which deepened her doubts. "What's going on? What did he talk about with Shinmo? Why are my eyes red? I don't feel well, and I'm in a bad mood." Song Yuan strode into the room, sat down beside Su Muxue's bed, and asked with concern, "Honey, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better?" Su Muxue nodded gently. Much better." He stared into Song Yuan's eyes, looking worried. "What's wrong? Is there a problem at the company?" Song Yuan said frankly, "No, it's Sister Shun Mo." Song Yuan told Su Muxue the truth about Shun Yinran's situation. He didn't need to hide this from her, because if he did, she would definitely overthink it. After listening, Su Muxue fell into a long silence. She had met Shun Yinran before. She had attended Song Yuan's wedding. She was immediately struck by her beauty. She was truly stunning, a beauty unlike any other she had ever seen. Her gentleness seemed to be ingrained in her bones, and her excessive beauty would not arouse hostility or jealousy in other girls. However, she felt that Shun Yinran's gaze towards Song Yuan was a bit off. It wasn't so much that she treated Song Yuan as a younger brother, but rather that she admired him, and there was also a kind of inexplicable feeling about it. Sensitive as she was, she quickly added her to her list of rivals and kept a close watch on her. But to her surprise, she moved away from the capital soon after. She rarely contacted Song Yuan anymore, and later she realized that she might have been overthinking things. If she really had feelings for Song Yuan, she wouldn't have left the capital so resolutely even if Song Yuan married her. Now, hearing that she needs a heart transplant and is in danger of dying, she can't help but feel worried for her. Shinmo is Song Yuan's best friend. Although they have a falling out, they are childhood friends after all. As Shinmo's older sister, it's normal for Song Yuan to worry about Shun Yinran. As Song Yuan's wife, it was only natural for her to share his burdens. But before that, she wanted to figure something out and ask seriously, "Do you still consider Shin Mo your good brother?" If Song Yuan and Shun Mo really broke off their friendship, there was no need for her to offer help. She wouldn't do something that was thankless and exhausting. Song Yuan answered without hesitation, "Certainly." Su Muxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least Song Yuan had some conscience. If he really abandoned such a good brother for that bitch Xiao Weining, she really couldn't stand it. He took the initiative. "If the surgery fee is not enough, I can help." Song Yuan asked in surprise. "How do you know Shinmo can't raise the money for the surgery?" Su Muxue rolled her eyes and mocked mercilessly. "He's been losing money with the company you've run for the past 3 years. Isn't that common knowledge?" Song Yuan's cheeks flushed with shame as he voiced the question that had been lingering in his heart. Then why can't his family produce it? Su Muxue felt a headache coming on and asked in return, "Are you genuinely unaware, or are you pretending?" Song Yuan said anxiously, "Of course I really don't know. Honey, I'm not lying, I really can't remember." Su Muxue's eyes darkened, and she said regretfully, 2 years ago, his father became addicted to online gambling. which caused the family business to collapse and left them with a lot of debt. They sold their house and car to pay off the debts, and he couldn't take it anymore and jumped off a building. Song Yuan blinked in disbelief. Then his heart began to clench uncontrollably. This happened 2 years ago. Even though Shun Mo's family had experienced such a major change, he never thought of withdrawing his investment and continued to follow me in doing business that was losing money. She also hoped that he could see Xiao Weinian clearly soon and get back on the right track. Seeing this, Su Mushua struggled to sit up, reached for her bag on the bedside table, took out her wallet, pulled out a bank card, and handed it to Song Yuandao. I have 2 million in my account. That should be enough. Song Yuan stared at the bank card in Su Mushua's hand, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. Su Mushua treats her family well. That's her duty as a daughter-in-law. Logically speaking, she had no obligation to help her friend's sister, since it wasn't her duty as a wife, and she hadn't even asked for her help. Yet, she still offered to help. He politely declined. No need, I can raise the money. He decided not to trouble Su Mushua with anything he could do. Su Mushua gripped the bank card tightly, narrowed her eyes, and sized up Song Yuan. What? Did you secretly hide a secret stash of money? If he had money, he should have redeemed his necklace long ago. There would have been no need for him to pawn his watch. Song Yuan smiled. No, I'll sell the car tomorrow. Su Mushua became inexplicably annoyed and said sarcastically, Fine, you're so loyal. But what about my necklace? Why didn't he suggest selling the car to redeem the necklace for himself? It seems selling the car isn't enough. The necklace would cost at least 10 million, and the used car has depreciated significantly. Song Yuan grasped Su Mushua's hand and made a promise. It will be soon, trust me. Su Mushua gave a coquettish laugh. Carrot. A man's words are deceitful. It'll be ages before the legend of Yunxiang makes money, and she's already prepared to go to the store to redeem the necklace herself 3 months later. Although he was somewhat annoyed, the fact that Song Yuan was able to reconcile with Shun Mo meant that Xiao Weinian's position in Song Yuan's heart was no longer as important as before. Thinking about this made me feel much better. Anning residential area. In the rented room on the 3rd floor, Shun Mo leaned wearily against the headboard, her fair cheeks flushed. The air was thick with the smell of alcohol, and several empty bottles were scattered on the ground. Vomit. Shin Mo gagged twice, trying to suppress the urge to vomit. He picked up his phone from beside his pillow with trembling hands and squinted as he scrolled through his contacts. My gaze lingered on the phone number of the president of Lihua Group. After hesitating for a while, I finally gritted my teeth and pressed the dial button. After a long pause, the other party finally answered. A deep baritone voice came from inside. Hello, Shin Mo said in a hoarse voice. Mr. Zhou, I am Shin Mo. Zhou Ruinian became instantly interested upon hearing Shin Mo's name. What's up? Shin Mo got straight to the point. I'd like to borrow some money from you. How many? 2 million. Okay, then come pick it up tomorrow. I'll send you the location. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shin Mo received Zhou Ruinian's location. Blue Whale Hotel, room 3033. He knew what his trip meant. 6 months ago, he met Zhou Ruinian at a movie press conference, and Zhou Ruinian had shown him kindness more than once. After entering the entertainment industry, he discovered that his androgynous face seemed to be quite popular, especially among men. Chapter 36 Against My Will. The next day, Wenzi handed over the money from selling the car to Song Yuan. Song Yuan immediately called Shin Mo. A mechanical beeping tone came through the receiver. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Song Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Shin Mo shouldn't have turned off his phone at this time. Then he dialed Shin Yinran's number, and Shin Yinran answered quickly, saying that Shin Mo was not at the hospital. Song Yuan became even more anxious, trying hard to control himself from thinking in a negative direction. After much deliberation, he finally decided to help Su Mushua. He had already experienced her ability to investigate people. She was always right. Su Mushua did not refuse and readily agreed. The wait for news from Su Mushua was extremely difficult. Song Yuan couldn't resist taking out a cigarette, putting it in his mouth, and silently lighting it. Nicotine passes through the lungs. My anxious mind still can't calm down. That said, Would Shun Mo really resort to extreme measures to raise money? Thinking back carefully, Shun Mo seems to have always been the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He remembered that the two of them were very addicted to arcade games when they were young, but Shin Mo just didn't have any talent for games and always lost to him. He was very dissatisfied and, in order to beat himself, he even skipped classes and moved into the arcade. He practiced for 5 days and 5 nights without sleep, until he was knocked unconscious and ended up in the hospital. The first thing he did after being discharged from the hospital was to invite Song Yuan to fight again. There were many similar stories, and Song Yuan admired his indomitable spirit and tenacious will at the time. Right now, I just feel terrified. If he takes extreme measures for money this time, he will really regret it and regret not telling him in advance last night that he would help. But then again, he doesn't trust himself now. Even if he had told him yesterday that he would help, he would never have believed him. Just as Song Yuan was struggling with this dilemma, the phone on the corner of the table finally rang. Upon seeing that the caller was Su Mushua, Song Yuan immediately picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. So, did you find it? Found it. It's in room 3033 of the Blue Whale Hotel. What? Song Yuan was struck dumb. How did he end up booking a hotel room when he was just trying to raise money? Could it be? Is he going to sell himself? Su Mushua, of course, guessed the hidden story behind it and urged him on. Don't be surprised, hurry over there. Luckily, it's not far from your company, otherwise it will be too late. I know, I'll be right there. Song Yuan hung up the phone, immediately grabbed the spare car keys, and rushed out of the office. Blue Whale Hotel. Room 3033. Zhou Ruinian leaned back lazily on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, his legs naturally crossed. He carefully examined the woman in front of him, Shun Mo, whom he had coveted for more than half a year. Shun Mo was wearing a thin white shirt and black trousers today. A very ordinary outfit. Even in such ordinary clothes, he looked incredibly handsome. Despite being 25 years old, he still had the frame of a young man, with long legs and a slender waist. Her face was incredibly beautiful, and she also had a head of smooth, jet black hair. He's been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has never seen a man like this before. He spoke slowly. Take off your clothes. Shun Mo hadn't dared to look at him since entering the room, keeping her head down the whole time. Hearing this, she lowered her head even further, stiffly raised it, and slowly began to unbutton her clothes. Although I convinced myself last night that I was just sleeping with Zhou Ruinian, it wouldn't cost me anything, and it could even save my sister's life, so it was a worthwhile deal. But when that moment actually arrived, the sense of humiliation in my heart rose to its peak, as if a sharp sword had pierced my chest. My hands started trembling uncontrollably as I unbuttoned the third button, and I couldn't undo it no matter what I did. Zhou Ruinian's gaze fell on Shun Mo's beautiful, fair collarbone beneath her collar. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, and his blood began to boil. Suppressing his surging desire, he pretended to speak. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Hearing this, Shun Mo thought the matter could be discussed and pleaded. Mr. Zhou, I will pay interest, any amount is fine. You helped me this time, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhou Ruinian smiled faintly. You don't need to pay me back the money. I genuinely admire you. Strangely enough, he was never short of men or women, but those men and women were always throwing themselves at him, and he was never satisfied. He genuinely liked Shun Mo, a straightforward and honest man. If it weren't for the need to raise money for his sister's surgery, Shun Mo probably would never have become close to me in his life. The hope that had just ignited in Shun Mo's heart was instantly extinguished. It seemed that if he didn't let him sleep tonight, he really wouldn't lend him the money. Elder sister. He would never stand by and watch his sister leave him. Thinking of his sister, Shun Mo bit his lip hard, and blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. He steeled himself, raised his hand, and continued unbuttoning his clothes. After struggling to take off the shirt, the next step was the pants. Shun Mo pressed his hand on the belt buckle, without further hesitation. Click. It wasn't just the belt that was torn off, but also his dignity and self-respect as a man. After sleeping with Zhou Ruinian, he no longer had the right to despise the men who looked at him with lewd eyes. Clearly, he was just as dirty and vulgar as they were. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Ruinian could no longer contain his burning desire. He stood up excitedly, wanting to possess him immediately. Unexpectedly, a loud bang suddenly came from beside me. Bang! The door was kicked open. Chapter 37 Feigned Affection. Zhou Ruinian was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look. A young man in a black suit, his face dark with anger, was panting heavily as he strode into the room. Zhou Ruiwa's face darkened, and he said sternly, "Song Yuan, what are you doing here?" He had seen this guy before. He was the president of Morningstar Company and Shinmo's boss. If he could help Shinmo wouldn't have bothered to approach him, right? What did he mean by suddenly attacking us? Song Yuan didn't even glance at him and said coldly, "It's none of your business." As she spoke, she walked straight to Shinmo, bent down to pick up the shirt from the ground, draped it over his shoulders, and said forcefully, "Come with me." Shinmo hurriedly bent down to fasten his belt. His face was burning red. Being caught doing something so shameful by his best friend made him want to crawl into a hole and live on another planet. He squeezed out a few words through his teeth. "You should leave now, don't worry about me." Song Yuan took a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to him. "Give." Shinmo stared at the bank card, paused for 2 seconds, and then said in bewilderment, "What are you doing?" Song Yuan said somewhat irritably, "I know everything. How could I just stand by and watch Sister Yinran die?" Shinmo was still a little confused, frozen in place, hesitant to speak. "You? How could Song Yuan know? Who told him? And why would he help? He hadn't seen his sister for several years, and didn't he use all his money to invest in the legend of Yunxiang? Where is there any extra money?" Zhou Ruinian, who was standing to the side, finally understood. Song Yuan didn't want Shinmo to sell herself to him, so he came to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Why didn't you think about this earlier? He's about to win the heart of his beloved. Extremely displeased, he coldly questioned Song Yuan. "What do you mean?" Song Yuan retorted, "Isn't it obvious what I mean? I'm taking my friend with me." "Your friend? If you were friends, why didn't you say so earlier?" It's infuriating for anyone to have their prize suddenly disappear, let alone Zhou Ruinian, the president of Lihua Group, one of the top entertainment companies. Song Yuan was too lazy to argue with him and forcefully pulled Shinmo towards the door. Song Yuan was very strong, and Shinmo couldn't break free at all, so he could only let him pull her out of the room. Neither of them said another word. It wasn't until we entered the underground parking garage. Shinmo finally broke free from his restraints, lowered her head, and began to put on her clothes without saying a word. "Fasten the last button of your shirt." Song Yuan finally couldn't hold back and punched Shinmo in the face. Shinmo was completely unprepared and was caught off guard when the object hit him. She staggered back 2 steps, her fair cheeks instantly turning bright red, burning with intense pain. Shinmo already felt utterly humiliated, and now that Song Yuan had beaten him up, his anger reached its peak. She glared at him and said, "Why did you hit me? Did I ask you for help? Do you think I should cry and thank you?" Song Yuan pointed at his nose and said sternly, "I hit you to bring you to your senses. Do you think your sister would be happy if she knew you were raising money this way?" Shinmo's face grew increasingly pale, and he said angrily, "My affairs are none of your business. Who are you to me? What gives you the right to tell me what to do? I'm determined to take charge. I'm going to tell your sister right now." Song Yuan opened the car door and tried to get inside. Shinmo hurriedly stopped him and snatched the bank card from his hand. "Don't tell her that I'll have to pay you back slowly." Song Yuan was surprised. He hadn't intended for Shinmo to repay the money. But given his personality, shouldn't he have said that after I withdraw my investment, I will cash out the shares and return them to you immediately? Shinmo didn't say anything more, clutching the bank card as he silently turned and walked towards his car. Song Yuan watched his departing figure and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what exactly do you mean?" Shinmo slowed his pace, tilted his head slightly, blinked his sore eyes, and said something. "We will not withdraw our shares." Song Yuan was taken aback at first, then the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. Buzzing. The phone in my pocket started vibrating. Song Yuan took out his phone and saw that the contact was the female devil, and his smile deepened. "Press the call button." Su Mushua's melodious voice came from inside. "How's it going? Should I take some people over to help?" "No need. It's already been resolved. Su Muxue suppressed a smile and pressed her advantage. Then you'd better thank me properly. I really helped you a lot this time. If she hadn't found Shinemo in time, Song Yuan wouldn't have been able to get there in time either, and Shinemo would have really lost his virginity. It was outrageous to think about. She really didn't expect Shinemo to go to such lengths to raise money. Song Yuan did not refuse and asked with a smile. Sure, how would you like me to thank you? I'll tell you when we get home. Good. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan changed Su Mushua's nickname from female demon to wife. 2 months later, Xin Yanran was discharged from the hospital safely. The preliminary preparations for the Legend of Yunxiang are almost complete. Xiao Weining has been extremely busy lately, studying scripts every day and spending a lot of money to hire a teacher to improve her acting skills. Finally, the new drama was about to start filming. Dragging her tired body, she came to Song Yuan's office and tried to cheer herself up as Song Yuan sat leisurely in a leather chair, sipping coffee. He announced excitedly, "Brother, I've memorized all my lines, and my acting is impeccable. Praise me, praise me." Song Yuan slowly raised his eyes to look at Xiao Weining. He felt that she had lost a lot of weight. Her delicate face was full of haggardness, and her eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that she had stayed up for a long time. He praised her without reservation. Amazing. It seems she really put in a lot of effort and truly used the Legend of Yunxiang as a springboard for her comeback. Xiao Weining smiled sweetly after receiving Song Yuan's praise, pulled over a chair and sat down next to him, gently tugging at his sleeve and acting coquettishly. "Brother, when exactly will the film start? Tell me quickly, people can't wait. You have no idea how hard they've worked these past 2 months." Song Yuan was troubled. "I can't be sure either." Xiao Weining became anxious. "How can you not be sure?" Song Yuan said with a headache. "Ying, you don't know. I don't have enough money right now. I can't afford to pay the deposits for the male lead and the second female lead." Xiao Weining's heart tightened slightly, and she asked in a low voice, "How much do you want?" Song Yuan held up one finger. 10 million. In fact, the money Su Muxue lent him was enough for him to make a movie. He just wanted to get back the 5 million that Xiao Weining had embezzled, and an extra 5 million as interest. Xiao Weining's expression changed drastically, and she made a suggestion. "Wow, there are so many. Brother, how about we don't use Jiang Hao as the male lead? Can't we use one of our own company's artists instead?" Song Yuan pressed her shoulders, stared into her eyes, and said in a pretentious tone, "Ying, I'm using him for your own good. You've improved your acting skills, so of course I need to find someone with good acting skills to act with you. There's no artist in our company more suitable to be the male lead than him." Looking into Song Yuan's sincere eyes, Xiao Weining carefully analyzed his words and found them to make a lot of sense. "There's no way to refute it, but what can we do if we're short by 10 million? Song Yuan comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to raise the money as soon as possible." The reason he didn't ask Xiao Weining for money directly was that he felt that the previous 2 times he had asked her for money, it would have made her suspicious and wary of him, and he hadn't gotten a single penny from her. Let's take a roundabout approach this time. Anyway, he's not in a hurry to turn it on. It's her who's in a hurry. As soon as she offered money, he would immediately replace her, shattering her dream of making a comeback with this role. Chapter 38. Would you mind sharing a table? All right then, brother, I believe you. Although Xiao Weining said she believed in Song Yuan, she wasn't really sure. It had already been difficult for Song Yuan to borrow money from Su Muxue for Yunxiang Zhuan. Song Yuan probably won't be able to ask Su Muxue for money again. Now that he's only short 10 million, it's not like he should have to mortgage his company or house to get a loan. Or should I pay for it myself? No, she can't break her own principles. How can she actively give away gold coins when dating a man? Not even a penny, let alone 10 million. All we can do now is wait. Song Yuan must be anxious too. After all, he's put in so much effort and invested so much money. Su Group. The CEO's office. Su Muxue stared intently at the computer screen, her face growing increasingly grim. At this moment, the computer was playing the promotional trailer for Yunxiang Zhuan, and the female lead was the woman she hated the most, Xiao Weining. Although she had already guessed that Song Yuan was just trying to comfort her, he couldn't possibly not use Xiao Weining as the female lead. But when faced with reality, she was still furious. No woman could accept this, that her husband was using her money to support his mistress. What has she become? A sucker or a clown? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. A fire ignited in my heart that I just couldn't extinguish. Upright and righteous. There was a knock on the door. Su Mushue immediately moved the mouse and exited the screen. Enter. The person who came was Long Yu. Seeing that Su Mushue's face looked very pale, he said with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Su Mushue shook her head, trying hard to suppress her anger, and said sternly, "It's all right, just say what you need to say." Long Yu suggested, "Want to go for drinks after get off work?" "My treat." Reminded by Long Yu, Su Mushue suddenly remembered that tomorrow was Long Yu's birthday, and she had originally planned to invite her to dinner tonight. "I was so angry when I saw the trailer for Yunxiang Zhuan that I forgot everything else." He changed his expression in the blink of an eye and smiled. "Okay, but I'll treat you. I've already remembered it's your birthday tomorrow." Long Yu smiled and agreed. "Good." The two chatted for a few more minutes. Wait until Long Yu leaves the room. Su Mushue let out a deep breath, slumped weakly onto the table, rested her head on her arm, and slowly closed her eyes to doze off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My phone on the corner of the table vibrated. Su Mushue picked up her phone, glanced at the screen, and saw a new message on WeChat. Swipe your index finger to unlock the screen and open WeChat. Song Yuan. Honey, let's take Nini out to eat after work. Didn't you say you wanted steak last night? Which restaurant would you like to go to? I'll make a reservation in advance. Good grief, he's acting like nothing happened, and he's even going out to eat with her. They clearly said before that Xiao Weining wouldn't be the female lead, but now that it's been officially announced, why don't they take the initiative to explain or make up an excuse? Do they think they can just get rid of her with a meal? Su Mushue frowned and gritted her teeth as she typed out a line of text. He deleted it word by word and then turned off his phone. Never mind. I don't want to talk to him, and I don't want to argue with him. They've had so many arguments over the past 7 years, many of them because of Xiao Weining. Yet he still ignores his own feelings, continues to promote her, cast her as the female lead, makes bad movies and loses money, and continues to be entangled with her. That's so boring. I'm so bored. Night falls. Su Mushue didn't go home or change out of her work clothes. She went straight to Monkey Bar with Long Yu. In the bar, amidst swirling smoke, a cool-looking female DJ with dreadlocks stood on the stage, playing deafening electronic music. Young men and women embraced on the dance floor, freely swaying their hips to the rhythm. As soon as Su Mushue entered the room, she was choked by a pungent smell. The air was filled with a strong smell of alcohol mixed with perfume, as well as an indescribable strange odor. She rarely comes to bars. If she weren't in a bad mood today, or if it weren't for Long Yu's birthday, she wouldn't have come at all. Seeing this, Long Yu leaned close to her ear and said something. How about we find a quieter place? Su Mushue refused. No need, we're already here. Okay. Long Yu led Su Mushue to the pre-arranged VIP booth, where the manager personally came over to greet the two of them. Su Mushue nodded perfunctorily in response, and Long Yu handed her the tablet from which she had placed the order. What would you like to drink? Su Mushue took the tablet, casually ordered a few bottles of red wine and cocktails, and then returned the tablet to Long Yu. Long Yu ordered a few more side dishes and champagne before handing the tablet to the manager. Not long after, the waiters brought out all the drinks one after another. Su Mushue picked up a cocktail, tilted her head back, and drank it down in one gulp. It tastes pretty good, not spicy at all, it's sweet, and has a light fruity aroma. Su Mushue took 2 more cups and continued to drink them. Long Yu blocked his way. Don't drink so fast, this liquor is quite strong, don't drink too much. Su Mushue smiled faintly. It's fine if it's a lot. Your birthday is coming up soon, I'll have a good drink with you. Long Yu looked into Su Mushue's eyes and saw a deep sadness hidden in her smiling eyes. She tentatively asked a question. Did you see the trailer for The Legend of Yunxiang? Su Mushue said dejectedly. Yeah, if I just don't click on it, I can pretend I don't know. You. Long Yu hesitated, wanting to advise her but not knowing how. She loved Song Yuan so much, and had endured 7 years without divorcing him. She definitely still didn't want to divorce him now. He could only raise his glass and say with a smile, All right, then let's drink until we drop tonight. Su Mushue picked up her cocktail and clinked glasses with her. Cheers. Dry. Another glass of wine was downed. A familiar voice came from behind me. Mushue, what a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Su Mushue slowly turned her head. The person who came was Su Juanza, who had taken off his white coat and was wearing a white suit. Standing beside him was Anya, who was wearing a white dress and a denim jacket, her hand tightly around his forearm. Su Mushue responded calmly. Really? I bumped into Su Juanza and his girlfriend while having a drink. Su Juanza discussed it. Can we share a table? There are no seats available, but it's on me. Su Mushue didn't think much of it and glanced at Long Yu. Long Yu said magnanimously, I have no objection. Actually, she wanted to refuse. She looked down on Song Yuan, whom she considered a scumbag, but she didn't have a good impression of Su Juanza either. She, Su Juanza, Su Mushue, and Song Yuan went to the same middle school. Su Juanza was very pretentious back then and never looked people in the eye. But since he and Su Mushue were friends, she couldn't very well refuse. Su Juanza and Anya sat down opposite the two and ordered some drinks and side dishes. The group exchanged a few pleasantries. Su Juanza suggested playing games together, as chatting and drinking like this was really boring. Su Mushue and Long Yu agreed, and Anya naturally agreed as well. So the four of them asked the waiter for playing cards and dice to play a board game together. Song Yuan received no reply from Su Mushue, and her phone was switched off when he tried to call her. I just assumed her phone was out of battery and didn't think much of it, so I rushed home. Chapter 39 Drinking Games. Song Jiani, who was doing her homework in the study, immediately put down her pen and came to the living room upon hearing the noise. Seeing that it was her father, she excitedly ran over and greeted him. Dad, you're back. In the past 2 months, she has stopped being afraid of her father, and she is certain that he no longer dislikes her. Song Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he picked up his daughter, gently kissed her cheek, and asked softly, Where's your mother? Song Jiani shook her head, looking bewildered. I don't know, Mom. She hasn't come back yet. Didn't you go home? That's strange. I've been going home on time lately, and even when I'm working overtime or going on business trips, I always let myself know in advance. Why didn't they even say goodbye today and just stop coming back? Suppressing her doubts, she asked her daughter softly. Did you have meal? Song Jiani said earnestly. No, I want to wait for Mom and Dad to come back so we can eat together. I'm not hungry yet. As soon as I finished speaking, my stomach started growling loudly. / omega / / Song Jiani blushed with embarrassment. Song Yuan smiled helplessly. You still say you're not hungry? Your stomach is growling. A hidden dissatisfaction lingered in his heart. Su Mushue went a bit too far. She knew that her daughter wouldn't eat if she didn't wait for her to come back. Even if she had unintentionally upset her and made her angry, she should have told her daughter in advance so that she wouldn't go hungry. Song Jiani retorted stubbornly. I'm not hungry. Dad must have misheard. Okay, hurry up and eat. As Song Yuan spoke, he carried his daughter to the dining table. Aunt Zhang had already prepared the food and covered it with plates to keep it warm. I helped my daughter to her seat, lifted the plate on top of the food, picked up my chopsticks and tasted it. It was still warm. I then put a chicken wing into my daughter's bowl. Song Jiani picked up a chicken wing and ate it in small bites. Song Yuan lost his appetite and took out his phone to call Su Mushue. A cold female voice came from inside. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Song Yuan's expression changed slightly. Still turning off the phone. What exactly are they doing? After thinking for a moment, I found Long Yu's phone number and dialed it without hesitation. Long Yu was standing at the sink washing her hands. Upon hearing the phone ring, he immediately wiped his hands clean with a tissue, took out his phone, saw that the contact was Song Yuan, hesitated for a few seconds, and then answered the call. Hello. Long Yu, this is Song Yuan. Do you know where Mushue is? Stay with me. Where are you? Long Yu said warily. Why are you looking for her? Song Yuan said frankly. I'm worried about her. Her phone is off. Long Yu stared wide-eyed in surprise. Did she hear that right? How could Song Yuan, a scumbag who has been cheating on his wife for many years, actually say he's worried about Su Mushue? She's safe with me, Don't worry. Song Yuan fell silent, and the faint sound of loud music could be heard from the receiver. Is it in a bar or a karaoke bar? Long Yu, I know you have a problem with me, but I am still your boss and husband. Long Yu felt a slight tremor in her heart. Although Song Yuan calmly revealed his identity, his words still carried a warning to her. Offending him won't do you any good. Upon careful consideration, no matter how much of a jerk Song Yuan is, Su Muxue still loves him and is determined not to divorce him. Besides, Su Muxue is already drunk. If she takes her home later, she will definitely run into Song Yuan, and that would be difficult to handle. We're at Monkey Bar. Please don't tell me I told you, okay? Okay, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan briefly explained the situation to his daughter. Song Jiani said obediently, Daddy, drive slowly. Nini is waiting for you and Mommy to come back. Song Yuan patted her head and said with satisfaction, Good. Su Muxue was completely unaware of all this. Already 7/10 drunk, he shook the dice in his hand and compared sizes with Su Juanze, Anya, and Long Yu. The four people took turns lifting the dice cup. Su Muxue lost again. She pressed the tip of her tongue against her numb palate and complained unhappily to Su Juanze and Anya. I suspect you two cheated. Whether it was bad luck or poor skill, she lost the most, followed by Long Yu. Su Juanze gave an awkward smile. Mu Shui, who would dare to cheat under your nose? Even Anya, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but speak up. Maybe you're just having bad luck today. Is something bothering you? Her intuition told her that Su Muxue must have something on her mind. Her brows had been furrowed ever since the game started. Su Muxue shook her head, vehemently denying it. No. What could possibly be troubling me? Forget it. It's just drinking. I'll keep drinking. As he spoke, he picked up his wine glass, intending to put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Long Yu reached out to drink for her. But Su Juanze preemptively pressed down on his wine glass and made a suggestion. You don't need to drink. Just answer the truth once. Su Muxue was indeed having trouble drinking anymore and agreed. Okay, go ahead and ask. Long Yu frowned slightly, wondering what Su Juanze meant. Why are you suddenly asking Su Muxue for her true feelings? I prayed silently in my heart. Song Yuan, hurry up and come here. Although I don't like you, I dislike Su Juanze, this self-righteous swindler, even more. Her intuition told her that this guy was up to no good. Unexpectedly, Su Juanze asked a question that caught everyone off guard and was completely unexpected. Who was your first love? Su Muxue was clearly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Juanze stared at her eyes, which were somewhat glazed over from the alcohol, and said in a deep voice, Don't lie. He always felt that Su Muxue's first love should be him. Not that he was just being presumptuous, but that it was during their 3 years of high school. Su Muxue rejected countless boys who pursued her. I only want to be friends with him. Aside from herself, Song Yuan was the person who had the most contact with Su Muxue. But Song Yuan and Su Muxue are natural enemies. They're bound to argue whenever they meet. So he doesn't think Su Muxue would like Song Yuan. Her marriage to Song Yuan was only due to an accident. Su Muxue was pregnant and had no choice but to marry Song Yuan. Therefore, he deduced that Su Muxue must have feelings for him. As for why she hadn't confessed to him, he felt it was a problem with Su Muxue's personality. She was just as proud as he was, so of course she wouldn't take the initiative to express her love to him. Su Muxue took a deep breath and spoke frankly. Song Yuan. What? Su Juanze was struck dumb. His mind went completely blank. How could Su Muxue's first love be Song Yuan? What kind of international joke is this? Even if you don't want to answer, there's no need to lie to yourself. Anya was also quite surprised, because Su Juanze would complain to her countless times after drinking too much. It's said that Su Muxue doesn't like Song Yuan at all, and the two would have divorced long ago if it weren't for their child. But Su Muxue actually said that her first love was Song Yuan, which means that Su Juanze misunderstood. Chapter 40, I'll slap you in the face. Only Long Yu wasn't surprised. Su Muxue had never dated anyone. She married Song Yuan right after graduating from high school. Who else could her first love be but him? Su Juanze, unwilling to accept defeat, challenged Su Muxue to a one-on-one duel. As expected, Su Muxue lost again, and Su Juanza asked another question. Have you ever regretted getting married? He dared not ask Su Mushua directly whether she still liked Song Yuan, so he could only ask indirectly. This time, Su Mushua did not speak immediately, but pondered carefully. Su Juanza unconsciously gripped the dice cup tightly. She hesitated. She was thinking. They must be regretting it now. If only I hadn't married Song Yuan so early and had children so early. She could have gone to study at the best art academy abroad as originally planned and realized her dream of becoming a painter. Instead of reluctantly accepting the family business as she is now, becoming a businesswoman she once had no interest in. She would never again have to devote so much energy to taking care of her daughter who has serious psychological problems and be heartbroken by Song Yuan, this scumbag who is a serial cheater. After a while, Su Mushua finally spoke, revealing a meaningful smile. No regrets. After saying that, he picked up a full glass of strong vodka, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Su Mushua, who was already 7/10 drunk, drank this cup of wine. Everything went black before his eyes, and he collapsed weakly onto the table, instantly losing consciousness. Long Yu quickly patted her shoulder and called out to her. Mushua, Mushua. Su Juanza was heartbroken and tried to convince himself otherwise. Perhaps she already regrets it, but she refuses to admit it because of her proud pride. He said to Long Yu, I'll take her home. Long Yu refused. No need, I can take her. What does Su Juanza mean? Shouldn't he be taking good care of his girlfriend? Why the sudden offer to take Su Mushua home? Even if the two are friends, there's no need to go to such lengths. As Long Yu spoke, she glanced at Anya, who remained silent to the side. That's strange. Anya didn't react, seemingly an outsider, observing everything indifferently. Su Juanza said firmly, You've had too much to drink, don't push yourself. Long Yu ignored Su Juanza and shook Su Mushua's shoulders forcefully in an attempt to wake her up. Mushua, wake up. If she really hands the person over to Su Juanza, how is she going to explain it to Song Yuan when he comes over? Although Song Yuan has no feelings for Su Mushua, he just said on the phone that he was worried about her and wanted to come over, so she naturally wanted to wait for Song Yuan to come and personally hand Su Mushua over to him. Su Mushua was jolted awake by Long Yu's forceful sway, and she groggily raised her head. No, don't shake me, my head hurts so much. Through the blurry vision, Song Yuan's figure gradually appeared. Dressed in all black, Song Yuan stood out in the crowd in the bar aisle. He was still as handsome as ever, tall, and had a great physique. He looked best in black. Even with dark clouds looming over his face, he was still undeniably handsome. At that moment, Song Yuan was rapidly approaching him. Su Mushua thought she was dreaming. She struggled to raise her hand and pointed at him, speaking indistinctly. Song Yuan, you bastard, how dare you come to see me? I hate you. I hate you the most. Song Yuan's face turned even uglier. This woman was really going to take things too far? She secretly ran away to a bar to fool around. Her phone was off, and I drove all the way to pick her up, and she immediately started cursing at me. He grabbed her hand and said sternly, Come home with me. Su Mushua forcefully shook off his hand, annoyed. Why should I? Who do you think you are? Song Yuan said angrily. Stop talking nonsense and come with me. Su Juanza couldn't stand it anymore and rebuked him. Song Yuan, I always thought that although you had a bad temper, you still had some manners. Didn't you see that Mu Shui has already rejected you? How could you force her? Song Yuan had just seen Su Juanza and was originally going to ask him where he came from. But after Su Mushua scolded him like that, he completely forgot about it. Unexpectedly, this kid actually dared to lecture him so arrogantly. He said coldly, None of your business. How my wife and I get along is none of your concern. Who do you think you are? Long Yu secretly applauded Song Yuan, thinking, well done. It really helped her vent her anger. That kid deserved to be taught a lesson. That's why he was so arrogant and never took her seriously. Someone had to step in and put his arrogance to the test. Even with his usual composure, Su Juan's expression changed when faced with Song Yuan's sharp tongue, and he feigned calmness. I'm her good friend. Can't I think about her feelings? Song Yuan said, word by word. She doesn't need male friends. Having me as her husband is enough. Su Juanza snorted coldly, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, and mocked. Don't you feel guilty saying that? Yes, you're her husband. But ask yourself honestly, do you really love her? I. Song Yuan hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. He had been in this world for almost 3 months, but he still felt that his feelings for Su Muxue were only gratitude, and that his kindness towards her stemmed from gratitude. Sleeping with her was simply a matter of mutual consent and physiological need between adults. Although the two of them were very compatible, he always felt that this kind of thing was separate from love, and that being compatible did not necessarily mean love. Love is a deeper, more sacred word. He couldn't describe the specific meaning of love. He recently realized that his feelings for Xia Wenying were just youthful infatuation. It was liking, not love. If you truly love someone, you won't see through their true colors so easily and fall for them instantly. Seeing Song Yuan hesitate, Su Juanza became even more arrogant and decisively said, "You don't love her at all. You're just putting on this good husband act for her money. You want to drain her dry to support your white moonlight, Xia Wenying." As soon as he finished speaking, before Song Yuan could respond, Su Muxue stood up abruptly and slapped Su Juanza hard across the face. With a snap, he got a solid slap on the cheek. The slap startled Song Yuan, Long Yu, and Anya. The three people had different thoughts. Song Yuan's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he suddenly felt like laughing. In the past 2 months, he and Su Muxue have rarely had any conflicts. She has always been kind and gentle to him, giving him the feeling that she has become more gentle. It was just an illusion. She was still the same girl from her student days, the female demon. They always strike so suddenly, showing absolutely no martial ethics. Well played. Long Yu and Song Yuan had different thoughts. She didn't understand why Su Muxue suddenly hit Su Juanza. Weren't they good friends? Su Juanza didn't say anything wrong. It was a fact that Su Muxue knew perfectly well. Anya's face was ashen. Oh no, Su Juanza has suffered such a great injustice. He'll definitely take it out on me when he gets back. I wonder what she'll do to herself again. Her injuries haven't fully healed yet, and she always wears long sleeves when she goes out, afraid that others will notice. Chapter 41. Crying like a little rabbit. Su Muxue's slap was so hard that Su Juanza staggered and almost lost his balance. Struggling to steady himself, he hadn't seen clearly and thought it was Song Yuan who had hit him. Just as he clenched his fists to retaliate, he found Su Muxue glaring at him fiercely. It turns out it was Su Muxue who slapped him, not Song Yuan. He'd rather let Song Yuan hit him. At least he could fight back. But when Su Muxue hit him, he couldn't bear to retaliate. After all, she was the woman he loved most. Thinking of this, Su Juanza became even angrier and questioned her while suppressing his anger. "Why did you hit me? I was doing it for your own good. Did I say anything wrong?" Su Muxue's eyes were bloodshot as she gritted her teeth and said, "No need. Mind your own business." Of course she knew that Song Yuan didn't love her, and that his sudden kindness towards her was for a purpose, but being proud, she wouldn't allow anyone to say it. This severely damaged her fragile self-esteem. She considered Su Juanza a friend, but only a casual friend, the kind who was dispensable. Of course, it was none of his business to interfere in her feelings. "You." Su Juanza hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. How could he fall in love with such a stupid woman? Su Muxue glared at him. She took Song Yuan's hand and quickly walked towards the door. As Su Juanza watched the two figures disappear into the distance, he pressed the tip of his tongue against the numb, aching inside his mouth, and his handsome face slowly contorted into a grimace. Even though Su Muxue was completely fooled by Song Yuan, he was still the only person in the world who was worthy of her. Her appearance, figure, family background, personality, and abilities remained perfect and impeccable. She did nothing wrong. The one who was wrong was Song Yuan, because Song Yuan was too treacherous. Long Yu tried hard to suppress her laughter, afraid that she would burst out laughing. She left her seat quickly without even saying goodbye to Su Juanza. Anya tugged at his sleeve worriedly. "Juanza, are you all right?" Su Juanza sneered and retorted irritably. "Do I look like I'm all right?" Anya hurriedly pursed her lips, not daring to say another word. He secretly complained to himself. "You deserve it." Su Muxue only managed to walk to the bar entrance before her body went limp. She had drunk too much. It was a miracle she had even made it to the door. Song Yuan immediately picked the person up and carried them horizontally. Su Mushue's body suddenly lifted into the air. Her head became even more dizzy, her stomach churned, and she began to vomit. Song Yuan did not show any tenderness or pity for his wife. Unlike most husbands who would care for their wives by carrying her to a place where she could vomit. It was a serious order. Hold it in, don't throw up. Although Su Mushue had just slapped Su Juanza, which made him feel a little better, he was still incredibly frustrated. If she hadn't suddenly gone crazy, not answering his calls, and secretly come to the bar, getting him completely drunk without warning, he wouldn't have been in this state. She wouldn't be in such a bad mood. It's all her own fault. Of course, if she hadn't come to drink, he wouldn't have come all this way to pick her up on an empty stomach, before he had even finished his meal. Looking into Song Yuan's cold eyes, Su Mushue suppressed her grievances, pursed her lips tightly, and forced herself to suppress the urge to vomit. Song Yuan was very satisfied with Su Mushue's performance. He picked her up and walked quickly to the parking lot to find his car. They opened the car door and then threw the person into the passenger seat. Su Mushue felt Song Yuan's rudeness towards her, and her sense of grievance intensified. She silently lowered her head and fastened her seatbelt. It wasn't until Song Yuan got into the car and it smoothly drove onto the highway that Su Mushue couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her face. Song Yuan hadn't noticed she was crying until she started sobbing. Song Yuan Kai turned his head in surprise. Why are you crying? Strangeness. Wasn't she very powerful just now? She almost knocked Su Juanza to the ground with one slap. You know what? When she cried like that, she really did look pitiful. Her hair, tucked behind her ears, was a little messy, but it didn't detract from her beauty. Her eyes were red, her nose was red, and her rosy lips were trembling. Tears dripped down, soaking the pristine white shirt. It's like a little rabbit that has suffered a tremendous injustice. So cute, I just want to squish them. She no longer resembles a strong woman or a wealthy heiress. He knew that some people's personalities changed drastically after getting drunk, but Su Mushue's change was too much. The contrast is really strong. Song Yuan felt a tickle in his heart, as if a feather were gently teasing his soul. A nameless fire inexplicably surged in my lower abdomen. Nameless? Famous. It looks like a spark of desire. Song Yuan was startled by his own reaction. He had been sleeping in the same room with Su Mushue quite often recently, so why was he suddenly thinking about this kind of thing at this time? Su Mushue remained silent, and instead cried even harder. Wah! She really wanted to have a big fight with Song Yuan, but she felt terrible. Her throat hurt, her body felt weak, her head was throbbing, and she felt like vomiting. Song Yuan wouldn't let her vomit. Now he even interferes with my crying. This is absolutely outrageous. How could she fall in love with Song Yuan, that heartless bastard? She was just a little touched that he would come to pick her up, but now she was heartbroken by his cold attitude. Song Yuan was completely at a loss with her. If she kept crying like that, he would definitely get into a car accident. There was no other way but to park the car on the side of the road, take a few tissues from the tissue box next to the car window, and hand them to her, asking her softly, "Do you feel wronged?" Su Mushue nodded, then shook her head. She showed no intention of accepting the tissues, letting her tears flow freely, soaking her delicate little face. Helpless, Song Yuan could only take matters into his own hands, gently wiping away her tears and asking softly, "Are you feeling very uncomfortable?" Su Mushue sniffed and choked up. "It hurts." Song Yuan mocked mercilessly. "Serves you right. Who told you to drink so much? Look at Long Yu, Anya, and that Su guy, they're all sober. Only you made a fool of yourself." Su Mushue suddenly raised her head and retorted evasively. "How do I know I'll keep losing?" Song Yuan smiled jokingly and said sourly, "Oh, you guys even play games together?" Su Mushue ignored his words and continued talking to herself. "It's all because of you. If I hadn't gotten angry with you, how could I have had such bad luck?" Song Yuan was completely bewildered and said irritably, "What did I do to you? Didn't you see the message I sent you? I wanted to take Nini out for Western food, but instead, you turned off your phone and went straight to a bar to drink and play games with some random guy. Didn't you ever think about the fact that you're married and have a family?" These words were spoken. Su Muxue instantly exploded, ignoring the burning pain in her throat, and retorted in a hoarse voice. Song Yuan, how dare you question me like that? Su Juanza and I are just friends. We have nothing to do with each other. But you, do you even remember what you said when you borrowed money from me? Chapter 42 Reason is gone. You said you would never cast that bitch Xia Weining as the female lead in The Legend of Yun Xiang. But what happened? The trailer is already out. How are you going to fool me this time? Song Yuan fell silent. Su Muxue already distrusted him and was very suspicious. Now that she had drunk so much and was not thinking clearly, she definitely wouldn't believe him even if he explained things properly. He clearly said he didn't need Xia Weining as the female lead when he borrowed the money, but she just wouldn't believe him. She would just keep arguing with him about this topic. Since that's the case, let's wait until she's more sober before saying anything. So he silently watched Su Muxue, thinking that he should hurry home for dinner after she finished venting because he was really starving. Seeing that Song Yuan remained silent, calmly watching her frantically struggle like an outsider, Su Muxue's fragile nerves snapped instantly. She grabbed Song Yuan's collar and screamed at him in despair. What do you mean by not saying anything? You're admitting it, aren't you, Song Yuan? You bastard. I know you don't love me, but we've been married for so many years. Honestly, how have I treated you and your family all these years? I haven't done badly, have I? I even gave you such a lovely and well-behaved daughter. How can you be so cold to me? How could you use my money to support another woman? What do you take me for? Say something. Song Yuan's head was throbbing from Su Muxue's sharp and hoarse voice. He wanted to quiet her down, but when he met her wet eyes filled with sadness and resentment, his heart softened. Muxue, calm down, He hadn't finished speaking. Su Muxue immediately interrupted him. You think I'm annoying, huh? You want a divorce, don't you? Let me tell you, I won't. If you want a divorce, go for your next life. Without waiting for Song Yuan's response, she forcefully bit his lip. Song Yuan stared in surprise, his eyes wide, and responded passively. Has this woman gone mad? He didn't mention divorce. What he meant to say wasn't let's get a divorce, but rather, let's have a serious talk. Su Muxue's tongue was soft and carried a strong taste of alcohol, while a faint scent of rose perfume wafted from her fair and slender neck. Kissing a drunk person is a nightmare for non-drinkers. But for Song Yuan, who also enjoys drinking, it was the icing on the cake. But this environment isn't right. This happened on the side of the road, inside the car. Although there aren't many people or vehicles passing by in the middle of the night, it's still dangerous. It would be really embarrassing if someone saw you like that. Song Yuan rationally turned his head away to remind her. Let's go home first. But Su Muxue had completely lost her mind. Faced with Song Yuan's resistance, he not only did not get up, but became even more unruly. Soon, Song Yuan could no longer resist. Much later, Su Muxue closed her eyes tightly and drifted off to sleep. I don't know if Su Muxue was too tired or if she drank too much alcohol. Without thinking much, Song Yuan, worried that she would get cold, immediately took off his suit jacket and covered her with it. Then he rolled down the car window, silently lit a cigarette, looked up at the dark night sky, and exhaled thick smoke. A sudden, inexplicable sense of emptiness welled up inside me. This feeling of emptiness is particularly intense. He didn't know if other men felt this way after being intimate with a woman, but he truly felt that physical satisfaction could not fill the void in his heart. Song Yuan thought, perhaps it's because he doesn't love Su Muxue. If he truly loved a woman, he would probably be very happy after doing this with her. I thought about it carefully for a while. He felt he should try to fall in love with Su Muxue so that he wouldn't feel so empty in the future. Su Muxue was very beautiful. She was practically the goddess of all the boys in school when she was in school. She comes from a good family and is capable. In order to give birth to such a lovely daughter, she took such good care of her parents, lent money to herself to make movies, and even offered to help her friend's sister with her surgery. Aside from having a slightly bad temper, she's perfect in every way. There's no reason for him not to like her. But can feelings really be forced? The answer is, of course, no. If he could force it, he would have fallen in love with her long ago, wouldn't he? But then I thought about it again, and there's an old saying that goes, familiarity breeds affection. Upon thinking about it, Song Yuan couldn't help but smile, and his dull eyes lit up. Although feelings cannot be forced, they can be cultivated slowly. He believed that one day he would truly fall in love with Su Mushua, and then he wouldn't feel as empty as he does now. After finishing her homework, Song Jinni didn't go back to her room to rest, afraid that she might fall asleep and not be able to wait for her parents to come home. He then curled up on the sofa and watched TV. I stayed up until 2 a.m., then got so sleepy I could barely keep my eyes open and yawned. I bit my lip hard, and the stinging sensation instantly made me feel much more alert. Just then, the door creaked open. Song Jianni sat up with a jolt, turned to look at the door, and saw her father carrying her mother back. So excited that she didn't even have time to put on her shoes, she ran barefoot to greet him. He moved closer to Song Yuan and saw that his mother was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. He lowered his voice and whispered, "Dad, you're finally back." Song Yuan nodded slightly. Then, seeing his daughter's bare feet, said seriously, "Why aren't you wearing shoes? You'll catch a cold." "Oh, I'll put it on right away." As Song Jianni spoke, she picked up the cotton slippers from the shoe rack and bent down to put them on. Looking at Su Mushua with concern, he asked nervously, "Dad, is Mom all right?" This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Her mother blushed unnaturally, and she reeked of alcohol, along with a strange, indescribable smell. Song Yuan explained with a smile, "It's okay. I'm just drunk. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep." "That's good." Song Jianni secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that nothing happened." Song Yuan instructed, "Go to sleep now. If I'm not back by 11 p.m. next time, don't wait for me, okay?" Song Jianni nodded obediently. "No," he protested inwardly. "If Dad doesn't come home by 11 o'clock, I definitely won't be able to sleep. I'll worry and overthink things. I'm afraid that one day you'll suddenly stop coming back and elope with another woman. Even though you and Mom can always avoid me when you argue, I can still vaguely hear it. I really don't like being home alone. It's so boring. The house is too big and empty. I don't even have anyone to talk to. I feel so lonely." Song Yuan carried Su Mushua upstairs. Song Jianni followed silently behind. When Song Yuan arrived at the bedroom door, Song Jinni still showed no sign of leaving, standing closely behind him. Song Yuan lowered his head and asked gently, "What's wrong? Is there something you want to tell Dad?" Song Jinni raised her hand and gently tugged at Song Yuan's clothes. She blinked her big, watery eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up her courage to tentatively ask, "Dad, could you please try to come home earlier in the future?" Chapter 43: The Fish Takes the Hook. Song Yuan was secretly delighted. "Although my relationship with my daughter has grown much closer in the past 2 months, but she never makes any demands on me, and she doesn't care what time I come home. This shows that his efforts during this period have not been in vain, and his daughter has really started to care about him." Suppressing his inner joy, he asked the question knowing the answer already. "Why?" "Because—" Song Jinni's tender face began to blush, and her hand gripping Song Yuan's clothes tightened. She began to stammer. "Because I—" Song Yuan suppressed a laugh and pressed for more information. "What?" Song Jinni took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing, looked directly into Song Yuan's eyes, and mustered her courage to speak. "Because I worry about my dad. Even though he's very capable, I still can't help but overthink things." Song Yuan finally showed a satisfied smile and made a promise. "Okay, Daddy promises. Well, I'm going to sleep now." Song Jianni hurriedly turned around and went back to her bedroom, climbed onto the bed, grabbed the fluffy rabbit plush toy, and excitedly bit the rabbit's ear. A joyful smile appeared on his face. "Yeah," she finally said it. All that mental preparation she did was worth it. It wasn't in vain. She felt that she should be getting better soon, and she was no longer afraid of her father. Although she is still unsure whether her father truly loves her, she is certain that he does not dislike her. The person Dad dislikes isn't himself, but Dr. Su. She felt very strange when she thought of Dr. Su. Clearly, her relationship with Dr. Su had already cracked, and she no longer trusted him as much as before. "But I still rely on him a lot, and every time I have an attack, I still want to chat with him. He seems to have a kind of magic, able to pull himself out of the abyss with just a few words. Other doctors couldn't do it." Her father had introduced her to new doctors recently, and she had tried her best to cooperate, but she just couldn't adapt to the new doctors. She was very flustered because she was afraid that her father would be unhappy about it. But her father said that all he wanted was for her to get better quickly. So for now, we can only wait until her mental illness is truly cured before her mother fires Dr. Su. Moose Cafe. Private rooms on the third floor. Xiao Weining elegantly stirred the coffee in her hand with a long spoon. Her delicately made-up face had her eyebrows furrowed. Her friend Judy, sitting across from her, picked up her coffee cup, took a small sip, and couldn't help but ask, "Ying, what's wrong with you? You asked me out, but then you didn't say a word." Xiao Weining put down her coffee, looked up at Judy, and sighed. "Didn't I tell you before? The reason why Yun Xiang Zhuan has been delayed in starting filming is because it's short of 10 million yuan in lead actor salaries. Didn't you say Song Yuan would find a way? How come it's been more than half a month, and he still hasn't raised the money?" "Yes, I kept urging him. I even tried everything playing the victim, acting all cute, but he just pretended to be clueless and kept saying he couldn't borrow any more money. I think he did it on purpose, even though he already borrowed 100 million. Song Yuan wasn't in a hurry, but she was. She was getting moldy from staying at home so long, and if she kept delaying like this, she would forget the script she had finally memorized." Upon hearing this, Judy pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses, her fox-like eyes gleaming with a sly light as she grinned mischievously. "I think he deliberately made things difficult for you this time, probably hoping that you would lower your stance even further." Xiao Weining pouted unhappily. "I'm already being very low. How much lower do you want me to be? Do you want me to let him touch me?" Judy's smile deepened, and she continued on her way. "That's right. I think that's exactly what he's thinking. Think about it. How long have you been together? 7 years, right? For 7 years you've been keeping him hanging on, not letting him touch you. Even if he doesn't say it, of course he'll have a problem with you. No way. I sell my art, not my body. Pretending to love him is fine, but he can't actually touch me. I'll give myself to a perfect man I truly love. Obviously, he's not that. In my heart, he's just a brainless simp." Judy narrowed her eyes slightly. "You really don't like him?" Although Xiao Weining had told her many times that she had no feelings for Song Yuan, she still wanted to confirm it. What she's about to say could ruin their long-standing friendship. Xiao Weining said somewhat impatiently, "I don't like it, didn't I tell you that?" Judy finally relaxed and smiled. "If you really don't like him, why don't you introduce him to me?" Xiao Weining had introduced Song Yuan to her a few times before. Xiao Weining is truly unaware of her good fortune. Song Yuan is so handsome, considerate, and generous. She has long been smitten with him. These words were spoken. Xiao Weining immediately became anxious, her face turning red with anger. "Judy, what do you mean? Are you trying to steal my boyfriend?" Although she didn't like Song Yuan, she subconsciously felt that Song Yuan belonged to her, and she would not allow anyone else to touch him. Judy said awkwardly, "Why are you in such a hurry? You said you didn't like me. That's why I asked you. Besides, I was just asking casually. If you don't want to, then forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Xiao Weining quickly calmed down and asked in return, "Do you really like him?" Judy nodded and assured her, "Yeah, but don't worry, I won't take it from you. You're my good friend." Xiao Weining lowered her eyelashes and changed her words. "Actually, it's not that I can't introduce you to it. It's just—" Judy's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Just what? If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. If it's within my power, I'll definitely do it. I've decided to pay the 10 million yuan actor fee for The Legend of Yunxiang myself, but I only have 5 million yuan on hand right now, so I'm still short 5 million. I'll lend it to you." Judy herself doesn't earn a lot. She's a senior executive at a financial company, with an annual salary barely reaching 1 million. But her parents are rich. They could easily get 5 million. "Judy, you're so kind. I promise you, once I finish filming Yun Xiang biography, I'll break up with Song Yuan and formally introduce him to you." "No problem. I'll transfer the money to you later." Okay. The money was in hand. Xiao Weining immediately found Song Yuan and handed him the money. Song Yuan patted his chest and guaranteed that filming would start as soon as the contracts with the male lead and the second female lead were signed. Xiao Weining left the office satisfied. Song Yuan immediately called over Ding Yao, the female artist the company was about to focus on developing, and handed her the contract for Yun Xiangjuan to sign. Ding Yao stared at the black and white words on the contract, her hands trembling uncontrollably. 2 months ago, Song Yuan promised her that he would definitely make her the female lead in Yun Xiang biography, and told her to read the script carefully. But she felt that Song Yuan might just be acting on a whim and wouldn't actually let her be the female lead. After all, Xiao Weining is Song Yuan's girlfriend, and good scripts and roles are always reserved for her. This is common knowledge in the company. Chapter 44. I've loved you for 10 years. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan really wasn't lying to her. He really was going to make her the female lead in The Legend of Yun Xiang. Fortunately, she had prepared well, memorized her lines in advance, and studied the character thoroughly. Seeing that Ding Yao was staring at the contract and hadn't signed it yet, Song Yuan asked her what was wrong. Do you have any questions? Ding Yao then came to her senses. No. Suppressing his excitement, he picked up the pen on the table and signed his name on the contract. After signing, Ding Yao solemnly bowed deeply to Song Yuan, expressing her gratitude. President Song, thank you for your trust in me. I will definitely do my best to play the role well and will not let you down. Upon seeing this, Song Yuan felt a slight tremor in his heart. He is now beginning to understand why Shen Mo has always valued Ding Yao. Upon closer inspection, Ding Yao actually looks more sophisticated than Xiao Weining, not just because of her overall better temperament. Rather, it's her face that's perfect for movies. It tells a story. She is a rare beauty with striking bone structure and captivating features, especially her clear, bright eyes, which possess both the gentle grace of an Eastern woman and a hint of stubbornness and resilience. He had previously seen clips of Ding Yao's film and television works, and her acting skills were impeccable. What's even more remarkable is her character. She's been with the company for 3 years, and he's never given her any good resources, often relegating her to supporting roles for Xiao Weining. Yet, she never competes for anything and never complains. She also knows how to be grateful, unlike Xiao Weining who, despite her poor acting skills, has no self-awareness and keeps hogging good resources, treating him like a sucker. Don't feel pressured, just perform normally. After Ding Yao left the office, Song Yuan immediately grabbed his car keys and drove to Jing Yao to redeem the necklace he had left at the store. Not long after, Song Yuan did not call Su Muxue to inform her after redeeming the necklace. Instead, I wanted to surprise her. Song Yuan stayed up until the end of the workday before rushing home excitedly. Then he went home and searched everywhere, but couldn't find Su Muxue. So he immediately took out his phone, found her number, and called her. A cold, inaudible tone came through the receiver. Sorry, the number you dialed did not go through. Please try again later. Song Yuan panicked and rushed into the study to ask his daughter, who was doing her homework. Nini, do you know where your mother went? Song Jiani said frankly. Mom said she went to see Grandma, and she just left not long ago. Visiting Grandma. Su Muxue's mother passed away many years ago, didn't she? Did she commit suicide? No. She must have gone to the cemetery. Song Yuan instructed his daughter. Nini, Daddy's going to find your mom. You eat your food first, don't wait for us. Song Jiani obediently agreed. Okay. Evening. The sky was overcast, and the setting sun was obscured by thick clouds. Su Muxue stood in front of her mother's tombstone, bent down and placed the daffodils in her hand in front of the grave. I stood up again, staring at the black and white photo of my mother on the tombstone. A faint soreness welled up in my nose, and my eyes reddened. Mom, I've come to see you again. Don't worry, I'm doing well now, but I still think of you often and dream about you. Her mother was the person who loved her most in the world, and she couldn't understand why her mother would choose to jump off a building and commit suicide not long after divorcing her father. When Mingming's mother and father divorced, she didn't cry or make a scene. Instead, she told Mingming that she was finally free and would live a good life from now on. Since her marriage to her father was unhappy, divorce would be a relief for her, so why would he be so heartless as to abandon her alone? At this moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The rain suddenly pelted Su Muxue, soaking her thin shirt. It also dampened her thick, beautiful hair, and water droplets slowly flowed down her forehead to her fair cheeks, dripping down her chin and onto the ground. Su Mushua's vision gradually blurred, and she choked out softly. Mom, I don't understand. If you have any grievances, why don't you tell me? I would share your burden. Why won't you tell me? Why are you being so cruel to me? For years, she had been secretly investigating the real reason for her mother's suicide, but she had no clue. Didn't you say you would be there for me as I grew up? That you would personally hand me over to my future Mr. Right? Why did you lie to me? Actually, I lied to you too. I'm not doing well. Do you remember the diamond necklace you gave me? My husband secretly took it and sold it to pay off debts. He even used my money to invest in his mistress's movie. What? You're asking me why I don't get a divorce? Because I love him. I've loved him for 10 whole years, from the first year of high school until now. I can't bear to let my daughter be without a father, so I can only endure it. I don't know how much longer I can endure it. Mom, why did you leave so early? If you were still here, he definitely wouldn't dare to bully me like this. Mom, I have so much to tell you. Su Mushua didn't know how many words she had said, but she felt colder and colder, and her whole body was soaked by the rain. But she still didn't want to leave the cemetery. She wanted to spend more time with her mother. The rain was getting heavier. My vision became even blurrier, and my head started to ache. At that moment, everything was shrouded in darkness, and the rain stopped. Su Mushua turned her head blankly and saw. Song Yuan stood behind her, holding a black umbrella, looking at her tenderly, his dark eyes filled with heartache, and asked with concern. Honey, why aren't you using an umbrella? Su Mushua sniffed, composed herself, and pretended to be calm. I forgot to bring it. Could you get this for me? Song Yuan handed the umbrella to Su Mushua. Su Mushua took the umbrella with a puzzled look. The next second, Song Yuan took off his black trench coat and casually draped it over her shoulders. He gently wiped away the rain and tears from her face with his warm fingertips and said softly, Let's go home. I'll come with you to see Mom when the weather is nicer, okay? Looking at Song Yuanying's handsome face, filled with concern and worry for her, Su Mushua's inner gloom instantly vanished. There's nothing she can do. She's just a silly woman who's easily satisfied. Even though she knows Song Yuan doesn't love her and loves another woman, she feels a deep sense of happiness as long as he treats her even a little bit well. The corners of his lips slowly turned up. Good. Song Yuan put his arm around Su Mushua and left the cemetery. Before long, the two returned home. Despite taking a hot shower and changing into clean clothes, Su Mushua still couldn't stop sneezing and coughing. Song Yuan was terrified and said nervously, Honey, let me take you to the hospital. Su Mushua waved her hand, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, and curled up at the head of the bed. It's nothing, cough cough, just a little cold. I'll take some medicine and sleep it off. Then I'll go get your medicine. Song Yuan hurriedly went downstairs. He quickly returned and handed her the cold medicine and hot water. Chapter 45 Xia Weiniang gets furious. Su Mushua took the medicine and drank it with hot water. He urged Song Yuan, Go back to your room. I need to rest. She didn't want to sleep with Song Yuan tonight, partly because she wasn't feeling well, but also because she remembered the necklace her mother had given her, and there were only 2 days left until the agreed 3 months. Song Yuan didn't redeem the necklace for me either, probably because he didn't have the extra money to redeem it. He had spent all the money I lent him on investing in the legend of Yunxiang. Song Yuan agreed. Okay, I'll go, but there's something I need to give you. Su Mushua asked blankly. What? Song Yuan took an exquisite jewelry box out of his pocket and put it in her hand. Su Mushua's breathing faltered slightly as she carefully opened the lid. Inside the box was the diamond necklace she had been longing for. Song Yuan actually kept his promise and redeemed her necklace. In my excitement, I asked incredulously, Where did you get the money? Song Yuan smiled slightly and said mysteriously, I won't tell you, but in short, I didn't spend the money you borrowed from me. If he said he got it from Xia Weiniang, Su Mushua would definitely get angry again, since of that 10 million, 5 million was the money she had previously transferred to Xia Weiniang. Su Mushua snorted coldly. Fine, don't tell me then. Just leave now. I really need to sleep. She didn't need to thank him. The necklace originally belonged to her, and it was only right that he returned it to her. It doesn't matter where Song Yuan got the money to redeem the necklace. Song Yuan lifted the blanket and said with a grin, Honey, I want to sleep with you. Su Mushue kicked him, saying rudely, "Get off. I don't want to sleep with you." She really wasn't interested in sleeping with him tonight. She just wanted to rest by herself. Song Yuan shamelessly climbed onto the bed, pulled her into a tight embrace, gently kissed her forehead, and coaxed her softly. "I'm just worried you'll be cold. Don't worry, I won't touch you tonight." He wasn't so desperate as to force himself on his wife when she wasn't feeling well. Su Mushue stopped struggling, raised her head, and stared into his eyes, asking in a hoarse voice, "Aren't you afraid I'll give you my cold? What's there to be afraid of? It's just a cold." Ignoring her warning, Song Yuan kissed her rosy lips even more brazenly. Su Mushue gently closed her eyes and responded tenderly. Much later, Su Mushue rested her head on Song Yuan's arm and said seriously, "Oh right, it's Dad's birthday at the end of the month, and he wants us to bring Nini along." Next Monday, Song Yuan was so busy that he forgot his father's birthday. Unexpectedly, Su Mushue, his daughter-in-law, is more attentive than he, her own son. Su Mushue frowned slightly. "Yeah, what's up?" The opening ceremony for Yunxiang biography is also scheduled for the end of the month. I'll go there later. You and Nini go first. The date for the opening ceremony had been set long ago, and it would be unreasonable for Song Yuan, as the boss, not to attend. Although Su Mushue was dissatisfied, she couldn't stop them. All right. Time quickly came to the end of the month. The launch ceremony for The Legend of Yunxiang was held as scheduled. After the host warmed up the audience, the main creative team was invited to come on stage. Song Yuan, Shen Mo, the director, and the lead actors took turns to speak on stage. There was a problem when the microphone was handed to Ding Yao. Xiao Weining was unaware that someone had secretly taken her role. When she heard Ding Yao introduce her as the female lead of the show, she immediately flew into a rage. Annoyed, she stepped forward and questioned, "Ding Yao, have you no shame? You say you're the female lead, but let me ask you, what about me? Where do you place me?" These words were spoken. The media reporters present, holding cameras, were extremely excited. Is there really such a huge scandal? That's interesting. It would be even more interesting if the two of them started fighting. Unexpectedly, Ding Yao remained silent. She just bit her lip hard and looked at Song Yuan helplessly. What's going on? It turns out that Song Yuan didn't tell Xiao Weining that he had replaced her in the role. Why didn't he tell her? Are they trying to embarrass Xiao Weining in front of so many people, or are the two of them playing some strange game, making themselves look like clowns? Xiao Weining became even more furious when she saw that Ding Yao remained silent and sought help from Song Yuan. Suppressing her anger, she acted coquettishly towards Song Yuan to express her dissatisfaction. "Brother, look at her. She's always disliked me and is jealous of me. Now she's openly trying to steal my role." Before Song Yuan could speak, the reporters then pointed their cameras and microphones at Song Yuan, bombarding him with questions. "Mr. Song, may I ask who the female lead is in this drama, Ding Yao or Xiao Weining? I remember when the promotional materials were released, Xiao Weining was cast as the female lead, right? In that case, why did Ding Yao say she was the female lead? Could President Song explain this to everyone?" Xiao Weining and Ding Yao both looked at Song Yuan. Ding Yao's heart jumped into her throat. If Song Yuan said at this moment that he didn't need her anymore and would continue to use Xiao Weining as the female lead, she would really break down. This is incredibly embarrassing. If he's really playing me for a fool, I might as well quit my job. Xiao Weining had no suspicion of Song Yuan at all. She only felt that Ding Yao was picking a fight with her and trying to cause trouble. Song Yuan has been promoting her for 3 years, always giving her the best resources and making her the female lead. Besides, she even contributed 10 million to this drama. How could he possibly replace her? Song Yuan explained slowly and deliberately. The female lead in the movie, Yunxiang Zhuan, was originally Xiao Weining, but due to a small accident, the female lead has now been changed to Ding Yao. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Yao breathed a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, Song Yuan kept his word and didn't play a trick on her. In contrast, Xiao Weining was struck dumb, frozen in place, completely still. Did she hear that right? Song Yuan actually decided not to play the female lead herself, but instead let Ding Yao, whom he had always disliked and who always looked down on him, play the female lead. On what grounds? Why? Xiao Weining really wanted to ask Song Yuan right now what exactly happened that caused their falling out. Why go back on your word? To embarrass her in front of so many people? Didn't he always say that he loved himself the most? But now is not the time. Asking now would only make her more embarrassed, since Song Yuan has already made the announcement. He could only suppress his anger and slink off the stage, waiting for the press conference to end. I waited until the press conference ended. Xiao Weining immediately grabbed Song Yuan's sleeve and dragged him to a secluded corner, her chest heaving as she questioned him with red eyes. Brother, why are you doing this to me? How could you go back on your word? You promised me the female lead. Why did you suddenly cast Ding Yao? She was absolutely furious. She had never been so wrong before. Looking at Xiao Weining's expression of being so angry she was about to faint, Song Yuan suppressed his inner joy and pretended to be puzzled. I can't do anything about it. The director and Shen Mo both disagree with you being the female lead. You need to understand that I'm not the only one who makes the decisions in the company. Chapter 46 Turning Against Each Other. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weining almost choked on her breath and said sternly, Then why didn't you tell me beforehand? I gave you 10 million, and did you know that 5 million of that was borrowed? Song Yuan really didn't know that Xiao Weining would borrow money. He tried to suppress his laughter and shrugged. I'm telling you now. You. Xiao Weining's face flushed red, and tears welled up uncontrollably. She held Song Yuan's hand, choking back sobs with grievance. Brother, if I did something wrong, you can tell me. You know how much effort and energy I put into this play. I've been preparing for so long, and I'm relying on this play to become popular again. You know this is my dream. You said you would help me realize my dream. Have you forgotten? She simply couldn't understand how this devoted, obedient, and unconditionally devoted man, who had been her lapdog for years, could suddenly turn rebellious and start biting her. Song Yuan withdrew his hand subtly and made up a story without batting an eye. I haven't forgotten. Didn't I tell you? I'm not the only one who makes the decisions in the company. If the director and Shun Mo don't support me, there's nothing I can do to fight back. Xiao Weining was smart enough to know that Song Yuan was lying to her. Song Yuan had always been the one who made the decisions in the company. Otherwise, how could he have given her the best resources for the past 3 years? Since feigning helplessness and weakness couldn't change Song Yuan's mind, there was no need for her to continue pretending. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, stared into Song Yuan's eyes, and said calmly, So, there's no room for negotiation on this, right? Song Yuan spread his hands. I'm in a difficult position too. Xiao Weining's chest rose and fell slightly as she reached out her hand to Song Yuan. Fine, give me back my 10 million. Song Yuan scoffed. This woman has finally shown her true colors. She's shameless now. What do you mean by her 10 million? 5 million of it was pocket money he transferred to her, and the remaining 5 million was borrowed by her. But over the years, he has given her the best resources, and even when he lost money, he never shortchanged her on her salary. How could she possibly ask me to get my 10 million back? He was too lazy to argue with her, and said dismissively, What if we run out of money? Xiao Weining's pupils dilated slightly, once again stung by Song Yuan's cold attitude, her heart turning ice cold. She didn't love Song Yuan, but she was furious that he had played her like this. Think about it carefully. Song Yuan's betrayal of her came without warning. She was completely unprepared, and Song Yuan had not shown any unusual behavior before the incident. He only showed displeasure when he criticized Shin Mo. Suddenly she remembered what Judy had said. You've been together for 7 years, and you've always kept him hanging on, not letting him touch you. Even if he doesn't say it. Of course he's upset. Yes, it's impossible for Song Yuan to suddenly stop loving her. He must still love her. He's just unhappy because she hasn't slept with him. He loves himself so much, yet he doesn't want to force himself. So this time he deliberately embarrassed her and betrayed her. As long as she's willing to sleep with him, he'll definitely give her back the role. Or, you could just be patient and sleep with him once? No. How could she sell her body for such a small role? She's not that kind of cheap woman. She wants to save her precious first time for the person she loves most. Since he wants her so badly, he definitely doesn't want to break up with her. As long as she mentions breaking up, Song Yuan will definitely give the role back to her in order to keep her. And so, Xiao Weiniang squeezed out 2 more tears, looked at Song Yuan with deep affection, and tentatively said, "Brother, I suddenly feel like we're not a good match. I think we should break up. What do you think?" Unexpectedly, Song Yuan not only didn't try to stop him, but instead cheered. "You said it yourself, so don't go back on your word. This bitch is trying to blackmail me by breaking up with her. Does she think I'll try to keep her like I used to? Keep dreaming." Now that fate has allowed him to travel 7 years into the future and given him a chance to start over, he naturally won't treat trash as a treasure anymore. What he truly cherishes are Su Mushua, who has silently devoted herself to him and her family for 7 years, his gentle and obedient daughter, and his good brother Shinemo, with whom he has reconciled. Xiao Weiniang's brain started to freeze, her face full of question marks, and she couldn't believe it. Huh? You agree. What exactly is going on? Has the sun risen in the west? Shouldn't Song Yuan be humbly begging himself not to leave? In the past 7 years, she had mentioned breaking up with Song Yuan before, and every time he immediately admitted his mistake and solemnly promised her that he would never disobey her again and would listen to her in everything, as long as she didn't leave him. Why did he suddenly change his expression this time? Song Yuan said with a smile. Agree. Looking at Song Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Weiniang's proud self-esteem was completely crushed at this moment, and she said angrily, "Fine, since you don't care about me, then I'll resign." Song Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Okay, but don't forget to pay the penalty for breach of contract later." The penalty for breach of contract is 60 million. She'd have to sell her house and car to come up with that. Would she be willing to sell it? Xiao Weiniang gritted her teeth and said defiantly, "Don't worry, I won't shortchange you a single penny." "Okay, goodbye." Song Yuan turned around gracefully and strode towards the door. Xiao Weiniang looked at Song Yuan's resolute figure and couldn't help but call out, "Song Yuan, if you regret it now and apologize to me properly, I might consider giving you another chance." Song Yuan stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and pointed to his temple, as if to say something. "Are you out of your mind?" He had no desire to continue entangled with Xiao Weiniang. His wife and daughter were waiting for him at his father's birthday banquet. Xiao Weiniang was a little confused and didn't quite understand what she meant. She only realized what had happened after Song Yuan left the hall. Song Yuan was just mocking her for being brainless and for being mentally unstable. Xiao Weiniang stomped her feet in anger and screamed in frustration. "Ah, how awful. So what if I didn't sleep with him? Is it really necessary? What right does he have to treat himself like this? Even though she hadn't slept with him all these years, didn't he have a wife? He could satisfy his physical needs. She wasn't without her own contributions. She had consistently provided emotional support to Song Yuan. She's been putting on a pure and innocent act in front of him all along, which must be exhausting. Shouldn't he spend some money to give her good resources? That bastard. How dare he play me like this? After venting her anger, Xiao Weiniang went to the underground parking garage and got into her car. Calm down slowly. She remembered that the termination fee was around 60 million. Sky, where would she get 60 million? Would she have to sell her house and car? Chapter 47 Victim Guilt Theory. No, that won't work. She bought her villa on installments, so it's hard to sell. She also cherishes her car and loves it very much, so she can't sell it either. No, we absolutely cannot terminate the contract with Song Yuan. Think about it carefully. Song Yuan's resolute agreement to break up with me just now might have been a facade of magnanimity. He's been with me for so many years, and he's always gone along with me. He's never lost his temper with me. It's always me who's demanding things from him. Although I've given him emotional support, I've never let him touch me. This sudden outbreak is understandable. He definitely still has feelings for me. As for the idea of paying the penalty himself, he was probably just trying to scare himself. He didn't actually want her to leave. Thinking of this, Xiao Weiniang took a deep breath and slowly smiled. It's not a big problem. As long as Song Yuan has some time to calm down, he will definitely be unable to resist coming to beg for reconciliation. This time, she wouldn't forgive him easily. She wanted him to kneel down and apologize properly, and then offer her the role of the female lead in the legend of Yin Xiang. Song Yuan's father did not choose to hold his birthday banquet at a hotel. There was no grand celebration. Only close relatives and friends were notified, and the event was held at their own villa. On the main table in the living room. Seeing that all his family members had arrived, but his son Song Yuan was nowhere to be seen, Song Weihua's face was extremely gloomy. Seeing her husband's bad expression, Qin Yun looked up at Su Muxue, who was turning to the side to help her granddaughter pick up food, and asked softly, "Muxue, when exactly is Xiao Yuan coming?" Su Muxue paused slightly in her chopsticks and responded with a smile. "Mom, he's already on his way, he'll be here soon," Song Weihua said with a dark face. "This is outrageous. What on earth is he busy with?" Su Muxue explained patiently. "His company's new drama just had its opening ceremony today." Song Weihua pressed for an answer. "The Legend of Yunxiang?" Su Muxue said frankly. "Right." Upon receiving Su Muxue's confirmation, Song Weihua became even more furious. He had accidentally come across the trailer for the show, and the female lead was still the same vixen Xiao Weining. It is said that Su Muxue invested in this production. Good lad. He actually used his daughter-in-law's money to support his mistress. He was a wise man all his life. How could he have such a shameless son? He made a promise to Su Muxue. "Dad promises you. When he gets back he'll teach that bastard a lesson. He promised me last time to stay away from Xiao Weining, but he still cast her as the female lead in his new drama. I'll break his legs." These words were spoken. The relatives unconsciously focused their attention on Su Muxue. Song Jianni, who was standing to the side, also became nervous and gently gripped Su Muxue's clothes under the table. She had met Xiao Weining, whom her grandfather had mentioned, twice. When she went to her father's company, her father had introduced her to call her auntie. The woman was clearly not as pretty as her mother, and her words and actions were very affected and pretentious. She couldn't understand why her father liked her no matter how much she thought about it. Su Muxue smiled faintly and said gently, "Dad, thank you for your kind intentions, but there's no need to scold him. Today is your birthday, so don't let him ruin your good mood." That said, the reason she has been able to stay with Song Yuan until now without getting a divorce is not only because of her own unwavering love for him. Also, because her parents-in-law treated her very well and did not protect Song Yuan. They always stood by her side. Su Muxue's words made Song Weihua feel even more that his son was not good enough for such a virtuous and filial daughter-in-law, which strengthened his determination to teach his son a lesson. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by his niece, who hadn't said a word. "Sister-in-law, is it really meaningful for you to always play the victim? Ask yourself honestly, in this marriage between you and my brother, do you have absolutely no problems? If you were truly a good wife, would my brother have cheated on you? If you were even half as gentle as Xiao Weining, my brother wouldn't want to divorce you." Everyone present knew that Su Muxue had used her unborn child to blackmail her brother into marriage. The two had never dated, and the pregnancy was an accident. Why should she deliberately leave the child behind to force her brother to take responsibility for him? Su Muxue looked up at Song Qian, who had provoked her, and was not surprised by her sarcastic remarks. "This brat seems to have a grudge against me. Every time we get together, she picks a fight and makes me unhappy. I don't know when I ever offended her." Take a deep breath and try to maintain your composure. Whether I'm a good wife or not is none of your business to judge. Despite appearing calm on the surface, her fragile self-esteem was deeply hurt by Song Qian. Is she really inferior to Xiao Weining? Xiao Weining is very gentle. She doesn't deny her strong personality, but she also has her gentle moments. Song Qian raised her hand and flicked her dazzling blonde hair upwards, then snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, "Why can't I give my opinion? Have I disrespected you? Didn't I call you sister-in-law? What more do you want from me?" Song Weihua couldn't stand it anymore. His son was such a worry, and his niece was so disrespectful. He slammed his chopsticks on the table and gave the order. "Song Qian, apologize to your sister-in-law." Song Qian also became anxious. "Uncle, why should I apologize? Did I say anything wrong? If she's all right, my brother will." Before he could finish speaking, his mother pinched his thigh hard. Song Qian jumped up from her seat in pain and complained, "Mom, why are you pinching me? I'm just standing up for my brother." Song's mother's vision went black, and her blood pressure soared. "Why is my daughter so nosy? It's their business. What right does her cousin have to meddle? Besides, Song Yuan's parents are on Su Muxue's side. So how can their daughter be so oblivious to their feelings? Isn't speaking up for Song Yuan like this just asking for trouble? He rebuked in a cold voice. Apologize to your sister-in-law right now. Don't make me say it a second time. Song Qian immediately lost her temper. I don't want to. You're all on her side, aren't you? Fine, I'll leave. He quickly left his seat and ran towards the door. Before Song's mother could argue with her daughter, she quickly smiled and apologized to Su Muxue. Muxue, I apologize to you on behalf of my daughter. I didn't raise her well. She was just talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Although Su Muxue was angry, she couldn't show it in this situation and could only swallow her grievances. It doesn't matter. Seeing that Su Muxue was upset, Qin Yun immediately put a piece of crab leg meat, which Su Muxue loved, on her plate and changed the subject. Muxue, eat more. Don't diet just to look good. Your health is the most important thing. Su Muxue nodded with a smile. Thank you, Mom. The unpleasant little incident passed quickly. The atmosphere became harmonious again. Song Jinni noticed that although her mother had a smile on her face, there was sadness in her eyes. She tugged at her mother's clothes and whispered, Mom, I need to go to the bathroom. Chapter 48. You are the best gift God has given me. Okay, Mom will go with you. Su Muxue explained to the elders, then picked up her daughter and walked towards the bathroom on the second floor. We arrived at the door. Su Muxue put her daughter down and said gently, Go inside. Mom will be waiting for you at the door. Song Jiani shook her head. Mom, I'm not going in. Su Muxue's heart tightened, thinking that her daughter was anxious again. She immediately knelt down, gently held her daughter's small hand, and said with concern, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If you don't want to stay here, how about Mom takes you home? Song Jinni shook her head again, denying it. I'm not feeling unwell. I'm just worried about Mom. A hint of panic flashed in Su Muxue's eyes, but she smiled and said, I'm fine. Song Jinni reached out her small hand and gently smoothed the wrinkles between Su Muxue's brows, staring into her eyes and speaking earnestly. Mom, don't listen to Song Qian's nonsense. In Nini's heart, Mom is 100 times better than Xia Weiniang. No, 10,000 times better. Su Muxue's breathing became slightly sluggish, and a strong, aching feeling welled up in her nose as she spoke in a trembling voice. Really? Song Jiani nodded vigorously and said solemnly. Really, it's Dad's judgment that's flawed, not Mom's lack of ability. Many times I feel that Dad is more seriously ill than me, and he's the one who should be seeing a doctor. Although Dad has changed a lot during this time, he no longer dislikes me and is very good to me. But he still didn't break off contact with the bad woman outside, and even made his mother suffer in front of relatives. She really wanted her father to see a psychologist and get his eye problem treated. Su Muxue's lips moved, but no sound came out. She only felt as if her heart had been struck hard by an invisible force. The next second, her beautiful eyes reddened, and she hugged her daughter tightly. Nini, do you know? You are the best gift God has given to your mother. Mom is so sorry that I couldn't give you a warm and harmonious family atmosphere. It's because Mom didn't have the ability to win your father's heart. Song Jiani was almost breathless from Su Muxue's sudden hug. She managed to force a smile and mumbled something. Mom, no, don't apologize. Nini is already very happy. Despite her parents' discord, her mother has always loved her very much, and her father has been treating her very well lately. Moreover, she always had the best of everything, and didn't need to study hard like ordinary children to stand out from the crowd, because she was born at a level that others might struggle their whole lives to reach. Su Muxue couldn't believe what her daughter was saying. If she was truly happy, how could she be depressed or anxious? But then I thought about it again, and my daughter's condition had improved a lot, and she was not far from being cured. He gently kissed his daughter's tender cheeks, his eyes reddening. Nini, Mommy loves you. He made a silent vow in his heart. Mom will definitely protect you and will never let you get hurt in the slightest again. Song Jiani smiled sweetly and said in a childish voice, Mom, Nini loves you too. I love you the most. And her father, she believed that one day he would change his mind and see how good her mother was. Song Yuan rushed over. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw a blonde girl leaning against the wall of her house, a thin cigarette dangling from her mouth, puffing out smoke. Who is this girl? Is it a relative? Why don't I remember him? When the girl saw him, she immediately dropped her cigarette, but walked over quickly and reminded him. Brother, I think you'd better not go in. Uncle says he's going to punish you. Song Yuan was stunned. The girl called him brother and his father uncle. Could it be his younger cousin, Song Qian? 7 years ago, she was a little girl who was less than 1.4 meters tall, always had a lollipop in her mouth, and stuck to his bottom calling him brother. Suddenly I've grown so much. Wow, she's so tall. I'd guess she's 1.7 meters. She's wearing a cool tank top and denim shorts. Her legs are long and straight, and she's wearing platform high-heeled sandals. She had striking blonde hair, heavy makeup that was completely unsuitable for her, eyelashes so long they could poke someone, and green contact lenses. She was just smoking, wasn't she? Song Yuan's mind went blank, as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn it! Isn't this the epitome of a trendy young woman? Give him back the cute and well-behaved little sister he remembers. Song Yuan completely forgot what his sister had just told him and lectured her. Why are you dressed like this? Song Qian frowned slightly, surprised. What's wrong? Don't you like it? This is a very popular style lately, and you even said it looked good before. What's wrong with it? Honestly, strangeness. My brother seems a bit off today. I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong, but I feel like my eyes and overall demeanor have changed. Those eyes seemed much clearer and wiser than before. Song Yuan was stunned, and his anger grew even stronger. 7 years later, not only is my IQ questionable, and I was completely fooled by Xia Weiniang, but my aesthetic sense is also off, and I actually think that the street fashionista looks good. This is absolutely outrageous. Never mind, I'll explain it to her properly when I have time later. He's already late and doesn't have time to dig deeper, so he asked in return. Why aren't you going inside? What are you doing standing outside? Song Qian's eyes darkened, and she said with a wronged expression. They don't welcome me, and I'm too lazy to go and join the fun. It's fine here, it's very cool. Song Yuan felt that it was normal for her family not to welcome her with her appearance. She should be a freshman in college at her age and still a student. Just saying it offhand. Then you can stay cool. I'm going inside. He walked past her and strode inside. Song Qian hurriedly grabbed his hand and said urgently, Wait, didn't I tell you? Your uncle is going to punish you. He said he'd break your legs. I think you should go back. Anyway, you didn't come to your uncle's birthday party last time. Now that I'm here, how can I possibly back down? Besides, his wife and daughter are still waiting for him. That said, although his younger sister had changed a lot and become the kind of spiritual sister he avoided like the plague, she still cared about him quite a bit. Song Qian let go of his hand and said angrily, Fine, I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Humph, you've taken my kindness for granted. Song Yuan smiled and gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Every time his father got angry, he would threaten to break his legs, but his legs were always perfectly fine. Oh. Song Qian turned her face away and refused to look at him again. Song Yuan didn't say anything more. He walked quickly toward the door. He pushed open the door and went straight to the main table. Dad, I'm late. Song Weihua was furious when he saw Song Yuan and said sternly, You finally decided to come back? Why didn't you wait until the banquet was over? Chapter 49, My Annoying Cousin. Song Yuan sat down in the empty seat next to Su Muxue and said with a smile, Dad, don't be angry. I'm here now. I just couldn't get away. I drove here as soon as the opening ceremony was over, and I was speeding. Upon hearing the words, opening ceremony, Song Weihua instantly lost his composure and angrily questioned them. You bastard, I'm asking you, what were you thinking? Taking Muxue's money to film a drama is one thing, but using Xia Weiniang as the female lead? Have you lost your conscience? Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So that's why his father was angry. He explained, I didn't use her as the female lead. These words were spoken. Su Muxue and Song Weihua's expressions changed simultaneously. Su Muxue gave Song Yuan a deep look. She didn't understand why Song Yuan was still being stubborn. Didn't he know his father's temper? If he lies like this, Dad will definitely take action. As expected, Song Weihua rolled up his sleeves. Who are you trying to fool? Still trying to deny it? Do you think I didn't watch the trailer? Seeing that his father was about to make a move, Song Yuan immediately took out his phone and played the video of the opening ceremony for him. When Song Weihua looked closely, he saw that Song Yuan had announced in front of the reporters that Xiao Weining had been replaced and Ding Yao would play the lead role. His expression softened slightly, but he still complained unhappily. Why didn't you say so earlier that you changed people? Song Yuan was speechless. He had already told Su Muxue that it was her lack of trust in him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Su Muxue, who was standing to the side, blinked in surprise. She gently bit her lip with her pearly teeth. Besides surprise, I felt mostly confused. She didn't understand. Song Yuan actually decided not to use Xiao Weining as the female lead, and he even announced her replacement at the opening ceremony. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to embarrass Xiao Weining, making her lose face in front of so many people. Could it be? Is Song Yuan not interested in Xiao Weining and wants to return to his family? Considering that Song Yuan had been returning home on time during this period and had not met with Xiao Weining privately again, it's not impossible. However, this conjecture only flashed through my mind for a moment. Perhaps the two just had a fight. Song Yuan had been pursuing Xiao Weining since the first year of high school. How could he suddenly stop loving her? Qin Yun immediately stepped in to smooth things over for her son. Honey, it's not too late for Xiao Yuan to say it now, so don't blame him. Song Weihua looked at Song Yuan deeply and then stopped making things difficult for him. Regardless, this can be considered the first step for the son to see the error of his ways. Saying too much might only make Song Yuan rebellious again. After the family finished eating, it was completely dark by then. Everyone left the villa one after another. Qin Yun gave instructions to Song Yuan, who was holding his granddaughter. Drive slowly and be careful, Song Yuan said with a smile. Okay, Mom, you can go back now. Don't see me off. Song Jiani, nestled in Qin Yun's arms, raised her little hand to say goodbye. Goodbye, Grandma. Qin Yun pinched Song Jiani's tender cheek reluctantly. Grandma will cook something delicious for you next time you come over. Qin Yun then looked at Su Muxue beside her and said gently, Muxue, if Xiao Yuan ever makes you suffer again, remember to tell Mom. Mom and Dad will definitely help you deal with him. Don't let yourself suffer, okay? Su Muxue felt a warmth in her heart, and a faint smile curved her lips. Mom, I understand. All right, Mom won't say any more. Let's go home now. Song Yuan, carrying his daughter, walked side by side with Su Muxue towards the door. We arrived at the main gate. Su Muxue's ankle was suddenly tripped by something, causing her to lean forward and fall to the ground with a thud. His knee made direct contact with the hard concrete, and he groaned in pain. Song Yuan immediately put down his daughter and hurriedly reached out to help Su Muxue. Honey, are you all right? How could you be so careless? Su Muxue grabbed Song Yuan's hand and struggled to stand up. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Song Qian looking towards the station entrance, watching him with schadenfreude. In an instant, I realized why I had fallen. It turned out that she had secretly tripped herself. That brat. She was rude to me at the dinner table, which was one thing, I'm her sister-in-law after all, so I didn't bother arguing with her. But she actually dared to scheme against me. She shook off Song Yuan's hand and pointed at Song Qian angrily. Are you out of your mind? I let you off the hook just now, and you think I'm easy to bully? Song Yuan, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered. What's going on? Why are Su Muxue and her sister so at odds? Has there been any misunderstanding between the two of them over the past 7 years? Did her younger sister secretly trip Su Muxue? Is this correct? What was the younger sister's motivation for doing this? How could two people who have almost no interaction except during holidays become enemies? Song Qian was not afraid at all and retorted without hesitation. It was your own fault for not walking carefully. What does it have to do with me? Su Muxue snorted coldly. She thought Song Qian would be brave enough to take responsibility for her actions, but she didn't expect her to be such a coward. You dare to do it, but not admit it, huh? Should I send you to the police station so you can remember it properly? Song Qian was even more disdainful. What? Are you going to call the police? Go ahead and call them. Do you have any evidence? Song Jiani immediately stood in front of Su Muxue, staring into Song Qian's eyes without fear. I saw it. It was you. You tripped Mom. Actually, she didn't see it either, but her mother had never lied to her, so naturally she wouldn't lie. Ignoring Song Jiani's accusations, Song Qian looked up at the silent Song Yuan and complained. Brother, you should take better care of your wife and kids. How can you wrongly accuse me? My brother has no feelings for Su Mushua, so he will definitely side with me. He can't possibly trust Su Mushua or me. These words were spoken. Su Mushua and Song Jiani both looked at Song Yuan. Su Mushua clenched her fists secretly. If Song Yuan still helped Song Qian this time, she would definitely slap him and teach Song Qian a lesson. She wanted Song Yuan to know that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. She had been tolerating Song Qian all along because she was Song Yuan's sister, and she wanted to get along with her out of respect for him. But people's patience and tolerance are limited, and she would never allow Song Qian to provoke her again and again. Song Yuan took a deep breath and uttered 2 words. Apologize. Song Qian raised her chin triumphantly and gave Su Mushua a command. Did you hear that? My brother told you to apologize to me. Hurry up. Su Mushua was about to curse, but Song Yuan stopped him. I'm asking you to apologize to my wife. Of course, he chose to believe his wife. His sister had changed so much since 7 years ago that she didn't seem like a good person at all. Song Qian's eyes widened suddenly, as if struck by lightning. What did you say? Did I hear that right? Why should I apologize to her? Bro, are you alright? You're actually making me apologize to Su Mushua. She had just noticed that her brother was acting strangely today. Has he lost his mind? He actually spoke up for Su Mushua, whom he had always disliked. Chapter 50 Love arises without knowing where it begins. Song Yuan looked directly into Song Qian's eyes and said coldly, You heard me right. Su Mushua and Song Jiani looked at each other in bewilderment. Both mother and daughter were surprised by Song Yuan's reaction. Who knows why Song Yuan suddenly stood up like a man today and knew how to protect his wife. Song Qian was furious, her temples throbbing, and she blurted out something reckless. Brother, you haven't been bewitched by her, have you? It's wrong of you to cheat, but don't forget how she used her pregnancy to pressure you. She doesn't love you at all. She only married you because of family pressure. Who knows? She might have been with other people in these past 7 years, maybe even cheated on you a lot. How can you still? He hadn't finished speaking. Song Yuan slapped her across the face, annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? Song Qian's fair cheeks instantly turned bright red. She was stunned for 2 seconds, then felt her cheeks burning and accused him with red eyes. You actually hit me. You bastard brother. After saying that, he ran away without looking back. As Song Yuan watched Song Qian's departing figure, the anger in his heart gradually subsided. That's strange. How could he have lost control like that and actually attacked his sister? Even though his sister was rude and spoke with hostility, he shouldn't have hit her. Logically speaking, if I have no feelings for Su Mushua, what does it matter if she cheats on me with someone else? He shouldn't care. Am I jealous? Without realizing it, he had actually started to fall for Su Mushua. Is it that fast? Of course, besides this reason, it's also possible that the two are already married, and regardless of whether he has feelings for Su Mushua, he is her legal husband. He was naturally angry when he heard his sister accuse Su Mushua of cheating on him. Song Yuan couldn't figure out why he was acting this way. In a dilemma, Su Mushua reminded her, Honey, let's go. Song Yuan snapped out of his daze and took a deep breath. Good. He picked up Song Jiani and walked to his car, opening the passenger door. Song Jiani refused. Dad, I'll sit in the back today, so Mom can sit in the front. She felt that her mother should have something to say to her father, and that it was inappropriate for her to sit in the front. Without much thought, Song Yuan put his daughter in the back seat as she wished. Su Mushua sat in the passenger seat, silently lowered her head, and fastened her seatbelt. Song Yuan skillfully started the car. Su Mushua did have a lot to say to Song Yuan, but she didn't know how to start. Although her daughter was sitting in the back, she could still hear her talking, and she was afraid that she might accidentally start arguing with Song Yuan again. I could only turn my gaze to the window, looking at the neon-lit night scene outside, biting my lip, enduring it, and waiting to talk about it when I got home. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Song Yuan finally couldn't help but speak up. Honey, I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. I'm sorry you had to suffer. Su Mushua turned her head in surprise. What? She was no longer angry or felt wronged. Song Yuan's slap had not only hit Song Qian's face, but also her heart. She had wanted to teach Song Qian a lesson for a long time, and since Song Yuan had taught her a lesson on her behalf, she naturally calmed down. Song Yuan turned his head, stared into her eyes, and said sincerely, "Sorry." Su Muxue avoided his eyes and said awkwardly, "It's okay. You already taught her a lesson for me." "Damn it. Don't be so good to her. She'll really fall for it and get used to his kindness." She was genuinely afraid that one day Song Yuan would revert to his old self. These days she's been thinking about why Song Yuan has changed so much towards her and her daughter. Besides the possibility that he wanted to gain more benefits from her to support Xiao Weiniang, there is another possibility. He must have really lost his memory for his behavior to change so drastically. It would be terrible if he regained his memories one day. Song Yuan turned his head back to the highway, a slow smile spreading across his lips. It's better to say something than to say it. Su Muxue is really easy to coax. Although she is usually quite willful, she will turn into a little woman as long as you say some nice things to her. Neither of them initiated any further conversation. After arriving home safely, Song Yuan and Su Muxue coaxed their daughter to sleep. Then, the two of them went into the bedroom without saying a word and eagerly became entangled in each other. The two did not exchange a single word throughout the entire process. Much later, Song Yuan lay exhausted on the bed, squinting at the dark ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Su Muxue nestled in his arms, her violently heaving chest gradually calming down, and said something inexplicable. "I wish you would never regain your memories." Song Yuan asked in confusion, "What's the meaning?" Su Muxue shook her head gently, her voice a little hoarse. "It doesn't mean anything." Although Song Yuan had tried his best to do foreplay, he would still accidentally hurt her. Although it hurt, he felt more pleasure than anything else. Song Yuan fell silent and gently stroked Su Muxue's soft, long hair. He has recently felt more and more that he doesn't understand Su Muxue well enough. Back in school, although the two had a lot of contact, it was only superficial and they didn't have any deep interaction. Although I've lived with her for the past few months since I transmigrated, I always feel that her heart is wrapped in many layers of leaves, making it completely unfathomable. He felt that she wasn't as strong as she seemed on the surface. She occasionally showed a gentle, feminine side. But what lay beneath that gentleness, he truly couldn't see through. Su Muxue gently drew circles on Song Yuan's palm with her fingers and asked again, "Do you wish to regain your memories?" Song Yuan smiled. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Su Muxue frowned unhappily. "Of course it's the truth." Song Yuan gently grasped her soft, boneless hand, intertwined their fingers, and said softly, "At first I thought about it, but now I think it's unnecessary." "Why?" Song Yuan was unwilling to admit that he had been completely fooled by Xiao Weiniang for the past 7 years and had ruined everything, so he naturally did not want to mention the details. Life is good now. Those 7 years, just forget about them. Su Muxue's calm heart was stirred by waves of emotion, and she closed her eyes contentedly. "Then don't remember it." Before long, Su Muxue drifted off to sleep. Song Yuan listened to her even breathing, but he was not sleepy at all. The image of Song Qian kept flashing through my mind, her eyes filled with sorrow and tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. So annoying. He really couldn't understand how the obedient and cute younger sister in his memory had turned into an arrogant and domineering little sister. Why exactly did she make things difficult for Su Muxue? What exactly is the conflict between the two? How could the relationship be so bad? Why do they act like enemies? I'm having a headache right now. My phone vibrated beside my pillow. Song Yuan touched his phone, swiped his index finger to unlock it, and opened WeChat. My sister sent me the latest news. Come out. I'm at your door. Chapter 51A Girl's Transformation at 18. Song Yuan was startled. Did this girl come looking for him in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Just then, he happened to have something to ask her. So, afraid of waking Su Muxue, Song Yuan carefully rolled out of bed, covered her with the blanket, and then quickly put on his clothes. "Leave the room immediately. Push open the door." She looked around, and soon spotted Song Qian leaning against the wall, waiting for her. At this moment, Song Qian had already changed out of her revealing outfit, and was now wearing a tight-fitting turtleneck sweater and jeans. She removed her heavy makeup, revealing her originally pure and beautiful face, and her long, flowing blonde hair was tied into an adorable bun. After changing her outfit, she completely lost her energetic young lady vibe and became a vibrant and beautiful girl. Song Yuan was overjoyed and slowly walked forward. Looking at the handprint he had left on her face, he said with concern, "Does it still hurt?" Song Qian originally came to settle scores with Song Yuan, but when he showed concern for her, her anger subsided considerably, and she pouted. It hurts so much. How are you going to make it up to me?" After a moment's thought, Song Yuan tentatively asked, "Cardcaptor Sakura figurines?" Song Qian refused. "No way, that's so childish. I'm so old. That's something for little kids. I haven't liked it for ages." Song Yuan fell silent. He had no idea what she liked now. He only remembered that 7 years ago she liked watching Cardcaptor Sakura and begged him to buy her limited edition character figurines. Seeing that Song Yuan remained silent, Song Qian's anger surged again. She puffed out her cheeks and said indignantly, "Tell me, what exactly happened? Why did you hit me? You never stopped me when I made things difficult for Su Mushua before, and you would even reward me afterwards by taking me out for fancy meals and fun activities." Actually, she and Su Mushua had no real grudge. She was only making things difficult for her to help her brother vent his anger. Her brother always told her how bad Su Mushua was, how she clung to him and refused to divorce him, thus delaying his search for true love. These words were spoken. Song Yuan was completely stunned. What? So it turns out that the younger sister was making things difficult for the wife in order to please him and get a reward from him? It turns out that the two of them were so antagonistic because of their own actions. Is this even possible? He knew he had been a beast in the past, but he never imagined he had been this beastly, allowing his sister to bully his wife. Song Yuan took a deep breath and said awkwardly, "Qian, I don't want to divorce your sister-in-law anymore." Song Qian was also shocked by her brother's words and asked in confusion, "Huh? Why? Didn't you say before that you were so annoyed with her that you wished she would just disappear from the world?" Song Yuan forced himself to make amends. "I know it's sudden, but it's true. Xiao Weining and I have broken up. I want to go back to my family. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner." Song Qian shook her head, complaining with a wronged expression. "No, I won't accept that reason. My parents have never hit me. You've really broken my heart. I will never forgive you." Song Yuan stepped forward, put his face in front of Song Qian, and said in a serious tone, "Then slap me too. No, slap me as many times as you want, as long as it makes you feel better." Song Yuan suddenly leaned closer, and Song Qian unconsciously took a step back and swallowed. "Let me tell you, don't think I won't hit you. Don't try to play the victim with me. I really will." Song Yuan curled his lips into a helpless smile. "It wasn't a ploy, I'm serious. It was my fault. I deserve to be hit." Looking at Song Yuan's handsome face, Song Qian unconsciously swallowed and asked nervously, "If I hit you, would you hit back?" In the past, Song Yuan would never have fought back, but today's Song Yuan is completely different from before, and she really has no confidence in being sure. Song Yuan affirmed, "No, I promise." "Then, I'm really going to hit you, so don't you dare dodge. Don't hide, come on. I'm here." "Huh." Song Qian swung her arm with all her might, but when the slap actually landed on Song Yuan's face, she couldn't help but pull back her strength. Snap. Song Yuan felt no pain at all. Not only did he not feel pain, but he also felt that she had just touched him. He asked in confusion, "Are you calm now?" Song Qian crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and said in a pretentious manner, "I'm being magnanimous this time and won't hold it against you, but if there's a next time, I'll definitely give you a good beating." "No way. I can't bring myself to do it." Even though her brother slapped her today, he has always been very good to her and dotes on her, so she couldn't bring herself to really hurt him. Song Yuan remained silent, his gaze unconsciously falling on Song Qian's chest. Wow. It's true what they say, girls really do change a lot as they grow up, and they become more and more beautiful. It used to be an airport. How did it suddenly become a murder weapon? Song Qian noticed Song Yuan's strange gaze. Her face flushed red instantly, and she said shyly, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful girl before?" Song Yuan is really different now. He never used to pay much attention to his physique. "My mind and eyes are filled with Xiao Weining, who is underdeveloped." Perhaps his aesthetic sense suddenly changed, which is why he broke up with Xiao Weining and wanted to return to his family. Speaking of which, Su Muxue also has a very full figure, so he probably likes the full-figured type. Song Yuan smiled jokingly and asked in return, "What's your rush? When you were little, you were always saying you wanted to sleep in the same room as me. So why weren't you ashamed then?" Song Qian's face turned even redder, so red it looked like it was about to burst into flames, and she retorted, "I was just too young and didn't know any better back then. I'm 18 now, an adult, don't you understand?" Song Yuan stopped teasing her and asked seriously, "Got it. Tell me the truth, bro. Are you dating anyone?" He's now really afraid that his sister will find a guy who drives a ghost fire truck, and one day that guy will drive his precious ghost fire truck to the bottom of his building and shout at him through the window, "Old dang, I've come to pick up your sister." He'd be so angry he'd faint. Song Qian shook her head. "No, I'm not in a hurry." "That's good." Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. After chatting with her younger sister for a while, she repeatedly told her not to cause trouble for Su Muxue again before seeing her off. 2 weeks later, Xiao Weining finally couldn't hold back anymore and took the initiative to come to the company to find Song Yuan. During this time, she sent text messages and made phone calls to Song Yuan, but Song Yuan completely ignored her and treated her like she was invisible. She thought that if she ignored him for a few days, he would come to her humbly to apologize as before, but as it turned out, she was wrong. It seems Song Yuan is truly angry with her this time and intends to fight her to the bitter end. She really couldn't afford the 60 million yuan termination fee, so she could only lower her proud head for the time being. Anyway, Song Yuan is always easy to please, and it's not unacceptable for her to make a little sacrifice for her ideals. We arrived at the door of the CEO's office. Adjust your emotions. Raise your hand and knock on the door. Chapter 52 Discussion. Song Yuan was working on his computer. Hearing the sound, he asked without looking up, "Who?" A familiar, sweet voice came from outside the door. "Brother, it's me." Song Yuan clicked his tongue lightly. It seems Xiao Weining couldn't hold back any longer and must have come to beg for peace. Given her personality, she probably wouldn't be willing to sell the RV. "Enter." The door was slowly pushed open. Song Yuan looked up, and his eyes lit up. Xiao Weining dressed up nicely today. She was wearing a pink and white sailor uniform, revealing 2 straight legs and white princess shoes. She had her hair in a high ponytail, her innocent face adorned with delicate makeup, and she was carrying a gift bag. Apart from her slightly flat chest, she has almost no flaws. Seeing that Song Yuan didn't speak, Xiao Weining took the initiative to step forward, put the gift box on the table, took out the figurine inside, and said softly, "Brother, this is an alien figurine that I asked a friend to bring back for you from abroad. You've been saying you wanted one, right? Do you like it?" Song Yuan glanced at the figurine without making a sound. It was indeed the collector's edition blue demon that he had always wanted. It was very cool and stylish. You could tell that Xiao Weining came with sincerity. This figure was indeed very hard to buy. However, a single figurine cannot undo the harm Xiao Weining has caused him over the years. She leaned back lazily, casually crossed her legs, and changed the subject. "You're here to resign, right? Have you prepared the termination fee?" Xiao Weining gently pinched the hem of her skirt and acted coquettishly. "Brother, are you still angry with me? I was just saying things in anger that day. Please don't take it to heart. I only spoke without thinking because you let Ding Yao replace me in the role without telling me beforehand." Song Yuan scoffed, mocking him mercilessly. "Saying something in anger? I didn't hear that. You were very decisive back then." Xiao Weining had mentally prepared herself before coming, determined to appease Song Yuan and salvage the relationship for the sake of her dream. But faced with Song Yuan's sarcastic remarks and condescending attitude, she couldn't help but get angry. She went to great lengths to buy him figurines, lowering herself so much to try and make peace. "It's one thing that he won't give me a way out. How dare you speak to yourself in such a tone? What gives him the right? Who gave him that confidence? How could he forget his place? He was just an obedient dog by his side." He said arrogantly, "Song Yuan, have you forgotten how you pursued me back then? You swore that you would unconditionally support my dreams and pamper, cherish, and love me for the rest of your life. Breaking an oath is punishable by divine retribution. These words were spoken. Song Yuan suddenly burst into a nervous laugh, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha! Xiao Weining felt a chill run down her spine from Song Yuan's inexplicable laughter, which made her even more furious. Why are you laughing? Song Yuan suppressed his smile. I laugh at your naivety. Xiao Weining looked puzzled. What's the meaning? How strange, what is he laughing at? Song Yuan said in a deep voice. If vows could really come true, no one would actually make vows. If oaths could come true, all men would have died long ago. When a man likes a woman, especially in bed, he is easily led astray and makes promises he doesn't mean. They spout nonsense like saying they'll only love you for the rest of their lives, and that they'd save you first if you and my mom fell into the water. In fact, no one can truly guarantee that they can love only one person wholeheartedly for their entire life. After all, life is unpredictable and people's hearts are hard to fathom. Even if you don't change your mind, you can't guarantee that the other person won't. Even if neither of them changes their mind, it's hard to guarantee that the trivialities of life and the pressures of the external environment won't unconsciously change their original intentions. Looking into Song Yuan's cold yet wise eyes, Xiao Weining's heart suddenly clenched, and her mind went blank. Is this still the Song Yuan she knows? He suddenly seems like a completely different person. He wasn't like this before. He was always sunny and warm. No matter how willful or temperamental I was, his eyes would always be full of love and doting affection when he looked at me. How can people be so cold-hearted and so clear-headed now? He said in a trembling voice. So, are you planning to renege on your debt? Were you lying to me about everything you said? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He's loved me for so many years. How could he just stop loving me like that? Is he doing this on purpose to make me angry? Song Yuan was too lazy to explain. Think what you want. As he spoke, he picked up the coffee on the table and leisurely began to drink it. Xiao Weining stared intently at Song Yuan, watching his nonchalant demeanor, and felt as if her heart had been struck hard by something. It wasn't painful, but it was very uncomfortable. My chest feels tight, and I feel like I can't breathe. Her intuition told her so. If she doesn't appease Song Yuan today, he really will leave her. It seems he can truly let go of her. No, she absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Although she did not love Song Yuan, she could not lose his support and help. She was determined to realize her dream of becoming a movie queen, to make everyone like her, and to prove to her mother that she was excellent and deserved to be loved. And so, the face changed in the blink of an eye. She reverted to her usual gentle and innocent self, letting tears well up in her eyes as she gazed affectionately at Song Yuan, looking pitiful. Brother, please don't be like this, okay? It's my fault. I apologize, okay? Let's make up. The reason I said those harsh words is because I like you. I love you. I'm so afraid you won't love me anymore. I work so hard in acting, actually, so that I can be worthy of you. Look how outstanding you are. You're the president of a big company at such a young age. If I don't work hard, I'm really afraid you'll look down on me, afraid you'll leave me. Xiao Weining's sudden display of deep affection almost made Song Yuan spit out his coffee. No, he didn't understand. Why does Xiao Weining act so fake and pretentious in front of the camera? Now that I'm seeing it face to face, it's so real, so genuine. Whether it's the expression, the tone, the perfectly timed sobs, or the logic in the words, it's all so perfect that I can't find any fault with it. If he hadn't transmigrated from 7 years ago and knew that she had always treated him like a devoted follower without any real feelings, he would definitely have believed it. Ruthlessly exposed. Stop pretending, aren't you tired? Xiao Weining sniffled and sobbed. Brother, I'm not pretending. I'm telling the truth. If I've lied to you even once, may I die a horrible death. Song Yuan was speechless. This woman had a really good mentality. She could lie without batting an eye. Xiao Weining discussed it. Brother, how about this? I won't be the female lead anymore. Can you give me the role of the second female lead? Chapter 53, Even Dogs Won't Act, I Will. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked her up and down, and snorted coldly. Are you worthy? The second female lead in Yunxiang Zhuan has a lot of screen time and a great character. If she plays the role well, she has the potential to become famous. Of course, He doesn't want to give such a good role to Xiao Weining. Xiao Weining lowered her stance and pleaded softly. Brother, please, I really know I was wrong. I promise I'll never argue with you again. Please give me another chance, okay? I promise I'll be good from now on. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow. Giving you another chance is not out of the question. Xiao Weining's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. I knew my brother still cared about me. He wouldn't really abandon me. But before she could even enjoy her happiness for a few seconds, Song Yuan's next words plunged her into despair. The company is currently preparing a short drama series and happens to be short of a villainous female supporting role. I think you would be a good fit. Xiao Weining was so shocked that her mouth dropped open, her face full of resistance. You want me to play a villainous supporting character? What a joke. She's a movie actress, and she's actually been reduced to acting in those trashy short dramas. That's so beneath me, and I heard the director of the short drama is very strict and in a rush. It's common for actors to work non-stop, with their days and nights reversed, to the point of exhaustion. She once complained to her friends that the actors in short dramas were worse than dogs, lacking substance and style. She wouldn't even approve of the lead actress, let alone the villainous supporting actress in the short drama. The actress was being criticized relentlessly, so how could she possibly agree to it? Song Yuan smiled, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. What? You don't want to do it anymore? Then prepare the penalty for breach of contract. Xiao Weining raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her forehead and said aggrievedly, Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that I feel I can't play a villainous supporting character well. Look at me, I'm so gentle and kind, and my face is so pure and cute, I definitely can't play a positive role. Song Yuan made a 6 gesture and teased. 60 million. He suddenly found it quite interesting to manipulate Xiao Weining like this, forcing her to do things she didn't want to do, watching her get angry but not daring to lash out. If we really let her leave the company immediately, we'll lose some of the fun. Keeping her in the company like this, suppressing her to make money for myself, isn't that good? Xiao Weining hurriedly changed her words. No, I want to okay. Even dogs don't act, but she does. No way. Making her sell her house and car to pay the penalty for breach of contract is like taking her life. She has worked hard in Beijing for so many years, and this is all the assets she has accumulated. For now, we can only endure it. She could film a movie while also trying to win Song Yuan back. She refused to believe she couldn't get him back. Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction. All right, then go back and prepare properly. After Xiao Weining left the office, Song Yuan finished the last sip of coffee in his cup, turned on his computer, and continued working. I watched some clips of The Legend of Yunxiang that were just edited out, and the acting of the lead actors Ding Yao and Jiang Hao was impeccable, with clear and emotional delivery of their lines. Not only are they good-looking, but they are also almost perfect from every angle, and the two of them have great chemistry when they stand together. Although this drama is a female-centric story, the romantic relationship between the female lead and the male lead is also particularly important. Song Yuan suddenly noticed a problem, so he replayed the scene between Ding Yao and Jiang Hao and stared at Ding Yao's face carefully. Even with her exquisite makeup, Ding Yao's dark circles were still faintly visible. Is this correct? The female lead shouldn't look tired or haggard in this scene. That's really strange. Ding Yao would never make such a basic mistake. In the past, she always acted in a way that perfectly matched the character's state. Although it's a minor issue that viewers might not even notice, Song Yuan invested so much money in this drama, putting his chance to turn his career around on it. So naturally, he can't tolerate even the slightest flaw. So Song Yuan immediately took out his phone and called Wenzi. Wenzi answered immediately. Hello, Mr. Song. Song Yuan got straight to the point. Have Ding Yao come to my office after work. Wenzi was secretly surprised. Why is the boss suddenly so interested in Ding Yao, even chatting with her alone? You know, he used to treat Ding Yao like she was invisible. Does this mean the boss no longer likes Xiao Weining and has suddenly become interested in Ding Yao? Suppressing his doubts, he agreed. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan continued to look at the computer screen and carefully checked it. Unconsciously, the sun has already set, and it's almost time to get off work. Song Yuan picked up his phone again, wondering if he should urge Wenzi. The door suddenly rang. Knock, knock, knock. Song Yuan immediately put down his phone. Enter. Ding Yao pushed open the door and entered. She was still wearing a bright red hanfu, with her hair styled in a classical bun and adorned with flowing gold hairpins. She was afraid that Song Yuan would get impatient, so she rushed over as soon as filming wrapped up, without even having time to change her scenes. The elevator was crowded, so she couldn't get on and instead climbed the stairs. His chest rose and fell slightly, his breathing unsteady. Mr. Song, you wanted to see me? Seeing this, Song Yuan said in a deep voice. No rush, sit down and calm down before we talk. Thanks. Ding Yao sat down somewhat awkwardly opposite Song Yuan, trying to regulate her breathing and calm herself down. He quickly composed himself and smiled. I'm feeling better now. Please tell me. Song Yuan turned his laptop around, opened the clip he had just seen, and gestured to her. Take a look. Where do you think the problem is? Ding Yao pursed her lips and carefully examined herself. She quickly discovered her problem, hurriedly stood up, lowered her head in shame, and said in fear. Mr. Song, I'm sorry, my dark circles are really bad. I've let you down. Song Yuan was startled. Why was she so afraid of him? He wasn't going to eat her. He said helplessly, You don't need to be so scared. I just want to have a good talk with you. He believed in Ding Yao's acting skills and professionalism, and that it must not have been her intention to make such a basic mistake. Ding Yao raised her head, her clear, doe-like eyes filled with surprise, and said incredulously, Huh? You're not going to replace me? Song Yuan suddenly realized that she was afraid he would replace her. How could that be? Once I've decided you're the female lead, I won't change my mind easily. Hearing this, Ding Yao's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, but she still refused to sit down. No matter what the boss's attitude was, she had made a mistake after all. Song Yuan changed the subject and asked, Have you been not getting enough rest lately? Are you under too much stress? Upon hearing this, a warm feeling welled up in Ding Yao's heart. She did something wrong. Not only did President Song not blame her, he also cared about her. He sniffed, his nose feeling a little sore, and said honestly, I can't sleep. I've been experiencing anxiety and headaches before bed for the past few days. I'm afraid I'll make mistakes while filming during the day, and I'm afraid I'll ruin this hard-won opportunity. Chapter 54991, A Rare Item. Song Yuan nodded slightly. He could understand that Ding Yao was under a lot of pressure. She has been in her own company for 3 years and has never been valued. Despite her good acting skills and good looks, she has never played the leading role. It's understandable that she might be afraid she couldn't handle being given such great resources to film a period drama with an investment of over 100 million yuan. As her boss, it was only natural for him to offer her guidance, so he asked in a deep voice, Do you know what your biggest problem is right now? Ding Yao shook her head, causing the golden tassels on her head to flutter, looking as bewildered as a child. What? Song Yuan said solemnly. It's about self-confidence. You have to believe in yourself. You can do it. Ding Yao met Song Yuan's firm gaze and asked with a hint of doubt. Really? Can I really do it? Song Yuan asked helplessly. If you don't trust yourself, why don't you trust me? Ding Yao hesitated. He really didn't believe Song Yuan. Song Yuan had been giving Xia Weiniang the best resources all these years, and what was the result? As a result, the company lost money for 3 whole years. If this movie continues to lose money, it won't be long before the company goes bankrupt. After he finished speaking, Song Yuan realized that he had said the wrong thing. Damn it. He's really been screwed over by Xia Weiniang. She ruined his lifelong reputation. He changed his words too. If there's really no other way, go see a doctor and get some medicine to help your body recover. Once you're feeling better, you won't think about it anymore. In short, don't make this kind of basic mistake again. Yes, thank you for your concern, Mr. Song. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. As Ding Yao spoke, she caught a glimpse of the collector's edition alien blue demon figurine on the corner of the table, and her beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with tiny stars. Wow. I never expected that Mr. Song would share the same hobby as me. He likes watching Alien. This figurine. So cool. So realistic. The level of accuracy is absolutely perfect, 99% accurate, a rare find. Song Yuan keenly noticed Ding Yao's expression and casually remarked, Do you like it? Ding Yao nodded vigorously. I love it. I've always wanted to buy this figure, but I could never get one. Song Yuan said magnanimously. Then you can take it. I'm just wondering what to do with it. He certainly wouldn't put the gift Xia Weinian gave him on his desk. Although he really liked the alien figurine, seeing it reminded him of Xia Weinian's hypocritical face. Ding Yao hurriedly waved her hand. No, it's too valuable. I can't accept it. Song Yuan was helpless. Then please help me throw it away. Oh, no way. That's such a pity. Ding Yao looked at Song Yuan helplessly. Song Yuan didn't say anything, but gave her a look that said, You figure it out yourself. Ding Yao hesitated for a moment before carefully picking up the alien figurine. He bowed deeply to Song Yuan. Thank you, Mr. Song. I will definitely work hard. Song Yuan suppressed his laughter, trying hard not to laugh out loud. What happened? This woman doesn't seem like someone who's been in the entertainment industry for 5 or 6 years. She seems more like a college student who hasn't quite grown up yet. All right, go back now. I'm off work too. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Song. Carrot. The Su family villa. Song Jianyi pushed open the study door and quickly walked towards Su Muxue, who was sitting on the sofa applying a face mask, and reminded her. Mom, I've finished my consultation. Uncle Su wants you to come over for a moment. Su Muxue immediately peeled off the milk mask from her face, casually threw it into the trash can at her feet, and stood up. Okay, go back to your room and get some rest. Good. Song Jianyi picked up the rabbit plush toy from the sofa and quickly walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. Su Muxue didn't rush to the study. Instead, she went to the bathroom to wash her face thoroughly, making sure to remove all the sticky essence from the face mask before opening the study door. Su Juanze looked up at Su Muxue, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. I've known Su Muxue for so many years. Despite wearing conservative khaki casual clothes, Su Muxue's good figure made her look extremely beautiful. Even without makeup, her face was flawlessly beautiful, her skin as smooth as a peeled egg, with no visible pores. Su Muxue did not notice Su Juanze's strange gaze, and sat down in the seat opposite him in a generous manner, and spoke. How is my daughter this time? Su Juanze immediately snapped out of his daze, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and said in a deep voice. That's good. I just took a depression test, and it was mild. My anxiety has also improved a lot, and I shouldn't have any more physical symptoms. Su Muxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Thank you for your hard work. Su Juanze said politely. What's the trouble? This is what I should do. You've already contributed money, and besides, we're old classmates. 2 different things. As Su Muxue spoke, she opened the desk drawer, took out a thick envelope, and handed it to him. Su Juanze asked in surprise. What are you doing? She has already paid her own salary. Su Muxue said earnestly. That's the rule, you know what I mean. She didn't want to owe anyone favors, so naturally she had to give Su Juanze a red envelope. Su Juanze sensed Su Muxue's estrangement and distance from him, as well as the unintentional air of superiority she exuded when taking money. I felt a vague sense of unease. It's not discomfort. I'm unhappy. It's not that I'm unhappy. To be precise, it was a deep sense of frustration. He had worked so hard for so long, doing his best to treat her daughter, without being in a hurry to win her love. He just wanted her to have a little bit of affection for him, even if it was just a tiny bit. In the end, there was nothing at all. I still treated him as an ordinary friend, not important enough to be summoned and dismissed at will. Of course, he kept all these surging emotions hidden in his heart. His throat, which was inflamed from a cold, started to hurt, and he couldn't help but cough. Ahem. No need. You know I'm not short of money. Su Muxue raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's true. But as you know, I don't like owing favors to others. I won't feel at ease if you don't accept the money. Su Juanze's narrow eyes dimmed rapidly, and his tone revealed a deep sadness. I never worry about money. Su Muxue was startled by Su Juanze's sudden change of expression. What's going on? Why did he suddenly become so sentimental? Having known him for so many years, he has always been like a fake person, always riding high on success, looking down on everyone. And I have never seen him look down. He asked in confusion. What's wrong with you? Su Juanze avoided her gaze, his eyelashes drooping, and said dejectedly, "I'm heartbroken." Su Mushua asked in surprise, "You got dumped?" Chapter 55. The Dog Spreading Wolf. This shouldn't be happening. I saw his girlfriend at the hospital last time. How could his girlfriend, who was so submissive to him, possibly dump him? Su Juanza looked up at Su Mushua and saw her puzzled expression, so he gave a bitter smile. "What? You think someone like me can't get dumped? I have no reason to lie to you about something like this." Su Mushua said awkwardly, "It's not that I don't believe it. It's just that I'm a little surprised." He secretly complained to himself. "You didn't have to lie to me, but you also didn't have to tell me this kind of thing. Did you expect me to comfort you? Are you kidding me? We're just ordinary friends, the kind you can easily ignore. Your sadness or distress has absolutely nothing to do with me." Seeing that Su Mushua showed no concern or sympathy for him, Su Juanza felt even more frustrated. Damn it. Are you kidding me? He's acted so pitiful in front of her. How can she still be unmoved? Although he wasn't actually heartbroken or dumped by Anya, his performance just now was impeccable, and she would never notice anything amiss. Since she still wasn't willing to care about him, he had no choice but to take the initiative. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed again. "Cough, cough, my throat hurts so much. Could you make me a cup of throat-soothing tea?" Su Mushua frowned slightly. Why is this guy bossing me around? If you have a sore throat, go home and take some medicine. What are you doing drinking throat-soothing tea? Are you out of your mind? However, considering that she still needed him to treat her daughter's illness, she decided it was best not to break off relations with him before her daughter was fully recovered. Suppressing inner displeasure. "Okay, but you have to accept the red envelope." Su Juanza took a deep breath. "Is it so hard to just ask you to make me a cup of tea? You even started negotiating terms with me. You're something else. But there's nothing I can do. What can I do when I like you so much?" He said with a smile. "Okay, thank you for your help." Su Mushua nodded gently, got up from her seat, and quickly left the study. She went to the kitchen to prepare water and make him some throat-soothing tea. Before long, Su Mushua had brewed the tea. As I left the kitchen with my hot tea and headed towards the study, my shoulders suddenly felt heavy. Su Mushua was startled and almost dropped the throat-soothing tea in her hand. She hurriedly turned her head and saw that the person who came was Song Yuan. She was furious. "You walk so quietly, it's terrifying." Song Yuan joked. "If you haven't done anything wrong, why should you be afraid?" As soon as he entered the room, he saw a pair of men's leather shoes on the shoe rack, which, unsurprisingly, belonged to someone surnamed Su. He knew that Su Juanza would come over 3 or 4 times a month to give Nini psychological therapy. Even if she was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. He had found several new doctors, but Nini didn't adapt to any of them. Why did Su Mushua specially brew tea for Su Juanza? Why doesn't she use a nanny to cook? She wants to do it herself. We didn't use him for free. We gave him a considerable reward, didn't we? Su Mushua was even more displeased and retorted. "What wrong have I done? These are 2 different things, okay?" As he spoke, he pushed open the study door and reached out to hand the tea to Su Juanza, but Song Yuan snatched it away. Song Yuan tilted his head back and drank it in large gulps. Su Mushua. Huh. Is he thirsty? Hasn't he always disliked drinking hot beverages? How could you drink it all in one go? What exactly is going on? Upon seeing this, Su Juanza's face darkened instantly. That bastard. He finally managed to trick Su Mushua into making him some throat-soothing tea, and Song Yuan just drank it all. He did it on purpose. He absolutely did it on purpose. Song Yuan finished his tea in one gulp, ignoring Su Juanza's face, which was turning green with anger. He then pulled Su Mushua into his arms and kissed her fair cheek hard. "My wife's tea is really delicious." Su Mushua's eyes widened, and she froze on the spot, unable to move. Is Song Yuan all right? Has he lost his mind? Who are you putting on this act for? Should we show it to Su Juanza? Did he still think Su Juanza liked him? Didn't he already meet Su Juanza's girlfriend last time? He doesn't need to be so sensitive, and it's so childish of him to provoke others in this way. How embarrassing. Su Juanza was stung by this scene, and his defenses crumbled. That bastard Song Yuan wasn't satisfied with just drinking my tea. He even started showing off his affection in front of me. He really couldn't understand it. Didn't Song Yuan have no feelings for Su Mushua and keep cheating on her with Xiao Weining? Could it be? He simply dislikes me, so he's putting on a show for me. Brute. He actually used Su Mushue as a tool to get revenge on me, just to spite me. Su Mushue must have been blind to have fallen for him. Su Juanza tried to compose himself and greeted him in a nonchalant manner. Mr. Song, it's been a long time. Song Yuan hugged Su Mushue tightly, raising his eyebrows slightly. We met last week. Su Juanza's lips twitched slightly. This brat's mouth was still as sharp as ever, and his ability to roast people had only increased. Since that's the case, he couldn't afford to be outdone, so he offered a reminder. That cup of tea was specially brewed for me by Mu Shui. How could you drink it all in one go without even asking? Song Yuan cursed inwardly. You little brat, you're not happy now? Come on up here. What right do you have to drink the tea my wife brewed herself? Despite the turmoil within him, he calmly looked down at Su Mushue in his arms and asked softly. Is that so? Su Mushue was about to say that she had specially made it for him. But Song Yuan's hand on her waist suddenly tightened, and a dangerous glint flashed in his calm eyes, as if he would devour her if she didn't cooperate with him. He hurriedly changed his words. I actually made it for you. Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to look at Su Juanza and said arrogantly, Did you hear me? It was originally meant for me. Su Juanza gritted his teeth, looked up at Su Mushue, and wanted to ask her what she really meant, how she could lie as easily as breathing. Where's morality? Su Mushue guiltily avoided his gaze. There was no other way. She knew Song Yuan's temper best. If she made him lose face now, she would be the one to suffer later. He's definitely going to keep her up until dawn tonight. Her little body just can't take his torment. I have to go now. Su Juanza couldn't stay any longer. If he stayed any longer, he really wouldn't be able to hold back and start hitting people. He staggered to his feet as he spoke. When they arrived at the door, Su Mushue called out to them. Etc. Su Juanza's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Su Mushue felt guilty and wanted to clear his name? He stopped and turned around expectantly. What's wrong? Su Mushue picked up the thick envelope on the table and tossed it to him. You forgot your red envelope. Su Juanza's newly ignited hope was ruthlessly shattered by Su Mushue, leaving him feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his heart turning ice cold. He caught the envelope, trying to maintain his composure, but his words contradicted his true feelings. Thanks. Chapter 56 Dispute. Su Juanza left. Song Yuan immediately released Su Mushue and questioned her with displeasure. You know perfectly well that I don't like him, yet you still make him tea. It's not like you haven't paid him. Su Mushue was helpless. He had a cold, and I only agreed to make him tea so he would accept my red envelope. I didn't want to owe him a favor. Besides, it's just a cup of tea. You don't need to be so angry, do you? Don't be so petty. Song Yuan became even more furious when he heard Su Mushue call him stingy. Of course I'm angry. You're my wife. Why should I make tea for him? Does he deserve it? Su Mushue's eyes lit up. Was he jealous? Jealousy only happens when you like someone. Does he like me? Otherwise, she wouldn't get so angry over a cup of tea. Suppressing his inner joy, he tentatively asked, Are you jealous? Song Yuan didn't think he was jealous. He hadn't even confirmed whether his feelings for Su Mushue contained any romantic interest, and he denied it. No, I just hope you remember that we are husband and wife. You'd better be more self-aware and not get too close to other men, so as not to make me misunderstand or overthink. Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Su Mushue's happy mood vanished, replaced by deep resentment. What gives him the right to demand self-discipline from himself? Has he ever been self-disciplined at all over the years? He challenged defiantly. What if I deliberately act without thinking? What can you do about it? Suddenly, Song Yuan raised his hand and pushed her, pinning her against the wall. His well-defined knuckles gripped her chin tightly as he stared into her eyes and warned her. If you really dare to cheat, just you wait and see. Su Mushue was startled by the chill emanating from Song Yuan, and her chin was also slightly sore from his pinching. She angrily shoved him hard in the chest. Song Yuan was caught off guard by Su Mushue's move and stumbled back 2 steps, his ankle accidentally hitting the leg of the stool behind him. He groaned in pain, about to explode in anger. But he noticed that Su Mushue's eyes were very red, as if she was about to cry, so he could only suppress his anger and said helplessly, Are you feeling wrong? It was clearly her fault for pouring tea for Su Juanza, but she acted aggrieved when he said a few words to her. Su Mushue sniffed, trying hard to suppress the tears that were about to well up in her eyes, and said indignantly, "Anyway, there's no emotional foundation between us, so why should you interfere in my private affairs? I can be with whoever I want, and that's none of your business." He silently added to himself, "If you say you like me, even just a little bit, so you don't want me to get too close to other men. If you answer me like this, I will immediately sever all ties with Su Juanza, fire him, and never contact him again for the rest of my life." Faced with Su Mushua's aggressive attitude, Song Yuan took a deep breath. "Isn't it enough that I'm your husband?" Su Mushue suddenly calmed down. The subtext of her words was, "I am your husband, so you cannot cheat on me. It has nothing to do with liking me." Even though they don't love themselves, they still have a strange possessiveness towards themselves. What gives him the right to be so domineering? "Asshole." Su Mushue's voice was very soft, and Song Yuan thought he had misheard. "What did you say?" Su Mushue repeated. "I'm calling you a bastard, a son of a bitch. You." Just as Song Yuan was about to retort, Su Mushue turned around and left the study, slamming the door shut behind her. He wasn't given a chance to retort at all. Song Yuan licked his molars with the tip of his tongue, silently complaining to himself. It's always the same. He scolds himself and then runs away. It's so unfair. He really didn't want to argue with her. She was even less willing to have a conflict with Su Juanza. However, upon closer reflection, although Su Juanza might have feelings for Su Mushue definitely doesn't have those feelings for him. Otherwise, how could she have remained unscathed for 7 years of marriage? Su Mushue is no ordinary person. She is the head of the Su group, and any slight movement she makes will be scrutinized by reporters. Thinking of this, Song Yuan felt relieved. I walked quickly upstairs. Pushing open the door to her bedroom, she immediately saw her daughter sitting on the headboard of her bed, reading comics. He muttered to himself, "Oh no, his daughter must have overheard his argument with Su Mushue. Damn it." He thought his daughter was already asleep. When Song Jinni saw Song Yuan enter the room, she immediately put the comic book she was holding on the bedside table and looked at Song Yuan timidly. "Dad, can I sleep with you tonight?" Song Yuan nodded. "Sure." She climbed into bed, hugged her daughter, and covered her with the blanket. Song Jianni nestled closer to Song Yuan, slowly raised her head, her delicate face filled with worry, and asked softly, "Dad, did you and Mom have another fight?" Song Yuan said with remorse, "It's Dad's fault. It won't happen again next time." His daughter's illness had finally started to improve, but he still carelessly got into an argument with Su Mushue, which she overheard. Song Jianni's breathing faltered slightly as she asked another question. "Dad, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Can you tell me the truth?" Song Yuan nodded gently and said softly, "Okay, go ahead and ask." Song Jianni asked cautiously, "Do you still want to divorce your mother?" Song Yuan said frankly, "I don't want to think about it anymore." Song Jianni was half believing and half doubting, but she spoke frankly. "Why? Doesn't Dad like other women anymore?" Chapter 57 Coincidence. Song Yuan was shocked, so his daughter knew all along. What a tragedy to make my 7-year-old daughter bear such pressure that she shouldn't have to. Song Yuan gently pressed down on his daughter's thin shoulders, stared into her eyes, and said earnestly, "I don't like it anymore. From now on, Daddy will only like your mom and Nini. Daddy promises you that this family will never fall apart." He lied. He wasn't even sure if he liked Su Mushue, but sometimes a white lie is necessary, especially with children. As expected, upon hearing Song Yuan's assurance, Song Jinni's dull eyes instantly lit up. "Really? Daddy wouldn't be lying to me, would he?" "No. If Dad lies, may thunder strike from the sky." Song Jinni hurriedly covered Song Yuan's mouth, her eyes reddening as she spoke. "No, Daddy, don't say that. Even if one day Dad doesn't keep his promise to me, it's okay. Really, it's okay, as long as you're happy." Regardless of whether her father was lying to her or not, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Although her father had treated her badly in the past, he had been very good to her lately, so good that it felt like a dream. So no matter what happens in the future, she was already very content. Looking into his daughter's tear-filled eyes, Song Yuan felt his heart tighten slightly. as if he had been struck hard by something. He then couldn't help but hug his daughter tightly, and his eyes involuntarily began to well up with tears. Nini, do you know that you are the best gift God has given to your father? He remembered that when he first transmigrated, Nini looked at him as if she had seen a ghost and was terrified. Later, he asked the nanny in detail what he had done to his daughter in the past 7 years. The nanny said that he would punish his daughter for all sorts of strange reasons. No matter what she did, it was wrong. He would hit her hands with a ruler or lock her in her room to make her reflect on her actions alone, without giving her water or food. Although he had been trying his best to make up for it to her over the past few months, he was also mentally prepared that if she continued to reject him and refuse to acknowledge him as an unfit father, he would have no complaints. Unexpectedly, his daughter not only stopped blaming him, but also considered his needs in every way. A pure and kind little angel. Yes, that's a very apt description of his daughter. She is the most precious gift God has given him. Song Jianni nestled in Song Yuan's arms and blinked. What Dad said sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh right, my mother said the same thing to me. So happy. My parents love me very much and say that I am the best gift God has given them. Song Jianni closed her eyes contentedly. She thought she would definitely get a good night's sleep today, that she would definitely not have any more nightmares, and that she would definitely sleep soundly until dawn. The next day, Song Yuan and his daughter got up early. After washing up, Su Mushue had not yet come downstairs. Song Yuan then told his daughter to eat first and went to call Su Mushue downstairs. When he arrived at the door, Song Yuan raised his hand and knocked. Honey, get up and eat. Hearing the noise, Su Mushue, who was nestled in the quilt, felt a splitting headache and said irritably, I'm not eating anymore. I want to sleep. Leave me alone. She tossed and turned all night and couldn't fall asleep until almost dawn. Now she's incredibly tired, and although she's hungry and her stomach is aching terribly, she still doesn't want to get up to eat. Song Yuan reminded him, You have a bad stomach. Get up now. Don't sleep. Su Mushue became even more anxious. Leave me alone. Don't make me repeat myself. Seeing this, Song Yuan didn't urge her any further. Her voice sounded off. It was very hoarse, indicating that she hadn't slept well. So I quickly went downstairs. After Song Yuan walked away, Su Mushue could no longer fall asleep. Her stomach started to hurt terribly, and her body involuntarily curled up like a boiled shrimp, her hands tightly covering her stomach. She started groaning in discomfort. Ugh, so annoying. I want to sleep, but I also want to eat. I wanted to go downstairs to eat, but my back hurts so much I can't straighten up. Just as Su Mushue was struggling with her decision, there was another knock on the door. Song Yuan's gentle voice came from outside the door. Honey, I brought you breakfast. Would you like some? Can you open the door? Su Mushue was stunned for a moment, then blinked incredulously. Did she miss here? Song Yuan actually brought me food? She had just impatiently chased him away, but he not only wasn't angry, he even brought her food. When did she start receiving such good treatment? He swallowed hard and replied, The door isn't locked, come in. When Song Yuan pushed open the door, he was indeed carrying a tray with his favorite sandwiches and hot milk on it. Su Mushue struggled to sit up and leaned against the headboard. Song Yuan placed the tray on the bedside table, then picked up the folding table in the corner, set it up on the bed, and put the sandwiches and milk on it. Eat up, it's still warm. Su Mushue felt a warmth in her heart and really wanted to say thank you, but the words that came out of her mouth turned into sarcasm. Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Did you do something wrong? Song Yuan rolled his eyes. He had lowered himself to serve her well, and instead of thanking him, she mocked him in such a sarcastic way. He played along. Yes, they even put drugs in the food. Would you dare to eat it? Su Mushue was amused by Song Yuan and asked in return, What kind of medicine is it? I'd like to try it. Song Yuan was talking nonsense with a straight face. Aphrodisiac. Su Mushue's face flushed red instantly, and she said angrily, Get lost. You scoundrel. Song Yuan grinned mischievously. You're not exactly a saint. So what? It's perfectly reasonable and legal to be a scoundrel to your wife. Su Mushue raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, Who said that? Don't you know it's illegal to force your wife to have sex these days? You'd be sued and win every time. Song Yuan panicked. Huh? I never forced you. Although he didn't remember the past 7 years, he felt he could never be so desperate as to do something so heinous. Su Mushue did not speak immediately, but pondered carefully. After a long while, he finally remembered and glared at Song Yuandao. Yes, have you forgotten? The night you got drunk at your company's annual party last year. She was asleep that night when Song Yuan came in drunk and insisted on having a heart-to-heart talk with her. She was already exhausted from a busy day, and he kept bothering her until dawn, like a wolf that had been starving for a long time, never stopping. Song Yuan was shocked and panicked. What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Let me tell you, don't try to slander me while I have amnesia. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Su Mushue also became anxious and said excitedly, Why would I need to lie to you? It's precisely because you don't remember that I need to remind you. Song Yuan took a deep breath, feeling that what Su Mushue said made no sense, but he still refused to believe that he would do such a despicable thing, and asked in return, Okay, even if what you're saying is true, why didn't you call the police back then? Su Mushue almost fainted from embarrassment and anger. You may be shameless, but I still have a sense of shame. If she had called the police then, she would definitely have made headlines and become a laughingstock the next day. Besides, although Song Yuan forced her, her reason told her she should resist, but her body betrayed her and did not resist him. That's how women are. Once they fall in love with a man, they won't physically resist him. Even though it hurt a lot, the pain was accompanied by a strong sense of pleasure. So how could she possibly call the police? Song Yuan's cheeks burned. Suddenly, I don't know what to say. At that moment, he really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He had actually done something so shameful. Su Mushue angrily pointed towards the door. Get out, I'm going to eat. Song Yuan left the room with no other choice. It's another rainy day. The production crew gave everyone a day off. Ding Yao didn't stay idle. Instead, she followed Song Yuan's advice and went to the hospital to see a doctor to recuperate. When registering, the triage staff suggested that Ding Yao register with the psychiatry department, since insomnia could also be a sign of psychological problems. So, Ding Yao took the advice of the triage staff and made an appointment with a psychiatrist. The doctor's name is Su Juanza. When I arrived at the clinic, I waited in line for a long time before it was finally my turn. As soon as she entered, Ding Yao was amazed by Su Juanza. She had thought that psychiatrists must be quite old and not handsome, because a doctor who was too good-looking would make people question his medical skills. Unexpectedly, Su Juanza is not only young, but also quite handsome, much like a fictional character from a novel. His features are exquisitely perfect, his skin is fair and shiny, his hair is jet black, and he has a slender and upright figure. Even in a white coat, he doesn't have the demeanor of a doctor. He's not approachable at all, exuding an undisguised sense of superiority. He's cold and makes people afraid to get close. Is it reliable? It should be possible. After all, this is the best hospital in Beijing, and so many patients seek treatment here. There shouldn't be any problem. However, upon closer inspection, this doctor was still not as handsome as his boss, Song Yuanshui. The doctor was a bit too thin, and his physique was far inferior to that of his boss. When Su Juanza and she locked eyes, Su Juanza was momentarily stunned. So beautiful, so elegant. Even in a very ordinary white t-shirt and jeans, a woman can look incredibly beautiful. She has a tall figure, with excellent legs and waist, and her breasts are not very full, but are exceptionally perky. The proportions of the 3 quarts and 5 eyes are perfect, making it highly malleable and full of charm. However, she looks so familiar, like I've seen her somewhere before. Where? Why can't I remember? Is it just my imagination? That shouldn't be the case. He's always had a very good memory. Suppressing his inner doubts, he habitually reached out his hand to her and spoke indifferently. Give me your ID card. Chapter 58 Confusion. Ding Yao snapped back to her senses instantly. Okay. He immediately stepped forward and handed him his ID card. Su Juanza swiped his ID card and retrieved her information. Name Ding Yao? Ding Yao. I remember now. Isn't this the female lead officially announced for Song Yuan's new drama, Yinxiang Zhuan? A barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Su Juanza's lips. What's wrong? Having trouble sleeping? Ding Yao nodded and said seriously, yes, I've been sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a day for a week now. Su Juanza turned his head, stared into her eyes, and asked gently, has this situation occurred before? Ding Yao's heart skipped a beat. She felt that his gaze towards her had suddenly changed. It was no longer so cold, but rather gentler. No, it only came about recently. Su Juanza nodded slightly and continued to ask, so what do you think caused this? Ding Yao frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and said slowly, I think it's probably because I'm overthinking things and making myself anxious, which is why I can't sleep. Su Juanza asked without changing his expression, what are you anxious about? Ding Yao beckoned with her hand, her fingernails gently digging into her palm. I'm an actress, and I'm currently filming a new drama. It's my first time playing the lead role, so I'm very afraid that I won't perform well and will let down my boss's trust and expectations. Su Juanza stared intently at Ding Yao, afraid of missing any subtle reaction from her, and tentatively asked her a question. So you care a lot about your boss? If Ding Yao really has a crush on Song Yuan, and the two are actually having an affair, then that would be interesting. Even if Su Muxue was very patient, she couldn't tolerate it anymore. The fact that Song Yuan had another lover besides Xiao Weining was a bolt from the blue for her, and she would definitely divorce him. As long as she gets divorced, I'll have a chance. Ding Yao nodded, then shook her head, correcting her. No, I have no romantic relationship with him. I've worked at his company for 3 years, and he's never paid any attention to me. This time, he suddenly gave me such a good role, which makes me very uneasy. I don't know why he suddenly values me so much. Su Juanza was somewhat disappointed. It turned out that Ding Yao and Song Yuan had no affair. Why don't you tell me more about your boss's character, in detail, including his feelings? Ding Yao said warily. Doctor, why are you asking this? She came to see a doctor, not to expose her boss's private affairs. Besides, what does her boss's condition have to do with her insomnia? Su Juanza felt a growing dissatisfaction. This woman was quite wary, daring to question him. Suppressing his displeasure, he patiently explained. You want to know why he suddenly values you? It's okay if you don't want to answer. We have other treatment methods. But in my opinion right now, if we can help you resolve your inner conflict, you should be able to sleep well without medication. Most medications for insomnia have some side effects, and I can't guarantee that they won't affect your work. Upon hearing that it might affect their work, Ding Yao immediately changed her tune. Let me talk about my boss. He's young, handsome, and from a good family. He's been married for many years and his wife is very outstanding. But he keeps cheating on us with female artists and giving her the best resources, even though we keep losing money. She was originally supposed to be the lead in this movie, but I don't know why she was suddenly given the role to me. He even called me aside and told me to work hard because he had high hopes for me. When I made a mistake while filming, he not only didn't blame me, but also told me to take good care of my health. He even gave me a collector's edition figurine. I told him it was too valuable and I couldn't accept it, but he said he didn't know what to do with the figurine, so he gave it to me anyway. Su Juanza listened patiently and then spoke slowly. Maybe he wants to pursue you. Chapter 59 Introduction. Ding Yao was stunned for a moment, then excitedly retorted. No, he could never be interested in me. Su Juanza raised an eyebrow slightly. How can you be so sure? I've been working at his company for 3 years. If he had feelings for me, he wouldn't have waited until now. If we rule out that possibility, then it's simply a matter of trying to promote you. Ding Yao asked, puzzled. But what's the reason? Su Juanza spoke slowly. Since you don't know, then don't think about it. Your boss is so supportive of you. You should seize the opportunity. There are so many people in your company, but he chose you over anyone else. What do you think you should do? Ding Yao pondered carefully. Having been in the entertainment industry for so many years, she certainly understands the rules of the game. The reason she is not valued is that she is unwilling to break her bottom line and abandon her dignity. But now that such great resources have fallen into her lap, she wouldn't feel at ease if she didn't express something to Song Yuan, and she still wouldn't be able to sleep. After much thought, I decided to repay him without abandoning my dignity or crossing my bottom line. Just let him feel your sincerity. I know what to do. That's good. If you have any questions in the future, you can make an appointment to consult me in advance. Su Juanza handed over his business card as he spoke. Ding Yao nodded slightly and accepted the business card. Ding Yao is an impatient person with a strong sense of action. The next day, I got up very early and went straight to Song Yuan's office instead of going to the film set. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I saw Song Yuan standing at the office door, about to push the door open and go inside. Ding Yao said urgently, "Mr. Song, wait a moment." He said this and hurriedly ran over. Song Yuan didn't stop what he was doing, but instead invited her into the house. "Come in and speak." "Uh-huh." Ding Yao followed Song Yuan into the office. Song Yuan casually placed the car keys on the table, then sat down in the leather seat and said seriously, "What's wrong? Why did you come to see me so early?" Ding Yao held up the gift box she was carrying in front of Song Yuan. She had prepared many words to say to Song Yuan, but due to nervousness, only a simple sentence came out. "Mr. Song, this is a deacon I've always kept, and I'd like to give it to you." Song Yuan looked up, and his eyes lit up instantly. The alien deacon figurine that Ding Yao was holding was already out of print. He had wanted to buy it for a long time, but no seller had been willing to sell it. He dared not accept such a generous gift. Song Yuan asked with a smile, "Since it's from your collection, why are you suddenly giving it to me?" Moreover, he could sense that Ding Yao was very reluctant to part with Deacon. Her little hands were tightly clutching the gift box, clearly indicating that she was reluctantly giving it up to him. Ding Yao's ears burned. She had never been in a relationship before, and although there were boys pursuing her, she always prioritized her career and rejected them all. She didn't have any particularly close male friends, and this was the first time she had mustered the courage to give a gift to a boy. Her heart was pounding, and she stammered, Because you value me so much, Mr. Song, I want to repay you in kind." Song Yuan suddenly realized that she wanted to repay him, and said with some helplessness, "No need. I chose you as the female lead because you have the talent. As long as you act well, that will be the greatest reward for me." Ding Yao shook her head, stubbornly insisting, "No, I won't feel at ease if you don't accept it, and I'll have insomnia." Song Yuan stroked his chin and said slowly, "I really can't accept this, but if you really want to thank me, there's something I need your help with. I wonder if you'd be willing to help me." Ding Yao nodded vigorously. "I'm willing, of course I'm willing. May I ask what it is?" She didn't think she had the ability to help Song Yuan solve his problem, but since he had given her a chance to repay him, she certainly wouldn't refuse. Song Yuan said frankly, "I'm planning to buy some jewelry for my wife later. I want to surprise her. I'm a straight guy, so I don't know what style she'll like. Can you help me pick some out?" Chapter 60, Buying a Gift for My Wife. Last night, Su Mushua was still angry with him because she had forced him in the past. After thinking it over, he figured that giving his wife a gift to make her happy would be a good idea. Luckily, he had some money on hand. After deducting the money from selling the car last time to pay for Yinran's medical expenses, he still had 800,000 yuan left. Jewelry worth around 800,000 yuan is very expensive for an ordinary woman, but it is naturally considered shabby for a young lady from a top-tier wealthy family like Su Mushua. But that's all the money he has left. He'll buy her something more expensive to compensate her after the legend of Yunxiang makes money. Ding Yao readily agreed. No problem. She can't help with anything else, but she can at least do this little favor. But that's so strange. The boss and his wife don't get along. So why is he suddenly thinking of picking out jewelry for his wife? Although she was very curious, she knew she shouldn't pry into her boss's private affairs, so she suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask any more questions. Song Yuan nodded. "Then you go ahead and get busy. Come back after you finish work, and we'll go together." "Okay." Ding Yao left and didn't return until almost the end of the workday. Song Yuan stared at the hands of his watch, frowning slightly, wondering if he should call the director to release Ding Yao ahead of schedule. If he gets home any later, it will be even later. He had promised his daughter that he would try to be home before 11 p.m. Thinking of his daughter, Song Yuan immediately took out his phone, found the director's number, and before he could press the call button, a call came in. It was Su Mushua calling. Song Yuan blinked. Finally, he stopped giving her the silent treatment and even called her. She immediately pressed the answer button. "Hey honey, don't go home for a while. I want to go out for Western food. I'll take Nini there first, and then I'll send you the restaurant information. You can just come over." Song Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I'll be working overtime for a bit, and won't be home until later. You can take Meanie to eat first, don't wait for me. If you tell her you're going to buy her a gift, that won't be a surprise. Okay then. Su Mushue spoke casually, as if she didn't care much, but she was furious inside. She had finally taken the initiative to call him, wanting to take him out for a nice meal, but he refused. I'll be there in a bit. Before Song Yuan could finish speaking, Su Mushue hung up the phone. Song Yuan shook his head helplessly. Was he angry again? He really had quite a temper. But it's okay. He thought he'd bring the gift home himself later, and she'd calm down quickly. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Song Yuan looked up. The door was slowly pushed open, and there was Ding Yao. This time, she didn't wear a costume. Instead, she wore a casual graffiti t-shirt, washed denim jeans, and canvas shoes. Her long, black hair, reaching her waist, was casually draped over her shoulders, and she wore a baseball cap. Her clean face was completely unmade up, making her look less like a female celebrity and more like a college student with a youthful appearance. Song Yuan was very satisfied with her outfit. It looked more like her, and walking with her on the street wouldn't attract too much attention. Ding Yao asked, Mr. Song, shall we set off now? Right. Song Yuan picked up the car keys from the table and quickly left the office with Ding Yao. Once I arrived at the underground parking garage, I found my car. Song Yuan got into the driver's seat without a second thought. Ding Yao opened the car door and sat in the back seat without being told to. Subconsciously, she felt that the passenger seat should be occupied by Song Yuan's wife or Xiao Weining. She was just an ordinary artist, so it was definitely inappropriate for her to sit in the passenger seat. Instead of starting the car immediately, Song Yuan picked up a bottle of spring water and tossed it to Ding Yao. Have some water. He had just noticed that Ding Yao's lips were very dry, probably because she was in a hurry to get to the appointment and hadn't had time to drink water. Ding Yao was flattered and caught the water. Thanks. Unexpectedly, the boss was so thoughtful and considerate that he noticed she was thirsty. Song Yuan did not respond. He skillfully started the car, slowly drove out of the parking lot. Ding Yao's nostrils twitched slightly as she noticed the faint scent of rose perfume in the car. This isn't Xiao Weining's scent. She always wears gardenia perfume, which is so strong you can smell it yourself when you pass by. This must be the scent of the boss's wife. Perhaps the boss really did break up with Xiao Weining and wants to return to his family? On the other side, Su Mushue was also at the end of her workday. Instead of rushing home, she instructed Long Yu to check on Song Yuan to see if he was really working overtime. It wasn't that she didn't trust Song Yuan, but that Song Yuan had lied to her too many times. He used to say he was working overtime, but he was actually secretly dating Xiao Weining. Although Song Yuan did not actually arrange for Xiao Weining to be the female lead in Yun Xiang Zhuan, but instead arranged for her to film a short drama, it does not mean that the two have really broken up. It could just be a conflict, or it could be that they're afraid of withdrawing their investment. So of course she wanted to find out whether he was really working overtime. If he lies to himself and doesn't work overtime anymore, but instead goes on a date with Xiao Weining, then she will immediately bring her bodyguards and storm over to make Xiao Weining go to the hospital again. This time, she won't let her off so easily as last time. She won't be a Sue if she doesn't beat her into the ICU. We arrived at the mall. Song Yuan discovered that his prediction was wrong. He thought that Ding Yao was dressed casually, without makeup, and wearing a hat, so she wouldn't attract attention. But as soon as he entered the mall, he found that the surrounding customers were all staring at Ding Yao intently. Song Yuan sighed helplessly. Perhaps, even without makeup, Ding Yao would be considered a top beauty by ordinary people, given her naturally good looks. He looks at beautiful women all day long. His wife is beautiful. Xiao Weining is also considered beautiful, and there are also pretty female artists in the company. Naturally, he has long been immune to beautiful women. It's only natural for ordinary people to find it amazing and want to take a second look. Two girls even ran over to block the way, saying excitedly, "Are you Ding Yao?" Ding Yao looked at Song Yuan awkwardly, her eyes filled with apology. She knew Song Yuan was in a hurry and didn't want to waste time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have skipped dinner and dragged her over to help the shop owner pick out jewelry. It's strange, though. She's not a big star, doesn't have any hit dramas, and has always played supporting roles, yet she still runs into fans when she goes out. Seeing this, Song Yuan answered for her. Yes. Do you want an autograph or a photo? Hurry up. The two girls became even more excited, pulling out ballpoint pens and notebooks from their bags, and exclaimed excitedly, "Then can we have both?" Ding Yao gave a professional smile. Okay. He took the pen, quickly signed his name, took 2 photos with the 2 girls, and then sent them away. Then, Ding Yao followed Song Yuan onto the escalator in the center of the mall. Ding Yao stood beside Song Yuan, turned her head to look at him, and spoke softly, somewhat nervously. "I'm sorry to have taken up your time." Song Yuan smiled faintly. "It's all right, it was my misjudgment." Ding Yao tilted her head, her pretty little face full of innocence. Huh? What prediction? Chapter 61, A Meeting Too Late. Song Yuan said frankly, "I thought you wouldn't attract attention dressed like this." Ding Yao's ears burned, and she said awkwardly, "Then, next time, I'll wear a mask." After getting off the escalator, Song Yuan changed the subject. "By the way, why do you, a girl, like watching Alien? Don't you find it disgusting?" He had wanted to ask this in his office that day. This sci-fi masterpiece has many fans, but relatively few female fans. Su Muxue and Xiao Weining didn't like watching it. They found the aliens disgusting and the plot bloody, which made them physically uncomfortable. However, he thought the little monsters in it were cool and had a kind of deformed beauty. Even Shun Mo couldn't accept it. He didn't have that kind of perverse sense of humor. Upon hearing Song Yuan mention Alien, Ding Yao's eyes lit up instantly, and she said excitedly, "Not disgusting at all. On the contrary, I think the shapes of the aliens in it are very artistic and can be described as beautiful." Song Yuan stared in astonishment. We're in the same boat. That's what he thought too. Watching a movie alone can be lonely, especially when you want to talk about the plot afterward but can't find anyone to share it with. That feeling of loneliness is particularly intense. So what other movies do you usually like to watch? Ding Yao narrowed her eyes slightly and said seriously, "I like the more unusual ones, such as Shaun Sono's Cold Fish and Love Crime, Tetsuya Nakashima's Confessions, and Kanako, as well as Stanley Kubrick's A Clockwork Orange and The Shining. There are too many to list, and there are still many I want to watch but haven't seen yet." Song Yuan was even more shocked. He also liked cult films, films with a strong personal style that gave people a strong sensory impact. When Ding Yao saw that Song Yuan didn't speak, she thought he was looking down on her. As everyone knows, there is a hierarchy of contempt in everything, including watching movies. This kind of movie is lowbrow and cannot be accepted by most people. He said somewhat dejectedly, "I know it's weird for a girl like me to watch this kind of movie. Song Yuan interrupted her. "I love watching it too." Ding Yao blinked in disbelief. Really? She really thought she was disliked. If she really shared the same interests as Song Yuan, then she would be one step closer to winning Song Yuan's heart and becoming his confidant. "Yeah, let me tell you, when I was in school, I spent every day in my dorm with my computer searching for resources. You know, I couldn't find them on legitimate websites. Some of the older movies would take me an hour or 2 to find. Yes, I finally found a place without Chinese subtitles, and I was so angry I smashed my keyboard. Yes, that's how bad my keyboard is. Huh. I really miss the 80s. The cult films made in Hong Kong back then were also very good. Yes. Back then the regulations weren't strict, and the scope was much wider. You could film anything. Now you can't. Actually, I've always invested in making this type of film, but now the censorship is too strict, and anything that doesn't conform to mainstream values can't be released." Song Yuan finally found a moviegoer who shared his interests, and once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Ding Yao was the same. The two chatted happily, as if they had known each other for a long time. As they got more and more engrossed in their conversation, Ding Yao was the first to remember the important business at the mall and remind them. "Mr. Song, let's stop talking for now. I still need to buy jewelry for your wife." Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat. "Oh right, I almost forgot about the important matter." So the two walked into the jewelry store side by side, ready to carefully select jewelry for Su Muxue. Long Yu, who was not far away, raised her phone and took several pictures of the scene, which she then sent to Su Muxue. Su Muxue had already arrived home and received the photos. She took a closer look. His face darkened instantly. Good lad. As expected, he wasn't working overtime. However, to her surprise, Song Yuan's date wasn't Xiao Weining. She was a young girl I didn't know. Su Mushua zoomed in on the photos and examined them closely. One of them was a girl's profile. She was so beautiful. Her profile was stunning, just like a model. She had a natural movie face, a beauty with perfect bone structure. This girl looks kind of familiar. Has she seen her before? Su Mushua pondered for a while, then suddenly remembered. Isn't this Ding Yao, the new female lead officially announced for The Legend of Yun Xiang? Okay. She finally understood why Song Yuan had replaced Xiao Weiniang with her as the female lead. It turned out he had changed his mind. You've changed, lovers. It's no wonder she overthinks things. He had just been saying he had to work overtime. But then he turned around and went out to meet Ding Yao at a jewelry store. It's strange. Ding Yao was one of the earliest artists signed by Song Yuan. She had been very well behaved for the past 3 years. How did the two of them suddenly get together? She had met Ding Yao a few times. When she visited Song Yuan's company, she had a good impression of her. Ding Yao was a very polite and humble girl. I've seen her act, and her acting skills are impeccable. She's been in the industry for 5 or 6 years without any scandals, and she's a proper, outstanding graduate from a professional acting school. How did she suddenly get involved with Song Yuan? Could I have misunderstood something? Impossible. If the two of them were completely innocent, why would Song Yuan lie to him? Is it because Song Yuan has been suppressing her and not giving her good resources that she finally couldn't help but take shortcuts in order to rise to the top? What should she do? Should we just storm over and catch them in the act? Is it too late to go now? What if the two of them run away? Long Yu can't stop them by herself. She couldn't stop Song Yuan last time either. Su Mushua took a deep breath. Then let's wait. I'll settle the score with Song Yuan when he gets home. At this moment, Song Jianni, who came out of the study with her new painting that she wanted to show to Su Mushua, saw that Su Mushua looked unwell and asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Mushua immediately composed herself and smiled. "Nothing's wrong. Why did you come out? Have you finished your homework?" Song Jianni sensed that her mother was forcing a smile and had something on her mind, but she didn't expose her. She knew her mother didn't want her to see the bad side of her. "I finished writing, and I also drew this. Mom, take a look, see if it's pretty." He then handed the painting to Su Mushua. Su Mushua took it, and her heart suddenly clenched. The title of the painting my daughter drew is A Happy Family. It was herself, Song Yuan, and their daughter sitting on the beach, building sandcastles together, their faces beaming with smiles. You know, my daughter loves to draw. She has drawn many pictures, but none of them are of people. They are always her kind of abstract architecture, plants, and animals. Although many of those paintings won awards, the doctor said that the reason why her daughter's paintings were abstract, incomprehensible, and made people feel uncomfortable was because her daughter had serious psychological problems. Seeing that her mother was not speaking, Song Jianni unconsciously clenched her clothes. "Mom, why aren't you saying anything? This is my first time trying to draw a person." Chapter 62, Where did you go? Su Mushua sniffed, reached out, and pinched her daughter's cheek, trying to force a gentle smile. "Beautiful, so beautiful." Song Jianni looked completely bewildered. "Really? But Mom, you look very unhappy." She was smiling, but her eyes betrayed an unconcealable sorrow. Su Mushua shook her head and denied it. "No, you must be mistaken." Song Jianni's eyes darkened. Without even asking, she knew that the only person in the world who could make her mother so sad was her father. He must have upset her mother again. So, I gently took her slightly cool hand and comforted her. "Mom, can you trust Dad just this once? He promised me a few days ago that he doesn't like other women anymore, and that he'll only like Mom and Nini from now on." Upon hearing this, Su Mushua was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. "What did you say? Song Yuan actually told his daughter that he liked him? Sky, what kind of international joke is this? Hasn't he always resented himself? How could someone possibly like themselves?" Song Jianni repeated it in a serious tone. "I said Dad said he likes Mom. I wasn't lying. If you don't believe me, Mom can ask him herself." "I believe you." Her daughter never lied to her, so she naturally had no doubts. She just felt it was too eerie. Why would he talk to his daughter if he prefers not to talk to himself? If he's lying to his daughter, what's his purpose? No. If he really liked her, how could he lie to her by saying he was working overtime when he was actually on a date with Ding Yao? So annoying. She's confused. What exactly is going on? What exactly is that bastard Song Yuan trying to do? When I had a headache. The door creaked open. Su Muxue turned her head and saw Song Yuan standing at the door, looking quite respectable. He even smiled and greeted her when he saw her. Honey Nini, I'm home. That bastard. He secretly went on a date with Ding Yao. And when he came back he acted like nothing had happened, his smile still so charming and handsome. Su Muxue's blood pressure soared. Suppressing her anger, she looked down at her daughter and said restrainedly, Nini, go back to your room and rest. Your father and I have some important things to discuss. Song Jiani sensed the turbulent emotions beneath her mother's calm facade. She glanced deeply at her father, who was bending over to change his shoes at the door, completely unaware that something was wrong with his mother, and silently prayed for him. Daddy, hang in there, Mom's about to get angry. Okay. He obediently climbed upstairs, returned to his bedroom, and closed the door tightly. Song Yuan changed into slippers and quickly walked to Su Muxue's side. Wife, look at me. As he spoke, he took out the jewelry he had carefully selected for her from his pocket. But Su Muxue ruthlessly interrupted him. Song Yuan, do you think I'm easy to fool? Do you think I'm stupid? Song Yuan was completely bewildered. What's the meaning? Why did Su Muxue get angry at him as soon as he came back? What did he do to offend her? Su Muxue stood up abruptly, pointed at his nose, and said arrogantly, What do I mean? How dare you ask me? You know perfectly well what you've done. Song Yuan also got angry and retorted angrily. Hey, how many times have I told you? I hate it when people point fingers at me. Can't you at least show me some respect? To make Su Muxue happy, he skipped meals and went to countless jewelry stores just to pick out a gift she would like. And she came right up to me and started mocking me. Is that how a wife should act? Su Muxue said angrily. If I don't respect you, then ask yourself honestly if you've ever respected me. Have you ever truly treated me like your wife? If Song Yuan truly respected her, he wouldn't have lied to her, dated other women, and fooled her like a fool. Su Muxue's inexplicable outburst of anger instantly ruined Song Yuan's good mood, leaving him irritated. I can't be bothered to argue with you. He turned around and prepared to go upstairs. He had just taken one step. Su Muxue became anxious, grabbed his shoulder, and said sternly, Song Yuan, you stop right there. Tell me clearly, what exactly did you do today? You weren't working overtime at all. Song Yuan stopped in his tracks. His lips moved, but no sound came out. His dark eyes filled with disappointment. Su Muxue has hired someone to follow and investigate him again. It turns out that all his efforts over the years couldn't earn him even a sliver of her trust. She still sees herself as that jerk of a husband from the past, and still believes he will cheat on her. Although he lied to her, saying he was working overtime and would be back late, he didn't do anything to betray her. He just wanted to give her a surprise. He mechanically pulled the jewelry box out of his pocket and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. With a thud, the jewelry box landed steadily on the coffee table. Su Muxue froze, staring at the jewelry box on the table, her face full of question marks. What's the meaning? Was it given to her? Did she see it wrong? Song Yuan pried her hands off his shoulders and then strode up to the second floor. Su Muxue didn't come to her senses until Song Yuan slammed the door to the second-floor bedroom shut. I picked up the velvet jewelry box blankly and opened it. Inside was a dazzling Bulgari serpent bracelet, fully diamond-encrusted, exquisitely crafted with excellent diamond quality, perfectly suited to her. She had seen this bracelet on the official website. It was worth 730,000 yuan. It's not expensive for her, but it's very expensive for Song Yuan's current financial situation. He has invested all his money in the filming of Yunxiang Zhuan, and probably doesn't have much money left. Where did he get so much money? Wait, that's not important. What's important is, could it be? Song Yuan lied to himself about working overtime, but actually he secretly went out to buy himself a bracelet as a surprise. Thinking of this, Su Muxue's heart suddenly clenched. If that's really the case, then wouldn't she have misunderstood Song Yuan? No. If Song Yuan really went to buy a bracelet for himself, why did he bring Ding Yao with him? Perhaps he also bought more expensive jewelry for Ding Yao, but for himself, this bracelet was just something he casually wore. Why don't we ask Ding Yao what the specifics are? No, what if Ding Yao and Song Yuan had conspired beforehand and prepared a story to deceive me? After much thought, Su Mushiwa took out her phone and called Long Yu, asking her to quickly find someone to check how much money Song Yuan had spent on his account and what he had bought. Therefore, the answer is obvious. On the other side, Song Yuan hadn't gone back to his own bedroom, but instead went into his daughter's bedroom. Song Jinni leaned against the headboard, holding a plush rabbit doll in her arms, pinching the soft rabbit ears with her little hands, and cautiously asked Song Yuan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, peeling an apple with a fruit knife. "Dad, did Mom yell at you again?" Chapter 63 Loves to Eat Little Apples. Song Yuan paused, nearly cutting his hand with the fruit knife in his hand, and asked in surprise, "You heard everything? That can't be right. Is the soundproofing in this house really that bad? Can you still hear sounds from the living room from the bedroom on the second floor?" If that were really the case, wouldn't his daughter hear every argument he had with Su Mushiwa? Song Jianni quickly shook her head and denied it. No, I was just guessing. Before you came back, Mom was in a bad mood and looked terrible. Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and explained. "We did have a fight just now, but Nini, you need to know that your mother and I can't be separated by arguments. It was just a little misunderstanding." Oh, Song Jianni didn't ask any more questions. Since her father said it was just a small misunderstanding and they wouldn't break up, there was no need to worry. He looked down at the green apple in Song Yuan's hand that was about to be peeled. She unconsciously swallowed. This was her favorite fruit, and it tasted best when peeled. Every time her mother peeled it for her, she would cut it into small pieces so that it would be hard for her to bite. This is the first time Dad has peeled an apple for him. I wonder if he'll cut it into small pieces. Song Yuan threw the whole piece of fruit peel into the trash can, and then put the knife in the fruit bowl on the bedside table. Song Jianni blinked. It seemed that her father wasn't planning to cut it into small pieces for her. That was fine, though. It would still be delicious to eat it whole. Unexpectedly, she was just about to reach out to take the apple and thank him. Song Yuan didn't even bother to give it to her. Instead, he brought the apple to his own mouth and started taking big bites. Song Jianni was stunned on the spot. Why is Dad eating it by himself? Wasn't it peeled for her? On second thought, Dad didn't actually say that he peeled the apple for her. Wah, I really want to eat it. But she was too afraid to use a knife. She had cut her hand once when she tried to peel skin herself before, and she never dared to use a knife to peel skin again. Song Yuan ate half of it in one go before noticing that something was wrong with his daughter's eyes. Staring at her half-eaten apple, her big, watery eyes were filled with resentment. Song Yuanming asked a question he already knew the answer to. "Do you want to eat?" Song Jianni swallowed again, nodded, and then shook her head. "I want to eat it. I really want to eat it. But I'm really embarrassed to bring it up. It's quite awkward." The last time she asked her father to come home earlier, it took her a long internal struggle to finally say it. She was completely unprepared for this, so naturally, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Song Yuan swallowed the fruit in his mouth with a gulp and teased. "Didn't you already have dinner?" He was starving, and when he came inside and saw an apple, he couldn't resist peeling one for himself. Little did he know that his daughter would have her eye on it. When asked if she wanted to eat it, she wouldn't say. She's incredibly shy. This proud and arrogant personality is probably inherited from Su Mushiwa. He wanted to change his daughter's personality a little, so that she would just tell him what she wanted directly and openly. If she develops a stubborn personality like Su Mushiwa, she will definitely suffer in her future relationships. Song Jianni's delicate, fair face flushed red at an inexplicable speed. "Yes, I've eaten, but—" Song Yuan guided the way. "But what? Do you want to eat it or not? If you do, I'll peel a new one for you." Song Jianni blushed even more and stammered. I still can't figure it out. I feel like my dad is deliberately trying to get me to express my inner thoughts. How cunning. They're so blatantly trying to trick me." Seeing that his daughter still wouldn't say anything, Song Yuan continued to devour the apple, eating with great relish. Song Jianni let out an inward groan. Hateful. Dad is a bad guy. I'm so hungry, I really want to eat it. After finishing the apple, Song Yuan saw that his daughter still didn't want to talk, so he used his ultimate move to entice her. "Nini, as long as you openly admit that you want to eat it and ask Daddy to peel another one for you, Daddy will give you a reward." As expected, Song Jian's eyes lit up when she heard the word reward, and she asked expectantly, "What reward? Can you tell me in advance?" Song Yuan shook his head and smiled mysteriously, like a big bad wolf. "To be precise, it's a surprise. If I told you, it wouldn't be a surprise." Song Jian's eyes lit up. Surprise? Did her father prepare a surprise for her? She's grown up and still doesn't know what a surprise is. What kind of surprise could it be? I really want to know. So, stealing her resolve, she looked up at Song Yuan, her hand unconsciously tightening around the plush rabbit doll in her arms, and spoke with difficulty, her face flushed. "Daddy, Nini wants to eat. Could you peel another apple for me?" He finished speaking without waiting for Song Yuan's response. Song Jian quickly buried her face in the rabbit plush toy, too embarrassed to show her face. Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. If she has any requests, she should just make them. Anyway, no matter what the request is, as long as it's not too unreasonable, he can fulfill it for his daughter. Uh-huh. Song Jian buried her head and hummed twice. It's so hard to be honest and make requests to Dad directly. It's really too hard. Song Yuan's gentle voice reached my ears. "Nini, lift your head." Song Jian obediently raised her head, and in front of her was a diamond necklace that shimmered with silver light, with a platinum cross pendant and a dazzling ruby in the center. Song Jian's pupils dilated slightly, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my God! It turned out to be her favorite necklace, the one she had always wanted. The reason she liked it and wanted it was because it was the necklace worn by Akashia Mocha in her favorite anime, Rosario plus Vampire. Moreover, she believed that the cross had the power to ward off evil spirits, and that wearing it would definitely stop her from having nightmares. What a surprise. A huge surprise. Seeing that his daughter didn't speak, Song Yuan smiled and said, "What? You don't like it? If you don't like it, I'll give it to someone else." Song Jian excitedly snatched the necklace. "I love it, Nugnung. I love it so much. Thank you, Dad." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sit up and give Song Yuan a hard kiss on the cheek. Song Yuan, whose body trembled, and he froze on the spot, unable to move. At that moment, he felt like the happiest man in the world. He never expected his daughter to like it so much. In fact, he hadn't thought about buying jewelry for his daughter until Ding Yao reminded him. When asked if he wanted to buy a gift for his daughter, he happened to have 800,000 yuan left after buying the Bulgari bracelet. He also happened to see this cross necklace, which happened to be worn by a female character from his daughter's favorite anime. Song Jian put the necklace back into Song Yuan's hand and said with a smile, "Dad, can you help me put it on?" "Good." Song Yuan unfastened the necklace clasp, went behind his daughter, and carefully put it on for her. Song Jian touched the cross pendant as if it were a precious treasure, blinked, and asked in a childish voice, "Is it pretty?" Chapter 64. You're a female hooligan. Song Yuan nodded and said sincerely, "Nice. My daughter has inherited the good looks of both me and Su Mushua. How could she not be beautiful?" Song Jian smiled sweetly. "Hee, I think it looks good too. Today is truly a memorable day. Her father gave her such a big surprise. It feels like a dream. Some are happy, some are sad." Su Mushua was nestled on the sofa in the living room, her brows furrowed as she stared at the Bulgari snake bracelet with its full diamonds on the table. Long Yu just called her back and told her that Song Yuan spent a total of 800,000 yuan today to buy 2 pieces of jewelry. One is the Bulgari snake bracelet in front of us, worth 730,000 yuan, and the other is a platinum necklace with a ruby cross, worth 70,000 yuan. It's obvious that the cross necklace was for the daughter. It's worn by her favorite anime character. The necklace couldn't possibly be a gift for Ding Yao. If he really got together with Ding Yao, he wouldn't buy jewelry that was more than 10 times cheaper than his own in front of her. That still doesn't make sense. Why did he bring Ding Yao along? Regardless of Song Yuan's reasons for taking Ding Yao there. In short, she actually wronged Song Yuan. It turns out that Song Yuan lied to himself about working overtime in order to give himself a surprise. But without even asking what happened, she immediately pointed at Song Yuan's nose and started mocking him. No wonder he looked at me with such disappointment just now, and left without saying a word. Ah, so annoying. What should she do? Should I apologize to him? She should apologize. She was indeed in the wrong. She wronged him. but she couldn't bring herself to apologize. Besides, he had always lied to her before, and he and Ding Yao had secretly gone to the jewelry store without her knowledge, so she couldn't help but overthink it. But regardless, she did wrong Song Yuan and should apologize. Su Muxue took a deep breath, picked up the snake bracelet, stood up, and quickly walked to the second floor. When I got to my daughter's room, I raised my hand and knocked on the door. Hearing the noise, Song Yuan thought Su Muxue had come to argue with him again, so he didn't open the door immediately, but instead comforted his daughter. Nini, you get some rest. Your dad and mom will have a good talk. Don't worry, we won't fight anymore. If Su Mushue's insults get too harsh and he can't help but want to talk back, he'll pull Su Muxue into the bedroom beforehand, close the door tightly, and his daughter shouldn't be able to hear him through the two doors. Okay. Song Jiani obediently crawled into bed and hugged her plush rabbit doll tightly. After tucking his daughter in, Song Yuan opened the door. Just as Su Muxue was about to speak, Song Yuan grabbed her hand and headed straight for his bedroom. Once inside the bedroom, Song Yuan released Su Muxue, closed the door tightly, and said in a deep voice, "Now you can talk, Nini can't hear you." Su Muxue took a deep breath, trying to soften her tone, and said gently, "You lied to me today and said you were working overtime, but you weren't actually on a date with Ding Yao. You were just trying to buy me a bracelet, right?" Song Yuan was helpless. "Yeah, you're really well informed." "That's good. I don't need to explain it myself. She found it directly." "That's terrifying." "Little smarty, nothing can be hidden from her." Su Muxue swallowed hard and asked the question that had been bothering her. "Then why did you bring Ding Yao along? Couldn't you have just bought it yourself? Then I wouldn't have misunderstood you." Song Yuan said calmly, "I was afraid you wouldn't like what I picked, so I brought her along to help me choose." Su Muxue suddenly realized. So that's how it is. It turns out that Song Yuan really put a lot of effort into choosing a gift for her, and his relationship with Ding Yao wasn't the kind she thought it was. Song Yuan hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He really wanted to tell him that he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable being spied on. But then he felt that if he said that, Su Muxue would definitely bring up the past again. After all, he had done too many wrong things and lied to her too many times, which was why she was so sensitive and suspicious. Therefore, he could only suppress his displeasure and said wearily, "Are you done talking? I'm going back to my bedroom to sleep. I'm sleepy." "No." Su Muxue raised the snake bracelet, her beautiful eyes curving into a lovely arc, and smiled. "I really like this bracelet, thank you." This is the truth. It must be admitted that Ding Yao has excellent taste, and this Bulgari snake bracelet suits her very well. She was truly grateful to Song Yuan for the gift. Although it wasn't very expensive, it was all he could give her right now. This was the first time he had ever given her a gift in all these years of marriage, and I never expected it to turn out like this. Song Yuan said calmly, "You're welcome, I'm glad you like it." After saying that, he turned around, walked towards the door, and prepared to leave the room. Just as his hand touched the doorknob, Su Muxue called out to him, "Wait, I have something else to say." Song Yuan turned his head blankly and asked in confusion, "What?" Su Muxue bit her lip and said somewhat awkwardly, "Honey, I'm sorry I wronged you." Song Yuan froze on the spot. Did he hear wrong? Su Muxue actually apologized to him? She, such a proud person, actually bowed her head and admitted her mistakes one day. He hadn't expected her to apologize, since she misunderstood him because of his past behavior, and it was reasonable for her not to apologize. Besides, he wasn't a petty person. Seeing that Song Yuan didn't speak, Su Muxue assumed that he was still angry with her and didn't want to talk to her anymore. Hateful. He's already apologized. What more does he want? Is he going to be unforgiving? He lied to me so many times in the past, cheated on me so many times, and never apologized to me much. He said unhappily, "Hey, is it really necessary? Are you being so petty? I didn't do it on purpose. Who told you to bring Ding Yao along? Isn't it normal for me to misunderstand? I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? Say something. What do you mean by not saying anything? I'm telling you, if you don't say something, I'll bite you." Song Yuan finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "Then bite me. That's unbelievable. Just now, Su Muxue was apologizing to me so sincerely, but before I could even respond, She immediately turned her back on me. The speed at which she changed her attitude was truly astonishing. Su Mushua said fiercely, "Okay, don't think I'm afraid. I'm not just saying that." Song Yuan said provocatively, "Come on. I'm really here. Come on. Stop talking nonsense." Su Mushua immediately leaned forward, pressed down on Song Yuan's shoulder, stood on tiptoe, and bit Song Yuan's pale pink lips hard. Song Yuan's eyes widened suddenly. A sharp stinging sensation came from my lips, accompanied by a soft touch. No, she's being indecent. Female hooligans are terrifying. Su Mushua only bit Song Yuan once, then quickly softened and began to entwine with him nimbly. Song Yuan couldn't help but reach out and pull the person into his arms, responding passionately. Chapter 65b, A Charming Bastard. As they kissed, they rolled onto the bed. Much later, Song Yuan was exhausted and felt completely bewildered. He and Su Mushua were just arguing a moment ago. How did things suddenly turn out like this? It seems like the time he picked her up from the bar and took her home was the same. They were arguing in the car, but then Su Mushua kissed him. Then, in a moment of impulse, he lost control. Holy crap! Is he really such a person who lacks self-control? No way. How come I never noticed this before? He pursued Xiao Weining for almost 3 years when they were in school, but he never took advantage of her. Moreover, it seems that they haven't done anything during the 7 years since he lost his memory. Why is it that when it comes to Su Mushua, as soon as she takes the initiative, or sometimes she doesn't even have to, he will have thoughts about her from time to time? Song Yuan squinted and thought about it carefully. He quickly arrived at what he considered to be a relatively reliable answer. He felt it was normal for him to be obsessed with this kind of thing. Su Mushua's contrast is too great. She appears aloof and dignified in public, but is alluring and charming in private. Moreover, she is very obedient and will do whatever you ask. Even if she feels uncomfortable or in pain, she will not get angry, but will only beg him to be gentle with her eyes full of tears. In this way, a man's most fundamental desire for conquest is inadvertently and deeply satisfied. He felt that no man could resist such temptation. I was just thinking about it. Nestled in his arms, Su Mushua suddenly raised her head and asked in a hoarse voice, "What are you thinking about?" Song Yuan smiled faintly. "I miss you." Su Mushua blinked, her pretty face filled with confusion. "Miss me? I'm right here. We see each other every day. What's there to miss?" A warm feeling welled up inside her. She wished time could stop at this moment. Then she would be so happy. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow and joked, "Can't we miss each other even though we see each other every day?" Su Mushua cooperated. "So what did you miss about me?" Song Yuan licked his lips, staring at her barely visible cleavage, and said with lingering interest, "You know what I mean." Su Mushua blushed, pinched his side waist, and scolded him playfully. "Rogue," Song Yuan retorted confidently. "Hey, aren't you ashamed to say something like that? You were the one who started this unsportsmanlike behavior, seducing me and saying you'd bite me, then suddenly sticking out your tongue. Let me interview you. What were you thinking at the time? What were you thinking?" Aye. Su Mushua blushed even more, almost to the point of fuming. Little did she know what she was thinking at the time. At first, she just wanted to bite him to vent her anger, but who knew that his lips were like they were electrified, so soft and delicious, that he simply forced himself on her. Song Yuan tried hard to suppress his laughter and pressed on relentlessly. "What do you mean, you? Tell me, what are you really thinking?" Su Mushua became anxious and then flew into a rage. "Fine, I'll be a female hooligan, okay? Are you satisfied now?" Song Yuan smiled smugly. "Hee, it's good that you admit it." Su Mushua looked at his arrogant appearance and gritted her teeth. "Asshole." Song Yuan was not angry at all. Instead, his smile deepened, and he said self-deprecatingly, "Yeah, it's not like you've only known me for a day." He never considered himself a morally upright and good person. I would never help an elderly woman who has fallen on the street. He would not give a single penny to a beggar who asked him for money. He never repays evil with kindness. If someone offends him, he will make them pay the price. The facts have proven that he really is a bastard. Otherwise, how could he have been bewitched by that bitch Xiao Weining over the past 7 years, hurting his closest family and friends? Su Mushua suddenly didn't know how to respond to Song Yuan. She thought he would continue to argue with her and deny what she said, but she didn't expect him to admit it so openly. What a bastard. Charming bastard. There's a saying that goes, women don't love men who aren't a little bad. Sometimes she even questions whether she has a bit of a masochistic tendency. Otherwise, how could she have stayed with Song Yuan for so many years? He did so many things that crossed her bottom line, yet she still stayed by his side and loved him to the core. Seeing that Su Muxue didn't respond, Song Yuan sat up, turned off the lamp, then pulled her back into his arms and gently kissed her forehead. Sleep. Su Muxue refused. Wait, I have a question for you. Can you tell me the truth? Song Yuan said in a deep voice. Sure, go ahead and ask. Su Muxue gently pinched the hem of her pajamas and asked earnestly, Don't you like Xiao Weiniang anymore? She had actually wanted to ask her father about it at his birthday party, but she hadn't found the right opportunity. He really felt that Song Yuan had changed a lot during this period. Song Yuan said frankly, I don't like her anymore. Otherwise, why wouldn't I have cast her as the female lead? Su Muxue froze, not expecting Song Yuan to actually say he didn't like her anymore. I don't know if it's true or not, but in these 7 years, no. In the 10 years I've known him, he has never said that he doesn't like Xiao Weiniang. Whether it was the truth or a lie, she was overjoyed. She had waited 10 years for these words. How long is 10 years? 3,650 days. 87,600 hours. 5,256,000 minutes. 315,360,000 seconds. The reason she didn't confess to Song Yuan in high school was because he was always pursuing Xiao Weiniang. By opposing him and causing him trouble at every turn, she wanted him to remember her. At that time, she felt that if she couldn't be the woman he loved the most, then being the woman he hated the most would be fine too. At least she would leave a deep impression on him. Seeing her silence, Song Yuan assumed she didn't believe him and continued. Haven't you always been curious about where I got the money to redeem your necklace? Su Muxue came to her senses and asked in return. Yeah, where did the money come from? At first, she thought that Song Yuan had used the 100 million yuan she had lent him. Later, she had someone check his accounts and found that he had not touched the money. So she became even more curious, but Song Yuan just wouldn't tell her. Song Yuan said leisurely, I tricked Xiao Weiniang. I told her that the male lead and the second female lead of Yun Xiang Zhuan couldn't be paid, and asked her to help cover the difference. Su Muxue asked in surprise. What? She just agreed. Of course she wouldn't agree, but at that time I told her that if the money wasn't in place, we couldn't start filming if we cast her as the female lead. Su Muxue gasped. You're something else. That's a really sneaky method. How did they come up with that? She suddenly felt that Song Yuan in front of her was a complete stranger. Chapter 66. You can tell the difference between the king and the queen? This doesn't make sense. How did Song Yuan suddenly become so smart? Where did that big fool who was easily tricked by Xiao Weiniang go? She still couldn't believe that Song Yuan would so easily give up on Xiao Weiniang, the white moonlight he had loved for so many years. He then changed the subject, making a joking remark. Will you ever use this trick on me again? Song Yuanjin was surprised that Su Muxue would ask such a question, and said helplessly, No way. You're my wife, and she's the other woman. Why would I try to trick you? Su Muxue fell silent again. He secretly complained to himself. So Song Yuan knew he was the legal wife, and Xiao Weiniang was the mistress. Is he really going to change his mind and live a good life with her? Not necessarily. Perhaps he is only temporarily sober now, and there is no guarantee that he will not continue to make the same mistake in the future. But no problem, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. She has plenty of money, more than she could ever spend in her lifetime. She's so poor she only has money left. If Song Yuan wants to swindle her money, so be it. She can give him however much she wants, as long as he doesn't use his own money to support other women. Friday. After a busy day, Song Yuan returned home and had dinner. I came to the balcony and lazily leaned back in the rocking chair. I simply came out to get some fresh air, enjoy the evening breeze, and see the night view. But my craving for cigarettes kicked in. So he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and began to silently puff out smoke. Just as a cigarette was about to burn out, the phone on the corner of the table vibrated. Song Yuan glanced at the screen. A new message had arrived on WeChat. Song Yuan immediately stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, picked up his phone, and opened WeChat. Someone spoke in our high school classmates group chat, which had been quiet for a long time. When Song Yuan opened the message, he saw that the group admin, who was also the class monitor, had announced a class reunion to be organized the next day and hoped that everyone could attend. Many students have already agreed. Song Yuan's eyes lit up. He had transmigrated from his senior year of high school. He suddenly wanted to know how the Fong brothers, who sat in front of him, were doing. After transmigrating, he didn't have their contact information on his phone. So I decisively typed in a message that I also wanted to go, and was about to send it. Xiao Weining suddenly said in the group chat that she would go. Song Yuan hesitated. If Xiao Weining went too, and he went as well, Su Muxue would definitely overthink it. After all, he had just told Su Muxue a few days ago that he had broken up with Xiao Weining. He couldn't avoid contact with her at work, but it wouldn't be good if they met again in private. I'm torn. His phone vibrated again. Shin Imo had suddenly called him. Song Yuan decisively pressed the answer button. Hey Amo. Brother Yuan. Are you going to the class reunion tomorrow? Are you going? Go for it. This is the first time we've organized a reunion in all these years since graduation. Do you still remember Fong Zheng and Fong Yuan? Yes, I remember. I just thought of it. What's up? These two brothers were Shun Imo and I's most loyal followers. They were never afraid of fighting and always lined up to buy us the best cream pineapple buns in the cafeteria, which were only available in limited quantities every day. Shin Imo said in a deep voice. You know they disappeared after we graduated, so I. Song Yuan interrupted him, speaking urgently. What do you mean by disappeared? I forgot. Tell me properly. We lost contact with him after graduation. We even went to his house, but the house has changed owners, and the other party doesn't know our new address. Song Yuan. How could this happen? Shin Imo continued. So, I think it's possible that they might show up tomorrow. Song Yuan asked with concern. We can't get in touch with any of us, so how could we possibly get in touch with the squad leader? Shin Imo said urgently. What if he's deliberately avoiding us? Song Yuan let out a sigh of relief. That's true, it's possible. I'll go tomorrow, but I need to tell my wife first. Okay, see you tomorrow. I hung up the phone. Su Muxue suddenly pushed open the balcony door and looked at Song Yuan, asking him a question. Would you like to come in and have some fruit? They're here. Song Yuan stood up and quickly left the balcony. The two sat down side by side on the sofa. Song Yuan picked up a banana from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, peeled it, and ate it with gusto. Su Muxue picked a large strawberry and ate it in small bites. The huge LCD TV was playing the melodramatic family drama, The Temptation to Go Home, which had been replayed countless times. Song Yuan absent-mindedly turned his gaze to the screen. The video is currently playing a scene of Ellie and Hong Shixian on a date in Pinru's bedroom. Ellie was wearing Pinru's clothes and using Pinru's cosmetics to put on makeup. Hong Shixian leaned over, grabbed her hand, and asked, Why are you wearing my wife's clothes and using her cosmetics? Ellie grinned mischievously. Since we're after excitement, let's go all the way. Hong Shixian was secretly pleased and uttered his famous line, You're so sexy. Upon seeing this, Song Yuan choked on the banana and began coughing violently. Cough, cough. Holy crap, what kind of show is this? How can it be so outrageous? These lines are awesome, so damn exciting. Upon seeing this, Su Muxue immediately pulled out a few tissues from the tissue box, wiped his mouth, and patted his back to help him catch his breath. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. I've never seen anyone choke on a banana before. That's really something. Cough, cough. It took Song Yuan a while to calm down. With red eyes, he looked up at Su Muxue and complained. Don't blame me. Look at the kind of ridiculous drama you're watching. What kind of dialogue is this? And the actors, their acting is so good. I'm angry for Pinru. The male lead is such a scumbag. How dare the mistress be so arrogant? Su Muxue retorted seriously. Where is this incredible, unbelievable drama? Don't you think it's very realistic? Su Muxue's words made Song Yuan a little uneasy. Did he bring Xiao Weining home before? No way. No. Absolutely not. If he really did receive it, Su Muxue would definitely not agree to him attending the class reunion. Ask the question cautiously. Did I bring Xiao Weining home before? Su Mushua rolled her eyes and said irritably, "No, but she's arrogant too. She's just as bad as the mistress in the drama. Last time I brought some people to beat her up, she even said that it was my fault for not being able to control her and that I couldn't blame her. She did nothing wrong." Song Yuan immediately took her hand and gently coaxed her. "It's my fault. Honey, don't be angry anymore. It's all in the past. I promise I won't do it again." Su Mushua's expression softened a bit, and a warm feeling welled up inside her, but she still didn't hold back with her words. "That sounds nice, but can you really do it?" Song Yuan promised. "Of course I can. I swear on it if you don't believe me." Su Mushua subtly withdrew her hand, saying disdainfully, "Come on, if oaths really worked, no man would swear them anymore. Do you think I'm some naive, innocent little girl?" Chapter 67 Sweet Words. Song Yuan gasped. Wow, that's amazing. He also assumed that most women would believe a man's vows, and only a few sober and rational women would not. Clearly, Su Mushua is the latter. How clever. No wonder she's his wife. However, on the other hand, although Su Mushua was no longer an innocent little girl, she had married and become a wife at a young age. But she's still a total romantic at heart. Although I don't believe in oaths, I was still moved by Song Yuan's attitude. To reiterate, whether what he said is true or false, at least he won't be like before, cheating with such self-righteousness and constantly threatening divorce. This is already a significant improvement. Thinking of this, Su Mushua tilted her head slightly and smiled. Of course, I don't believe it, but if you really swear it, I'd be happy to hear it. After hearing this, Song Yuan immediately held up 3 fingers and said in a very professional manner, "Wife, I swear, I will never cheat on you again. I promise to live a good life with you. If I can't do that, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Su Mushua stared at Song Yuan without saying a word. After a moment of silence, her beautiful eyes flushed slightly red, and her long eyelashes began to moisten. What Song Yuan said makes so much sense. That look, that spirit, that unwavering determination. For a fleeting moment, she genuinely believed that he would never cheat on her again, and that he truly wanted to live a good life with her. Seeing that Su Mushua's eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry, Song Yuan was dumbfounded. "What's wrong with you? Are you really that touched? Holy crap, does she really like me? Otherwise, why would he react so strongly to hearing himself make an oath?" Su Mushua sniffed, her nose stinging, and said something that didn't reflect her true feelings. "Of course it's not that I'm moved. It's that the image of you breaking your promise and suffering retribution, dying a horrible death, suddenly flashed through my mind. It was too tragic. You know I'm so kind. Even if a stranger died tragically in front of me, I wouldn't be indifferent." Song Yuan's face darkened. It turns out she wasn't moved by her own actions, but by the thought of her own tragic death. This woman is so vicious. Does she want him to suffer retribution? Seeing Song Yuan's extremely unpleasant expression, Su Mushua realized that her words had been a bit harsh and smiled as she spoke. "I was just kidding. Why are you being so stingy? Your face is all green." Song Yuan laughed along and teased him. "It's okay if your face turns green, as long as your hat isn't green." Su Mushua raised her fist and punched his solid chest hard. "Get lost. Even if you wanted to wear it, I wouldn't be happy." Song Yuan had practiced, so even though Su Mushua used force in that punch, she didn't feel much pain, he retorted. "I don't have that fetish. I'm not a pervert. There are indeed people who have this kind of taste, enjoying giving their girlfriends away to others." He couldn't understand at all what was fun about this approach. Su Mushua shook her head, her face flushing red instantly, and said meaningfully, "You don't actually have that fetish, but you're still a bit perverted." She couldn't understand why Song Yuan always ordered her to call him by his strange nickname. They also really like random, miscellaneous tools. She later concluded that he was just a bit of a pervert. Song Yuan originally wanted to refute Su Mushua's words, but when he saw her flushed face, he instantly understood. He coughed awkwardly twice. "I won't deny it, but you like it too, right? Otherwise, why don't you resist?" Su Mushua's face turned even redder, and she said angrily, "That's because I couldn't resist. How strong are you? How dare you say that?" Of course, she wouldn't admit that she enjoyed it too. It would be too embarrassing. Stop, let's not talk about that. I have something important to tell you. Song Yuan felt that if Su Muxue continued talking, he would be tempted to do things with her again. Damn it. Su Muxue looks so beautiful when she blushes. Her face is already stunningly beautiful, but when she's shy, it becomes even more irresistible. Su Muxue frowned slightly, puzzled. What important matter is it? That. Song Yuan was a little unsure how to broach the subject. What if Su Muxue rejected him? I decided to be more tactful in bringing it up. I'm having a class reunion tomorrow. It's the first time my high school classmates have organized one in so many years since we graduated. Su Muxue said seriously. Do you want to go? It's a high school reunion, and Xiao Weining is also his classmate, right? She'll probably be there too. Although she and Song Yuan went to the same school, she was in the honors class while Song Yuan was in the regular class. Song Yuan did not answer Su Muxue's question directly, but instead gave a roundabout answer. Honey, Xiao Weining will go, but I won't pay any attention to her. The main thing is that I want to know how my two brothers from high school are doing. Shun Imo said they disappeared after graduating from high school, and he can't contact them anymore. Su Muxue's face darkened, and she asked in return. So you're thinking of going? Why make up such ridiculous excuses? If you want to go, just admit it. Seeing that Su Muxue's expression was not good, Song Yuan decided to retreat as a way of advancing. Yes, but if you insist on opposing it, I won't go. Su Muxue raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Oh really? You listen to me that much? In the past, Song Yuan wouldn't even bother to tell her what he wanted to do, so it was already good that he was able to tell her directly and ask for her opinion this time. They actually listened to my advice? That's like the sun rising in the west. Seeing that Song Yuan's tactic was somewhat effective, Su Muxue's lips curled into a faint smile, and she pressed on while the iron was hot. Of course, my dad always says that listening to your wife will bring you good fortune. Look at me, my business has been doing poorly all these years, and I've been losing money. It's because I haven't listened to you, so of course I have to listen to you, my wife. I'm not going. It's a rare day off. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Take Nini with you, and let's have a nice family vacation. Suppressing her intense joy, Su Muxue said coquettishly. Are you being all sweet-talking all of a sudden? How come you've suddenly become so eloquent? It's amazing. No wonder women love to hear sweet words. It really does sound good. It's so sweet it's like her ears are pregnant. If you like listening, I'll tell you about it every day from now on, okay? As Song Yuan spoke, he gracefully took her hand, reverently kissed the smooth back of her hand, his nostrils flaring slightly as he praised her. Honey, you smell so good. Su Muxue's heart raced, as if it were about to burst out of her chest, and she gave in. Okay, I agree to let you go. Just remember to come back early. It's just a class reunion anyway. There are so many people, and it's not like Song Yuan and Xiao Weining are alone together. As long as he can go home early tonight, there shouldn't be any trouble. Chapter 68, What If I Get Pregnant? Song Yuan was overjoyed and continued his witty banter. Wife, you are so good. You are the most beautiful, virtuous, and understanding woman in the world. If another man said those words, it would definitely sound greasy. But Song Yuan was incredibly handsome. He was a top-tier male star back then, and every photo of him was perfect from every angle. You couldn't find a single unflattering picture of him on the entire internet. Saying such things is naturally not cheesy, especially since Su Muxue sees him through a thick filter of love. He coaxed Su Muxue so much that she was overjoyed. She felt that at this moment, even if Song Yuan asked for the stars in the sky, she would find a way to pluck them down and give them to him. Thinking of this, Su Muxue suddenly became afraid that Song Yuan would take this opportunity to make even more outrageous demands, and that she would be unable to resist his advances and impulsively agree to his request, so she raised her hand to cover his mouth. That's enough, stop talking. Song Yuan didn't speak again, but instead stuck out his tongue and gently licked her palm. Su Muxue's body stiffened. Song Yuan's soft yet powerful tongue seemed to be electrified, instantly licking her heart, tickling her like a feather caressing her heart. Many inappropriate images for children instantly flashed through my mind. In a moment of impulsiveness, Su Muxue grabbed the back of his neck and leaned forward to kiss his lips. Just as her lips touched Song Yuan's, about to penetrate deeper, the study door creaked open. Su Muxiue hurriedly pushed Song Yuan away and turned to look at the source of the sound. There she was, her daughter standing at the door of the study, staring blankly at her, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion. Su Muxiue's face flushed red instantly. Damn it, her daughter must have just seen her kissing Song Yuan. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, Nini, have you finished your homework? Song Jiani nodded gently. I'm done writing. Su Muxiue was at a loss for words. Song Yuan immediately stepped in to smooth things over, waving to his daughter. Nini, come and have some fruit. They're here. Song Jiani ran over with a smile, naturally squeezed between the two, picked up a strawberry from the fruit plate, and ate it in small bites. Song Yuan picked up a green apple from the fruit plate, skillfully peeled it with a fruit knife, and casually asked, How have things been going with your classmates lately? Has anyone been giving you any trouble? Song Jiani swallowed the fruit in her mouth and spoke frankly. That's fine, that's all. Song Yuan felt relieved and gave him instructions. That's good. If you have any problems, be sure to tell Dad, and Dad will definitely help you. Carrot. Soon, Song Yuan finished peeling the fruit and handed it to her. Give. Song Jiani took the apple, took a small bite, and asked as she chewed. Dad, does this mean I'll have a little brother or sister soon? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan and Su Muxiue both changed their expressions, exchanging a knowing glance, their expressions incredibly awkward. Could it be? Did their daughter overhear them doing things? No way. With 2 doors between us, the house isn't that badly soundproofed. Also, how could a 7-year-old daughter understand? The two of them hadn't explained this to her before. It's not appropriate for someone her age to know such things. Introducing children to this kind of knowledge too early does nothing to benefit their physical and mental health. It only does harm. Does your daughter secretly read restricted comics or novels? This is outrageous. 7 years old. Only 7 years old. Song Yuan took a deep breath and, forcing himself to speak, asked back, Why are you suddenly asking that? Song Jiani blinked and said innocently, I just saw you kissing. Mom told me before that I was born after she kissed Dad. Song Yuan looked at Su Muxiue blankly. Did she say that? Su Muxiue nodded gently, secretly relieved. She was terrified. It turned out her daughter didn't understand. Previously, her daughter was curious about where she came from. Unlike most parents who would say that the child was picked up from a trash can or given away in a lottery, she used a slightly more romantic way of saying it. He said that after the kiss, she would get pregnant, and he also told his daughter never to let any man other than her father kiss her, because she would get pregnant, and if she got pregnant before she was an adult, she would die of pain. With Su Muxiue's confirmation, Song Yuan finally felt relieved and explained to his daughter with a smile. Nini will have a little brother or sister, but we can't guarantee the exact date. Although he and Su Muxiue had always taken precautions, they had sex too frequently, so he couldn't guarantee 100% safety. If I were pregnant, I would definitely choose to give birth, so that the family could be more lively. Song Jiani smiled sweetly and said excitedly, Yay, I'm going to have a little brother or sister. If I have a younger brother or sister to keep me company, I won't feel lonely. After finishing the apple, Song Jiani obediently went back to her room to sleep. Song Yuan and Su Muxiue returned to the bedroom and snuggled into bed. Song Yuan casually pulled her into his arms, and as he lowered his head to kiss her, Su Muxiue dodged him. Etc. What's wrong? Su Muxiue gently bit her lip, stared into his eyes, and said earnestly, What if I really am pregnant again? Song Yuan found her question utterly absurd and laughed as he answered, Of course we'll give birth to it. What? You don't want to? Is Su Muxiue afraid of pain and the trouble of raising a child, and therefore doesn't want to have any more children? Upon hearing this, Su Muxiue's eyes welled up with tears, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She hadn't expected Song Yuan to be so responsible this time. She said softly, But that's not what you said back then. I told you I was pregnant, and you asked me how I could prove the child was mine and told me to abort it. Song Yuan's eyes widened suddenly. No way. He knew he hadn't lived a human life in the past, but he never imagined he'd become such a beast. Can he really be that cold-blooded? But then I thought about it again. Given his past behavior, it seems he might actually have said it. Because he considered Su Muxiue his enemy back then, the two had always been at odds. For some reason, the two slept together. After that, their relationship probably didn't improve. Then, a few months later, Su Mushua became pregnant and suddenly came to see him. He was indeed suspicious. Moreover, at that time he was pursuing Xiao Weining, and Su Mushua wanted him to take responsibility and forced him to get married. If he got angry, he might really say something like telling her to get an abortion. Song Yuan hugged the person tightly and said with remorse, "Honey, I was wrong in the past. Don't worry, you can have as many as you want from now on. I will never be irresponsible again." Su Mushua didn't speak, but buried her head in Song Yuan's chest. Listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, hot tears silently rolled down my cheeks. Pat pat. It soaked Song Yuan's thin clothes. Song Yuan felt the damp heat on his clothes, and his heart ached. Helpless, he reached out and gently patted her back. Chapter 69. Things don't go as planned. The meeting place was chosen to be a 5-star hotel in the city center. Song Yuan and Shun Mo found room 3306. Push open the door. Song Yuan looked around and saw his classmates sitting around the table. He scanned the room but couldn't find the two people he most wanted to see, Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan. Has the class monitor also failed to contact the two brothers? Squad leader Zhang Meng saw Song Yuan and Shun Mo and stood up to greet them warmly. Song Yuan, Shun Mo, come in and sit down. It's been so many years since we last saw each other. It's so nice to finally get together today. Song Yuan and Shun Mo nodded with smiles, and the two sat down next to each other in the empty seats. Song Yuan was the first to ask Zhang Meng a question. Will Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng be here in a bit? Zhang Meng pushed up her silver-rimmed glasses and said awkwardly, I couldn't get in touch with them. They haven't spoken in the group since graduation. They don't reply to my private messages, and the numbers are disconnected when I call them. I see. After Song Yuan finished speaking, a hint of frustration appeared in his dark eyes. What happened to those two brothers? 7 years. How could he just vanish into thin air? It's truly heartbreaking. Could something unexpected have happened? Shinmo's expression changed visibly upon hearing this. The two of them had attended this gathering primarily to try and find the Fang brothers, Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Everyone looked up at the door. The person who came was Xiao Weining. Wearing a white ruffled dress, the clean and fitted style suited Xiao Weining's petite figure perfectly. With her youthful bun hairstyle and light makeup, she looks pure and beautiful. Xiao Weining smiled and explained to everyone. Sorry I'm late. There was a bit of traffic on the way. The moment the deputy squad leader, Gao Chong, saw Xiao Weining, he was instantly captivated by her, his eyes glued to her. Back then, besides Song Yuan, there was another person who liked Xiao Weining. Zhang Meng smiled. It's all right. Not all the dishes have been served yet. Let's find a seat quickly. Actually, she wasn't the one who initiated this class reunion. Instead, Xiao Weining asked her for help, saying that she and Song Yuan had a conflict and wanted her to organize a gathering to help reconcile them and ease their tension. She and Xiao Weining were very good friends in school, and they often kept in touch after graduation, so Zhang Meng felt embarrassed to refuse. Okay. Xiao Weining, carrying her bag, naturally sat down in the empty seat next to Song Yuan. He was about to greet Song Yuan. Song Yuan stood up abruptly, avoiding her as if she were a plague, and went around to the empty seat next to Shun Mo to sit down again. Xiao Weining looked around and saw that Shin Mo and Zhang Meng were on either side of Song Yuan, and she couldn't squeeze in at all. Damn it! With Shun Mo between them, it was inconvenient for them to whisper to each other. During this period, she felt like every day was an eternity on the set of the short drama, and she was physically and mentally exhausted. The director didn't treat the actors like human beings at all, and often made them work non-stop day and night to meet the filming schedule. She was exhausted and felt like she was going to die from exhaustion if she continued filming. Her best friend Judy kept urging her to pay back the money. She had no other choice but to organize a class reunion to ease the tension in her relationship with Song Yuan. It seems that Song Yuan isn't giving her any face at all. Hateful. It's been so long. Why hasn't Song Yuan forgiven himself yet? Seeing this, Zhang Ming secretly realized something was wrong. It seems that Song Yuan and Xiao Weining have quite a conflict, as Song Yuan is unwilling to sit next to her anymore. At this moment, the waiter pushed the food cart in and served several more dishes. When Xiao Weining saw that Song Yuan loved sweet and sour pork ribs, she immediately picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of rib, stretched her arm out, and accurately placed it in Song Yuan's bowl, saying softly, "Brother, I heard that the ribs at this restaurant are really delicious. You should try them." "No need. I have my own hands." Song Yuan simply pulled the piece of pork rib out of the bowl and threw it into the bone dish next to him. Shin Imo blinked and looked at Song Yuan in disbelief. That's impressive composure. Even though Xiao Weining was so humble, Song Yuan still didn't change his mind. "That's great. If we keep this up, the company will surely thrive." Xiao Weining, "Damn it. It's just that I didn't let you touch me. Is it really necessary to treat my good intentions so lightly?" Seeing Xiao Weining being disliked by Song Yuan, Gao Chong's lips twitched slightly, and he secretly cursed Song Yuan's ancestors for 18 generations. He picked up the wine glass on the table, tilted his head back, and drank the wine in one gulp. Zhang Ming remembered Xiao Weining's instructions and tried to smooth things over. "Song Yuan, do you still remember when you confessed your love to Waning on Valentine's Day in your second year of high school? You covered the entire playground with roses." Chapter 70, The Ultimate Idiot. Before Song Yuan could respond, Xiao Weining's eyes lit up and she interjected, "My brother definitely remembers it. It was so romantic, a sea of roses. I was so moved I almost cried." Zhang Ming's suggestion was excellent, reminding Song Yuan of how difficult it was to pursue her and how much he sacrificed. She always felt that the more energy and emotion a man invests in a woman, the more he is reluctant to give her up. This is why there are so many sadomasochistic relationships in the world. Even though you know the other person isn't right for you, you find it hard to let go when you think about how much you've sacrificed for them. However, Xiao Weining never expected that Song Yuan was no longer the obedient puppy she had carefully trained and manipulated for 7 years. The current Song Yuan is 18 years old. His feelings for Xiao Weining are not as deep as they are 7 years later. He has long seen through her hypocritical face and her heart. Song Yuan vehemently denied it. "I don't remember." Xiao Weining asked in surprise. "Huh? Brother, how could you not remember? How could you forget something so important?" Song Yuan stared into Xiao Weining's eyes and said meaningfully, "People tend to selectively forget the ridiculous things they've done in the past. Damn it. When this is mentioned, he feels like he's an absolute idiot." The teacher notified the parents after they wasted over 1,000,000 yuan buying roses. His father rushed to the school and gave him a severe beating, almost breaking his legs. He thought Xiao Weining would definitely agree to be his girlfriend. As a result, Xiao Weining said something. "Brother, I'm so touched that you've gone to such lengths for me. The Sea of Roses is so beautiful and romantic, but I can't agree to your request. I have to focus on my studies right now, and my mom won't let me date early." At the time, he thought that Xiao Weining didn't dislike him, but was just afraid of upsetting her mother. He believed that she would definitely agree to his proposal once he graduated. Now it seems that Xiao Weining was deliberately keeping him hanging on, and all those excuses about prioritizing his studies and her mother's disapproval were just that, excuses. Xiao Weining repeated it softly. "A ridiculous thing? What does that mean? Does he think it was absurd for him to pursue her in the first place? Do you regret pursuing yourself?" No, that's not right. Impossible. He's sacrificed so much for me. How could he just give up so easily, and even deny our past together?" Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhang Ming realized she might have said something wrong, which not only failed to ease the tension between Song Yuan and Xiao Weining, but actually made things worse. They immediately sought a replacement. "Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about what's been going on lately. Song Yuan, you don't know, Weining has been working really hard on her short dramas. She's often working non-stop, not eating or sleeping well, just to prove to you that she won't let you down again. She's really working hard to improve her acting skills. What she said should be fine, right? If Song Yuan really still cares about Xiao Weining, he would definitely feel sorry for her." Song Yuan clenched his chopsticks slightly, looked directly into Zhang Ming's eyes, and said seriously, "Class monitor, what is the purpose of organizing this class reunion? If it's really just because we haven't seen each other for many years and we want to get everyone together to catch up. She wouldn't keep praising Xiao Weining in her ear without considering the other classmates. She and Xiao Weining were good friends back in school, so he guessed that the class monitor's purpose in organizing this gathering was likely to help him and Xiao Weining get back together. Of course, Xiao Weining must have discussed this with her beforehand. As expected, a hint of panic flashed in Zhang Meng's eyes, but she pretended to be calm. Of course, we want to get everyone together and catch up. Xiao Weining's heart pounded like a drum. How strange. How did Song Yuan become so smart? This can't be happening. What's going on? With a slight exertion, Song Yuan snapped the chopsticks in his hand. If that's the case, then don't say things you shouldn't say. Zhang Meng was startled and immediately pursed her lips, not daring to say another word. Chapter 71, Showing Affection. That's terrifying. My God. Zhang Meng had always known that Song Yuan was skilled in martial arts and unbeatable in the entire school, but she never expected him to be this good. He broke the chopsticks with his bare hands with ease. Those chopsticks weren't ordinary chopsticks. They were ceramic and incredibly hard. If Xiao Weining asks her for help to matchmake again, she won't help anymore. What if she angers Song Yuan and gets beaten up again? Xiao Weining was also startled, her face turning pale. Shin Mo, who was standing to the side, noticed that Song Yuan had broken the chopsticks, so he probably left. Actually, he didn't want to stay any longer. His main purpose in coming to the gathering was to see Feng Zheng and Feng Yuan, but he couldn't find them. I had only a casual relationship with the remaining classmates during school, and there wasn't much to talk about with them. He inquired, Brother Yuan, should we retreat? Withdraw. Song Yuan stood up and said casually, We've finished eating and will be leaving now. You can continue eating. No one dared to speak. The scene of Song Yuan breaking the chopsticks with his bare hands was deeply imprinted in their minds. If they said something wrong and offended Song Yuan, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Xiao Weining looked up at Song Yuan. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. Her and Zhang Meng's little schemes were exposed. Song Yuan was furious, and nothing she said mattered. She could only try to repair their relationship when he was in a better mood. Seeing that everyone was silent, Gao Chong couldn't hold back any longer and said, Why are you in such a hurry to go back? It's not easy for everyone to get together. Don't spoil the fun. Song Yuan scoffed and asked in return, Ask yourself honestly, do you really welcome me? Back then, the two were fiercely opposed to each other because of Xiao Weining, and rivals naturally glared at each other when they met. Upon hearing this, Gao Chong also laughed, but his smile was incredibly fake. Welcome, of course you're welcome. You'd be more than happy to welcome us. Song Yuan ignored him and turned to walk outside. Shin Mo gave Gao Chong a deep look, then quickly followed Song Yuan. Just as Song Yuan touched the doorknob, he heard Gao Chong call out to him. Wait, are you in such a hurry to go back because you're afraid your wife will come and catch you cheating? These words were spoken. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That's interesting, so interesting. There's even more drama to watch. It would be best if Song Yuan and Gao Chong fought. The more intense the better, so that their mundane lives could be added some color and fun. Xiao Weining had a headache. This Gao Chong was really stubborn. After all these years, he still wanted to oppose Song Yuan. What a petty person. Song Yuan released the doorknob and turned around. What do you mean? This high-strength worm is like a leech, sticking to you and refusing to let go. It's annoying even though it doesn't bite. Shin Mo couldn't hold back any longer and stepped in to retort to Gao Chong. That's right. What exactly do you want? Brother Yuan is magnanimous and won't hold it against you. Why are you still going on and on? Gao Chong ignored Shin Mo, but seeing Song Yuan's ugly expression, he was secretly pleased, finally hitting his weak spot, and added fuel to the fire. Oh, I forgot. She won't catch you cheating. You and your wife have no feelings for each other. You only got married because she was pregnant. When he first received the news of Song Yuan and Su Mushua's marriage, he thought it was outrageous. Who is Su Mushua? She is the school beauty and academic genius, the goddess that all the boys in the school dream of, and also the heiress of a top-tier wealthy family. He knew he was not good enough for Su Mushua, so he didn't even dare to pursue her. How could a goddess who is so perfect in every way, whom he wouldn't even dare to pursue, marry Song Yuan? How could that rascal Song Yuan be worthy of her? Moreover, Song Yuan and Su Muxue are usually enemies, and they always glare at each other fiercely when they meet. How could they suddenly get married? He later understood why. The child was born less than 6 months after their marriage, clearly indicating premarital pregnancy and a shotgun wedding. He guessed that Su Muxue definitely had no feelings for Song Yuan, otherwise why would she let him cheat on her? Song Yuan's lips twitched slightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to retort. Gao Chang is right. The two did indeed get married because the woman was pregnant, and there was no emotional foundation between them. He needs to think carefully about how to retort to him. Shenemo. Gao Chang's words completely stumped Shenemo, leaving him utterly at a loss for words. Seeing this, Gao Chang felt even more pleased and teased. Since your wife doesn't care about you, why are you going home so early? We're going to go sing karaoke later, come along. At that moment, the door was flung open from the outside with a bang. Song Yuan was startled and turned to look. Upon seeing who it was, he suddenly widened his eyes. It turned out to be Su Muxue. Oh right. He had almost forgotten that she had just texted him saying she was coming to pick him up. He didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. At this moment, Su Muxue was wearing a fiery red satin dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure, making her no less stunning than a Victoria's Secret supermodel, and she wore a pair of patent leather high heels. Her thick, jet black wavy hair cascaded lazily over her shoulders, and her pretty face was adorned with exquisite makeup. Seeing Song Yuan's rosy lips slightly curved upwards, revealing a charming smile. Honey, I've come to pick you up and take you home. These words were spoken. Everyone was shocked. No way. Didn't Gao Chang say that Su Muxue and Song Yuan had no feelings for each other? There is one, isn't there? Su Muxue even took the initiative to come and pick Song Yuan up to go home, and the way Su Muxue looked at Song Yuan was incredibly affectionate. Eyes don't lie. They definitely convey emotion, and quite deep emotion at that. Xiao Weining was just as confused as her classmates. He was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. No way. Doesn't Su Muxue argue with Song Yuan every day? Shouldn't you get angry at Song Yuan for showing up at the class reunion? Why are you being so kind to him, not making a fuss or arguing, and even gently saying you'd come and take him home? Did you take the wrong medicine? In contrast, Gao Chang stared intently at Su Muxue, who was glamorous and beautiful like a fairy. His molars were practically grinding to powder, and his hands were clenched into tight fists. A seed called jealousy quickly took root and sprouted in my heart, growing so fast it seemed to burst out of my body. What's going on? Could it be that Su Muxue really loved Song Yuan and her marriage to him wasn't simply because of the child? Is this reasonable? Is this correct? If Su Muxue really loves Song Yuan, why hasn't she divorced him after all these years of him cheating on her with Xiao Weining? On what grounds? She's so outstanding. She could have any kind of man she wanted. Why should she put up with a scumbag like Song Yuan? It's so hard, so hard. He can't solve this problem. It's too difficult. Just as Gao Chang's jealousy was about to explode, Song Yuan casually pulled Su Muxue into his arms, holding her slender waist tightly, and looked at Gao Chang with a smile. As you can see, my wife came to pick me up and take me home, so I won't participate in the rest of the activities. Chapter 72. Why Not Choose Me? Su Muxue arrived just in time. Now, without Song Yuan having to lift a finger, she had given Gao Chang a resounding slap in the face. Gao Chang's face was pale, his chest heaving violently, but he forced himself to maintain his composure and gave a forced smile. No problem, take care. Xiao Weining's gaze involuntarily fell on Song Yuan's large hand, which was tightly gripping Su Muxue's slender waist. My heart suddenly ached for no reason. Strangeness. Why is she heartbroken? Does that mean she wasn't completely without feelings for Song Yuan? Impossible. She would never like Song Yuan. After all, Song Yuan had always been her devoted follower, but now he was suddenly disobedient, even biting people, and showing affection with Su Muxue. It was normal for her to feel upset. We left the private room. Song Yuan still didn't let go of Su Muxue. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. Although Su Muxue was a little out of breath, she felt sweet inside. Song Yuan had just admitted in front of so many classmates that she was his wife. So happy, so happy. You should know that he never called himself his wife in public before. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Shun Mo walking beside Song Yuan. Her cheeks flushed, and she felt embarrassed. Let go of me right now, I can't breathe. Song Yuan didn't let go. He loosened his grip on Song Yuan's waist slightly, and said with a smile, Is it better now? Su Muxue became even more shy, and said coquettishly, I didn't mean that either, just let go of me now. Looking at Su Muxue's fair and rosy face, Song Yuan instantly understood that she was embarrassed. Is it because Shun Mo is next to me? What's the big deal? He didn't do anything. He just hugged me. However, Su Muxue was shy and her face was flushed red. If he continued, she would probably get angry and upset with him. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand. When the three arrived at the underground parking garage and were about to part ways, Su Muxue took the initiative to ask Shun Mo a question. By the way, how is your sister? Has she recovered? The reason he suddenly asked this question was because he and Song Yuan visited Shun Yanran 2 weeks ago. Song Yuan showed particular concern for Shun Yanran, and her intuition told her that Song Yuan's concern for her was not because he liked her or wanted to have something happen between them. Instead, he treated her like his older sister. She could understand. Song Yuan and Shun Mo grew up together. When they were little, Song Yuan often went to Shun Mo's house to play. Shun Yanran took good care of Song Yuan. Song Yuan considered her his older sister without any problem, but he still couldn't help feeling jealous. She wanted all of Song Yuan's love and didn't want him to treat a beautiful woman with no blood relation as his sister. Who knows if this sibling relationship will slowly change over time. Shun Mo was taken aback, not expecting Su Muxue to care so much about her sister, and spoke frankly. That's about it. I'll be going to work in another city at the end of the month. That's good. Su Muxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Shun Yanran was going to work in another city, she would have fewer opportunities to meet with Song Yuan, so she didn't have to worry anymore. After chatting with Shun Mo for a few more minutes, Song Yuan got into the car with Su Muxue. As soon as Su Muxue got into the car, she was about to start the engine when Song Yuan interrupted her. Honey, why did you seem so happy when you heard that Sister Yanran was going to work in another city? He found it strange when Su Muxue and Shun Mo asked about Sister Yanran, but when he saw her, she seemed relieved and a faint smile appeared on her lips. He suddenly had a bold guess. Did she suspect that he and Sister Yanran had an improper relationship? That's why I was happy to hear that Sister Yanran was going to another city soon. Su Muxue's fingers trembled slightly as she explained. Of course I'm happy. Isn't she your best friend's older sister? Of course I want her to be well. That's a perfect reason, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with it. She didn't want Song Yuan to know her true thoughts, otherwise they would inevitably argue, and he would definitely think she was too sensitive and suspicious. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and examined him. Really? There's no other reason? Don't lie to me. No, don't ask. Fearing that Song Yuan would discover her secret thoughts, Su Muxue quickly started the car, stepped on the gas, and sped out of the underground parking garage. Inside the private room, everyone was a little drunk. Gao Chong, too, took advantage of his drunkenness to approach Xiao Weining. He sat down in the empty seat next to her, stared into her eyes, and said blankly, Weining, I don't understand. I really don't understand. Please tell me. Xiao Weining was already in a bad mood because she hadn't managed to win Song Yuan back today, and Gao Chong's inexplicable question only made her more annoyed. She said impatiently, What don't you understand? Gao Chong rubbed his throbbing temples and asked the question that had been nagging at him. I don't understand. Why didn't you choose me? What is it about me that Song Yuan doesn't? Xiao Weining fell silent. Objectively speaking, Gao Chong's family background is similar to Song Yuan's. He is better at making money than Song Yuan. His appearance is not bad, and he likes me very much. Why did she reject him in the first place? By the way, Gao Chong is too smart. When Gao Chong was pursuing her, he wasn't generous and was stingy, unlike Song Yuan who spent money on her like water. Moreover, he had a strong personality and was very chauvinistic towards girls, which she couldn't handle at all. What she needs is someone who truly loves her and is willing to do everything in their power to help her achieve her dreams. It's obvious that Gao Chong isn't this person. Seeing that Xiao Weining didn't speak, Gao Chong continued talking to himself. Weining, You've seen it yourself. Look at how Song Yuan treats you now. I think he and his wife have a good relationship. He doesn't care about you anymore. Do you still want to stay with him? Upon hearing this, Xiao Weining immediately became anxious and denied it. He cares about me. We just had a minor disagreement. He loves me so much. How could he just stop loving me like that? As for why Su Muxue gave Song Yuan face today, she probably thought she would teach Song Yuan a lesson when she got home. Gao Chang's heart is pounding, he said, trying to negotiate. Okay, before you and he have a fight and make up, can you give me a chance? He had been waiting for this opportunity for a full 10 years, from his first year of high school until now. He had been anxiously waiting for it, and that feeling was truly unbearable. Xiao Weining said slowly, "It's not that I can't give you this opportunity, it's just that I'm in a bit of trouble right now." Gao Chang suddenly felt a surge of hope and said excitedly, "Tell me what trouble you have. If I can help, I definitely will." Xiao Weining said dejectedly, "I'm in debt, and my creditors keep pressing me for repayment. If Gao Chang can help her repay the debt and treat her as generously as Song Yuan did, instead of being as stingy as before, she might consider giving him a chance. It's just an opportunity anyway, and I don't have to give my body. I'm simply providing him with emotional value." Gao Chang perked up instantly when Xiao Weining mentioned money. How much is owed? Chapter 73, Human Awakening. Gao Chang thought he could help if it was a small amount of money, since he didn't need it himself. Xiao Weining held up 5 fingers and smiled sweetly. Not much, just 5 million. If he's not even willing to give himself 5 million, then let him get as far away as possible. It's useless for him to be richer than Song Yuan. He won't spend money on her. He can only watch. She's not stupid enough to give such a stingy person a chance. Gao Chang was speechless. Isn't 5 million a lot? That was half a year's income for him. He liked Xiao Weining, but he didn't want to end up like Song Yuan, wasting a lot of money in the pursuit before he even got her. When Xiao Weining saw that Gao Chang didn't speak, she immediately understood his meaning. Silence meant rejection. It seems that after all these years, Gao Chang hasn't changed at all, using the guise of deep affection but unwilling to make any sacrifices. I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't want it, so don't blame me. Gao Chang remained silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Weining, if you really want to be with me and break things off completely with Song Yuan, I will definitely help you. He's a businessman. He won't do a deal that loses money. The same goes for relationships. He can't give his heart away before he's even received it. That's too passive and not the way a smart person acts. Xiao Weining suddenly laughed, her beautiful eyes flashing with a sharp light, and changed the subject. Didn't you just ask me why I chose Song Yuan instead of you? I can tell you the answer now. Gao Chang asked, puzzled. Why? Xiao Weining stared at his slightly reddened eyes and spoke each word mercilessly. Because you are too selfish and petty. You don't understand what true love is at all. What bad luck. If I had known he wasn't willing to pay, why would I have wasted so much breath arguing with him? After saying that, he picked up his bag and turned to leave the private room without looking back. Gao Chang stared blankly at Xiao Weining's resolute figure, murmuring softly, I'm selfish? I don't understand love. How was he selfish? How could he not understand love? He said he would definitely help her as long as she was willing to be with him. Perhaps this was just an excuse Xiao Weining used to reject him. Ultimately, there's only one reason. She doesn't like herself. In the dead of night, the crescent moon hangs high in the sky. In the bedroom, Song Yuan originally wanted to have a good talk with Su Muxue, but he just couldn't focus. Helplessly, he climbed off her and reached into the tissue box on the bedside table to pull out 2 tissues to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He awkwardly discussed it with Su Muxue. Can we do it tomorrow? He couldn't stop thinking about Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan. What was going on between them? How could he have disappeared for 7 years? They were nowhere to be found, neither alive nor dead. Before they time-traveled, everything was fine. Both brothers had their own plans for the future, and their prospects were bright. Su Muxue braced herself against the mattress, nestled into his arms, gently took his hand, intertwined her fingers with his, and comforted him. Okay, it's okay. You're probably just too tired today. This is the first time in 7 years of marriage to Song Yuan that he has been unable to perform. It's perfectly normal for it to not work out once in a while, and she really didn't want Song Yuan to feel sorry about it. Song Yuan crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it steadily into the black trash can beside the bed, sighed deeply, and said anxiously, "I'm not tired. I'm just thinking about things." Su Muxue asked curiously, "What's up? Is there a problem with the filming of Yinxiang Zhuan?" "That shouldn't be the case. Filming hasn't finished yet, it hasn't reached the approval stage, and the actors don't have any scandals. How could they encounter problems?" Song Yuan said solemnly, "Do you remember Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan from our class?" Su Muxue pondered for a moment, and instantly remembered that these two brothers were the little shadows that always followed Song Yuan and shunned Mo back then, going wherever they went and always being the first to charge forward in every fight, and they were incredibly fierce. "I remember, so what?" Song Yuan said dejectedly. "They've disappeared. I couldn't contact them after graduation. They've sold their house to someone else. You know, that's why I went to the class reunion this time. I was hoping to find them." Su Muxue suggested. Chapter 74. My wife went back to her parents' home and didn't want to take me with her. How about I help you look for it? Song Yuan's eyes lit up. That's right. Why didn't he think of asking Su Muxue for help? She's so powerful, with connections all over the country. Finding two people would be easy for her. She's sure to be able to find them. He was somewhat moved. "Wife, you are so good." Su Muxue's eyes curved into a smile, and the corners of her lips curved into a faint smile. You're only just realizing how good I am." Song Yuan chuckled. "We discovered it a long time ago. All right, go to sleep." The next day, the family of three was having breakfast. Su Muxue suddenly looked up at Song Yuan and said seriously, "By the way, don't wait for me to come home for dinner after get off work today. I'm taking Nini to my parents' house for the night, and we'll come back tomorrow." Song Yuan swallowed the milk in his mouth with a gulp. What does this mean? They just notified him directly, without any intention of discussing it with him. She went back to her parents' home without taking him along. Why shouldn't she take him with her? They've been married for 7 years. Can't he even step into his parents' house? Suppressing his inner dissatisfaction, he said in a deep voice, "Why didn't you take me with you?" Upon hearing this, Song Jiani, who was standing to the side, also stopped chewing and looked at her father with a puzzled expression. Dad is acting strange today. In the past, when her mother wanted to take her to her maternal grandfather's house, her father would never ask any questions. As far back as she can remember, it seems her father only visited her maternal grandfather's house twice. Seeing his dissatisfaction, Su Muxue also became displeased and asked in return, "Didn't you say you didn't want to go?" Song Yuan looked completely bewildered. "I don't want to go?" Su Muxue was speechless. Just as she was about to retort, she suddenly remembered that he had amnesia and didn't remember anything from the past 7 years. He said, somewhat irritated, "You two always argue whenever you meet, and the last time you met you even got into a physical fight." Her father had never agreed to her marrying Song Yuan, because he disliked that Song Yuan's family background was not as good as his own, that he had a bad temper, and that he had no feelings for her. He only has a handsome and dashing appearance. If she hadn't gotten pregnant so early, she would never have let him marry Song Yuan. After getting married, Song Yuan's father found out about his affair. His father was furious and scolded him a few times. Instead of repenting, he retorted arrogantly. His father tried to hit him, but he didn't fight back. Instead, he ran around the yard, mocking his father as he ran. His father didn't hit him once. He was so angry that he had a heart attack and was hospitalized. After this incident, her father threatened that if Song Yuan were to enter the family again, he would sever all ties with her and abandon her as his daughter. No matter how much she loved Song Yuan, she couldn't hurt her father for Song Yuan's sake. She had lost her mother at a young age, and of course she didn't want to lose her father as well. Song Yuan gasped, "Is your father-in-law the same as your own father? Does he start a fight at the drop of a hat without any regard for martial ethics?" He didn't dare ask for the specific reason. Even a fool could guess that he must have acted inhumanely again. He had been having an affair with Xiao Weining for so many years, his father-in-law must have known. So naturally he looked down on him, and it was understandable that he would take action against him. He really deserved a beating. However, hiding like this isn't a solution. One day you'll have to pay for the sins you've committed. He stared into Su Mu's eyes and assured him, "Honey, don't worry. This time when I go there, I will definitely not make Dad angry again. I will not talk back or fight back. Su Mushue snorted coldly. You talk a good game, but you have amnesia. You haven't been possessed, and your soul hasn't become someone else's. She didn't trust Song Yuan at all, even though he lost his memories of the past 7 years. But he is still himself. Even at 18, Song Yuan still had a bad temper. If his father scolded him, he would definitely lose his temper again. Song Yuan discussed it. Honey, I know I was wrong before, but I've been changing. Haven't you noticed? Please trust me one more time, okay? Su Mushue fell silent. Song Yuan is right. He has indeed changed a lot during this period. He broke up with Xiao Wenying, his white moonlight who had been with him for so many years. He goes home on time almost every day, and even if he doesn't go home, he will tell her in advance. The frequency of arguing with myself has also decreased significantly. Seeing that Su Mushue remained silent, Song Yuan turned to look at his daughter, who was quietly showing off her sandwiches, and asked expectantly, Nini, do you believe in your father? His daughter is his little darling. She has become much closer to him lately, and he feels that she will trust him. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mushue also looked up at her daughter. She was very curious about what kind of answer her daughter would give. Song Jinni stiffened, slowly raised her head, licked the jam from the corner of her mouth, looked at her mother, and then at her father. He hesitated before speaking. Actually, she believed in her father because he had truly changed and was no longer the terrible devil he used to be. But her mother hasn't said anything yet. If she says she believes her father, and her mother still doesn't believe her father, then she's just expressing her true feelings. What if Mom gets upset? But then I thought, if she said she didn't believe her father, he would definitely be sad too. Moreover, she doesn't understand whether her parents have truly reconciled or still love each other. Her father had told her before that he liked her mother, but when she told her mother that day, although her mother said she believed her, her eyes were full of doubt. So how should she answer? So difficult. This is so difficult. She's still a child. She can't do such a difficult problem. Has anyone come over and helped teach her what the perfect answer is? Song Yuan had no idea that his daughter, who was well-behaved and sensible in his eyes, and only 7 years old, would be so precocious and have such a complex inner world. He was still gazing longingly at his daughter, urging her on. Nini, tell me, do you believe Daddy? Song Jiani became even more nervous, almost crushing the small sandwich in her hand. Her delicate and adorable face gradually turned red, and she stammered. I need to go to the toilet. Since we can't provide the perfect answer, let's just use the 36 stratagems to run away and make a run for it. Song Yuan's vision went black. Then hurry up and go. Song Jiani swallowed the last bite of her sandwich and quickly left the table. As Su Mushue watched her daughter's petite figure disappear into the distance, she couldn't help but smile. Her daughter was so clever. She considered their feelings and chose not to answer. Song Yuan grasped Su Mushue's hand and said sincerely, Honey, believe me, I really want to mend things with Dad. Can I apologize to him as soon as I get home? Looking into Song Yuan's sincere and clear eyes, Su Mushue's hardened heart gradually softened. Or should we trust him one more time? If he dares to talk back to his father when they get home, she will kick him out immediately. All right, let me make this clear. If you act recklessly again, I will absolutely not be lenient with you. Song Yuan said excitedly. You're the best, my wife. I promise I'll never do anything stupid again. But before I could even enjoy it for 2 seconds, Su Mushue's phone, which was on the corner of the table, began to vibrate, and the contact name was clearly written as Dad. Chapter 75 Stalemate. Song Yuan knew inwardly that something was wrong. The father-in-law is probably calling now to warn Su Mushue not to bring him home. Su Mushue guessed what her father meant, but since the phone call had already come in, she couldn't pretend not to hear it. I had no choice but to pick up the phone and press the call button. As expected, Su's father mentioned Song Yuan as soon as he opened his mouth. Mushue, when you and Nini come over later, whatever you do, don't bring that beast with you. Every time he calls his daughter home, he has to repeat these instructions. He feels like he'll lose several days of his life if he even looks at Song Yuan now. Su Mushue did not respond immediately, but instead glanced awkwardly at Song Yuan. When Song Yuan heard his father-in-law call him a beast, His face turned extremely ugly. Even though his father often scolded him, calling him unfilial son, scoundrel, little brat, and beast, he thought he was already immune and would no longer experience emotional fluctuations. Hearing his father-in-law say those things about him was still quite a blow. Being scolded in front of Su Mushue was incredibly embarrassing. Upon seeing this, Su Mushue immediately spoke up for Song Yuan. "Dad, please don't be angry. Song Yuan knows he was wrong and wants to go and apologize to you properly." Su's father didn't believe it at all and said irritably, "He knows he's wrong? What? Did the sun rise in the west today? Mushue, don't be fooled by him anymore. If you really want Dad to feel better, you should hurry up and divorce him. Don't you know he has another woman? There are so many good men in the world. Why are you clinging to him? He doesn't deserve you at all." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan raised his hand and rubbed his temples vigorously. "Danger! My father-in-law wants my wife to divorce me? No way, absolutely not." He was quite satisfied with his current married life. Although he and Su Mushue would still have conflicts and arguments, they were mostly amicable, and their daughter was so well-behaved and sensible. How could he bear to get a divorce? Besides, her parents wouldn't agree, since they both liked Su Mushue so much. He looked at Su Mushue with some concern. She must hold fast to her original intentions and not be easily swayed by her father-in-law's words, lest he really want a divorce. Su Mushue understood and spoke up. "Dad, I've told you so many times, I will only marry once in my life, and only with one person, and that person is Song Yuan. He made a mistake in the past, but he has really changed for the better now. He has broken up with the other woman, and this time he sincerely wants to apologize to you. Can you give him a chance?" Su's father completely ignored his daughter's words, having already made up his mind about Song Yuan's character, and said angrily, "Do you really have to bring him here? Have you forgotten what you promised me before? You said you would never bring him to see me again. Otherwise, we would sever our father-daughter relationship." "Dad, I haven't forgotten, but Song Yuan, he..." Before Su Mushue could finish speaking, a gentle female voice came from the receiver. "Mushue, your father's heart condition has worsened again these past few days, and he's been taking medication. If you really want to bring Song Yuan over, can you wait until your father feels better?" Su Mushue's face darkened instantly when her stepmother interrupted her conversation with her father. Despite her displeasure, she maintained her composure. "I know, give the phone back to my dad." Su's father took the phone again. "Hello, Dad, don't worry, I won't bring Song Yuan with me later." Su Mushue dared not gamble. If what her stepmother said was true, then sending Song Yuan over might really worsen her father's condition. Su's father said with relief, "This is my good daughter. I'll hang up now. I have to go to work." "Go." After hanging up the phone, Su Mushue looked at Song Yuan with some guilt. "Honey, can I take you home next time? I just promised him, but now I haven't kept my promise. He must be very angry." Song Yuan said with a smile, "It's all right. Dad's health is the most important thing." Although he felt very bad about being turned away by his father-in-law. "But there's nothing I can do. After 7 years of being a bad person, it's understandable that my father-in-law wouldn't believe me and wouldn't let me into his house. Anyway, there's plenty of time, and he believes that one day his father-in-law will truly accept him." Su Mushue blinked, surprised that Song Yuan wasn't actually angry, and asked blankly, "Honey, are you really not angry? Don't you hate it when people break their promises?" Song Yuan shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, "Why should I be angry? I have no right to be angry." As Su Mushue looked into Song Yuan's eyes, a soreness welled up in her nose, and her eyes began to burn. She felt inexplicably like to cry. I can't explain why. Perhaps it was because her father had just urged her to divorce Song Yuan, and she was unwilling to give Song Yuan a chance to come and apologize. Or perhaps it was because Song Yuan was rejected and verbally abused by his father, which was clearly very painful, but he still smiled and told himself it was okay. It's possible that upon hearing her stepmother's voice, she couldn't help but think of her mother, who had quickly abandoned her after divorcing her father and chosen to end her life. She couldn't understand why the newcomer could surpass the old one, and why her stepmother could live a happy and fulfilling life with her father, even though her mother was the one her father had legally married. Is there really no fairness in relationships? Seeing that Su Mushue's eyes were terribly red, Song Yuan hurriedly grabbed her slightly cool hand and said helplessly, "Honey, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Su Muxiue sniffed, forcing back her tears, and gently shook her head. "No, don't overthink it. Don't cry. It won't be good if Nini sees you when she comes out of the bathroom." Nini would definitely think that Song Yuan was angry with her again, but actually he wasn't. Song Yuan has been treating her much better than before. Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that it wasn't because of his sadness, and pressed for an answer. "So what exactly happened?" Su Muxiue murmured softly. "I just don't understand why a second marriage can be so happy and fulfilling. She will only love one person and marry once in her life, and that person is Song Yuan. If the two of them really can't stay together until the end and can't grow old together, she will never like anyone else again. Perhaps it's because of her extreme and obsessive personality. Once she decides to do something, she will do her best and strive to do it to the best of her ability. Therefore, she treats relationships the same way, devoted and passionate, leaving herself no way out and giving everything she can for the other person." Not only did she not understand, but she also harbored deep-seated thoughts that she would never share with outsiders. On the one hand, as a daughter, she naturally hopes that her father can be happy. There is no problem with him remarrying after his mother's death, since he and his mother divorced peacefully. But she didn't want him to be too happy with other women. Every time she came home and saw her father and stepmother being affectionate, she felt like she had swallowed a fly. She didn't feel pain, but she felt disgusted and nauseous. Chapter 76, A Smile as Beautiful as a Flower. Very. Song Yuangang wanted to say that it was normal. Many people get married in a hurry, not out of love for each other, but for various reasons. For example, everyone around them is married and only they are not. Their parents keep urging them to get married, or they accidentally have a one-night stand and get pregnant, so they get married because of the child. Then, after marrying someone you don't love, experiencing chaos and choosing to divorce, you remarry and choose someone you truly love, naturally leading to happiness. But then he suddenly realized that Su Muxiue was asking such a strange question because she definitely didn't want a simple answer. Considering that she had just heard her stepmother's voice on the phone and her face immediately fell, her question was probably directed at her father and stepmother. Considering the tone of her voice and the look in her eyes when she asked me this question, it was clear that she didn't want to hear the answer I had just thought of. After all, no child wants their father to love his stepmother more than his mother. Thinking of this, Song Yuan immediately changed his words. Perhaps it's not as happy and perfect as you see it. Many couples only show their affection in front of others, but they may not be like that behind closed doors. Su Muxiue's dim eyes regained some color, and she said with some doubt, "Is that so? If only that were true." Seeing that Su Muxiue's expression had softened, Song Yuan gently placed his hands on her shoulders, stared into her eyes, and continued to affirm. Of course, look at how many couples in the entertainment industry are always showing affection in front of the audience, but they still get divorced without any warning. Su Muxiue nodded gently, a faint smile curving her lips. "That's really true." Song Yuan nodded in agreement and added, "Yes, that's right. First marriages are rarely happy, and second marriages are even more difficult. Secretly in my heart, my wife is not only easy to please, but also easy to fool. It's strange, she's usually so smart. How come she suddenly became stupid when it comes to this kind of thing? However, being a little slow is better. Being too smart can make life very tiring. As the saying goes, it's good to be a little confused sometimes." Unexpectedly, Song Yuan's happiness lasted only 2 seconds. Su Muxiue frowned and asked, "No, that's not what you were going to say. The first thing you said was something like, what? What were you trying to say at the beginning?" Song Yuan was startled. Good heavens, how could he remember so clearly? He hurriedly tried to defend himself. "I was going to say, it's incredible that a second marriage can be so successful." Su Muxiue narrowed her eyes slightly and scrutinized her. "Really? You're not lying to me?" Song Yuan said in a serious tone. No, absolutely not. Honey, even if I really lied to you, it was just to make you feel better. I genuinely don't want you to be upset. I know you didn't have a happy family background, and telling you the truth would only make you more upset. Will you forgive my lie?" Su Muxiue did not respond. Suddenly, I burst into laughter, a genuine, joyful, and happy laugh. So beautiful. Her bright eyes curved into crescent shapes, sparkling with a captivating light, like a dazzling lotus blooming in a cold pond. She didn't want to delve any deeper. Regardless of whether Song Yuan had lied to her or not, she could sense that Song Yuan was taking care of her feelings, speaking cautiously as if afraid of saying the wrong thing and making her sad. Looking at Su Muming's bright smile, Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Staring at her rosy lips, he couldn't help but lean in, about to kiss her lips. Familiar footsteps suddenly sounded behind me. It shrank back instantly. Damn it, my daughter is back. She immediately composed herself, turned to look at her daughter, and spoke before he could. The daughter spoke first, her clear, bright eyes filled with questions, her voice sweet and childlike. Dad, do you and Mom want a third child? We already kissed each other last time, so we should be having a little brother or sister soon. Why is Daddy kissing Mommy again this time? She is not ready to have 2 younger brothers or sisters yet, preferably 2 years apart. Otherwise she won't be able to take care of them all by herself. Upon hearing this, Su Mushue couldn't help but laugh out loud. They really are innocent children, naively believing that 1 kiss will result in 1 child, and 2 kisses will result in 2 children. Her baby daughter is so adorable. Song Yuan was extremely embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. He really needed to be more careful in the future and not get close to Su Mushue in the living room. It was really embarrassing to be caught by his daughter. If he answers that a kiss won't result in pregnancy, his daughter will definitely ask how she came to be, and he'll have to make up excuses and can't tell her the truth. Since that's the case, I might as well not answer, changing the subject and urging. Hurry up and go to the study to get your school bag. It's already so late. If you don't hurry up and get to school, you'll be late. Oh. Song Jiani obediently ran to the study to get her school bag. Noon. After finishing his meal, Song Yuan went into the office's long and used break room and drew the curtains. He took off his suit jacket and white shirt, climbed into bed shirtless, and prepared to get a good night's sleep. He usually doesn't take a nap at noon, but he was so tired last night that he's incredibly sleepy now. Slowly close your eyes and drift off to sleep peacefully. In a daze, I heard a knocking sound at the door. Song Yuan opened his eyes groggily and said impatiently, "Who is it?" Shin Mo, standing outside the door, said in a deep voice, "Brother Yuan, I have something very important to tell you. May I come in?" Upon hearing Shin Mo say he wanted to come in, Song Yuan said urgently, "Wait a moment before you come in." He sat up abruptly, picked up the shirt from the hanger, and quickly put it on. Although Shin Mo is not gay, neither am I. But he never went to the hot springs or took a bath with him. I always felt it would be strange to see him naked, with that androgynous face that was more beautiful than a woman's. After getting dressed, Song Yuankai spoke. "All right, come in." Shin Mo pushed open the door. The room was pitch black. He quickly walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and let the sunlight stream into the room. Song Yuan stared at his retreating figure, puzzled. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Shin Mo, I naturally sat down on the edge of the bed, looked up at Song Yuan, and found that he looked extremely haggard, pale as a ghost, with bloodshot eyes. He did not answer immediately, but asked with concern, "What happened to you? Should we go to the hospital? Everything was fine at the class reunion yesterday. How come it's turned into this overnight?" Song Yuan urged. "I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well. Tell me quickly what happened." Of course, he couldn't tell him that he had been too indulgent, sleeping only at dawn, which was shameful and made him seem like he had never seen a woman before. Seeing this, Shin Mo did not press the matter further and said seriously, "I visited the film set this morning, and guess what I saw?" Chapter 77, A Little Cabbage Cannot Be Stewed by a Pig. Song Yuan yawned, looking tired. "What did you see?" "How would I know? Stop keeping me in suspense and tell me right now. I'm so sleepy." Shin Mo stopped keeping her in suspense. "I saw Jiang Hao give Ding Yao a gift and confess his feelings to her." Song Yuan instantly perked up and asked nervously, "Huh, are you sure you're not mistaken?" "No, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake?" Song Yuan pressed for an answer. "Did Ding Yao agree?" Shin Mo looked worried and said with a headache, "He refused, and his attitude was quite firm, but I could tell that the kid was very unwilling to give up, and he said he wouldn't give up. Song Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. What kind of situation is this? Is that reasonable? Zhang Hao has gone too far. Although Zhang Hao is the male lead in Yun Xiang Zhuan, he is not one of our own artists. We only signed a contract with him for one drama. A female artist heavily promoted by her own company is being pursued by a male artist from another company. How can I describe this feeling? It's like his carefully cultivated cabbage being eaten by a pig before he could even pick it. Many entertainment companies have rules prohibiting their artists from dating casually. Previously, a well-known artist lost millions of fans overnight after his relationship was exposed. Moreover, he had staked everything on the legend of Yun Xiang, so he certainly wouldn't allow any accidents to happen during filming. If Zhang Hao and Ding Yao really get together, and then break up or have a fight before filming is finished, it will definitely affect their performance on set. If the most important male and female leads in a play encounter problems, how can the play still become popular? Seeing that Song Yuan remained silent, Shun Mo asked him, "Brother Yuan, how about I go and warn Zhang Hao to give up on this idea? It's useless for us to warn ourselves. Zhang Hao is not one of our own artists, but he has good acting skills and a lot of fans, so even the director on set has to give him face. Moreover, the contract he signed did not include a clause prohibiting him from dating. Shun Mo's method of warning people is always simple and brutal, directly using violence. Don't be fooled by Shun Mo's feminine appearance. She was the one who started many fights back in school. Although Shun Mo's skills were not as good as his own, they were much better than the average person's. This was because Shun Mo used to be weak and sickly, so Song Yuan dragged him along to practice martial arts with his master. He felt that when dealing with work-related issues, it was best to use gentle methods unless absolutely necessary. Shun Mo scratched his head in frustration and said dejectedly, "What should we do then? We can't just sit here and wait to die." Song Yuan was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Since warnings ourselves are ineffective, let's contact his agent." He remembered that Lihua Entertainment, where Zhang Hao worked, did not allow its artists to date casually. Shin Mo's eyes lit up. Great idea. After the two reached an agreement, Song Yuan immediately called Zhang Hao's agent, Chen Yun, without directly explaining the reason, only saying that he wanted to get everyone together for a late-night snack to summarize and discuss the filming progress of Yun Xiang Zhuan. Chen Yun readily agreed. I hung up the phone. Song Yuan jumped off the bed, picked up his suit jacket from the clothes rack, and quickly put it on. Shinimo asked, puzzled, "Aren't we going to have a late-night snack together later? It's only noon now. Why are you wearing a coat? Aren't you going to sleep? Let's go check out the film set. You drive, and I'll sleep in the car." Song Yuan remembered that the director was supposed to shoot the most important highlight scenes of Yun Xiang Zhuan in the next 2 days, and he originally planned to take a nap before going. Shinimo. Okay. Song Yuan fell asleep as soon as he got in the car. After an unknown amount of time, Shun Mo began to pat him on the shoulder. Wake up, we're here. Wake up. Song Yuan groggily opened his eyes. How could it be so fast? No, you're sleeping too soundly. Get off the bus now. Song Yuan staggered out of the car and followed Shin Mo into the film and television base. They finally found their own film crew. The staff at the scene greeted the two respectfully. President Song, Vice President Shun. The two nodded slightly in response. Director Zhang was in front of the camera, staring intently at the monitor, completely unaware of Song Yuan and Shun Mo's arrival behind him. Song Yuan and Shun Mo didn't disturb him, but instead looked at Ding Yao, who was filming an action scene in the distance. This scene is the most exciting part of the entire series. In the midst of battle, the female protagonist's soldiers were trapped. The city gates were locked by the enemy, and they had lost their last chance to escape. The soldiers were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Just as everyone was preparing to face death calmly, watching the enemies approaching them, ready to fight to the death and take as many enemies as possible down with them. The female protagonist single-handedly broke through the city gate, and the soldiers instantly saw hope. Then, the female lead led her rallied soldiers and, with her superb martial arts skills, directly took the head of the enemy commander, turning the tide of the battle. Ding Yao's performance was excellent. Whether it was her appearance, martial arts movements, or facial expressions, there was nothing to criticize. She brought to life the female general in the original work who was just as capable as any man. Upon seeing this scene, Song Yuan and Shun Mo exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes sparkling. It's as if it's saying, "Look, what a fine cabbage. We can't let that pig Jiang Hao eat it. If this show becomes a hit, Ding Yao will be our company's ace." Director Zhang stared at the monitor, tears streaming down his face, his shoulders shaking violently. So touching. Ding Yao's acting is superb. He followed Song Yuan for 3 years and filmed so many terrible dramas featuring Xiao Weining. This time, he finally stopped filming terrible dramas and finally made it to the top. He shouted to everyone, his voice choked with emotion. "Click, excellent." After shouting, he glanced at Song Yuan and Shun Mo, who had been standing next to him for who knows how long, and said awkwardly, "President Song, Vice President Shun, how long have you been here? Please excuse our presence." Shun Mo tried hard to suppress his laughter. "Just arrived. Having worked with Director Zhang for so many years, this is the first time I've ever seen him cry. It's kind of funny to see a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stubble beard, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face." Song Yuan also wanted to laugh, but he held it in and added, No, we didn't mean it as a joke. Director Zhang is a man of strong character." Director Zhang rubbed his nose and said seriously, Mr. Song, I'd like to confirm again, you really don't plan to change the female lead, right? You're going to use Ding Yao, right? If Song Yuan causes trouble again and replaces Ding Yao with Xiao Weining, he plans to run away. He never wants to film Xiao Weining again in his life. This woman not only has no acting skills, but she also always acts like a diva. Just because she's Song Yuan's girlfriend, she bosses people around on set and doesn't even respect him, the director. He's had enough of her. On the other hand, Ding Yao was exactly what he wanted. She had a better image than Xiao Weining and was more adaptable. Not only is her acting superb, but she is also humble and polite, not afraid of hardship and not delicate at all. She has never complained of pain, even when she was suspended by such heavy wires around her waist. Chapter 78. You dare to take the face I'm giving you? Song Yuan assured. I'm sure. That's good. Director Zhang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Yao arrived at this moment, panting heavily, her smooth forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. He greeted Song Yuan and Shun Mo politely. Song Yuan and Shun Mo stared at the sweat on Ding Yao's face and said, Thanks for your hard work. Ding Yao shook her head and smiled. It's not hard work, it's what I should do. She has been in the industry for 5 years, and those times have been much harder than now. Jiang Hao, who had just gotten off the RV, saw this scene and quickly walked over, saying politely, President Song, Vice President Shun. Song Yuan and Shun Mo felt a surge of anger whenever they saw Jiang Hao. This guy is handsome and refined, the kind of abstinent handsome guy that's popular online. His fans leave comments on his Weibo every day, calling him an abstinent male god. Who would have thought that he had been harassing Ding Yao behind her back, even after she had firmly rejected him? This guy isn't some abstinent male god. He's clearly a shameless womanizer. Despite feeling unhappy inside, Song Yuan didn't show it either. Shin Mo, suppressing his anger, went straight to the point, saying that after work, Song Yuan would treat everyone to a late-night snack. Ding Yao and Director Zhang both immediately agreed. Only Jiang Hao refused. I haven't memorized my lines for tomorrow yet, so I need to go back and prepare them early. His intuition told him that this was no ordinary dinner party, but rather a trap. Shin Mo's gaze towards him was off this morning. Although he tried to control himself, there was still a hint of hostility in his eyes. He didn't know what he had done to offend him, so he decided to be careful. Besides, Shin Mo looked like he had a lot of energy, so he was definitely up to no good. Shin Mo was even more displeased upon hearing this. Director Zhang had previously told him that Jiang Hao had excellent delivery of lines and an astonishingly good memory. This is clearly just a made-up excuse for not wanting to go. If he doesn't go, there's no point in eating this meal. He said with a smile, Are you saying you're not willing to give President Song face? Jiang Hao said with some disdain. Vice President Shun, what kind of talk is that? I don't recall the contract stating that the artist has an obligation to accompany others for drinks after work, right? Shin Mo grew anxious and said sternly, Who asked you to drink with me? Don't push your luck, kid. You know better than anyone what you've done wrong. Zhang Hao's expression changed drastically. Even Song Yuan, the top leader, didn't dare to speak rudely to him. How could Shun Mo, a mere vice president, be so arrogant? He countered. What did I do? Tell me. You. Shun Mo was about to speak when he remembered Song Yuan's instructions and said bluntly, I'm not going to waste my breath arguing with you. Are you going or not? Zhang Hao said firmly, I'm not going. He's not an artist under Morningstar Entertainment. If Song Yuan and Shun Mo caused trouble for him because he refused, then he shouldn't. If he doesn't make things easy for himself, it will affect the filming and ruin the show. He won't lose a penny of his due salary, and the losses will be borne by both Song Yuan and Shun Mo. Therefore, he had nothing to fear from the two of them. You bastard. Shun Mo was about to scold him when Song Yuan stopped him. He had anticipated that Zhang Hao might not cooperate and had already informed Qin Yun in advance. Seeing that Shun Mo had swallowed his words again, Zhang Hao and Song Yuan remained silent, only letting out a cold snort. It seems the two of them won't cause me any trouble. After all, they're business people, and profit is their priority. He turned and left triumphantly. Unexpectedly, his phone rang after he had only taken 2 steps. Zhang Hao stopped, took out his phone, and his expression changed slightly when he saw the contact. It was his agent, Qin Yun, calling. He immediately pressed the call button, not knowing what Qin Yun said to him. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hao immediately turned his head and looked at Song Yuan and Shun Mo awkwardly. I suddenly realized that it might be okay to go back and memorize my lines after having a late-night snack. Shun Mo remained silent, secretly pleased. It seems this kid is quite afraid of Qin Yun. The title of top agent Sister Yun is well-deserved. Song Yuan couldn't help but tease him. Really? Is it really not too late? Zhang Hao's tone softened considerably as he smiled and said, It's not too late, it's not too late. Song Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore, and Shun Mo also chose to ignore him. The two continued chatting with director Zhang. Zhang Hao was feeling snubbed and was incredibly annoyed, but he didn't dare to show it. Midnight. The film crew finally wrapped up work. Song Yuan and Shun Mo drove to the agreed-upon restaurant. Just before arriving at the hotel, Shun Mo, sitting in the passenger seat, looked out at the night view when he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Song Yuan. Brother Yuan, have you greeted your wife yet? You should know that when Song Yuan and Xiao Weining used to go on dates at night, Su Muxue would often bring people over to catch them in the act. It's so late today, and Song Yuan still hasn't gone home. If his sister-in-law brings people over to cause trouble again, it will be a real problem. Song Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, No, she took my daughter to her parents' house today. She should be asleep by now. An hour ago, Su Muxue said good night to herself. He didn't send her any more messages. Anyway, there's no need for that. Su Muxue and her daughter aren't home, so he can go back anytime he wants. Besides, he was doing it for work, and he didn't do anything wrong to her. Shun Mo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. By the way, Brother Yuan, you really don't like Xiao Weining anymore, right? Song Yuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel slightly and spoke frankly. Yes, can't you feel it? I felt it, but I don't understand why you suddenly let go. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If he said that he had traveled from 7 years ago, the other man would definitely not believe him. So he put on the airs of a great lover and pretended to be serious. There's no reason why when it comes to feelings. Whether you like someone or not, whether you let go or not, it's all just a matter of a single thought. Shun Mo rolled his eyes and said casually, So now you've let go of Xiao Weining, plan to return to your family, and don't want to divorce your sister-in-law anymore. If Song Yuan still insists on divorcing Su Muxue, then on the day they divorce, his sister won't go to work so far away. She will definitely come back. Song Yuan was unaware of his sister's feelings for him, but he knew them all too well. He hoped his sister could come back to work and be closer to him, but at the same time, he also hoped she could give up on Song Yuan. Others may not understand Song Yuan, but he understands him all too well. Without a doubt, Song Yuan is his best brother, and in his heart, he has always regarded Song Yuan as his older brother. But Song Yuan is not an ideal partner for a woman. He always felt that Song Yuan was very good to Xiao Weining back then, But that was all because Xiao Weining was scheming and used tricks to manipulate Song Yuan. Song Yuan lost his mind because he could not get her. Song Yuan's sudden change of heart towards Xiao Weining might be due to boredom or a realization of her cunning. Their relationship wasn't a simple romantic one. It was more like a game. But his sister is different. She's a good woman and doesn't have many complicated schemes. If she were to be with Song Yuan, she would definitely get hurt. As her younger brother, he has a duty to protect her. Chapter 79 wasn't this good before. Song Yuan smiled and said firmly, "Of course, I will not divorce her." Shin Imo agreed. "I support you." Soon, the two arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant. It's a very down-to-earth food stall, with the words Xinyuan Food Stall written on its old, yellowed signboard. Unfortunately, most of the upscale hotels are already closed at this time. Song Yuan and Shun Mo entered the store. Despite the somewhat shabby appearance of the shop, there were quite a few customers, with only 2 empty seats left. Song Yuan chose a seat by the window and sat next to Shun Mo. Soon, Ding Yao, Jiang Hao, and Director Zhang also arrived. The 3 of them took their seats one after another, and Ding Yao deliberately did not sit next to Jiang Hao. The waiter warmly handed the group the menu. Song Yuan took the menu and pencil and casually marked a few dishes. After ordering the food and drinks, Song Yuan felt a dry throat and was extremely thirsty. I caught a glimpse of free herbal tea on the corner of the table, and just as I was about to reach for it, a cup of hot tea was already placed in front of me. Ding Yao smiled and said, "Here you go." "Thanks." As he spoke, Song Yuan took the teacup, tilted his head back, and drank half of it in one gulp. At this time, a melodious and pleasant female voice came from in front of me. "Sorry I'm late. There was a traffic jam on the way. I'll punish myself by drinking 3 cups to apologize to everyone." Song Yuan looked up. Then, a beautiful woman in her early 30s strode towards her. The woman was wearing a purple satin blouse, paired with a black tight-fitting pencil skirt. A pair of slender, beautiful legs were encased in thin black stockings, and her feet were clad in stiletto patent leather high heels. It perfectly showcased her voluptuous and graceful figure. Her long, black hair was neatly pulled back behind her ears, and a tassel hairpin was inserted into her bun. Her face was covered with exquisite makeup, and she looked radiant and beautiful when she smiled. Song Yuan's brain seemed to freeze. Is this Chen Yun? He had seen her once before when she signed with Jiang Hao, and she wasn't this pretty then. Could it be because she wasn't dressed up properly that day? That's terrifying. A woman looks completely different when she dresses up and when she doesn't. Seeing that Song Yuan was stunned and didn't speak, Shin Imo responded in a deep voice. "It's not late, we just arrived." Jiang Hao echoed. "Yes, Sister Yun, you didn't arrive late on purpose. Please have a seat." Chen Yun looked around and saw 2 empty seats, one next to Ding Yao and the other next to Song Yuan. Chen Yun naturally sat down next to Song Yuan. Song Yuan finally came to his senses and greeted Chen Yun. Chen Yun responded with a smile. Soon, Chen Yun steered the conversation toward the legend of Yun Xiang, and Director Zhang and Shun Imo joined in as well. During the conversation, Chen Yun was exceptionally polite to Song Yuan, showing absolutely no airs. This made Jiang Hao, who was standing to the side, very dissatisfied. Why was Sister Yin being so polite to Song Yuan? Although Song Yuan is the president of Morningstar, his company is far inferior to Lihua Entertainment, which he owns. Why should Sister Yun, a top agent in the entertainment industry, give Song Yuan so much face and insist on having dinner with him in such a forceful manner? At this point, the waiter placed the food and drinks on the table. Ding Yao stood up and diligently filled everyone's empty glasses with wine, but she didn't pour any for Jiang Hao. She knew Jiang Hao's feelings for her, and although she had already rejected him, she still needed to keep her distance from him. Moreover, among these people, only he was of the same generation as himself. Jiang Hao became even more agitated upon seeing this, and wanted to ask Ding Yao, "Even if you don't accept me, we're still colleagues, right? There's no need for this, is there?" But the occasion wasn't right, so he couldn't just express his dissatisfaction with Ding Yao. He could only suppress his anger, open another bottle, and drink alone in silence. Ignoring Jiang Hao's displeasure, Ding Yao took out her phone, took 2 photos of the dishes on the table, and posted them on her WeChat Moments. At the same time, Su Juanza, who was casually scrolling through his WeChat moments while leaning against the headboard of his bed, suddenly came across Ding Yao's latest update. The title was just two simple words: midnight snack. Below are two photos of the late-night snack, along with its location. Su Juanza opened the photo. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. It was just ordinary food. However, a hand with distinct knuckles was visible on the edge of the table in the photo. He was wearing a limited edition diamond ring on his ring finger. He had seen this ring many times before. The ring belonged to Song Yuan. Su Juanza's lips curled into a faint smile, his heart pounding with excitement. Ding Yao is truly starting to repay Song Yuan's kindness. The two of them, a man and a woman, are having a late-night snack together. If Su Mushua finds out, what interesting expression will she make? Will she go crazy and bring people to catch them in the act? Thinking of this, Su Juanza immediately sent a screenshot of the photo to Su Mushua. 2 minutes passed, and Su Mushua still hadn't replied, so Su Juanza couldn't help but call her. Su Mushua was sound asleep when she was woken up by the phone ringing. Seeing that the contact was Su Juanza, she hung up immediately. However, no sooner had she hung up than the other party called again. Su Mushua pressed the answer button with a dark face and said impatiently, "Hey, you better give me a reason why I won't yell at you." Su Juanza said confidently, "Did you know that Song Yuanzheng is dating another woman?" Su Mushua instantly perked up, her tone rising in disbelief. "What did you say? Take a look at WeChat, and you'll understand. If you dare to lie to me, you're dead." Su Mushua angrily hung up the phone and looked at the screenshot sent by Su Juanza. Seeing Song Yuan's hands, his mind went blank. Trying to calm myself down, maybe the photo is fake, photoshopped by Su Juanza? It's impossible for him to play tricks on himself like that. He knows his own temper. What time is it now? Su Mushua checked the time. 12:30 a.m. Okay. While she was visiting her parents, she went out for a late-night snack with Ding Yao instead of going home. Song Yuan, you're really something. Wow, what are you guys going to do after you finish your late-night snack? Last time I thought I had misunderstood you. You asked her to help me pick out jewelry, but didn't spend any money on her. That reason was indeed impeccable, and there was nothing wrong with it. But how are you going to explain this time? Su Mushua had very little trust in Song Yuan. After all, he had cheated on her with Xiao Weiniang for 7 years and had told her countless lies. Thinking of Ding Yao's face, which is prettier and more sophisticated than Xiao Weiniang's, a sense of crisis instantly overwhelmed me. Su Mushua sat up abruptly. I decided to catch Song Yuan in the act now. Luckily, the photo had a location on it, and the store wasn't too far away. I figured I could still make it there in time. Su Juanza's smile deepened as he held his phone. With a creak, the bathroom door opened. Anya walked slowly towards Su Juanza barefoot, wearing only a bath towel. Her graceful figure, soaked in hot water, glowed with an alluring pink hue. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. Her fair and innocent face was rosy, and her obsidian-like eyes were misty. Chapter 80: A Warning. Her voice was sweet and soft. "Sir, I'm done washing." Su Juanza looked Anya up and down. She was clearly very tempting, but he had completely lost interest. "Go back now." Huh? Anya blinked blankly, realizing she had just arrived and taken a shower. She wasn't feeling well today and had an exam tomorrow, so she didn't want to come. But he forced her to come, saying that if she didn't come, he wouldn't want her anymore and wouldn't give her any more allowance this month. Su Juanza's patience with Anya never lasted more than 3 seconds. Seeing that she wouldn't leave, he coldly rebuked her. "I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me?" Anya was startled and said in a panic, "Okay, I'll be right there." He quickly grabbed his clothes from the sofa, dressed hastily, and then slunk out of the room. Su Juanza silently lit a cigarette, secretly hoping that Su Mushua and Song Yuan would have a big fight this time. Given Song Yuan's stubborn temper, he would definitely get angry if Su Mushua caught him in the act. Not only would he not think he was wrong, but he would also turn the tables on her. He was now just waiting for Su Mushua to be heartbroken and call him to pour out her troubles and seek comfort. Meanwhile, Song Yuan, completely unaware of the situation, was still drinking. After drinking several cups, Song Yuan slowly spoke to Chen Yun. "Sister Yun, I remember your company doesn't allow its artists to date casually, right?" Qin Yun's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. Why did Song Yuan suddenly bring this up? Could it be that Jiang Hao is in a relationship? Otherwise, why would Song Yuan have organized this gathering? We've talked about so many trivial things just now. It's almost certain that Jiang Hao is in a relationship, otherwise he wouldn't be hinting at it like that. Jiang Hao wasn't one of Qinxing's people, so Song Yuan couldn't come himself, and that's why he asked her to come. That rascal Jiang Hao not only doesn't take company rules seriously, he really does. They didn't take Song Yuan seriously either. Although Song Yuan's Morning Star Entertainment is not as good as Lihua Entertainment, his wife is Su Muxue, and behind her is the Su Group. She didn't dare to offend or neglect Song Yuan. But Jiang Hao, that brat, has really grown wings and doesn't know his own limitations. She'll definitely give him a good scolding after we finish our late-night snack. He spoke with righteous indignation. Of course, it's clearly written in the contract that if the artist doesn't follow the rules, the company will definitely take action. As he spoke, he gave Jiang Hao a deep look, who was drinking alone and acting as if nothing was wrong. Even the slow-witted Jiang Hao realized something was wrong. Sister Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at him. Oh no, what Song Yuan just said was implying that Sister Yun is in a relationship. That's strange. How did Song Yuan know? That bastard actually tattled on me to Sister Yun right in front of me. It's over. I wonder what Sister Yun will do to herself when she gets back. Seeing that Chun Yun understood his meaning, Song Yuan smiled and said, "That's good." Ding Yao, who was sitting opposite Song Yuan, saw this. A warm feeling welled up in my heart. President Song is protecting himself. I'm so touched. Jiang Hao had been harassing her for a while, causing her a lot of trouble, but she hadn't dared to tell Song Yuan, afraid of bothering him. Besides, Jiang Hao wasn't even from her company, and she felt that Song Yuan might not be willing to get involved. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan would lend a helping hand. In all her years in the entertainment industry, no one has ever helped her unconditionally like Song Yuan. The boss of the company she had previously signed with treated her very well, but although he tried to control himself, there was still a lewd glint in his eyes when he looked at her. She knew he was only being nice to her because he wanted to seduce her, so she resigned. But Song Yuan was different. The way he looked at her was no different from the other artists in the company, without a trace of evil intention. Thinking of this, Ding Yao suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and took the initiative to raise her wine glass to Song Yuan. "President Song, let me toast you." She kept her gratitude to herself, feeling too embarrassed to say it in front of so many people. Song Yuan nodded slightly, raised his wine glass, and clinked it against hers. Ding Yao tilted her head back and drank the entire glass of wine in one gulp. Perhaps they drank too quickly, or perhaps they had already drunk several glasses. After drinking that glass, my stomach churned instantly, and I felt nauseous, really nauseous. Ding Yao tried hard to suppress the urge to vomit and stood up unsteadily. Song Yuan said with concern, "Are you all right?" Ding Yao steadied herself, pressed the tip of her tongue against her palate, which was already numb from being soaked in alcohol, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll go to the restroom first." Before Song Yuan could respond, Qin Yun spoke up. "I'll go with you." He was about to stand up and help Ding Yao. Ding Yao waved her hand, politely declining. No need, Sister Yun. I'm really fine, don't bother me." Qin Yun nodded. "Oh well." After saying that, he picked up his wine glass again and suggested playing a drinking game with Song Yuan. Song Yuan gladly accepted. To be fair, Qin Yun has an amazing alcohol tolerance, even better than Shin Mo. She drank so many cups without blushing or skipping a beat. She's a true heroine. If he couldn't outdrink her, Shin Mo would definitely laugh at him, saying, "So what if you can outdrink me? You can't even outdrink a woman." So, Song Yuan and Chun Yun simultaneously stretched out their hands and shouted, 15, 15, 20. 15, 15, 10. Chun Yun exclaimed excitedly, "It's 10, ha, you lost, let's drink." Don't get cocky after just one win. Song Yuan picked up the wine glass with a hearty laugh, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Then the battle continues. 15, 15, 15. 15, 15, 20. 20, Mr. Song, you've lost again. Song Yuan gritted his teeth, drank another glass of wine, and continued fighting. After playing 7 rounds in a row, all of which Chen Yun won, Song Yuan completely lost his temper. Frustrated, he picked up his wine glass and tilted his head back to gulp it down. Seeing this, Shin Imo couldn't help but tease him. "Brother Yuan, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly having diarrhea?" Song Yuan already felt embarrassed, and being mocked by Shun Imo made him even more unhappy. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you're so capable, then you do it. Don't just stand there talking without understanding the difficulties." Shin Imo said, feigning seriousness, "I'll show you what a real master is." She then switched seats with Song Yuan, dragged him to her own seat, and launched her offensive against Chen Yun. Chen Yun did not refuse and extended her hand with a smile. 15, 15, 15. Shin Imo was also prepared. 15, 15, 10. 15, Vice President Shun, let's drink. Shin Mo's expression changed drastically. Song Yuan, standing to the side, mocked mercilessly. "Haha, you can't do it either." Shin Imo feigned composure and retorted, "It's only one game, what's the rush? Winning first doesn't mean you've won." Song Yuan said with a smile, all right, you're just being stubborn. You'll back down after a losing streak." Shin Imo was quickly defeated. Director Zhang was not convinced, and he also lost repeatedly. He was not as good as Song Yuan and Shin Imo. At least the two of them remained sober. But after a few drinks, Director Zhang blacked out and collapsed unconscious on the table. Ding Yao had already come out of the bathroom at this time. Even though he had vomited up the alcohol, he was still dizzy, unsteady on his feet, and staggering as he walked. Just as I was about to reach my seat, my elbow accidentally brushed against a bottle of beer on the corner of a passing table. With a thud, Chapter 81 let the beauties have a few drinks with the guys. The wine bottle fell onto the table. Whoosh! Brownish liquor gushed from the bottle neck. The young man in black, who was sitting at the table picking up food, was caught off guard and had his pants soaked by spilled wine. Then, with a loud bang, the wine bottle rolled off the table and onto the floor, shattering into pieces. Feng Fading stood up abruptly, wiping his pants with a tissue while loudly cursing. "Are you blind? Can't you see this huge bottle of liquor? Are you blind? You've ruined my brand new pants." Feng Fei shouted that. Song Yuan and the others also heard it, and they all looked at the table diagonally opposite. Ding Yao's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and she hurriedly apologized to the man. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Can I pay you back?" Damn it. This man looked menacing. He had dark skin, a very muscular build, a shaved head, wore a black short-sleeved shirt, and had traditional Japanese arm tattoos on his sleeves. Feng Fei looked up, about to ask her for compensation, when he suddenly saw the girl's face clearly, and his heart skipped a beat. What a beautiful girl. Just like a big star, even wearing the simplest t-shirt and jeans, without makeup, she still looks as beautiful as an angel. The three young men at the table, dressed similarly to him, were also stunned by the girl in front of them, and revealed lewd, perverted looks in their eyes. Ding Yao felt uncomfortable being stared at by the group, swallowed hard, and said nervously, "Brother, how much? Name your price, and I'll take the loss." Song Yuan's eyes flashed. If the kid dared to extort money from Ding Yao or flirt with her, he would definitely make him regret it. Shin Imo also clenched his fists. "It's been so long since I've had a fight. I've been itching to stretch my muscles and get my blood pumping. I'm itching to get going. It's about to burst out." Jiang Hao was closest to Ding Yao and picked up an empty wine bottle. If the others were rude to Ding Yao, he could play the hero and save the damsel in distress. The company forbids dating, but he also can't stand by and do nothing when the girl he likes is in trouble. That's a good idea. Upon seeing the group of people at the bald man's table, he instantly deflated. There were 4 of them, and they all looked formidable. They were all tattooed with dragons and tigers, and they were all stronger than him, especially the bald guy with a full sleeve tattoo. He had a muscular body and a scar on his other hand, so he was definitely a good fighter. How could he possibly defeat so many people by himself? Besides, he's a popular actor who relies on his looks for a living. If he were to accidentally get his face injured, his acting career would be ruined. Never mind. He didn't need to help her. It was Ding Yao's fault for not accepting his advances. If she agreed to be his girlfriend, he would have an obligation to protect her. The sense of justice in my heart vanished instantly upon thinking of this. The hand holding the empty wine bottle slowly loosened. Chunyin showed no intention of making a move. After all, she was a woman, and Director Zhang was still fast asleep on the table. Feng Fei's expression changed instantly, and he said with a smile, "You don't need to pay me back, just have a couple of drinks with us guys." He had already imagined the wonderful scene of getting her drunk, packing her up, and taking her to a hotel. Although his methods were somewhat despicable, he would take responsibility afterwards, make her his girlfriend, and promise to treat her well in the future. There was no other way. Her intuition told her that the girl in front of her was conservative, and it would be difficult to win her over through normal means. So she could only make it a fait accompli first, and then talk about feelings properly later. The other three brothers echoed with wicked smiles. "Beautiful lady, our brother Fei is very generous. As long as you're willing to sit down and have a few drinks with us, we'll let this matter go." "That's right. It's too formal to talk about losing money. It's fate that we met today. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Sit down quickly." Ding Yao's face turned even uglier, and she took 2 steps back in fear. "I can't drink anymore, so I'll just give you the money back." Clearly, these people had ill intentions, and she would be in danger if she agreed. "Little sister, don't be afraid. Let's be friends. I'm not a bad person." As Feng Fei spoke, he reached out his devilish hand towards Ding Yao, wanting to hold her fair and delicate hand. Ding Yao's pupils trembled slightly. Whether it was due to excessive fear or drinking too much alcohol, my body suddenly stiffened. In the blink of an eye, Feng Fei's hand was about to touch Ding Yao's hand. A loud shout came from behind. "Stop!" Feng Fei turned around unhappily. The visitors were 2 young men in suits. He was so handsome that even a man would be jealous. His face looked like it was modeled, and his brows were full of coldness. The other had long, flowing hair, an androgynous beauty, and bloodshot eyes. My heart skipped a beat. Holy crap! This long-haired beauty is quite lovely. No, to be precise, it's quite good, really great. Am I having a lucky day with love? Not only did I meet an incredibly beautiful woman, but I also met a man who is even more beautiful than a woman. Suppressing his inner excitement, he said sternly, "What's it to you? Who are you to her?" Song Yuan and Shun Mo said in unison, "We are her bosses." If Ding Yao had nothing to do with him, he naturally wouldn't bother with her. He had never bothered with things like rescuing a damsel in distress or doing good deeds. But Ding Yao is a female artist he heavily promotes. He brought her out to dinner, so as the boss, he naturally has a responsibility to protect her safety. Shin Mo, standing beside him, crossed his hands and began to move his wrists, making a cracking sound. Ding Yao snapped out of her daze and hurriedly ran behind Song Yuan and Shin Mo. She hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. She gently tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Mr. Song, let's run away, let's go through the back door." She was touched that Song Yuan and Shun Mo stood up for her, but she was also worried. Song Yuan and Shin Mo were definitely no match for those thugs. If they got hurt because of her, she would feel guilty to death. "It's not too late to run now," Song Yuan said with a smile. "Don't worry, we'll be fine. You should go back to your seat." Ding Yao wanted to refuse, but when she met Song Yuan's firm gaze, she could only swallow her words and obediently return to her seat. Feng Fei completely disregarded the two of them, scoffing and saying dismissively, "Boss? What's wrong with the boss now? Do I have to report to you and ask for your opinion just because I want to have a few drinks with her?" These two were businessmen, and although they weren't as refined as ordinary businessmen, he was certain they were no match for him. He had been in the business for many years, fought countless battles, and rarely lost, not to mention he had 3 brothers. The 3 people at the table stood up swaggeringly and said provocatively, "That's right, didn't you see that the girl provoked our brother Fei first? Our brother Fei doesn't need her to pay compensation. What's wrong with just having her have a few drinks with us?" Seeing this, the other customers having late-night snacks put down their chopsticks and began to focus on eating melons. Several guests recognized Feng Fei and his group. They were members of the Black Dragon organization, a force no one in the area dared to mess with. They couldn't help but feel a little worried for the 2 handsome guys who had stood up for the girl. Chapter 82, True Bravery. These 2 are really brave. Even heroes should consider who their opponents are before rescuing a damsel in distress. No one dared to interfere or call the police, including the shop owners standing behind the counter wiping away cold sweat. How could ordinary people like them afford to offend the people from Heilongjiang? Ding Yao gripped her phone tightly, ready to call the police immediately if things went wrong. Jiang Hao was in high spirits upon seeing this scene. I never expected Song Yuan and Shun Mo to stand up for Ding Yao. I never realized they were so loyal and willing to go to such lengths for one of their company's artists. While admiring their courage, he also hoped that they would be taught a lesson by the bald guy and his gang as soon as possible. After all, Song Yuan had no martial ethics and implied to Chun Yun that he wanted to be in a relationship, so he deserved to be taught a lesson. Chun Yun remained very calm. She didn't think Song Yuan and Shun Mo would lose. Before cooperating with them, she had thoroughly investigated their past. They were very famous in their student days, known for their fighting skills. Song Yuan faced Feng Fei and the others without any fear and spoke seriously. I can compensate you with money, but it's impossible for her to drink with you. Feng Fei was used to acting arrogantly, and no one dared to interfere in his affairs. Upon hearing this, the smile on his face froze instantly, and his features began to contort into a grimace. Kid, saving a damsel in distress might win her favor, but the price is too high for you to bear. I'll give you one more chance. Just make her come over with me for a couple of drinks, and I'll let you off the hook and not beat you up. Before Song Yuan could speak, Shin Mo couldn't hold back any longer. He had been holding back for too long and started spitting it out. Shut up. Why do you need to give me a break? Hurry up and come over here to die. These words were spoken. Feng Fei's goodwill and positive impression of Shun Mo were instantly shattered, and he angrily shouted, All right, you damn transvestite. We brothers really need to teach you a lesson. He waved his hand and gave instructions to his 3 underlings. Give them a good beating. The 3 henchmen rushed forward and scattered. One of them raised his fist and charged at Song Yuan, while the other 2 picked up empty wine bottles, smashed them on the corner of the table, and charged at Shun Mo with the sharp halves in their hands. Song Yuan instantly felt slighted and began to feel annoyed. Does she think she's weaker than Shin Mo? There's only one person targeting her, while 2 people are targeting Shun Mo together. He was seething with anger, so he didn't hold back. As the thug approached him, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked the thug in the chest. This kick was extremely powerful and filled with resentment, knocking the person over with a single blow. The thug fell to the ground in a sorry state, feeling as if a huge rock had hit his chest. His internal organs seemed to be tangled together, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't get up. He curled up like a shrimp, clutching his chest and howling in agony. Shinmo's side was slightly more difficult to deal with because both of his opponents were armed, but he did not fall behind and kept suppressing them. Wow! Upon seeing this, Ding Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, her clear, doe-like eyes sparkling with adoration. The boss is amazing. So handsome and cool. With just one move, he rendered his opponent powerless to fight back. No wonder she felt at ease. He's a master. Jiang Hao rubbed his eyes hard, completely unable to believe that Song Yuan could defeat his enemy in one move. When I opened my eyes again, yes, Song Yuan was indeed very capable. He glanced at Ding Yao and saw the starry look in her eyes as she looked at Song Yuan and cursed inwardly. Damn it! Could it be that Ding Yao has been rejecting him all along because of Song Yuan? Isn't Song Yuan already married? And doesn't he already have a mistress, Xiao Weining? Why would she want to compete with him for Ding Yao? Is there no justice left? Qin Yin was also amazed. Although she knew Song Yuan would not lose, she did not expect him to be so skilled. The onlookers were also astonished. It turned out that they had been worried for the 2 of them for nothing. Were they really that amazing? Feng Fei stood up and strode towards Song Yuan, praising him generously. Well done. I didn't realize you were so capable. But I'm not so easy to deal with. You're dead. Song Yuan turned his neck, somewhat impatiently. Enough with the nonsense. Just get to the point. Feng Fei got into a fighting stance. He was a black belt in Taekwondo, not some amateur who hadn't learned anything. Song Yuan almost burst out laughing when he saw the pose. Taekwondo, huh? It didn't quite match his appearance. How could it compare to his mixed martial arts? Seeing the disdain in Song Yuan's eyes, Feng Fei suddenly raised his leg and delivered a straight kick to Song Yuan. It is very fast and very powerful. But Song Yuan easily dodged the attack. Feng Fei didn't think much of it, assuming it was just good luck, and continued to make his move. After 2 rounds, Song Yuan had figured out Feng Fei's strength. The difference between them was too great, and he wanted to end the fight quickly. Just as Feng Fei unleashed his proud whirlwind kick, Song Yuan did not dodge, but crossed his arms to deflect the side kick, and then delivered a powerful uppercut to Song Yuan's chest. With a loud bang, Feng Fei stumbled back 2 steps, his face flushed, and forced himself to steady himself. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow. Not bad. This kid can take a beating. Most people would fall down after taking 1 punch from him. Since he's so resilient, let's give him a couple more hits. Song Yuan kicked out again, aiming for his lower abdomen. Feng Fei finally couldn't hold on any longer. His knees buckled, and he knelt down with a thud. It tastes fishy and sweet in my throat. Puff. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shin Mo also took down his 2 underlings. 2 stools and a table were smashed. Feng Fei raised his head and struggled to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring at Song Yuandao. I admit defeat, but if you're really capable, just you wait. I'll call my older brother right now. If you can beat him, I'll be completely convinced and can do whatever I want with you. Song Yuan is impressive, but in his heart, his older brother is the real master. Song Yuan became interested. He hadn't encountered a worthy opponent for many years, but when he thought of Ding Yao and Qinyan waiting for him, he could only refuse, and said coldly, "You have no right to negotiate with me. Get out of here, or I'll make you leave sideways." Feng Fei gritted his teeth, staggered to his feet, and angrily said to his 3 underlings who were still lying on the ground groaning, "Get up, let's go." He thought to himself, "My older brother is singing in the karaoke room next door, so your refusal doesn't count. I won't let this beating go to waste. My older brother will definitely teach you a lesson and show you what a real master is." The 3 younger brothers helped each other to their feet. The 4 of them limped around and walked towards the door. Song Yuan suddenly remembered something and immediately called out to them, "Etc." Feng Fei stopped and asked in confusion, "You've changed your mind?" He was both happy and uneasy. Would he be afraid of his revenge and just let him leave lying down? Song Yuan said with a smile, "Settle the bill, including the chairs and benches that were just broken." Chapter 83. My big brother is here. Feng Fei cursed under his breath. That bastard. The tables and chairs were all smashed by that long-haired beauty he brought with him. How could they let themselves lose money? They're shameless. However, this kid is too good at fighting, so he can only bow his head for now. He'll have to wait for his older brother to come over before he can vent his anger. He walked to the counter, took out his wallet from his pocket, and put a thick wad of banknotes on the counter. The boss waved his hand nervously. No need, no need. Despite feeling sorry for the tables and chairs, she was also grateful to Song Yuan for helping to get the other party to pay for them. But he was afraid that Feng Fei would come back and cause trouble again, so he really didn't dare to accept the money. The tables and chairs didn't cost much, and he had obviously given too much. Feng Fei said angrily, "Take it if I give it to you." Despite wincing in pain, the henchman chimed in, "You dare disrespect Brother Fei?" "Yes, yes." The boss hurriedly put the money away. He secretly complained to himself, "What are you pretending for? You clearly didn't want to give it but insisted on doing so, and when I didn't dare accept it, you said I wasn't giving you face." Song Yuan and Shun Mo returned to their original positions. Shin Yun couldn't help but praise the 2 of them, saying things like how amazing they were. Song Yuan and Shun Mo were very pleased, but still humbly said it was nothing. After Chen Yun finished speaking, Ding Yao, who was standing to the side, also sincerely thanked the 2 of them. "President Song, Vice President Shen, thank you for standing up for me. I'm so sorry I've caused such a big problem." Song Yuan waved his hand. "It's not your fault. It's that the other party is unreasonable." Shin Mo echoed this. That's right, that's right. Why apologize or be so polite? It's only right that we stand up for you." He not only treated Ding Yao as an employee, but also as his own sister. He had been keeping an eye on Ding Yao ever since she joined the company. She not only has good acting skills, but she is also very hardworking and not afraid of hardship or fatigue. She is not pretentious at all. For 3 years, she was not valued by Song Yuan, and was always relegated to being a foil to Xiao Weiniang, yet she never complained. He had always wanted to give her good resources so she could shine, but Song Yuan kept going against him and poured all the resources into Xiao Weiniang. Now that Song Yuan has seen the error of his ways and finally made her the female lead, he will naturally protect her well. Seeing that Song Yuan and Shun Mo had stolen the limelight, Jiang Hao, feeling dejected, tilted his head back and gulped down some wine. It's over. After this ordeal, Ding Yao is even less likely to accept herself. Such a great opportunity to be a hero and save the damsel in distress was snatched away by Song Yuan and Shun Mo. Ding Yao was silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered Feng Fei's provocative words to Song Yuan, in which he said he was going to ask his older brother to stand up for him. Although Song Yuan refused, he would still bring his elder brother along in case he didn't follow martial ethics. Song Yuan and Shun Mo are in danger. Although they are both good fighters, they don't know the strength of the other party's leader. What if the other party brings a lot of people? No, she had to stop it. If you directly suggest changing your drinking location to avoid the other party's sharp edge, Song Yuan and Shun Mo definitely won't agree. That would be too hurtful to a man's pride. We can only resort to a roundabout and tactful approach. Therefore, Ding Yao frowned and bit her lip tightly. She slowly lowered her head, clutching her stomach tightly, and began to groan softly. Song Yuan quickly noticed Ding Yao's discomfort. Seeing her frowning in pain and beads of sweat on her forehead, he asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing this, Shin Mo also put down his wine glass and looked at Ding Yao with concern. Ding Yao shook her head slightly and said painfully, "It's nothing, just a bit of a stomachache, probably from drinking too much alcohol." Before Song Yuan could respond, Jiang Hao interrupted, "Then I'll take you to the hospital." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's expression changed drastically. Looking at the concerned look in Jiang Hao's eyes as he looked at Ding Yao, she instantly understood that Song Yuan was implying that Jiang Hao was in a relationship with Ding Yao. That brat. Ding Yao is a female artist that Morningstar is heavily promoting. Why did he have to pick Ding Yao of all people? After we finish eating, I'll teach him a lesson. He really thinks he's a big shot. None of the artists under my management who are more famous than Jiang Hao are as presumptuous as him. He really doesn't know his place. Ding Yao refused. Need not. She never liked Jiang Hao to begin with. When she was being harassed, he pretended to be dead, but now that she's all right, he's starting to act like a good person. Song Yuan glared at Jiang Hao, then turned to Chen Yun and made a suggestion. "Sister Yin, how about we stop drinking here for today? I'll have another chance to drink with you properly next time." Chen Yun tactfully replied, "Okay, then next time. I also want to go back and rest." Upon hearing this, a sly glint flashed in Ding Yao's eyes. Yeah, the plan was a success. The group got up and prepared to leave. Chen Yun offered to help Ding Yao. Director Zhang was still fast asleep, slumped over the table. Neither Song Yuan nor Shun Mo made any move, and Jiang Hao avoided the situation as well. Director Zhang is a tall, 180 centimeters man, a burly guy weighing 170 kilograms. Who would want to get him into the car? It would be exhausting. Upon seeing this, Chen Yun gave the instructions. "Hao, you're in charge of taking Director Zhang back." Jiang Hao inwardly groaned, but dared not refute her. Sister Yun had many resources and a wide network of connections, and he wasn't the only artist involved. If he offended Sister Yun, his future acting career would never be as smooth as it was now. "Okay, don't worry, I will make sure Director Zhang gets home safely." With a heavy heart, he grabbed Director Zhang's arm, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and thought, "So be it. I'll die if I have to. If he doesn't go to hell, who will?" A moment of patience brings peace. A step back opens up a vast sky. Things change every 30 years. Once he becomes a movie star, he won't have to fear Sister Yun anymore, and he won't be treated like a servant today. Song Yuan and Shun Mo saw that he was struggling to help Director Zhang up, and their faces were flushed. I felt much better immediately. Song Yuan paid the bill. He walked towards the door with the others. As soon as I stepped out of the gate, I was surrounded. A large group of young people, about a dozen in number, surrounded the group of people. The leader was a young man with a buzz cut. The man had dark skin, a strong and muscular build, and wore a well-tailored black suit. He had strong, resolute features, sharp eyebrows, and a long scar across his face that slanted from his forehead, across his left eye, and down to his right cheek. If Feng Fei seemed intimidating just now, he was nothing compared to the man in front of him. The man stood there silently, yet he exuded a chilling and menacing aura. Zhang Hao's legs trembled violently at the sight of this scene. Holy crap! What kind of situation is this? He didn't even lift a finger, so why was he dragged into this mess? He'll have to explain to the other party later that he wasn't meddling at all. He was just an outsider. Ding Yao and Qin Yun also became uneasy. Damn it! Why did they come knocking on our door so quickly? That doesn't make sense. Could it be that the other guy is sitting next door? In contrast, Song Yuan and Shun Mo were not afraid. Instead, they stared intently at the man's face, frozen in place. Chapter 84 finally found you. Standing beside the man, Feng Fei raised his finger and pointed at Song Yuan and Shun Mo aggressively. Big brother, it's these two bastards who don't take our Black Dragon Society seriously. These two rascals have really strong mental fortitude. They can remain so calm, even when they see their older brother. They're not ordinary people. No matter how much the two of them act tough, they will definitely be trampled underfoot by their older brother. He has already figured out how to humiliate them later. However, the next second, his brave and invincible older brother, who could stand up for him, slapped him across the face. With a snap, the force was so great that it knocked him to the ground. Feng Fei fell down in a sorry state, covering his burning cheek, and asked in surprise, "Big brother, why did you hit me? What's going on? Didn't my brother just say he was going to save face for me and teach Song Yuan and Shun Mo a lesson? Why did they not only stop helping me, but also slap me in the face? What exactly happened?" This scene was completely unexpected. This also shocked Qin Yun, Ding Yao, and Zhang Hao, who were all present, causing them to widen their eyes in astonishment. Huh. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. How did it turn into a fight between our own people? That doesn't make sense. The other side has more people, and this guy looks so ruthless. There's no reason for him to be afraid of Song Yuan and Shun Mo. But the next twist was even more unexpected for them. Fang Zheng then kicked Feng Fei hard in the side. "You deserve a beating. I'll settle the score with you when I get back." Feng Fei was already seriously injured, and Fang Zheng's kick knocked him unconscious. The dozen or so henchmen behind him looked at each other, none of them daring to stand up for Feng Fei. Their boss must have his reasons for doing this. Fang Zheng raised his head again, looking at Song Yuan and Shun Mo who hadn't spoken, a strong feeling of soreness welling up in his nose, and he tried to force a smile to greet them. "Brother Yuan, Brother Mo, it's been so long." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately understood. So he knows Song Yuan and Shun Mo. He also called the two of them brother. Zhang Hao should have been happy that the crisis was resolved, but now he felt even more frustrated. Okay. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan and Shun Mo had such extensive connections that they even knew the big brother of the Black Dragon Society. With a dark face, he helped Director Zhang walk quickly towards the parking lot. He's going to get furious if he stays any longer. What a bad day. Song Yuan moved his mouth, but no sound came out. He stared blankly at Fang Zheng, a complex mix of emotions churning within him. Just a few months ago, Mingming skipped class and drank with Fang Zheng. He was a spirited young man with his own beautiful ideals. How did things suddenly change like this? He's become a gang leader. He was originally a handsome man with a perfectly straight face, but now he has such a horrifying scar on his face. He vaguely remembered that he hated street thugs the most back then, because the girl he had a crush on was snatched away by the second in command of the underworld around the school before he could even confess his feelings. That second in command was picking up the girl from school on his motorcycle and deliberately circled around him. He still remembers the look of utter dismay on his face at that moment. Unexpectedly, 7 years later, he became the person he used to hate the most. How ridiculous. Fate really knows how to play tricks on people. Shun Mo was the first to react, and immediately punched Fang Zheng in the chest, angrily saying, "So you're still in Beijing, huh? Your brother Yuan, and I thought you were dead, you know? You're heartless. Why did you suddenly stop contacting us all these years? What the hell have you been doing? Where's your brother?" It's not easy for Fang Zheng. It's a long story. Song Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward, put his arm around Fang Zheng's shoulder, and said through gritted teeth, "Get inside. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I won't let you off the hook." Helpless, Fang Zheng ordered his underlings to step back and then followed Song Yuan inside. Seeing this, Shun Imo spoke to Ding Yao and Chen Yun, who were standing to the side in a daze. "Sister Yun, could you please take care of Ding Yao and take her home to rest?" Chen Yun readily agreed. "No problem. Feel free to leave the person to me." Song Yuan found a new spot and sat down with Fang Zheng and Shin Imo. After ordering some food and drinks, he went straight to the point, asking the question that had been troubling him for days. "Zheng, tell me right now what really happened back then." Fang Zheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp before slowly speaking. "The day my brother and I received our university acceptance letters, my dad had an accident. As you know, he was the driver for the CEO of Yaoshan Construction Group. It was raining that day and the roads were slippery. My dad tried to avoid a large truck, but the car skidded out of control, crashed through the roadside fence, and he and the car overturned into the river. My dad climbed out by himself, but the boss drowned, so our whole family smuggled ourselves to Southeast Asia." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan immediately understood why Fang Zheng's entire family was hiding. The boss of Yaoshan Construction Group used to be involved in organized crime. He was ruthless and vindictive, but later went through a clean break and founded the Frasers Group. Although they've been whitewashed, their influence remains. Even if Fang Zheng's father turns himself in, the other party will not let him go, nor will they let his family go. They dare not contact him and shun Imo for fear of implicating them. Shin Imo unconsciously tightened his grip on the wine glass. Song Yuan also felt a tightness in his chest and couldn't breathe, so he asked in a deep voice, "When did you get back? And how did you get here? Why couldn't he just find a new job? He ended up joining the underworld, which he used to hate the most. And why didn't he contact me and Shin Imo after he came back? Given their relationship, they would definitely help him and his brother out of desperation." Fang Zheng's eyes darkened. Life in Southeast Asia was not easy. They couldn't speak the language, and my father lived in constant fear. He also suffered from acclimatization problems and died 3 years ago. He had never met his mother. His father said that after she gave birth to him and his brother, she ran off with another man after her postpartum period. After losing his father, he and his brother returned to China. 3 years ago, I just wanted to find an ordinary job and live an ordinary life. But you know, I only have a high school diploma. The jobs I could find were limited to working in factories, construction sites, delivering food, or being a waiter. He and his brother had done all these jobs, but they not only couldn't save any money, they were also exhausted, and being harassed was a common occurrence. He knew that many people in the world did this kind of work, could endure the hardships, and some even found joy and value in it. However, he and his brother couldn't find any joy or value in this life at all. They felt that this kind of life was utterly boring, with no hope in sight and a bleak future. So they went to extremes. Although joining Black Dragon was also disliked by many people, at least I felt more comfortable and made more money than before. Chapter 85. Su Mushue was stunned. Because of his fighting skills, loyalty, and intelligence, he quickly rose to the position of Hall Master in Black Dragon's subordinate territory. Although he went against his original intentions and became the kind of person he used to hate the most, the path he is on now is the best path he can choose. The reason I didn't tell Song Yuan and Shin Imo when I came back was that I was afraid that people from Yaoshan Group would cause me trouble again. Later, he simply didn't want to bother the two of them. His male pride got the better of him, and he didn't want to ask his friends for help when he was down on his luck. After listening to Fang Zheng's words, Song Yuan finally understood why Fang Zheng hadn't contacted him and Shun Imo since returning from abroad. In short, it all boils down to 2 words: saving face. Although Shun Imo understood, he was still full of resentment and glared at Fang Zheng with red eyes, angrily rebuking him. "You're a real bastard, so selfish. Do you know that Yuan and I have been looking for you for the past 7 years?" Although Song Yuan focused most of his energy on Xiao Weining, he still thought about the 2 brothers and often asked him if he had found them. "This feeling is very uncomfortable, like a thorn stuck in my heart. It doesn't hurt or itch normally, but it makes me itch and feel uncomfortable whenever I think about it, and I can't get rid of it. I finally caught that bastard today. I've finally gotten rid of that thorn in my heart that I've had for so many years. Fang Zheng never expected that his and his brother's abrupt departure would cause Shun Imo and Song Yuan so much trouble. He thought the two of them had long forgotten about him and his brother. I'm sorry. Shun Imo became even more furious and said irritably, "Stop trying to use English. I really want to beat you to death." Upon seeing this, Song Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's understandable that Shun Imo was angrier than him, since he had only been searching for the two brothers for a few days after he transmigrated from 7 years ago. But Shun Imo had been searching for 7 long years, so it's understandable that he was more resentful. He asked while laughing, "By the way, Zheng, where's your brother?" I heard Song Yuan mention Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng's expression turned serious, and he said in a deep voice, "He didn't join the Black Dragon with me. He became a monk and went to the Kunlun Mountains." Shun Imo what? Become a monk? Song Yuan was equally bewildered. Becoming a monk? He became a monk at such a young age? Is this correct? Fang Zheng nodded, looking embarrassed. He said he had seen through the illusions of the world and only wanted to cultivate the path to immortality. Song Yuan and Shun Imo fell into a long silence. After a long pause, he spoke. "Let's have a drink." "That's good, very ambitious. What a noble ideal, the pursuit of immortality." Fang Zheng raised his glass and clinked it with the two men. Drop. Ding. The cups collided. Song Yuan picked up his wine glass, about to put it to his lips, when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure appearing at the door. Song Yuan looked closely, and his pupils dilated slightly. Su Mushue. At this moment, Su Mushue was dressed in a black casual outfit, her waist-length hair casually tied behind her ears, her face bare, and her gaze swept across the customers in the restaurant as if searching for someone. 2 tall bodyguards followed behind him. Song Yuan's mind raced. Could it be that they've come to find him? Su Mushue finally saw Song Yuan, her narrow phoenix eyes instantly turning red, and she strode over with 2 bodyguards, her aura fierce. Song Yuan's eyes widened. They're not really here to find me, are they? It looks like they're here to catch me cheating. It must be her. Otherwise, why would she be at her parents' house sleeping peacefully at this time, instead of barging in with 2 bodyguards looking for someone? That's not right. How did she know she was here? And why would someone assume you've cheated? Soon, Su Mushue arrived in front of Song Yuan. Su Mushue said sternly, "Song Yuan, you." Halfway through the conversation, they realized that Ding Yao was nowhere to be seen at Song Yuan's table. Not only was Ding Yao absent, but there wasn't a single other woman there either. Only Shun Imo and a black-clad man with a scar on his face were present. Su Mushue thought to herself, "Oh no, I didn't catch them in the act. What happened?" The picture Su Juanza just sent her clearly shows Ding Yao and Song Yuan having a late-night snack here. Where is Ding Yao? However, the most important thing right now is not figuring out where Ding Yao is. Instead, Shun Imo and the scarred man both looked at him with puzzled expressions, and Song Yuan's gaze was clearly filled with strong dissatisfaction. Damn it. Su Juanza's information was wrong. If she didn't cover it up properly, it would be troublesome if Song Yuan lost face in front of his friends. Thinking of this, Su Mushue's expression changed instantly, and she smiled and changed her words. "Honey, I was worried it wouldn't be safe for you to go home alone if you drank too much, so I came to pick you up early. Since you and your friend haven't finished drinking yet, take your time. I'll pay the bill later. I'll go to the car and wait for you." After saying that, he turned to leave. Song Yuan called him over. Etc. Su Mushue paused, slowly turned her head, and asked, feigning composure, "What's wrong?" Song Yuan suppressed his displeasure and said slowly, "You're just here to pick me up? Why did you bring bodyguards?" "I'm annoyed, extremely annoyed. It's awful to doubt myself repeatedly, to see myself as a scumbag who could cheat on me anytime, anywhere." Su Mushue took a deep breath and gave a haphazard explanation. "I was just worried about my safety coming alone. You know, as a girl, I definitely need to find ways to protect myself when I go out alone." Song Yuan nodded slightly and smiled. "Okay, then wait for me." "Okay, bye-bye." Su Mushue and her bodyguards hurriedly fled the scene. As soon as Su Mushue left, Shinemo couldn't help but tease her. Brother Yuan, your wife really cares about you. She came to pick you up so late. Song Yuan gritted his teeth, glared at Shinemo, and retorted. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. This kid clearly saw that Su Mushue was there to catch him cheating, yet he still teased him. Seeing this, Fang Zheng couldn't help but sigh. Brother Yuan, I really didn't expect that you and Su Mushue would end up together. They were mortal enemies back in school, and Song Yuan's crush was always Xia whinnying from his class. Song Yuan picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. Yes, life is like a play, or a huge melodrama. It's like making a bad movie. There's no logic or reason whatsoever. Fang Zheng didn't reply, but instead looked up at Shun Emo and asked in confusion. Brother Emo, why haven't you found a girlfriend? I don't remember ever dating anyone back in school. Actually, he had always suspected that Shun Emo was gay, except for his face, which was more beautiful than a woman's, which made people suspicious. Another reason was that Shun Emo was very popular at school at the time, and many girls were eager to date him, but he didn't like any of them. On the contrary, he was always inseparable from Song Yuan. The two were so close they were practically inseparable. Shun Emo smiled calmly. I just haven't found a girl who makes my heart flutter yet. Anyway, I'm still young, so I'm not in a hurry. Fang Zheng's eyes flickered, and he asked a meaningful question. Are there any guys who make your heart flutter? Chapter 86, Driving a Car Like a UFO. These words were spoken. Song Yuan was so shocked he almost spat out the wine in his mouth. This is Shun Mo's weakness. He hates it when people suspect he is gay. However, it's no wonder that Fang Zheng had doubts. Mo, it's one thing to look like a girl, but why do you insist on keeping your hair long and never dating? Doesn't that just make people more confused? Shinemo was taken aback at first. Then his face darkened, and he said angrily, What kind of person do you take me for? Don't ask such disgusting questions. Although he almost lost his virginity last time, and the other person was indeed a man, it wasn't his choice. He had no other choice but to resort to this desperate measure in order to raise money for his sister's surgery. He's straighter than a steel bar. When Shun Emo got angry, he had no offensive power whatsoever. With his stunningly beautiful face, even when he was fierce, it sounded like he was being coquettish, which gave him a unique charm. Fang Zheng suppressed a smile and raised his wine glass. Okay, it's my fault. I'll punish myself with a drink. As he spoke, he tilted his head back and gulped it down. Shun Emo glared at him and picked up his wine glass again to drink. The group drank for a while longer, and they were all quite drunk. Seeing that Song Yuan was still making a fuss and showed no intention of ending the game, Shun Emo reminded him. Brother Yuan, you should go back now. Your wife is still waiting for you outside. Mentioning Su Mushue reminded Song Yuan of the scene where she had just arrived with her bodyguards, menacingly catching him in adultery, and he instantly felt displeased. Just let her wait patiently. Ignore her. Let's continue drinking. Shun Emo put his hand on Song Yuan's shoulder, stared at his reddened eyes, and tried to dissuade him. No, we'll have plenty of time to get together again in the future. No matter what, you two are husband and wife. Didn't you not want to divorce your sister-in-law? Then be good to her. It's wrong for her to suspect you, but it's better than her ignoring you. Song Yuan fell silent, carefully considering Shun Mo's words. That seems to make sense. It's better to doubt yourself than to ignore yourself. If she really doesn't care about you, then the two of you are even less like a couple. Fang Zheng echoed this sentiment. Brother Yuan, I can't drink anymore either. Let's go back and get together another day. All right then. Song Yuan staggered to his feet as he spoke. After paying the bill, the three walked to the door. Just as they were about to part ways, Song Yuan leaned close to Fang Zheng's ear and said something profound. Ah Zheng, if one day you want to quit Black Dragon, come and help me. Fang Zheng's pupils trembled slightly, and then a warm current surged in his heart, and his nose felt sore again. Good. Song Yuan said goodbye to the two. He strode quickly toward the black Bentley parked on the side of the road. He got into the passenger seat and silently bent down to fasten his seatbelt. Su Mushue noticed the strong smell of alcohol on Song Yuan. Her nostrils twitched slightly, and her brows furrowed involuntarily as she asked worriedly, Are you all right? Song Yuan gave a perfunctory reply in a hoarse voice. It's okay, drive. Su Mushua gave him a deep look, hesitated, and then obediently started the car. The car was moving very slowly, as Su Mushua was worried that Song Yuan might get carsick and feel unwell if he got drunk. Song Yuan was completely unaware of Su Mushua's intentions. At that moment, he had a terrible headache and an upset stomach. All he wanted was to get home quickly and get a good night's sleep. Sensing the car was moving slowly, he sarcastically remarked, "Why are you driving so slowly? Haven't you eaten yet?" Su Mushua's expression changed slightly, and she began to feel dissatisfied, silently complaining, "I'm driving so slowly because I'm worried you won't be comfortable. Instead of thanking me, they mock me for not eating. Okay, I'll drive it quickly then, but you'll regret it." So he gripped the steering wheel tightly, lifted his foot, and slammed it down on the accelerator. Whoosh! The car suddenly accelerated, and the strong push made Song Yuan almost vomit. He was a little annoyed. "Are you driving like a flying saucer? I told you to go faster, not this fast." Su Mushua also got angry, slowing down the car while retorting without any politeness, "If you're so busy, why don't you drive it yourself?" Song Yuan had drunk too much and was not thinking clearly, so he said something inappropriate. "Okay, then you get out of the car, I'll drive." Su Mushua bit her lip hard, trying her best to suppress her anger and not argue with him. She was afraid that if she continued arguing with Song Yuan, she would probably get into a car accident. She had a very bad temper and often drove like a flying saucer. Seeing that Su Mushua was silent, Song Yuan also stopped speaking. He turned his head to look at the night view outside the window, his face expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. Su Mushua stared intently at the highway, her eyes dim. "There were so many questions I wanted to ask Song Yuan. I can only hold back and ask when I get home." The two remained silent the entire way. They quickly entered the house, and Su Mushua helped Song Yuan to the sofa. Song Yuan leaned back on the sofa, picked up the flower tea on the coffee table, and took a few sips before he felt a little more awake. Su Mushua sat down next to Song Yuan, stared into his eyes, and said earnestly, "Honey, who did you have dinner with today?" She really didn't believe it. The only people who ate with Song Yuan were Shun Mo and that scarred man. She had just carefully looked at the photo Su Juanza sent her, and there was no sign of it being photoshopped. Ding Yao must still be there, but she might have arrived too late, and Ding Yao might have already left. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled. Okay. She even had the audacity to ask herself that question. Since she wanted to know, he would tell her everything. Song Yuan told Su Mushua everything that had happened that day. After hearing this, Su Mushua blinked incredulously. No way. Did she misunderstand Song Yuan again? How could this happen? It turns out that Song Yuan wasn't having dinner alone with Ding Yao. There were other people from the film crew as well. The purpose of the dinner was to give Jiang Hao a warning, not what she thought at all. Is it just a coincidence that Song Yuan's hand is in that photo? Ding Yao accidentally captured this in the photo. Were there other people in the picture originally? She suddenly remembered that there were 8 or 9 dishes in the photo, which was indeed a bit too much for 2 people. Damn it, it was a complete misunderstanding. Seeing that she didn't speak, Song Yuan added, "If you don't believe me, you can go to that food stall and check the security footage." Su Mushua shook her head, feeling embarrassed. "No need, I trust you." I was filled with anxiety. Su Juanza, that bastard, has really ruined his life. Song Yuan must be furious. It's only been a few days since he wronged him last time, and now he's misunderstood him again. Or rather, make him lose face in front of his 2 buddies. Song Yuan nodded, suppressing his inner resentment, and asked the question with restraint. "Okay, since you believe me, shouldn't you tell me properly how you knew I was there? And how did you misunderstand and think I was cheating on you again?" He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how Su Mushua knew. She had clearly gone to sleep. There was no way she would have long you following her. Su Mushua nervously beckoned with her hand and stammered. Aye. If she said that Su Juanza called her, Song Yuan would definitely be even angrier, since Song Yuan hates Su Juanza so much. Chapter 87. Don't do this. I'm scared. He had warned himself long ago to have less contact with that Su Juanza. What should she do? Seeing her hesitate, Song Yuan roughly raised his hand, grabbed her delicate chin, and stared into her eyes, pressing her for an answer. Speak up. What happened? Who told you? Su Mushua looked into Song Yuan's eyes, which seemed to be spitting fire, and felt the burning heat of his fingertips. My heart jumped into my throat. I swallowed nervously and asked, "What do you want to discuss?" I can tell you. But can you promise me that you won't be angry or overthink it after I tell you? She felt that if she didn't tell Song Yuan the truth today, he definitely wouldn't give up. Song Yuan released his grip, took a deep breath, and tried to force a friendly smile. "Okay, I promise you, go ahead and tell me." "It's Su Juanza." Su Mushua told Song Yuan the whole story. While speaking, he kept a close eye on Song Yuan's expression, not wanting to miss any subtle reaction from him. Song Yuan was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then the smile on his face froze instantly. Seeing that Song Yuan's expression was off, Su Mushua hurriedly said, "Don't be angry, don't overthink it. I only told you the truth because you promised me." Song Yuan tried hard to suppress the boiling blood in his heart, but his blood pressure still soared, and his voice began to tremble. "Okay, I'm not angry, I won't overthink it." He secretly made excuses for Su Mushua. "It's nothing. The two are old classmates and friends. It's just a phone call, nothing serious." Su Mushua simply listened to that bastard Su Juan's instigation, leaving her daughter alone at her parents' home, and rushed over with bodyguards to catch her cheating. It's not a big deal that Su Mushua trusts Su Juanza more than herself. My head won't be green, not even a little bit. I'll never be cheated on in this lifetime. Su Mushua panicked and carefully handed the flower tea from the coffee table to Song Yuan. "Honey, have some tea and calm down first." Song Yuan took the teacup and then smashed it on the ground. "Calm down, my ass." "I can't calm down at all." Bang! The water glass shattered on the floor, its contents spilling out. Su Mushua was startled. Her chest heaved violently. She looked up at Song Yuan, who was on the verge of exploding with rage, her beautiful eyes reddening as she spoke in a trembling voice. "I apologize to you. It was my fault. I shouldn't have trusted him, but you can't blame me entirely. You've lied to me so many times before. I couldn't help it no matter how much I wanted to." Song Yuan grabbed his hair hard and said angrily, "You always bring up the past. I was wrong before. I wasn't a good person, but I've been trying my best to make amends. Can't you feel that? Have you ever even considered things from my perspective? You know perfectly well that I am 18 years old now. I have to pay the price for my past every day. I have to swallow my grievances because I deserve it. Who told me to behave like a human being in the past? But I'm so tired, do you know that? Once or twice is one thing, but not a third time. You always say I'm overthinking things, that I'm petty, that you and he are completely innocent. If you're really innocent, why do you still contact him in private? Why does he keep picking on me?" Su Mushua clutched the hem of her dress helplessly, biting her lip hard with her pearly teeth. That's right. She always forgets that Song Yuan is no longer 25 years old. He has forgotten the past 7 years. Constantly bringing up the past and making him pay for his past mistakes must be very painful for an 18-year-old. She overlooked the fact that Song Yuan had never mentioned his pain and confusion. Because of her strong personality, she rarely considered things from the other person's perspective or truly put herself in their shoes, always remaining immersed in her own role. She poured all the pain she had endured over the past 7 years onto Song Yuan. But then I thought about it again. She was innocent too. Why should Song Yuan be able to forget all the harm he had caused her over the years so easily? But this time, she is indeed in the wrong, which cannot be denied or escaped. Thinking of this, Su Mushua took Song Yuan's hand and said ingratiatingly, "Honey, I'm sorry, please don't be angry. I promise I'll keep my distance from him from now on. I won't believe him so easily, and I won't doubt you unnecessarily anymore, okay?" Song Yuan snorted coldly. How to maintain it? He had always wanted to fire Su Juanza and get a new psychologist for his daughter, but Su Mushua kept disagreeing. Su Mushua pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "I won't contact him anymore. I'll delete and block him. Can you contact him to schedule our daughter's treatment time?" Song Yuan asked in surprise. "You want me to contact him? Do you want to listen to what you're saying?" He felt irritated whenever he saw him and couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson. Su Mushua actually wanted him to contact her for her daughter's treatment. Besides, even if he agrees, Su Mushua and he can still run into each other if he comes to the house. If I just become a clown again, wouldn't I be the only one to do it? Su Mushue was puzzled. What should I do? Should I change my daughter's doctor? Song Yuan countered with a question. Otherwise what? My daughter's condition has improved a lot compared to before, so changing doctors shouldn't be a big problem, right? Su Mushue insisted. No, our daughter isn't fully recovered yet. Her depression and anxiety tend to recur. Song Yuan shook off her hand, gave her a deep look, and his dark eyes were filled with disappointment. Fine, then you can continue using it. I don't care anymore, and don't interfere with me again. After saying that, he turned around and strode upstairs. Su Mushue was left alone in the messy living room. Su Mushue was stunned for several seconds. He only came to his senses after Song Yuan had completely disappeared. What did Song Yuan just say? What does it mean when he says he doesn't want me to interfere with him anymore? Does that mean he can be with whomever he wants in the future, and even though she's his wife, she can't control him? You're joking, right? Just saying it in anger? No. She had waited so long for Song Yuan to change, and she had finally made it to this day. Although he hadn't truly fallen in love with her yet, he had broken up with Xiao Weining and was trying his best to be a good husband. She really didn't want to go back to the past. Thinking of this, tears involuntarily rolled down my cheeks. Su Mushue sniffed and wiped her tears with a tissue. But my daughter's illness hasn't fully recovered yet. What if her condition gets worse if we don't use Sujuanza? We've already changed doctors for our daughter quite a few times, but she couldn't adapt to any of them. She loves Song Yuan very much, but she also loves her daughter very much. Both are her children, and besides, her relationship with Su Juanza isn't what Song Yuan thinks. She really didn't cheat on him. What to do? What should she do? In a dilemma. The phone in my pocket rang. Su Mushue took out her phone and saw that the caller ID showed it was Su Juanza. Chapter 88, Spitting Out National Essence. Su Mushue took a deep breath. Okay. She was still seething with anger when this bastard showed up at her door. Su Mushue decisively pressed the call button. Su Juanza asked in a deep voice. How is Mushue? Are you alright? Su Mushue immediately launched into a discourse on traditional Chinese culture. You son of a bitch. You're deliberately trying to ruin my relationship with my husband, aren't you? You despicable, shameless, vile bastard. Your brain isn't filled with water, it's full of shit. You're filthy, vicious, bastard, you turtle bastard. In her anger, Su Mushue completely forgot the upbringing of a well-bred young lady that had been instilled in her since childhood. He unleashed every single swear word he knew to Su Juanza in one go. The sound was very loud and sharp. The shock forced Su Juanza to move his phone further away to suppress the flames. Calm down. I know you're upset. It's true that I told you Song Yuan cheated on me, but it wasn't me who made him cheat. Why are you yelling at me? Did he mishear? In his mind, she was a perfect heiress to a top-tier wealthy family in every way, and the dream goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. Su Mushue is the only one in this world who is worthy of him. They actually used such vicious and rude words to curse themselves. Has she gone mad? Does he have a split personality? Was Song Yuan's infidelity such a shock and blow to her? He doubted his own judgment again. How could he have fallen in love with such a low-class woman? Love seems to have no logic whatsoever. Su Mushue became even more furious and angrily rebuked him. He didn't cheat on me at all. He wasn't having dinner alone with Ding Yao. He was with a lot of people from the crew. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You just can't stand to see me and Song Yuan happy, can you? I've always treated you well, haven't I? I not only give you such a high salary, but also give you red envelopes. Is this how you repay me? Don't you have a conscience? You ingrate. Su Juanza stared wide-eyed in disbelief. That's impossible. How could that be? The photo Ding Yao posted clearly didn't have anyone else in it. He argued. Don't be fooled by Song Yuan. He's definitely cheated on you. Don't you know he has a criminal record? He's cheated on you so many times in the past 7 years. This time it's definitely a lie. Before Su Juanza could finish speaking, Su Mushue interrupted him decisively. Stop talking. I'm telling you, from now on, don't contact me privately anymore. We can't be friends anymore. From now on, we'll just have a simple doctor-patient relationship. I'll never trust you again. Mushue, no? Beep beep. Su Mushue hung up the phone immediately, refusing to listen to his explanation. Su Juanza clenched his teeth in anger, gripping his phone tightly, his heart burning with resentment. What exactly is going on? Everything was progressing according to his wishes. Ding Yao was guided by him to repay Song Yuan in private, which led to a misunderstanding by Su Muxue, and the two quarreled and talked about divorce. At this moment, he took advantage of Su Muxue's sadness and dejection to comfort her, and then took advantage of her vulnerability. How could Su Muxue believe that Song Yuan really didn't cheat on her? How could she not misunderstand? They were having a late-night snack together. How could Song Yuan possibly escape suspicion? Damn it! This not only failed to bring him closer to Su Muxue, but instead made her dislike him, and she stopped being his friend. It's all that bastard Song Yuan's fault. If he doesn't like Su Muxue, why doesn't he divorce her? Why does he still want to possess her? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Su Juanza opened his phone book and dialed Anya's number. After a busy signal lasting for more than 10 seconds, the other party finally answered. Anya had already fallen asleep. She mumbled sleepily. Hello. Come over. What? Su Juanza roared angrily at Anya on the other end of the phone. I told you to come here now immediately. Anya was startled but immediately perked up, asking, why? I have an exam tomorrow. Can I go after I finish the exam? Su Juanza is very angry right now. If she goes over, he will definitely keep himself up until dawn, which will affect his exams. If he doesn't do well on the exams, he will lose his scholarship. Although Su Juanza gives her tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money every month, she still wants to save more money for her family. Grandma's hospitalization costs are not small each month, and we also have to support my younger sister's schooling. Saving more money is also because I'm afraid that Su Juanza will get tired of me one day, and I won't be able to support my family then. Don't go. I'll double your scholarship. But 5 times. I'll be right there. Not long after, Anya rushed over. As soon as she entered the house, Su Juanza ordered her to take another shower before coming over. Anya walked into the bathroom with a sigh. Mingming had already washed it once before leaving, but there was nothing she could do. Su Juanza was always very clean, to the point of being somewhat obsessive. His home was decorated in white, and he had to hire a cleaning service every day. Soon, Anya came out after taking a shower. As soon as she stepped out of the bathroom, Su Juanza pounced on her, threw her onto the bed, and bit her shoulder hard. Anya groaned in pain, but dared not resist. I just felt that he was unusually impatient today. He's always been very restrained before, and he's never liked this before. In the past, he would first verbally humiliate himself severely before he would stop. Soon, bright red blood oozed from the corner of Su Juanza's mouth. Sensing the blood, Su Juanza became even more excited and squeezed her delicate neck harder. Anya closed her eyes resignedly, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It's not that I feel sad. She is making money, but in a way that is different from most people's, and is something most people would despise. She didn't feel ashamed. She had no other choice. She cried simply because of the pain. I don't know how much time has passed. Anya was in so much pain that she was numb, and Su Juanza finally stopped, quietly lying on her chest, as his own chest heaved violently. Anya raised her hand with difficulty and instinctively stroked his head gently, like a mother comforting a baby. She found this behavior disgusting. Su Juanza was clearly arrogant and never respected her, treating her only as a tool. Why would you ask yourself to do something so ridiculous afterward, like a normal girlfriend would? Su Juanza felt Anya's gentle caress, and the warmth of her fingertips touched his scalp. My heart started to throb with pain. I don't know why, but my eyes feel hot. It felt like warm liquid was welling up in my eyes. Tears quickly soaked Anya's torn clothes, sticking uncomfortably to her smooth skin. Anya. Huh. Is he crying? Why? Would an elite person like him, with a good family background, good looks, a good job, and who never worries about money, also cry? Is it because of Su Muxue? Was it that married woman he had secretly loved for many years, but never dared to express his feelings to? How ridiculous. How ridiculous. She couldn't understand why he would give up his good life to covet another man's wife. With his looks and qualifications, finding a girlfriend shouldn't be difficult at all. Every time she goes to the hospital, she sees several pretty and innocent nurses surrounding him. He doesn't want any of them. He insists on having one that he can't have. Chapter 89. Picking up my little darling from school. I saw Su Juanza crying. Anya felt much better. Her feelings for Su Juanza were complicated. On the one hand, she was grateful to him for being generous to her, giving her enough living expenses to help her family. On the other hand, she hated him for how cruel and wicked he was to her. She will never be eligible to date again. What man could accept all those scars on her body? Having done such a thing, she will no longer crave love. They won't hide their past, and they won't find an honest person to take over their future. When Su Juanza gets tired of her and no longer wants her, she will live a good life on her own. Her current wish is simple: for her grandmother to recover soon, for her younger sister to study hard, get into a good university, and find a suitable job, so that she won't end up like her, selling her body and dignity for money. I don't know if Song Yuan drank too much, or if he was in a bad mood and slept too late. Song Yuan slept for a long time. When he woke up, the sun had already set. Song Yuan slowly sat up, rubbed his eyes to clear his head. Then he picked up his phone from the bedside table. There were several missed calls from Wenzi, so Song Yuan called back to ask about them. Wenzi said everything was fine. Shinmo had finished his work and told him to rest and not to worry. Song Yuan let out a deep breath. Shinmo drank a lot yesterday, yet he still managed to get up early for work and do his job for him. Song Yuan stopped thinking about it, got up, went downstairs, opened the refrigerator, took out a can of iced cola, pulled the tab, tilted his head back, and took a few sips, and he felt completely awake. A quick glance around revealed that neither her daughter nor Su Mushue were home. Su Mushue should still be at the company at this time, and her daughter should be getting out of school soon. Now that the company doesn't need him anymore, what should he do next? Song Yuan suddenly realized that he had never picked up his daughter from school since he transmigrated here. My daughter has always been driven by her own driver. Thinking of this, Song Yuan called the driver to tell him that he didn't need to pick up his daughter from school today. I picked up the car keys from the coffee table and quickly left the house. Upon arriving at the garage, I drove a rather flashy backup car, a dark purple Ferrari. Mingzhu Private Elementary School. The last class. There are still 10 minutes left before get out of class ends. The teacher asked the students to do the practice problems on their own. Song Jiani had no interest in doing the questions and just kept scribbling on the scrap paper with her pen. Despite being a scribbled mess, the lines still have a lot of artistic flair. Seeing this, Tang Xiaodai, who was sitting next to her, asked in a low voice, "Jiani, why aren't you doing your homework? Did you understand everything the teacher just explained?" Song Jiani gave a perfunctory reply without even looking up. "I understand." "Then teach me. I didn't understand just now." Song Jiani said with a dark face, "Don't bother me." Tang Xiaodai gripped her textbook tightly and said cautiously, "Are you still angry with Zhong Xiaobei? She only said that because she's jealous of you. Don't take it to heart." Upon hearing Zhong Xiaobei's name, Song Jiani's expression turned even more unpleasant, and she denied it. "I'm not angry. I'm just a little annoyed. Can I have some peace and quiet?" Tang Xiaodai put away her textbook and said helplessly, Okay, I won't bother you anymore." Song Jiani remained silent. Just thinking about Zhong Xiaobei's smug face made her so angry her liver hurt. She's deliberately making things difficult for herself. Last time we fought, her father stood up for her and beat him. She did indeed restrain herself a lot, no longer daring to pour ink on her stool or throw her paint into the trash can. But she still pushes herself in everything she does. In the last class, the teacher announced that she had won first prize in the children's painting competition again. Her artwork was a happy family of 3. The teacher asked her to go on stage to express her gratitude for the award. She said that the painting depicted herself and her parents, and that her parents were very good to her and loved her very much. At this point, Zhong Xiaobei stood up to challenge him and loudly questioned him. "You're lying. If your parents really loved you, why have you never seen them pick you up from school? Your mother picked you up twice, but your father never did." She tried her best to explain that her parents' busy work schedules didn't mean they didn't love her, but Zhong Xiaobei misinterpreted her meaning, saying that it proved her parents cared more about work than about her. She initially vehemently denied Zhong Xiaobei's views on stage, which garnered support from her teachers and approval from her students. But after stepping down, he couldn't help but overthink. Zhong Xiaobei's words kept repeating in my mind. "Your parents value work more than you. Your parents value work more than you. Your parents value work more than you. Impossible. Impossible." My parents definitely care more about me. They work hard to earn money so that I can have a better life. Yes, that must be it. Her parents love her very much, and she shouldn't question it. But another sharp voice rang out in my mind. If they truly love you, they will definitely come to pick you up. Because deep down, you long to be like other children, with your father or mother picking you up from school every day. You can earn less money. Your family is already so wealthy. Why do you still need to work so hard? Why can't you spend more time with yourself? No, no, that's not right. Her parents have already given her enough. She should try to be a sensible child, not wanting more than she needs, and should know how to be content and not compare herself to her classmates. She wanted to be the most sensible and obedient daughter in the world, so that her parents would always love her and never be ungrateful. You must be sensible. Wah. I feel so bad. It feels like there are two little people in my head, one an angel and the other a devil, and they're constantly fighting, evenly matched. I feel so uncomfortable. My head hurts so much. My heart is racing. My chest feels so tight. I can't breathe. Cole. Song Jianni took deep breaths, trying to get enough oxygen. My hand holding the pencil trembled uncontrollably. Tang Xiaodai noticed that Song Jianni was acting strangely and asked nervously, Jianni, what's wrong? Song Jianni shook her head, trying to stay calm. She dug her nails into the lines of her palm, and the sharp pain brought her back to her senses. Fine, Tang Xiaodai said worriedly. Really? If you're not feeling well, just tell your teacher and ask for 2 days off. Your aunt and uncle will take you to the hospital. Missing 2 days of class won't matter. You're so smart and have such good grades, you'll definitely catch up. She knew that Song Jianni had depression. When it was really bad, I had to take a month off from school. Now, even though I'm not taking any medication, it still happens from time to time. The most obvious symptom is hand tremors and shortness of breath. Chapter 90. Nini's face turned red. Seeing that Song Jianni's emotions had calmed down a bit, Tang Xiaodai didn't say anything more. Soon the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. Ring, ring, ring. Song Jianni packed her school bag and left the classroom with Tang Xiaodai. As if on purpose, Zhong Xiaobei, who was originally walking behind the two, quickened her pace to pass them. She was thinking that her father would pick her up at the door in a little while, and she could show off to Song Jianni, who had been so calm and composed on stage just now. Song Jianni's parents must have neglected her. Otherwise, why would they care so much about work and not be like her own parents who would pick her up every day no matter how busy they were? Besides, if he really cared about her, how could she have developed depression? She disliked Song Jianni not only because she was more outstanding than her and didn't respect her, but also because the teacher favored her, saying that everyone should take care of her because she had depression. Why should I? Why should I have to take care of her feelings? So what if she has depression? It's not like she caused it. Why should everyone side with her? We arrived at the school gate. Zhong Xiaobei spotted her father's car among the many vehicles at a glance. Her father was standing on the passenger's side, holding a huge cotton candy in his hand. Dad! Zhong Xiaobei ran over excitedly and jumped into her father's arms. Zhong Liang bent down, picked up his daughter, held the cotton candy in front of her, and said affectionately, Honey, you've worked hard. Here, have your favorite cotton candy. Thank you, Dad. Zhong Xiaobei took the cotton candy, tore off the plastic film, took a bite, and looked triumphantly at Song Jianni, who had just left the school gate. Song Jianni and Zhong Xiaobei locked eyes, their provocative gazes meeting. Her emotions, which had just calmed down, surged up again, and her little hands unconsciously clenched into fists, trembling slightly uncontrollably. That bastard. He did it on purpose, didn't he? Are you deliberately trying to annoy yourself? Everyone has a dad. Don't you remember how my dad beat your dad to a pulp last time? What do you have to be so proud of? I really want to hit someone. I really want to beat her up. Tang Xiaodai, who was standing nearby, noticed that Song Jianni was in a bad mood again. She was trembling all over, and her eyes were red. She worriedly grabbed Song Jianni's wrist and reminded her, Jianni, calm down, don't get angry with her. She's doing it on purpose. If you really get angry with her, she'll be even more smug. Song Jianni nodded gently, biting her lip tightly with her pearly teeth. Xiaodai is right. She needs to calm down. Be patient, you must be patient. Now that Zhong Xiaobei has her father by her side, she is no match for the two of them. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the murderous intent in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Zhong Xiaobei sensed Song Jianyi's desperately suppressed anger and became even more smug, pointing at the cotton candy she had just taken a bite of with a cheeky grin. "Here, it's on you. Don't you usually love sweets? I only took one bite. You won't mind, will you?" Zhong Liang stared at his daughter in surprise. Was his daughter provoking Song Jianyi? This doesn't make sense, does it? After his last fight with Song Yuan, he told his daughter not to cause trouble for Song Jianyi again. She had already promised him, so why did she get into another fight with her? Is she lying to herself? She lied to herself last time, saying she didn't throw away Song Jianyi's paint, but the surveillance footage clearly showed her throwing the paint into the trash can. He scolded his daughter. "What are you saying? How can you give away your leftovers to others?" Zhong Xiaobei pouted unhappily. "It wasn't leftovers. I only took a bite." "Dad, why are you siding with other people's kids?" Song Jianyi's face turned even uglier, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Who cares? If I wanted to eat them, I could easily buy a lot. How awful. I can't stand it anymore. I really want to kill her. Kill her. Kill her." Zhong Xiaobei took another bite of the marshmallow, chewing and nudging her as she did so. "Of course you don't care, because my dad bought it for me. Your dad wouldn't buy you anything. He wouldn't come pick you up, and he doesn't care about you." Upon hearing Zhong Xiaobei say that her father didn't care about her, Song Jianyi's already tense nerves seemed to stretch to their limit. Bang! It's broken. Only one thought remained in my mind: to tear that vile mouth of hers apart and shut her up forever. Song Jianyi abruptly shook off Tang Xiaodia's hand and rushed towards Zhong Xiaobei. When Zhong Xiaobei saw that Song Jianyi was about to make a move, she was so frightened that she dropped the cotton candy in her hand to the ground. Even though she was in her father's arms, the scene of being pinned down and punished by Song Jianyi last time was still a nightmare for her, and she still felt lingering fear. He said in a panic, "Dad, hurry, get in the car." Left with no other option, Zhong Liang opened the car door, hoping to escape the scene with his daughter. Song Jianyi blushed as she watched the two of them get into the car. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Nini." Song Jianyi stopped and turned around blankly. What comes into view is a strikingly handsome man in a navy blue suit stood out in the crowd, holding an oversized rainbow lollipop. That handsome face, so perfect it looked like a model, was smiling at her. "Wah, it's Dad. It really is my dad." Dad finally came to pick her up. She had been waiting for so long. Tears welled up in her eyes uncontrollably. Her large, watery eyes moistened, and she said excitedly, "Dad." Zhong Xiaobei and Zhong Liang were both so surprised when they saw Song Yuan that their mouths dropped open. Zhong Xiaobei was filled with doubt. That's not right. She and Song Jianyi were in the same class in kindergarten, and even now in first grade, Song Jianyi's father has never come to pick her up once. Why did you suddenly come over today? I even gave her such a huge rainbow lollipop. It was almost as big as my own face. Damn, this is one of her favorite foods. And I have to admit, Song Jianyi's father is really handsome. He seems to have been a top star before, having acted in many films and TV series, which she has even watched. A seed called jealousy quietly took root and sprouted in my heart. There's another reason to dislike Song Jianyi. Her father is ridiculously handsome. It's infuriating. Zhong Liang was equally puzzled. Didn't my daughter say that Song Yuan never picks her up from school? Is my daughter lying to me again? How could this be? His most precious, obedient daughter has lied to him time and time again. Tang Xiaodai, who was not far away, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Song Jianyi's father had arrived just in time. If he had been any later, Song Jianyi would have chased after him and started hitting him. Song Yuan walked up to his daughter, bent down, and couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her lovely face, asking with concern, "Sweetie, why are you crying again? Who bullied you? Tell Daddy, and Daddy will teach him a lesson for you." He had arrived quite early, but thinking that it was a rare opportunity to pick up his daughter, he decided to bring her a gift. He looked around, but couldn't find anything he could offer. Chapter 91: Crying. Finally, the supermarket owner recommended that Song Yuan buy lollipops. Since his daughter loved sweets, he picked the biggest one. When they returned, they saw their daughter chasing after Zhong Liang and his father with red eyes and her little fists raised. Judging by this, it looks like he's going to take on two people at once, one person against a father and daughter. My daughter is really brave. That's so cool. She went a bit too far. She dared to take on two people at once when I wasn't around. This is outrageous. I'll have to talk to her properly later. She can't be so rash. If he hadn't come today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. These words were spoken. Zhong Liang and Zhong Xiaobei's expressions changed instantly. Zhong Liang knew he was no match for Song Yuan. He was stuck in place, neither able to leave nor stay, and he was afraid. Last time, Song Yuan had broken several of his ribs, and he had spent many days in the hospital. If he just leaves like this, ignoring everything, Song Yuan will definitely find a way to find him. After all, his wife is backed by such a large Su group as Su Mushua, so he can't run away even if he wants to. All they could do was place their hopes on Song Jiani, hoping she would be tactful and not tell Song Yuan on her behalf. He didn't want to go to the hospital again. Song Jiani sniffed, remembering that her father didn't like her crying, and tried hard to suppress her tears, saying in a trembling voice, "Nobody's here, nobody's bullying me. If Dad can come, I won't be angry with Zhong Xiaobei anymore. Your coming is the strongest response I can give to Zhong Xiaobei." Song Yuan was half believing and half doubting, so he rubbed her head to confirm. "Really? Nini, you mustn't lie to Daddy. Lying isn't good." Song Jiani raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with sincerity, and said earnestly, "No one really bullied me, Nini. Nini really didn't lie to Daddy. Please believe Nini, okay?" She didn't think Zhong Xiaobei was bullying her. In the past, Zhong Xiaobei secretly destroyed her stationery, which could be considered bullying, but now she didn't dare to do that anymore, and only dared to provoke her with words. She must be jealous of herself, jealous that she is better than her, and jealous that she is more popular in class. Besides, she had just made a move, and Zhong Xiaobei was so scared that she tried to run away, so she really didn't think it was a big deal. Song Yuan nodded and smiled. "Yes, Dad believes you." Hearing Song Jiani's words, Zhong Liang breathed a deep sigh of relief, picked up his daughter, and got into the car. They quickly started the car and fled the scene. "When I get home, I'll definitely have to give my daughter a good talking to. She really shouldn't provoke Song Jiani anymore. I feel like this girl isn't quite right in the head. The way she looked at her daughter just now wasn't the way a normal child would look." His pupils shrank, much like a wild carnivore seeing its prey. There was no hesitation or fear in his eyes, only murderous intent. It's true what they say, like father, like son. I guess I just have to accept my fate. Heaven is so unfair. No matter how hard he tries, he can't beat Song Yuan. His daughter is the same. She will never be a match for Song Jiani. Song Yuan carried his daughter into the car, but instead of starting the engine, he tore off the wrapper from the lollipop and handed it to her. "Give." Song Jiani took the lollipop and gently licked it. "So sweet, so sweet." Her brows quickly relaxed, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents, and she smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Dad." Looking at his daughter's adorable face, Song Yuan couldn't help but smile, and his gloomy mood instantly vanished. Even though she and Su Mushua had conflicts and disagreements, her daughter still brought her joy. Children's happiness is simple. A lollipop is enough to satisfy them. Seeing my daughter smile melts my heart. The joy of being a father can only be truly understood by those who have daughters. After fastening his daughter's seatbelt, Song Yuan slowly started the car. As the car entered the highway, Song Yuan suddenly remembered the important matter and spoke up. "Nini, why did you just attack Zhong Xiaobei?" He couldn't understand it at all. If his daughter said that Zhong Xiaobei hadn't bullied her, then why was she so emotional just now? As if she had completely lost her mind? Song Jiani bit the edge of the lollipop. How should I put it? It's a little embarrassing, and she's also afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting her father. If she says she questions her father's love for her and feels that he cares more about his work, will he feel heartbroken? Mingming's father has been trying to change and treating her very well these past few months. It's just that he's busy with work and doesn't have time to pick her up from school, so she questions him. Isn't that wrong? Song Yuan took a deep breath, softening his tone and speaking patiently. "Dad is giving you time to organize your thoughts. I won't blame you. I just want to understand you better and don't want any distance between us. I'm usually busy with work and sometimes can't be with you, so I hope you can open up to me. Song Jianni lowered her eyelashes slightly, staring at the lollipop in her hand, her heart beginning to ache. Should we tell the truth or not? Seeing that his daughter was silent, Song Yuan also began to silently organize his thoughts. He had consulted other psychologists before, and the doctors said that his daughter's depression also had a less obvious manifestation. She had many more thoughts than the average person when facing problems. She would struggle with them. She would overthink the feelings of those close to her. She would force herself to grow up. She was afraid of being disliked by her parents. She was afraid of not doing well enough. And she was afraid of not being loved. After a long pause, Song Yuan spoke again, his tone as gentle as could be. Nini, Daddy hopes you can grow up happily, like any other child. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't overthink things. You're only 7 years old. Sometimes you don't need to be so sensible. No matter what happens to Mommy and Daddy's relationship, you must believe that Mommy and Daddy will always love you and will never abandon you. Song Jianni was stunned for a moment, and then tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. The drops fell in a soft, persistent pattern down his chin and onto his clothes. Wah! This was the first time in her entire life that she had ever heard her father say he loved her and would never abandon her. Tears flowed like beads from a broken string, growing ever more intense. Then it suddenly occurred to me that my father said he didn't like seeing me cry. She hurriedly lowered her head, hastily wiped away her tears, and bit her lip hard to stop herself from crying out loud. Despite Song Jianni's efforts to suppress her sobs, Song Yuan overheard it, and his heart tightened suddenly. He blinked his slightly sore eyes and said in a deep voice, "It's okay to cry if you want to. Dad said before that he didn't like you crying because he was afraid you would be sad. If you're crying because you're happy, then just pretend I didn't say anything." Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Song Jianni finally burst into tears. "She just provoked me. She said that in Dad's heart, work must be more important than me, which is why Dad has never picked me up from school. I was so stupid, sob. I actually believed her. I'm sorry, Dad. I shouldn't have doubted you." Chapter 92. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Song Yuan couldn't remain indifferent to his daughter's tearful complaints. He hurriedly parked the car in an empty space on the side of the road. Then he opened the car door, jumped out, and went around to the back seat. "I searched everywhere for tissues in the car. Damn it, where did the tissues go?" Song Yuan searched everywhere, but couldn't find it. Song Jianni held the huge lollipop above her head and snuggled her petite body into Song Yuan's arms. She buried her face in Song Yuan's chest, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Wah!" Song Yuan, at a loss, pulled her into his arms. He, who is usually quick-witted, really didn't know what to say to comfort her at this moment, and could only gently pat her back to prevent her from crying herself to sleep. My daughter was crying very hard, with snot and tears streaming down her face. His white shirt underneath his suit jacket was quickly soaked. So dirty. How come I never noticed before that my daughter is so unhygienic? Despite feeling disgusted, he let her get dirty. After all, she was his own daughter, and he had wronged her so much. This caused my young daughter to suffer undeserved pain. After a while, Song Jianni finally stopped crying, looked up and realized she had dirted her father's clothes, and said nervously, I'm sorry. Oh, it's so dirty. Nini didn't mean to." Song Yuan was amused by his daughter's reaction and couldn't help but pat her head affectionately. "It's okay. It's not like we can't afford to buy a piece of clothing. If it can't be washed clean, just throw it away." Song Jianni blinked and smiled through her tears. "Yeah, their family is very wealthy. Many of the mother's clothes are disposable and cannot be washed or dry cleaned. The father's clothes are also very expensive. Her clothes were all designer brands, including many limited editions. Many of her clothes were only worn once or twice before her mother donated them." Song Yuan asked in a deep voice, "Are you done crying?" "Uh-huh." Song Yuan pinched his daughter's tear-streaked face and said somewhat seriously, "What were you thinking just now?" "Huh?" Song Jianni looked puzzled. "What does Dad mean by that?" Song Yuan questioned. "Who gave you the courage to take on 2 people at once? I could understand if Zhong Xiaobei's father wasn't around, but he was. Why did you still try to hit him? Do you really think you're Superman who can beat adults?" He wasn't this fierce when he was 7 years old, daring to challenge burly adult men. Song Jianni scratched her head awkwardly. I acted impulsively. I knew I couldn't win, but Zhong Xiaobei's last words were just too infuriating, and I lost my temper. Thinking about it now, it was so dangerous. I was definitely too impulsive. Song Yuan said helplessly. What if I don't come over? Or what if Zhong Xiaobei's father fights back? He's not a man of honor. He tried to hit you last time. Don't you remember? Song Jianni raised her head. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with determination and made her promise. I know I was wrong, Dad. I promise I will never act so impulsively again. Seeing that her father was silent, Song Jianni took the initiative to extend her little finger and said in a serious tone, Pinky promise. Nini promises it won't happen again. Song Yuan smiled helplessly and extended his little finger, overlapping it with his daughter's. Then let's go home. Wait, Dad, can I have Pizza Hut? Song Yuan fell silent. He remembered that Su Muxuan never allowed her daughter to eat fried food from outside, saying that the oil used outside was unhealthy and bad for her daughter's health. Song Jianni gently tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve, pleading in a childish voice. Dad, I've never eaten this before. I want to try it. My classmate said it's really delicious. Can I just have it this once? Song Yuan was troubled. Your mom won't allow it. She's waiting for you at home to have dinner together. Song Jianni pleaded softly. Please, Daddy, just this once. Please beg Mommy for me, okay? Song Yuan was helpless. Okay, I'll ask for you. Uh-huh. Song Yuan took out his phone, found Su Mushua's number, and pressed the call button. Su Muxua had just arrived home when she answered the phone immediately. Hello? Honey, Song Yuan said calmly. Nini wants to eat at Pizza Hut. Should I take her? Su Muxua asked in surprise. Did you go pick up Nini? That's really strange. Song Yuan had never picked his daughter up from kindergarten, but today he actually took the initiative to do so. But he didn't call himself his wife just now. She stopped even calling me by my name. She's probably still angry with me. Song Yuan said frankly. Right. Su Muxua said magnanimously. Then you guys go ahead and come back early after you've eaten. If she doesn't allow it, her daughter will definitely be very disappointed. Her daughter has never asked for Pizza Hut before. He probably didn't want to see her, otherwise he would have told her to come over so the three of them could eat together. Since that's the case, let him spend some time alone with his daughter. Good. I hung up the phone. Song Jianni cheered excitedly. Yay, we can eat at Pizza Hut now. Song Yuanqing couldn't help but shake his head. Children's happiness is that simple. Restart the car and head to the nearest Pizza Hut. Not long after, Song Yuan carried his daughter through the Pizza Hut doors. I chose a seat by the window, scanned the QR code to order, and waited. A familiar guest entered. It was Su Juanza, whom he hated to the core. Su Juanza didn't come alone. He entered with a young woman who was less than 1.5 meters tall, wearing brown-rimmed glasses, with long, flowing hair, and dressed in the latest Chanel outfit. The woman was of average appearance. Although her clothes and demeanor were very elegant, she was no match for Anya, his girlfriend whom he had met at the hospital last time. Su Juanza quickly noticed him as well, and their eyes met, sparks flying instantly. Note that it is not lust, but anger. Seeing Song Yuan reminded Su Juanza of the scene last night, when Su Muxua cursed at him, and all of this was caused by Song Yuan. Suppressing her anger, she strode towards Song Yuan and greeted him insincerely. Oh, isn't this Song Yuan? What a coincidence. What? You're having dinner alone with your daughter. Where's Muxue? Why didn't she come with you? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan almost jumped up and slapped him, but laughed and said, My wife's coming over in a bit. Are you trying something new? As Song Yuan spoke, he glanced at Ms. Chanel behind Su Juanza. Su Juanza's expression changed slightly. Song Yuan's words were incredibly insulting. How could he possibly be interested in Lu Qing behind him? She was just too ordinary-looking, short, and had no figure. She had nothing to offer. If it weren't for my dad saying that the two of us were old classmates and our families were old friends, forcing me to go on a blind date with her. He said he would never come to eat with her, so he chose Pizza Hut, a place he never goes to, just to discourage her. Chapter 93 Beating Up Dr. Su. He felt ashamed to bring someone like Lu Qing out. She's completely unworthy of him, and all she has is a little money. But he's not short of money. If he's forced to get married, and he can't have Su Muxiue, he'd rather settle for Anya than choose someone like Lu Qing. I never expected to run into Song Yuan like this. What bad luck. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's cheeks flushed instantly, and she retorted softly. Juanza and I are just friends, don't misunderstand. Seeing Su Juanza's discomfiture, Song Yuan felt much better and teased him while suppressing a smile. Excuse me, I just think you two are such a perfect match, a golden couple, a perfect couple. Lu Qing blushed even more and said shyly. It's okay, there's no need to apologize. I'm so happy. Song Yuan actually said that she and Su Juanza were a perfect match, a golden couple. Su Juanza was even more furious. He noticed Song Jiani sitting next to Song Yuan, who was licking a lollipop with her head down. He said in a gentle voice, Nini, how have you been lately? Song Jiani's body stiffened. She had clearly pretended not to see him, so why was he still calling her? Was he genuinely concerned about her, or was he using her to deliberately provoke her father? He swallowed hard, feeling helpless. It's fine. Su Juanza nodded in a perfunctory manner. That's good. If you need psychological counseling, you can always tell your mom to contact your uncle. After speaking, she looked at the silent Song Yuan and raised her eyebrows slightly. It's as if it's saying, so what if you don't like me? I am your daughter's therapist, and your daughter has always been very dependent on me. This is an undeniable fact. It's disgusting. It must be painful. I'll make you so angry. Song Yuan appeared calm and unperturbed, seemingly unconcerned about Su Juanza's provocation. The hand hidden under the table tightened secretly, making a creaking sound. He now understands a little why his daughter got so worked up and lost her temper, wanting to hit someone. He now wants to beat that bastard Su Juanza to a pulp too. But he's an adult now, so he has to be patient. Besides, his daughter is still by his side. If he really beats Su Juanza in front of his daughter, it will definitely leave a shadow on her. This time was different from the time he hit Zhong Liang. After all, Su Juanza was his daughter's psychologist, and his daughter did rely on him. I can only be patient for now and find a suitable opportunity to give him a good beating. Song Jiani faintly heard a creaking sound coming from under the table. Looking down, she saw it was her father making the sound of his fist clenching. Her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately looked up at Su Juanza, speaking distantly. My dad and I are about to eat. Please leave. Su Juanza's pupils trembled slightly. What's going on? Did he mishear? Why is Nini talking to me like this? Does Nini not value herself as much as Song Yuan? This isn't right. Although Song Yuan is Nini's biological father, he has never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, except for once when he helped Nini teach a lesson to the parents of a classmate who bullied her. For the rest of the time, Song Yuan was abusing her. On the other hand, although he was not Nini's biological father, he had used many methods to gain her trust during the past year of treatment, even resorting to unethical hypnotic suggestions. His many years of medical experience told him that his position in Nini's heart had far surpassed that of Song Yuan. How could this happen? Suppressing his inner doubts and displeasure, he maintained his composure. Okay, then I won't bother you any longer. As he spoke, he led Lu Qing to a seat that was a bit far from the two of them. At this moment, the waiter steadily placed the food ordered by Song Yuan and Song Jiani on the table. Song Yuan had no appetite at all. He picked up the iced cola, opened the cap, tilted his head back, and drank it in big gulps. Song Jiani carefully put on disposable gloves, picked up a chicken wing, and began to nibble on it. Secretly in my heart, I regret it so much. I should have just gone home for dinner instead of coming here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run into Su Juanza, and my dad wouldn't have been so upset. So she'd better eat quickly and go home. Otherwise her father will only be more unhappy. Thinking of this, Song Jiani took a big bite of the chicken wing. The glass of cola was finished quickly. Song Yuan had composed himself and, seeing his daughter wolfing down her food, smiled and reminded her. Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you. Oh. Song Jiani swallowed the chicken in her mouth with a gulp and slowed down. Su Juanza, who had just left, looked at the menu but also had no appetite. He usually didn't eat these greasy dishes. He handed the menu to Lu Qing, who was sitting opposite him. I'm going to the restroom. You can order. Lu Qing took the menu and smiled. Okay. Su Juanza stood up and strode towards the restroom. Song Yuan caught a glimpse of Su Juanza out of the corner of his eye, and seeing him head towards the bathroom, he instantly couldn't contain himself. This is your chance. He stood up abruptly. Dad's going to the bathroom. Don't wander off and wait for me. Song Jiani nodded obediently. Su Juanza entered the bathroom, but instead of rushing to use the toilet, he stood at the sink, turned on the faucet, and slowly washed his hands after pressing 2 pumps of hand soap. Bang! The door beside me was kicked open. Su Juanza paused, then habitually turned his head to look at the person who had just arrived. I just realized that the person who came was Song Yuan. Before I could even say hello, Song Yuan swung his fist at himself. Su Juanza's eyes widened in panic, completely unable to dodge. Bang! The fist slammed solidly into his face. Su Juanza, a top student, had never been in a fight and had always lived a life of luxury after starting work. How could he possibly withstand a punch from Song Yuan? My body involuntarily took 2 steps back, and I would have fallen if I hadn't grabbed the edge of the sink in time. I managed to regain my balance with difficulty. Her cheeks burned and swelled up instantly, and she glared angrily at Song Yuan. Are you crazy? You dare hit me? Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I'll call the police. Then report it. Song Yuan suddenly raised his leg and kicked him in the chest. This kick sent Su Juanza sprawling to the ground, landing awkwardly on the cold floor. He wasn't afraid of Su Juanza calling the police. He figured Su wouldn't dare. Someone who values his reputation so much would never be able to shake off the label of being a third party in a legal marriage if he were to cause trouble or interfere in the marriage. Oh dear. Su Juanza groaned in pain, and before he could get up, Song Yuan straddled him and started punching his proud, handsome face repeatedly. Song Yuan's eyes were already red, and he was hitting and cursing as he did so. You tried to sow discord. You tried to show off in front of my daughter. Get up. You think you're so great? Say something. Su Juanza's nose was bleeding profusely. He saw stars after being hit by Song Yuan's weapon, spat out a mouthful of blood, and gasped for breath. I didn't. You clearly cheated on me, but you won't admit it. You don't deserve Mu Shui at all. Chapter 94 Disgusting. That bastard actually dared to hit me. Song Yuan stopped what he was doing, grabbed his scalp forcefully, forced him to look into his eyes, and mocked him in a cold voice. What the hell do you think I am? She's my wife. We're a legally married couple. Who do you think you are? Su Juanza clenched his teeth and said sarcastically, You're just a primitive man who only knows how to use violence and has no brains whatsoever. Tue. Song Yuan spat at him and sneered. Yes, so what? No matter how much you look down on me, Mu Shui still chose me over you. Su Juanza is a clean freak. He washes his hands many times a day, and he always makes Anya wash her hands thoroughly with shower gel before going to bed with him. Moreover, no matter how thirsty he was, he would never kiss Anya, because he found everyone's saliva disgusting except his own. Suddenly, Song Yuan, whom she disliked the most, spat on her face. He was stunned for a moment, then began to dry heave uncontrollably. Song Yuan looked completely bewildered. What's going on? Is this guy about to throw up? He didn't hit his stomach, so why does he feel like throwing up? Was it because I just spat at him? Surely not. Before Song Yuan could figure it out, Su Juanza turned his head and actually vomited. Vomit. It vomited out a large, sticky, reddish-brown clump. Song Yuan stood up with disgust, instantly losing all interest in continuing to beat him up. How disgusting. He casually warned Su Juanza a few words, and then turned and left with a flourish. Su Juanza's face was half covered in his own filthy vomit, making it even more unbearable, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably. It took him an unknown amount of time to finally manage to get up from the ground. I staggered to the sink, turned on the tap to wash my face and rinse my mouth. After I finished, I looked up in the mirror and was almost scared by my own appearance. His once handsome face was now a swollen, red, and bruised face after Song Yuan beat him up, with blood still trickling from his nose. Su Juanza roared angrily. Song Yuan. Then he slammed his fist into the mirror. Although he used a lot of force, the mirror did not break. His fist was weak. It was a miracle that he could get up after being hit so many times by Song Yuan. Naturally, he had no strength left. Perhaps he had strained his back, because he collapsed to the ground in pain. He silently cursed Song Yuan's ancestors for 18 generations. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Juanza, are you alright? Lu Qing anxiously pounded on the bathroom door. She had been waiting outside for more than half an hour. The dishes she had just ordered had been on the table for a long time, but she hadn't touched them and was just waiting for Su Juanza to come out. I was really worried about him. Even if he was on the toilet, it wouldn't take this long, so I rushed over to check on him. Upon hearing Lu Qing's voice, Su Juanza feigned composure and said, "It's all right, you can go now. Something came up at the hospital. I'll treat you to dinner another day." He didn't want Lu Qing to see him in such a disheveled state. It was too embarrassing. Lu Qing was unwilling to leave. She had a crush on Su Juanza since high school and finally convinced her father to help her go on a blind date with him. She was naturally unwilling to leave like this, and said with resentment, "Is it urgent at the hospital? Can't you eat before you leave?" Su Juanza was extremely annoyed. He slowly stood up, supporting himself against the wall, wiped the blood from his nose, and tried to remain calm. "It's urgent, please understand." Lu Qing pouted, looking disappointed. "Oh well." He turned around reluctantly. At that moment, the door burst open with a bang. Lu Qing immediately turned around. A middle-aged man with an unremarkable physique and appearance emerged, and behind him stood Su Juanza, the man she had been longing for. Seeing that Su Juanza's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding, he could barely stand. She rushed forward anxiously, supported him, and said worriedly, "Juanza, how did you get hurt? Did you get into a fight? Who did it with? Who beat you up like this?" Su Juanza cursed under his breath. Damn it. He had just managed to deal with Lu Qing when a middle-aged man who had just finished using the toilet suddenly appeared in the cubicle, and he couldn't stop him from leaving. This woman has such a gossipy mouth. It's like a fly buzzing around. Suppressing his displeasure, he gave a perfunctory reply. "Stop asking. Since you don't want to leave, just take me to the hospital." "Okay, I can take you there. But before you send him away, you still need to tell me who beat you up like this. We need to call the police. We can't just let him get away with this." Su Juanza's head hurt even more. "Can you please stop asking? How could he possibly call the police? He is no ordinary person. He is a doctor at the best hospital in Beijing and has even appeared on talk shows, making him a public figure to some extent. If the police are called, they will definitely call Song Yuan in for questioning. If Song Yuan says that he ruined his marriage with his wife and that he was a third party, then all the good image he has worked so hard to build will be ruined." Lu Qing sensed that Su Juanza was on the verge of losing his temper and said helplessly, Okay, I won't ask anymore. I'll take you to the hospital right away." Lu Qing helped Su Juanza out of the restroom. When they arrived in the lobby, Su Juanza glanced at Song Yuan's seat and found that he was no longer there. "That bastard, he walked pretty fast." We left the restaurant. Lu Qing found her car, helped Su Juanza into the passenger seat, then got into the driver's seat and quickly started the car, heading towards the nearby hospital. As soon as she drove onto the highway, Lu Qing couldn't help but ask again, "Juanza, was the person who hit you Song Yuan?" She suddenly realized that when Su Juanza went to the restroom, Song Yuan followed right after him. She and Su Juanza were high school classmates, and they went to the same school as Song Yuan. At that time, Song Yuan was a popular figure in the school, famous for fighting. He was very skilled and invincible throughout the school. She could smell the tension between Su Juanza and Song Yuan as soon as they greeted each other. Song Yuan harbored a great deal of hostility towards Su Juanza. So it's very likely that it's Song Yuan. Su Juanza fell silent. This woman has become smart. She was incredibly stupid when she was in school and only got into the experimental class through connections. She was always at the bottom of the class. Seeing Su Juanza remain silent, Lu Qing quickly confirmed her suspicions and spoke up in protest. "How could he do this? Why would he treat you so cruelly?" Su Juanza's eyes flickered. Lu Qing actually cared about him so much and stood up for him. Perhaps he could make good use of her. She lowered her eyes and said dejectedly, "He suspected that I was having an improper relationship with his wife." Lu Qing asked in surprise, "His wife? Su Mushue?" Su Juanza followed suit. "Yes, you know, Su Mushue and I are just ordinary friends. It's just that I'm his daughter's psychologist, so it's inevitable that I'll have contact with Su Muxue. Lu Qing had always placed unconditional trust in Su Juanze, and hearing this made her even more furious. That's too much. He not only framed you, but he also hit you. What are you going to do? Just let it go. Chapter 95 The Best Joker. Su Juanze sighed deeply and gave a bitter smile. Sai, what can I do? After all, I'm friends with Su Muxue, an alumnus of Songyuan School. What can I do to him? He secretly thought to himself. He had just thought this woman had become a bit smarter, but now she's back to her old self, still as stupid as before. So easily you believe in yourself. Could it be that she likes me? It's quite possible that many girls liked him back in school. For an outstanding guy like him, it's common to be secretly or openly admired. He's long since become desensitized to it. Hearing Su Juanze say that, Lu Qing felt even more sorry for him. She gripped the steering wheel tightly and spoke righteously. No, we can't let this go like this. I must help you get justice. She felt she had to do something for the boy she had secretly loved for so many years who had suffered such a great injustice. Su Juanze almost burst out laughing, but he remained calm and said, How will you seek justice for me? Lu Qing said confidently, Don't worry, I have a way. Although Su Muxue was aloof and arrogant in her memory, she was still reasonable. She didn't believe that Su Juanze could remain unmoved after suffering such a great injustice and serious injury for her sake. Su Juanze said insincerely, Then thank you in advance. Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably, and she said shyly, Don't mention it, we're friends. The Su family villa. Song Jiani is doing her homework in the study. Song Yuan was playing King of Glory in another study. Su Muxue, meanwhile, was curled up on the sofa in the living room, watching a drama while applying a face mask. The drama is called When a Daughter-in-Law Becomes a Mother-in-Law. Song Yuan had always disliked her taste in dramas, and would mercilessly criticize her every time he saw her watching these kinds of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dramas. Although we've been married for 7 years, you're only 25, in the prime of your youth. Instead of watching idle dramas like Ordinary Girls, you watch this kind of melodramatic family drama. Your taste is truly appalling. Each time, she would retort defiantly. You have such good taste, such good taste. You like low-quality splatter cult films. Song Yuan quickly became anxious, and unsurprisingly, the two had another small argument. But just now, Song Yuan brought his daughter back and saw that she was still watching a show he didn't like. This time, he didn't scold him. He greeted her politely and then went into his study to play games. This is not a good thing for her. When Song Yuan suddenly became so polite to her, she began to miss the past. Even though they would argue, at least he wouldn't pretend to be polite to her. His politeness clearly showed that he was still angry but didn't want his daughter to see it. If his daughter weren't around, he definitely wouldn't have said a word to him. Frustrated, Su Muxue ripped off her face mask and threw it forcefully into the trash can at her feet. This is so annoying. How can I make Song Yuan calm down? She didn't really want to continue using Su Juanze as her daughter's therapist, but she was afraid her daughter wouldn't adapt well to someone else, as her daughter had always been very dependent on him. What should we do? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone on the coffee table vibrated. Su Muxue looked up and saw that the contact number was unknown. Su Muxue picked up the phone with a puzzled look and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Lu Qing stood in the hospital corridor, gripping her phone tightly, and said in a deep voice, Su Muxue, I'm Lu Qing, your high school classmate. Do you remember me? Su Muxue pondered the name carefully and finally remembered it. It was her high school classmate, the girl who always ranked last in her class. I barely spoke to her when we were in school, and we haven't been in contact since graduation. Why is she suddenly calling me? I remember. Is there something you need? Lu Qing questioned him seriously. Did you know that your husband hit Su Juanze? Su Muxue was so startled that she sat up abruptly and asked in surprise. Huh? When did this happen? Well done. If it weren't for her daughter's sake, she would have given him a good beating too. Lu Qing said earnestly. Just now, I just took Juanze to the hospital. I think you need to come over and bring your husband. Su Muxue frowned unhappily and asked in return. Why should I go there? What a joke. Song Yuan is still angry with her because of Su Juanze. If she goes to see him now, Song Yuan will find out, and she won't be able to explain herself. Besides, who is Su Junza to her? Why should she go see him? She didn't hit the person. What's it to her? He also had to take Song Yuan there himself. Why bring Song Yuan there? Given Song Yuan's temper, he might beat him up again at the hospital, or even send him straight to the ICU. Lu Qing sensed Su Mushua's impatience and also became annoyed, so she retorted from her moral high ground. Didn't I just tell you? Your husband, Song Yuan, hit him because he misunderstood that you and she had an improper relationship. Shouldn't you come here with your husband and explain things clearly? He hit someone, and Junza didn't call the police because of your relationship, so you should at least have him come and apologize to Junza properly, right? Su Mushua scoffed. What does this have to do with you? And from what stand are you negotiating with me? Are you kidding me? You want her to take Song Yuan to apologize to Su Junza? Is Lu Qing out of her mind? I was stupid back in high school, but I got into my class through connections. How come my IQ hasn't improved at all after all these years? Lu Qing's blood pressure soared. This Su Mushua used to be quite reasonable, so why is she being so unreasonable now? Besides, wasn't her marriage to Song Yuan a shotgun wedding? Wasn't there a foundation of love between them? Why is she suddenly so protective of Song Yuan? Did they develop feelings for each other over time? I am Junza's good friend, so of course I want to seek justice for him. Su Mushua asked with a smile. Then let me ask you, is Su Junza still able to speak? Is he still alive? Lu Qing gritted her teeth. Of course, if he were dead, your husband wouldn't have come home unharmed. Su Mushua snorted coldly. Since he's not dead and can still talk, then you don't need to worry about this. Just have him come and talk to me in person. You. Before Lu Qing could finish speaking, Su Mushua hung up the phone. Lu Qing stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it, the negotiations failed. Not only did she fail to get justice for Su Junza, but she was also mocked by him. I'm so angry. Lu Qing returned to the ward helplessly and looked at Su Junza lying on the hospital bed with remorse. Junza, I'm sorry, I had a falling out with Su Mushua. She wants you to go over and talk to her in person. Su Junza smiled faintly. It's okay, you go ahead and do your work. I want to be alone. Then you should get some rest. After Lu Qing left the room, Su Junza's smile froze instantly, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they made a grinding sound. Chapter 96 Husband, calm down. Su Mushua told him to go find her himself. She definitely won't see me. She's just saying that to appease Lu Qing. She had already distanced herself from him when she called him last time. She wouldn't see him alone again, except for matters concerning Nini. Is Su Mushua really that heartless towards me? Even though Song Yuan beat me up so badly, she wouldn't even come to see me once? Could it be that Su Mushua truly loves Song Yuan and isn't only with him because of the child? Was the question asked of her true feelings at the bar not just a casual remark, but a genuine expression of her heart? Ha 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 ha. Su Junza suddenly burst into laughter as if he were acting crazy, and tears were almost streaming down his face. Most people, upon learning that the woman they've secretly loved for years has fallen in love with someone else, would be struck dumb and heartbroken. But Su Junza was no ordinary person. He only felt even more excited. This makes Su Mushua more befitting of a wife, having a child and deeply loving her husband. That's interesting, really interesting. The increased difficulty of winning over Su Mushua is a good thing. As the difficulty increases, the excitement threshold also rises, and the pleasure of finally winning her over will be doubled. Song Yuan, completely unaware of all this, was in the study. He was engrossed in farming and reaping kills in the King of Glory arena. Despite achieving an 11-0 score, Song Yuan was still at a disadvantage in the game. With the enemy pushing onto the high ground, he couldn't help but start yelling at his teammates on the microphone. Pineapple Boy, are you fucking an idiot? A marksman with a 0-10 score? Are you a spy sent by the enemy? And the healer, did you heal a single teammate from start to finish? Lu Bu, where did you jump with your ultimate? Dodgy, what kind of stupid equipment did you build? You bunch of pig teammates. Pineapple Boy retorted indignantly. Daddy Kai, you can't blame me. The enemy jungler kept ganking me, and the healer wouldn't stick with me. I was in a tough spot too. Shut up, stop swindling people, and go home and nurse. The screen went black, and a failure message appeared. Enraged, Song Yuan slammed his phone onto the table. I originally wanted to play a few games of King of Glory to vent my anger, but I got even angrier after playing. It seems like there's something wrong with the matchmaking system. I kept getting matched with terrible teammates. It's impossible to carry it. Absolutely impossible. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Song Yuan looked impatiently at the door. What's wrong? Su Muxue swallowed hard. She had heard him cursing before she even reached the door. He must have been let down by his teammates again. She said cautiously, I have something I want to ask you. Song Yuan leaned back in his chair, raised his hand to rub his throbbing temples, and took a deep breath. Enter. Su Muxue pushed open the door, and as expected, Song Yuan's face was very ugly, and he suddenly didn't know how to start the conversation. Song Yuan spoke first. Speak, what is it? Su Muxue beckoned, still thinking it best to be direct, and got straight to the point. You hit Su Juanza? Song Yuan's face darkened instantly, and he asked in return. How did you know? Did the guy surnamed Su call Su Muxue to complain? Is Su Muxue going to interrogate him to seek justice? Oh, last night. I solemnly promised myself that I would keep my distance from Su Juanza from now on and would not easily believe his words again. I ate all my words with dinner today, so they don't count at all. Su Muxue explained urgently. Her classmate called me and told me. Song Yuan snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone. So what? Are you here to confront me on his behalf? Do you want me to apologize to him, pay him money, or call him over to beat me up and forbid me from fighting back? No, no. Su Muxue hurriedly waved her hand and said with a smile. What I meant to say was, honey, you played well. You played beautifully. Song Yuan was stunned at first, then his eyes widened in disbelief. Is she sick? How come he not only doesn't blame himself, but also says he played well? No, there must be a conspiracy. In the past, whenever he and Su Juanza had a few arguments, Su Muxue would complain afterward, saying that she had misunderstood him and that he had no ill intentions towards her. This time, he beat someone so badly they ended up in the hospital, and she actually cheered for herself. He stared at her jubilant eyes and mocked her mercilessly. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Do you even know what you're saying? Su Muxue shook her head, her expression unwavering. I didn't take the wrong medicine. I'm telling the truth. Every word comes from the bottom of my heart. Damn it. Why does Song Yuan still refuse to believe himself? Does he really think he has feelings for Su Juanza? No, not at all. Not even a little bit. Song Yuan's expression softened, and he was secretly pleased. He tentatively asked, So you really don't care about him anymore? Su Muxue nodded vigorously, somewhat helplessly. Of course, I've never cared about him. He thought to himself, Song Yuan, in my heart, the person I care about most and the person I love most will always be you. Song Yuan's heart pounded uncontrollably as he spoke with anticipation. So, are you still going to use him as Nini's therapist? Su Muxue asked nervously. These are two different things. I don't care about him, but I care about Nini. If it were a different doctor, Nini. Song Yuan's sudden good mood vanished instantly. All right, that's enough. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Is there anything else? Su Muxue lowered her eyes in frustration. There is none left. Song Yuan's chest heaved slightly as he suppressed his inner dissatisfaction. Then please leave. I want to continue playing the game. Good. Su Muxue turned away dejectedly, dragging her heavy steps toward the living room without closing the door. As Song Yuan gazed at Su Muxue's thin and lonely figure, his heart involuntarily tightened, his chest inexplicably felt tight, and he felt somewhat breathless. Song Yuan stood up and closed the door tightly. Then, exhausted, he slumped into a chair, picked up a pack of Manhwa cigarettes from his desk, took one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep breath and exhaled a thick white mist. His expression was obscured by the smoke. Nicotine passes through the lungs. My anxious mood calmed down a little. Cigarettes are really a good thing. They can numb the nerves. Su Muxue returned to her bedroom, closed the door, climbed into bed, put her hands behind her head, stared at the ceiling, and squinted her eyes, her dark eyes filled with confusion. She didn't understand why Song Yuan insisted on making things difficult for her. She and Su Juanza were clearly innocent, and hadn't she made it obvious just now? Damn it, why is Song Yuan so petty? He's been having an affair with Xiao Weiniing for so many years, and she's never refused to sleep with him. She always goes along with him. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Mommy, can I come in? Su Mushua took a deep breath, composed herself, and said gently, Come in. Chapter 97 The Plan. As soon as Song Jianni entered the room, she climbed onto the bed and snuggled into Su Mushua's arms. She slept alone at her maternal grandfather's house last night. Her mother was still there before she fell asleep, but she disappeared when she woke up. Su Mushua hugged her daughter, gently rubbed her head, and asked with a smile, Have you finished your homework? Song Jianni nodded, then asked, puzzled, Mom, what did you do last night? Su Mushua's heart skipped a beat, and she explained awkwardly, Your dad drank too much and asked your mom to come pick him up. I saw you were asleep, so I didn't tell you. Song Jianni blinked and pondered. Is that so? You two had another fight, didn't you? They must have argued again. Otherwise, Dad wouldn't have just given Mom a brief greeting before going into his study and refusing to come out and spend time alone with her for so long. Su Mushua denied it. No, don't overthink it. Damn it. Even though I didn't argue with Song Yuan in front of my daughter, she still guessed it. She used to think that her daughter being smart was a great thing, but now she feels that being too smart is also a burden. Song Jianni tilted her head, her long, smooth hair falling to one side, looking as cute as a ragdoll cat, and asked softly with her cheeks puffed out. Really? My mom told me before that lying isn't good. Su Mushua forced a response. Really? We didn't argue, we're doing fine. Honey, white lies are sometimes unavoidable, and mommy lies for your own good. Song Jianni didn't respond immediately, her little brain working rapidly, and she suddenly had an idea. Then can I sleep with you guys tonight? She was certain her mother was lying. The two of them must have had a fight. Her intuition was always incredibly accurate. Since her mother was unwilling to admit it, she would help the two reconcile as soon as possible. Su Mushua was in a dilemma. Song Yuan didn't sleep with her last night, and he was so cold and dismissive just now. If she asked him to come to her room to sleep now, he would definitely refuse. Besides, she couldn't bring herself to ask him to come to her room. It would be too embarrassing if she were rejected. Song Jianni knew, of course, that her mother was shy and unwilling to make requests to her father, so she smiled. Should I go and talk to Dad? Su Mushua hesitated for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief and gave some instructions. Okay, but don't tell him later that I asked him to come over, that you were the one who wanted him to come. Song Jianni patted her chest and assured them. I know. Don't worry. Nini would never say anything wrong. Okay, then you can go ahead. It's getting late. You should get some rest. All right. Song Jianni hurried downstairs and politely knocked on the door of the study. Song Yuan thought it was Su Mushua again, so he looked up at the door and shouted. What's wrong now? Song Jianni was startled and said timidly. Dad, it's me. She said they didn't argue, but Dad was so fierce. Mom is such a liar. Song Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately raised his hand to extinguish the cigarette in his hand, speaking softly. Come in. Song Jianni pushed open the door and was immediately hit by a strong smell of smoke. The whole room was filled with smoke, as if it were on fire, which made her cough. Cough, cough. Song Yuan cursed under his breath, bent down to pick up his daughter, and closed the study door tightly. Then, carrying his daughter to the living room, he placed her on the sofa and said with some guilt, Nini, are you all right? Song Jianni shook her head. Cough, cough, it's nothing. After a moment, Song Jianni spoke again, with some complaints. Dad, could you smoke less in the future? It's bad for your health. My grandfather has lung problems and is always coughing, but he still can't help smoking. She didn't understand what was so good about smoking. It was so pungent and spicy, and it was bad for her health, and smoking it for a long time could easily cause lung cancer. Song Yuan smiled and assured him. Okay, I'll definitely smoke less in the future. Having received a satisfactory answer, Song Jianni finally got to the point, staring intently into Song Yuan's eyes and asking seriously, Dad, can I sleep with you and Mom tonight? Song Yuan politely declined. 3 people can't sleep well. The bed is only so big, and Dad has to get up early for work tomorrow. He and Su Mushua were still in a cold war. How could they sleep in the same bed? Even though Nini was there, he still had feelings for Su Mushua. Strangely enough, He thought that since he had feelings of resentment and dissatisfaction towards Su Mushua, he wouldn't want to do that kind of thing with her anymore. But as it turns out, he was very wrong. He wanted it last night. Maybe he's still young, physically strong, and he and Su Mushua are particularly compatible. So once it starts, it never ends. When Song Jianyi was rejected by Song Yuan, she used her trump card and gently shook his sleeve while pleading in a childish voice. I can sleep well. Mom's bedroom bed is very big. Please, Dad, please, okay? Dad is the best. You are the best dad in the world, the very best dad. Faced with his daughter's charming and coquettish tactics, Song Yuan quickly succumbed and said helplessly, Does your mother agree? Song Jianyi's eyes lit up, and she spoke frankly. Yes, I agree. I've already told my mom, and she's so happy. Song Yuan fell silent. Is this not a trick by Su Mushua? She would ask her daughter to come over and act as a peacemaker. After calling her over, she would seduce him after her daughter fell asleep, trying to use her body to make him give in to her. She had accurately grasped his weakness, knowing that he was fascinated by her body. How creepy. She truly lives up to her reputation as a female demon. Seeing that Song Yuan was still hesitating, Song Jianyi lowered her head in disappointment, tightly grasped his big hand with her small hand, and said in a wrong tone, Does Daddy dislike Nini now? Did Nini do something wrong? Song Yuan was at a loss. No, how could I hate you? Song Jianyi lowered her head even further and cautiously pressed for an answer. If Dad doesn't dislike me, does that mean he agrees? Song Yuan was helpless. Agree. There's nothing I can do. If a daughter's coquettishness has a destructive power of 100 points, then when she pleads with him in a pitiful state, doubting whether he dislikes her, the destructive power reaches 10,000 points, leaving him utterly defenseless. He could only agree for now. If Su Mushua really tried to seduce him later, he would just have to be patient. The time has come to test his resolve. He must hold the line. Song Jianyi couldn't help but smile, a sly glint in her beautiful eyes. Yay! Plan successful. Mom, it's up to you now. I hope that after I fall asleep, you and Dad can have a good talk, resolve your differences, and we can still be the happiest family of 3 in the world. Chapter 98. Calm down. Song Yuan, carrying his daughter, pushed open the door to Su Mushua's bedroom. Su Mushua had just changed into her pajamas and sat down on the edge of the bed. Song Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Holy crap. It was intentional, wasn't it? Su Mushua must have done it on purpose. He really guessed right just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suddenly changed into a rather sexy nightgown that he had never seen before. The off-white slip dress was made of a very smooth and thin fabric that looked and felt wonderful. What's even more striking is that it has pretty lace trim, and the nightgown isn't big at all. It's very short, just covering her hips, and it's very form-fitting, perfectly outlining her hot figure. Her hair had already been washed. It was fluffy and had a faint scent of shampoo. It was draped lazily over her shoulders. Her bare face, because she had just applied a face mask, had skin that was fair and radiant, making her look as beautiful as an angel. Su Mushua's eyes curved into a smile as she spoke. Honey, what are you standing there for? Come in. Nini's sleepy. Hurry up. The daughter actually called Song Yuan over. It seems he still loves his daughter very much. Even though he's angry with her, he'll still compromise and come to sleep with her for her sake. Oh. Song Yuan snapped out of his daze and quickly walked into the bedroom. Then she placed her daughter between herself and Su Mushua, pulled the blanket over herself, and turned off the lamp. I closed my eyes and forced myself to fall asleep. In the darkness, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that you could hear the faint breathing of her daughter and Su Mushua. Although Song Yuan had his eyes closed, he was not sleepy at all. His mind was filled with Su Mushua's beige lace nightgown. My blood started boiling uncontrollably. Damn it! How could I be so useless? It's so shameful. He was starting to suspect that Su Mushua had cast a spell on him. Otherwise, why would he be so easily swayed? He always felt that he wasn't a man who only thought with his lower body. Song Yuan awkwardly turned to the side, his back to Song Jianyi, and clenched his fists tightly. He dug his fingernails into the lines of his palm, trying to use the pain to resist his inexplicable lust for Su Mushua. just when Song Yuan felt he could almost eliminate his evil thoughts on his own. Song Jianni suddenly spoke up. Daddy, can I sleep on your side? I'm uncomfortable between you and Mommy. It's so hot, and Nini can't breathe. She wanted to sleep on her father's side, partly because she wanted to be closer to her parents, and partly because she really felt hot, and she didn't know why it was so hot. Song Yuan's expression changed drastically. He really wanted to say, if you're not feeling well, go back to your own room and sleep. Why do you insist that your mother and I sleep with you? You asked for this. If you sleep on my side, then I'll be closer to Su Mushua. The bed is only so big. What should I do if she comes over and tries to seduce me? Nini, do you know that you're hurting your dad? Do you think I can resist your dad? Is it possible? Is it really possible? He thought he could resist, but just one glance at her was enough to make him give up. But it was just a thought. My daughter's depression hasn't gotten better yet. He had abused her in the past, and after so much effort, he had finally managed to win his daughter's acceptance again. If he were to be mean to her now, she would definitely be afraid of him again, and all his efforts would be in vain. Su Mushue, who was standing to the side, was equally surprised. My precious daughter, are you doing this on purpose, or are you genuinely feeling hot? You've slept like this before, why didn't you complain about feeling hot? If you really did it on purpose, then doesn't that mean you didn't believe your mother just now? Do you really think Mom and Dad are having a conflict? So do you want them to make up quickly? On second thought, regardless of the daughter's motives, Su Mushua felt a warm glow in her heart. Her daughter was truly her little angel, always thinking of her in every way. But is Song Yuan really willing to switch places with his daughter? Would he also find it strange, just like he did, and suspect that his daughter had ulterior motives? Song Yuan quickly gave his answer, then reluctantly stood up and gave up his seat. Come here. Song Jianni rolled over and moved to the edge of the bed, smiling as she spoke. Hee, thank you, Dad. Song Yuan climbed into bed and slept between Song Jianni and Su Mushua. He gently patted his daughter's shoulder through the blanket and coaxed her softly. Go to sleep now. You have to get up early for school tomorrow. Okay, good night. Song Jianni closed her eyes contentedly. Before long, he drifted off to sleep, his breathing becoming steady and even. Song Yuan, sandwiched between the two, still couldn't fall asleep. It was even hotter and more humid, and I didn't dare to move an inch, afraid of waking Nini. Although he tried to keep his distance from Su Mushua, his elbow still brushed against the soft flesh of her side waist. She's so flexible. Not just her waist, but her legs are too. She can unlock many poses that ordinary women can't do. Back in school, he thought Su Mushua had never participated in any talent shows and didn't have any special talents. But after transmigrating, he learned that Su Mushua was talented, had been dancing ethnic dances for many years, and had many ethnic dance awards displayed in her study. It turns out that she had previously disdained participating in cultural performances and didn't want to show off her talents too much. Su Mushua also couldn't sleep, and kept thinking about what excuse she could find to snuggle into Song Yuan's arms like before and let him hold her while she slept. After much thought, I've decided to stop making excuses and just do what I want to do. Sometimes, a bold life doesn't need explanations. So, she boldly moved closer to Song Yuan, grabbed his arm, and snuggled into his arms. Song Yuan stiffened, lowering his voice for fear that his daughter would hear. What are you doing? Su Mushua said with a smile. Sleep, what else can we do? Since Song Yuan didn't push him away immediately, it means that although he was still angry with him, his body didn't reject him. So happy. Song Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Stay away from me. This is going to be fatal. With her pressing herself against him like that, he really wasn't going to be able to hold back anymore. Su Mushua pouted. The bed is only so big, where else can I go? Besides, you're my husband. Can't I hug you for a bit? Song Yuan took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart, and said restrainedly, No, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? She deliberately seduced me, trying to make me compromise and agree to continue using that bastard Su Juanza as my daughter's psychologist. He would absolutely not allow such a thing, absolutely not. Huh. Su Mushua didn't quite understand what Song Yuan meant by deliberately. She thought he was saying that she had deliberately snuggled into his arms, so she spoke frankly. Yeah, I did it on purpose, didn't I? As she spoke, She lifted her leg and rubbed her knee against Song Yuan's thigh. Not long after, she suddenly paused for a moment. Then her face turned bright red, and she stammered. Huh? You. Chapter 99. You're disgusting. What's going on? She didn't do anything. So why did Song Yuan react like this? Song Yuan was furious and embarrassed. It was too humiliating, and he felt like he had been manipulated by her. That's enough. She carefully got out of bed and quickly left the bedroom. Huh? Su Mushua looked puzzled. What's wrong with him? Why are you blaming yourself? He himself lacked self-control. She didn't do anything wrong. Damn it. Am I just going to lose myself like this? No. I'm so unwilling to accept this. My daughter went to so much trouble to get him here. How can she just let him go like this? Su Mushua sat up abruptly, as if she wanted to have a proper argument with him. But after thinking it over, he lay down again. No. He's really angry right now. If she goes over there now, she'll probably be persuaded by Song Yuan after only a couple of words. This time, she must hold firm to her principles and not sleep with him without knowing the truth, or let him lead her to fire Su Juanza. She could coax Song Yuan slowly, but she would never use her body, because doing that kind of thing would be too much. She lost her mind and completely lost her rationality. Last time, she lent out 100 million yuan just because Song Yuan kissed her. But Song Yuan's lips are so soft, his tongue is so strong, his fingers are long and flexible, his waist is so good, and that. As she thought about it, Su Mushua's mouth became dry. It was hot, really hot, so hot. No, we must be patient. We absolutely must be patient. Song Yuan in the opposite bedroom was also very hot. I stared at the tissues on the bedside table and struggled with my thoughts for a full 5 seconds. He then decisively got up and strode towards the bathroom. I turned the water temperature down to the lowest setting and took a cold shower to calm down. It's calm now, but my mood inexplicably plummeted. The familiar feeling of emptiness surged up again, quickly engulfing my entire body. Exhausted, Song Yuan crawled into the blankets, slowly turned to his side, and unconsciously curled up into the shape of a baby in the womb. Song Yuan closed his eyes. I suddenly miss my mother's warm embrace. His mother said that he was extremely clingy and difficult when he was a child, and never made things easy for him. When she sleeps, she always lies on her mother's chest. If you put her down, she will definitely cry, and her crying is really fierce. It wasn't until he was 8 or 9 years old that he reluctantly started sleeping in a separate room from his mother. Thinking of this, Song Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. That's not right. If that's the case, he should prefer mature women, older than himself, who are very feminine. Why did he like Xiao Weining in the first place? Although Xiao Weining was quite gentle, she was immature at all and had to rely on herself for everything. On second thought, Su Mushua is mature and independent enough, but she is too domineering. Although she has a gentle side, she gets angry easily. Song Yuan sighed deeply. I don't want to think about it anymore. Thinking about it is useless. He's already married to Su Mushua, and their child is 7 years old. He no longer has the right to choose another woman. The only thing I can do is work on getting along better with Su Mushua. This woman is really going too far. She just deliberately tried to provoke me, hoping to make me give in and compromise. No way. He wouldn't sleep with her until she quit her job. It's so hard to bear. He doesn't know how long he can endure it. The next day, Song Yuan went to work as usual. He held a meeting with the employees, and afterwards he kept Shun Mo behind alone. Shun Mo leaned back lazily in his chair, looking at his haggard face and bloodshot eyes, and teased him. Brother Yuan, I'm not trying to be mean, but shouldn't you be a little more restrained? Even though we're young, we can't take this kind of abuse on our bodies. You've been married for 7 years, and you still act like you've never seen a woman before. This guy clearly didn't sleep well last night. He's incredibly weak. Song Yuan said angrily. Pa, what kind of talk is that? I didn't share a room with your sister-in-law last night. I slept alone. Shinemo didn't believe him at all, and said with a smile. How did you end up like this when you're sleeping alone? Song Yuan picked up the iced coffee on the corner of the table, tilted his head back, and took 2 sips, saying wearily. Insomnia. Shinemo was extremely surprised. Huh? Insomnia? What's wrong? He remembered that when Song Yuan was in school, the teacher would make him stand at the back, and he would fall asleep while standing. Song Yuan raised his hand and rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, asking blankly, "Do you think if you have no feelings for a woman, you would still miss her body?" He used to think that these things were separate from feelings, but now he's suddenly a little insecure if they really are separate. Then any woman can satisfy him, so there's no need to only long for a fixed partner. Shin Imo narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering deeply. This kind of question is really difficult for a man who has never been in a relationship or ever been in love with anyone. After thinking for a while, he slowly gave Song Yuan his answer. "I don't know. I haven't experienced it myself, so I can't just say anything. You should think about it yourself." Actually, what he originally wanted to say was that he felt this kind of thing should be separate from feelings. Otherwise, why would my sister, who has never slept with Song Yuan, still be so attached to him? He even considered suggesting that Song Yuan try sleeping with another woman, but he absolutely couldn't say that. If he did, he would become the sinner who encouraged Song Yuan to cheat. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. Song Yuan sighed softly, saying helplessly, "Forget it. I knew it was pointless to ask you. You're just a virgin who doesn't know anything." Upon hearing this, Shin Imo immediately became anxious, her fair cheeks flushing red with anger and annoyance. "Hey, you've gone too far. I was just trying to help you out, and you're mocking me for it? So what if I'm a virgin? It's not like I can't find a partner. I just have high standards. If I wanted to lose my virginity, I could do it in a minute." Song Yuan really liked Shun Mo's angry look. When his androgynous face turned red, he looked just like a woman, even more charming. He tried hard to suppress his laughter, acting nonchalantly. "Show me that broken thing. Do you need me to guide you? If you get tired and can't keep going, I can help you push." Shin Imo was even more furious, his face turning red as if he were about to burst into flames, and he cursed. "Damn it, are you out of your mind? How come I never noticed you were such a pervert before?" Song Yuan's words are so vivid, so disgusting, so sinful, so repulsive. Instead of getting angry, Song Yuan laughed and shamelessly said, "I was too young before, but I'm more mature now. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Goodbye." Shin Imo got up angrily and strode towards the door. Song Yuan shouted at his back, "Etc. He still has important things to tell him, so we can't just let him go like this." Shin Imo stopped impatiently, turned around, and said irritably, "What's wrong now? Chapter 100. Go cook me 2 dishes. Song Yuan suggested, "Let's go for drinks after get off work." Shin Imo raised an eyebrow and smiled as he agreed. "Okay, but this time you'd better tell your sister-in-law beforehand, so she doesn't bring any people to arrest you." Song Yuan was displeased. "I know." After Shin Imo left the conference room, Song Yuan-kai took out his phone from his pocket, found Su Mushua's WeChat, and sent her a message. Just then, Su Mushua finished her work and received Song Yuan's message. She immediately opened it, and her brows furrowed. He's going out drinking again, and she doesn't know when he'll finish. If he doesn't come back, she'll be worried about him at home alone and won't be able to sleep. She'll wait for him to come back. However, she felt that even if she refused, Song Yuan would probably still insist on going and wouldn't listen to her suggestion. After all, the two were still in a cold war, and Song Yuan was angry with him. He should have been grateful that Song Yuan had at least informed him instead of going directly to the hospital. Fine, let him be then. She trusted Shin Mo's character and believed he wouldn't lead Song Yuan astray. He replied, "Okay, just remember to come home early." Song Yuan put down his phone and didn't reply. Every time he went out drinking with Shun Imo, he would come home very late, sometimes even until dawn. So it's best not to reply to her. If I promise to go back early, but then I don't keep my promise, she'll argue with me again. Night falls. Song Yuan suggested going to a bar for drinks, but Shun Imo refused, saying that the bar was too far from where he lived and it would be inconvenient to go home later. After arguing for a while, Song Yuan finally gave in to Shun Imo and, as if possessed, followed him to his rented apartment. The moment Song Yuan pushed open the door, he regretted it. It wasn't that she disliked his rented room for being shabby and small, but rather that it was too dirty and didn't match his glamorous appearance at all. There was barely room to step. The floor was piled with delivery boxes, the sofa was covered with clothes, and the coffee table was covered with snack bags and plastic beverage bottles that hadn't been thrown away yet. An indescribable, foul odor filled the air. Song Yuan frowned, held his breath, strode into the door, opened the window, and couldn't help but complain. "Mo, you're really something. You should find a woman soon. At least she can help you tidy up your room. It's a miracle that you can stay healthy and go to work on time every day, living in such terrible conditions." Shin Mo carried 4 dozen beers into the room. He responded while tidying up the trash on the coffee table. "This is not my fault. I had never done housework before I started working. My sister always did it." Upon hearing Shin Yinran's name, Song Yuan turned around and asked, "Has Sister Yinran already gone to another city? I haven't seen her in a long time, and I have to admit I miss her. I miss her cooking, and I want to eat the best dish in the world, the braised pork that he would never get tired of." Shin Mo placed the beer on the table and casually said, "Not yet. It's not even the end of the month yet. What's wrong?" Song Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Why don't you call her over here?" Shin Mo's expression changed drastically, and he became wary. "What are you trying to do?" Song Yuan was unaware of his sister's feelings, but he knew that if he brought her over, she would definitely not feel good seeing him. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't have gone to work in another city and chosen to stay away from Song Yuan. He fully supported his sister's decision. After all, Song Yuan was already married. If he continued to meet with her as before, Su Mushue would definitely misunderstand, and the two of them would not have a good outcome. In the end, it would definitely be his sister who would get hurt. Song Yuan was somewhat displeased with Shun Mo's overreaction and asked in return, "Why are you in such a hurry? I just haven't seen her in a long time, and I wanted us to get together for a meal and catch up." Shin Mo realized he had lost his composure. If Song Yuan knew his sister's feelings, he was afraid that Song Yuan might actually develop feelings for her. "After all, my sister is so wonderful, beautiful, gentle, and virtuous." He didn't want to be Song Yuan's brother-in-law. Adjusting his emotions, he quickly calmed down and replied perfunctorily, "She hasn't been feeling well these past couple of days. Let's do it another day." Song Yuan clicked his tongue softly, expressing his regret. "All right. Looks like I won't be able to have braised pork." Song Yuan tidied up Shun Mo's clothes on the sofa with some frustration, then plopped down on it and leaned back against the sofa. He crossed his legs and gave orders to Shun Mo like a boss. "I've bought the wine. Go to the kitchen and cook me 2 dishes." Shun Mo stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "What is this guy talking about? Should I go to the kitchen and cook him a couple of dishes? He can't even do housework. How could he possibly know how to fry rice? And didn't he always know that? Is Alzheimer's disease developing earlier than expected? He can even forget this? Are you all right?" Song Yuan was also stunned. "Huh? What do you mean?" He knew that Shin Mo couldn't do housework or cook when he was in school, but he had been living alone outside for so long. Moreover, he has been losing money in the 3 years he has been running his company. Does he not know how to cook for himself, even though he eats takeout every day? If he really can't cook and wants to go out for drinks, why would he disagree and bring me here? Shin Mo felt a headache coming on and suppressed his anger. "When did I ever tell you I could cook? Dude, are you out of your mind to forget something like that?" He originally planned to order takeout later so the two of them could just grab a bite. Song Yuan was silent at first, then awkwardly explained to him, "Amo, you don't know this, but my brain really is broken. You might not believe it if I didn't tell you, but I've lost my memories of the past 7 years. That means the me now is the 18-year-old me." Shin Mo remained silent after hearing this. Can he believe what Song Yuan says? Huh. Don't say it. Really don't say it. He has changed a lot during this period. Suddenly he stopped arguing with Su Mushue about divorce, saw Xiao whinnying for who she really was, and strongly supported Ding Yao to be the female lead. Even when he had no money, he sold his car to save his sister, and he tried his best to keep him from withdrawing his investment. You know, he used to say he wanted to withdraw his shares in a fit of pique, and he would say whatever he wanted, that the company would run just fine with or without him. While the idea of suddenly losing 7 years of memories seems far-fetched, it's not impossible. I'm willing to try believing in you this once. Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, a warm feeling welling up inside him. He really was a good brother, trusting him so much. But what about dinner now? Drinking without eating any vegetables would give me heartburn, and I was genuinely hungry. Want to order takeout? He never eats takeout. It's not only not nutritious, but it's also unsanitary. In a dilemma, the doorbell rang. Immediately afterwards, a gentle and captivating female voice came from outside the door. Amo, open the door. Shin Imo thought to himself, this is bad. He had just refused Song Yuan's invitation for his sister to come over, so why was his sister suddenly showing up at his door? Song Yuan recognized Shun Yinran's voice and stood up excitedly. He eagerly ran to open the door. Chapter 101 Re-encounter with Sister Yinran. The door opened. Song Yuan was clearly taken aback when he saw Shun Yinran. To be precise, I was amazed. The last time I visited Sister Yinran, she was curled up in bed looking very haggard, but this time she looked radiant. She was wearing a very gentle off-white chiffon long-sleeve dress, a very conservative dress that only revealed a section of her calves, but because of her voluptuous and hot figure, she still looked incredibly beautiful. Her long, beautiful hair, as smooth as seaweed, was draped lazily over her shoulders. Her small, palm-sized face was clean and without makeup, yet she was still breathtakingly beautiful, like a fairy who had mistakenly descended to the mortal world. Shin Yinran was also very surprised to see Song Yuan. She never expected to see Song Yuan at her younger brother's house. I tried my best to remain calm and suppress the surging emotions inside me. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes curved into lovely crescent shapes as she spoke softly. Ah, Yuan, you're here too. Have you eaten? Song Yuan snapped out of his daze and started laughing. No, I was just thinking of ordering takeout. That's great. Now that Sister Yinran is here, he can finally eat the braised pork she's been craving. Why didn't you ask Amo to tell me you were coming? I didn't prepare that many dishes. As she spoke, Shin Yinran lifted the bag in her hand to show Song Yuan. She had just returned from the market and didn't know Song Yuan was there, so she didn't buy much. Song Yuan turned and glared at Shun Mo, who was standing to the side looking somewhat helpless, and complained. I just told him, and he said you weren't feeling well and couldn't come. That kid lied to me. Sister Yinran, shouldn't you teach him a lesson for me? Shin Yinran turned her head to look at her younger brother and asked in confusion. What happened? That shouldn't be the case. He and his brother had already made plans, and he clearly knew he was coming. Shun Mo frowned slightly and offered his explanation. Sis, you didn't say you'd be coming today, so it's not my fault. Shin Yinran said with a hint of helplessness. Didn't I call you the day before yesterday and tell you that I'd come over tonight to cook dinner for you and help you clean up? She's leaving for work in another city in a week, and she's thinking of cleaning her brother's room properly, because his pigsty is going to get moldy and attract cockroaches if it's not cleaned soon. When Shun Yinran mentioned it, Shun Mo finally remembered and scratched his head awkwardly. I forgot. Damn it. I should have known better than to bring Song Yuan back. I should have just gone to the bar with him. Then I wouldn't have run into my sister. Now that they've both met, he can't separate them. If he forcibly separates them, Song Yuan will definitely overthink things, and if he realizes that his sister has feelings for him, things will get really bad. Shin Yinran placed the dishes she was carrying on the coffee table, looked up at Song Yuan, and asked with a smile. Then I'll go out and buy some more groceries. It'll be quick. What would you like to eat? Song Yuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he bent down and rummaged through the bag to see what was inside. When he saw the pork belly, he couldn't help but smile. He smiled brightly. No need, braised pork is enough. Sister Yinran, you know I love your braised pork the most. I've been craving it for so long. I ate here once before I transmigrated here, but it's been more than 4 months since I came here, and I still haven't had it. Looking at Song Yuan's handsome face and smiling eyes, Shin Yinran's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks began to burn. She hurriedly avoided his gaze and picked up the bag again. Okay, you wait patiently. I'll make it for you right away. He turned and walked toward the kitchen. Shun Mo stared at his sister's departing figure and said with dissatisfaction, Hey sis, you haven't even asked me what I want to eat yet. How can you be so biased? I'm your own brother. He never understood how dense Song Yuan was. He, as the younger brother, had long noticed his sister's favoritism towards him. So how could he have remained completely oblivious for so many years? Did he really believe his sister's lies, saying that she treated him like a younger brother and that it was only natural for her to be good to him? Shun Yinran didn't dare turn around when she heard her brother's accusation. She was afraid that Song Yuan would notice something was wrong with her, so she said without turning her head. If there are dishes you like, don't complain. It's not easy for a Yuan to come all this way. Somewhat annoyed, Shinimo picked up the beer from the coffee table, pulled the tab on the can, and drank it down. Completely unaware of the siblings' little scheme, Song Yuan casually sat down next to Shinimo, picked up a can of beer, took a sip, patted Shinmo's shoulder, and said carelessly, "Amo, thanks to your insistence on not going to the bar and bringing me here. Otherwise I really don't know when I would be able to see Sister Yinran again and eat the braised pork I've been craving." As soon as he finished speaking, Shinmo's lips twitched involuntarily. Now, he really wanted to give Song Yuan a good beating. That guy was just too deserving of a beating. Song Yuan met Shinmo's murderous eyes and asked in surprise, "What kind of look is that? Do you want to fight me? Didn't Sister Yinran say there would be dishes you like? Are you serious?" Shinmo composed himself and echoed, "Of course I'm upset. You can eat so much, and I didn't bring your share anyway. You're trying to take my food, so of course I'm not happy." Song Yuan retorted with a smile. "You can't blame me. You forgot that your sister was coming today and didn't tell her in advance. If you had told her, she would have brought my share." Fine. I'm too lazy to argue with you." Shinmo withdrew his gaze and continued drinking, tilting his head back. Not long after, Shin Yinran served 4 dishes and a soup to the table and invited the 2 of them to come and eat. Song Yuan and Shun Mo placed the beer on the table, and then the 3 of them sat down one after another. Song Yuan looked down at the table. Braised pork belly, steamed sea bass, stir-fried shrimp with lily bulbs, cold lettuce salad, and seaweed and egg drop soup. It's a very simple home-style dish, but it looks excellent and smells wonderful. When serving the rice, Shin Yinran was afraid that her younger brother would have any more complaints, so she served him a bowl first, and then served Song Yuansheng a bowl. He handed it to Song Yuan and gave him instructions. "Here you go. If you're still hungry, just ask me to fill it up. I've cooked a lot of rice." Song Yuan took the rice and swallowed hard. "Thanks." Shun Yinran enthusiastically placed a piece of braised pork into Song Yuan's bowl and asked softly, "See if it suits your taste now. It's been 3 years since I last made braised pork for you." Over the past 3 years, she has often cooked, but she has never made this braised pork dish again. Every time she cooks it, she can't help but think of Song Yuan. Originally, she didn't buy pork belly today to make braised pork. She wanted to make stir-fried pork with chili peppers. So she was afraid that her cooking skills would deteriorate and the taste would no longer be what Song Yuan remembered. Song Yuan picked up the braised pork from the bowl, put it in his mouth, chewed it carefully, and his eyes lit up. The pork belly with its perfect balance of fat and lean meat is very flavorful, with just the right amount of saltiness, and it's fragrant without being greasy. Delicious. So delicious. Just like before. Chapter 102 Hidden Secrets. Hearing Song Yuan say it was delicious, Shun Yinran finally felt relieved. "Then eat more, because I'll be going to Hangzhou at the end of the month, and you won't be able to eat this for a while." Shun Mo rolled her eyes silently, telling herself not to be angry, since her sister would be leaving soon and wouldn't see Song Yuan again. Song Yuan swallowed the braised pork in his mouth with a gulp. When he heard that Sister Yinran was leaving, a clear look of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and he complained. "Sister Yinran, I don't understand. Why don't you stay in Beijing? Hangzhou is so hot and humid. Can you handle it?" Sister Yinran is from Beijing just like me, so why does she have to go to Hangzhou, which is so far away from home, where she has no relatives? Moreover, he had asked Shun Mo before, and Yinran is now a university teacher. With her good academic qualifications and experience, she could easily find a suitable school in Beijing to continue teaching. Shin Yinran paused slightly in her chopsticks and smiled. "At first I couldn't adapt, but I've been there for 3 years now, so I can adapt now. You know I'm afraid of the cold, and Hangzhou is warm, which suits me. If I tell you the real reason, I want to stay away from you and not disturb your life because I like you. I like you so much, and I don't even know when it started. Letting you know my feelings would put you in a difficult position, so I'd rather you never know. As long as you are happy, I will keep this love in my heart and be content with living on our beautiful memories." Song Yuan looked completely bewildered upon hearing Shun Yinran's explanation. Was Yinran very afraid of the cold in the past? He didn't notice. Could it be that she's been in poor health for the past 7 years and is therefore afraid of the cold, which is why she had to go to work in Hangzhou, so far away. Seeing that Song Yuan didn't speak, Shen Mo assumed that Song Yuan had noticed that his sister's excuse was not very appropriate, and said irritably, "All right, stop digging. My sister can go wherever she wants, it's none of your business. If she stays in Beijing, she'll have to take care of me, and you'll definitely keep coming over to freeload meals. Can't we just let her have some peace and quiet in Hangzhou?" Song Yuan smiled faintly. 2. It's time to let Sister Yinran have some peace and quiet. If she really stays in Beijing, he'll definitely be unable to resist coming over to freeload meals all the time. You know, back when he was in school, he would go to Shen Mo's house 5 days a week after school, shamelessly mooching meals. Not only did he mooch meals, but he also dragged Sister Yinran to play cards and video games with him and Shen Mo. He completely regarded the Shen family as his second home. Thinking of this, Song Yuan's heart tightened slightly, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The second one just disappeared like that. For him, even though Sister Yinran was still around, he could never see her outside of Beijing, which was almost as if she had completely disappeared from his world. It was normal for him to feel sad. Although Song Yuan didn't show his sadness on his face, Shen Mo still noticed it keenly and immediately picked up his wine glass to urge Song Yuan to drink. "Come on, let's drink. Didn't you say you were going to drink until you were drunk today?" "Yes, yes, cheers." As Song Yuan spoke, he raised his wine glass, clinked it with Shen Mo's, and tilted his head back to gulp down the wine. Shen Mo also started drinking. Shen Yinran was originally a good drinker. In the past, when her younger brother and Song Yuan drank together, she never lost and could drink with them until the end. However, since she had only recently recovered, the doctor advised her to abstain from alcohol, so she could only pour herself a glass of orange juice and drink it with the other two. Both Song Yuan and Shen Mo were preoccupied, and when they started drinking, they quickly became tipsy and drank very fast. He quickly finished 24 beers, getting about 6 or 7/10 drunk, but still showed no sign of stopping. Song Yuan opened another can of beer, poured it into a glass, and tilted his head back to drink it. Shen Yinran couldn't help but try to dissuade her. "Ah, Yuan, that's enough. Don't drink too much. You still have to go home later. Mu Shui should be waiting for you at home." Song Yuan shook his head, pressed the tip of his tongue against his slightly numb mouth, which was moistened by alcohol, and mumbled, "Never mind her. I'm going to drink my fill today." Shen Mo's mind becomes clouded when he's drunk, and he casually agreed. "Yeah, sis, you didn't know, did you? Yuan isn't henpecked. He's never afraid of his wife, and he's got a very high status in the family." Ha ha ha. Shen Yinran narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the two of them, who were drunk. They carefully analyzed their conversation. Something seems off. She believed that Song Yuan wasn't henpecked, because she had practically watched him grow up and knew his stubborn temper all too well. But her younger brother said that Song Yuan had a high status in the family, which she didn't believe. Although she wasn't familiar with Su Muxue, she had heard from her younger brother and Song Yuan that Su Muxue had a very strong personality and was nicknamed the female devil at school. Combined with Song Yuan, it's like a demon pill versus a female demon. They should be evenly matched. So how could Song Yuan possibly be superior to Su Muxue? Song Yuan just said not to worry about Su Muxue, and his tone was clearly resentful. Did the two have a fight? My brother had previously said that Song Yuan had been cheating on me with Xiao Weiniang, but not long ago he said that the two had broken up and that Song Yuan had decided to live a good life with Su Muxue. So what caused this conflict between the two? Shen Yinran decided to ask for clarification. If there was a misunderstanding between the two, she hoped to help clear it up. She understood women's thoughts better than Song Yuan did. So, Shen Yinran pressed down on Song Yuan's wine glass, stared at his slightly reddened eyes, and asked tactfully, "You really don't want to care about her anymore?" Song Yuan smiled and nodded, pretending to be relaxed. "Yeah, why should I care about her? She won't listen to anything I say. She doesn't trust me at all and insists on believing that quack doctor surnamed Su. Well, I'll just let her be. It doesn't matter anyway. Our marriage was an accident." Shen Yinran suppressed a smile and asked softly, "You really don't care?" If Song Yuan really didn't care at all, he wouldn't have come over to drink with his younger brother. Besides, no matter how good his acting was, he couldn't escape her sharp eyes. On the day she attended Song Yuan and Su Mushua's wedding, she could sense that Song Yuan had no feelings for Su Mushua. In fact, he disliked her. But Su Mushua definitely liked him. A woman's intuition is always very accurate. That's why she chose to stay far away from Song Yuan and work in another city. She believed that Su Mushua would eventually win Song Yuan over with time and make him fall in love with her. As it turned out, her idea was correct. Although Song Yuan said he didn't care, his words and actions betrayed his true feelings. There was no doubt that he now had feelings for Su Mushua. Song Yuan said confidently, "Of course." Shen Yinran countered with a question. "If you really don't care, why are you drinking so much?" Chapter 103 The ground gets cooler. Song Yuan felt a jolt in his heart and instantly sobered up a bit. He sighed inwardly. It's true that nothing can be hidden from Sister Yinran. His dark eyes dimmed instantly, and he said dejectedly, "Okay, I admit it, I'm a little angry. I just can't stand Sujuanza. She knows I'm annoyed by him, yet she still gets so close to him. I think she's deliberately trying to annoy me and make me unhappy. I admit I've wronged her a lot in the past, but she knows I don't remember anything from the past." Shen Yinran blinked, surprised. "Huh? What do you mean you don't remember the past?" Song Yuan scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "I don't know what happened to me. I suddenly can't remember anything that happened in the past 7 years." Shen Yinran didn't speak immediately, but instead looked up at her younger brother. She simply couldn't believe that someone could suddenly suffer from selective amnesia when they were perfectly fine. Shin Emo nodded helplessly. He really forgot. Shin Yinran took a deep breath and removed her hand from Song Yuan's wine glass. "Then let's keep drinking. It's so unfair and helpless to make my 18-year-old self take the blame for my 25-year-old self." Neither Song Yuan nor Su Mushua was wrong. The mistake was that they were not on the same timeline. She couldn't persuade them anymore. Nothing she said would work. She could only wait for the two of them to gradually get along. Having received Shin Yinran's approval, Song Yuan and Shin Mo continued their drinking contest. Soon both of them were quite drunk. Shin Mo's alcohol tolerance was slightly lower than Song Yuan's, and he collapsed onto the table, completely blacking out and losing consciousness. Although Song Yuan did not have any memory loss, he was extremely dizzy and his stomach began to churn. "Vomit." Song Yuan gagged and staggered to his feet, heading towards the bathroom. "I feel nauseous. I really feel like throwing up." My foot tripped over a package of parcels scattered on the ground, and I almost fell. Upon seeing this, Shin Yinran immediately got up and came over to help Song Yuan, saying with concern, "Slow down, watch your step, don't rush." Song Yuan nodded blankly and followed Shin Yinran to the bathroom. With a thud, he knelt down on one knee. He lifted the toilet lid and vomited into the toilet. Vomit. Whoosh. I threw up all the braised pork I had just eaten, mixed with beer and rice. It was disgusting. A pungent, unpleasant odor filled the air. Shin Yinran showed no sign of disgust. Instead, she slowly squatted down and gently patted his back with her slender hand to help him catch his breath. Song Yuan vomited for a long time, until he was about to vomit bile and coughed up tears, before finally stopping. I had no strength left. My whole body felt completely drained, and I slumped helplessly to the ground, leaning against the cold wall. Shin Yinran helped to flush away Song Yuan's vomit. Then I picked up the air freshener from the bathroom and sprayed it into the bathroom several times. She went back to the living room, poured a glass of warm water, squatted down, handed it to him, and reminded him, "Rinse your mouth." Song Yuan seemed not to hear, his eyes tightly closed, his hands motionless, showing no intention of taking the water. Having no other choice, Shin Yinran held the water to his lips and gently patted his burning cheeks. "Ah Yuan, it's time to rinse your mouth." This time, Song Yuan finally reacted. He obediently opened his mouth, held the water in his mouth, and stuck his head to the edge of the toilet again before spitting it out. After several attempts, I finally rinsed it clean. Shin Yinran slowly got up, preparing to put the cup back in the living room. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, Song Yuan grabbed her slender wrist. His voice was hoarse and deep, very magnetic and pleasant to listen to. "Don't go, stay with me for a while, okay?" He didn't want to be alone. Being alone would quickly overwhelm him with a strong sense of emptiness. He really disliked that feeling. It was unbearable. He truly hated that feeling. Besides, who knows when I'll see Sister Yinran again? What if she goes to Hangzhou and never comes back, and ends up dating and getting married there? So he wanted her to stay with him a little longer, even just a little while. Shun Yinran stiffened, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She turned her head and patiently explained, I'm not leaving. I'm just going to the living room to put the cups away. Song Yuan tightened his grip on Shun Yinran's wrist slightly, his reddened eyes fixed on her, and said stubbornly, Don't go. Even if Song Yuan didn't drink too much today, he would still show his childish side in front of Shun Yinran. Because no matter how old he is, whether he is an adult or not, in his heart Shun Yinran will always be his older sister, so he never needs to pretend in front of her and can freely expose his true self, the most authentic side that outsiders can't see. Shun Yinran was completely helpless with him. The way he looked at her didn't seem like an adult at all. It was more like a child who loved sweets and wanted to beg for candy. She could only place the cup on the windowsill, and couldn't help but lean down and reach out to ruffle his soft, thick hair, giving him a doting smile. Okay, I won't go. I'll go with you. Feeling the warmth from Shun Yinran's fingertips, Song Yuan's eyes curved into a smile, his shoulders slumped, and he spoke again. Sister Yinran, lower yourself a little. You're standing too tall. I can't see your face clearly. Helpless, Shun Yinran could only squat down again and speak softly and gently, like coaxing a child. The floor is too cold. Shall I help you back to your room? Song Yuan shook his head groggily, speaking in a drunken daze. It's not cold at all. It's actually quite warm. Try sitting down and see for yourself. Shun Yinran was amused by Song Yuan's words. It seems he was really drunk, saying such silly things. He urged, Get up quickly. I'll help you back to your room. It'll be so much more comfortable to rest in bed. The floor is really cold. Be a good girl. Song Yuan gripped her hand tightly and insisted. I told you it wasn't cold. Really, I'm not lying to you. Don't you want to believe me either? He just feels very hot. His whole body is hot, probably because he drank too much alcohol. It might be because the bathroom was too stuffy, so I didn't really feel the floor was cold. Shun Yinran felt helpless, thinking that if she didn't agree to Song Yuan's request, he would definitely be upset. Su Mushiwik didn't trust him, and neither did she. Even though he's not thinking clearly right now, I still don't want to make him feel bad. He obediently sat down, saying something that didn't mean what he actually meant. Wow, it really isn't cold. You're not lying to me. Song Yuan didn't speak, but just stared blankly at Shun Yinran with a complicated expression that made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Shun Yinran felt a little uncomfortable under Song Yuan's gaze and couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Song Yuan's gaze softened, and he said meaningfully, I was thinking, if Su Mushiwei could trust me unconditionally like you, Sister Yinran, that would be great. If Su Mushiwei could really do that, he felt that the two of them would no longer have conflicts. Chapter 104 Make Do. Upon hearing this, Shun Yinran's calm heart seemed to be struck by something. Her brows relaxed, and she smiled faintly. Yuan, you need to understand that it's not that she doesn't want to believe you, but that you did too many things that broke her heart in the past 7 years, which is why she always doubts you and is unwilling to trust you. If you had been more well-behaved in the past, she would have treated you the way I do. Know the same. Song Yuan interrupted her. They are completely different. Su Mushiwei and Sister Yinran are two women with entirely different personalities. Their personalities are completely opposite. How could they possibly be the same? Besides, Su Mushiwei is his wife, and Shun Yinran is his sister. They are incomparable. Thinking about this, Song Yuan felt incredibly stupid. Even knowing they are different, they still secretly compare the two, hoping that Su Mushiwei can be like Sister Yinran, always unconditionally accepting and taking care of them. Shun Yinran felt a mix of emotions, unable to describe the feeling, and cooperated. Okay, it's different, but you must always remember that she is your wife, and you are husband and wife. Yes, we are husband and wife. I am her husband. Song Yuan suddenly felt very tired, both physically and mentally exhausted. I'm going to go to bed. He then started to lie down on the ground. Shun Yinran was startled and hurriedly helped Song Yuan up, saying sternly, No, it's too dirty, Song Yuan. I'm going to get angry. Get up right now. Shen Yinran rarely acts fiercely towards people, but when she does, Song Yuan immediately becomes obedient. This time was no different. Song Yuan immediately sat up straight, staring directly at Shen Yinran, his dark eyes filled with clarity. Shen Yinran secretly breathed a sigh of relief, gently patted his shoulder, and softly discussed it with him. Sweetie, let's go to the bedroom, okay? Otherwise I'll really get angry, and I won't make braised pork for you again. Song Yuan was taken aback at first. He immediately realized that this wouldn't do. He hadn't had enough yet, and braised pork was his weakness. Okay, I'll listen to you. As he spoke, he grasped Shen Yinran's hand and struggled to his feet. Shen Yinran steadily supported him, and only after he had regained his balance did she slowly drag him towards the bedroom. Once inside the bedroom, Shen Yinran lifted the covers and had Song Yuan sit on the edge of the bed. Then, she naturally bent down to help him unbutton his suit jacket. Song Yuan was still confused and felt extremely dizzy. He sat motionless on the edge of the bed, letting Shen Yinran sway him. Soon, Shen Yinran helped Song Yuan take off his suit jacket and tie, and then gave Song Yuan orders. Okay, lie down now. No. Song Yuan started unbuttoning his shirt on his own. What's with making him sleep in a shirt? I can't sleep at all. He had only unbuttoned 3 buttons. Shen Yinran gazed at Song Yuan's muscular chest, which was faintly visible and flushed red due to the alcohol. Her pretty face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly left the room. Leave one sentence. Then I won't bother you anymore. Get some rest. Song Yuan slowly raised his head, watching Shen Yinran's departing figure, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He let out a low, snickering laugh. What is she shy about? It's not like he's never seen himself shirtless before. In the past, when he went to the Shen family, he would often take off his clothes after dinner and play games with Shen and Mo shirtless. Back then, she didn't just leave like she does now. She joined the game and played with them. Shen Yinran closed the door behind her as she walked to it. Song Yuan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. After taking off his shirt and pants, leaving only his underwear, he climbed into bed, lay down, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. Shen Yinran returned to her seat in the living room, pressing the backs of her hands against her cheeks to cool herself down. Looking at her younger brother still slumped over the table, she started to feel a headache coming on. The apartment my brother rented is very small, only 60 square meters, with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and the bedroom only has 1 bed. She just put Song Yuan to bed, so where will her younger brother sleep? We can't just let him sleep on the table all night. He'll definitely wake up the next day with a sore back, aching legs, and cramps. Should we let my younger brother sleep on the sofa? No, she was going to sleep on the sofa. She couldn't go home. If Song Yuan and her brother felt unwell and needed to get up to vomit, she would have to stay and take care of them. After much thought, Shen Yinran decided to let her younger brother sleep in the same bed as Song Yuan. Let's get right to it. She got up and walked to Shin Mo's side, then reached out and squeezed her younger brother's shoulder hard. Amo, get up and go back to your room to sleep. Shin Mo let out a wail. Don't move me, my head is so dizzy. Shen Yinran urged. Hang in there, hurry up. If you sleep here all night, you'll definitely feel terrible tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Shen Mo staggered to his feet. Shen Yinran immediately steadied him and led him towards the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, Shen Mo saw Song Yuan lying soundly on the bed, fast asleep. He instantly sobered up a bit and asked in surprise. No way. Sis, you want me to sleep in the same bed with him? Are you kidding me? It was normal to share a bed when we were kids, since we were young then. But things are different now. We're all adults, so we should keep a proper distance. Besides, Song Yuan stopped going to the bathhouse with him a long time ago, saying that if he went to the bathhouse with this face, people would misunderstand and say that the two of them were gay. Shen Yinran asked in bewilderment. So what? You two used to take naps together all the time. It's just that this place is so small, so you'll have to make do. She never doubted her brother's or Song Yuan's sexual orientation. Although her brother was excessively handsome, he had always been very straight. As for Song Yuan, there was no question about him. He was a straight man to the core and would never be gay in his life. So she didn't see anything wrong with the two of them sleeping together. Shin Mo said unwillingly, Isn't there a sofa? Shin Yinran said coldly. I'll sleep on the sofa. Shin Mo was completely at a loss and said reluctantly, all right then, I'll make do with this. He only had 2 quilts, one for his sister and one for himself. He didn't have any extras, and even sleeping on the floor wouldn't be enough. Shin Yinran nodded in satisfaction and gave instructions. Okay, I won't sleep yet. I'll tidy up the room for you. Call me if you feel unwell later. No. Shin Yinran left the bedroom, tied on her apron, rolled up her sleeves, and officially began the spring cleaning. The Su family villa. Su Mushua nestled on the sofa, watching a variety show with a blank expression. I looked up at the clock on the wall. It's 1 a.m. Song Yuan hasn't returned yet. Su Mushua finally couldn't hold back any longer. She picked up her phone from the coffee table, found Song Yuan's number, and dialed it decisively. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Su Mushua's expression changed drastically. Why did you turn it off? Su Mushua bit her lip and then dialed Shun Mo's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is not being answered. Please try again later. Chapter 105 Shura Field. Su Mushua continued to hit. I called several times, but no one answered. Finally, I sent a message to Song Yuan, asking him when he would be back. Clutching my phone tightly, my thoughts were in turmoil. What are those two doing? Why did one of them turn off their phone and the other not answer the phone when they went out drinking? The bar is too noisy, can't you hear it? Or did something unexpected happen? Did they contact Ding Yao again? Su Mushua shook her head. No. She has already misunderstood Song Yuan and Ding Yao twice. There's no way the two of them could really be having an affair. So why can't we get in touch with them? Should we ask Long Yu to check? The thought flashed through her mind, but Su Mushua immediately dismissed it. We can't let Long Yu investigate anymore. If she finds out, she definitely won't be able to resist going there, and Song Yuan will definitely be unhappy again, feeling that he doesn't trust her. Thinking back carefully, when she texted Song Yuan to come home early, he didn't reply, which meant he didn't want to come home early tonight at all. They might not even come back, and Shun Mo might just find a place to sleep anywhere. Since that's the case, there's no need for her to keep waiting foolishly. Back in the bedroom, I climbed into bed, turned off the light, closed my eyes, and forced myself to fall asleep. Unexpectedly, her mind went completely out of control as she wondered what Song Yuan was doing, whether he was really with Shun Mo, and whether there was really no one else around. I spent a sleepless night. It got light very quickly. Su Mushua reached for her phone beside her pillow, swiped to unlock it, but there was no call back from Song Yuan, nor any message from him. Su Mushua dialed Song Yuan's number again, but it was still switched off. She then called Shun Mo, but the result was the same. I can't take it anymore. Su Mushua sat up abruptly, quickly washed up, and didn't even bother to eat, having absolutely no appetite. He grabbed his car keys, went to the underground parking garage, and drove straight to Shun Mo's house to find him. She had already come up with an excuse. This time, she wasn't going to catch him cheating, but to take him to work. Anning residential area. Rental housing. Shin Yinran got up early and prepared breakfast for Song Yuan and Shin Mo, then served it on the table. Arriving at the bedroom door, I raised my hand and knocked. A Yuan. AMO, get up and eat. There was no response from inside. Shin Yinran knocked a few more times, but there was still no response. Seeing that she would be late for work if she kept sleeping, Shin Yinran couldn't help but push open the bedroom door. When she saw the scene in the bedroom, she almost burst out laughing. These two are really something else when they sleep. It's a double bed, big enough for one person to sleep on each side, but for some reason the two of them insist on squeezing into the middle to sleep. Shin Mo clung to Song Yuan like an octopus, his arms and legs wrapped around her, while Song Yuan was not to be outdone, pressing one leg against Shun Mo's stomach. The blankets had all fallen to the floor. Song Yuan had stripped naked, leaving only his underwear, while his younger brother was wearing a long-sleeve pajama set. Shun Yinran bent down to pick up the quilt and casually placed it on the bedside. She reached out her hand, intending to pinch his nose and force him to get up by suffocating him. But her hand landed uncontrollably on his cheek, her fingertips gently tracing his face. The ink flowed down his cheek to his high, straight nose, and finally landed on his pale pink lips, gently tracing their shape. My heart was pounding like a drum. Bang, bang, bang. It seemed about to burst out of his chest. I really want to kiss him. It must be very soft, moist, and sweet. Shin Yinran was startled by her sudden thought and shook her head vigorously. No, absolutely not. Song Yuan is already married. What she's doing is incredibly immoral. She never intended to break up Song Yuan's family. But then she thought she'd just give him a light kiss. Anyway, Song Yuan was fast asleep, so even if she kissed him, he wouldn't know. If he didn't know, she could just pretend it never happened. No, it happened. It just happened. Shin Yinran, how could you take advantage of someone in distress? You're supposed to be a teacher. Call. Shin Yinran took a deep breath, withdrew her hand, and reached out to her younger brother, preparing to wake him up. Just then, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Shun Yinran withdrew her hand again, turned to look at the living room door, and asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Su Muxiue, who was outside the door, was struck dumb when she heard a woman's voice coming from inside the house. Did she mishear? Didn't Song Yuan say Shin Mo was drinking? How come there's a woman here? 3 people living together? How do I sleep? She remembered that the rental apartments in this area were all small, mostly one-bedroom apartments. He stood frozen in place for several seconds before slowly opening his mouth. Su Muxiue. Shin Yinran was startled. Luckily, she hadn't actually kissed Song Yuan, otherwise she really wouldn't know how to face her. He walked quickly to the door and opened it. Su Muxiue breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shun Yinran and greeted her politely. Sister Yinran, is Song Yuan there? I called him, but his phone was off. I was worried he'd be late for work, so I came to check on him. Fortunately, this woman was none other than Shun Yinran. As long as it was Shun Yinran, there was no problem. Song Yuan had always treated her like an older sister. No, Shin Yinran's problem is much bigger. She was already worried that her relationship with Song Yuan would deteriorate last time, and now that she and Song Yuan had a conflict, Song Yuan must have come here to complain to Shun Yinran and seek comfort. So, how did these 3 people sleep last night? There was only one bed. Song Yuan would definitely not sleep on the sofa or the floor. He's very picky. If the mattress doesn't suit his taste, he'll nag her to change it. Song Yuan must be sleeping on the bed. The sofa can sleep one person. Would 2 grown men like Shun Mo and Song Yuan let Shun Yinran, a girl, sleep on the sofa? No, I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. If Shun Yinran and Song Yuan had slept in the same bed last night, she would have really lost her temper. Shun Yinran smiled. He's in the bedroom, go and call him. Su Muxiue tried her best to remain calm. Good. As he spoke, he slowly walked towards the bedroom. The door was not closed. He stood at the door and looked inside, his pupils dilated slightly. Wow. No way. Song Yuan and Shun Mo really let Sister Yinran sleep on the sofa? How could they be so shameless as to occupy the only bed in the rented room like that? Wait. What kind of sleeping position are these 2? They're all tangled up together. Is this okay? In a daze, Su Muxiue felt that she was being cuckolded. It's not that she's overthinking it. Shin Mo is just too much like a woman. Her long, beautiful, jet black hair that reaches her waist is something even she, a woman, envies. What's even more striking is Shun Mo's physique. He has the frame of a young boy, with a slender waist, long legs, porcelain white skin that is delicate and radiant, and an outrageously beautiful face. When she first met Shin Mo, she thought he was a girl. If she hadn't seen his Adam's apple, she would never have believed that a man could be so beautiful. Later, when she met Shin Yinran, she understood why Shin Mo was so handsome. His family had good genes, and his sister was as beautiful as an angel. Chapter 106, A Huge Blunder. What annoyed her even more was that Shun Yinran had a very good personality. She was gentle and approachable, and seemed to always maintain her composure and elegance no matter what happened. Although she was no less beautiful than Shun Yinran, she was completely unable to remain calm and composed at all times. She was impatient, had a bad temper, and was the type to get angry at the slightest provocation. Even though Shun Yinran couldn't see Su Muxiue's expression, she could feel the chill emanating from her, which meant she must have misunderstood her brother's relationship with Song Yuan. This is perfectly normal. A younger brother's appearance can easily lead to misunderstandings about his sexual orientation. He immediately went up to her and patiently explained. Mu Shui, Don't overthink it. They're definitely not in that kind of relationship. I can swear on my integrity. They drank way too much last night and blacked out, which is why they didn't go to a hotel. Shin Yinran's explanation only fueled Su Mushua's overthinking. Are they all drunk? What if he does something outrageous while drunk? Despite having many doubts in her mind, Su Mushua tried her best to remain calm and responded with a smile. I didn't think much of it. I'll go wake him up. He quickly walked to the bedside, pinched Song Yuan's cheek hard, and shouted loudly. Wake up! Song Yuan was startled and suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Su Mushua's pupils dilate and exclaimed in surprise. Why did you come here? Could it be another case of them coming to catch their partner cheating? That's going too far. They keep causing trouble. It's really annoying. Su Mushua noticed the dissatisfaction in Song Yuan's eyes, which made her even angrier. However, she chose to endure it, curled her lips, and spoke gently. I came to take you to work. I kept calling you, but your phone was off. I was just worried about you. Oh. Song Yuan was very satisfied with her answer. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly realized that Shun Mo was pressing down on him, wrapping him tightly like an octopus's tentacles. Everything went black. Damn it. He clearly remembered that it was Sister Yinran who helped him into bed last night. He slept alone. When did Shun Mo come over? Disdainfully, she pried his hands off her waist, quickly rolled off the bed, picked up her clothes from the stool, and put them on. Shun Mo groaned softly in his sleep, frowned, and slowly opened his eyes. He saw Song Yuan getting dressed and was about to complain. Why did you wake me up? The words were on the tip of her tongue when she saw Su Mushua standing silently by the bed, and her eyes widened in shock. When Shun Mo met Su Mushua's gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. Su Mushua's gaze towards him clearly carried dissatisfaction and a hint of hostility. What's going on? Why is she looking at me like that? Shin Mo immediately looked down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, he dressed himself. Even if Su Mushua has a problem with him, there's no evidence. Besides, nothing really happened between him and Song Yuan. Their relationship was purely platonic. Su Mushua consciously left the room, giving the two of them time to change their clothes. Shin Yinran had already placed an extra set of chopsticks and bowl on the table. When she saw Su Mushua come out, she greeted her warmly. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to eat something together? If you don't see anything you like, just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll go to the kitchen and make it for you. Su Mushua shook her head and said politely, No need. Thank you for your kindness, but I just ate at home. She couldn't eat anymore. She was already full of anger. I'm so angry, but I can't vent it out. I can't find an outlet at all. The Shin siblings are truly good to Song Yuan. Shin Mo started a company with him, and for 3 years they lost money because of Song Yuan's decisions, but he still continued to be friends with him without any complaints. Shen Yinran also took good care of Song Yuan, cooking a meal with most of the food on the table being his favorites. The three of them grew up together and had an incredibly close relationship. Suddenly, she felt like an outsider. Hateful. She was clearly Song Yuan's lawfully wedded wife. Soon, Song Yuan and Shun Mo got dressed, came to the living room, washed up, and had breakfast together. Su Mushua sat down on the sofa and watched the three of them eat. The atmosphere was indescribably eerie. Song Yuan felt uncomfortable under Su Mushua's gaze. He called her over to eat with him, but she wouldn't come, so he could only eat heartily and finish his meal quickly. After saying goodbye to Shun Mo and Shun Yinran, she left the rented house with Su Mushua. The two left the apartment building one after the other. Song Yuan called out to Su Mushua, who was walking in front of him. You don't need to take me to work. I drove here and I can go by myself. Su Mushua turned around, beckoned with her hand, dug her nails into the lines of her palm, and asked softly, Have you rested well? Song Yuan shrugged. Certainly. Su Mushua's chest heaved slightly, and she was on the verge of exploding as she asked with a smile. So you don't have anything to say to me? Song Yuan remained silent, staring at Su Mushua's slightly red eyes and pale, haggard face, and asked in confusion. You didn't stay up all night waiting for me to come home, did you? If that's the case, then it's his fault. He should have told her he wasn't going home. He drank too much last night and completely forgot about it. But then again, Would she really wait for him all night? Would she be that foolish? Su Mushue's heart skipped a beat, but she stubbornly insisted. No. How could I be so stupid as to stay up all night waiting for you? I worked overtime last night. If she confesses, Song Yuan will definitely realize her feelings for him, and then she will have no chance to turn things around. In her opinion, whoever falls in love first is in a subordinate position, and whoever expresses their feelings first is at a disadvantage. She insisted on waiting for Song Yuan to confess his feelings to her first before she would express her own. Song Yuan's expression changed slightly. Then why did you come to pick me up? Can I check up on you? I didn't investigate you beforehand, and I only came over after dawn. Song Yuan sighed softly. Great, you're really something. He turned and walked toward the parking lot. Su Mushue hurriedly followed and grabbed his wrist. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Song Yuan said somewhat impatiently. You say? Su Mushue hesitated, unsure whether she should ask. If she didn't ask, it would be hard to bear keeping this matter in her heart. Finally, she couldn't help but speak up, cautiously asking. You and Shun Mo didn't do anything out of line last night, did you? Song Yuan said, somewhat annoyed. What kind of person do you take me for? Am I that desperate? Shin Mo may be handsome, but he's still a man, a guy with a penis. He's all looks and no substance. Besides, he usually keeps his distance from Shun Mo, and he hasn't slept with him since he was 15. He really didn't know how Shun Mo ended up in his bed last night, and Shin Mo was dressed perfectly fine. Chapter 107 How Despicable. It's unbelievable. It's one thing for others to suspect that there's something wrong between him and Shin Mo. Even Su Mushue thinks this way. There's no hope for him. Others may not know that he likes women, but doesn't she know it too? He and Su Mushue have been intimate enough these past few months, so why would he doubt his own orientation? Su Mushue should have been happy to receive a negative answer from Song Yuan, but his attitude was too rude, and he was fierce towards her. The hand gripped his wrist tightly, its sharp fingertips digging into Song Yuan's wrist. He said unhappily, Why are you in such a hurry? I was just asking casually. You can't blame me for overthinking it. It's your fault for hugging each other. I've never seen two grown men hugging each other before, especially with Shun Mo's appearance. Anyone would overthink it. Song Yuan was hurt by Su Mushue's fingernails and irritably shook off her hand. In the end, you still don't trust me enough? Otherwise you wouldn't have come all this way so early in the morning. They made it sound so nice that they were coming to pick me up for work, but in reality, they just came to catch me cheating. Su Mushue's chest heaved slightly, and the anger she had been suppressing suddenly broke out, prompting her to retort sharply. I want to trust you, but why did you turn off your phone? I can't get through to Shun Mo either. You promised me beforehand that you would let me know if you weren't coming home. It's clearly your fault, and now you're trying to shift the blame? Do you even have any sense of reason? Song Yuan snorted coldly and said disdainfully. You said it yourself, that was before. When you chose to continue using Su Juanza as Nini's psychologist, I told you that I would no longer care about you, and in return, you should not interfere in my private life anymore. So I can come home whenever I want, and I don't need to report to you anymore. He finished speaking without waiting for Su Mushue's response. He turned around gracefully, strode into the parking lot, found his car, and drove away. Su Mushue froze on the spot, tilting her head slightly to look at the bright sun under the azure sky, her eyes growing increasingly hot. The sunlight is so bright. My eyes hurt so much from the stinging sensation. It feels like I'm about to cry. Su Mushue took a deep breath, trying her best to suppress her surging emotions. Song Yuan's resolute words kept echoing in his mind. I will no longer care about you, and you must not interfere in my private life. I can come home whenever I want. There's no need for me to report to you. She hadn't forgotten the argument she'd had with Su Juanza last time. She has an excellent memory. During the 10 years she secretly loved Song Yuan, she remembered almost every word he said clearly. She thought Song Yuan was just being stubborn, but now it seems he's really serious. He really didn't want to manage himself anymore, nor did he want to interfere with him anymore. He can ignore himself, but she still has to control him. She absolutely must control him. As long as Song Yuan doesn't divorce her, she, as Song Yuan's wife, has the right to control him. He broke up with Xiao Weinying, and he didn't really date Ding Yao either. She misunderstood. But what about Xin Yanran? Will the bond between siblings never change? She was so gentle and beautiful, and she and Song Yuan were childhood sweethearts. She was also the older sister of Song Yuan's best friend. I heard Shinmo say that she would be going to work in another city at the end of the month, which is still a week away. Will Song Yuan meet with her again this remaining week? Su Mushua bit her lip hard, and tears finally streamed down her face uncontrollably. Her vision quickly blurred, and so did her heart. He sniffed, and the sadness in his eyes quickly disappeared, replaced by a blazing fire. He can see her if he wants, but she won't come alone next time. She'll bring several bodyguards. It's okay. At worst, the two of us can go back to being at odds like before, becoming enemies and adversaries. Tears streamed down her chin and onto her wrist, wetting the only gift Song Yuan had ever given her, the Bulgari snake bracelet, which she had always treasured. Su Mushua lowered her head, gazing at the snake bracelet that shimmered in the sunlight, and curled her lips in a self-deprecating smile. Let's just pretend that the wonderful time I spent with Song Yuan was just a dream. She knew all along that Song Yuan was still the same Song Yuan. Even if there are differences between 18 and 25 years old, the difference is not significant. There is no doubt about Song Yuan at age 18 and Song Yuan at age 25. They don't like themselves. They don't love themselves. She couldn't feel her intense and passionate love for him. On the other side, Song Yuan went to work as usual. As soon as I got to the office, I turned on my computer and started working on the task at hand. I had only been busy for a few minutes when the phone on the corner of the table rang. Song Yuan glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was his cousin calling. I haven't contacted her in a long time. Since she took the initiative to call me, it must be something important. So Song Yuan put down the mouse, picked up his phone, and pressed the call button. Song Qian's pleasant, girlish voice came from inside. "Brother, do you have time at noon?" Song Yuan smiled and teased. "Yes, what's up? Are you going to treat me to dinner?" Song Qian said with a smile. "No, it's not me who's treating. It's my boyfriend who wants to treat you to dinner." Song Yuan was so startled, he almost dropped his phone and shouted. "What? You have a boyfriend? When did this happen?" "Last time. This girl promised me that she wouldn't date anyone for a while, saying that she was only 18 and needed to focus on her studies." "You found a boyfriend so quickly. Wouldn't he find some blonde guy?" "No. My sister shouldn't date a guy with blonde hair and a wild temper. He wasn't prepared. He might not be able to resist hitting someone." Song Qian immediately put her phone away and scolded her. "Why are you suddenly shouting like that? You startled me. We've been dating for 2 months. Song Yuan's lips twitched slightly, and his face turned frighteningly dark. 2 months. You've been dating for 2 months already. How far have things progressed between the two of them? Have they done anything they shouldn't have? If we did have sex without using protection, what should we do if we get pregnant? Damn it. The more I think about it, the more scared I get." Suppressing his anger and trying to remain calm, he continued. "Okay, then let me ask you, what color is your boyfriend's hair? Is it blonde?" Song Qian was completely confused and asked in bewilderment. "No, why are you asking this? You'll see it in a minute." Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't the blonde guy. "I understand. I'll hang up now. See you in a bit. Send me the hotel location." Song Qian chuckled. "Okay. Bye-bye, carrot carrot." Su Group. Meeting room. Su Mushua was unusually serious and very angry today, making the executives sitting around the long table feel extremely uncomfortable. He reported the progress of each project to Su Mushua in turn. The 2 executives who made the first few minor, insignificant mistakes were given a severe dressing down by Su Mushua. Soon, it was the finance director's turn, and he handed over the documents. Chapter 108. Nervous for her. Su Mushua lowered her head and carefully flipped through the pages. The vulnerability was quickly identified. Pointing at the CFO's nose, he angrily launched into a tirade. Although she didn't utter a single swear word, she was extremely aggressive. Because she hadn't slept all night and hadn't eaten dinner or breakfast, her face was as pale as paper and her eyes were bloodshot, like a vampire queen in the dark. The CFO's face flushed red from the scolding. It was truly humiliating for a man nearing 40 to be reprimanded like that by a young female CEO in her 20s. He lowered his head as low as he could and kept apologizing. The remaining executives who hadn't yet given their reports looked at each other, too scared to even breathe. Although President Su is usually strict, he's never this terrifying. What on earth is wrong with me today? And with such a pale face, you must be feeling unwell. If you're not feeling well, why don't you go home and rest instead of having a meeting? He also took his anger out on the employees, but there was nothing wrong with it, since the employees were the ones who made the mistake. Even if the problem wasn't serious, a mistake is a mistake. Su Mushue stood up abruptly, becoming more and more excited as she spoke. Apologize, all you do is apologize. Why can't you be more careful at work? I pay you such a high salary. Do you think I invited you here for a vacation? Are you thinking of retiring you? Before Su Mushue could finish speaking, she felt her boiling blood freeze instantly, and her bright vision dimmed in an instant. Then, everything went black. His body fell forward limply. Long Yu, who was standing nearby, reacted quickly and immediately helped Su Mushue up, placing her steadily in her seat. Su Mushue's body was limp, her eyes were closed, and she had completely lost consciousness. Long Yu frantically pinched Su Mushue's philtrum and said anxiously, "President Su, wake up." He called out several times, but Su Mushue did not respond. The executives were also getting anxious. President Su. Long Yu immediately announced the end of the meeting to everyone, and then took out her phone to make an emergency call. After calling an ambulance, Long Yu hesitated for 3 seconds, but still decided to tell Song Yuan. Regardless of the nature of Song Yuan and Su Mushue's relationship, Song Yuan is her legal husband. Since Su Mushue is in trouble, she needs to inform her. He found Song Yuan's phone number and dialed it without hesitation. Coincidentally, Song Yuan was also in a meeting. The harmony in the meeting room was shattered by a cell phone ringing suddenly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Song Yuan threw the report in his hand onto the table, glanced at everyone unhappily, and asked in a cold voice, "Whose call was that? Don't you even know the basic common sense of silencing your phone during a meeting?" Everyone's breathing faltered slightly, and they all shook their heads. No, they've already muted it. Which unlucky person forgot to mute the phone? Song Yuan has always had a bad temper, so no one dares to be careless and make such a basic mistake. Seeing that no one spoke, Song Yuan's expression became even more unpleasant. Who is it? Step forward now. My patience is running out. The executives shook their heads again. It really wasn't them. Standing beside Song Yuan, when Zi saw that Song Yuan was on the verge of losing his temper, so she leaned down and whispered a reminder in his ear. "Mr. Song, your phone is ringing." As she spoke, she pointed to the black leather bag sitting in the empty space next to Song Yuan. Song Yuan's expression changed drastically. He turned his head to look and, sure enough, the voice was coming from his bag. Damn it. How embarrassing. No wonder no one admitted it. It turned out my phone rang. Despite feeling incredibly embarrassed, Song Yuan calmly reached out and hung up the phone without even glancing at it. Then, he cleared his throat and asked in a serious tone, "Wenzi, what were I just talking about?" Wenzi responded patiently. Speaking of. Before he could finish speaking, the phone rang again. Song Yuan finally couldn't hold back anymore. Generally speaking, the other party wouldn't call him a second time unless it was an urgent matter. Since it was being played a second time, it must have been in a hurry, so I could only announce the meeting adjourned. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and immediately left the office. Soon only Song Yuan was left. Song Yuan finally took out his phone and frowned slightly when he saw that the contact was Long Yu. She has never called him before. Could it be that something happened to Su Mushue? Thinking of this, Song Yuan quickly pressed the call button. "Hello," Long Yu said anxiously. "Mr. Song, Mushue has fainted. The ambulance will be here soon. Can you come to the hospital in a bit?" Morningstar is quite far from the Su group, so the ambulance will definitely arrive first. Therefore, she thought it would be more appropriate for Song Yuan to go directly to the hospital. Upon hearing that Su Mushue had fainted, Song Yuan's heart leaped into his throat, and he asked anxiously, "Which hospital are you going to?" "I'll be right there." How could she faint? She was perfectly fine this morning. She even had the energy to argue with herself. However, upon closer reflection, her complexion did indeed look bad this morning. She had stayed up late working overtime last night and hadn't slept much. Harmony. Long Yu was secretly terrified. To my surprise, Song Yuan agreed so readily. It seems he still has some conscience, though not much. He didn't ignore Su Mushua's illness and was willing to put aside his work to come and be with her. Okay, I'll contact you when I get there. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan immediately got up and rushed out of the conference room, sprinting all the way to the underground parking garage, where he quickly started the car and drove straight to the hospital. Song Yuan rushed to the hospital in a great hurry. After contacting Long Yu led him to Su Mushua's ward. Song Yuan followed behind Long Yu and asked anxiously, "What exactly happened? Why did Mushua faint?" Long Yu didn't stop walking and said without turning her head, "I just had a checkup, and the doctor said it was caused by low blood sugar, lack of sleep, and stress." Song Yuan asked, puzzled, "Low blood sugar? How could I have low blood sugar? The food at home is very good and nutritionally balanced, so why would I have low blood sugar?" Long Yu finally stopped, turned around, and looked at Song Yuan helplessly. "Didn't you know she didn't eat dinner last night? And she didn't eat breakfast either?" When she went to Su Mushua's office to bring her coffee today, she noticed that Su Mushua looked unwell. She couldn't help but ask her about it, and Su Mushua told her the whole story about her argument with Song Yuan last night. She was furious after hearing that. It's one thing for Song Yuan not to come home without saying a word, but when Su Mushua kindly went to pick him up, he turned around and said such heartless things to him. That's absolutely outrageous. Song Yuan looked completely bewildered. In the morning, he asked her to sit down and have breakfast with them, but she said she had already eaten. Also, why didn't you eat last night? Don't you have time to eat because you're working overtime? That doesn't seem right. Is this correct? Seeing his bewildered expression, Long Yu knew he knew nothing, so she sighed deeply and said earnestly, "President Song, I know that as an outsider I shouldn't interfere in your relationship, but as Mushua's good friend, I still want to say a few words. Is that all right?" Chapter 109. How did we get together 7 years ago? Song Yuan nodded slightly. He probably has a stereotype about most girls' best friends, thinking that they would all interfere in each other's relationships without any restraint, especially when their best friends complain. They would jump out from the moral high ground and blame the other girl's boyfriend. This is true in many movies, TV dramas, and in real life. Long Yu is different. She has always been very respectful of herself. Even though he has been cheating on her for so many years, she has never criticized him just because she is Su Mushua's best friend. Having finally decided to speak up for Su Mushua, he didn't immediately open his mouth, but instead asked for her opinion with restraint and politeness. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse her. Having received Song Yuan's affirmation, Long Yu's tone softened, carrying a hint of pleading. "Mushua isn't as strong as you think. You think she's assertive, has a bad temper, and is independent and strong-willed, but she wasn't like this before. Really, I grew up with her. She used to be as gentle and quiet as any other girl. But you also know that her mother passed away early, and her father remarried early and had a younger brother with her. She has climbed to her current position at such a young age and become the executive director of the family. Only she knows how hard she has worked. She has become accustomed to presenting herself as strong. I know you have no feelings for her, but could you please consider your years of marriage and the fact that she gave birth to your daughter? Please, could you be a little more tolerant of her?" Song Yuan did not respond immediately, but sighed inwardly. Long Yu is truly Su Mushua's good friend. She speaks up for her with such a gentle and cautious tone, as if afraid of upsetting her. He pondered Long Yu's words carefully. She was right. He had never really thought about why Su Mushua had this kind of personality. Now it seems that the answer can be found by considering Su Mushua's upbringing. Having lost her mother at a young age, she would have to pay a huge price to surpass her half-brother and climb to the position of CEO of the Su Group. Changing her personality was only one aspect. She also needed to constantly improve herself. Over time, the gentle and quiet Su Mushua that Long Yu spoke of has transformed into the female demon she is today. I should be more tolerant of her. But sometimes he has no choice. He has a bad temper and is used to being arrogant and domineering. He couldn't help but argue with Su Mushua when she confronted him. After all, a person's personality cannot be changed overnight. One can only try to change it gradually. He said with a smile, "I will, thank you." Long Yu was flattered. She had been prepared for Song Yuan to be angry, but to her surprise, he not only wasn't angry, but also thanked her. She quickly waved her hand. No need to thank me, we're here. Room 3302 is Mu Shue's room. Good. As Song Yuan spoke, he quickly walked to the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Su Mu Shue, who had just woken up in the hospital bed, thought it was Long Yu, and said casually, "Enter." The door was slowly pushed open. Su Mu Shue's expression changed drastically when she saw that the person who came was Song Yuan. He hurriedly sat up, almost tearing the needle attached to the 4-line off the back of his hand, and frowned. "What are you doing here? What brings you here?" Song Yuan was speechless. If Long Yu hadn't just spoken so many good things about Su Mu Shue to him, he really would have argued with her again. "I took time off work to come see her, and instead of thanking me, she came up to me with a dark expression and questioned me." He curled his lips into a smile and said, "Look at what you're saying. I'm your husband. You're in the hospital. As your husband, shouldn't I come and take care of you? How are you feeling? Still uncomfortable? Do you want something to eat? I'll go downstairs and buy you something." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mu Shue was even more surprised. Had the sun risen in the west? This morning he so resolutely told me he wouldn't care about me anymore, but now that I'm in the hospital, he came over immediately. They even showered me with concern and offered to come downstairs to buy me food. Their change of attitude was astonishing. Su Mu Shue narrowed her eyes slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked Song Yuan up and down, who was still incredibly handsome in his suit and tie. "Be wary of questions. You haven't done anything wrong behind my back, have you? Or have you run into a problem and need my help again?" Song Yuan had a headache. "No, what kind of person do you think I am?" Su Mu Shue snorted coldly. "I know you better than anyone." Song Yuan clicked his tongue lightly and sat down on the edge of the bed. He reached out and helped slow down the flow of Su Mu Shue's foredrip, saying casually, "Then tell me in your heart who I am." Su Mu Shue said frankly, "Bastard. Idiot." Song Yuan's face darkened. Goodness, she remembered. Is he an idiot? Is this correct? He's so smart. How could he be an idiot? I couldn't help but complain. You have terrible taste, insisting on marrying a jerk who's a complete idiot. Su Mu Shue was amused by Song Yuan and retorted, "Don't be so smug. Marrying you wasn't my intention. If it weren't for Nini, I wouldn't have married you." He thought to himself, "Song Yuan, you're right, my taste is indeed terrible. Of all the men in the world, I just happened to fall in love with a heartless bastard like you. You've tormented me for so many years, yet I still find it sweet and have never had the thought of giving up on you. It's like I'm poisoned, addicted, obsessively wanting your love, fantasizing that one day, my deep affection will no longer be betrayed. Wait, something doesn't seem right. Her taste isn't actually that bad." She felt that Song Yuan was perfect except for disliking her. She thinks she's perfect, both in appearance and personality. Song Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked the question that had been buried deep in his heart, speaking seriously. "By the way, how exactly did we get Nini? Can you tell me? You know I don't remember anything from the past 7 years. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Su Mu Shue's eyes, but she quickly calmed down and gave a perfunctory reply. "I can't remember either. It's been 7 years. Who would remember? 7 years ago at the alumni reunion, both of them drank too much. She accidentally went to the wrong room, pushed open Song Yuan's half-closed door, and climbed into Song Yuan's bed. The room was dark at the time, and Song Yuan thought she was Xiao Weiniang, so he pressed himself down and called out Xiao Weiniang's name. She wanted to refuse at the time, but in a moment of impulse, she went along with the mistake. Afterwards, Song Yuan was furious and said he wouldn't take responsibility because she hadn't pushed him away. The two did not take any precautions at the time, and she did not take any medication, thinking that the chances of getting pregnant on the first try were very small, so she did not take it seriously. Unexpectedly, I actually won the bid and became pregnant with Nini. Chapter 110. The female demon is acting cute. Song Yuan stared intently into Su Mu Shue's eyes and said sternly, "No, you're lying. You've always had a great memory, so tell me the truth right now." Su Mu Shue was a top student when she was in school. She often got full marks in all subjects except Chinese, which was terrifying. How could you not even remember something like this? That was their first time. This is something many people would never forget in their lifetime. If he hadn't suddenly lost his memory, he would definitely still remember it. Su Muxue avoided his sharp gaze and stubbornly retorted, "Can't I just forget about it? I can't really just forget about it." If Song Yuan knew, he would definitely hate him, just like he did back, then he wouldn't want to take responsibility and would only want to run away. Their relationship was already bad enough, and he was still holding a grudge against her. If he found out, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. Song Yuan softened his tone and began to discuss the matter. "Impossible, you can't have forgotten. Just tell me. This question has been bothering me for a long time. I'm your husband. Don't I have the right to know about our past?" He asked his parents and Shin Mo, but they didn't know. He was genuinely curious, and since the topic had finally come up in conversation today, he was determined to find out. Su Muxue was even more annoyed. She raised her head, looked directly into Song Yuan's dark eyes filled with longing, and chose to confront him head-on. "Fine, I haven't forgotten, but I just don't want to tell you. So what if you're my husband? Who told you to forget? Is it my fault? If you're so capable, then try to remember it yourself." Song Yuan was furious and couldn't help but point his finger at her. "You. That woman is infuriating." Her small mouth seemed to be coated with poison, directly targeting his weak spot. "I really want to pin her down on the bed and give her a good beating. Then she'll behave and won't be so stubborn anymore." However, considering that this was a hospital and Su Muxue was sick, he couldn't do that. Besides, he had just promised Long Yu that he would be tolerant of Su Muxue. Su Muxue hates it when people point fingers at her, and even Song Yuan couldn't quite accept it. So she said in a huff, "What do you mean? What, you're going to hit me again? I'm telling you, if you dare touch a single hair on my head, I'll call the police immediately, accuse you of domestic violence, and have you arrested and forced to work on a sewing machine." That said, although Song Yuan had been a habitual philanderer over the years and often argued and lost his temper with her, but he had never laid a hand on her before, so she felt that no matter how angry Song Yuan was, he would never actually lay a hand on her. If she really laid a hand on her, she wouldn't have tolerated it for so many years. She still has a bottom line, and that bottom line is that no one can lay a hand on her. Thinking of this, I silently mocked myself. Her bottom line is incredibly low. Song Yuan raised his hand to his forehead and rubbed his throbbing temples vigorously. He tried hard to suppress his dissatisfaction, forced a smile, and said insincerely, "Don't worry, I never hit women. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I'll think about it myself." Su Muxue blinked and asked with a smile, "I'm hungry. Do you still stand by what you said you'd go downstairs to buy me whatever I want to eat?" Song Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. This woman's face changed so quickly. He sighed helplessly. "It's a promise, but you have to promise me one thing first." Su Muxue tilted her head, puzzled. "What's up?" Song Yuan gave earnest instructions. "No matter what happens in the future, you must eat well and put your health first." Su Muxue pouted and complained in a low voice. "I can't eat because you made me angry." The voice was too soft for Song Yuan to hear clearly, and he said seriously, "What are you muttering about? Let me tell you, if you don't agree, I won't buy it for you, and you'll starve." Su Muxue became anxious. "Okay, I promise you." Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What would you like to eat?" Su Muxue's smile deepened, and she said arrogantly, "Pickled cabbage fish, no pickled cabbage, no fish, cilantro beef noodles, no beef, no cilantro, iced cola, no ice." Since I've finally managed to get him to do something, of course I have to make things difficult for him. Song Yuan's pupils trembled slightly. "Is this how you order food? Isn't she just deliberately trying to cause trouble?" He took a deep breath and asked in return, "Do you want me to get beaten up by the restaurant owner?" Su Muxue's eyes curved into a beautiful shape, her gaze sparkling. She gently tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve and began to whine softly, a rare occurrence for her. "No, honey, I want to eat it. I'll buy it for them." Song Yuan, whose body trembled. No way. The female demon actually acted cute towards him? Terrifying. If I remember correctly, this seems to be the first time she hasn't been acting cute in bed with me. Who could resist that? Look at those alluring eyes, that pretty face with a rosy glow, and that sweet, delicate voice. Despite wearing a blue hospital gown, she couldn't hide her voluptuous and sexy figure. which added a unique charm to her appearance. This unconsciously reminded Song Yuan of the short film he watched with Shun Imo a few years ago. It was absolutely fantastic. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. Song Yuan swallowed hard, trying to suppress the sudden surge of anger within him. Restraint. Don't be like this, let's talk this out. It's just a beating. I'll take it, okay? I'll go buy it for you, okay? It's true that women who know how to be charming have the best lives. Men find it hard to resist. Su Mushue couldn't help but lean closer to Song Yuan and kiss his cheek hard, saying sweetly, "Honey, you're so good to me, you're the best. I never expected this trick to work so well. It's embarrassing, but it's effective, so it's worth it, really worth it." Song Yuan stood up abruptly. If he let her continue to seduce him, he really wouldn't be able to resist taking her right there and then. She hurriedly turned and walked towards the door, preparing to give her something to eat. Just as Song Yuan touched the doorknob, Su Mushue called out to him, "Honey, wait a minute." Song Yuan turned his head away impatiently. "What's wrong now?" Su Mushue smiled gently. "I suddenly want to eat something else, so I'll have crystal shrimp dumplings, seafood porridge, spicy and sour chicken feet, steamed taro and pork ribs, and freshly squeezed orange juice." Of course, she couldn't bear to see Song Yuan get beaten up. What could she do? He was the person she loved most. Song Yuan laughed and agreed. Good. This woman still has some conscience. She didn't really make things difficult for herself. They left the ward. Song Yuan arrived at the underground parking lot, found his car, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. My phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. Song Yuan took out his phone and saw that the contact was Song Qian. Suddenly, he remembered that it was already noon, and Song Qian had invited him to lunch to meet her boyfriend. I pressed the call button without hesitation. "Bro, my boyfriend and I are here. Why aren't you here yet? Is there traffic? How much longer?" Song Yuan said awkwardly. "Qian, that guy has something urgent to attend to. Can we reschedule for tomorrow?" "No, you already promised me. What urgent matter could be more important than me?" Chapter 111 Women, please me. Song Yuan discussed it. "Your sister-in-law is in the hospital, so I'm here to take care of her. Be good and wait until tomorrow." Although Song Qian was unhappy, she couldn't show it. Her sister-in-law's illness couldn't be delayed, and it was normal that her brother couldn't come over. "All right then, tomorrow it is. If you stand me up again tomorrow, you're dead," Song Yuan said solemnly. "By the way, is your boyfriend with you?" Song Qian glanced at her boyfriend, who was playing a mobile game with his head down beside her. "Yes, what's up?" "Leave him for a moment. I have something important to tell you." "Oh." Song Qian obediently left the private room, stood by the window in the corridor, and spoke again. "All right, go ahead and say it." Song Yuan hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to ask or not. This matter was a bit too private. After struggling for 3 seconds, he couldn't help but tell her. "So, how far have things progressed between you and your boyfriend? Have you slept together yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, Song Qian's face flushed bright red instantly, and she said in embarrassment and indignation, "What the heck? Why are you asking me that? How can you be so inappropriate? Is this how an older brother should act?" Despite his grumbling, he felt a warmth in his heart. His brother asked him that because he was worried that he would be taken advantage of. So happy. My brother cares about me so much. Her parents wouldn't interfere with this kind of thing. They would just say, "Just don't let it interfere with your studies." Song Yuan shamelessly pressed for an answer. "Stop talking nonsense and just tell me the truth. I'm just concerned about you, you understand?" His younger sister is still so young, just turned 18. He doesn't know how he has gotten along with her over the past 7 years, or whether he has properly protected and guided her. However, it's not too late now. At least his relationship with his sister is still pretty good. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't have held back last time, and the slap she gave me wouldn't have been so light and effortless. Song Qian smiled and spoke frankly. "Okay, I know, not yet. What kind of person do you take me for? I'm not that kind of girl." Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his sister would become pregnant out of wedlock like Su Mushue. She married a scumbag man who was unwilling to take responsibility, and even after they reluctantly got married, he kept cheating on her. If he hadn't traveled from the past, Su Mushue would still be suffering under the torment of her 25-year-old self. He gave instructions. "That's good. Qian, You must hold on and get through tonight. I'll help you with the check tomorrow, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, I didn't plan on that before I got married. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan immediately started the car to buy lunch for Su Mushua. Evening. Song Yuan took Su Mushua home from the hospital. I had dinner with my daughter. After finishing his meal, Song Yuan took a shower, then went upstairs to his bedroom. Su Mushua, who was sitting on the sofa eating an apple, turned grim upon seeing this scene. He took a big bite of the fruit and chewed it with a crunching sound. Hateful. That bastard Song Yuan wants to sleep in a separate room from me. She was very caring and attentive to me when I was in the hospital that day, and even went out to buy me food. But when I got home, she turned her back on me. How can he have such self-control? He hasn't had a deep conversation with her for several days. How can he resist? Did he secretly solve it all by himself? Can self-comfort really relieve fatigue? Anyway, she felt that solving things alone was boring, and it was far less satisfying than doing it with someone else. Ugh, so annoying. How long will I have to live this life of simplicity and abstinence? Does Song Yuan really want to continue this stalemate? If she doesn't fire Su Juanza, will he really never sleep with her again? It's all that bastard Su Juanza's fault. Peking Union Medical College Hospital. A private hospital room. Anya sat by the hospital bed, quietly peeling an apple for Su Juanza with her head down. Su Juanza, who was sitting on the headboard like a grandpa waiting for Anya to feed him, suddenly sneezed. Achoo! The sneeze caused a sharp pain in his chest, where Song Yuan had kicked him, making him turn deathly pale. Anya looked on with concern. Should we call a doctor? She didn't want Su Juanza to die from the pain. If he really died, there would be no way to pay for her grandmother's medical expenses and her sister's tuition. Su Juanza waved his hand, his voice terribly hoarse. Need not. Anya breathed a sigh of relief, cut the peeled apple into even small pieces, and took out a small piece to put near Su Juanza's mouth. Give. Su Juanza opened his mouth and took a bite, but immediately spat it out after only 2 chews. Anya, afraid of soiling the blankets, immediately opened her palm to receive it. After receiving the fruit, he calmly threw the piece of fruit, which was covered in Su Juanza's saliva, into the trash can, and then wiped his hands with a tissue. Su Juanza scolded Anya in a bad mood. It tastes awful. I like red apples, not regular apples. You better remember that. If you make this kind of silly mistake again, I won't let you off the hook. Anya apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'll remember. It won't happen again. Forget about red delicious apples. He's just taking his bad mood out on himself. Let him be. Su Juanza felt even more furious looking at Anya's submissive and humble appearance. What else can you do besides apologize? Initially, I was attracted to her because she looked about 60% like Su Mushua. But after getting to know her, I found that she had no similarity to Su Mushua at all. They were worlds apart. Su Mushua was a high and mighty pearl, while Anya was a lowly speck of dust. Anya took a deep breath, flashed a perfectly professional fake smile, and said ingratiatingly, Sir, I know you're in a bad mood. As long as you're happy, you can do whatever you want with me. Su Juanza was so angry that he laughed and asked her in return, I'm already in this state. What else can I do to you? 2 of his ribs were broken by that bastard Song Yuan. His nose was also broken, and he suffered soft tissue damage in many parts of his body. He will need to stay in the hospital for at least 10 days to half a month. He no longer had the energy to torment her. Anya fell silent, unsure of what to say. She couldn't just obey him, nor did she dare to resist. What else could she do? She was just a tool he bought with money. Seeing that Anya remained silent, Su Juanza became even more displeased and said sternly, Say something. Are you mute? I'm giving you so much money. You have to find a way to make me happy. I'm giving you a chance. You have to seize it. Hurry up and please me. Anya still did not react. Damn it. How am I supposed to please him? His body is in such a state. Is she still going to seduce him? She couldn't think of any other way besides seducing him, and she wouldn't do anything else. He kept me as a mistress just for this reason. We never had a proper heart-to-heart talk. He never communicated with me calmly and as an equal. After much thought, Anya could only stand up, but her knees buckled and she knelt on the ground. She gently took his hand, kissed his fingertips, and then lightly licked them. Chapter 112 Fickle. Su Juin's body trembled. After realizing what Anya was about to do, he slapped her across the face. With a snap. The force was great, and Anya was completely unprepared. Her petite body was flipped over by the slap. He fell to the ground in a sorry state. Anya struggled to sit up, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, and looked at Su Juinza with red, aggrieved eyes. 5 clear finger marks appeared on her fair face. It hurt so much, it burned. Su Juinza not only showed no mercy, but also mocked her coldly. You slut, is that all you can think about? Take a good look at where you are. This is a hospital, my workplace. Have you no shame? Anya lowered her head helplessly, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, a deep fear spreading throughout her body. She bit her lip hard with her pearly teeth and said timidly, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Su Juinza is a devil. She never knew a person could be so fickle, even though he was the one who kept telling her to please him. But when she actually did it, he turned around and not only slapped himself in the face, but also humiliated her severely, calling her shameless. Who is shameless here? What happened to the hospital? What happened to his workplace? He used to ask me to come to his duty room to help him relax when he was on night shift. Su Juinza gave the order. Lift your head up. Anya slowly raised her head, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, leaving her delicate face streaked with tears and her rosy lips slightly swollen. Seeing this scene, Su Juin's agitated heart calmed down a little, and he said in a deep voice, What do you think I should do? Anya's moist eyes were filled with confusion. What? I don't understand what you mean. Su Juinza recounted all the unpleasant things that had happened around Su Muxiue in the past few days to Anya, without holding back. He didn't know why he told her that, even though he only treated her as a tool, a soulless puppet. Perhaps he simply had no one to confide in and was too lonely. He doesn't usually contact his parents, only returning home during Chinese New Year to symbolically fulfill his filial duties. He didn't have any particularly close friends. He felt that no one was worthy of being his true friend. Anya listened. My feelings were incredibly complicated. Why is she suddenly confiding in me? This isn't normal. Is there some kind of conspiracy? If she answers incorrectly, he will punish himself severely? So, I asked cautiously. So what do you think you should do? She had absolutely no idea how he was going to mend his relationship with Su Muxiue. Su Juinza pondered for a moment, then slowly began to speak. I think I should apologize to her properly. After all, my information was wrong last time. Song Yuan was definitely not having a late-night snack with Ding Yao alone. Anya went along with him. Then apologize. Su Juinza denied it. No, why should I apologize to her? Even if Song Yuan didn't cheat this time, he's been cheating for the past 7 years. She has poor taste in men, yet she still wants to protect Song Yuan. Not only because of that, but also because of his pride as a man. How could he apologize to a woman? Even though Su Muxiue was the woman he loved most, he didn't want to break his moral bottom line for her. Anya inwardly groaned, but outwardly remained calm as she inquired. Is there any other way? Su Juinza said with a headache. I'll think about it some more. The Su family villa. Master bedroom. Su Muxiue lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was really hard for her to fall asleep alone. My mind is filled with Song Yuan. I miss him so much. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Mom, are you asleep? Not yet, come in. Song Jianni pushed open the bedroom door, climbed onto the bed, and snuggled into her mother's warm embrace. Su Muxiue gently hugged her daughter and asked with a smile, Have you finished your homework? Song Jianni nodded. I'm done writing. By the way, aren't Mom and Dad sleeping with you tonight? A hint of melancholy flashed in Su Muxiue's eyes, but she forced a smile. No, thank you. Song Jianni said with concern. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing much. Mom is lying. She clearly looks terrible. Su Muxiue sighed and gently rubbed her daughter's head. Okay, I'm a little unhappy, but I'm probably just too tired. I'll get a good night's sleep later, and I'll be fine. Song Jianni looked up and asked with concern. Mom, are you and Dad still having a fight? Su Muxiue fell silent, completely at a loss for how to respond to her daughter. My daughter is so smart. She's so sensitive and perceptive. Nothing escapes her notice. She's so much more mature than other children her age. Seeing that her mother didn't speak, Song Jianni already had a guess in her mind and tentatively asked, "Is Dad having an affair with another woman?" Su Muxue quickly denied it. No, no, your father really didn't make any mistakes this time. Song Jianni was confused. So what exactly happened? Su Muxue gently stroked her daughter's cheek and smiled. Nini, don't worry about it. It's just a small problem. It'll be fine in a couple of days. Don't worry, okay? This isn't something you should be thinking about. Your job is just to make yourself happy every day. I see. Although Song Jianni verbally agreed, she couldn't help but wonder what was going on. If her parents are having a fight and are unhappy, how can she be happy on her own? He changed the subject. Mom, I want to see Dr. Su. Can we have him come over tomorrow? She had gotten into the habit of asking Su Juanza about things she couldn't figure out, and she no longer only sought him out when she was having an episode. Although she no longer trusted him as she used to, and felt a bit repulsed by him deep down. But for some reason, she still relies on him. Whenever she feels unwell, upset, or in trouble, she wants to find him, as if he has some strange magic that keeps attracting her. Whenever her daughter mentions Su Juanza, Su Muxue would get a headache and discuss it. Nini, can we postpone this for a couple of days? Song Yuan was furious. If she really agreed to Nini's request, she was afraid that he might get angry and beat her to death. Su Juanza is dead, but Song Yuan will be implicated and go to jail. Song Jianni narrowed her eyes slightly. Why? Something's not right. In the past, when she told her mother that she wanted to see Dr. Su, her mother never refused. What happened this time? Could it be? A bold conjecture came to Song Jianni's mind. Could it be that Mom and Dad had a fight because of Dr. Su? That's quite possible. Dad has always disliked Dr. Su and wanted to switch to another doctor, but Mom didn't quite agree. Last time at Pizza Hut, Dr. Su even provoked her father. Chapter 113 Mom, let's fire Dr. Su. Mom just said again that Dad hasn't cheated on her again, and that Dad hasn't made any mistakes. Mom told me to wait a couple of days before seeing Dr. Su. Is she afraid that if Dr. Su comes to our house, it will upset Dad again? Su Muxue said with a smile. He's in the hospital, he's sick. Upon hearing her mother's words, Song Jianni's perfect line of reasoning suddenly broke down. How come you're suddenly hospitalized? And why is Mom laughing? Is she really that happy that Dr. Su is injured? Amazed face. Actually, I'm quite happy too. Serves him right for provoking my dad like that day. Which hero stepped in and taught Dr. Su a lesson on behalf of Dad. He got into a fight. With whom? Su Muxue feigned composure. I don't know either. Although Su Muxue had tried to disguise herself so that Song Jianni wouldn't realize she was lying, she still couldn't escape Song Jianni's eyes. Her mother's eyes clearly flickered when she answered her question. Really? Su Muxue said firmly. Real? Song Jianni stopped pressing the topic and changed the subject. Mom, I want to change doctors, is that okay? Since she was certain that her parents' conflict was because of Dr. Su, she would try her best to break free from her dependence on him. She should be able to. She definitely could. Su Muxue was a little confused and asked in surprise. Didn't your dad find a suitable doctor for you before? And didn't you just say you wanted to see Dr. Su? Song Jianni said without changing her expression. I went to see him to say goodbye. Mom, you told me that lying is not good behavior. But I lied this time for you and Dad, so I'm not a bad kid, right? Can you forgive me? Su Muxue's brain began to freeze, and she became even more confused. Why? I'm much better now, so I think I can just use a regular psychologist. Su Muxue said worriedly. Nini, you're much better than before, but depression can recur. Song Jianni gripped her hand tightly, her eyes slightly reddening, and said earnestly, I know it's okay, Mom. Actually, the root of my illness is Dad, but he's changed now. I can feel that he really loves me, and I'm no longer an annoying child, so I think my illness definitely won't get worse. Su Muxue was stunned for a moment, then hugged her daughter tightly, tilted her head back slightly to stop her tears from falling, and said in a hoarse voice, Okay, Mom will listen to you. Heaven is so good to her. What good deeds must she have done in her past life to have such a wonderful daughter as Nini? Song Jianni was choked by Su Muxue and could hardly breathe. She said in a muffled voice, Mom, I can't breathe. Su Muxue hurriedly let go of her daughter. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mom was just too happy. Song Jianni chuckled. It's okay, Mom. I'm going back to my room to sleep. You should get some rest. She should leave. It's not appropriate for her to stay any longer. If nothing unexpected happens, Mom will definitely talk to Dad, and they should be able to make up, right? Su Muxue affectionately patted her head. Okay, go ahead. Okay, good night. After Song Jianni left the room, Su Muxue couldn't hold back any longer and got up to go to the door of Song Yuan's bedroom. Take a deep breath, muster your courage, and knock on the door. Song Yuan was taking a shower in the bathroom and didn't hear the knocking at all. Seeing no response from inside, Su Muxue knocked on the door and spoke. Honey, may I come in? I want to have a serious talk with you. Knock, knock, knock. Su Muxue's hands were almost numb from banging, but she still didn't get any response. In a panic, he simply pushed the door open. After scanning the room and finding nothing there, I finally turned my attention to the bathroom. The bathroom door was made of glass. Although it had patterns on it, and you couldn't see inside very clearly, you could still clearly see Song Yuan's figure. At this moment, Song Yuan was standing in the shower, holding his hair with both hands, probably washing his hair. So handsome. She has a great figure, even better than a model, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long and straight legs, and very defined abs and pecs. Su Muxue couldn't help but swallow, sat down on the bed, and quietly waited for him to come out. Unaware of what was happening inside the bathroom, Song Yuan started humming a song as he washed. Who can a wounded heart still love? The feeling of having no one to care for you. My love for you has been buried, and I can't bear to let go like this. Your love is gone. Su Muxue, who was outside the door, heard Song Yuan singing. Although his voice wasn't loud, she could still hear it clearly. This sad love song sounded so old-fashioned. It seemed to be by Lu Jia. That's insane. Who sings while taking a shower? That's really funny. Su Muxue bit her lip hard to stop herself from laughing out loud. Not long after, Song Yuan finished showering, wiped himself off haphazardly with a towel, and swaggered out. He was startled when he saw Su Muxue sitting on the edge of his bed with her face flushed, and said angrily, "Why didn't you knock before coming in? Don't you have any manners or upbringing?" Su Muxue's face turned even redder, her eyes completely unsure where to look. Song Yuan was naked, not even wearing a towel, his body completely exposed, and she retorted in shame and indignation. "I knocked, you just didn't hear it." Looking at Su Muxue's face, which was so red it was almost bleeding, Song Yuan remembered that he wasn't wearing any clothes. He immediately went back to the bathroom, grabbed a clean towel, and wrapped it around his waist. He came out again, feeling frustrated. "Can't you wait a while before coming in if I didn't hear you? Even if we're husband and wife, we should at least maintain basic respect and privacy." That guy is really offensive. He was singing in the bathroom just now. She must have heard it all. How embarrassing. She must be laughing at herself behind her back. Instead of getting angry, Su Muxue smiled, narrowed her eyes slightly, looked Song Yuan up and down, and teased him. "Privacy? What haven't I seen? What's there for a grown man like you to be shy about?" Song Yuan took a deep breath. This woman's verbal skills have improved. Her tongue has become even more venomous. He said irritably, "Get out, I'm going to sleep." Instead of leaving, Su Muxue found a comfortable position and sat against the headboard, speaking seriously. "I have something important to tell you." Song Yuan had a headache and sat wearily on the edge of the bed, staring at her as he spoke. "Okay, then tell me quickly." Su Muxue got straight to the point. "I promise you, I will fire Su Jianzi." Song Yuan was half believing and half doubting. Real? Strangeness. She had been so resolute all along, so why did she suddenly give in? Is there some kind of conspiracy? This woman has always been very stubborn. How could she possibly give in so easily? He can't afford to be careless. Su Muxue assured her. "Really? I'm not kidding you." Song Yuan snorted coldly. "Words are meaningless. Why should I believe you?" Who knows if she's just saying it to appease him, and then continuing to use Su Jianzi behind his back. Chapter 114 Long-Awaited Tenderness. Su Muxue held up her phone and said firmly, "I'm calling him right now and firing him." Song Yuan raised his eyebrows with great interest. "Okay, go ahead and hit me." "It's so late. That bastard was beaten up like that by now. He should be resting by now and won't be answering the phone." Having received Song Yuan's affirmation, Su Muxue decisively found Su Juan's number in her contacts and called him. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. Su Muxue blinked. Huh? Why did the call end while it was in progress? I wondered. Song Yuan yawned. Forget it, there's no rush. Let's play tomorrow. No, I need to explain this to him now. Su Muxue insisted and was about to dial again when Su Juan's suddenly called her. It turns out that the call he was on was actually him calling himself. Su Muxue immediately pressed the answer button and turned on speakerphone. Su Juan's, on the other end of the phone, was somewhat excited, not expecting Su Muxue to answer his call so quickly. Muxue, are you free now? I have something to tell you. Su Muxue was afraid that he would say something he shouldn't and upset Song Yuan again, so she spoke first. Let me say this first. You don't need to continue treating Nini anymore. Let's be strangers and not contact each other again. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand. Su Juanza was struck dumb and said in a trembling voice. What did you say? Goodbye, that's it. Never to meet again. After Su Muxue finished speaking, she immediately blacklisted Su Juan's phone number and WeChat account, and then deleted them. Then he smiled and said to Song Yuan Dao, Did you believe me this time? Song Yuan remained silent, still in a daze. He didn't understand. Why did Su Muxue suddenly give in? She was so tough just a few days ago. She really severed ties with Su Juanza. Her last two sentences were really harsh. She said not to contact him again because she was afraid her husband would misunderstand. He could imagine what Su Juan's expression would be upon hearing this, a disgusted look, like he'd just eaten shit. He believed he wasn't so evil as to build his own happiness on the suffering of others. But the thought of Su Juan's suffering made him extremely happy. It felt amazing. Besides that, an indescribable feeling welled up in my heart. What kind of feelings are they? It seems like happiness. A domineering, self-willed, and unyielding woman who refuses to consider things from other people's perspectives or compromise with them. Suddenly, I started thinking about myself and compromising with myself. Su Muxue became anxious when she saw that Song Yuan didn't speak. Hey, say something. You're not still mad at me, are you? I've already listened to you, fired him, and won't contact him again. I've blocked and deleted his phone number and WeChat account. What more do you want from me? Let me tell you, don't push your luck, I've already. He hadn't finished speaking. Su Muxue's mouth was then covered. He swallowed the rest of his words. Song Yuan suddenly pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately on the lips. Su Muxue suddenly opened her eyes wide, looking at Song Yuan's handsome face so close to hers, feeling his passion. Slowly close your eyes. Tears involuntarily rolled down my cheeks. She slowly reached out and hugged him back. How wonderful. If only time could stand still at this moment. Song Yuan quickly felt her cheeks getting wet. She was crying again. This time, instead of letting go of her helplessly, he gently kissed away the tears from the corners of her eyes and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Why do you cry so much? You're so old, yet you still act like a child. Su Muxue pushed Song Yuan away, her wet eyes glaring at him, and said in annoyance, I do what I want, it's none of your business. Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere with me anymore? Hateful. Instead of comforting himself, he mocked himself for being like a child who hadn't grown up. Song Yuan clicked his tongue. This woman was really unpredictable. She was crying happily just now, and now she's starting to blame him. He raised his hand and cupped her chin, his fingertips gently caressing her rosy lips, and said helplessly, That was just something I said in anger. Didn't you say those harsh words to me too? If I really didn't want to take care of you, would I be going to the hospital to take care of you during the day? Su Muxue lowered her eyes, feeling somewhat guilty. That's true. When I'm angry, I can say things without thinking. Since he was able to drop everything and rush over to take care of me when I was sick, it means he's still willing to take care of me. Huh. He is still willing to take care of himself. This shows that he still cares about himself. Does that mean he likes himself? Really? She's been hoping for this for 10 years. Can her dream come true all at once? Perhaps it was simply out of a husband's sense of responsibility. Song Yuan was completely unaware of Su Muxue's little scheme. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, I'm asking you this in a deep voice. Honey, are we sleeping in separate rooms again tonight? He really couldn't take it anymore. Sleeping alone was just too unbearable. It was such a cruel thing for a hot-blooded 18-year-old like him. Su Muxiue gently bit her lip and asked in return, "Do you want to have separate rooms?" She didn't want to say it out loud. "Honey, I've missed you so much these past few days. I miss your warmth. I miss your scent. I miss you so much." What if he refuses again? That would be so embarrassing. She's a girl, and she should be a little more reserved. Song Yuan didn't have time to continue the topic with her, so he rolled over and pinned her down. Su Muxiue was startled and struggled, but her hands were tightly bound by him. She asked with a flushed face, "What are you doing?" Song Yuan curled his lips into a smile and slowly pulled the tie draped over the edge of the bed and wrapped it around her wrist. "Don't you know what I'm going to do?" Su Muxiue avoided his burning gaze and said against her will, "I have no idea. You'll find out soon enough." Some are happy, some are sad. Su Juanze, who had been fired by Su Muxiue, made several more phone calls, only to find that he had been blocked. He then slammed his phone to the ground. Bang! The phone screen shattered. Anya, who was standing to the side, turned pale instantly in fright. No way. Su Muxiue is really heartless. Su Juanze made a huge decision and did a lot of mental preparation before deciding to take the initiative to call her to apologize and make peace. Unexpectedly, Su Muxiue didn't give him even the slightest chance, fired him outright, and blocked him. Although she also felt that Su Muxiue did the right thing. After all, she was married and had broken off her relationship with Su Juanze, so it was normal for her not to let Song Yuan misunderstand. But Su Juanze was rejected, and she was in trouble. Now she didn't know how to torture herself to vent her anger. "I'm worried about it." Su Juanze stared blankly at her, his bloodshot eyes filled with confusion. "Anya, do you also think I'm really inferior to Song Yuan?" Chapter 115, An unintentional act leads to a success. Upon hearing this, Anya's already tense nerves tightened even more. Strange, didn't he always think that he was superior to Song Yuan in every way? Doesn't he often think he's the most perfect man in the world? Why am I suddenly starting to doubt myself? No, that's not right. Perhaps he already had the answer in his heart, but just wanted to convince himself of it. He curled the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "Sir, you are certainly much better than Song Yuan." He secretly complained to himself. "Su Juanze, you're really sick in the head. What are you comparing yourself to Su Muxiue's husband for? Even if you are better than Song Yuan in every way, you have already lost because Su Muxiue chose Song Yuan. Moreover, in her eyes, Song Yuan was no worse than Su Juanze. First of all, you are not as handsome as him, and your physical fitness is not as good. In terms of personality, Song Yuan is much better than Su Juanze. At least he's psychologically normal. Su Juanze is absolutely mentally unstable. He's a complete psychopath. So what if Su Juanze's family background is better than Song Yuan's? Su Muxiue doesn't care about that. She's rich and powerful, so she doesn't need to find someone of equal social standing. I think so too. Su Juanze nodded in satisfaction. He is definitely stronger than Song Yuan. It's just that Su Muxiue was taken advantage of by Song Yuan and was bewitched by him. It doesn't matter. It's okay if I fire myself. Did Song Yuan really think that by firing himself, Song Jiani could get rid of him? That's absolutely out of the ordinary. He treated Song Jiani for over a year, and it wasn't just simple treatment. He used so many unethical and unconventional methods. How could she possibly get rid of him so easily? He just needed to wait quietly. Before long, Su Muxiue and Song Yuan would be begging him to go back. Early morning. After drinking a cup of coffee, Song Yuan turned on his computer and checked the short drama that the company had just released. You won't believe it until you check, and what you find will shock you. It exploded. It even trended on social media, with Xiao Weining, the villainous second female lead, generating the most buzz and completely overshadowing the female lead. It received rave reviews, and even gained hundreds of thousands of followers. Song Yuan smiled and sighed. I never expected Xiao Weining to actually become famous. Over the past 7 years, he has poured money and resources into her, even at the cost of losing money and bringing the company to the brink of bankruptcy. He has made so many movies for her, but she hasn't made a single ripple. In an attempt to humiliate and exploit her, they threw a film actress into a short drama production team, and instead of being overlooked, she became famous. It really proves the saying, you may plant flowers with care, but they may not bloom. You may plant willows without care, and they may thrive. That's great. Let her continue making short dramas and earn money for herself. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Song Yuan released the mouse. Go in. The door was pushed open. Song Yuan looked up. Xiao Weining dressed up nicely today, wearing a beautiful light blue princess dress and a pair of white high heels. Her hair was curled into waves, and she wore exquisite makeup with sparkly eyeshadow, making her look like a Disney princess who had escaped. However, Song Yuan's gaze couldn't help but fall on her full breasts in the end. Huh, isn't it an airport? Why did it suddenly get so big? Did she secretly get breast implants? Something's not right. This is not a minor surgery. It requires hospitalization, right? Yet, she didn't miss any work. Or did he undergo a second puberty? How could she have a second puberty and secretly find a man? That doesn't make sense. Even if he were to approach her, he wouldn't start playing poker with her so quickly. He's been pursuing her for 10 years and hasn't even gotten to first base yet. Can others get it so quickly? No. Why should he think about this? She can choose whoever she wants to date and sleep with whomever she wants. He doesn't need to care about this. Xiao Weining noticed Song Yuan's gaze, slowly walked into the door, and deliberately puffed out her chest so that he could see her more clearly. She didn't have any surgery. She just stuffed a few pads inside, she said with a smile. Brother, the short drama I starred in became a hit, right? All my hard work during this period has paid off. The clouds have finally parted and the sun is shining through. Song Yuan must be looking at himself with new respect now, and he probably won't think he has no acting skills anymore. Song Yuan snapped out of his daze and said casually, I saw it. What? Are you here to take credit? Xiao Weining's success is not entirely due to her own efforts. The production team, director, script, and her behind-the-scenes boss also played a supporting role. He also felt that the role of the villainous second female lead was very suitable for her, and that she could just play herself without needing to act. Xiao Weining shook her head, her smile deepening. No, I came here specifically to thank you. As she spoke, she held up the transparent gift box in her hand and placed it on Song Yuan's table. Song Yuan glanced at it and saw it was another alien figurine, this time a facehugger, also a collector's edition, with exquisite workmanship and absolutely no flaws. That's really thoughtful. How ridiculous. The baby died, and she started breastfeeding. When he was pursuing her, she was extremely stingy with herself, not spending a penny. She constantly brainwashed herself with emotional values, but was unwilling to put in any real effort. Now that we've broken up, she's suddenly being very generous. Anyone with a brain knows she's up to no good and is trying to screw me over again. Take it back. Xiao Weining spoke in a soft, coquettish voice. Please accept this. Don't be polite with me. Even if we break up, we can still be good friends. Song Yuan was speechless for a moment. Who would be your good friend? Anyone who has a vampire friend like you is truly cursed for 8 lifetimes. Seeing that Song Yuan remained silent, Xiao Weining finally spoke up and got to the point. Brother, I remember that the spokesperson for Carsland's advertisement hasn't been decided yet, right? Song Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Right. She wouldn't want to choose her herself, would she? Should she take a good look in the mirror and see if she's suitable? The candidates already selected are Ding Yao and 2 other female artists from the company who are better than Xiao Weining in terms of appearance, temperament, and reputation. What does she have to compare with others? Xiao Weining said pitifully. Brother, please choose me. I just finished filming this drama, and I have some free time. I really don't want to film any more short dramas. Let me rest for a bit. I'm so tired. I've lost so much weight. Song Yuan scoffed. Choose you? What makes you think you deserve it? Does this woman still think she can be manipulated by her as she used to? Xiao Weining lowered her head dejectedly. She gripped the hem of her skirt tightly. She knew better than anyone that there were indeed female artists in the company who were more outstanding than her, and that Song Yuan had been promoting her for the past 7 years because she was his girlfriend. Now that they've broken up, Song Yuan naturally has no obligation to unconditionally support her anymore. Right now, she really needs this endorsement. Judy has been urging her to pay off her debts these past few days. Although the short drama became a hit, the salary wasn't much, and it wasn't enough to pay off the debts. After much deliberation, I gritted my teeth and decided to go all out. She slowly raised her head, her delicate face instantly flushing red. She gently licked her lips and said shyly, "Brother, is one kiss enough for me?" Chapter 116 Blood Pressure Soars. Song Yuan was completely bewildered. What does Xiao Weining mean by this? Should I kiss her and give her the endorsement deal? Judging from her shy and hesitant manner, it's as if she's never kissed before. Is this correct? Holy crap. Could it be that in the 7 years they've been together, despite investing so much money in her to make dramas and offending her family and friends, she hasn't let him touch her or even kissed him once? At this moment, 5 words came to Song Yuan's mind. What an unparalleled traitor. Xiao Weining saw the incredulous expression on Song Yuan's face. I thought he was just too happy. It's normal to be happy. After all, she has always kept herself pure and innocent in front of him, saying that she can only touch him after he gets divorced and marries her. He urged, "Brother, if you hesitate any longer, I'll have to change my mind. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Song Yuan was amused by her inexplicable confidence and teased her. "What? Is your kiss worth that much? The endorsement fee for Carslan is much higher than the amount she earns from filming short dramas. What gives her the right? She hasn't even taken her clothes off. What gives her the right?" Of course, even if she were standing naked in front of him right now, he wouldn't feel any interest whatsoever. In his heart, Xiao Weining, the white moonlight of his youth, had long since rotted away, completely rotten. She was a heartless woman who never loved him or showed him any sincerity. All she did was scheme and use him as a stepping stone to achieve her dreams. Xiao Weining hurriedly denied it. "Brother, you've misunderstood me. It's not just about the endorsement fee. These past few days, I've been reminiscing about the past, about the times we had together. I really want to go back to the way things were. How happy we were together back then. Have you forgotten all of that?" While speaking, she kept staring into Song Yuan's eyes, appearing very affectionate. Song Yuan clicked his tongue lightly and teased, "To be honest, your acting skills have indeed improved a lot." Xiao Weining shook her head. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes began to moisten, and she said softly, "I'm not acting. I'm telling the truth. Don't you really miss me? Don't you miss our past at all?" Even though she's been broken up with Song Yuan for so long, she still refuses to believe that Song Yuan really doesn't love her anymore. There's no reason why he would suddenly give up on her. Song Yuan suddenly felt irritated. Continuing to talk to her would only make him feel disgusted. "All right, remember your current position. I am your boss, and you are my employee. Make money for me, and don't have any more ideas." "I see." Xiao Weining shed a few tears, turned away dejectedly, and quickly left the office. He left the office. Xiao Weining immediately wiped away her tears, her eyes flashing with resentment. Song Yuan was so heartless. She had already humbled herself to this extent. It seems we need to take more drastic measures. If that doesn't work, we'll have to give up on him and find another capable man who's willing to support us. There was nothing he could do. Even though his own short dramas were huge hits, he still didn't give him important roles and kept letting him make short dramas, which didn't earn him much money. The thought of completely giving up on Song Yuan made Xiao Weining feel a slight discomfort in her heart, even a bit of a throbbing pain. Xiao Weining stared wide-eyed in surprise. "No way. Why does my heart ache? Could it be that she really has feelings for Song Yuan and has unknowingly fallen for him?" To be honest, Song Yuan comes from a good family. Although it can't compare to a wealthy family, he is still a second-generation rich kid. He's handsome, was once a top actor, and is so good to me and so generous he'd be a great marriage prospect. However, she always felt that if she could realize her dream, she would definitely find someone better than Song Yuan. Right. She absolutely does not actually like Song Yuan. As for why I feel uncomfortable, maybe it's because even if you've raised a dog for 7 years, it would still be heartbreaking to lose it. Therefore, it's normal for her to feel bad. It's not because she likes him. Noon. Song Yuan drove to the restaurant his sister had posted. Upon arriving at the restaurant entrance, Song Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. "Didn't they say my sister's boyfriend was treating us today? What kind of lousy place did we find? Xin Yu and Malatang? I've never heard of someone treating their girlfriend's family to spicy hot pot on their first dinner invitation. Even if you're poor, You wouldn't treat someone to spicy hot pot, would you? A local restaurant for 3 people wouldn't cost much. Song Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Could my sister have really found a blonde guy? I'll be driving my precious little ghost fire over in a bit, carrying my sister. Song Yuan shook his head vigorously. He comforted himself. No, he asked his sister's boyfriend about his hair color beforehand, and it wasn't blonde. Besides, my sister's taste can't be that bad. She's attending a top-tier university, comes from a good family, and is pretty. Her taste is definitely not that bad. After calming himself down, Song Yuan opened the car door, got out, and strode towards the store. Just then, a deafening roar came from behind. Song Yuan turned his head curiously, and when he saw the scene before him, he was struck dumb and froze on the spot. Suddenly, a black motorcycle sped toward him with a flourish. The car owner was a young man in his early 20s. The boy wasn't wearing a helmet, had striking red hair, rugged features, and a hint of arrogance in his brows. He also had a black tattoo on his neck. He was wearing a black studded leather jacket, ripped jeans, and black Doc Martens boots. A tall girl sat behind the boy. She was wearing a green graffiti t-shirt and cool denim shorts. She had a head of dazzling blonde hair and heavy smoky makeup on her face. At first glance, these two seemed like a good match. A classic combination of a spirited young woman and a spirited young man. The car stopped quickly, and the girl saw Song Yuan and ran over excitedly, jumping for joy. Brother, you're pretty punctual this time. You even arrived earlier than me. Song Yuan finally came to his senses. I'm not dreaming. It's true. My sister really did find a yellow-haired boyfriend. Hee. That's great. Song Qian, you're really something. Song Yuan forced a smile, completely at a loss for words. Song Qian stared at Song Yuan's pale face and asked with concern. Brother, what's wrong? You look terrible. At this moment, the red-haired boy came over. Upon closer inspection, Song Yuan noticed that the kid had a lip piercing with a shiny silver ring. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, and said with a smile. Nothing. That's good. Song Qian formally introduced Song Yuan. Brother, this is my boyfriend, Chen Haoyu. Song Yuan nodded slightly. Chen Haoyu took the initiative to step forward and extended his hand to Song Yuan. Hello, Song Yuan. Song Yuan's face darkened instantly, feeling offended once again. Is it appropriate for this brat to call him by his full name? Song Qian also noticed that something was wrong with her boyfriend and said unhappily, How dare you call my brother by his full name? Call him brother. Chapter 117, The Ghost Fire Boy. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow slightly, looked at Song Qian, and chuckled. We're not married yet, so why are you calling me brother? Song Qian said, somewhat annoyed. Even if you're not married, you still have to call me brother. Don't you know any manners? Seeing that Song Qian was about to get angry, Chen Haoyu said helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hello, brother. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Song Yuan again, his back still straight, showing no sign of respect. Song Yuan took a deep breath. I kept reminding myself of this. Be patient. Never make the first move, don't rush, figure out the situation first. He grasped his hand and gave a forced smile. Hello. When Chen Haoyu was about to stop, he noticed that Song Yuan was putting more force into it. He didn't back down either, and started to exert his own strength, secretly competing with him. Song Yuan remained calm, and simply smiled as he looked at him. In contrast, Chen Haoyu's face gradually turned red, and his features contorted in pain. Holy crap! This Song Yuan is no ordinary person. I didn't expect Song Qian to look so refined, wearing a sharp suit. They were so much stronger than me. Chen Haoyu was in so much pain that he tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't break free at all. Seeing this, Song Qian affectionately tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve to remind him. Brother, let's go inside and eat. I've been in class all morning, and I'm starving. Good. Only then, out of respect for his sister, did Song Yuan release Chen Haoyu and follow her inside. Chen Haoyu shook his already red and swollen hand, and looked at the two people walking side by side in front of him, his face becoming increasingly grim. It seems like Song Qian and Song Yuan's relationship is a little too close. He was Song Qian's boyfriend, after all. How could she just turn a blind eye to the way her brother was making things difficult for him? We entered the store. Song Yuan chose a seat by the window and sat down. Song Qian sat down opposite him, and Chun Haoyu sat down next to her. I took out my phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and ordered 3 servings of spicy hot pot and 3 bottles of soda. Soon after, the waiter brought the mala tang to the table. Song Yuan stared at the steaming bowl of spicy hot pot, but had no appetite at all. He gave up this stuff when he was 16. The reason he gave it up was because Sister Yenran warned him and Shin Mo that it was unclean and bad for the stomach. In particular, some unscrupulous merchants used a lot of carrageenan in the wide rice noodles, which could easily cause poisoning if consumed for a long time. She made it sound so scary. I haven't eaten it for over 2 years now. Looking up at her younger sister, who showed no sign of disgust, and started eating heartily from the disposable chopsticks. Song Yuan had a headache. He remembered that his sister had always been spoiled since she was a child and never ate food from small shops on the street. How come she suddenly started eating spicy hot pot? Is it because of this blonde guy? Is it because of love? Song Qian noticed her brother's gaze, looked up and saw that he hadn't touched his chopsticks, so she urged him to. Brother, why aren't you eating? You should try it. Haoyu recommended this place. It's really delicious. Song Yuan shook his head. You eat. I'm not hungry yet. Song Qian was skeptical. Really? You've already eaten? Song Yuan gave a perfunctory reply. I'm not hungry at all. At this moment, Chen Haoyu was annoyed. He swallowed the noodles in his mouth with a gulp, looked up at Song Yuan, and said sarcastically, What? You think this place is too shabby and doesn't suit your status? He had already heard from Song Qian how amazing her brother was, that he owned his own film and television company, and that he used to be a top-tier actor. So what if they have a little money? Just because you have money doesn't mean you're all that great. Does having money give you the right to look down on others? Song Yuan scoffed and retorted mercilessly. Oh, so you know you're shabby now. He never looked down on poor people. Fang Zheng and Fang Yuan's families were also quite poor, but when they were pursuing girls, they knew to be generous, especially when their families treated them to a meal on the first meeting. There are only 2 reasons why someone might treat you to spicy hot pot. Either they don't value their girlfriend, or they've lost their mind. Chen Haoyu's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, So what if I treat you to spicy hot pot? Qian and I eat like this all the time. I'm just asking if it'll fill your stomach. Are you looking down on me? I may not be doing so well right now, but I'm still young. I'm only 18. You know how things change, right? Don't underestimate a young man's potential. Before Song Yuan could reply, Song Qian couldn't hold back any longer. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and scolded him. Haoyu, how dare you talk to my brother like that? You've gone too far. Chen Haoyu grew impatient and complained. He started this sarcastic remark, Can't you tell? I'm your boyfriend. Why aren't you on my side or someone else's? Song Qian's chest heaved slightly as she spoke excitedly. He's not an outsider. He's my brother. What did you promise me when you came? Chen Haoyu tried hard to suppress his anger and smiled. Okay, baby, don't be angry. I'm sorry, okay. Song Qian snorted coldly, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. That's more like it. Upon seeing this, Song Yuan's face turned green, and he looked as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. My hands unconsciously clenched into fists under the table, and my head was buzzing. After pausing for a moment, he looked at Chen Haoyu again and spoke. Are you a student or already working? Chen Haoyu said casually. I'm at work now. What kind of job? Chen Haoyu said proudly. I'm Haoyu, the general on my slow-paced live stream. You can follow me and help me gain more followers. Wow, that's great. A slow-paced live stream. That's something else. You should also pay attention to your mother. How could that brat have the nerve to say that? He couldn't understand why his sister would fall for him. Although he was decent-looking and somewhat handsome, he had no redeeming qualities other than his appearance. So what are your plans for the future of myself and my sister? Chen Haoyu said smugly. Yes, we plan to get married next year. Song Yuan's eyes widened suddenly, stunned once again. They were planning to get married? Haven't you only been dating for 2 months? He looked at his younger sister blankly. Qian, is what he said true? Song Qian nodded. Yes, what's wrong? It's not surprising that you can get married while still in college these days. Song Yuan took a deep breath, looked at Chen Haoyu again, and questioned him coldly. Marriage? Do you have a house? A car? Savings? How are you going to support my sister? These four deadly questions would leave an 18-year-old boy from a poor family feeling nervous and helpless. But Chun Haoyu is no ordinary person. Even though he is penniless and his live streaming income is unstable, he spends all the money he earns immediately. But he was still incredibly confident, believing that he would definitely make a name for himself in the future. It was just not the right time yet. He said with a smile, I have nothing, but I have a devoted heart that loves Qianqian. Besides, Qianqian also said that I don't need to pay for the wedding. She will take care of the house, the car, and the wedding. Chapter 118. You've gone too far. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan nearly choked with anger and nearly passed out. Did he hear that right? This guy is trying to get something for nothing. He doesn't want to spend a single penny, and he even wants his sister to pay for the house, the car, and the wedding. Judging from his attitude towards his sister just now, it wasn't very good either. His initiative to apologize seemed to have an element of acting. Isn't it obvious that he's just trying to live off his sister? Well done, kid. You just wait. Song Yuan tried his best to stay calm and looked at his younger sister, who was still carefree and showing off her spicy hot pot. He was so angry he was practically grinding his teeth to powder, and he said it word by word. He's not joking, is he? Song Qian responded while eating. That's right, but I haven't told my parents yet. As they spoke, he noticed something amiss in Song Yuan's eyes, which held a dangerous, murderous glint, and continued. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something wrong? Or, when a person is pushed to their limit by anger, they may actually calm down. Now, Song Yuan suddenly calmed down, looking at his sister's innocent and pure eyes, which couldn't be hidden even with green contact lenses, and said helplessly, Do you think this is right? Is he worth it? By the way, what exactly do you like about him? Tell me properly. These words were spoken. Chun Haoyu suddenly became serious, sat up straight, and stroked his proud red hair, waiting for Song Qian's response. Song Qian pondered carefully, and as she thought about it, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up into a happy smile. She slowly spoke. Haoyu is so handsome. He drives really well, both steadily and fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Carrying me feels like we're one with the wind. And like me, he's never been in a relationship before. He's also very sentimental, loyal, and treats me very well. Whenever we argue, he always apologizes to me first. More importantly, he's very devoted and has never been ambiguous with other girls. Song Yuan sneered. Devoted? Never been in a relationship? How could my sister believe such nonsense? He had seen many of these unemployed, school-dropping teenagers when he was in school. Someone as handsome as him has no shortage of girlfriends. He changes girlfriends as often as he changes clothes. It's common for someone to have two relationships at the same time. So how could he possibly be devoted to his sister, and how could he possibly have never been in a relationship? Chun Haoyu was satisfied with Song Qian's words, picked up the soda on the table, tilted his head back, and took a big gulp. Song Yuan suddenly caught a glimpse of Chun Haoyu's wrist, which was partially exposed by his long sleeve, and there was an English name tattooed on it, Coco. Song Yuan's eyes lit up. He sensed a flaw in the deception and asked, Hey, whose name is tattooed on your hand? Your ex-girlfriend's. Chun Haoyu was taken aback, put down his soda, and said casually, What ex-girlfriend? That's my mom's English name. This guy has sharp eyes. He deliberately wore long sleeves today so that the guy wouldn't notice the tattoo on his wrist. This is the name of the girl he loved most. Song Yuan suppressed a laugh and teased. Your mom's name is Coco? Chun Haoyu's expression changed slightly, and he asked in return, Is that not allowed? Song Yuan was too lazy to argue with him anymore and looked up at his sister. Qianqian, do you believe it? Song Qian said somewhat awkwardly. I believe you. Haoyu wouldn't lie to me. At first, she was a little skeptical, but Chun Haoyu swore to her that if he lied to her, he would die a horrible death. His aunt had an English name, Coco, which was a bit far-fetched, but not entirely unreasonable. Song Yuan was completely at a loss. His sister was hopeless. She was head over heels in love, and no amount of talking about it would help. State your position directly. I don't approve of you dating him. Song Qian panicked. Why? Brother, I know you look down on Haoyu because he's poor, but he'll work hard and earn money to support me in the future. Please agree, brother. All I want is your blessing. Song Yuan said sternly. No way. I'm telling you, Not only will I not agree, but your parents won't agree either. He's not good enough for you. Can you open your eyes wider? Have you lost your mind? Before Song Qian could respond, Chen Haoyu couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up abruptly and pointed at Song Yuan's nose, cursing. Song Yuan, I called you brother for Qianqian's sake, but don't push your luck. How am I not good enough for Qianqian? You. Song Yuan broke through the defenses directly. This was intolerable. He suddenly stood up and swung his fist. Unexpectedly, before I could even take action, Song Qian beat her to it and slapped Chen Haoyu hard across the face. With a snap, Chen Haoyu was completely stunned by the slap. 5 clear, bright red finger marks appeared on his cheek in the blink of an eye. Only when he felt a burning pain did he realize that he was not dreaming. She raised her hand to cover her cheek and looked at Song Qian in disbelief. You hit me. This must be a ghost. I've been talking to Song Qian for 2 months. Although she has a bad temper and has scolded me before, she has never laid a hand on me. Now, she actually slapped herself in public because of her cousin. Seeing this, the surrounding diners all turned their attention to him, their eyes filled with complex emotions: surprise, mockery, and pity. Seeing this, Song Yuan on the other side finally felt a little comforted. Although my younger sister is a bit simple-minded, she really cares about her older brother. Not bad, not bad. There's still hope. She still has some rationality left and hasn't been completely blinded by love. How dare you talk to my brother like that? You deserve a beating. As she spoke, Song Qian raised her head again and slapped his other, undamaged cheek. Chen Haoyu staggered from the blow and couldn't help but want to fight back, his fists clenched tightly. But reason told him, no, he can't fight back. Song Qian has already promised to add his name to the RV and house she'll buy for the wedding. And she'll also support his career and help him by sending him gifts to help him climb the rankings. If you want revenge, wait until after you get married, then you can teach her a lesson. He could only open his palms again, quickly regain his balance, and said with a smile, I didn't mean it in the heat of the moment. Don't be angry. I'm sorry, okay? Song Qian snorted coldly, raised her chin slightly, and said arrogantly, You'd better apologize to my brother right now. She wouldn't even dare to lose her temper with her brother, so of course she wouldn't dare to with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was important, but her brother was even more important to her. Moreover, she didn't think there was anything wrong with what her brother had just said. Even if he said her boyfriend was bad, it was for her own good, so he should apologize to her brother properly. Chen Haoyu's expression changed drastically. On what grounds? Why should I apologize to your brother? He was the one who looked down on me first and said I wasn't good enough for you. Are you even my girlfriend? It feels like I'm less important to you than your brother. He's dated so many girlfriends and had his share of conflicts with their families. None of them sided with their families and didn't care about him. This is really weird. Song Qian and her brother have such a good relationship. Chapter 119. Brother, don't forget me. Suppressing his displeasure, Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Qianqian, there's no need. I don't think our brother is that petty. He looked at Song Yuan, hoping he would give him face and not push his luck. He had already made a huge concession by apologizing to Song Qian. Forcing him to apologize to her again would be going too far. Song Yuan remained silent. Unfortunately, he's such a petty person. All those sayings about being forgiving and being magnanimous don't apply to him. That blonde bastard dared to hit on her sister and even tried to live off her. It's already good enough that he didn't make a move now and just give him a good beating. Others may not understand Song Yuan, but Song Qian, who has always been his little brother's shadow since childhood, certainly does. Uphold the way. Apologize. Don't make me repeat myself. If you don't apologize, we're breaking up. Chen Haoyu's pupils trembled slightly. Holy crap. Is it really necessary? He's going to break up with me if I don't apologize to his brother? Who said they had to marry him? Who said they would stand by him unconditionally no matter what happened? Who said they would only love him for the rest of their lives, and that he was the one they loved the most? So all the sweet words Song Qian said to him were eaten with the spicy hot pot, and didn't count at all. Despite feeling furious inside, I still had to endure it. She took a deep breath to calm herself down, looked at Song Yuan again, her face stiffened, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Brother, I'm sorry, it was my fault. The voice was very soft, almost inaudible to Song Yuan, who then asked in return. What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Shen Haoyu gritted his teeth. He cursed under his breath. Are you deaf? You're going too far. Wait till I get your sister into bed, then I'll slap the ultrasound report in your face and see if you can still be so arrogant. He forced a smile, raised his voice, and shouted. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Song Yuan frowned slightly, picked at his ear, and said with disdain. Why are you shouting so loudly? You startled me. Shen Haoyu was so angry, he almost vomited blood. This guy is deliberately humiliating me. He used to think that living off a woman was easy for him, that those girls were easy to fool, and that he had never suffered a loss when he stood up to his family for her sake. Meeting Song Yuan today was like kicking a steel plate. My face hurts, I feel suffocated, and I feel utterly humiliated. He couldn't lash out yet. He could only choose to be resentful rather than frustrated. On the other hand, Song Qian not only didn't speak up for her, but also echoed her. Yeah, it startled me too. Why did you shout when I told you to speak louder? My brother's hearing is fine. Okay, it's all my fault. Brother, Qian, I have to go first. My face hurts terribly. I need to go to the clinic to reduce the swelling. I still have to do a live broadcast later. Shen Haoyu felt that if he stayed any longer, he would lose his temper. If he couldn't control himself, all his efforts over the past 2 months would be wasted. He had finally managed to hook up with a rich young woman. Song Qian nodded. Okay, then go ahead. Song Yuan didn't stop him. He had vented his anger, so let him leave if he wanted. Staying here was just getting in his way. After Shen Haoyu left, Song Qian and Song Yuan sat down again. Song Qian looked up, scratched her head awkwardly, and said with some guilt, Brother, I'm sorry. Haoyu isn't usually like this. I don't know what's wrong with him today. He suddenly acted out and disrespected you. Song Yuan crossed his arms and uttered a merciless, sarcastic remark. He's not usually like this. I feel like if he had met me earlier, he would have been like this already. He's just putting on an act and pretending to be good-tempered in front of you. Song Qian shook her head and hurriedly denied it. No, brother, he's not usually like this. He wasn't acting. Song Yuan became irritated. Stop defending him. I don't approve of you being with him. Seeing Song Yuan's resolute attitude, Song Qian got up and sat down next to him, gently tugging at his sleeve and speaking in a soft, coquettish voice. Brother, please don't be like this. Give him another chance, okay? Besides, didn't he just apologize to you? I finally like someone. Can you please support me just this once? Song Yuan remained unmoved and resolutely refused. No way. Are you out of your mind? There are so many good men in your school. Why do you have to go for some good-for-nothing scoundrel? Can't you see he's after your money? My sister's university is not only a top-tier university, but the tuition is also very high. All the students who got in were not only good at academics, but also came from good families. He couldn't understand why she would choose a guy who did slow live streaming. This time, Song Qian did not deny it and spoke frankly. I know he likes my money, but it's part of me too. Why doesn't he like other people's money? Bro, he truly loves me. Song Yuan had a terrible headache and said somewhat irritably. Impossible. If he's after your money, then the relationship has changed. Don't you understand? You're a girl. If a man isn't generous to you, takes you to places like this to eat, and expects you to buy a house and a car and pay for the wedding, without contributing a single penny himself, then he's a bastard. Don't you understand such a simple principle? Song Qian panicked, grabbed Song Yuan's wrist tightly, and said with red eyes, I don't care. I have to be with him. Song Yuan shook off her hand and said sternly, Fine. If you want to be with him, I'll break your legs, you believe me? While we're at it, let's send that blonde guy to the ICU, break his third leg, so he can never have a girlfriend again, and crush his dream of living off a woman. Song Qian was completely unafraid and said willfully, I don't believe it. You simply can't bring yourself to do it. My brother always dotes on me. How could he do something so cruel? Song Yuan took a deep breath and said with a smile, Fine, you're really something. Then don't acknowledge me as your brother, and I'll pretend I never had a sister like you. She heard that her brother didn't want her anymore. Song Qian immediately cowered, her beautiful eyes welling up with tears, and she said softly, No, don't do this, brother. Song Yuan softened a bit, sighed deeply, and said angrily to his son for his lack of ambition, You force me to do this. Song Qian lowered her head helplessly, her thick blonde hair obscuring her eyes, her thin shoulders trembling uncontrollably, and she sobbed softly. Brother, have you forgotten? Didn't you tell me before that if you like someone, you shouldn't care how much you give, just ask for their sincere heart? Spending a little money for the one you love is nothing, as long as you're happy together? Song Yuan's vision went black, and he raised his hand to rub his throbbing temples. Damn it. 7 years later, he was completely manipulated by that bitch Xiao Weining, who swindled him out of so many resources and money. But how could he then teach his younger sister, who was still in her adolescence and clueless about love, like this? Chapter 120. Can he escape unscathed? Chapter 120. Will you really be able to escape unscathed then? Song Yuan finally understood. Why didn't the younger sister think there was a problem with Chun Haoyu living off her? It turns out he had already told her that spending a little money on one's lover was nothing. Helplessly, he handed his sister a tissue and said gently, "Don't cry. It's true that I said that, but this Chun Haoyu really has a problem, you." Song Qian pushed his hand away and said angrily, "Ugh, it was the same last time. You slapped me without even asking what happened. You never keep any of the things you said to me. I hate you. I hate my brother." He finished speaking in one breath, without waiting for Song Yuan to react. He quickly got up and rushed out the door without looking back. Song Yuan panicked and immediately followed. I was stopped by a waiter as soon as I got to the door. "Sir, wait a minute. You haven't paid your bill yet." Wow. This jerk said he'd treat himself to dinner, and not only did he eat spicy hot pot, but he didn't even pay the bill. Reluctantly, I took out my wallet, paid the bill, and hurriedly left. My sister has long since disappeared. Song Yuan had no choice but to give up. It was normal for his sister to be angry with him, since he had gone back on his word and forgotten what he had said in the past. Besides, she's angry right now. Even if you find her, she won't listen to anything you say. It seems she's really fallen for that blonde guy. Since he had developed genuine feelings for the young man, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to personally teach the blonde-haired guy a lesson, but he was really about to explode if he didn't vent his anger. So Song Yuan immediately called Fang Zheng and asked him to teach Huang Mao a lesson and keep him away from his sister. Fang Zheng readily agreed. Actually, Song Qian didn't go far. Instead, they went into a coffee shop across the street and chose a private room. She called and invited her best friend, Anya, who was also her classmate, to come over. As soon as Anya entered the private room, she saw Song Qian sitting there crying her eyes out, and asked anxiously, "Qian, why are you crying? Didn't she just make an appointment with her boyfriend to meet her brother? She left so happily. How come she's crying like this so soon? Does her brother not approve of this marriage?" Song Qian sniffled and sobbed. My brother said that if I continue to date Haoyu, she will disown me as her sister, and that I've lost my mind, and that." Anya took a clean handkerchief out of her bag, handed it over, and comforted her. "Wait, don't cry, your eyeliner is all smudged." Song Qian shook her head, stubbornly insisting, "I don't care, I'm going to cry, oh." Seeing this, Anya could only take out a small mirror from her bag and hold it up in front of her. "Look at yourself. What a mess you've become." Song Qian was stunned for a moment, then looked up at herself in the mirror and was immediately startled. Not only was the eyeliner smudged, but the eyeshadow and foundation were also smudged, leaving dark patches. That's terrifying. Like a female ghost. She immediately snatched the handkerchief from Anya's hand, stopped her tears, and carefully wiped her face. Anya secretly breathed a sigh of relief, sat down opposite Song Qian, and slowly began to speak. "Do you remember telling you before you went that your brother would never agree?" She naturally knew that Song Yuan was Song Qian's cousin. There was nothing she could do about it, since Song Qian always talked about Song Yuan. Song Yuan couldn't even look down on Su Jianze, an elite figure in the eyes of outsiders. So how could he possibly look down on Chun Haoyu, a good-for-nothing? I think so. This is also a wonderful coincidence. Her best friend is Song Yuan's cousin. Her sugar daddy, Su Jianze, secretly loves Song Yuan's wife. Song Qian put down the small mirror and pouted. "I know. I've considered that my brother might not like Haoyu, but I didn't expect him to be so adamant. He's always been very kind to me. How could he interfere with my free choice in love like this? He even said such heartless things as disowning me as his sister. It's just too much. Anya was helpless. He's doing this for your own good. Think about it. You're good looking, from a good family, and you're in school. Chun Haoyu's family is dirt poor. He didn't even finish elementary school. He's not even in the same social class as you. Moreover, she also felt that Chun Haoyu had a terrible personality and was very hypocritical. Song Qian retorted, "So what if he's poor? He'll work hard." Anya sighed deeply. "Forget it. I won't try to persuade you anymore. You're completely blinded by love right now." Song Qian's expression changed slightly, and she said unhappily, "How am I being love-struck? Your boyfriend isn't any better. He bosses you around and has such a terrible attitude." She had met Su Juanza once, and the man looked at Anya with disdain, completely looking down on her. What right does she have to say she's love-struck? Anya felt a slight pang in her heart, and with difficulty, she forced a smile and explained. "It's different. He and I were just mutually seeking what we needed. He wasn't with Su Juanza because of love. She was after his money, and Su Juanza was just looking to vent his frustrations. It was nothing more than a naked transaction between them." Song Qian noticed that Anya's expression was not good and realized that she had gone too far with her words. Anya was doing it for her own good, and she knew perfectly well that Anya was only with Su Juanza for money. The way to ease tensions. "I know you need money, but as I said, I can lend it to you. It's okay if you don't pay it back. We're good friends." Before meeting Anya, she always looked down on women who sold their bodies for money, thinking they were all vain and materialistic. But after getting to know Anya, I realized that not all girls who marry rich men are like that. At least Anya did it, because her family forced her to. Anya felt a warmth in her heart and smiled. "I know, Chanqian, I appreciate your willingness to help me, but I still want to support myself." Even if they were good friends, she couldn't borrow money and not pay it back. The amount needed was too large, and she simply couldn't afford to repay it. So, she could only choose to continue being friends with Su Juanza. Song Qian raised her hand to rub her slightly throbbing temples and said with concern, "But when will this end? When you've got enough money and want to break up with him, will you really be able to walk away unscathed?" She had someone investigate Su Juanza. The Su family is a family with a long history in the pharmaceutical industry, but they are not only involved in the pharmaceutical industry. They are also involved in other industries and have considerable influence. In contrast, Anya's parents are dead, her grandmother is seriously ill, and her younger sister has just started junior high school. Even if she were killed by someone, no one would stand up for her and seek justice. Anya's delicate face was filled with determination as she spoke solemnly. "Yes, he has no feelings for me. In a couple of years, when I'm not young anymore, he'll definitely find someone else." Only, she was a little worried about whether she would live to see that time. She could endure the superficial injuries, as they weren't fatal. But in the past few days, Su Juanza almost strangled her to death twice when he got agitated. She could sense that abusing people was addictive, and that the methods of tormenting people would become more and more severe over time. Chapter 121 Su Mushiwa tries to change for him. She had thought about leaving him, but she hadn't saved enough money yet, and she couldn't abandon her grandmother and sister. "We can't just give up like this. She's already endured it for so long." Song Qian narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, "How can you be so sure he doesn't have feelings for you?" Men's feelings for women can take many forms. Su Juanza may not necessarily have romantic love for Anya, but other feelings cannot be ruled out. Anya smiled. "He only contacted me because he saw me as a substitute for his ideal woman." Song Qian was surprised. "Huh? Then why doesn't he just confess to his first love? Why doesn't he try to win her over himself?" His ideal woman got married. Holy crap, this guy's got a crush on a married woman. That's a bit of a weirdo. Yes. Anya silently complained to herself. He has a crush on your sister-in-law. Isn't that funny? Difficult to understand. Really? Song Qian changed the subject and spoke. "By the way, Anya, my boyfriend has a tattoo of Coco on his wrist. He says it's his mother's name, but my brother says it's his ex-girlfriend's. What do you think?" Anya pondered. "I think your brother is right. What son would tattoo his mother's name on his wrist? Even if he did, he wouldn't tattoo her English name. So Haoyu was lying to me? That shouldn't be the case. The problem now isn't what kind of person your boyfriend is, but that if you continue to be with him, your brother will cut ties with you. Think carefully about which side you're on, and who's more important to you. Song Qian blurted out. That's my brother, of course. She had completely calmed down by now. You can get another boyfriend, but you only have one brother. Even if he goes back on his word, she believes he's doing it for her own good. Anya was stunned. They've already chosen someone so quickly? Didn't they even need to think about it? Didn't she tell herself that she was planning to marry Qin Haoyu? Now that you've made up your mind, there's no problem. Okay, I'll call my brother right now. Song Yuan, who had just returned to the company, immediately answered Song Qian's call. Qian, brother, I'll listen to you. I've decided to break up with him. Huh? Really? You're not kidding me. Song Yuan had already come up with a plan, but he never expected his sister to agree to break up with him so readily. Really, why would I lie to you? Okay, I have to go back to school now. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, after hanging up the phone, Song Yuan was in a great mood. Soon after, Fang Zheng called. When Song Yuan answered the phone, Fang Zheng told him that he had given the guy a good beating. The kid couldn't take a beating at all. He only lost a few teeth before immediately giving in. Song Yuan was surprised that Fang Zheng acted so quickly and thanked him with a smile. Evening. After getting off work, Song Yuan went home as usual. After arriving home, I had dinner with my wife and daughter. After they finished eating, their daughter went back to her study to do her homework, while Su Mushua took him to their home's rooftop cinema to watch a movie. Song Yuan wasn't really interested in watching and just wanted to rest, but seeing how insistent Su Mushua was, he didn't want to spoil her fun, so he had no choice but to watch with her. Song Yuan sat down on the sofa, took a sip of iced cola, and casually asked Su Mushua, who was holding the remote control and choosing a movie, what she was doing next to him. What movie do you want to watch? It's not going to be another movie about mundane family matters, mother-in-law, daughter-in-law relationships, marital infidelity, or a melodramatic love triangle, is it? Su Mushua said confidently. You'll definitely love this movie today. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow, completely unwilling to believe it, and asked in confusion. How can you be so sure? Their taste in movies is completely different. How could she possibly like what he likes? You'll see when you see it. Su Mushua said that she had selected a movie and pressed the play button. Song Yuan looked up at the huge screen, and upon closer inspection, words appeared on the screen. Killer AI. Song Yuan became excited and asked in surprise. Honey, how did you know I like Takashi Miike's movies? He has watched almost all of this director's films, except for Ichi the Killer, which he has kept and is looking for a good opportunity to watch again. Unexpectedly, Su Mushua had predicted it in advance. In the past, he always watched these cult films alone. No one was willing to watch them with him, and no one could accept these bizarre and cult films. He never dreamed that someone would finally watch it with him, and that this person would be Su Mushua, who often complained that he had no taste. Su Mushua was very unhappy with Song Yuan's reaction and rolled her eyes. Please, we've lived together for 7 years, of course I know. Actually, she knew back in school that Song Yuan had put a snake in her desk drawer that day. Although she wasn't scared, she was very disgusted and went straight to confront him. Knowing she was in the wrong, Song Yuan ran away. She chased after him for a long time, but couldn't catch up. Song Yuan ran so fast, and in such a hurry that she didn't even realize her phone had fallen out of her pocket. She found his phone and intended to return it to him the next day, but she never expected to open it and look at his private information. But who knew that after she got home, Song Yuan's phone rang. It was Xiao Weinian calling. She hung up immediately and was surprised to find that Song Yuan's phone didn't have a password. She couldn't help but take a look. It contains the software called Baidu Cloud. A friend told me that people who download this software have secrets. It can store videos or photos that they don't want outsiders to know about. Her first thought was whether Song Yuan had downloaded the software and saved some private photos or videos of him and Xiao Weinian. Although Xiao Weinian did not accept Song Yuan's advances at the time, she couldn't help but think that maybe the two of them were already secretly together, but just hadn't made it public yet, and had already done what they were supposed to do. Driven by intense curiosity, she opened Song Yuan's Baidu Cloud account, and what she saw shocked her. There are absolutely no private photos of Ding and Xiao Weinian inside. It's all explicit films. Of course, the explicit content here doesn't just refer to adult films, but also to cult films that are gory and grotesque. Song Yuan chuckled. That's right, we've been married for 7 years. Su Mushiue ignored him and turned her attention to the screen, wanting to enjoy the movie that Song Yuan liked. After much thought, she decided to change herself to cater to Song Yuan's tastes and try to like the things he liked. That way, the two people's hearts can get closer. Over the years, their bodies have been very close, practically touching, no, even negatively close, but their hearts have remained far apart. However, while the ideal is beautiful, reality is cruel. After watching for less than 20 minutes, Su Mushiue felt nauseous. It was no exaggeration to say she really felt like vomiting. Chapter 122, I Want to Know You More. I felt nauseous and scared. Although it wasn't a horror movie, it was really terrifying, the kind that makes your scalp tingle. First of all, the film director's shooting technique was very strange. The camera kept shaking, which made her dizzy. And this male protagonist named A.E. is really terrifying. His method of killing is too perverse. He directly dissects the victim, and his intestines and organs are spilled all over the ground. What's truly appalling is that he was crying and laughing at the same time before committing the murder, as if he were mentally ill. Furthermore, he also enjoyed peeping at a dancer and her boyfriend in bed together. The dancer's boyfriend was also a pervert. He kept beating her, leaving her bruised and swollen, and he also withheld her wages. And then there's that white-haired second male lead. Although he's somewhat handsome, his face is covered in scars, his mouth looks like that of a slit-mouthed woman, and he even has silver rings hanging from his wounds. He thinks it's very artistic. Everyone who has appeared so far is a psychopath. Not one of them is normal. Su Mushiue swallowed hard, trying to suppress her urge to vomit, and turned to look at Song Yuan. She thought that if he thought it was just okay, she wouldn't watch it, as watching movies was torture for her. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan not only didn't feel disgusted, but his eyes lit up like light bulbs. He really liked it. Su Mushiue breathed a sigh of relief, gently took Song Yuan's hand, and asked in a low voice, "Honey, can you tell me what's so good about this movie? How can I enjoy it like you do?" Song Yuan turned around and asked in return, "Don't you think it looks good?" Su Mushiue gave an awkward smile and said against her will, "It's all right, but I didn't quite grasp the essence of it. Could you explain it to me properly? There's a voice inside me that's working against me." Song Yuan, "This movie is garbage to me, just a pile of dissertations. The director must be out of his mind, bored out of his mind, to make such a disgusting film. Today I'm even more certain that your taste is truly terrible, terribly terrible, absolutely terrible. But I can't tell the truth, otherwise we'll argue again. Now that I've decided to try to change for you, I should stay with you to the end." Song Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. People have a desire to confide in others about things they like, and he was no exception. "Okay, pause the movie for a moment." "Uh-huh." Su Mushiue obediently pressed the pause button on the screen. Song Yuan asked, "Do you think this movie has too much blood? That you might feel nauseous or even scared?" Although Su Mushiue had just said the film was all right, her expression betrayed her. She was clearly feeling nauseous. To be honest, he was still a little touched. Su Mushiue clearly didn't want to watch and was already feeling physically uncomfortable, but she still forced herself to watch with him. I even tried to get him to explain what was good about the film, because I really wanted to understand my preferences. Su Mushiue nodded awkwardly. Yes, a little. She didn't try to hide it at all, did she? Surprisingly, Song Yuan noticed that he was not feeling well. She secretly hoped that Song Yuan could provide a good solution for her to overcome this challenge. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan gently rubbed her head, like an owner petting a small animal, and said in a serious tone, "Honey, you just haven't watched enough. Watch more with me, and you'll get used to it." When I first started watching, I also felt disgusted and scared. Su Mushiue froze on the spot. No way. She thought Song Yuan would come up with some surprising ideas, like using blood plasma as tomato sauce. But instead he suggested she fight poison with poison. Wait, what did he just call me? Baby. Ah, what a wonderful nickname. Baby, baby, baby. That sounds even better than calling her wife. Hey. No. Something still seemed off. She had thought Song Yuan was naturally fond of watching gore and grotesque movies, but it turned out that wasn't the case. He felt nauseous and scared when he first watched them. So why did he continue watching? Most people would find it disgusting and wouldn't watch it again. So how did they end up liking it? Su Muxue raised her head blankly, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. If you find it disgusting, why do you keep watching? Do you have masochistic tendencies? Perhaps. She didn't fully understand Song Yuan, even though they had lived together for 7 years. She wanted to know more about him so that she could get closer to his heart more quickly. Song Yuan was clearly flustered and stammered. No, I just... Su Muxue pressed for an answer. Just what? Song Yuan calmed down and pretended to speak. I just wanted to challenge myself. You know, a real man should be brave and face his fears head-on instead of running away. Su Muxue was skeptical. Real? Song Yuan patted his chest. Certainly. Real. Rapt. Su Muxue frowned. I don't believe you. I feel like you're lying to me, even though I have no proof. If it were true, he wouldn't have panicked just now. Although he remained calm afterward, he was a top-tier actor with excellent acting skills, so she couldn't see any flaws. Song Yuan sighed helplessly, his words carrying a profound meaning. Honey, sometimes it's better not to know the truth. It's not that I intentionally want to hide it from you, but if I told the truth, it would ruin the good image you have of me. Su Muxue snorted coldly. Do you think you have a perfect image in my heart? Is Song Yuan telling himself lame jokes? Song Yuan's affair with Xia Weining has lasted for so many years, shattering her perfect image of him. Now, she just asked a casual question, and he suddenly remembers to maintain his image. How ridiculous. Cough, cough. Song Yuan blushed and coughed lightly twice. It's not perfect, but if I told you that, the image would be even worse. Su Muxue gently tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve and complained. I don't care, honey, I want to hear it. Tell me, do you know how uncomfortable it is when your curiosity is piqued and not satisfied? Besides, she didn't think that hearing the reason would lower Song Yuan's position in her heart or damage his image. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, looking quite interested. How painful is it? Su Muxue did not answer immediately, but pondered it carefully. After a while, her eyes curved into a beautiful arc. She turned her head and leaned close to Song Yuan's ear, her voice low and husky, with a hint of teasing, as she whispered. It's like I'm already very virile, but you don't want to take responsibility and just want to sleep in separate rooms from me. Song Yuan's body trembled, and his temperature immediately turned red. What is this woman saying? How can such vulgar and offensive language just come out of nowhere? Weren't the two of them watching a movie and discussing its essence? How do we get onto that kind of thing? How come he never noticed how shameless that female demon was before? Aren't you usually quite thin-skinned? Chapter 123 Past Events Gone with the Wind. Where is your integrity? What about morality? What about the family precepts for a lady from a prestigious family? This is absolutely outrageous. But he likes it. Song Yuan didn't care about anything else. He grabbed Su Muxue's shoulders and pressed her down onto the sofa. He then lowered his head and eagerly bit her lips. Perhaps due to excessive excitement, he lost his temper and bit Su Muxue's lip. Su Muxue winced in pain and immediately turned her head away from his kiss, somewhat annoyed. Don't do this, I didn't mean it. I just want to know what you're hiding from me. Despite verbal refusal, the body's reaction doesn't lie. It had already gone limp. Song Yuan grinned mischievously. No rush, I'll tell you later. There are more important things to do now, so I can't worry about that now. Su Muxue's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Really? You said yes. I agreed. Having come this far, how could Song Yuan possibly refuse? Much later, Song Yuan slumped wearily onto the sofa, silently lit a cigarette, and exhaled a thin layer of white smoke. Su Muxue lowered her head to straighten her clothes, and after buttoning them up, she took a deep breath and asked, Honey, can you tell me now? Song Yuan nodded slightly, reached out and tapped some ash into the ashtray on the coffee table, and said calmly, Do you remember how I used to always get into fights back in high school? Su Muxue was even more puzzled. What did this have to do with him forcing himself to watch Q movies? Could that be right? I remember, so what? Song Yuan explained. You know, when you fight, there's always blood. I suddenly realized that I'm afraid of blood. Every time I fight with someone and see blood, I don't have much of a reaction at the time. At most, I feel palpitations and a little dizzy, but it doesn't have much of an impact. But after I get home, I keep having nightmares at night, dreaming of all sorts of bloody scenes, far more horrific and disgusting than real fights, and then I always wake up terrified. The reason he didn't want to tell Su Mushiue was that he felt it was a bit embarrassing. A grown man like him was afraid of blood. He kept his eyes fixed on Su Mushiue as he spoke, afraid of missing any subtle reactions from her. He had expected Su Mushiue to laugh at him, but she didn't. Instead, she frowned upon hearing his words. There was absolutely no intention to mock him. There was only a thirst for answers. Su Mushiue pressed for an answer in a soft voice. And then what? She never expected that Song Yuan had such a past. She always thought he was a fearless and rebellious devil with no weaknesses. Song Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression obscured by the smoke, and said leisurely, "These symptoms lasted for more than 3 months. Even if I didn't fight, I still had nightmares even when I didn't see blood. I couldn't take it anymore and went to the hospital. The doctor prescribed a lot of sedatives and gave me psychological counseling, but it didn't help at all. So I figured that since I couldn't escape it, I could only try to adapt to it. Fighting poison with poison is the best way. So I started watching these kinds of movies that scared and disgusted me. I watched them for a month straight, and now I'm not afraid of nightmares anymore. And I've also overcome my fear of blood." Strangely enough, the more he watched, the less afraid he became. Instead, he began to enjoy it, relishing the feeling of his adrenaline surging. Su Mushiue was shocked. How should she evaluate this? What a ruthless person. Song Yuan is so ruthless to herself. She probably couldn't do this. Overcoming one's inner fears is difficult for most people. He said it so casually, as if he wasn't under any pressure at all. As expected of the man she's chosen, he's truly extraordinary. Thinking of this, Su Mushiue couldn't help but give Song Yuan a thumbs up. "Wow, that's awesome." Nung. Song Yuan patted his chest proudly. Of course, although Su Mushiue's praise pleased him, he couldn't help but feel a vague sense of loneliness. Was he too good at hiding it? Overcoming fear was a very difficult process, so much so that he lost a lot of weight and felt like he was going to die every day. He remembered that during that time, Sister Yinran noticed that something was wrong with him, so he told her about his problem without any reservations. What did Sister Yinran do back then? Does he also claim to be amazing, just like Su Mushiue? No, that's not right. Sister Yinran didn't say that. She lowered her head and remained silent for a while. When she raised her head again, her eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes. She held his hand and said, "It must have been tough. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I could have been there for you." Damn it. Why did he think of Sister Yinran again? He had clearly reminded himself before not to compare Su Mushiue and Shun Yinran. Two women with completely different personalities and backgrounds will naturally react differently to the same event. If Su Mushiue was a female demon in his heart, then Shun Yinran was an angel sister in his heart. How can a female demon and an angel be the same? Su Mushiue had no idea what Song Yuan was thinking at that moment, so she took his hand and changed the subject. "Honey, you still haven't explained the essence of this movie to me?" Song Yuan snapped out of his daze and stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. He sighed inwardly. He shouldn't have asked Su Mushiue to be as tolerant and understanding of him as Shun Yinran. As Long Yu said, Su Mushiue has a complicated family background. Her mother passed away early, and she had to fight against her stepmother and her half-brother for the family property. She was used to being independent and strong, and it was difficult for her to see things from other people's perspectives. Today, it's already quite remarkable that she was able to cater to my preferences and watch a movie with me without quitting halfway through, and even patiently let me explain things to her. Explain patiently. This movie is adapted from a comic book. You might not understand it right now because you don't know the original character's background. The movie cut out the character's backstory. Let me give you a spoiler and you'll understand. Su Mushiue nodded gently and said earnestly, "Okay, go ahead." The reason why the male protagonist, A.E., was crying and laughing before killing someone is because he has mental problems. Ultimately, his parents are not normal. His father is a sadist who beats his mother every day and rapes her afterward. His mother not only does not resist, but also enjoys it. They sleep together without hiding it from him and completely ignore him. When he is bullied at school, his parents are too lazy to care. They beat and scold him when they are in a bad mood. That's suffocating. What happened next? Why did he kill someone? Even now, Su Mushue still doesn't understand why the male lead later became an assassin and used such cruel methods of torture. Having an unhappy family background doesn't necessarily mean you have to kill someone to vent your frustrations. After all, there are so many people in this world whose families of origin were unhappy. Chapter 124, I Want to Grow Old with Her. Song Yuan continued. Later, he was betrayed by his best friend and accidentally killed him. When he got home, his parents were still in bed together. In a fit of rage, he killed them both and was sentenced to prison. Because he was underage, it was a crime of passion, and he had mental health issues. He wasn't sentenced to death. He trained every day in prison, and with his innate superhuman strength, he developed excellent martial arts skills. Su Mushue blinked and sighed. I see. What about that white-haired second male lead? How bizarre. No wonder it's a comic by Xiao Rizi. This is not a plot that a normal carbon-based life form could come up with. Song Yuan continued to patiently explain to Su Mushue, telling her about the background of all the important characters in the drama and the complex relationships between them. Furthermore, the director's dizzying filming techniques concealed metaphors, and the core ideas the plot wanted to express were all conveyed to Su Mushue in one go. Su Mushue was greatly shocked after hearing this. It turned out that there were reasonable reasons why these people were so abnormal, which was not abrupt at all. In this way, the story did not seem so outrageous. Understood, let's continue watching. I think I'll have different insights when I watch it again. As he picked up the remote, he was about to continue playing when Song Yuan stopped him. Etc. Su Mushue tilted her head and asked blankly, What's wrong? Song Yuan reached out and helped Su Mushue tidy her slightly messy hair, then gently pressed her thin shoulders and said softly, Honey, I want to remind you that if you still feel unwell later, don't force yourself to watch it with me. I don't want you to make things difficult for yourself because of me. I'm already so happy that you came with me to watch my favorite movie today. Looking into Song Yuan's concerned eyes and feeling the warmth of his palm on her shoulder, Su Mushue's heart began to race, and an unnatural blush rose to her cheeks. Hate. Why is he suddenly being so gentle with me? Did he just express his feelings so directly? He noticed that she looked unwell and sensed her discomfort, so he told her to look at the screen more and that it would help her fight the disease with the poison. She was prepared to stay with him no matter how uncomfortable, disgusted, or scared she was, but he suddenly started thinking about himself. You know, humans are very strange creatures. If a good person who always does good deeds suddenly does bad things, you will feel that he has turned bad and you will be dissatisfied with him. But if a villain who has always done bad things suddenly does something good, you will feel that he has reformed and started anew, and you will praise him. This is exactly how Su Mushue feels right now. Having been tormented by Song Yuan's indifference for 7 years, she was overjoyed whenever he was a little gentle or kind to her. Song Yuan was completely unaware of Su Mushue's little scheme. He saw her blush and heard her erratic heartbeat. He raised his hand and gently stroked the long, fair neck, which was covered with dense bluish-purple hickeys. He couldn't help but smile, a playful smirk playing on his lips. What? Not satisfied with you? Want to do it again? Su Mushue was furious and embarrassed, so she immediately slapped her hand away and scolded her angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Who wants to do it again? I'm so tired. My legs are weak and my back hurts. Song Yuan continued to tease. I'm not lying. Your eyes, your heartbeat, every cell in your body is telling you that you still want more. No, let's watch a movie instead. I promise you, if it makes me feel bad, I won't watch it anymore. As Su Mushue spoke, she immediately pressed the play button on the screen. The movie continues playing. Song Yuan smiled and turned his attention back to the screen, no longer teasing her. If she really wanted to continue, he was already at his limit. Although he was young, he couldn't come every day. He really couldn't take it anymore. 30 minutes later, we've reached the most exciting part of the movie. Song Yuan was completely captivated, immersed in the world created by the film. Su Mushue, however, couldn't get into the movie at all. Although she had learned about the background and core ideas of the film after Song Yuan's explanation and no longer thought it was a bad movie, she was still disgusted by the blood and gore and the flying limbs. He gripped the edge of the sofa tightly clenched his teeth, and tried hard to suppress the urge to vomit. Even though Song Yuan had just reminded her not to watch if she felt unwell, and she had agreed, she stubbornly insisted on persisting until the end. Finally, the movie ended. Su Muxue finally couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, pretending to be calm, to say to Song Yuan, "Honey, this movie is really good. I'll watch it with you again in the future. I'm going to the bathroom now. You go back to the room and rest." Song Yuan, "Okay." Having received Song Yuan's approval, Su Muxue quickly rushed to the bathroom in her own movie theater. He hurriedly lifted the toilet lid and began to vomit uncontrollably. Vomit. Song Yuan had no intention of returning to the bedroom. Although Su Muxue appeared calm, her face was terribly pale, indicating that she was definitely in pain. She slowly got up and walked towards the bathroom. Su Muxue didn't have time to close the door. When Song Yuan arrived at the door, he immediately saw Su Muxue kneeling on one knee, vomiting in a disheveled state in front of the toilet. Ugh, cough, cough. Su Muxue coughed and vomited, her eyes blurred with tears, her pale face soaked with sweat and tears. Upon seeing this scene, Song Yuan froze on the spot, his legs feeling incredibly heavy as if they were filled with cement. My heart suddenly clenched, and a strange, inexplicable feeling welled up inside me. He clearly hates it when people vomit in front of him. It's just too disgusting. But now, seeing Su Muxue vomit, he didn't feel disgusted at all. He just felt very uncomfortable. Is she an idiot? He had just warned her not to watch anymore if she felt any worse. So why did she insist on watching it with him and making herself like this? Su Muxue caught a glimpse of Song Yuan outside the door out of the corner of her eye and was startled. She looked up, her eyes red, and said with difficulty, "Go away and close the door for me." Damn it. Didn't he promise me he'd go back to his bedroom to rest first? She didn't want him to see her in such a disheveled state. It was too embarrassing to vomit in front of someone she liked, especially since she vomited while watching his favorite movie with him. Will he be angry? He just patiently explained the essence of the movie to me for so long. Song Yuan shook his head and took a deep breath. Even if she's a bit silly, he can't just abandon her. After all, she's his wife, and their child is already 7 years old. He's destined to be with her for life, to grow old together. He strode into the room, ignoring her resistance, and bent down to gently pat her back, comforting her like a child. "Go ahead and throw up, your husband won't mind. You won't feel bad after you throw up." Su Muxue's eyes reddened even more, and her voice trembled with tears. "You're lying. You must be disgusted, ugh." Whoosh. Song Yuan was amused by her. "You really don't mind? Go ahead and throw up. Throw up properly. Make sure you throw up completely, and don't get distracted." Chapter 125 Nightmare. Vomit. Su Muxue vomited for a while before finally emptying her bladder. Song Yuan helped her rinse her mouth. After rinsing, Su Muxue insisted on taking a shower and told Song Yuan to go back to the bedroom first. Helpless, Song Yuan could only agree to her request. He returned to his bedroom alone, climbed into bed, and closed his eyes, but he was not sleepy at all. He could only sit up, pick up his phone, and start playing a game called Sheep's Goat. "I've been playing for about half a month, and I'm still stuck on the second level." After being stuck for an unknown amount of time, Su Muxue pushed open the door and entered. Song Yuan looked up. Su Muxue had finished blow-drying her hair and changed into a light purple spaghetti strap nightgown, which made her look very feminine and smelled wonderful. Song Yuan put down his phone and asked with concern, "Are you still feeling unwell?" Su Muxue gently shook her head. "No, thank you." Strangeness. Song Yuan doesn't seem to be angry with me at all. He's even showing me so much concern. Something's not right. Something's really not right. Doesn't he mind that I spoiled his fun? Didn't you feel disgusted that you vomited in front of him? She still remembered when she was in school. The school organized a sports meet, and Shin Mo ran the 800 meters and won first place. Song Yuan excitedly ran over to greet him. Whether it was because Shun Mo ran too fast or ate something bad, he vomited immediately. Upon seeing this, Song Yuan immediately hid to the side, not only showing no intention of helping, but also laughing and mocking him, saying that he was useless and utterly weak, and that he could get so tired that he would throw up after running 800 meters. Seeing Su Mushua frozen in place, Song Yuan was somewhat speechless. Come here, what are you standing there for? Do you still want to sleep in a separate room from me? No, I didn't mean that. Su Mushua slowly walked into the room, climbed onto the bed, sat down next to Song Yuan, slowly raised her head, and couldn't help but ask, Aren't you angry with me? Song Yuan raised his hand and touched Su Mushua's forehead. It wasn't hot. She didn't have a fever. Why was she suddenly talking nonsense? He couldn't help but ask with a smile. Why would I be angry? Su Mushua's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyelashes drooped, and she said awkwardly, Don't you think I'm a spoilsport? Song Yuan suddenly realized that she felt she had vomited and spoiled his mood. Sky, is this something a female demon would say? Even though I was watching a movie she didn't like with her, which made me feel so disgusted I threw up, she should have complained about my taste and declared that she would never watch movies with me again. Unexpectedly, instead of criticizing herself, she cautiously asked if she had spoiled his mood. Song Yuan gently held her hand, looked into her eyes, and said softly, I didn't think so. I just felt that you were acting really strange today, like you were being incredibly silly. I told you not to force yourself, but you still insisted on watching it with me. Bang bang bang. Looking into Song Yuan's gentle eyes and listening to his deep voice, Su Mushua's heart began to race uncontrollably. Her mind went blank, and she stammered, Do you like the changes I've made? That's a bit of a tactful way of asking. What she really meant was, Do you like it at all right now? Is it still the same as before, with absolutely nothing? If there's even a little bit, I'll continue to change for you, even if it means watching movies with you every day and throwing up every day. Song Yuan really wanted to say, You don't really need to be like this. I hope you can change a little and change your temper, but I don't want you to harm your body just to please me. He's experienced how nauseating can be before, but he swallowed the words back down his throat, because Su Mushua's eyes were full of expectation when she looked at him, sparkling like the stars in the sky. It seemed as if she would burst into tears of disappointment the next second if he refused, so she could only say it against her will. I love it. Su Mushua got the answer she wanted, and felt light as a feather, so happy she was practically bubbling with joy. If she had a fluffy tail, she would be so happy she'd be wagging her tail in the air right now. At this moment, Su Mushua inadvertently let down her guard against Song Yuan, opened the heavy armor that had been covering her, and spoke again. Then are you? She hasn't even said the words, I like you yet. Su Mushua was interrupted by a sharp cry coming from outside the door. Wah. Su Mushua's delicate body trembled. Nini. Song Yuan panicked and immediately jumped out of bed, rushed out of the bedroom, and went to his daughter's room. Push open the door and turn on the light. The daughter lay flat on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her smooth forehead covered in cold sweat, and she kept crying out, Mommy, Mommy, save me, save me. Seeing her daughter calling out, Mom, Song Yuan didn't dare to go up and wake her up, so he could only let Su Mushua call her. Su Mushua hurriedly shook her head. No, we can't wake her up like this. Su Juanza had previously warned her that if her daughter had a nightmare and cried and screamed, she should not wake her up before she was fully awake and conscious, as this would frighten her more and worsen her panic. Song Yuan was extremely anxious and had no clue what to do. Then what should we do? Wait for her to wake up on her own. Su Mushua climbed onto the bed, lay down on her side next to her daughter, and gently hugged her daughter into her arms. Song Yuan was at a loss. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the past, his daughter would wake up from nightmares in a fright, but she had never cried like this before. She could only listen to Su Mushua, so she climbed onto the bed and lay down on the other side of her daughter. Together with Su Mushua, she held her daughter in her arms and gently patted her thin shoulders to comfort her. Song Jianni unconsciously turned to the side, leaning her whole body against Song Yuan, burying her head in his warm chest. Seeing this, Song Yuan couldn't help but smile. It seemed that in his daughter's heart, he was still a pretty good father. Subconsciously, she still relied on him a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to snuggle into his arms. Then the happiness lasted only 3 seconds. Song Jianni felt the bright light in the room, opened her eyes groggily, looked up, saw that the person in front of her was her father, and burst into tears. Get away from me. Get away from me. Song Yuan was completely bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't my daughter just approaching me on her own initiative? How come she's turning her back on me as soon as she wakes up? Tell her to go away. Before Song Yuan could react, Song Jianyi's petite body unleashed tremendous energy as she raised her leg and kicked Song Yuan in the abdomen. Song Yuan's pupils trembled slightly. He had no time to react and was caught off guard when his daughter kicked him off the bed. Bang! Song Yuan fell to the ground in a sorry state. Song Jianyi hugged Su Muxue, who was equally bewildered, tightly, buried her head in Su Muxue's shoulder, and sobbed. Mommy, mommy, protect me, protect me. Song Yuan dusted off his clothes and got up helplessly. Su Muxue hugged her daughter tightly, while awkwardly signaling to him with her eyes not to get angry, as their daughter hadn't done it on purpose. Song Yuan sighed helplessly. He didn't intend to get angry, but he just didn't understand what he had done wrong that his daughter was treating him like this. They were just so close to me a moment ago. Chapter 126. Brave Nini is not afraid of difficulties. Song Jianyi cried harder and harder, sobbing as she nestled in Su Muxue's arms. Mom, please, please, let Dad go, please. Well, Su Muxue looked at Song Yuan with guilt. Honey, could you please leave for a moment? Song Yuan nodded dejectedly. Although he was also worried about his daughter, he had no reason to refuse her. Since his daughter didn't want to see him, his continued presence here would only make her more frightened. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he turned away dejectedly and quickly left the room, leaving his daughter and Su Muxue alone. Su Muxue reached out with difficulty and pulled a few tissues from the bedside table to wipe her daughter's tears. After her daughter had cried herself out and calmed down, Su Muxue gently pressed her daughter's shoulders, stared into her red eyes, and asked softly, Nini, can you tell Mommy what you dreamed about? Why did you let Daddy leave? You know, Daddy rushed over the moment he heard you crying. He was so worried about you. Although Su Muxue usually dotes on her daughter and grants her almost every request, treating her like a precious treasure. But today my daughter kicked Song Yuan off the bed, which was really too much and hurtful. Song Jianyi sniffed and said with a wronged expression, I dreamt that my dad locked me in a dark room again. No matter how much I knocked on the door, he wouldn't answer me. Later, he finally let me out, but he had a knife in his hand and chased after me, slashing at me. I kept running and running, and then, Su Muxue asked in surprise, what happened next? The first half of the dream was based on real events. Song Yuan had indeed locked his daughter in a dark room while she was away on a business trip. However, the second half, where Song Yuan chased after his daughter with a knife, was absurd. No matter how foolish Song Yuan was, he would never want to kill his own flesh and blood. Song Jianyi smiled, a slightly unnatural curve appearing at the corners of her lips. Later, my mother came and saved me. Actually, it wasn't her mother who saved her in the end. What's even more bizarre about this dream is that she cried out for her mother to save her, but her mother was nowhere to be found and never appeared. She begged her father to spare her, but he completely ignored her and really wanted to kill her. Dr. Su was the last person to arrive and save her. Hateful. She didn't understand why the person who saved her in the end was Dr. Su, whom she disliked. Of course, she didn't dare tell her mother. If her mother found out, her mother would definitely be sad, and her father would be sad too. Su Muxue breathed a sigh of relief, hugged her daughter back, and gently patted her back to comfort her. It's all right, it was just a dream. Don't be afraid, Nini. Your father will never hurt you again, and Mommy will protect you. Song Jianyi didn't speak, but carefully recalled what had happened after she woke up. It's okay to recall things, but when you remember what you just did, you're suddenly startled. Did she kick her father off the bed? Huh. Is this reasonable? Impossible. She would never do such a rebellious thing. I must have been dreaming. It couldn't possibly be real. Song Jianyi rested her chin on Su Muxue's shoulder and asked tentatively, Mom, did I just kick Dad off the bed? Su Muxue smiled helplessly. Yes, you remember now? Song Jianyi hurriedly got up from Su Muxue's arms, her beautiful eyes wide open like copper bells. Huh, it's really true. Wah. Su Muxue quickly comforted her. It's okay, your dad isn't angry. Don't cry, it's really okay. She wasn't sure if Song Yuanxing was angry, but if he started picking a fight later, she would definitely have to argue with him. The daughter didn't kick him on purpose. She dreamt that he was abusing her again, and when she woke up and saw Song Yuan, she reflexively kicked him. The only one to blame is his past inhuman behavior. If he hadn't abused his daughter, she wouldn't have gotten sick or had nightmares. Song Jianni bit her lip tightly. Wah, I won't cry. She really didn't mean it. At that moment, she couldn't distinguish between reality and a dream. In her dream, her father was already stabbing her. It wouldn't be unreasonable for her to kick him, would it? No, that's too much. The dream was fake, but the kick she gave her father was real. Her father must be very sad and angry. On the other side is Song Yuan. He stood by the bedroom window and had already lit a cigarette. His mind was in a mess. He really couldn't calm down without nicotine. He couldn't help but wonder if his daughter's sudden rejection of him was related to that bastard Su Juanza. After all, her daughter had been perfectly fine until Su Juanza was suddenly fired, and then she started having nightmares again. Song Yuan bit down hard on the cigarette holder. I picked up my phone and started researching. The research showed that patients with mental illnesses who regularly consult with the same psychologist may experience withdrawal symptoms if they suddenly stop seeing that psychologist before their condition has fully healed. The specific symptoms vary from person to person. Song Yuan frowned slightly, and his expression became serious. Is it really that simple? No, he needs to consult a professional doctor. He'll invite the doctor to his home tomorrow and have his daughter undergo another psychological assessment. At this moment, the door was slowly pushed open. The sound was very soft, and Song Yuan didn't notice it at all, as he kept his attention on his phone. Song Jianni, who had just entered the room to apologize to her father, saw it at a glance. The father, dressed in his pajamas, stood by the window with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking down at his phone, his face frighteningly dark. Song Jianni's heart skipped a beat. She gripped her mother's hand tightly. Sure enough, her father was angry, very angry. Otherwise, his face wouldn't be so ugly. Moreover, her father had promised her to smoke less, so his sudden return to smoking must be because the kick she had just given him had hurt him deeply. Seeing this, Su Mushua assumed that Song Yuan was unhappy and made a suggestion. Sweetie, why don't you go back to sleep? Mommy will talk to Daddy for you. Song Jianni took a deep breath, her eyes filled with unwavering determination, and mustered her courage to speak. No, Mom, I want to say it myself. After all, I really made a mistake this time, so I shouldn't have let my mother help me sort it out. I should handle it myself and take responsibility for my own actions. Brave Nini is not afraid of difficulties. As the two were talking, Song Yuan finally heard a voice and looked up at the door. Upon seeing his daughter approach, he immediately stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and awkwardly forced a smile. He had so much to say, but when it came to his lips, not a single word came out. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, his daughter would cry again. Song Jianni released Su Mushua's hand, slowly walked towards Song Yuan, and when she reached Song Yuan, she raised her head with difficulty, her hands nervously gripping the hem of her pajamas, and said in a trembling voice, Dad, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to kick you. I wasn't fully awake then. I thought I was dreaming, Chapter 127 Full. Halfway through her sentence, Song Jianni realized that her words were full of loopholes. She shouldn't have kicked her father in her dream. Should she tell her father that in her dream, he was holding a knife and trying to kill her? No. She couldn't tell her father. He would definitely be upset. He had been so good to her lately, and yet she still had this kind of dream. As Dr. Su previously mentioned, dreams reflect deeper subconscious thoughts that one is unaware of in daily life. Having such a dream indicates that deep down, she is still wary of her father and feels that he might harm her. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she felt that she trusted her father enough and believed that he would not hurt her again. But the subconscious does not lie. Wah, what should I do? How can she explain this? My dad is angry. How can I get him to forgive me? So annoying, so annoying. My brain feels like it's going to split open. My head hurts so much. My hands started trembling involuntarily. Song Yuan was surprised by his daughter's apology. He was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized what was happening. He bent down, gently rubbed his daughter's head, and comforted her. Silly girl, Dad isn't angry with you. Relax, don't be so tense. Dad knows you didn't do it on purpose. You don't need to explain, Dad believes you. Song Jianni dared not take it lightly and asked cautiously, Really? But you looked really pale just now. Song Yuan explained with a smile. That's because Dad is worried about you and is thinking of getting you treated by a better doctor, not because he's angry with you. Oh, really? Song Jianni was deeply moved. Her father wasn't angry with her at all, and even wanted to find her a better doctor. Thinking about this, she felt even more guilty. Song Yuan assured. Really, go to sleep now, sweetie. Uh-huh. Song Jianni finally felt relieved. Once my daughter leaves. Song Yuan discussed finding a doctor for tomorrow with Su Mushue. Su Mushue had the same idea as him, and the two reached an agreement to pre-select a highly reputable psychologist at Xiao Hospital. Early morning. Song Yuan went to work as usual. After the meeting adjourned. Shun Mo moved his chair closer to Song Yuan and said seriously, Want to come to my house for dinner after get off work? My sister is leaving tomorrow. Heaven can bear witness that he was extremely unwilling to let Song Yuan see his sister again, but his sister insisted on seeing Song Yuan one last time. She said she might not come back for Chinese New Year this year, and Song Yuan might not have another chance to see her. Since she was too embarrassed to speak to Song Yuan herself, she could only ask someone else to pass on the message. Song Yuan did not speak immediately, but fell into deep thought. He wanted to go, chat with Sister Yinran, relax, and eat her homemade braised pork. But reason told him he couldn't go. He had already promised Su Mushue he would go home early after get off work, and he had even arranged for a doctor to come to their house tonight. If he suddenly changes his mind and goes to see Sister Yinran, Su Mushue will definitely be furious, and his daughter will be disappointed in him. No, I have an urgent matter to attend to after get off work. Shin Mo was completely bewildered. He never expected Song Yuan to refuse him. Didn't he really enjoy hanging out with his sister and him? What's so urgent? Is it that important? Song Yuan said with a headache. My daughter, she's still not well. Shin Mo said with relief. Oh, then maybe next time. Although Song Yuan's relationship with Su Mushue is unstable and they often have conflicts, he still cares a lot about his daughter, which is understandable. He had also met Song Jianni, who was a cute and well-behaved girl, and as beautiful as a porcelain doll. By the way, Brother Yuan, we have to go to Shanghai the day after tomorrow to attend an international film festival. Song Yuan was a little confused. Although Morningstar is eligible for membership, there's no need for them to go. The company has been making bad movies for the past few years, so there's no point in joining in the fun. Shin Mo ruthlessly retorted. Didn't you know that my film Hot-Blooded High School Boys was nominated for the Tian Tan Award last year? Song Yuan retorted. How would I know it was filmed last year? It was something we talked about in a meeting the other day. You have such a bad memory. After Shin Mo finished speaking, he suddenly remembered that Song Yuan hadn't come to work that day. He had drunk too much, and Shin Mo had been the one to hold the meeting for him. Anyway, we have to go the day after tomorrow. You can tell your sister-in-law in advance, and you can bring her with you. Song Yuan said with a smile. Okay, I understand. As she spoke, she couldn't help but raise her hand and punch Shin Mo in the chest. You've really got something out of you, kid. For the past 3 years, he had been completely manipulated by Xiao Wenying, and he listened to her on almost all matters, big and small, in the company. It was hard to imagine that Shun Mo could still produce high-quality works under such circumstances. Shun Mo rolled his eyes and continued to mock. Of course I can. If you hadn't been exploiting me all these years and preventing me from making my own decisions, I would have risen up long ago. Song Yuan shamelessly retorted. Nonsense, didn't you get to decide on this movie? Mentioning this made Shun Mo even angrier. At the time, I wanted to film a different one, but you wouldn't let me use Ding Yao as the female lead and insisted on using Xiao Wenying instead. I had no choice but to choose this one, which doesn't have a female lead. Song Yuan chuckled, put his arm around Shun Mo's shoulder, and made a promise. Stop bringing up the past. You know I don't remember anything from before. From now on, you're in charge, and I mean what I say. Shun Mo's face flushed red from being choked by Song Yuan, and she angrily shook him off. Just talk, don't get physical. He still remembers the look in Su Mushue's eyes when he got up from next to Song Yuan that morning. He was familiar with that look. Many people had looked at him like that back in his student days, assuming he and Song Yuan were gay. It was disgusting. He wasn't gay at all. It seemed he really needed to hurry up and find a girlfriend to avoid being misunderstood again. Song Yuan made a carefree joke. What? Now you're blushing? I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Why did you climb into my bed while I was asleep at your house that day? Shin Imo slammed his hand on the table, exasperated. Do you think I did this willingly? I originally wanted to sleep on the sofa, but my sister insisted that I come over. She wanted to sleep on the sofa. If I don't want to sleep with you, do you expect my sister to sleep with you too? As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something seemed off. Holy crap! What did he just say? What do you mean? If I don't sleep with you, do you expect my sister to sleep with you? Song Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Can you think for a moment and organize your thoughts before you speak? It would be outrageous for either the Shun siblings to sleep with me. How could he sleep with Shin Imo when they were both men? He didn't want to be called a gay man. Sleeping with Shin Yinran is also not allowed. He has always treated Shun Yinran as an older sister. What is the difference between sleeping together and incest? In summary, he may have a good relationship with both of them, but he can't afford to touch either of them. Chapter 128 Wife, come to the film festival with me. I do what I want, it's none of your business. After finishing his sentence, Shin Imo immediately got up and left the conference room. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he might really let slip that his sister had a crush on Song Yuan. Sometimes when I'm in a rush or speaking very fast, I tend to forget to think things through, and there's nothing I can do about it. Song Yuan watched his departing figure, then shook his head with a smile. He suddenly realized that Shin Imo hadn't changed much since high school. Even though he was 25 years old, he was still straightforward and outspoken. She gets easily agitated, and when she gets agitated, she blushes easily. But can Shin Mo's film Hot-Blooded High School Boys really win an award? He had seen it before. Although the plot was good and the actors' performances were also good, the investment cost was too small, and there were no big-name actors. Whether or not I win an award doesn't matter. Just being shortlisted is already a great achievement. Evening. Song Yuan rushed home. Su Mushiue told Song Yuan that he had arrived and was treating her daughter in the study. Song Yuan could only stay in the living room and wait, then wearily curled up on the sofa. Su Mushiue peeled a green apple and handed it to Song Yuan. Give. Song Yuan took the apple, took a big bite, and chewed it carefully. Su Mushiue picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and started watching her favorite family drama, When a Daughter-in-Law Becomes a Mother-in-Law. Song Yuan swallowed the fruit in his mouth with a gulp and couldn't help but complain. Wife, you'll never become a mother-in-law. We only have one daughter, no son. Su Mushiue retorted without holding back. Then you didn't try hard enough. If you had just tried a little harder, you would have had a son. Song Yuan was stunned, his face full of resentment. What? What do you mean I haven't tried hard enough? Don't you have any conscience saying that? He worked as hard as an ox, and she was still not satisfied. Did she want to exhaust him to death before she was satisfied? Do you want to kill him before you'll stop? Su Mushiue suppressed a smile and said something that didn't reflect her true feelings. It doesn't hurt. Song Yuan smiled coldly, revealing a set of clean, even teeth, and snorted. Okay, then you wait here until the doctor leaves. I'll really keep a close eye on you. Su Mushiue's stubbornness is nothing new. She really needs to be educated properly. Su Mushiue remained silent, a sly glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. Yay, plans are in place. If the two of them had another son, Song Yuan would be even less likely to run away. Using a child to bind a man's heart may be a little dishonorable, but it's not shameful either. Song Yuan quickly finished the apple, casually tossed the core into a nearby trash can, then suddenly remembered his business. He turned to look at Su Mushiue, who was still watching TV, and said seriously, Honey, I'm going to Shanghai for a film festival the day after tomorrow. Will you come with me? Su Mushiue was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was happening. Did she hear that right? Song Yuan actually invited her to attend the film festival together? You should know that in the 7 years of their marriage, whenever his company had a major event, he never brought his own people, only Xiao Weiniang, treating her like she was invisible. Amnesia is great. He forgot his habit of never carrying his own belongings. Unfortunately, she has an important project to attend the day after tomorrow, and she also has to take care of her daughter when she gets back. Her daughter is currently very emotionally unstable. If the film festival were held locally, she could come back earlier, but with the festival in Shanghai, she might not be able to come back even after a whole day. She wanted to go with Song Yuan. She was really worried about leaving her daughter alone at home. Seeing that Su Muxue remained silent and looked shocked, Song Yuan jokingly remarked in a nonchalant manner, "What? You're too moved to speak, aren't you?" Su Muxue's cheeks flushed as Song Yuan exposed her true feelings, and she said awkwardly, "I'm not that touched at all. You should have taken me with you anyway. I'm your wife." The feeling of being moved was only a tiny bit, just a tiny fraction. Song Yuan said with a grin, "Then you should wear that blue fishtail dress." Yesterday, he accidentally saw a shimmering blue haute couture dress in the closet. He had never seen Su Muxue wear it before, and if she could wear it the day after tomorrow, he would be able to feast his eyes on it. Su Muxue smiled, somewhat regretfully. "I'm not going. I have to take care of Nini after get off work. You go by yourself. I trust you would never do anything to betray me." Song Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, half believing and half doubting. Does he really trust me that much? He wouldn't secretly have Long Yu follow me, would he? Su Muxue's smile deepened, and her deep eyes sparkled with a gentle light. "No, I promise." Looking into Su Muxue's gentle eyes, Song Yuan unconsciously became dazed. Suddenly, Su Muxue's face overlapped with Shun Yinran's. She gazed at herself tenderly. Su Muxue noticed that something was wrong with Song Yuan, so she raised her hand and squeezed his shoulder hard, saying nervously, "Hey, what's wrong? Say something." She seems to have gone mad. Could it be a side effect of amnesia? She's gone mad. No way. She doesn't want a husband who's mentally challenged. Song Yuan then came to his senses, shook his head vigorously, and said awkwardly, "It's nothing. I probably just didn't sleep well last night. I'm too tired." Holy crap. This is really weird. How could he mistake Su Muxue for Shin Yinran? Was it because he refused Shen Mo's invitation and didn't meet Shin Yinran? No, that's not right. It must have been Su Muxue who suddenly looked at him with that kind of gaze that caused him to hallucinate. It's all Su Muxue's fault for suddenly being so gentle. It gave him a shock. Su Muxue was still worried and asked anxiously, "How about I go with you to the psychiatric department of the hospital tomorrow?" Song Yuan politely declined. "No need. I'll just get a good night's sleep." He always felt that even ordinary people who went to see a psychiatrist were easily diagnosed with problems, let alone someone who had inexplicably lost 7 years of his memories. If you encounter an incompetent doctor who prescribes all sorts of random medications, you might end up with problems even if you were healthy before. So it's best to avoid such doctors altogether. Anyway, he doesn't feel uncomfortable at the moment, and he doesn't think it's a big problem that he mistook someone for someone else. Su Muxue frowned slightly. "I think it's still." He was only halfway through his sentence. The study door creaked open. Su Muxue and Song Yuan looked toward the source of the sound at the same time, and saw a female doctor in a white coat slowly walking out of the door, followed by her daughter. The two immediately got up and went to greet them. Su Muxue told her daughter to go upstairs to rest, and then she returned to the study with Song Yuan and the doctor, and began to speak. "Dr. Zhao, how is my daughter?" Zhao Shuzhen handed the depression assessment form on the desk to the two of them. "This is the assessment form that Nini just made. Take a look at it first." Song Yuan took the evaluation form and carefully looked through it, while Su Muxue nervously followed suit. The more they looked, the uglier their expressions became. By the end, their hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, had completely died. "My daughter's condition has worsened. Her mild depression has progressed to moderate depression." Su Muxue gripped the edge of the assessment form tightly and asked the doctor anxiously, "Why did my daughter's condition suddenly worsen?" Chapter 129, You've always been excellent in my heart. Zhao Shuzhen pushed up her glasses and patiently explained to Su Muxue. Depression can recur, and it is common for it to suddenly worsen. Su Muxue fell silent, completely at a loss for what to do. Song Yuan continued to ask, "Dr. Zhao, is it possible that it's because of my daughter's previous psychologist?" Zhao Shuzhen was somewhat embarrassed. "Mr. Song, I can't be sure about that yet. Give me some time, and I will do my best to help Nini recover as soon as possible and give you a satisfactory answer. After all, This was her first time meeting a patient today. Although she had just talked to Song Jiani about the psychologist who had treated her before, he was Su Juanza, a colleague of hers from the same hospital. She could sense that the child was very dependent on Su Juanza, but she couldn't be sure whether Su Juanza had actually used unethical treatment methods. But since the child's parents suddenly insisted on changing doctors, they must have their reasons, so she will pay close attention to see if it is Su Juanza's fault. Song Yuan nodded slightly. Okay, thank you. Zhao Shuzhen smiled and said politely, You're too kind, it's what I should do. Su Muxue said worriedly, Does my daughter still need to take medicine? You can give him some calming medicine. Don't use other medications for now. Observe for a few days. Don't leave the child alone at home these days. Spend more time with the child. Contact me anytime if there are any problems. Okay. After the doctor left, Song Yuan and Su Muxue carried their daughter to their room, chatted with her, and coaxed her to sleep. Soon after, the daughter fell asleep peacefully. Song Yuan and Su Muxue took a deep breath and stared at the dark ceiling. Neither of them could sleep, and they dared not speak for fear of waking their daughter. Su Muxue tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. She felt a tightness in her chest, as if she couldn't breathe. She gently rolled out of bed and carefully left the bedroom. Stepping onto the balcony, a cool breeze blew by, and after taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, my gloomy mood eased slightly. Su Muxue placed her hands on the railing, looked up at the starry night sky, and her beautiful eyes gradually dimmed. A deep sense of powerlessness permeated my entire body. She suddenly felt like a failure. As a mother, she failed to protect her daughter, causing her 7-year-old daughter to suffer from depression. As a wife, she also did not receive her husband's love. She knew that Song Yuan did not like her, but she still used the child to force him to marry her. For 7 years, he has been cheating on her with his first love. Although he has changed now, he still does not love her. As a daughter, she didn't even know the reason for her mother's suicide. She wanted her father to be happy, but she didn't want him to be too happy. Every time she saw her father and stepmother being affectionate, she felt terrible. This conflicting feeling tormented her. As the boss, the employees were all afraid of her, disliked her for being cold and unapproachable, and secretly nicknamed her the devil behind her back. Thinking of this, Su Muxue gave a self-deprecating smile. She has always been the envy of others. They envy her good looks, her good family background, her good job, that she married a top male celebrity, and that she has a well-behaved and sensible daughter. But only she knows the bitterness hidden behind this glamorous exterior that she cannot tell outsiders. Perhaps no one's life can be perfectly fulfilling. She needs to be stronger and more optimistic. After all, she's a female demon, so she has to act like one. But, so tired, so very tired. Su Muxue squatted down wearily, lowered her head helplessly, and tears welled up in large drops. Pat pat. It dripped onto the cold ground. Song Yuan thought Su Muxue had gone to the bathroom, but after waiting for a while and not seeing her return, he couldn't help but go out of the bedroom to look for her. After searching around without finding it, I finally focused on the balcony. When I opened the door, this is what I saw. Wearing only a thin nightgown, Su Muxue curled up in a ball, hugging her knees with both hands, her shoulders shaking violently, crying her heart out. Wife. Su Muxue looked up blankly, saw Song Yuan, hurriedly stood up, wiped away her tears haphazardly, and said with a smile, Why are you here? Didn't you say you were tired and wanted to rest? Damn it. She deliberately avoided Song Yuan because she didn't want him to see her in such a disheveled state. Why did he have to come looking for me? I'm so embarrassed and ashamed. Looking at Su Muxue's tearful, forced smile, Song Yuan's eyes also welled up with tears. I came out to check on you because I was worried about you. Why are you crying? Damn it. Why does this woman cry so much? He can't stand women crying. The first 2 times he saw Su Muxue cry, he felt uncomfortable, but he never felt as uncomfortable as he did today. Su Muxue cried so hard today. She looked as pitiful as a little kitten who had been bullied. She didn't dare to complain to her owner and had to try her best to hide her feelings. She was so pitiful and lovable. Su Muxue retorted stubbornly. It's nothing, I just got some sand in my eye. Song Yuan didn't expose her, but instead joked along with her. Then these sand grains are quite large. Su Muxue was amused by her. Yes, it's huge. I've never seen such a big grain of sand before. After saying that, Su Muxue couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! Song Yuan ruthlessly criticized. See, lying got its comeuppance. You have such a sharp tongue, you're cursing me. It's not retribution, it's just a little cold, you. Su Muxue wanted to scold Song Yuan a couple more times, but she was immediately warmed by Song Yuan's kindness. Song Yuan took off his coat, draped it over Su Muxue's shoulders, and pressed down on her shoulders, scolding her. You insist on coming out even when it's cold. If you catch a cold, you'll be the one who suffers. Su Muxue slowly lowered her head, feeling the warmth emanating from Song Yuan's coat, and murmured in a hoarse voice. Song Yuan, don't you think I'm a failure? Song Yuan gently pulled her into his arms, his lips close to her earlobe, and said in a deep voice. No, in my heart you are outstanding. More outstanding than most women. No, more outstanding than all the women I have ever met. These words were not meant to comfort Su Muxue at all. He was telling the truth. Back in school, although he looked down on Su Muxue and the two were always at odds, he never denied her excellence. At that time, Su Muxue was not only the school beauty, but also a top student, consistently ranking first in the entire school and winning numerous awards. After he transmigrated, he found that she was even more capable than before, managing such a large company all by herself, making the business thrive, and spending just as much time with the children as he did. She maintains such a great figure, can dance, and has strong counter-surveillance skills. She always manages to catch herself. Chapter 130 Film Festival. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue didn't have time to be happy. She couldn't believe Song Yuan's words at all. If it were really as Song Yuan said, that she was so good to him, then he wouldn't have been so blind to her, not even realizing that she liked him, and his heart and eyes would have been completely occupied by that innocent-looking Xiao Weiniang, whom he had pursued for 3 whole years. Without making a sound, she slowly raised her head, tears blurring her vision again, and choked out softly. I don't believe you. You must be lying to me again. Helpless, Song Yuan raised his hand to touch her cold cheek, his rough fingertips wiping away her tears, and said helplessly, I'm telling you the truth. Why are you still doubting me? I really didn't lie to you, and I have no reason to lie to you. Everyone can see how excellent you are. Think about it. When you were in school, every single teacher praised you highly. Their pride was so high that I wanted to punch them. It was as if they were the ones who made you so outstanding. But actually, it would have been the same result no matter who taught you. Su Muxue stopped crying and asked, puzzled, Really? Then why do you hate me? Song Yuan chuckled lightly and spoke frankly. Who told you to always go against me? So many students skip class and jump over the wall, but you don't care. You only focus on me, as if I dug up your family's ancestral graves. Su Muxue retorted. You can't blame me. You're the most arrogant one. You don't take me seriously at all and aren't afraid of me at all. Besides this reason, it's also because I've taken a liking to you, but you've been pursuing Xiao Weiniang, so I had no choice but to resort to this extreme method to get your attention. Song Yuan's smile deepened. Why should I be afraid of you? No matter how powerful you are, you're still just a woman. Su Muxue took 2 steps back in dissatisfaction and questioned her. So what if she's a woman? Do you look down on women? Are you being sexist? Song Yuan hurriedly explained. No, that's not what I meant. I just think that women are not as physically strong as men. At that time, he was very simple-minded and thought that no matter how powerful Su Muxue was, she was no match for him, so he was naturally not afraid of her. Although he has been advocating for gender equality, he feels that true equality is impossible to achieve. Although Su Muxue is a strong woman who manages a huge company, this is just an isolated case. According to statistics, among the heads of state organs, party and mass organizations, enterprises, and public institutions, men account for 83.3% and women account for only 16.7%. This data speaks volumes. Su Muxue couldn't deny Song Yuan's words and said somewhat dejectedly. Really? Song Yuan couldn't help but pat Su Muxue's head and comfort her. Don't be disappointed. Apart from this, you're better than me at work. Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Su Muxue's gloom vanished instantly, and she said proudly, Of course. Song Yuan gave instructions. Next time, don't sneak out alone again. If you have something on your mind, you can tell me directly, okay? Su Mushua pouted and said awkwardly, I'm afraid you'll laugh at me. She was genuinely scared. Song Yuan had always teased her when they were in school, and he had never taken her seriously after they got married. Song Yuan patted his chest and assured him, no, absolutely not. He might have laughed at her in the past, but not now. Seeing her sad makes him inexplicably sad too. Su Mushua felt a warm glow in her heart. She bit her lip and remained silent. She didn't dare to agree to Song Yuan's request, and she didn't know if she would be able to open up to him if they encountered problems in the future. There was nothing she could do. That was just her personality. They don't want others to see their vulnerability or know their weaknesses, because once others know, their weaknesses can easily become a weapon for the other party to use to hurt them when conflicts arise. Song Yuan didn't force her to agree and said with a smile, all right, let's go back to sleep. I'm going to catch a cold if we stay any longer. Su Mushua nodded obediently, her lips curving upwards involuntarily. Great. The Shanghai Film Festival was held as scheduled. It brought together industry leaders from all over the country, as well as artists of all sizes. The female celebrities dressed incredibly daringly. Some of their dresses were so high that the slits went all the way up to their thighs, while others had necklines so low that they were practically exposing themselves. They walked the red carpet at an incredibly slow pace, and their smiles in front of the reporters' cameras were so professional. Male celebrities also pull off some stunts, especially idol groups. They wear elaborate makeup, and one of them even wears a black fishnet t-shirt, making him look sexier than female celebrities. Song Yuan didn't bring many people with him, only Shun Mo and Ding Yao. Upon seeing this, Song Yuan glanced at Ding Yao and nodded unconsciously. Very good. Ding Yao wore a classic black Chanel-colored little black dress, a pearl necklace around her neck, and her hair was neatly pinned up behind her ears, looking elegant and poised. He hadn't made any requests regarding Ding Yao's clothing before he arrived, but to his surprise, Ding Yao's outfit suited him perfectly. He didn't want his company's female artists to wear revealing dresses to attract attention in such settings. Talent is the only true measure of success. No matter how sexy they dress, if they don't have good work, people will only think they're skirting the line and are just pretty faces with no acting skills. The three of them entered the venue, found a seat, and quietly waited for the selection of the Tiantan Award. Before Song Yuan and Shun Mo arrived, they had already reached an agreement that there was no need to curry favor with a boss who was more powerful than their own company, let alone discuss cooperation. After all, Morningstar has never made money since its establishment and has been losing money all the time. It has made countless bad movies, and the only movie of decent quality has barely been shortlisted for the Tiantan Award and has not yet won the award. The short drama did become a hit, but it's not worth mentioning at all. Short dramas have a very low status in the film and television industry and are not yet worthy of serious consideration. Therefore, even if Song Yuan tries to curry favor with the big shots, he will still be looked down upon. He can only be qualified to discuss cooperation with others after Yun Xiang Zhuan is completed. Ding Yao swirled the wine glass, staring at the blood-red liquid inside with a puzzled expression. Mr. Song, do you know what kind of wine this is? She just randomly grabbed a glass from the waiter and thought the drink was very special, but she had no idea what it was called, what it tasted like, or how much alcohol it contained. Song Yuan looked up, and his eyes lit up. He had indeed drunk this wine before, and he patiently explained it to Ding Yao. This drink is called Bloody Mary. It's sweet and sour with a slight spiciness. It's not very strong, only 15 degrees. You can try it. Uh-huh. Ding Yao tilted her head back, took a small sip, and found it to be just as Song Yuan had said, sweet and sour with a hint of spiciness, quite delicious. Shin Mo, standing to the side, raised an eyebrow in suspicion. How did you know? Song Yuan smiled. I've had it. Shin Mo pressed for an answer. Who were you drinking with? How come I don't know? Why didn't you take me with you when you were drinking secretly? Confess now. Song Yuan's lips twitched slightly. With Xiao Weiniang. Chapter 131, hitting a steel plate. Song Yuan didn't want to recall it, but it was still quite vivid in his memory. During Christmas of his second year of high school, he invited Xiao Weiniang to a bar for drinks, and she recommended this drink to him. Shin Mo shrank back, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had only asked casually and hadn't expected to kick a steel plate. Never mind, I didn't ask. There's a saying that goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xiao Weining, who had just entered, glanced around and finally found Song Yuan, then walked over with a smile. Brother, I've finally found you. Similarly, she didn't wear anything too revealing. Instead, she wore a Tiffany sky blue dress, had her hair styled in a cute princess updo, and wore very light makeup, making her look very fresh and natural. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said unhappily, Did I invite you here? That woman is shameless. She actually sneaked over here all by herself. Xiao Weining lowered her head in frustration and said with a wronged expression, I'm also an artist in the company, so I'm qualified to come, right? Besides, I'm just worried that if you drink too much, there won't be anyone to take care of you. She wasn't there to take care of Song Yuan, but rather to try her luck and see if she could attract a new sucker. If she met someone richer and more willing to sacrifice for her than Song Yuan, she wouldn't have to stay in Morning Star and be exploited and treated like a slave by Song Yuan anymore. Song Yuan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Do I need your care? He vaguely remembered that Christmas. He drank too much and slumped in his seat, feeling terrible, when Xiao Weining received a phone call saying that her mother told her to go home immediately. He readily let her go, and even thought she was very well-mannered, as she had to be home after 10 o'clock. Now that I think about it, she deliberately didn't want to take care of herself because she found it troublesome. Maybe that phone call was just an excuse she made up to get away from the situation. Shen Mo had long disliked Xiao Weining and harbored deep resentment towards her, so he echoed her sentiments. That's right. I'm right here, and what use is Ding Yao to you? Go find somewhere cool and stay there. Don't get in our way. Xiao Weining's expression changed drastically. She tried her best to suppress her anger and restrain herself. Vice President Shun, this has nothing to do with you, does it? How can you say that about me? Have I offended you in any way? She had said a lot of bad things about Shen Mo, but she only said them to Song Yuan alone and had never had a direct conflict with him. What gives him the right to say that about himself? She didn't believe that she was more important to Song Yuan than Shen Mo. They were just friends, after all. Even if Song Yuan broke up with her now, she was still Song Yuan's ideal woman. Song Yuan had liked her for 10 years. Shen Mo glared at her and said arrogantly, I already told you. What can you do about it? This woman has absolutely no self-awareness. She doesn't even realize that she has offended him. If she hadn't been bewitching Song Yuan and getting him to promote her in bad movies, would he have had to lose money along with Song Yuan? Cutting off someone's livelihood, isn't that a deep grudge? Xiao Weining, wearing high heels, approached Song Yuan, gently tugged at his sleeve, sniffed, squeezed out 2 tears, her wet eyes curving into crescents, and pitifully pleaded, Brother, look at him. Even though we've broken up, I was still your woman. How can he treat me like this? You have to stand up for me. Before Song Yuan could react, Ding Yao, who was standing nearby, was so shocked by what she saw that she couldn't help but spit out the wine in her mouth. Puff! Poor Xiao Weining was very close to Ding Yao and was directly hit by the wine that Ding Yao spat out. He was sprayed in the face with bright red liquor, which dripped down his chin and onto his clean clothes. Ding Yao immediately put down her wine glass, took 2 tissues from the tissue box on the table to help wipe her face, and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She really didn't mean it, and she would never dare to provoke Xiao Weining. But when she saw Xiao Weining's pretentious behavior just now, she just couldn't hold back. Xiao Weining was stunned for a moment, then shook off her hand and said angrily, Are you doing this on purpose? You've been wanting to get rid of me for a long time, haven't you? Ding Yao waved her hands repeatedly. No, I really didn't mean that, Sister Weining. You've misunderstood me. Xiao Weining became even more furious and said excitedly, Call me sister. I'm only a year older than you. Do you know how expensive this outfit is? Are you looking for trouble? As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Ding Yao across the face. She really taught this vixen a lesson. She had long suspected that Ding Yao had managed to seduce Song Yuan by any means necessary to replace her in the role. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch Ding Yao's face, Song Yuan tightly gripped his hand. Ding Yao froze, looking at Song Yuan in disbelief. She truly didn't expect Song Yuan to lend a hand. She always felt that Song Yuan still had feelings for Xiao Weining. After all, they had been together for 7 years, and he had been arguing with Su Mushiwe about getting a divorce for her sake. Looking at herself, she was just an ordinary artist in Song Yuan's company, and besides, it was indeed her fault just now, for she had dirted his makeup and his expensive clothes. Xiao Weining looked up at Song Yuan in disbelief, biting her lip hard as she accused him. Brother, she provoked me first, didn't you see? I'm the one who's been wronged. Why are you stopping me? Song Yuan shook off her hand and said rudely, You deserve it. Who told you to be disgusting first? Don't call me brother anymore. Who's your brother? Seeing this, Shun Mo secretly cheered for Song Yuan. It should have been done a long time ago. Even if Song Yuan hadn't made a move, he would have. Xiao Weining is really annoying. If it weren't for the fact that she can still make money for the company, he would have suggested to Song Yuan to fire her long ago. Xiao Weining's eyes widened, and her brain began to freeze. My heart started to throb with pain. Did she start by being offensive? Song Yuan said she was disgusting first? Are you kidding me? Didn't Song Yuan used to love it when he acted cute? Does he think he likes this? She doesn't like to act cute either. It's really annoying. Isn't that the kind of thing he likes the most? Damn it. It's just that I didn't let him sleep with me. Why is he holding such a grudge? She gave him the best years of her youth and stayed with him for 7 years. During those 7 years, she never cheated on him or wronged him. I just want to save my virginity for the person I truly love in the future. Is that not allowed? In contrast, what did he give himself? Isn't it just some resources, acting fees, and a lot of luxury gifts? Are there many? She didn't use up his parents' savings to support herself. She only used his money. Isn't this the proper thing to do? So many people were pursuing her back then. He should feel lucky that she chose him. Shouldn't he treat himself well? Moreover, he has never made himself famous, nor has he truly realized his dream of becoming a best actress. Chapter 132, Getting Stubborn. What gives him the right to say he doesn't want her anymore? Despite her many grievances, Xiao Weining held back, unable to directly confront Song Yuan, as she hadn't yet found a new partner. He wiped the wine off his face, his eyes red, and gave Song Yuan and Ding Yao a deep look before turning away dejectedly. Song Yuan watched Xiao Weining's departing figure with a blank expression, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing Song Yuan's unpleasant expression, Ding Yao spoke cautiously. Mr. Song, are you all right? Should I go after her and apologize to her properly? I can replace the clothes for her. Song Yuan shook his head and affirmed. Need not. Who told her to come here and act so shamelessly and disgustingly? What compensation are you talking about? The clothes she's wearing, the bag she's carrying, the jewelry she's wearing, weren't they all gifts from me? Shen Mo echoed this. Why should I compensate her? She deserves it, it's not your fault. Ding Yao was flattered. It was normal for Shen Mo to speak up for her, as he had always valued her. But she hadn't expected Song Yuan to side with her as well. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Song Yuan glanced down at his watch. There were still about 5 minutes until the awards ceremony. Song Yuan then led Shen Mo and Ding Yao to their seats. They were among the last to enter the seating area, as the seats in front of them were already full. The female host, dressed in a haute couture gown, walked onto the stage and delivered her opening remarks with a smile. The opening remarks were long and full of rambling. Song Yuan yawned, and Ding Yao was also a little sleepy. Only Shun Mo was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the selection of the Tian Tan Award later. Although the award wasn't particularly prestigious, it was very important to him. After all, he had been making bad movies for the past 3 years since he started the company with Song Yuan. This was the only one he made on his own that got nominated. If it actually won an award, it would be the best consolation for him. After a long time, the selection process finally arrived. Song Yuan and Ding Yao stopped dozing off and stared intently at the big screen. Shen Mo was also on tenterhooks, eagerly awaiting the results the host was about to announce. There were a total of 12 shortlisted works, and the host showered them with compliments, praising the merits of each work. Finally, the host announced the winning entries. The winner of this year's Tian Tan Award is the feature film Never Disappearing Love, directed by Lihua Media. Now, please welcome Zhou Ruinian, Executive Director of Lihua Entertainment, to the stage to give his acceptance speech. Shin-mo, Ding Yao, Song Yuan. Zhou Ruinian. That name sounds familiar. Have I seen him somewhere before? My brain is racing, but I can't think of anyone. Who could it be? He didn't recognize the man until a well-dressed, elegant middle-aged man walked slowly onto the stage under the spotlight. Holy crap! Isn't this the guy who wanted Shun-mo to sleep with him at the Blue Whale Hotel? That bastard actually has some skill. No, you can't call him a bastard. Later, Shin-mo said that Zhou Ruinian didn't force him. He even said that if he didn't want to, then so be it. After he ruined things that day, Shin-mo said that Zhou Ruinian hadn't bothered him again or contacted him proactively. Therefore, what happened that day was a mutual agreement between him and Shin-mo. It was just a transaction. Even though I convinced myself that this guy wasn't a jerk. But as Zhou Ruinian took the microphone and spoke eloquently on stage with a smug smile on his face, Song Yuan began to feel annoyed again. I don't know why, but I always felt that he was a bit too pretentious, which reminded me of someone Sujuanza. The two share a similar temperament, exuding an air of superiority and disdain for everyone else in their every move. Since he was already unhappy, Shin-mo must have felt uncomfortable too, having had his award stolen by Zhou Ruinian. Thinking of this, Song Yuan turned his head to look at Shin-mo. As expected, Shin-mo's face was extremely pale, as if the words, "I have no will to live," were written all over his face, which was a huge blow to the child. Song Yuan patted Shin-mo on the shoulder. "Amo, think positively. Next year, our Yunxiang biography will definitely win an award." Shin-mo lowered his head in frustration. His long, black hair obscured his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression. Although Song Yuan's words made sense, I couldn't hide my disappointment. He knew before he came that Zhou Ruinian's work had also been shortlisted. He could be defeated by anyone, but he didn't want to be defeated by Zhou Ruinian. Although Song Yuan arrived just in time to drag him out of the hotel that day with Zhou Ruinian. But at that time, he had already taken off his clothes and unbuckled his belt, which was already a great humiliation for a straight man like him. He had originally thought that if he could surpass Zhou Ruinian and win the Tiantan Award, he would have made something of himself, but the result was not as expected. How can I describe this feeling? He suddenly realized how inadequate his vocabulary was, and he had absolutely no idea how to describe his feelings. There is a deep sense of powerlessness, the powerlessness of being crushed and unable to fight back. Seeing this, Song Yuan continued to comfort him in a low voice. "It's not a big deal, don't be discouraged. It's my fault for not supporting you back then, otherwise you could definitely have made even better films." Shin-mo remained silent, lowering his head even further and tightening his grip on the armrest. What's the use of blaming Song Yuan? It was his own choice. He defied his father's objections and resolutely decided to start a business with Song Yuan. Song Yuan saw that Shin-mo remained silent. He knew inwardly that something was wrong. Oh no. Shin-mo started nitpicking again. He was stubborn when he was in school. Once he set his mind on a path, he would stick to it no matter what, and he wouldn't turn back even if he hit a wall. Damn it. My head hurts so much. He came here happily, and whether he wins an award or not doesn't really matter to him or the company. Shin-mo really doesn't need to take it so seriously. Seeing the tense standoff between the two and the awkward atmosphere, Ding Yao, who had been silent all along, spoke up in a low voice. "Vice President Shun, I think Hot-Blooded High School Boys is no worse than Never-Ending Love, whether it's the plot, the visual effects, or the soundtrack. Never-Ending Love won the award simply because it had a stronger cast, using a list actors. The organizers must have taken that into consideration when they gave it the award." Upon hearing Ding Yao's heartfelt words, Shin-mo suddenly raised his head, his eyes lighting up, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you really think so?" Ding Yao smiled, her beautiful eyes curving into lovely crescent shapes, and said sincerely, "Of course." Shin-mo didn't reply, but turned to look at Song Yuan, expectantly asking, "What about you? What do you think?" Song Yuan was completely stumped. He hadn't seen the movie Never Disappearing Love, directed by Zhou Ruinian. He wasn't interested in the title, it wasn't his cup of tea. Since he hadn't seen it, how could he comment on it? Chapter 133 Poaching. But since his good friend had asked that question, he had no reason to contradict him. So he smiled and said, I share the same thoughts as Ding Yao. Shin Imo rolled his eyes and gave a merciless sarcastic remark. You're lying. Song Yuan defended himself. No, I watched Hot-Blooded High School Boys, and it was really good. The organizers are blind if they don't give it an award. Shin Imo narrowed his eyes slightly, ruthlessly exposing the truth. Then you haven't read The Love That Never Fades. The two grew up together, so how could Shin Imo not see through Song Yuan's lies? Song Yuan was very embarrassed, but he stubbornly insisted. I didn't watch it, but that doesn't mean it's really better than yours. Shin Imo snorted coldly, not in the mood to argue with him anymore. When we get back, I really need to have a serious talk with Song Yuan. He shouldn't just watch movies of his own kind all the time. He should also watch other types of films. After all, they work in the film industry, and they need to understand the market and the audience's preferences. Song Yuan complained in a low voice. I lied to comfort you, and not only did you not appreciate it, you even gave me a hard time. You've really gone too far. Although the voice was very soft, Shin Imo still heard it and said sternly, What did you say? Song Yuan shrugged and said helplessly, Nothing. If it weren't for the fact that Shin Imo was in a bad mood, he would have really given him a good talking to. Seeing this, Ding Yao couldn't help but smile. He sighed inwardly. Song Yuan and Shin Imo have such a good relationship. Shortly after, the awards ceremony ended, and everyone was free to do as they pleased. Shin Imo returned to his previous spot and silently drank his wine. Song Yuan and Ding Yao knew he was in a bad mood, so neither of them tried to comfort him. Shin Imo wasn't a good drinker, and coupled with his sullen mood, he quickly became 7/10 drunk. He shook his head, got up, and headed to the bathroom. Ding Yao looked at Shin Mo's swaying figure with some worry. President Song, is Vice President Shin all right? If it were Song Yuan, she wouldn't be worried. But Shin Imo was different. Ever since she joined Morningstar, he had always valued himself and wanted to fight for better resources for himself. Previously, she would often argue with Song Yuan, and when she got angry, she would punch the cement wall in the underground parking garage, which was terrifying. So he was really afraid that he might do something foolish in a moment of despair. Song Yuan smiled. No, what could possibly happen to a grown man like him going to the toilet by himself? Ding Yao laughed along with her. That's true. It seems that Shin Imo is no longer going to smash the wall. After all, he and Song Yuan have made up. Before this award came, Song Yuan said that it didn't matter if he didn't win, since they were counting on Yun Xiang Zhuan to turn things around. Looking into Ding Yao's smiling eyes, Song Yuan suddenly had a novel idea that flashed through his mind, and said half-jokingly, You care about him so much, you don't happen to like him, do you? He suddenly felt that Shin Imo and Ding Yao were quite a good match. Shin Imo has always been so good to Ding Yao and values her so much, so it's very likely that he has feelings for her. Ding Yao is young and beautiful, and unlike other actresses, she doesn't have the complicated scheming. She's also very capable, so it's only a matter of time before she becomes a big star. Although the company doesn't allow artists to date casually, it's fine if they date their boss, since the rules were set by Shin Imo and himself. Ding Yao was taken aback at first, but after realizing what was happening, she hurriedly denied it. No, I only consider him a friend. Oh my god, how could Song Yuan possibly think he likes Shin Imo? He's been so good to her. Isn't it normal for her to show him a little concern? Actually, to be precise, she didn't treat Shin Imo as a friend, but rather as an older sister, because he was just too good-looking, and he had long hair. She had no desire to date men with that kind of appearance. She preferred men with a more masculine, rugged look. Song Yuan was half believing and half doubting. He moved closer to Ding Yao, staring intently at her, not wanting to miss any subtle expression, and asked in a deep voice. Really not. Don't worry. Although the company stipulates that artists cannot date casually, it's a different story if the person is AMO. Ding Yao said earnestly. No, Mr. Song, you've misunderstood me. He secretly groaned inwardly. Mr. Song, could you please stop staring at me like that, and stop getting so close? Your face is really intimidating up close. He's way too handsome. I feel so much pressure. Seeing that Ding Yao remained completely calm and composed, Song Yuan sighed helplessly. Why? Mo, I finally found you a suitable girl, but unfortunately, she doesn't have the same feelings for you. Shin Mo wanted to vomit, but when he got to the toilet, he couldn't. After relieving myself, I went to the sink, turned on the tap, pressed 2 pumps of hand soap, spread it evenly on my palms, and then rinsed them under the tap. My shoulders suddenly felt heavy. Shin Mo was startled, his hand trembled violently, and he turned to look at the person who had come. It was none other than the person he least wanted to face, Zhou Ruinian. Suppressing her anger, she shook off his hand and said restrainedly, "Are you trying to scare me? You walked silently, fine, but then you patted my shoulder. What did I do to you?" Zhou Ruinian wasn't angry with Shun Mo at all. He just liked this kind of beauty with thorns. He smiled faintly. "Look at you, what's the rush? You weren't like this when you asked me for help at the hotel last time. What a coincidence. I ran into Shun Mo while I was in the restroom. I was just thinking of an excuse to talk to him again. Shin Mo looks really good in this outfit today. The burgundy suit suits him perfectly and exudes sex appeal." When Zhou Ruinian mentioned the hotel, Shin Mo became even more furious and gritted his teeth. "There won't be a next time. If I ever run out of money again, I'll beg on the streets and never ask you for help again." Zhou Ruinian's smile deepened, like a big bad wolf that eats rabbits without spitting out the bones, and he said in a gentle voice, "Don't be so sure of yourself. Man proposes, God disposes. What if you need my help someday? It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Who wants to be your friend? Get out of my way." Shin Mo didn't even bother to wipe her hands. She just wanted to leave the bathroom as soon as possible and get as far away from him as possible, never wanting to see him again in her life. Zhou Ruinian gripped his forearm and said seriously, "Wait, I have something important to tell you." Shin Mo took a deep breath, steadied himself, and urged, "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Zhou Ruinian said in a deep voice, "Stop following Song Yuan. Come work for me. I'll give you double the salary and make you the president of my branch. How about it?" People are always like this. They can't get what they want and they keep thinking about it. It's really strange. Ever since he came back from the Blue Whale Hotel, he's been with other lovers, both men and women, but he just can't find that same adrenaline-pumping feeling he had when he watched Shin Mo take off his clothes. Upon seeing Shun Mo again, that long-lost sense of excitement returned, and he certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Chapter 134 made me betray my brothers. Zhou Ruinian felt that giving Shun Mo double his salary and making him the vice president of his company wouldn't be a bad deal for him. Shun Mo is capable, but he has always been restricted by Song Yuan. Otherwise, the film he directed would not have been nominated for the Tian Award. Shin Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. "Double salary, and you even give me the position of president of a branch office? You're really generous." Many people have pursued him over the years, but none have ever gone to such lengths or thought so highly of themselves as Zhou Ruinian. Zhou Ruinian thought Shun Mo was wavering, so he tightened his grip on Shun Mo's forearm slightly and said meaningfully, "Of course, I've never been a stingy person. You don't know me well enough yet. Once you do, you'll find that I have more than just the virtue of being generous." He was confident that as long as Shun Mo was willing to lower himself and submit to him even once, he would definitely make him crave more and become completely infatuated with him. After all, he's been with so many men and women, and everyone he's been with says he's good. Shin Mo shook off his hand and resolutely refused. "The terms you've offered are indeed very tempting, but unfortunately, I won't betray my brothers for money." If he wanted to switch jobs, he would have done so long ago. He should have withdrawn his shares and left Song Yuan when his family went bankrupt and his father jumped off the building. He wouldn't have had to wait until now. Besides, Song Yuan has already changed and will no longer be misled and alienated by Xiao Weining. How can he leave when the two have reconciled and the company is about to recover? Zhou Ruinian asked, puzzled. "You treat him like a brother, but has he ever treated you like a brother? You've been losing money with him all these years. Have you forgotten that? This is between him and me. It's none of your business." Shin Mo glared at him fiercely and strode towards the door. Zhou Ruinian persisted, grabbing his hand again and speaking with some emotion. "Don't go. We can discuss the terms. Just tell me what you want, and I'll definitely meet it." His intuition told him that if he let Shun Mo leave like this, he would never have another chance. Even the most rational person could be blinded by emotions. Zhou Ruinian is in this state now. He has never lost his composure or acted so rudely for a lover before. Shin Imo struggled angrily, cursing. Let go of me. Are you done yet? Are you out of your mind? I've already said it's not about the money. I won't let go. I finally caught you. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Zhou Ruinian gripped Shin Mo's wrist tightly and boldly wrapped his other hand around Shin Mo's slender waist. Shin Mo's pupils dilated slightly as he sensed that Zhou Ruinian was taking advantage of him, and he instantly became furious. He swung his fist and slammed it into Zhou Ruinian's cheek. Zhou Ruinian was caught completely off guard by Shin Mo's sudden attack and took a solid punch to the face. Although the punch wasn't very heavy after all, Shin Mo had been drinking and his strength wasn't what it used to be. It still hurt, causing Zhou Ruinian to stagger back 2 steps. A bright red stain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhou Ruinian quickly regained his balance, pressed the tip of his tongue against his numb mouth, and grinned maliciously. Since you like things a bit rougher, then I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, he raised his fist and charged at Shin Mo. The two wrestled together. Zhou Ruinian was also a trained fighter, and his skills were not bad. Shin Mo had been drinking and had lost his strength, so he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Zhou Ruinian threw Shin Mo to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, then straddled him, pinning his hands behind his head with one hand and pinching his chin with the other, before lowering his head to kiss him on the lips. Shin Mo was terrified. He kicked wildly, punching Zhou Ruinian's back and shouting, "Don't kiss me. I feel like throwing up. I really feel like throwing up. Ugh, I was drunk, but didn't throw up. But now I'm going to ugh." He started gagging as he spoke. "This is not a lie. I really feel like throwing up. I was just kicked in the stomach by Zhou Ruinian, and I feel nauseous again because of extreme fear." Unexpectedly, Zhou Ruinian grinned mischievously. "It's okay, I don't mind. It's just that I like you so much." He lowered his head again as he spoke. "Ugh, no, stay away from me, you." Shin Mo inwardly groaned. "Shut up already." Oh shit. How could he be so unlucky? He just wanted to use the restroom. What did he do to deserve this? Who can save him? Almighty Lord. Did you hear my cries for help? The Lord did not hear. Just as Zhou Ruinian was about to kiss Shin Mo, whom he had been longing for day and night, the door behind me was kicked open from the outside with a bang. Immediately afterwards, a familiar voice came. "Let go of that woman, Tui. Let go of my brother." Zhou Ruinian was startled and immediately got up from Shin Mo. He turned to look outside the door. A handsome man in a black suit and striped tie walked aggressively toward him. Zhou Ruinian cursed under his breath. "It's Song Yuan again. Is this kid my nemesis? Is it specifically designed to counteract its own nature?" He interrupted 2 good things. Shin Mo scrambled to his feet and staggered towards Song Yuan. My eyes were red. I didn't know if it was from being moved or from feeling ashamed. Song Yuan immediately shielded the person behind him and glared angrily at Zhou Ruinian. "My brother didn't ask you for money this time, did he? It's terrifying to think about." Luckily, he rushed over to check on Shin Mo when he realized Shin Mo hadn't returned for so long. Otherwise, Shin Mo would have really been taken advantage of by that pervert Zhou Ruinian. Zhou Ruinian chuckled and said arrogantly, "No, we're just flirting. What's it to you?" He really couldn't understand Song Yuan. If he and Shin Mo were good friends, why did he keep making Shin Mo lose money with him and pour all his resources into his lover Xiao Weining? If they weren't good friends, why did he save Shin Mo twice? This is really weird. Song Yuan almost choked on his breath, suppressing his anger. Flirt. He clearly heard Shin Mo cursing at him from outside the door. How could this kid describe it as flirting? Even Shin Mo, who was hiding behind Song Yuan, couldn't hold back any longer. "Brother Yuan, don't listen to his nonsense. He just offered me a high salary to poach me, and when I refused, he forced me." Upon hearing this, Song Yuan became even angrier. This bastard not only took advantage of Shin Mo, but also wanted to poach him from his own body. Song Yuan crossed his arms, cracked his wrists, and gritted his teeth. "Flirting, huh? Okay, then I'll flirt with you properly." He figured Zhou Ruinian wouldn't call the police. If he did, all 3 of them would have to go to the station to give statements, and his harassment of Shin Mo would be exposed. For someone of his status, face is extremely important. Zhou Ruinian originally wanted to refuse. After all, he was a person of status, and there were many ways to teach Song Yuan a lesson, so there was no need to resort to violence. But Shin Mo was watching from the side. If he ran away directly, Shin Mo would definitely be even more resistant to him. He wasn't afraid of Song Yuan at all. He was a trained fighter. Why would he be afraid of a boy several years younger than him? So, he got into position and beckoned to Song Yuan. Fine, I'll play along to the end. Chapter 135 Husband, answer the phone. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Zhou Ruinian was knocked to the ground by Song Yuan after only 5 moves. He was so dizzy from the beating that his nose started bleeding profusely. Zhou Ruinian supported himself on the ground and struggled to sit up. He wiped the blood from his nose, looked up at Song Yuan, and stared at him with disbelief. How is that possible? How could he lose to a mere kid? This not only failed to leave Shin Mo with a good impression, but also made him feel useless and even more disgusted with himself. Seeing that he was no longer able to fight back, Song Yuan did not make any further moves. He simply warned him to stay away from Shin Mo in the future, and then left with Shin Mo. Back in their original positions, Ding Yao noticed that the two looked unwell and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Shin Mo was too embarrassed to admit that being harassed by a man was shameful. He picked up the orange juice from the corner of the table and drank it down, pretending not to hear Ding Yao's question. Song Yuan joked, "It's nothing, just ran into a mosquito. You know, mosquitoes in the south are really aggressive, buzzing around, and we chased after them and swatted them." As he spoke, he picked up his wine glass and brought it to his mouth. Huh, mosquito? How come she didn't notice the mosquitoes in the venue? In a moment of doubt, Ding Yao immediately noticed that Song Yuan's little finger, which was holding the wine glass, was scraped and bright red, and exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Song, you're injured." Song Yuan looked down and smiled. "It's all right. It must have been accidentally caused during the fight with Zhou Ruinian." Strangely enough, he hadn't felt any pain or even noticed his scrape, but Ding Yao's reminder suddenly made him feel pain. A hissing, stinging pain. Ding Yao turned to the side, took out a band-aid from her bag in the empty space next to her, handed it to Song Yuan, and said with concern, "Let's bandage it up. It's too hot to get infected." Song Yuan was secretly surprised that Ding Yao would carry band-aids with her. So meticulous. Thinking about it carefully, it's probably because filming The Legend of Yun Xiang often involved being suspended by wires and filming action scenes, so bumps and bruises were unavoidable, which is why he was carrying it. All right. Song Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and took the band-aid. Since his right hand was injured, Song Yuan could only use his left hand to apply it after tearing off the packaging. He tried several times, but couldn't get it on properly. Seeing this, Ding Yao asked in a low voice, "How about I help you with it?" Song Yuan didn't think much of it and handed the band-aid back to Ding Yao. Ding Yao took his hand and carefully helped him place it on his skin, a smile involuntarily curving her lips. "All right." Song Yuan flexed his fingers. "Thanks." Ding Yao's clear eyes curved into a smile as she spoke. "You're welcome." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone in my pocket started vibrating. Song Yuan took out his phone and saw that the contact was Su Mushiwa. He immediately retreated to a secluded corner, pressed the answer button, and put the phone to his ear. "Hey, honey. Honey, will you be home tonight?" Su Mushiwa had just put her daughter to sleep and didn't want to disturb Song Yuan. But as soon as she closed her eyes, all she could think about was him, and she couldn't help wondering what he was doing over there. "It's not that I don't trust him or suspect he'll cheat on me. It's just that I miss him." Song Yuan checked the time. It was already past 10 p.m. The airport was an hour and a half away, and even if he booked a ticket now, he wouldn't get home until late at night. He said awkwardly, "It'll have to wait until tomorrow." Su Mushiwa said somewhat disappointedly, "Oh, okay, I got it." Song Yuan joked with a smile. "What? You already miss me after just one day?" Su Mushiwa said frankly, "Yes, I miss you so much." "Ah." Song Yuan was shocked. He thought Su Mushiwa would definitely deny it, since she usually contradicted him when faced with such questions, but he didn't expect her to be so honest this time. This woman is so fickle. I can't figure out what she's thinking at all. Su Mushiwa suppressed a smile. "What? Is that not allowed? I'm your wife. Don't I have the right to think about my husband? Song Yuan said with a smile. Yes, yes, I wish I knew how to fly a plane. Su Muxue asked blankly. What's the meaning? Why are you suddenly saying this? Why do you suddenly want to learn how to fly a plane? Didn't he always dislike flying because he felt unsafe? Song Yuan said in a serious tone. If I knew how to fly a plane, I could fly home right away and be back by your side. Song Yuan thought that this rather subtle love confession was very effective and original, and that Su Muxue would definitely be very happy and excited. Unexpectedly, Su Muxue suddenly stopped talking. Song Yuan panicked. Hey, honey, why aren't you saying anything? Is the signal bad? I didn't hear what you just said. Su Muxue actually heard it, but she was too moved to know what to say for a moment. Song Yuan patiently repeated it, his voice deep, husky, and magnetic. I said if I could fly a plane, I could go home and be with you right away. Su Muxue asked tentatively. Should I come find you now? Song Yuan was startled. What? You're coming to see me? What are you afraid of? I was just kidding. I hope my presence won't affect you. Su Muxue was just saying it casually. If she didn't have a daughter, she would probably go to find Song Yuan. But her daughter is still sick, so how could she abandon her daughter and go to Shanghai to find Song Yuan without a care in the world? Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a problem. I'm just worried about Nini. The doctor said we should spend more time with her. How are you feeling today, Nini? She's feeling better. Don't worry, she's asleep now. That's good. Su Muxue suddenly remembered something and said seriously. By the way, I just watched the live broadcast of the film festival. Hot-blooded high school boys didn't make the cut. I thought it was okay, since the award isn't that prestigious anyway. If you really want it, I can arrange for you to win the Jinma Award next year. She could always use her connections in the film industry to pull some strings for Song Yuan. It didn't take much effort, just a little money. She hadn't helped him before because she had always used Xia Wenying as the female lead. She wasn't foolish enough to use her to promote her husband's mistress. But this time it's different. Song Yuan has already let go of Xia Wenying, so she's willing to help. Song Yuan was flattered and declined. No, I want to rely on myself. Su Muxue had already lent him 100 million yuan. If he were to ask her to help him win the prize, he would feel really guilty. After all, he was a man, and it would be too lame for him to rely on his wife for such things. He would repay Su Muxue the money he borrowed, with interest, but if he asked Su Muxue to help him get the award through underhanded means, it would break the rules of the industry and be dishonorable. But to be honest, he was genuinely touched by Su Muxue's words, and felt a warm glow in his heart. Chapter 136, What a Coincidence. Su Muxue did not persist after being rejected by Song Yuan. On the contrary, I admire him even more. He can do better without taking credit, and he can still win awards without taking credit, which shows that he is really capable. He changed the subject and spoke in a slower voice. All right then, has anything interesting happened? Tell me about it to cheer me up. Song Yuan's eyes lit up. There really is one. I'm telling you, Shun Mo ran into one today. He recounted without reservation how Shun Mo had just been cornered and taken advantage of by Zhou Ruinian. Although it's a bit unethical to tell your wife about your brother's embarrassing situation. But his wife wasn't an outsider. It was Su Muxue who found out about Shun Mo and Zhou Ruinian's hotel tryst last time. Shun Mo wouldn't know, so it's okay to tell him. As expected, Su Muxue on the other end of the phone laughed out loud after hearing this. Haha. No way. How could I run into someone even when I'm just going to the bathroom? That's so unlucky. Song Yuan laughed along with him. Yes, it's such a coincidence. It's really mysterious. Su Muxue finished laughing and quickly calmed down. By the way, what if you hit someone and they call the police? Song Yuan said with certainty. He probably won't call the police unless he's shameless. Su Muxue said confidently. It's okay. If he calls the police, contact me. I know people there who can make sure you're safe. Song Yuan was deeply moved. Wow, honey, you're amazing. How come you have people everywhere? How terrifying. He always thought the Su family was very powerful in the capital, but he never expected them to be so powerful outside of the capital as well. Looking back now, it all seems unbelievable. Su Muxue is so powerful, yet she tolerated his cheating for 7 years and never made a move against Xia Wenying. Su Muxue said smugly. Of course, is this the first day you've met me? Song Yuan continued to flatter him. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. Nini's awake. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan stared at his phone screensaver and grinned foolishly. The screensaver is a painting of my daughter that won an award, depicting a happy family of 3. It turns out that it feels pretty good to be cared for when you're traveling far away. Zhou Ruinian had just gone to the clinic to get his wound bandaged. After changing my clothes in the hotel room, I went to the buffet restaurant on the first floor of the hotel for a late-night snack. Holding my plate, I walked to the window where the steaks were being grilled and addressed the chef. I'd like a sirloin steak. The chef nodded slightly and began preparing the food. Soon a sweet female voice came from beside her. Hello, I'd like a sirloin steak too. Zhou Ruinian turned his head curiously, and his eyes lit up. The girl standing next to me, I don't know when, was wearing a fitted-off white Chanel suit. She had a slim waist, long legs, slender arms, and a slightly flat chest, which is the popular figure among young girls these days. The girl wasn't wearing makeup, but she was still pure and beautiful, especially her eyes, which were very bright and expressive. She had her hair styled in a princess hairstyle that suited her temperament perfectly. Zhou Ruinian frowned slightly. Why did this girl look so familiar? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Where have I seen this before? Xiao Weining noticed the man was looking at her, but she looked him straight in the eye without fear and smiled. Sir, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? He secretly suppressed his joy. Great, I've gotten his attention. She noticed him when Zhou Ruinian was speaking on stage. He was in his 30s, handsome, and had a charming demeanor. He's the president of Manhwa Entertainment, much stronger than Song Yuan's Qinxing. They're not even in the same league. She just checked and found out he's still single and unmarried. I just don't know why he got injured. It's a shame about his handsome face. There's a huge bandage on his nose. She followed him to the hotel, hoping to find an opportunity to get closer to him. Zhou Ruinian smiled and spoke frankly. No, I'm just wondering if we've met somewhere before. It's quite a coincidence that his ideal type of man is someone like Shun Mo, and his ideal type of woman is the one in front of him, a pure, innocent, and harmless little white flower. Xiao Weiniang's smile deepened as she spoke softly. The way you strike up a conversation with girls is really interesting. As a seasoned player in the dating scene, Zhou Ruinian naturally understood the deeper meaning hidden behind Xiao Weiniang's simple conversation. If he's not angry and says his approach to flirting is interesting, it means he's someone you can date. He was just feeling a burning desire that Shun Mo had stirred up, and he had nowhere to vent it. Let me introduce myself. This is my business card. Zhou Ruinian took out his business card from his wallet and handed it to her in a gentlemanly manner. Xiao Weiniang took the business card, looked at it carefully, then covered her mouth with her hand, feigning surprise. Wow, Mr. Zhou, I've heard so much about you. Zhou Ruinian looked puzzled. I've heard so much about you. Does she know me? No wonder he thought she looked familiar. Xiao Weiniang raised her head and formally introduced herself. My name is Xiao Weiniang, and I am an artist under Qinxing Entertainment. Xiao Weiniang? Zhou Ruinian repeated it, then a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered. Xiao Weiniang. Isn't she the female artist that Qinxing has been promoting and Song Yuan's lover? Interesting. That's interesting. If Song Yuan could win Xiao Weiniang's heart, let alone go to bars with her, even if he could just poach her to work for his company, he would be furious. Wait a minute, but he noticed that Qinxing's latest drama, Yunxiang Zhuan, doesn't use Xiao Weiniang as the female lead. Does this mean the two have already broken up? It doesn't necessarily mean they've really broken up. Maybe they're just having a disagreement? Zhou Ruinian's identity cannot be confirmed. But then I thought, regardless of whether the two have broken up or not, Xiao Weiniang is still Song Yuan's employee. They've been together for so many years. If he were to poach Xiao Weiniang, Song Yuan would definitely be furious. That would be best if we hadn't broken up. Even after breaking up, you can still give your ex a really disgusting experience. Besides, he really likes Xiao Weiniang's type. He doesn't mind that she was with Song Yuan before. Mature women have their advantages too. However, he remembered that Song Yuan had been promoting her for 3 years, but she still hadn't become famous. This girl's acting skills were terrible. Wait a minute. He remembered that he had been browsing the short drama charts a few days ago. I've seen Xiao Weining before. The short drama she starred in was a huge hit. Her acting skills were recognized by the audience, and she became famous overnight, with her fan base skyrocketing. It seems she does have acting skills, but her previous roles weren't suitable for her. If she came to his company, he could train her properly and help her redefine her image, and she should be able to continue to be popular. Even if it's not popular, there are still unorthodox methods of cultivation. This deal is a good one, he said with a smile. I know you. I've seen your shows too. Before Xiao Weining could reply, the chef at the window reminded her. Sir, madam, the steak is ready. Thanks. Zhou Ruinian and Xiao Weining took the steak. Zhou Ruinian invited Xiao Weining to sit with him, and Xiao Weining did not refuse. The two sat down facing each other and elegantly began to eat their steaks with their knives and forks. Zhou Ruinian took the initiative to chat with Xiao Weining. The chat was very pleasant. Zhou Ruinian found that Xiao Weining was really good at chatting, had high emotional intelligence, and made people feel very comfortable. Chapter 137. 18 years old is a very immature age. Before they knew it, the steak was almost gone. Seeing that it was about time, Zhou Ruinian changed the subject. I watched your short drama, and your acting was excellent. It's a real shame if you continue making short dramas instead of movies. Xiao Weining said modestly. Mr. Zhou, you flatter me. The company decides what to film, and I have no say in it. Huh? What's going on? Why is Zhou Ruinian suddenly asking this? Is he interested in me? Looks like I'm still quite charming. Zhou Ruinian sensed the hidden meaning in Xiao Weining's words and followed suit. So, do you still want to make movies again? Xiao Weining's eyes lit up. Of course I've thought about it, but... As he spoke, his bright eyes dimmed again, and he lowered his head in frustration. However, my boss has a problem with me and is unwilling to give me another chance. Zhou Ruinian suppressed a smile and said in a deep voice, What if I'm willing to give you a chance? Xiao Weining suddenly raised her head, her pretty face filled with anticipation. Really? Mr. Zhou, you're not kidding me. I'll take it seriously, carrot. Zhou Ruinian said in a serious tone. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. If you're willing to come to my side, I'll give you the role of the second female lead in the new movie my company is preparing. Xiao Weining suppressed her inner joy and said reservedly, Could you give me some time to think about it? No problem. After finishing their meal, Xiao Weining and Zhou Ruinian politely said goodbye. Back in her hotel room, Xiao Weining quickly calmed down, gently biting her nails as she fell into deep thought. Something feels off. Things were progressing a little too smoothly. Before she could even say anything, Zhou Ruinian immediately poached her and offered her such a great role as the second female lead. Logically speaking, Zhou Ruinian, as the CEO of such a large company as Lehua Entertainment, shouldn't be making a losing deal. Now, he has to pay Song Yuan a breach of contract fee after signing him. Giving yourself such a good role is definitely a loss. What exactly was his purpose? Xiao Weining thought about it again and again, but still couldn't figure it out. There were only two possibilities. Either he had taken a liking to her, or he had other motives. Regardless of the purpose, it's in her own best interest. She can use it to negotiate with Song Yuan. On Song Yuan's side, several people came out of the venue. They were looking for a place to have a late-night snack, and after wandering around for a while, they finally listened to Ding Yao's suggestion and went to the night market for some snacks, which would be a good way for Shun Mo to sober up. All three of them had been drinking and couldn't drive their own cars, so they took a taxi to a nearby night market. Because the three of them were dressed too formally and extravagantly, they were surrounded by strange looks from passers-by as soon as they entered the night market. Ding Yao felt extremely uncomfortable under the blatant stares of a large group of male passers-by. Her little black dress had been considered conservative when she was at the event. But things were different at the night market. She wasn't conservative at all. Her skirt was short, not reaching her knees, and had open shoulders. It was sleeveless, and the neckline was quite large. She was also wearing 10-centimeter stiletto heels. Feeling truly embarrassed, Ding Yao unconsciously crossed her arms and slowly followed behind Song Yuan and Shen Mo. The three of them arrived at a food stall selling grilled cold noodles and hand-pulled pancakes. Song Yuan turned around and asked Ding Yao, Would you like some grilled cold noodles or a scallion pancake? Grilled cold noodles, please. Song Yuan ordered 3 servings of grilled cold noodles from the owner, and then looked at Ding Yao again in confusion. Seeing her fidgeting, with her hands tightly wrapped around her chest and her head down, like a little quail that had been roasted, he couldn't help but laugh. Are you cold? Or are you feeling unwell? Ding Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shook her head. I'm not cold, and I don't feel uncomfortable. How embarrassing. She couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, she was an actress, facing the camera every day, being watched by staff and directors. It was common for her to dress better when she was acting than she was now. She should have let go of her shame and become desensitized to men's gaze long ago, but she still can't get used to it. Song Yuan was even more confused. Why imitate a quail when you're not cold or uncomfortable? Shen Mo, who was standing nearby, keenly noticed that several men passing by would slow down and stare at Ding Yao for a few more seconds, their eyes filled with a desire to devour her and take her right there and then. It turned out that Ding Yao was being coy because these stinky men kept staring at her. He remembered that Ding Yao would always change into relatively conservative clothes after work and never wore formal dresses to the street. He said with a smile, Brother Yuan, Ding Yao feels she's not dressed warmly enough. Song Yuan suddenly realized what was happening and was extremely surprised. So that's how it is. Song Yuan couldn't help but scrutinize Ding Yao again. The dress was all right, not too revealing, just showing a bit of her thigh. It was only because Ding Yao had such long legs and such a great figure that it seemed too revealing. I never expected Ding Yao to be so conservative. She's just like a female college student who hasn't even graduated yet. She gets shy even like this. Ding Yao blushed even more after Shen Mo exposed her thoughts. My mind started to ache. Should I admit it? If I do, Song Yuan and Shen Mo will definitely take me back to change my clothes. But they're already very hungry, so it's too much trouble. If you don't want to admit it, you have to openly let go, stand up straight, and stop being coy. We absolutely cannot trouble Song Yuan and Shen Mo. Ding Yao gritted her teeth, just as she was about to let go, when Song Yuan suddenly spoke. Amo, take off your coat and use it to cover Ding Yao. He didn't want to take Ding Yao back to the hotel. They had come out very late, and if he took Ding Yao back, the night market would be closed by the time they came back, and they wouldn't be able to eat anything then. Ding Yao. Shen Mo. Shen Mo was taken aback at first, but quickly realized what was happening and said unhappily, Hey, why are you taking mine off? If you want to take it off, you take it off. If my shirt isn't here, my jacket and pants won't match. Your shirt and pants match perfectly. Song Yuan said confidently. If it doesn't match, it doesn't match. Why are you, a straight man, so particular about fashion? Shen Mo retorted defiantly. Of course I'm particular. Is this the first day we've met? Your coat is even a size bigger than mine. It covers me up better. Hurry up, take it off. I'm going to correct your bad habit today, so hurry up and take it off. Why should I? If you want to take your clothes off, then take them off. Take it off. Take it off. The owner of the grilled cold noodle stall next to them couldn't help but laugh when she saw this scene. That's hilarious. 2 grown men arguing over such a trivial matter, how childish, like elementary school students. But before he spoke, she thought the long-haired man was a woman. He was really beautiful. She really couldn't understand why neither of them was willing to do such a good thing as serving a beautiful woman. Shouldn't they be vying for it? Ding Yao, who was standing to the side, really didn't want the two to continue arguing. So she gritted her teeth, put down her hand, straightened her back, forced a smile, and said to the two of them, President Song, Vice President Shun, I'm fine now. I was just a little cold, but I've warmed up now. Chapter 138. You brat. You've forgotten your roots. Song Yuan and Shun Mo looked up at Ding Yao and saw her forcing a smile and trying to act like nothing was wrong. They both felt a little guilty, realizing they shouldn't have argued about it. Unable to contain himself, Song Yuanxian immediately took off his suit jacket and draped it over Ding Yao's shoulders. Ding Yao was flattered and blushed so deeply that she politely declined. No need, I'm really fine, Song Yuan interrupted her, his attitude firm. Get dressed. This is your boss's order. Yes. Ding Yao obediently put on the suit. The suit was too big, and it looked like a child wearing an adult's clothes when it was on her. The hem of her clothes completely covered her buttocks, so she no longer had to worry about being exposed. She breathed a deep sigh of relief and sincerely thanked Song Yuan. Thank you, Mr. Song. Song Yuan waved his hand. Don't mention it. Just call me by my name after get off work from now on. Ding Yao called out tentatively. Song Yuan. Song Yuan agreed. Ding Yao shook her head, feeling it was inappropriate, and tentatively asked. No, that's too impolite. Can I call you Brother Yuan like Vice President Shin does? Song Yuan had no choice but to smile. Okay, whatever. This girl is far too reserved. She's so cautious in everything she does, and her politeness is excessive. She sets so many rules and restrictions for herself. This kind of girl must have had a very strict upbringing. I saw in her profile that her mother is a teacher, which explains why she's so rigid. Seeing this, Shin Imo couldn't help but interject. Ding Yao. Then stop calling me Vice President Shin and start calling me Brother Imo. He had long considered Ding Yao as his younger sister and had been wanting to hear her call him brother for a long time. Ding Yao didn't refuse to stare at Shun Mo's androgynous face and casually said, Sister Imo, no, Brother Imo. Although Ding Yao corrected it in time, Shin Imo was still extremely unhappy, and his face instantly darkened. People who don't know him well call him sister and think he's a woman, which is understandable. But after knowing Ding Yao for more than 3 years, she actually considers herself a woman too. Aside from looking like a woman, he's very masculine in every other way, okay? Song Yuan, who was standing to the side, laughed gleefully. Ha ha, Sister Imo, this is hilarious. Enraged, Shin Imo raised his fist and punched Song Yuan hard in the chest. Shut up. Laugh at me again, and I'll knock your teeth out. Song Yuan was completely unfazed and continued to provoke them. Then you give it a try, ha ha ha. Shin Mo's chest heaved violently with anger. You. At this moment, the boss called out to Song Yuan. Handsome, your grilled cold noodles are ready. Okay. Song Yuan stopped laughing, took out his phone to scan the QR code on the stall, and then gave 3 servings of grilled cold noodles to Ding Yao and Shun Imo. The 3 of them carried the box and ate as they walked. Before they had even finished their grilled cold noodles, the 3 of them were already standing at the Xinjiang lamb skewer stall, unable to move on. I bought a few lamb skewers and ate them all in one go. As Song Yuan passed by an old man's clay figurine stall with a long queue of customers, his eyes lit up. The handmade cartoon dough figurines displayed at the stall were so lifelike and exquisite that Song Yuan stopped and asked the owner, Can I sculpt a realistic figure? This was his first business trip to another city, and it would be really inappropriate for him not to bring back a gift for Su Muxue. But all the spare money I had before had been used to buy jewelry for Su Muxue and my daughter, so I really couldn't afford anything expensive anymore. I could only buy some interesting little trinkets. Song Yuan stopped, and Shin Imo and Ding Yao also stopped, looking at the stall. The old man said with a smile, Okay, just a moment. Okay. When it was Song Yuan's turn, Song Yuan said, Then make one for me, for my wife. As he spoke, he took out his phone, found Su Muxue's photo in his album, and showed it to the old man. The old man's eyes lit up when he saw the photo, and he couldn't help but praise it. Young man, you're so lucky. Your wife is so beautiful, like a big star. Song Yuan said smugly. Of course. Shun Imo secretly rolled his eyes and silently complained to himself. It wasn't like this when you got married. On your wedding day, relatives and friends praised Su Muxue's beauty in front of Song Yuan. He sneered and said with great disdain, Is it pretty? I don't think it's that pretty. I wouldn't have married her if she hadn't been pestering me to take responsibility. Compared to Song Yuan's current smug appearance, he can be summed up in 2 words, forgetting his roots. Ding Yao didn't find it strange. Last time she accompanied Song Yuan to buy jewelry for Su Muxue, she felt that Song Yuan must have feelings for his wife. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so careful when choosing jewelry. I visited many stores and spent a long time looking at different pieces. Before long, the old man finished making the dough figurines, and Song Yuan was very satisfied, so he readily paid the money. The 3 continued walking inside. I passed by a stall where people could exchange balloons for gifts. Song Yuan became interested again and set his sights on the most expensive gift in the gift section, an authentic Winnie the Pooh plush toy, which his daughter should like. This will cost several $100s, but if you're good at shooting, it's a great deal. So I immediately scanned the code to pay and asked the shop owner for an air gun. I then filled the gun with air and aimed it at the balloons on the shelf, looking quite professional. Seeing this, Ding Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. Judging from Song Yuan's stance, his marksmanship must be very accurate. Bang bang bang. Song Yuan emptied all the bullets in his gun in one go. Only 3 balloons were popped. The shop owner handed Song Yuan a plastic keychain that was sold wholesale by weight. Song Yuan's face turned green. How come it's so inaccurate? I used to play it when I was a kid, but I stopped after high school. I didn't expect to be this bad at it. Seeing this, Shun Imo mocked mercilessly. You noob, watch this. I'll show you what a gun king is all about. He casually picked up an air gun, aimed it at the balloon, and started firing. Bang bang bang. The result was not satisfactory. Only 4 balloons were popped, which was slightly better than Song Yuan's performance. Song Yuan laughed and complained. You only broke 1 more hole than me. What kind of gun king do you think you are? Shin Imo retorted. That's still better than you. Song Yuan said irritably. Strong yarn, they're all keyholes. I was originally thinking of knocking the Winnie the Pooh down for Nini. Upon hearing this, the stall owner couldn't help but speak up. Handsome, Winnie the Pooh isn't so easy to get. Even after a month of setting up the stall, no one has been able to take it down. Song Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he lowered the gun. What a shrewd businessman, using this Winnie the Pooh to lure customers. I just spent 40 yuan and got 2 worthless plastic keychains. Let's go, Ding Yao said urgently. Wait, brother Yuan, I want to try it. Song Yuan smiled and tried to dissuade him. Don't try anymore. I just lost 40 yuan, didn't you see? He and Shun Imo both couldn't hit their targets, so how could Ding Yao hit them? Unless she had practiced properly, it would be really hard for an ordinary person to hit them. They would lose money right away and give money to the boss. Ding Yao's clear eyes were filled with determination as she insisted. It's okay. Can you wait a moment? Chapter 139, So You're the Real Expert. Before Song Yuan could speak, the boss couldn't help but interrupt. Hey handsome, since your girlfriend is so eager to try it, let her try it. Men should be generous. It's only 20 yuan for one time. Song Yuan turned his head in surprise. She's not my girlfriend. Ding Yao was also extremely embarrassed and helped explain. Boss, you've misunderstood. I'm really not her girlfriend. Shinimo couldn't help but laugh. Luckily, Su Mushua wasn't here today. Otherwise, Su Mushua would definitely be extremely jealous and would have a serious argument with the boss. The boss apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. He secretly complained to himself. Who would believe that? If the two weren't really a couple, why would this girl be wearing this handsome guy's suit jacket? It's clearly a matching set with his. This handsome guy's clothes and appearance are obviously not ordinary. He's even wearing an expensive watch. It really proves the old saying, the richer you are, the stingier you become. This handsome guy wouldn't even acknowledge his beautiful girlfriend just to save 20 yuan. He's so stingy. Song Yuan was too lazy to argue with the boss, so he relented. Then give it a try. I'll wait for you. Okay. Ding Yao scanned the QR code and paid 20 yuan. The boss handed him the air gun with a smile. Song Yuan took 2 steps back, took out a cigarette from his pocket, put one in his mouth, and before he could light it, Shunimo reached out his hand to him and said urgently, Give me one too. I haven't smoked all day. I'm dying to have one. Song Yuan smiled and tossed him another one. Sizzle. The windproof lighter emitted a pale blue flame. Song Yuan lowered his head, holding a cigarette between his teeth, and aimed the cigarette but at the flame. Shinimo also leaned over, cigarette in his mouth. The two of them took a small sip. I lit a cigarette and exhaled a thin wisp of white smoke. On the other side, Ding Yao had already started aiming at the balloon and began to exert force. Bang bang bang. Song Yuan didn't think Ding Yao was more accurate than him at all, and casually glanced at her. Boom 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 boom. One shot, 1 balloon popped. All correct. Song Yuan stared in astonishment. No way. Is it that amazing? What a master. I never would have guessed that Ding Yao, such a well-behaved girl, was such a good shooter. Wow, that's amazing. Shinemo, standing beside Song Yuan, was also stunned. He froze on the spot and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The boss was dumbfounded. If he had known how capable this girl was, he wouldn't have tried to persuade her otherwise. His prized possession, the authentic Winnie the Pooh, was taken away so quickly. We've lost a fortune, He definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. He'll be screaming in his dreams, "I'm so damn bad." To Song Yuan's surprise, Ding Yao put down her gun, took out the Winnie the Pooh from the shelf, and held it up in front of Song Yuan with both hands. She tilted her head, her eyes crinkling into crescents, looking as cute as a little kitten, and said with a smile, "Brother Yuan, here you go. Consider it a gift from me to your daughter." Song Yuan was stunned. It turns out that Ding Yao's insistence on trying it wasn't for herself, nor because she wanted the Winnie the Pooh, but to fulfill his wish. Shen Mo patted Song Yuan on the shoulder, kindly reminding him, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and thank Yao Mei." Song Yuan then came to his senses, took the Winnie the Pooh bear, and said with a smile, "Thanks." Ding Yao said politely, "You're welcome." Shen Mo suggested, "Let's turn back, we're almost at the end." Good. The three returned the way they came. Song Yuan, holding Winnie the Pooh, turned his head to look at Ding Yao walking beside him and asked in confusion, "Ding Yao, how come you're such a good shot?" He really couldn't understand how Ding Yao did it. Was she exceptionally talented, or did she often go to the night market after get off work and then come here to play with balloons? Ding Yao smiled and spoke frankly. "Our company's last production was a spy drama, right? The character I played was a female sharpshooter. Before filming started, I had a teacher and studied hard for about 4 months." Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. He finally remembered the drama Ding Yao mentioned. He had watched it briefly at double speed during his free time. The female lead was, unsurprisingly, Xiao Weiniang. Ding Yao's role was pitifully small, not even qualifying as the third female lead. When he saw Ding Yao appear on screen, he thought she had great acting skills and was the most outstanding actress in the entire series. He thought she was a naturally gifted actress, but it turns out she was a product of hard work and practice. "I never expected her to put so much effort into such a small role, spending 4 months practicing her marksmanship." He couldn't help but feel a little more admiration for Ding Yao. So Song Yuan stopped and looked at Ding Yao seriously, making a promise. "Work hard, and I won't ignore you again." Ding Yao's eyes welled up slightly, and she gently bit her lip with her pearly teeth. Suddenly, I don't know what to say anymore. She had been anxious and couldn't sleep well, always afraid that Song Yuan would replace her. She suspected that he used her as the female lead simply to spite Xiao Weiniang. After all, he had ignored him for 3 years, never given him any good resources, and made him a foil for Xiao Weiniang. God knows how much she wanted to seize this opportunity after so many years in the industry. This is her first time playing the lead role, her first time taking on such a major responsibility, and the script is so good, the investment is so big, and the male actors she's acting opposite are both good actors and big names. She even consulted a psychologist, hoping for advice, and followed the doctor's guidance, actively trying to get closer to Song Yuan, giving him gifts, and wanting to be his friend. The result was disappointing. Song Yuan's attitude towards her remained unchanged, so she gave up because she had no other choice. Unexpected. Today, I inexplicably received Song Yuan's promise and affirmation. How can I describe this feeling? It felt like a huge rock had been pressing on my heart, and finally, that rock was shattered and disappeared completely. After being tense for so long, I can finally relax. Large, glistening tears streamed down her face, one after another. Song Yuan panicked instantly and said helplessly, "Hey, don't cry. I didn't criticize you. I was just affirming you. This girl is really something. How can she cry so easily? How come she can cry so easily, just like Su Mushua?" It caught him completely off guard. If he had known she could cry, he wouldn't have said anything. Ding Yao smiled through her tears, raised her hand to wipe them away, and choked out, "I'm sorry, I was just too happy. Happiness came so suddenly, I couldn't control myself." Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For him, it's not that women can't cry, but that they can't cry because they're sad. It's okay for them to cry because they're too happy. Shinemo couldn't stand it anymore and teased, "Yao Mei, I'm not trying to be mean, but you're too easily satisfied. Yuan Ji just dangles a carrot in front of you, and you're this moved. Let me tell you, with your naivety, you're very likely to be deceived by a jerk in a relationship." Chapter 140 Disliked by the Female Demon. Ding Yao assured her, "Brother Mo, I won't fall in love easily. I will definitely abide by the company rules. She will absolutely not date until she achieves her dream of becoming a best actress, because dating will more or less affect her career in their line of work. She had finally gained Song Yuan's attention, and her career was taking a turn for the better. She absolutely couldn't let romance distract her. She had to seize the opportunity. Shin Imo agreed. Good, that's more like it. There are thousands of men in the world. With your qualities, you can easily find someone to date. But it's very rare to find a good opportunity at work. If Song Yuan hadn't suddenly lost his memories of the past 7 years and seen through Xiao Weiniang's true colors, Ding Yao would never have had a chance to rise to prominence. Ding Yao nodded gently. Yes, I know. Song Yuan, standing to the side, sighed inwardly. Since Shun Imo has said that, it seems he doesn't have those feelings for Ding Yao either. It turns out that all the time he took such good care of Ding Yao was because he really only saw her as a younger sister, and there was no romantic relationship between them. When is this guy finally going to find a girlfriend? He's already 25 and doesn't seem to care at all. And Sister Yanran, she never urges Shun Imo or worries about him. If only his younger sister, Song Qian, were as sensible as Ding Yao. Just thinking about that blonde guy from last time makes him furious. Her taste in men is absolutely terrible. Suddenly remembering something, Song Yuan looked at Ding Yao again. By the way, has Jiang Hao stopped bothering you? He almost forgot about this. If Jiang Hao continued to harass Ding Yao, he would really have to resort to drastic measures. Ding Yao shook her head. No, he seems to be very afraid of Sister Yin. Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice. That's good. If he dares to act recklessly again, just let me know. Don't be afraid to bother me. You're the company's top priority now. A warm feeling welled up in Ding Yao's heart, and she smiled. Thank you, Brother Yuan. You're already calling me brother. Why are you being so polite? I'm sorry, I'll change it slowly. No need to apologize. Yes. The following day was Saturday. Song Yuan rushed home and had just pushed the door open. Song Jianni, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV with Su Muxue, heard the noise and saw that it was her father. She was so excited that she jumped off the sofa and rushed to Song Yuan without even putting on her slippers. She excitedly hugged Song Yuan's waist and said in a childish voice, Dad, you're finally back. Song Yuan immediately bent down, picked up his daughter, and kissed her fair cheek hard, saying affectionately, Do you miss your dad? Song Jianni smiled sweetly. Of course I do. I really want to. Su Muxue put down the remote control, turned to look at Song Yuan, and greeted him softly, suppressing her inner joy. I'm back. Song Yuan carried his daughter forward, placed her back on the sofa, and said with a smile, I brought you gifts. Su Muxue looked puzzled. Did you bring a gift? Does he still have any money left? Didn't he spend almost all of his allowance on jewelry for himself and his daughter? Where will the money come from to buy new gifts? Did you borrow it from someone else? With whom? Shinimo doesn't have any money either, does he? Shin Yinran? He wouldn't dare. If he dared to borrow money from Shan Yinran to buy her a gift, she would definitely return the gift immediately and give him a good scolding. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan handed the Winnie the Pooh plush toy in his arms to his daughter. Song Jianni excitedly took the plush toy. Winnie the Pooh was a cartoon character she used to like, so of course she liked it. A 7-year-old child doesn't care much about the price of gifts. A diamond necklace and a plush toy are not much different in her eyes. She likes anything her father gives her and cherishes it. Thank you, Daddy. Nini loves it. If you like it, that's fine. As he spoke, Song Yuan took out a small dough figurine, about the size of a palm, from his pocket and handed it to Su Muxue. Give. Su Muxue took the clay figure, looked down at it carefully, and recognized that it was a replica of herself, dressed in a light purple nightgown. She suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest, this clay figure really does look a lot like me. It seems she was overthinking things. She thought Song Yuan would lend her money to buy her an expensive gift. Seeing Su Muxue smiling so happily, Song Yuan assumed she was satisfied and smiled along with her. Isn't it beautiful? That old man is very skilled. Many people line up to have him do their knives. Su Muxue raised her head, pursed her lips, and pretended to be disgusted. You're trying to fool me with something so cheap? I've never received such a cheap and shabby gift in my entire life. The smile on Song Yuan's face froze instantly. Holy crap. She even started to complain. Even if it's cheap, it's still a token of his affection. He queued for a long time. It's not like he's stingy and didn't want to give Su Muxue a more expensive gift. I'm short on cash right now, and her disdain really hurts me, he said, suppressing his anger. Fine, give it back to me. He immediately stepped forward to snatch his little clay figurine back. Su Muxue held the small clay figurine above her head and said arrogantly, No, you've already given it to me, so it's mine now. There's no reason for me to take it back. Seeing this, Song Jiani, who was standing beside her, shook her head helplessly. My mom's personality is really quirky. She clearly liked it very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have smiled so happily when she received the gift. I don't know why they would say that the clay figurines are cheap and act disgusted. She always thought that although she was only 7 years old, she was very smart and much more mature than other children her age, and could often guess what adults were thinking. But now she realizes that she was naive. Adults have such deep thoughts that she could never fathom them. What was Mom's mentality? She knew that saying such things would hurt Dad's feelings, so why did she still say them? As expected, Song Yuan became even more furious upon hearing Su Muxue's words and retorted sharply. Give it to me now, didn't you say you didn't like it? Su Muxue changed her tune in a flash. I never said I didn't like it. I like it. I love it. Song Yuan didn't believe it at all and gritted his teeth. You still think it's cheap? I know such a cheap little thing isn't good enough for you. I know my place. I shouldn't have bought it for you. Seeing that Song Yuan was really angry, Su Muxue became a little nervous. Honey, I was just kidding. Damn it. She just said it without thinking. But what she said was true. It was indeed the cheapest gift she had ever received. Song Yuan's tone softened. I'm not angry. It's really unreasonable to get angry over a small clay figurine, especially since the daughter was present. He still couldn't argue with Su Muxue. His daughter's illness wasn't cured yet, and he definitely couldn't hold a grudge against Su Muxue in front of his daughter. Chapter 141. You smell her perfume. But I was still very unhappy. He felt that no matter what, the little clay figurine was a token of his affection. He was originally happy, and last night before going to bed, he was even fantasizing about what kind of expression Su Muxue would have when she received the gift. He was certain that Su Muxue wouldn't mind. After all, she had so many valuable things, and this thing, though cheap, was very new. At the time, most of the people queuing to buy the clay figurines were girls, and he assumed she would like them too. Unexpectedly, she still disliked it. A female demon is a female demon. How could she be like an ordinary girl? Su Muxue did not immediately comfort Song Yuan, but turned to her daughter and said, Nini, it's time for you to go back to your room for a nap. She thought the same as Song Yuan. They shouldn't argue in front of the children. Of course, she was too shy to coax Song Yuan in front of the children either. Song Jiani understood the deeper meaning behind her mother's words and nodded obediently. Oh well. With that, he grabbed a Winnie the Pooh plush toy, quickly went upstairs, and left the scene. After his daughter left, Song Yuan let out a deep breath and slumped wearily onto the sofa. I'm so tired after sitting on the plane for several hours. I'm both angry and exhausted. Su Muxue poured Song Yuan a cup of flower tea and handed it to him, explaining softly. Honey, I was just saying it casually, don't take it to heart. Although it was cheap, I really like it. I've never received such a meaningful gift before. This clay figure really looks like me. Song Yuan took the teacup, tilted his head back, and drank half of it in one gulp. Looking up at Su Muxue, he saw her eyes sparkling and a smile on her face, and asked with a hint of doubt. Real? Su Muxue nodded vigorously. Real. Song Yuan's lips unconsciously curled up. That's more like it. Hee hee. Honey, you're the best. You even remember to bring me a gift when you go out. As she spoke, Su Muxue leaned closer to Song Yuan and rested her head on his shoulder. The unpleasantness in Song Yuan's heart vanished instantly. He reached out and embraced the person, then slowly closed his eyes. Quietly enjoy this long-awaited moment of tenderness. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to say it. He really missed Su Muxue. They used to be together every day and could see each other, but now that he was in a strange city, he hadn't seen her for a day and a night, and he felt quite lonely. Su Muxue felt Song Yuan's warm embrace, buried her face in the crook of his neck, and her nostrils twitched slightly. Huh, that's not right. Song Yuan's scent had changed. Besides the smell of tobacco, there was also a very faint scent of jasmine perfume. Su Muxue thought there was something wrong with her sense of smell, so she put her nose directly to Song Yuan's coat and sniffed carefully. Sniffing around. I wasn't mistaken, it just has the added scent of jasmine perfume. Without a doubt, it smells like another woman's perfume. Even if a man uses perfume, he wouldn't use this scent. The perfume he usually wears doesn't smell like this at all. It's more like rose perfume. Okay, Song Yuan, I trusted you so much that I didn't go to the film festival with you or have anyone follow you. You, on the other hand, actually got close to other women behind my back. Seeing her sniffing his chest, Song Yuan couldn't help but tease her. What are you doing? Are you a dog? What are you sniffing? Su Muxue immediately got up from Song Yuan, trying her best to suppress her anger and restrain herself. Song Yuan, tell me clearly who you were with last night. Song Yuan looked completely bewildered. Why did you suddenly change your expression? Did you have a relapse? He remained silent. What do you mean by that? Su Muxue became even more furious when she saw Song Yuan pretending to be stupid. Is what I'm saying so hard to understand? I'm asking you who you were with last night. Can't you even understand Mandarin? Although Song Yuan found Su Muxue's behavior inexplicable, he still patiently explained it to her. I sleep in a hotel by myself. Who else could I be with? Su Muxue could no longer hold back and said excitedly, You're lying. If you weren't fooling around with other women, why would your clothes smell like other women's perfume? Huh? Is there? Song Yuan lowered his head and took a sniff, but he couldn't smell any perfume. It smelled more like smoke. No way, I can't smell it. Stop making trouble for no reason. Su Muxue stood up abruptly, ripped off Song Yuan's suit jacket, threw it next to him, and said angrily, Where did I cause trouble? Take another sniff, and you still won't admit it, will you? Song Yuan suppressed his anger, brought his coat to his nose, and took a deep sniff. You have to admit, it seemed to have a faint jasmine perfume scent. Song Yuan frowned deeply. Where does this jasmine scent come from? What exactly happened? My brain was racing, trying to recall every detail of my trip to Shanghai yesterday. He finally remembered that when he went to the night market with Ding Yao and Shun Mo last night, Ding Yao felt that her skirt was too revealing. Neither he nor Shun Mo wanted to take off their coats, and after a brief standoff, he lent his coat to Ding Yao. Ding Yao had been strolling around the night market in her own suit, which is why her clothes smelled of perfume. Song Yuan offered an awkward explanation. Wife, you've misunderstood. I wasn't fooling around with other women. I was at the night market with Shun Mo and Ding Yao. Ding Yao's dress was too revealing, and men passing by kept staring at her. That's why I lent her my clothes. It's really not what you think. Su Muxue was already consumed by jealousy, her mind filled with unpleasant suspicions. She was in no condition to rationally analyze Song Yuan's words and murmured softly, Ding Yao, it's Ding Yao again. The first 2 times it was Ding Yao, and she misunderstood back then. But this time it's such a coincidence. Will it still be a misunderstanding? Ding Yao is much prettier than Xia Weiniang, and she's younger and has a better personality. She really feels threatened. Song Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Yes, she's one of the actresses our company is really promoting, so we brought her to the film festival. You know that, right? Don't get me wrong. You've misunderstood me and Ding Yao twice before. Let me tell you, once or twice is fine, but a third time is not. Su Muxue took a deep breath, controlling herself to keep from getting angry, and questioned him in a cold voice. I misunderstood? Okay, even if what you said is true, I believe you. You and she really have nothing going on, but why did you lend her your coat? Shun Mo also has a coat, right? Why didn't you let Shun Mo lend it to her? You're married now. You need to maintain a basic distance from girls. Don't you know that? Song Yuan got angry at Su Muxue's question, his chest heaving slightly as he spoke impatiently. I know, of course I know. I asked Shun Mo to take off his coat and lend it to Ding Yao, but he insisted that his shirt and pants didn't match. Su Muxue sneered. Do you think that's a reasonable excuse? She knew that Shun Mo had always taken good care of Ding Yao and valued her highly. How could he possibly refuse to lend Ding Yao his jacket for such a ridiculous reason as the shirt and pants not matching? Chapter 142 The female demon is red and warm. Song Yuan was speechless at Su Mushue's question. Put yourself in Su Mushue's shoes. Would you believe it? Definitely not. He was furious when Shun Mo used this excuse to reject him. It's one thing to be particular when you're a child, but to still be so rude when you grow up shows a complete lack of gentlemanly manners. He scratched his head helplessly and said awkwardly, "Honey, I know it's hard for you to believe, but I really didn't lie to you. Shinemo, he's not like ordinary guys. You can't look at him the same way you normally look at men." Su Mushue took a deep breath and asked in return, "Why is it different? Is he gay?" She had only heard that Wan Chai was particularly particular about the details of clothing, and that many of the men who designed clothes for the female lead at fashion magazines were not straight. But if Song Yuan were to admit that Shun Mo is gay, she would be in even greater danger. From now on, we not only have to be wary of the women around Song Yuan, but also of him. Song Yuan was terrified when he heard this. If he really admits that Shun Mo is indeed Wan Chai, then Su Mushue definitely won't let her continue to be friends with Shin Mo. He hurriedly tried to explain himself. No, his sexual orientation is fine, but you know he's different from other guys. He has long hair. Think back carefully. Isn't his outfit always quite sophisticated every time you see him? Unlike mine, which is always casual. Su Mushue did not respond immediately, but instead pondered Song Yuan's words carefully. After thinking about it carefully, I was shocked to find out what I was really surprised by. It seems Song Yuan was right. Shun Mo always looked radiant and presentable, even when they bumped into each other at the hospital last time. His suits were always perfectly pressed without a single wrinkle, and his thick, black hair was always fluffy and smooth. My hair has never been oily or frizzy, so I guess I wash it every day. Su Mushue frowned, still troubled, and asked in confusion. I remember now, you're right, but I still find it hard to believe. Hasn't he always taken good care of Ding Yao? Is it really because of this lame excuse that he won't lend her his coat? Song Yuan clicked his tongue lightly, saying with a headache, I don't know either. Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he's just concerned about his image. Su Mushue frowned, still unwilling to believe Song Yuan's words, but unable to verify them. She could only raise a new question. So why couldn't you take Ding Yao back to the hotel to change her clothes? Why did you have to lend them to her? Song Yuan had a terrible headache, but he forced himself to endure it and continued to explain to her. It was already very late when we arrived at the night market. If we went back to the hotel, the night market would be closed. I was hungry at the time, so I didn't think too much about it. He secretly groaned inwardly. If I had known your nose was so sensitive, I would have rather skipped dinner and refused to lend her my coat, instead of having to painstakingly explain the reasons to you now. He didn't sleep well at the hotel last night, so he got up early to catch a flight and rushed back, hoping to get a good night's sleep. But before he could even rest, Su Mushue started questioning him. Su Mushue fell silent. Suddenly, I felt a sense of powerlessness. Song Yuan had indeed not cheated, and his explanation was reasonable and flawless. But she was still unhappy. The thought of Song Yuan lending his coat to another woman made her feel terrible. Shout loudly. I don't care. You just shouldn't have lent it to her. You should have kept your distance from her. Your behavior is likely to make girls overthink things. What if she falls for you? In Su Mushue's heart, Song Yuan was very charming. When they were in school, there were just as many girls chasing after Song Yuan as there were boys chasing after her. Song Yuan is so popular with girls even without making advances, let alone if he takes the initiative. If Ding Yao really falls for him, she'll be in trouble. Song Yuan's ears were ringing from Su Mushue's shouting, and he really didn't want Su Mushue to keep bringing up this matter, so he said irritably, Impossible. She's different from most girls in the entertainment industry. She's very career-oriented and only thinks about acting well. You're overthinking it. Can you stop being so sensitive? He admits that he is quite charming and attractive to girls, but he's not $100 bill that can be universally loved. To give an obvious example, Xiao Weining doesn't like him. He spent so much money and resources on her, and pursued her for so many years, but he still couldn't win her heart. When Song Yuan's tone turned sour, Su Mushue also started to lose her temper, her fiery temper flaring up instantly, and she said angrily, What do you mean I'm sensitive? Why am I the only one who's sensitive? Why is it impossible? You simply don't understand women. I'm a woman, Of course I understand women better than you. I don't understand. You're the one who did something wrong. So why can you so confidently shift the blame onto me and complain that I'm being overly sensitive? Song Yuan felt a splitting headache and took a deep breath. Okay. I was wrong, alright? I shouldn't have bothered with her. You're right about everything. Su Muxue was even more dissatisfied. What kind of attitude is this? Are you annoyed by me? This isn't an apology. You're just trying to avoid arguing with me. Think what you want. I'm going to sleep. Song Yuan immediately stood up and strode towards the bedroom on the second floor. Su Muxue persisted. Stop right there. You're not allowed to leave. You haven't explained yourself clearly yet. Song Yuan pretended not to hear. All he wanted to do was get a good night's sleep. He was in such a bad state that he had no energy and was in a terrible mood. If he continued to get entangled with Su Muxue, the situation would only get worse. I'll comfort her after he's asleep. It ran faster than a rabbit and slammed the bedroom door shut. Su Muxue's red temperature reached the speed of light. He was seething with anger but had nowhere to vent it. She didn't dare shout at him or continue arguing with him, afraid that her daughter would hear her if she went upstairs. Su Muxue paced around the living room several times, opened the refrigerator, took out a can of sugar-free cola, and drank it all in one gulp. The fire in my heart finally calmed down a little. Exhausted, he slumped onto the sofa, staring blankly at the television screen. It was playing boring variety shows. Su Muxue couldn't help but recall all the details of her argument with Song Yuan. After much thought, I realized that the trigger for my breakdown was Shen Mo. She was unwilling to believe that Shen Mo would refuse to lend Ding Yao his jacket simply because the shirt and pants didn't match, so the rest of the conversation was filled with negative emotions. If there's nothing wrong with Shen Mo, then if Song Yuan makes a small gesture that he'll be more careful in the future and keep his distance from Ding Yao, she won't continue to be angry. So, Su Muxue picked up the phone on the coffee table, found Shen Mo's number, hesitated for a moment, and then pressed the dial button. Chapter 143 Honey, should we take a shower first or eat first? Shen Mo was lying in bed catching up on sleep. Hearing the phone ringing from under his pillow, he groggily pulled out his phone, opened his eyes, and saw that the caller was Su Muxue, instantly becoming more alert. Wow. Why would Su Muxue call him on her own initiative? Did she have another fight with Song Yuan? Shen Mo immediately answered the phone and spoke cautiously. Hey, sister-in-law. Su Muxue tried her best to keep her tone gentle. Mo, your sister-in-law has something she wants to ask you. Are you free now? Shen Mo readily agreed. It's convenient. Please feel free to ask. Damn it. What does Su Muxue want to ask? Should he tell the truth or beat around the bush and not answer for now, waiting to call Song Yuan later to ask properly before responding? Su Muxue got straight to the point. You went to the night market with Song Yuan and Ding Yao last night, right? Shen Mo said warily. Yes, what's wrong? Su Muxue continued. Did Song Yuan borrow Ding Yao's clothes? Shen Mo fell silent, unsure whether Su Muxue was bluffing him or already knew. Thinking about it carefully, they must already know, otherwise why would they ask that question? No wonder Su Muxue was angry. It turns out she was jealous that Song Yuan lent his clothes to Ding Yao. But now that she knows, what does she want to ask me? My brain is completely overwhelmed. I can't fathom Su Muxue's thoughts at all. To be frank. Yes. Su Muxue asked softly. Then why didn't you lend it to her back then? Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to be asked some sharp questions, but it turned out to be so simple. He said with a smile. Because the shirt I was wearing that day wouldn't match my pants if I took off my jacket. Su Muxue's heart skipped a beat. No way. Is that really the reason? Is it really that absurd? I couldn't help but ask. Don't you usually take good care of Ding Yao? Shen Mo said matter-of-factly. Taking care of her is one thing, but it's another. I can't ruin my image just because I want to take care of her. Okay, I got it. Sorry to bother you. Su Muxue was truly impressed by Shen Mo. This kid was no ordinary person. It's okay, bye-bye. Okay, goodbye. I hung up the phone. Su Muxue took a deep breath, and the blocked mammary glands instantly became much clearer. It seems Song Yuan really wasn't lying to me. The problem really is Shen Mo. It's normal for Song Yuan to be angry when I was so aggressive just now. Let's wait until he's asleep before having a proper talk with him. Su Mushua stretched and called the nanny out, instructing her to clean the rooftop hot spring pool properly later. The weather is nice and warm today. I can take a bath with Song Yuan later. Song Yuan slept straight through until sunset. I sat up in bed feeling dizzy, stretched, and my throat was terribly dry. Song Yuan reached out and picked up the water glass from the bedside table, taking a couple of sips to moisten his throat. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Song Yuan thought to himself, this is bad. Su Mushue really knows how to pick her timing. He just woke up, and she's already here to argue with him again. He wanted to take another nap. There's no way to avoid it now. We have no choice but to face it head on. Enter. Su Mushue slowly pushed open the door and saw Song Yuan sitting on the edge of the bed with his shirt off, his hair disheveled, and his eyes hazy. Afraid that her loud voice would frighten him, she asked in a low voice with a smile. Have you rested well? Song Yuan's eyes widened slightly. What was going on? Shouldn't she have started scolding him right away? Why is she suddenly so nice? Her voice is so sweet, and she's even smiling at me. Although Su Mushue's smile was beautiful, like a fairy from heaven, Song Yuan was in no mood to appreciate it. He felt extremely uneasy and nervous. Yeah, it's good. Su Mushue sat down beside Song Yuan's bed, raised her hand, and gently stroked his handsome face, speaking softly. Honey, I'm so sorry. I was rude just now. You won't take it to heart, will you? Song Yuan was even more confused. What exactly is going on? Someone tell him. He was about to apologize to her, so why did she suddenly apologize to him? Was he not fully awake, or was he dreaming? That's so illogical. It was his fault to begin with. No matter what, it's perfectly reasonable for her to be angry that he lent his clothes to another girl behind Su Mushue's back. Seeing that Song Yuan didn't speak, Su Mushue thought he was still angry with her, so she quickly changed her expression, grabbed Song Yuan's cheek with her soft, boneless hand, and said fiercely, Hey, what's with this reaction? You're really taking it to heart. It was your fault to begin with. My attitude was bad just now, but I've already bowed my head and apologized to you. What more do you want from me, huh? Say something, you bastard. Song Yuan winced in pain and cried out. Ouch, that hurts. Let go of me first. Let's talk this out. Su Mushue reluctantly let go of her hand. Humph, carrot. Song Yuan rubbed his cheeks, which had been pinched red by Su Mushue, and said meaningfully, You're really unpredictable. It's like a split personality. When he's in a good mood, he's exceptionally good, incredibly obedient, and understanding. When he's in a bad mood, he can be as irritable as a little lion, baring his teeth and brandishing his claws. He's incredibly fierce. Su Mushue raised her chin slightly, crossed her arms, and said arrogantly, That's because you weren't trying hard enough. You can't possibly guess what I'm thinking. My heart and eyes are filled with you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Honey, I should apologize to you too. It was my fault. I promise I will keep my distance from other girls in the future and won't make you overthink anymore. If he encountered this situation again, he would definitely disregard Shinmo's resistance and strip him of his clothes. Su Mushue stared at Song Yuan, stunned for several seconds. She blinked incredulously. He actually apologized to himself and promised not to do it again. Sky. So happy. Trying hard to suppress his inner joy, he asked in return. Really? You're not lying to me. Song Yuan patted his chest. Baozhan. Su Mushue's eyes welled up with tears, and she changed the subject. Dinner is ready, and the hot spring water is prepared. Shall we eat first or take a bath first? Song Yuan's eyes flickered, and he answered without hesitation. Let's do it together. Su Mushue punched him in the chest. Screw you. We can't do them all at once. We have to do them one at a time. We need to go to the hot spring pool on the rooftop to take a bath. How are we going to bring the food up there? Besides, Nini is with us. We can't all soak in the hot spring together. Song Yuan's stomach rumbled uncontrollably, and he said regretfully, Let's eat first then. As she spoke, she rolled over and got out of bed. Su Mushue didn't know where to look again, and her pretty face turned bright red in an instant. Hateful. We really need to correct his habit of not wanting to wear clothes to bed. It's really going too far. Chapter 144, Taking Hot Spring Photos. After dinner, instead of immediately going to the rooftop to take a bath with Song Yuan, Su Mushue forcefully pulled him to her walk-in closet. Song Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts of soaking in a hot spring, the kind he was about to do right away, and he complained as he pulled his hand away from hers. Why did you have to bring me in? You should just change your clothes and come out. Su Muxue didn't say anything immediately, but instead opened the wardrobe door. The closet was filled with a whole row of beautiful clothes, with a complete range of styles. There are Hanfu, Cheongsam, ethnic minority costumes, and even kimono. Moreover, the fabric of the clothes looks very good and expensive. They are all custom-made pieces that are not available on the market. Inside, there's sexy nightgown. Song Yuan's mind went blank. What does it mean that she showed this to herself? Are we going to have to wear this while swimming? Is this correct? It would be one thing if you wore a nightgown into the water, but if those custom-made gowns get wet, they'll be ruined. However, upon closer reflection, it seems that Su Muxue always wears her clothes only once and then discards them, which is quite wasteful. Su Muxue went around behind Song Yuan, leaned close to his ear, and said seductively, "Honey, can you help me pick one out? I don't know which one to wear." As Su Muxue spoke, her warm breath tickled Song Yuan's earlobe, feeling as if a soft feather were caressing his heart. Song Yuanqing couldn't help but swallow. This is a difficult choice. He has never seen Su Muxue wear any of these clothes, but just by looking at them, he can roughly imagine what Su Muxue would look like wearing them. Hateful. So how should you choose? What about a cool, breezy nightgown, a sexy kimono, a dignified and elegant hanfu, a graceful and noble cheongsam, or exotic ethnic costumes? The path of greed. Can I have them all? Su Muxue couldn't help but pinch his forearm and scold him playfully. No, you can only choose one. If she gave all of Song Yuan's clothes at once, how would they live together in the future, and how would they keep things fresh? She collected these clothes bit by bit. It took her a lot of effort. We need to take it slow. There's still a long way to go. We absolutely cannot satisfy Song Yuan all at once. Song Yuan stared intently at the row of clothes, finally fixing his gaze on a fiery red kimono. This kimono looked very much like the outfit worn by my Shiranui in the game Honor of Kings. It stood out among all the clothes, being excessively sexy, with a very low neckline and a high slit at the hem. Then let's take this one. Su Muxue was clearly a little surprised. She had thought he would choose something more revealing. Okay, this one will do. Song Yuan chuckled. His smile was incredibly bright. My wife, you're so good to me. Su Muxue patted Song Yuan on the shoulder and gave him instructions. All right, you can go out now. I'll call you when I'm done changing. Song Yuan left the dressing room and returned to the living room. He nestled into the sofa, took a green apple from the fruit bowl on the coffee table, and started taking big bites. My heart was so excited that I couldn't calm down at all. He kept imagining what Su Muxue would look like wearing that kimono. Although he had shared a room with Su Muxue many times since he transmigrated, and she would change into beautiful clothes several times, he had never worn a kimono before. His impression of women wearing kimonos was always from adult films. He had never actually seen a woman wearing one in real life. Crack, crack. Song Yuan chewed the fruit hard, his hands trembling involuntarily. Realizing he was getting too excited, Song Yuan cursed under his breath. Depend on. Song Yuan, you're such a loser. I have so much practical experience. How come I'm still acting like a naive virgin who's never seen the world? What's there to get excited about? It's just about letting Su Muxue change into her favorite heroine's kimono, right? Is it really necessary? No, that's not true. They might not even look that good together. Su Muxue has a cool and aloof vibe, while my Shiranui, the female hero, is sexy, unrestrained, and wild. Yes. Su Muxue is definitely not suitable. She would look very ordinary in it. Song Yuan brainwashed himself in this way. He showed off 5 apples in one go, and was just taking the first bite of the 6th one. With a creak, the door to the walk-in closet opened from the inside. Song Yuan looked up and froze on the spot. Wow, absolutely gorgeous. The fiery red kimono looked perfectly natural on Su Muxue, just as Song Yuan had imagined. It fits her perfectly, as if the dress was tailor-made for Su Muxue. Beneath the kimono, her ample cleavage was unfathomable, and the white sash tied around her waist made her already slender waist appear even more delicate. The long, slender, fair legs beneath her skirt were longer than her life. What's even more amazing is that Su Mushua tied her seaweed-like black hair into a high ponytail, and her pretty face was covered with makeup that matched her clothes perfectly, with curled eyelashes and bright red lipstick. With her slender white hands holding a folding fan, she stood in front of Song Yuan, turned around gracefully, and smiled sweetly. Is it pretty? Song Yuan was a little numb and stammered. Great, it looks good. The Su Mushua in front of me was nowhere to be seen as aloof. She looked exactly like a fox spirit reincarnated as a human. How many more surprises will this woman give me? He never knew she had such a seductive side. Su Mushua nodded in satisfaction. If you like it, then let's go to the rooftop. Song Yuan put down the apple and hesitated. Wait, I think. Su Mushua narrowed her eyes in confusion and asked, What are you thinking about? He wouldn't want me to go back to his room to sleep right now, would he? She knew she was very pretty now, and that Song Yuan definitely had designs on her. However, that won't do. She wants to soak in the hot spring before going to sleep. Otherwise, it would be a waste for Aunt Zhang to have spent so much time running the water for her. Song Yuan swallowed hard and boldly made his request. How about I bring my camera and take a couple of pictures of you? Such a beautiful moment should have been captured with a camera. No, it would be better to record it. However, Su Mushua would probably object to recording it, since there are risks involved in keeping a video. Most girls wouldn't agree to that, fearing that if they break up in the future, the other party might use the video to blackmail them or share it with others. Many girls wouldn't even agree to have these kinds of private photos taken, let alone have videos recorded. As expected, Su Mushua's expression changed swiftly, and she questioned him. What? You want to take my picture? I'm dressed like this. How am I supposed to face anyone after this photo gets out? Song Yuan's eyes darkened, and he said regretfully, Never mind then. It's okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing that Song Yuan was not happy, Su Mushua immediately changed her tune and said awkwardly, Don't give up so quickly. If you beg me a little more, I might consider it again. Song Yuan looked surprised. You want me to beg you? What do you take me for? A real man doesn't beg for something like this. Chapter 145, A True Man Can Bend and Stretch. Su Mushua has really gone too far. They really think he's some naive young virgin. If he doesn't want to film, he doesn't have to. It's no big deal. Why should I lower myself to beg her? Wouldn't that be too humiliating? He can't afford to lose face like that. Su Mushua raised her hand and gently poked Song Yuan's chest with her folding fan, then lightly licked the corner of her lips with her tongue and smiled mischievously. You really won't beg me? If you don't seize this great opportunity, you'll miss your chance and regret it later. Song Yuan opened her folding fan, her handsome face filled with resistance, and said with great pride, What do you mean I regret it? Do you think you're some kind of angel? I was practically begging you to let me take pictures of you. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'm telling you, I'm not in the mood anymore. Even if you cry and beg me to take a picture, I'm not going to. Upon hearing this, Su Mushua's smile grew even brighter, her deep eyes sparkling as she spoke softly. Are you sure? If you change your mind now, I can not only let you take photos, but I might also consider letting you record a video. Song Yuan's pupils dilated slightly, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What is this female demon saying? Is it allowed to record short videos? The content of this short video is up to the individual to decide. Just thinking about that scene made Song Yuan's blood boil. He really didn't expect it, he never expected it. Is she really willing to go to such lengths to make me beg her? Where is morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is your integrity? That's shameless, absolutely shameless. How can a grown man lower his head and beg his wife just to convince her to let him make short videos? Alright, since she's shameless first, then he'll go all out too. So, Song Yuan took Su Mushua's hand and smiled as he changed his words. Wife, you're the best. I take back everything I just said. Let me bring the camera. I'll definitely take some beautiful pictures of you and record your most beautiful moments so we can look back on them when we're old. It's not shameful to ask your wife for something like this. A real man should be able to bend and stretch, and bowing your head to your wife is nothing. Seeing that Song Yuan had taken the bait, Su Mushua raised her chin slightly and said arrogantly, Your way of asking for favors is really not very good. I remember you were much better at talking when you were in school. It would be a waste not to thoroughly torment Song Yuan after finally getting the better of him. Besides, she had made a huge sacrifice, having Song Yuan take photos and videos of her. It was really embarrassing, especially since she was dressed so scantily and was going to the hot springs soon. She was sure she would feel awkward and helpless. Song Yuan lowered his stance again, looked into her eyes with sincerity, and discussed the matter. "Honey, please, look how beautiful you are." Song Yuan immediately reached out and touched her, his fingertips tracing her fair swan neck and slowly moving downwards. Those breasts, that waist, those legs, it would be such a shame not to capture them with a camera and document them properly. Su Mushue's heart raced uncontrollably as he teased her, her breathing quickened, and her face flushed. Song Yuan's long, strong fingers seemed to carry electricity as they traced patterns on his body, leaving a tingling, numb sensation wherever they touched. Su Mushue bit her lip hard, trying to stay calm, and breathed heavily. "Really? Real?" As he spoke, Song Yuan increased his intensity and landed on another spot. "And this place is just as irresistible." Su Mushue was stunned for a few seconds before realizing what Song Yuan was doing. A gasp escaped his lips. He immediately took 2 steps back, his face flushed red, and said angrily, "You pervert. You're just talking. Why did you have to hit me? You've gone too far. I'm really angry, I'm telling you." Song Yuan licked his fingertips and grinned mischievously. "Really? But I didn't feel it. Honey, it's not a good habit for you to always say one thing and mean another." I wasn't lying, Su Mushue couldn't find any solid evidence and didn't want to continue arguing with Song Yuan, as continuing would only make her more embarrassed. She never expected to be so weak, getting hurt so easily by Song Yuan's mere touch. He stomped his foot in frustration, then strode upstairs to the 2nd floor, leaving behind a remark. "Go get your camera quickly. I'll wait for you on the rooftop." "All right." Song Yuan excitedly ran to the study and searched everywhere for the camera. Su Mushue did not go into the water immediately. Instead, she sat on a bench next to the hot spring pool, picked up a glass of ice water, and pressed the cold glass against her burning cheeks to cool herself down physically. The evening breeze gently caressed Su Mushue, ruffling her ponytail that cascaded down her back. Su Mushue took a deep breath, raised her head slightly, looked at the blood-red sunset on the horizon, and slowly smiled. A genuine smile appeared on his face. Song Yuan had never taken a picture of himself before, but he had secretly taken a lot of pictures of Song Yuan. "I took pictures of him skipping class and climbing over the wall when he was in school, of him sweating profusely on the basketball court, and of him being pulled to the podium by the principal during the long break to be criticized. After getting married, I secretly took pictures of him sleeping, curled up on the sofa playing games and arguing with his teammates, and smoking on the balcony." She has carefully preserved these photos, hiding them in a locked attic of the villa. Something seems off. The photos she secretly took of Song Yuan were all of him getting dressed. Song Yuan is going to film her wearing this outfit in a little while. It's so revealing, and he's going to film a video of it. She knew Song Yuan well. If he got carried away, he would definitely make even more outrageous demands. If these photos and videos get leaked, her reputation will be ruined. Thinking of this, Su Mushue shook her head vigorously. No, Song Yuan would never show the photos and videos to anyone, much less spread them out. But then I thought about it again. No, not now. Song Yuan and Xiao Weiniang have broken up completely, and he's living a good life with her now. But what about the future? What if Song Yuan doesn't truly fall in love with me in the future, and then meets a younger and prettier girl and cheats on me again? Will he use these photos and videos to threaten me and force me to divorce him? Just thinking about it is terrifying. If she were to actually find out, she would definitely break down and go crazy. Suddenly, I don't feel like taking pictures anymore. It's better to be safe than sorry. Hasn't Song Yuan done enough shameless things in the past 7 years? He abused his daughter, always borrowed money from her and never paid it back, stole her necklace, and cheated his parents out of money. But she had already promised Song Yuan, and if she went back on her word now, he would definitely be very angry. What to do? Just as I was hesitating, Song Yuan came up with his camera. Honey, I'm here. Chapter 146. If you insist, then give it to me. Su Mushue nodded somewhat helplessly. Seeing that Su Mushue's face was extremely pale, Song Yuan asked in confusion. Honey, what's wrong? You look terrible. Are you cold? Should I go downstairs and get you a coat? When Su Mushue met Song Yuan's concerned gaze, she stopped worrying and immediately had her answer. Go ahead and take the picture. Let's trust him one more time. I liked him for 10 years, and we've been married for 7. I finally waited for him to change. Even though he doesn't love me anymore, he's treated me better now. He stopped cheating and knows how to care for me. Even if they eventually reach the point of divorce, and he really resorts to threatening her with videos, she will accept it. After all, it was her own choice to follow this path, and it was her own choice to marry him. She loved him unilaterally, and no one forced her. She was willing to bear whatever the outcome might be. Life is only once, and she will only love one man passionately. So what if the outcome is not satisfactory? At least she still has her daughter. If the day of divorce comes, she will never give her daughter to Song Yuan. Thinking of this, Su Mushue smiled with relief. No need, let's begin. As she spoke, she straightened up, casually crossed her legs, and struck a pose that was both relaxed and sexy. Song Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately pointed his camera at Su Mushue and pressed the shutter. Click, click. I took several pictures in a row. Su Mushue stood up, walked to the hot spring pool, and struck a few more poses. Song Yuan hurriedly pressed the shutter. Su Mushue took off her high heels and stepped barefoot into the misty pool. With his back to Song Yuan, he suddenly lowered his head and slowly began to untie the white belt wrapped around his waist. Song Yuan stood frozen in place, stunned for several seconds. After realizing what Su Mushue was doing, his heart began to race. Bang, bang, bang. My heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest. No way. He wanted to shoot something different, but he didn't expect Su Mushue to be so proactive. He thought he would have to use all his words and coax her a lot before she would lower her guard. Does she really trust him that much? Does she really think he won't leak the photos and videos? He could certainly guarantee that he wouldn't do that, but after all, he had acted so rudely in the past, constantly clamoring to divorce Su Mushue. So he was already prepared to be rejected by her. Soon, Su Mushue was completely naked. Even though she was still facing away from Song Yuan, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Under the cold, pale moonlight, Su Mushue stood quietly in the pool, her perfect, sculpted figure surrounded by rising steam, making her look like an angel descended from heaven. Upon seeing this scene, Song Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he even forgot to press the shutter. Su Mushue slowly raised her slender white hand and deftly pulled off the headband that was tied to her ponytail. In an instant, her seaweed-like black hair cascaded lazily over her shoulders. Song Yuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and immediately pressed the shutter. Click, click. Upon hearing the sound, Su Mushue turned around gracefully, revealing a bright smile. Holy crap! Song Yuan was completely unprepared and did not expect Su Mushue to suddenly turn around. He was so excited that he almost dropped the camera from his palm. Suppressing my anger, I pressed the shutter again. After recording a few more short videos, Song Yuan felt like he was about to explode. Su Mushue submerged herself in the pool, glanced meaningfully at Song Yuan, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Song Yuan put the camera aside and asked, puzzled, "What are you laughing at?" Su Mushue explained while laughing. "I'm laughing at your lack of ambition." Song Yuan jumped into the pool with a splash, swam to Su Mushue's side, and asked in confusion, "How am I a failure?" He was so patient just now, he didn't even touch Su Mushue with a single finger, dutifully playing the role of photographer, and his body didn't react at all. He even started to admire himself. Su Mushue suppressed her laughter and kindly reminded her, "Your nose is bleeding." She had just wanted to say it, thinking that Song Yuan would find out on his own, but he didn't even notice. He kept pretending to be calm. It was hilarious. "What?" Song Yuan touched his nose in surprise, looked down, and sure enough, his fingertip was covered in bright red blood. Song Yuan was extremely annoyed. Holy crap. No way. How could he be so spineless? No wonder Su Mushue laughed at him. He's really made a fool of himself. He immediately got up and jumped to the shore, grabbed a few tissues from the table, and wiped his nosebleed while explaining. "You're probably just feeling hot, or you're too tired from the business trip. Shanghai is too hot, You know that. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing Song Yuan's flustered explanation, Su Muxue curled her lips and asked a question with a smile. Have you ever heard of this Chinese idiom? Song Yuan looked completely bewildered. What idiom? What's wrong with her thinking? Wasn't she just explaining why her nose was bleeding? Why is she suddenly using idioms? He often skipped classes when he was in school, especially Chinese class. He felt that he was Chinese and didn't need to study the national language every day, so he didn't know many idioms. Is she deliberately making things difficult for herself? This is a classic case of protesting too much. Song Yuan repeated it in a low voice. Is this a case of protesting too much? What does that mean? Huh. Oh, I remember now. Oh my God, Su Muxue was mocking him. He said, somewhat annoyed. I'm really upset. Don't overthink it. I didn't get a nosebleed because you're too beautiful. We've been married for ages, and our child is all grown up. How could I possibly be seduced by you to the point of getting a nosebleed? That's absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Muxue raised her eyebrows with interest and gave a playful smile. Oh, an old married couple. Don't forget, you're 18-year-old Song Yuan now, not 25, and you've only known me for a few months. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yuan, whose body trembled. What powerful attack. As expected of a top student, her reasoning was clear and logical, leaving him with no way to refute her. Since she couldn't refute it, she might as well just admit it openly. Even at 18, there was no need to care about saving face. Taking a deep breath, he jumped back into the hot spring, reached out and pinched Su Muxue's chin, looking into her misty black eyes, and said confidently, Fine, I admit it. Then shouldn't you take responsibility? Shouldn't you put out the fire you started? Su Muxue pushed his hand away, raised her chin slightly, and said arrogantly, What if I don't want to take responsibility? We clearly agreed it was just taking pictures. Song Yuan said, trying to suppress his emotions. But I want it now. But I don't want to give it. I insist. Do I have to give it to you just because you want it? Wife, give it to me. No. Never mind then. I'm going back to sleep. Song Yuan kept his word and wasn't joking at all. He immediately got up to leave the hot spring pool. Unexpectedly, Su Muxue immediately changed her mind. Since you insist, then you can have it. Here I come. Good. Chapter 147, I want to change jobs. After a rustling sound. It was completely dark by then. The two sat wearily in the hot spring pool. Su Muxue nestled in Song Yuan's arms, leaning on his shoulder and slowly closing her eyes, too tired to say a word. His chest rose and fell slightly, while the water remained perfectly still. Song Yuan slowly raised his head, gazing at the starry night sky, and squinted slightly. How strange. In the past, after getting close to Su Muxue, although his body was greatly satisfied, he would still feel a vague emptiness. But this time, that feeling was gone. The emptiness vanished, replaced by a sense of joy I had never experienced before. The pleasure is different from the usual kind. It's a deeper level of satisfaction, not just the fulfillment of desires, but also the satisfaction of the spirit. He suddenly wanted to share his feelings with Su Muxue. Having been in this world for so long, it seems he has never truly had a deep and meaningful conversation with her. Thinking of this, Song Yuan couldn't help but lower his head and gently kiss Su Muxue's forehead. Wife. Su Muxue opened her eyes groggily and asked in a hoarse voice. What's wrong? Ugh. She was about to fall asleep and have sweet dreams. Why did Song Yuan suddenly wake her up? Song Yuan hesitated, wondering if he should suddenly tell her that he used to feel empty after sleeping with her, but now he didn't. That sounds really rude. Su Muxue will definitely be unhappy. It's too lenient for her to talk back to him. She might even take her own life. Although Su Muxue's hits didn't hurt much, he still didn't want to ruin such a good atmosphere and upset her, so he decided to let it go. Let's just keep the status quo. Su Muxue had no idea what Song Yuan was thinking, and she became even more puzzled. What do you want to say? Could it be that Song Yuan hasn't filmed enough yet? We've already taken enough photos, including some we shouldn't have. Is being a photographer that addictive? Would you like to do it again? No, she really has no strength left, not a single ounce of strength. Song Yuan smiled and said gently, It's nothing. You're almost asleep, so I think we should go back to the bedroom to rest. Su Muxue did not refuse. Okay then, I'm feeling a bit cold too. Song Yuan stood up and saw that Su Muxue was still stuck in the water, not moving. He asked in confusion. Get up. Su Muxue pouted, stretched out her hand to Song Yuan, and said in a wrong tone. Honey, I'm exhausted. Can you carry me home? Song Yuan smiled helplessly. Good. He bent down, pulled her out of the water, and carried her away from the rooftop. Back in the bedroom, the two slept soundly without saying a word all night. Song Yuan went to work as usual. After returning from visiting the film set, I sat down, picked up my coffee, and took a sip. There was a knock on the door. Song Yuan continued drinking his coffee without looking up. Enter. Xiao Weining pushed open the door and quickly walked into the room. Brother, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you in the lounge downstairs for so long. Song Yuan put down his coffee and looked up at her. She changed her clothes again, this time in a very casual outfit. A white t-shirt and denim shorts, sneakers, and a bun hairstyle that suited her perfectly. He frowned unhappily. Don't try to get close to me. Call me President Song. Get to the point. I don't have that much free time. Xiao Weining wasn't angry. She smiled and said confidently, All right, Mr. Song, then I'll be frank with you. Give me the endorsement deal with Cars Lawn. Song Yuan rejected him last time because she had no trump card. Now that she has Zhou Ruinian as a trump card, she doesn't believe he will reject her again. Song Yuan's expression changed drastically. Is this woman crazy? She came to him before the film festival, wanting to be his spokesperson for Cars Lawn, but he had already refused her. How could you still have the nerve to come and ask for it? At least last time you were quite humble, but this time you're not pretending at all. It's like you owe her something, and you just reach out and ask for it. Are you out of your mind? Why should I give it to you? Xiao Weining smile deepened, and her tone was somewhat smug. I know there are more suitable candidates in the company, and it's not my turn, but what if someone tries to poach me? Song Yuan was quite surprised and said in a sarcastic tone, Hey, someone's trying to poach you. Who's got such a keen eye? Which boss has such poor judgment to poach Xiao Weining? Are they out of their mind? She only became famous by filming short dramas. Before that, she had spent money and resources to promote her for 3 years, but she didn't make any waves. Are we really going to pay an exorbitant breach of contract fee for such a minor actor? If someone is really willing, he won't stop them. Getting 60 million directly would be pretty great. But would anyone really do such a losing business? It's highly likely that Xiao Weining is fooling him, trying to scam him for the endorsement fee. Xiao Weining took out a gold-embossed business card from her wallet and handed it to Song Yuan. Song Yuan curiously took the name, and upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in surprise. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. It turned out to be Zhou Ruinian, the president of Lihua Group. Okay. Was Zhou Ruinian so stunned by his own beating last time that his mind is still muddled? If they wanted to get revenge on me and poach people from my company, there was no need to poach Xiao Weining. Poaching Shin Emo or Ding Yao would be far more significant than poaching Xiao Weining. Xiao Weining continued. Well, brother, you should know him, right? At the film festival that day, Zhou Ruinian went on stage to give his acceptance speech, so Song Yuan had no reason not to recognize him. Song Yuan snapped out of his daze and said in a deep voice, I know him. What did he tell you? Xiao Weining said frankly. He said he would pay my breach of contract penalty and even offered me the second female lead role in his new drama. Song Yuan was shocked once again. Was Zhou Ruinian really that generous? What are their true intentions? Wait a minute. He seems to understand now. Does Zhou Ruinian still think Xiao Weining is his lover? Is that why he came to interfere and take revenge on him? If he easily lets her go, showing no concern for Xiao Weining, and makes Zhou Ruinian feel that he has really broken up with Xiao Weining and that he can't get revenge on him, then he will definitely run away. Why would he bother poaching her? Since that's the case, let's just go along with it. And so, Song Yuan also put on an act, lowering his head and staring intently at the business card he was holding in his hand. He took a deep breath, looked up at Xiao Weining again, his eyes filled with reluctance and jealousy, and the corners of his eyes were red. He asked again, Ying, what are your thoughts? Xiao Weining was quite surprised by Song Yuan's reaction. He actually called her Ying. She couldn't even remember the last time he had called her that. It seems that he still can't bear to part with his own things, and still has his own in his heart. He didn't show it before, because he didn't feel a sense of crisis. This time, another man was trying to poach her and showing her affection, and Song Yuan finally felt nervous. Chapter 148, each with their own ulterior motives. Xiao Weining didn't know if it was because she was too happy with her scheme, or for some other reason. Her eyes reddened as she spoke softly. Brother, of course I don't want to betray you. Even though we broke up, I've always remembered how good you were to me. I'm not such a heartless woman. I wouldn't betray you for personal gain. Her real goal was to make Song Yuan feel insecure, so that he would treat her better and give her the advertising endorsement. As for switching jobs to Zhou Ruinian's company, she thought about it, and still felt that his motives were impure. Since his business was so big, he wouldn't do a losing business. During their conversation that day, she could sense that this man wasn't as willing to invest in a relationship as Song Yuan. Zhou Ruinian was still very chauvinistic at heart, and he liked to take the initiative in conversations, never being passive and very clear-headed. There's definitely something fishy about him offering himself such good terms for no reason. Therefore, for now, staying with Qinxing and Song Yuan and continuing to try to salvage the relationship is the best option. Looking into Xiao Weining's wet eyes, Song Yuan was once again amazed by her acting skills. She's such a convincing actress. If he hadn't seen through her snobbish nature long ago, he would have been completely fooled. It seems she doesn't truly trust Zhou Ruinian. Otherwise she would have switched jobs immediately, since Lehua is stronger than Qinxing. Since she enjoys acting so much, he naturally has to play along to the end, he said gently. The endorsement is negotiable, give me some time. Xiao Weining knew inwardly that something was wrong. She thought that Song Yuan sensed the crisis and would immediately offer her the endorsement to keep her. Unexpectedly, he wanted to take a roundabout approach and give him more time. She didn't have time to wait. Judy kept pressuring her to pay back the money, calling her several times a day to collect the debt. She was getting annoyed to death. It seems the fire isn't strong enough. We need to add more firewood. Xiao Weining complained, looking aggrieved. How long will it take for my brother to give me a definite answer? I've already rejected him, but he keeps bothering me, saying I look like his first love. Song Yuan slammed his hand on the table, feigning anger. What? He really said that? I'm dying of laughter. Isn't Zhou Ruinian always thinking about Shinemo? He seemed more interested in men. So why would he say such nonsense to Xiao Weining? Could it be that Zhou Ruinian wasn't just trying to discuss Xiao Weining, but actually had feelings for her and wanted to pursue her? Xiao Weining nodded vigorously, speaking with an air of seriousness. Yes, if he really said that. I feel like he's terrifying. He said you don't value me, so he wants to groom me. Brother, I really want to get rid of him right away. She had no idea what Zhou Rui's first love looked like. She was just saying that to make Song Yuan feel more threatened, and it seems to have worked quite well. Now Song Yuan won't hesitate anymore. He'll definitely make the decision to give me the endorsement right away. Song Yuan frowned deeply, his face dark and menacing, and remained silent for a while. He finally spoke again. I understand. I will get back to you as soon as possible. Xiao Weining stood frozen in place, bewildered. Huh? What does he mean by that? Isn't a sense of crisis enough? Wait a minute, wasn't Song Yuan already very angry? Given his temperament, shouldn't he immediately give me the endorsement and then confront Zhou Ruinian to warn him to stop harassing him? Why do we still need to consider this? That's so strange. She hadn't expected things to develop to this point. My head hurts so much. It seems I need to think this through more carefully. I've already said everything I needed to say. If I continue to pressure Song Yuan, it will probably only backfire, she said with a smile. All right then, thank you, brother. Song Yuan nodded gently and asked with concern. Go back and get some rest. Uh-huh. I left the company. Xiao Weining arrived at the underground parking garage and found her white Ferrari. He climbed into the driver's seat, but instead of starting the car, he frowned and carefully considered his options. Xiao Weining felt that the main reason she couldn't persuade Song Yuan was probably because Song Yuan didn't trust her and thought she was bluffing him. After all, it wouldn't make sense for Zhou Ruinian to poach him, and this deal wouldn't be worthwhile at all. Since that's the case, she'll have Zhou Ruinian talk to Song Yuan on her behalf. In this way, Song Yuan will no longer doubt him. Although he doesn't trust him, he was anxious just now, which clearly shows that he still cares about him. He cares about himself and is so proud that he would definitely refuse Zhou Ruinian. Now that his sense of crisis is confirmed, he will definitely give the endorsement to me, and maybe he will even reconcile with me. Thinking of this, Xiao Weining was in a great mood and immediately called Zhou Ruinian to arrange a meeting. Zhou Ruinian readily agreed, and the meeting place was a coffee shop near his company. Xiao Weining drove there. An hour later, we arrived at the agreed-upon coffee shop. Once inside the reserved private room, Zhou Ruinian was already waiting for her. Zhou Ruinian wore a navy blue suit today, which matched his mature and composed temperament perfectly. Xiao Weining said shyly, "Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry I'm late. There was a bit of traffic." Zhou Ruinian said in a gentlemanly manner, "It's okay, I just arrived too. Please sit down. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I ordered the restaurant's signature dessert that the waiter recommended." "Thanks." Xiao Weining pulled out a chair and sat opposite Zhou Ruinian. She elegantly picked up a steel spoon and scooped out a small piece of strawberry mousse. It tasted very good. The cake was smooth and the cream was sweet, but not greasy. She smiled sweetly. "It tastes great." Zhou Ruinian took a sip of coffee and smiled faintly. "If you like it, that's fine. If it's not enough, I'll ask the waiter to add more." Xiao Weining gently shook her head and chuckled sweetly. "That's enough. I'm on a diet." Zhou Ruinian said solemnly. "By the way, how's the matter I asked you to consider going?" He didn't have time to chat with Xiao Weining about trivial things. All he wanted to see was Song Yuan's frustrated and annoyed expression after he poached Xiao Weining. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weining stiffened, put down the steel spoon in her hand, and looked up at Zhou Ruinian with a troubled expression. "I just mentioned it to Song Yuan, but he won't let me go. He's very firm about it." Zhou Ruinian raised his eyebrows slightly, his heart brimming with excitement. The fact that Song Yuan was so determined means that he still cares about Xiao Weining. Does this mean they haven't broken up and still have feelings for each other? Is that so? Just as Zhou Ruinian was wondering, Xiao Weining's next words further confirmed his guess. "President Zhou, you should know that he has always valued me highly. Since the company was founded, he has given me the best resources. He has sacrificed so much for me, so it's understandable that he doesn't want to let me go. But you know, he's not willing to give me good resources anymore. If I stay, I won't have a good future. A female artist's prime is so short. If this continues, it will only become harder and harder for me to get ahead." Chapter 149. Look what you've done. Zhou Ruinian did not answer immediately, but pondered Xiao Weining's words carefully. He remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he couldn't help but feel contempt. He originally thought Song Yuan had good taste. Xiao Weining was indeed good-looking and was the gentle, innocent type that he also liked. Although her workability is not great, she has high emotional intelligence. She speaks softly and gently and knows how to please people. Although she is a bit pretentious, she never makes people feel uncomfortable. Now it seems that although this woman is good-looking and knows how to make people happy, her heart is black. Although Song Yuan is already married, people in the industry know that he and his wife only got married because of Xiao Weining's pregnancy, and they have been going through a divorce because of Xiao Weining. Over the years, Song Yuan has devoted so much to Xiao Weining, investing money and resources. Now that the company is struggling and unwilling to support her anymore, she immediately wants to run away after being neglected for even a little while. What a ruthless and sophisticated egoist. This kind of woman is only good for playing around with. Once you're tired of her, you can kick her aside. You can't develop real feelings for her. That sucker Song Yuan still can't see her clearly, still can't bear to part with her, and keeps trying to keep her. He must be out of his mind. After Xiao Weining finished speaking, Zhou Ruinian slowly opened his mouth. "So you mean you want to come here?" "Yes, but I really have no choice. He won't let me go." Xiao Weining lowered her head in frustration and continued. "How about you, Mr. Zhou? Have a good talk with him for me." Zhou Ruinian nodded slightly. "Sure, but I have a question for you." Xiao Weining raised her head and said earnestly, "Go ahead and ask. Do you still have feelings for Song Yuan?" Xiao Weining was not surprised by Zhou Ruinian's question. It was already an open secret in their circle that she was Song Yuan's girlfriend, so it was normal for Zhou Ruinian to know. "It's long gone. I thought he would make me famous, but he's useless. Now he's still bothering me and won't let me go." "Okay, I got it. I'll take care of it for you. Xiao Weiniang's words made Zhou Ruinian feel that the deal was worthwhile even more. Spending tens of millions to steal Song Yuan's favorite woman and make her work for him, becoming his slave in his company, that's really interesting. Even if Xiao Weiniang's acting skills are still not up to par, he has plenty of ways to make money from it. If he can't make good serious dramas, he can still make erotic dramas. Xiao Weiniang was completely unaware of Zhou Ruinian's ulterior motives. When she heard him agree, she smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She began to hope that after Song Yuan and Zhou Ruinian's negotiations broke down, he would immediately hand over the advertising endorsement to her. Night falls. After dinner, Song Yuan and Su Mushua snuggled up on the sofa and watched TV together. Su Mushua held the remote control, aimlessly switching channels. I've already finished watching When a Daughter-in-Law Becomes a Mother-in-Law and The Temptation of Going Home, and I don't know what to watch next. She didn't want to continue watching disgusting cult films with Song Yuan. She had just eaten dinner, and if she watched them, she would definitely throw up again. Her stomach had been upset for the past 2 days, and if she threw up again, she would have to go straight to the hospital. While browsing, I suddenly stumbled upon the Changchun Film Studio channel, which was showing a sci-fi blockbuster with excellent special effects, clearly costing a lot of money. Su Mushua looked closely and saw that the female lead had appeared, and it turned out to be Xiao Weiniang, whom she hated the most. She suddenly remembered that this was a female-led sci-fi action film that Song Yuan had made last year with money borrowed from his parents. Xiao Weiniang's awkward acting directly ruined the good script and the expensive special effects, earning it a Golden Broom Award. His face instantly darkened, and he turned to look at Song Yuan, angrily rebuking him. Look what you've done. Song Yuan's lips twitched slightly in embarrassment. It was truly a case of being caught in the crossfire. He has no recollection of ever making this terrible movie. He denied it. I didn't do it. It was 25-year-old Song Yuan. I don't know him well. Su Mushua persisted. It's you. You're still you at 25. Don't try to deny it. Song Yuan scratched his head helplessly. Okay, it's my fault. I was wrong, all right. But you don't need to be angry. I don't need her to make movies anymore. Su Mushua frowned in displeasure. But her short drama became a hit. Don't think I don't know. She had been keeping an eye on Xiao Weiniang in private, and she had wanted Song Yuan to fire Xiao Weiniang for a long time. She originally thought that Xiao Weiniang's short drama would also flop. She was thinking of waiting for her short drama to flop before bringing up firing her to Song Yuan, but unexpectedly it went viral, making it even more difficult to bring it up with Song Yuan now. Although she was Song Yuan's wife and had the right to make him fire her former rival and Song Yuan's old flame, she was still afraid that Song Yuan would not agree and that he still had some feelings for her. The two had been arguing and had finally stopped arguing recently, and were getting along well. It would be a loss if they had another conflict because of Xiao Weiniang. Song Yuan said with a headache. It was an accident. I didn't expect her to become popular. I originally wanted to humiliate her by having her film a short drama. You know how stressful short dramas are. The director has a fiery temper and is very strict. Who knew she could persevere and become so popular? This channel is really something else. They produce such terrible films and then repeatedly broadcast them. Are they out of their minds? This is just plain disgusting. No wonder Su Mushua is angry. He himself was angry after watching it. This movie is reminding him how brain dead he will be in the future. Su Mushua couldn't hold back any longer and was about to lose her temper. She really wanted to say, I think you did this on purpose. You're trying to promote her in a different way. The short drama market is so good now. Who would believe you that making a short drama is an insult to her? I can tell you still can't bear to part with her and don't really want to get away from her. Su Mushua swallowed these words, knowing that Song Yuan would definitely be anxious if she said them aloud. Try your best to suppress your anger. Her eyes were red as she stared at Song Yuan, biting her lip hard. Between being angry and feeling humiliated, I chose to feel humiliated. Song Yuan held her hand and comforted her. Honey, what do you want? Just tell me. Don't hold it in. Holding in your anger can cause breast nodules, and if you get pregnant again, the baby won't have enough milk. Su Mushua shook off his hand, feeling both ashamed and angry. Her face as red as a tomato. You have breast nodules. Is that how you comfort someone? Song Yuan almost laughed at her, but suppressed his laughter and said helplessly, Okay, okay, I'll get a nodule, I'll get a nodule. Seeing that Song Yuan's attitude was good, Su Mushua softened her tone and stared into Song Yuan's eyes, speaking seriously. If I tell you directly, will you listen? Song Yuan chuckled. Listen, you're my wife. Of course I'm willing to be with you. Listening to your wife will bring you good fortune. Su Mushua narrowed her eyes slightly, staring intently at Song Yuan, afraid of missing any subtle reaction from him, and tentatively asked, Then I'd like you to fire Xiao Weiniang. Is that all right? Chapter 150 The Challenge of Holding Back Laughter. Song Yuan replied without hesitation. Sure. Su Mushua was overjoyed and said in disbelief. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Oh my god. If she had known that Song Yuan would agree to her so quickly, she would have brought it up much earlier. However, she really didn't expect Song Yuan to be so decisive and so ruthless towards Xiao Weiniang, which surprised her greatly. She had thought that he had liked Xiao Weiniang for so many years, and the reason he hadn't fired her was because he still had feelings for her. Now it seemed that she had been overthinking things. Song Yuan nodded and assured him, Really, I'm not lying to you, but you need to give me a few days. He didn't want to release her so quickly. He had finally found a sucker like Zhou Ruinian, so he had to make sure he paid Xiao Weiniang a lot more for breach of contract. Su Mushua nestled into Song Yuan's arms. Okay, I believe you. If Song Yuan couldn't do it, he wouldn't have agreed so readily. Terminating a contract with an artist takes several days, and of course, she was willing to wait. Song Yuan was a little unaccustomed to Su Mushua's sudden trust in him. He was stunned for a moment before reaching out and pulling her into a tight embrace. His thin lips curved slightly upward, revealing a genuine smile. It feels so good to be trusted by my wife. Song Jiani excitedly rushed out of the study. Dad, Mom, I finished my homework. Seeing her parents hugging tightly, she quickened her pace and jumped onto the sofa to squeeze between them. Nini also wants a hug. Well? Su Mushua made way for her daughter to squeeze in. Song Yuan noticed a patch of gray pencil shavings on his daughter's fair cheek. He immediately sat up, reached out, and pulled a wet wipe from the coffee table. Nini, don't move. Song Jiani calmed herself down and blinked blankly. Do you know you've turned into a little kitten? Song Jiani was even more puzzled. Little kitten? Song Yuan smiled, gently wiped the dirt off his daughter's face with a wet wipe, and then casually tossed the wipe into the trash can at his feet. Song Jiani smiled sweetly. Thank you, Dad. Song Yuan couldn't help but rub his daughter's fluffy head and said seriously, How have you been feeling these past 2 days? Are you getting along with Dr. Zhao? If not, Dad will find you another doctor. Song Jiani shook her head. No need to change it. Dr. Zhao is fine. This Dr. Zhao is much gentler and more sincere than Dr. Su. Although she still dreams of Dr. Su from time to time, she has already asked Dr. Zhao, who said it's a normal phenomenon and she will gradually overcome it. Song Yuan gave instructions. That's good. Remember to communicate with your parents promptly if you have any questions. Okay, I understand. Song Yuan had assumed that Xiao Weiniang would come looking for him, continue to play the victim, act all lovey-dovey, and urge her to give him the advertising endorsement. Unexpectedly, instead of Xiao Weiniang, Zhou Ruinian appeared. Zhou Ruinian was in excellent physical condition. In just 3 days, the swelling on his face, which had been swollen from hitting himself, subsided, and the gauze on his nose was removed. He strode into the office and greeted Song Yuan with a smile. Mr. Song, how have you been? Song Yuan suddenly admired Zhou Ruinian's composure. He had been beaten so badly by him last time, yet he could still remain so calm and collected when facing him now. No wonder people can run a company so well. They're no ordinary people. They're really good at enduring hardship. Song Yuan smiled in response. Mr. Zhou, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I should have sent someone to give you a proper welcome. Zhou Ruinian's smile deepened, and he said modestly, Mr. Song, you're too kind. I don't have such airs. Song Yuan said politely, Please sit down. Zhou Ruinian casually pulled up a chair, sat down opposite Song Yuan, and got straight to the point. President Song, Weiniang should have discussed the contract termination issue with you, right? Song Yuan's expression changed drastically, and his tone became unfriendly. That's right, Mr. Zhou. You know perfectly well that Wei Ning is one of my people. Isn't it a bit much for you to come here and poach her like this? He appeared tough on the surface, but was secretly overjoyed. Zhou Ruinian was secretly pleased as well. It seems Xiao Weining wasn't lying to him. Song Yuan truly still has feelings for Xiao Weining and has no intention of letting her go. Zhou Ruinian said in a deep voice. You're right. Weining is your artist, but artists have their own thoughts and aren't just tools. Since she wants to leave, you should respect her opinion. I'll pay an extra 10 million in breach of contract fees. Song Yuan angrily called him by his full name. Zhou Ruinian, do you think I'm short of money? What's a termination fee? How much money and resources have I poured into her over the years? Why should I consider her feelings? Why should I let her go? Zhou Ruinian scoffed, mocking him mercilessly. You used to be rich, but as far as I know, your company's current liquid assets are only 2 or 3 million. You've staked all the investments you've raised on Yunxiang biography. Ask yourself honestly, how much money do you have left in your pocket? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan instantly lost his previous arrogance and became much more guilty. I have some money, but it has nothing to do with you. Let me tell you, even if I'm poor, I would never sell my girlfriend for money. After saying this, Song Yuan almost burst out laughing. He hurriedly pinched his inner thigh hard under the table, and a stinging pain shot through him, causing his face to contort in pain. When Zhou Ruinian saw Song Yuan's pained expression, he immediately interpreted it as him being unable to bear parting with Xiao Weining and having very deep feelings for her, so deep that he couldn't extricate himself from them. Zhou Ruinian felt even more relieved. This was exactly what he had come here to see. If someone is beaten up for no reason, most people will choose to fight back or ask someone to help them beat the other person up. But he felt that this way of revenge was boring. The physical pain would heal in a few days, and the wounds would stop hurting. He enjoys attacking people's spirits and stealing the woman Song Yuan loves most. Song Yuan will likely be heartbroken for a long time. This feeling of powerlessness and defeat will torment him for a very long time. This wasn't just his speculation. It was something he had experienced firsthand. Looking at Song Yuan's impotent rage, he felt as if he were seeing his younger self. Back in college, he was a poor guy. The girl he had been pursuing for 2 years, his class beauty and his white moonlight, finally agreed to be with him. He gave her all his pocket money, the money he earned from part-time jobs, and the money his parents had saved for his future wife, and he ate instant noodles every day. The two agreed to get married after graduation, but it happened a month before graduation. But she ran off with a rich second-generation heir who was more powerful than her. Before leaving, she pointed at his nose and said something. Don't blame me for being vain. Blame yourself for being so useless. I have the right to pursue a better material life. You poor wretch, stop bothering me. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand. Chapter 151. Finally, they fell for it. He still can't forget that heart-wrenching sense of shame. Zhou Ruinian's lips curled into a cold smile. Song Yuan, do you know that Chen Yun is my cousin? Song Yuan really didn't know, and asked in confusion. So what if she's your cousin? Zhou Ruinian threatened. What would you do if I asked my cousin's artist, Jiang Hao, to terminate his contract with you immediately? Song Yuan took a deep breath, his voice trembling, and feigned fear. Mr. Zhou, isn't it a bit much to pay such a high price for Yingying? If the contract is terminated, it will have a significant impact on him. The Legend of Yunxiang is already halfway through filming. If the male lead runs away at this point, it will be very troublesome to find a replacement, costing money and effort, and all the previous scenes will be wasted. However, he had already planned to get rid of Xiao Weining, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Ruinian said smugly. I think it's worth it. Taking what others love isn't your prerogative. I can do it too. He was furious at the thought of how Song Yuan had interrupted his good time with Shun Mo last time. They had finally gotten a good opportunity, but Song Yuan ruined it. If you're going to put on an act, you have to go all the way. Song Yuan continues to play the role of a boyfriend who deeply loves his girlfriend but is incompetent. His eyes were red as he glared fiercely at Zhou Ruinian, his chest heaving violently as he cursed. You're so despicable. Zhou Ruinian urged impatiently. You flatter me. Please make a decision quickly, as I have limited time. Song Yuan's face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth. Okay, I agree. But I have to remind you that even if you sign Ying's contract, you won't win her heart. My relationship with her over the years is not something you can interfere with. Really? Then listen to this recording. As Zhou Ruinian spoke, he placed his phone on the table and opened a recording of his conversation with Xia Weiniang that took place in the coffee shop yesterday. What recording? Song Yuan looked completely bewildered. A conversation came through the phone's receiver. Zhou Ruinian. Do you still have feelings for Song Yuan? Xia Weiniang. It's long gone. I thought he would make me famous, but he's incompetent. Now he's still bothering me and won't let me go. Song Yuan was struck dumb, frozen in place, a faint redness rising at the corners of his eyes. He's a complete clown, utterly humiliated by his girlfriend. Zhou Ruinian was satisfied with his reaction. He took out a pre-printed contract and a ballpoint pen from his bag, threw them in front of Song Yuan, and said condescendingly, "Sign the contract." Song Yuan picked up the ballpoint pen with difficulty. She tried her best to look heartbroken, biting her lip hard, afraid that she would burst out laughing. Finally, I've been fooled. It seems his acting skills are really good. Even without memories of his past as an actor, he still makes it so realistic. He took off the pen cap and signed his name with trembling hands. After signing, Zhou Ruinian left one copy of the contract for Song Yuan, took the other, and said in a condescending tone, "I'm giving you 2 days to finalize the termination agreement with Weiniang. Once it's done, I'll have the finance department transfer the money to you immediately." Song Yuan raised his head and continued to glare at Zhou Ruinian, as if he wanted to kill him with his eyes. Zhou Ruinian felt even more smug, returning the words his former lover had used to humiliate him to Song Yuan. "Don't blame me for being despicable. Blame yourself for being so weak. Weiniang has the right to pursue a better material life. I advise you to stay away from Weiniang from now on and not make things difficult for her." After saying that, he turned around gracefully and left the scene. Bang! The door was tightly shut. Song Yuan hadn't yet come out of character. Only when Zhou Ruinian's footsteps completely disappeared did Song Yuan relax his tense nerves. Staring at the 70 million yuan penalty for breach of contract in the contract, he threw his head back and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! I was so suffocated, ha! This is truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a double celebration." They not only swindled Zhou Ruinian out of a large sum of money, but also got rid of Xia Weiniang, a huge problem. Originally, he thought it would be good to keep Xia Weiniang in the company to make money, but she would occasionally come out and annoy him, and the money-making speed was not fast. It would take forever to earn 70 million. That's great. 70 million went straight into their pockets. Once the money arrives, he can pick out a nice gift for Su Muxua. He still remembers the look of disgust on her face when he gave her the clay figurine after returning from his business trip to Shanghai. Looking back now, it really was too stingy. Although it showed his good intentions, it was still unreasonable, considering Su Muxua's status. However, right now he needs to figure out how to get Xia Weiniang to obediently sign the termination agreement. The last time Xia Weiniang talked to me, it seemed that she didn't really want to leave Qinqing. She still wanted to stay and have Zhou Ruinian come over to talk to her, just to make her jealous and want to reconcile with her. Perhaps she felt that Zhou Ruinian was difficult to control, which is why she dared not leave Qinqing easily. She was unaware that Zhou Ruinian harbored a grudge against her and had only approached her as a tool for revenge. All she wanted was an advertising endorsement for Carslan, so we could use that as bait. So Song Yuan picked up the phone on the corner of the table, found Xia Weiniang's number, and dialed it without hesitation. After several seconds of busy signal, Xia Weiniang slowly answered the phone, asking groggily, "Hey, brother." Song Yuan said, feigning seriousness, "Ying, I've decided to give you the Carslan advertising endorsement. Come over first thing tomorrow morning to sign the contract." Xia Weiniang was so excited that she sat up straight in bed and exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, really? Brother, you've changed your mind." It seems Song Yuan and Zhou Ruinian have talked it over. This catalyst really works. Song Yuan couldn't hold back anymore, and his jealousy exploded. Since Song Yuan is now willing to give her the advertising endorsement, the two of them should be getting back together soon. When Song Yuan continues to promote her, her acting skills have improved a lot, and she will definitely be able to realize her dream of becoming a movie queen this time. Song Yuan said with a smile. Yes, I think you're the perfect spokesperson. Xiao Weining spoke in a soft, coquettish voice. Brother, you're so kind. I'm so touched. I love you. Song Yuan felt nauseous listening to this. This woman is truly despicable. In front of Zhou Ruinian, she said she had no feelings for him anymore and that he was the one who pestered her. Now she's saying she loves him in a coquettish voice. How could his judgment have been so bad before? He forced himself to suppress his nausea. All right, get some rest. I won't bother you anymore. Okay, bye-bye, see you tomorrow. Xiao Weining couldn't sleep at all and called her best friend Judy to go out for dinner. After signing the advertising endorsement deal tomorrow and filming the commercial, I'll have over 5 million in advertising fees, which I can use to pay off Judy's debt. Judy received Xiao Weining's call and readily agreed, booking a table at a very famous Western restaurant, Alice Creative Western Restaurant. Xiao Weining had been avoiding her for a while, but this time she didn't hide anymore and directly asked her out to dinner, so of course she had to go. Chapter 152 Su Mushue's Chance Encounter with Xiao Weining. Su Group. The CEO's office. Su Mushue had been in meetings all morning and was so tired that she slumped in her seat, listlessly talking to Long Yu, who was sitting opposite her. Just order me some takeout, I won't go out to eat. Long Yu refused. No way, takeout is so awful. I just found a really good Western restaurant called Alice Creative Western Restaurant. Let's go eat there. Su Mushue said wearily. I'm too tired, I don't want to move. Long Yu tempted. You should eat something good to recharge because you're tired. You don't know, their steak is incredibly tender, so tender you can't believe it. It's so juicy it bursts with flavor with every bite. Their desserts are also amazing, sweet but not cloying, and melt in your mouth. They also have a vegetable growing salad, which is beautiful. Just water it, and the vegetables grow on their own. Su Mushue swallowed hard and conceded. All right, stop talking. I'll go, okay? All right, let's go. The two rushed to the Western restaurant. It was lunchtime, and there were many customers. Only 2 not-so-good seats were left. Su Mushue didn't mind, casually picked a seat, and handed the menu to Long Yu so she could order. Long Yu told the waiter the names of the dishes, and after ordering, she picked up the lemonade on the table and took a small sip. Su Mushue was also a little thirsty after traveling all the way, so she picked up the lemonade and drank it down. The two were seated diagonally opposite each other by the window. Xiao Weining was completely unaware of Su Mushue and Long Yu's presence. He gracefully cut off a small piece of steak with his knife and fork, slowly put it in his mouth, chewed it carefully, and revealed a satisfied smile. It's been a long time since I've had a big meal. During this time of filming short dramas, I've been eating awful garbage like boxed lunches every day on set. Judy across from her scooped up a spoonful of dessert and talked as she ate. You finally stopped avoiding me. So is the money ready? Xiao Weining's face darkened, and she was very displeased. What's the rush? Do you think I wouldn't pay you back? I'm not trying to be mean, but it's just 5 million. You don't need the money, and we're still good friends. Is it really that big of a deal? Judy also got angry, her eyes flashing coldly behind her glasses, and she questioned him in a cold voice. I don't need the 5 million, but you broke your promise first. Have you forgotten what you promised me when you lent me the money? You clearly said that as long as I lent you the money, you would introduce Song Yuan to me. But what happened? Shouldn't I be angry? She didn't care about the money at all. She was prepared to lose it all. As long as Xiao Weining was willing to give Song Yuan to her, she didn't plan to keep the money. Song Yuan was certainly worth the price. But who would have thought that Xiao Weining would be so unethical, not only refusing to give Song Yuan to her, but also refusing to pay back the money, which was utterly despicable. Su Mushue, who was drinking lemonade diagonally across from Song Yuan, suddenly heard Song Yuan's name and turned her head in confusion to look at the source of the sound. It was fine if I hadn't looked, but when I did, I was shocked. I spotted Xiao Weining sitting in her seat having dinner with her friends. Xiao Weining wore a beige chiffon dress today, with her hair styled in a long braid adorned with a lily hair clip, looking as pure and innocent as a female college student. The woman sitting opposite Xiao Weining was much more mature than her. She was wearing a black suit, with neatly combed shoulder-length hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She looked refreshing and capable. Su Mushue slowly tightened her grip on the water glass, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in her narrow phoenix eyes. What a small world. I can't believe I even run into that wretched woman while having a meal. Seeing that Su Mushua's expression was off, Long Yu asked with concern. What's wrong with you? What are you looking at? As she spoke, she turned her head to look in the direction Su Mushue was staring at, and after seeing clearly, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Xiao Weining. TSK. Xiao Weining, you, Beijing is such a big city. Why did you have to choose this restaurant? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Su Mushue once swore that she would beat Xiao Weining every time she saw her, and she always kept her word. Although Su Mushue didn't bring bodyguards today, her skills are much better than most girls, let alone Xiao Weining, who is frail and takes the sweet girl route. At this moment, the waiter brought over the iced coffee that the two had just ordered. Xiao Weining was completely unaware of the impending danger. She raised her hand to rub her slightly throbbing temples and complained to Judy in a bad mood. It was an accident. I didn't want it to happen like this either. I thought I was the only one who could play the female lead in The Legend of Yun Xiang. But then he suddenly fell ill, and it was given to that little bitch Ding Yao. Judy interrupted her impatiently, speaking sharply. All right, stop with the nonsense. Give me a straight answer. When are you going to pay me back? Her relationship with Xiao Weining wasn't good enough for her to just give up the 5 million yuan. Since Xiao Weining didn't want to give Song Yuan to her, she would definitely have to return the money to her. Xiao Weining smiled and said confidently, Don't worry, my relationship with Song Yuan has improved. He still cares about me, and we'll be back to normal soon. He's agreed to give me the endorsement deal for Carslawn. As soon as I receive the endorsement fee, I'll pay you back immediately. Judy hesitated, but when she heard that Xiao Weining wanted to repay her money, she couldn't be happy at all, and her beautiful eyes instantly dimmed. What she really wanted wasn't money, but Song Yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Mushue instantly lost her composure. Okay, Song Yuan, you bastard. He told me to give him a few days, and he would fire Xiao Weining immediately. Unexpectedly, you actually gave her the Carslawn advertising endorsement. Wasn't this endorsement supposed to be given to another female artist in the company? Does he still have feelings for Xiao Weining? Is their old flame about to rekindle? Okay. I'll reignite your flame. Su Mushue slowly stood up, picked up the iced coffee that had just been served, and walked towards Xiao Weining in 2 quick steps. Seeing this, Long Yu couldn't help but shake her head, thinking to herself, Xiao Weining, I hope you'll stand at attention and accept the beating without resisting. Otherwise, I'm really afraid Su Mushue will beat you to death. Although you are quite hateful, always destroying other people's families and being a despicable mistress, if you really die, Mushue will have to go to jail. So, if you really want to die, you might as well die somewhere far away. Whether it was because Su Mushue's footsteps were too light or Xiao Weining was too unguarded, they didn't notice anyone approaching from behind. Seeing Judy remain silent, he smiled and said, Why aren't you saying anything? You don't think I'm lying to you, do you? I'm telling you, I can guarantee this time that Song Yuan wants me to go over and sign the contract tomorrow. He won't lie to me. He hadn't finished speaking. With a whoosh, coffee suddenly started raining down from above. Chapter 153. The most interesting part is when beautiful women fight. Brown coffee liquid streamed down his head. It was drenched so thoroughly that it felt completely cool. Oh! Xiao Weining screamed and jumped up. He awkwardly wiped the coffee off his face, then turned away angrily to curse the person who had come. Are you doing this on purpose? Or are you just blind? You. As she spoke, Xiao Weining realized that it was Su Mushue who had spilled her coffee, and she suddenly fell silent. Damn it! Why is it Su Mushue? Why is she so unlucky? She finally managed to get a nice meal, only to run into the female demon she least wanted to see. Upon seeing this, the other diners put down their food and watched with great interest. It's interesting to have gossip while eating a meal. 2 women fighting is the most interesting thing. Especially with 2 beautiful women. That's even more exciting. Su Mushue scoffed, placed her coffee cup on the table, and said arrogantly, Sorry, my hand slipped. Xiao Weining bit her lip, not daring to make a sound, and tried her best to swallow her grievances. She couldn't afford to offend Su Mushue. She was still terrified of the scene where Su Mushue stormed into her house with her bodyguards and beat her so badly she ended up in the hospital. Xiao Weinian could tolerate it, but Judy couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up abruptly and rebuked her. Hey, what do you mean by accidentally? I clearly saw you deliberately spill coffee on Weinian's head. You'd better apologize and make her pay up right now, or I won't be so polite. Why is this woman so arrogant? Do you think Weinian is easy to bully? After all, she was Weinian's best friend, so of course she couldn't stand seeing others bully her like that. Upon hearing this, Long Yu, who had been standing still, walked over and stood beside Su Muxue, ready to go. Su Muxue could easily handle Xiao Weinian, but if other women helped her, things might not be so simple. Su Muxue looked up at Judy, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. She never expected that a morally corrupt bitch like Xiao Weinian would have such a loyal friend. He scoffed. Why don't you just show it to me? Judy stared wide-eyed in disbelief, astonished. You were clearly in the wrong. You started it, and you still think you're right? You're so beautiful. How can you be so vicious? Xiao Weinian cursed inwardly. She really didn't need Judy to step in right now. Judy's provocation of Su Muxue would only put her in a more passive position. She stopped her. Judy, stop talking. I'm fine. What do you mean it's nothing? You're in this state. Isn't this dress a limited edition? You're in the right. So what are you afraid of? She's just taking advantage of your weakness. Su Muxue couldn't stand it anymore and slammed her hand on the table, annoyed. Me vicious? You think you're loyal? You know, your so-called good friend who's easy to bully has been secretly seducing my husband, tricking him into spending money and resources on her to make movies, and has been my husband's mistress for 7 years. What? Judy was completely stunned. Could this woman be Su Muxue, Song Yuanming's lawfully wedded wife? Oh my God, why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so sooner? If she had said so earlier, she wouldn't have stopped her. Even if she and Xiao Weinian were friends, she couldn't be so blind to right and wrong. Xiao Weinian's actions were indeed unethical. The onlookers were also stunned, their eyes wide open like saucers. What a huge bombshell. It's a melodramatic scene of the wife catching her husband's mistress. No wonder the mistress didn't dare to fight back. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Xiao Weinian and Su Muxue. In comparison, everyone agreed that the wife was prettier and had a better temperament than the mistress. This man has terrible taste. The mistress he chose is even worse than his wife. Some sharp-eyed people recognized Xiao Weinian's identity and whispered among themselves. Hey, look at that mistress. She looks like a movie star. Her acting is terrible, but she always gets to play the leading lady. I think her name is what was it again? Xiao Weinian. Oh, right. I remember now. Her name is Xiao Weinian. No wonder she has such good resources. She has a sugar daddy behind her. She's really shameless. She's already married, and she still goes out of her way to seduce him. Exactly. This kind of shameless mistress deserves to be taught a lesson. If this were ancient times, she would have been arrested and drowned in a pig cage. It's truly immoral. So many good families have been ruined by this kind of slut. Although the guests were not very loud, Xiao Weinian heard it, and her face gradually turned red. Feeling the gazes of Judy and the surrounding guests a mixture of pity, disdain, and disgust. These varied gazes and harsh curses felt like knives, cutting into my body piece by piece. Shame, grievance, and frustration, a barrage of complex emotions weighed heavily on my heart, like a bomb about to explode. With a bang, it exploded instantly. Xiao Weinian pointed her finger at Su Muxue's nose and retorted sharply. Su Muxue, stop blaming me from the perspective of a victim. Why don't you mention that you forced Song Yuan to marry you by using your child? You knew perfectly well that Song Yuan liked me, yet you still used underhanded methods to seduce him into bed without taking any precautions. You must have been very proud of yourself when you were pregnant. You call me shameless? What kind of good person are you? And what about the things you said about me tricking Song Yuan into spending money and resources on me? It was all of his own free will. I never forced him. Ask yourself honestly, besides the title of Song Yuan's wife, what else do you have? Does he really love you? I'm telling you, he never has. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. The person he has always loved is me. Xiao Weinian felt much better after speaking in one breath. Su Muxue froze on the spot, as if petrified, completely motionless. Xiao Weining was right. She knew that Song Yuan liked Xiao Weining, so she was indeed very proud when she got pregnant. She felt that she could finally control Song Yuan and that he would marry her even if he didn't love her. Song Yuan never loved her in the past. He doesn't love her now. And what about the future? The surrounding guests became even more excited upon seeing this. There was more to the story than met the eye. They whispered among themselves. Huh? If what Xiao Weining said is true, then the original wife was indeed wrong. She forced him to marry her using dishonorable means, even though she knew he liked Xiao Weining. Exactly. She's no more respectable than the mistress, and her moral character is questionable. Seeing that she had turned the tide, Xiao Weining was very pleased and continued to attack. Su Muxiue, I advise you to divorce Song Yuan as soon as possible. I had a fight with him a while ago, but we've made up now. I'm not a mistress between you and Song Yuan. In a relationship, the one who isn't loved is the one who's superfluous. Chapter 150, For I'll Strangle You. After thinking it over carefully, Xiao Weining realized that she had nothing to fear from Su Muxiue. She didn't bring any bodyguards today. Only a slender female assistant, Long Yu, stood beside her. I still have Judy on my side. Judy always carries pepper spray and a stun gun in her bag. If a fight really breaks out, I shouldn't lose. Besides, if Song Yuan knew, he would definitely feel sorry for me and stand by my side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me the endorsement so readily and even been jealous of Zhou Ruinian. Su Muxiue took a deep breath and said without changing her expression. Say it again. Xiao Weining said with a smile. Fine. I'm telling you, you'd better get away from Song Yuan as soon as possible. The word marriage hasn't been uttered yet. Su Muxiue immediately attacked with 0 frames, slapping her hard across the face. Xiao Weining never expected Su Muxiue to be so uncivilized, and she was careless and failed to dodge. He received a hard slap to the cheek, and his cheek, which had just been splashed with coffee, swelled up instantly. You dare hit me, you bitch. Xiao Weining angrily started fighting with Su Muxiue. The two of them were tightly pulling each other's hair. They pulled so hard that they both groaned in pain. Long Yu immediately rushed forward, raised her foot, and kicked Xiao Weining hard in the lower back. The kick was heavy, and Long Yu was wearing high heels. Oh! Xiao Weining let out a wail as a piercing pain shot through her lower back. He lost his balance and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Su Muxiue completely lost her temper at this moment and didn't have time to cheer for Long Yu's beautiful side kick. Seizing the opportunity, he flipped Xiao Weining, who was lying on the ground, over, then straddled her and forcefully choked her neck. Her hair, which had just been messed up by Xiao Weining, hung haphazardly over her shoulders. Su Muxiue's eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Xiao Weining, who was struggling desperately beneath her, unable to breathe, as she was being choked. He said fiercely, Keep yelling. Weren't you yelling happily just now? Let me tell you, I will never divorce Song Yuan in this lifetime. So what if he doesn't love me? So what if he still has feelings for you? As long as I don't divorce Song Yuan, you will always be a mistress despised by the world. No, you're not even a mistress. You're just a parasite that can't live without a man. Today I will rid the people of this scourge and strangle you, this vile parasite. Cull. Xiao Weining's slender neck was tightly bound by Su Muxiue. Her face flushed red, and she found it increasingly difficult to breathe. She raised her hands and tried to pry Su Muxiue's hands off, but it was completely ineffective. The onlookers and waiters were so frightened they didn't dare to breathe. No one dared to call the police. The wife's hand was around the mistress's neck, and she was wearing a diamond-encrusted watch, a limited edition worldwide. Her clothes were also haute couture. The brand was unrecognizable, but the materials and style were top-notch. He's obviously no ordinary person. He must be a prominent figure in the capital. They wouldn't dare meddle in other people's business. Xiao Weining turned her head with difficulty to look at Judy, who was standing to the side in a daze, and said with difficulty, help me. Damn it. What are you standing there for? Aren't we best friends? You just spoke up for me, and now that I'm about to be strangled, how can you just stand by and do nothing? It's not like I'm not going to pay you back the 5 million. Su Muxiue tightened her grip even more, raising her head and glaring at Judy with red eyes. Judy and Su Muxiue exchanged a glance, and Judy's heart skipped a beat causing her to involuntarily take a step back. How terrifying. I feel like if she tries to help, Su Muxue will definitely kill her. Forget it. Friends are just friends. Life is more important. Besides, Xiao Weining brought this on herself. This is the first time she has ever seen a mistress be so arrogant in front of the wife. Let alone Su Muxue losing her temper. Even as an outsider, she was furious after hearing Xiao Weining's incredibly hurtful remarks. Thinking of this, Judy immediately picked up her bag from the empty seat, and without even paying the bill, she made a run for it and fled the scene at lightning speed. Xiao Weining's last hope was instantly shattered. This bastard had no sense of loyalty whatsoever. My throat hurts so much. I feel like Su Muxue is going to strangle me. Tears streamed down my face and onto the ground. With his last bit of strength, he dug his nails into the tender flesh of Su Muxue's hand, issuing a difficult warning. Yes, if you've got the guts, strangle me today. If I die, Song Yuan will hate you for the rest of his life. She was certain that Su Muxue wouldn't really kill her. 7 years had passed. If she wanted her dead, she would have been dead long ago. Su Muxue's bloodshot eyes gradually lost their color, and she seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, instantly losing all vitality. He let go of her hand, utterly dejected. Xiao Weining was right. If he really killed her, she would become the white moonlight that had died in Song Yuan's heart. The white moonlight is scary enough, but the horror level is doubled when the white moonlight dies. This is also why she hasn't dared to touch Xiao Weining all these years, and has kept letting her run wild in front of her. Huff, huff. Xiao Weining had no strength left to get up from the ground. She collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily and coughing uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Long Yu ignored Xiao Weining, stepped over her, and approached Su Muxue, saying with concern, "Muxue, are you all right? Don't be angry. She was just talking nonsense and deliberately provoking you. Please don't take it to heart." Su Muxue gradually came to her senses, slowly raising the corners of her mouth in a forced smile. "It's nothing. I didn't think about it. Let's go back." "Okay, I'll go pay the bill." Long Yu ran to the counter to pay. Su Muxue bent down, grabbed Xiao Weining's hair forcefully, forced her to look directly into her eyes, patted her already swollen cheeks, and warned her in a cold voice. "I won't kill you, but I'll say it again. I'll beat you every time I see you, and next time I'll be even worse. You better watch yourself." Xiao Weining's scalp was pulled painfully by Su Muxue, causing her brows to furrow and her throat to feel like it was on fire. She couldn't speak and started coughing again. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Su Muxue disgustedly shook off her hand, patted the hair she had pulled out, and turned away gracefully. We left the restaurant. Su Muxue followed Long Yu to a restaurant across the street, where they chose a new seat and continued eating. The dishes were served. Su Muxue kept stuffing chopsticks into her mouth and mechanically chewing them. She looked like a starving ghost, completely unlike a young lady from a prestigious family or a female CEO of a corporation. Long Yu had never seen Su Muxue eat so recklessly in revenge, and her heart tightened slightly as she asked with concern, "Please don't do this. If you're really upset, just cry it out. Anyway, it's a private room and no one else can see." Chapter 155. Calm down. Su Muxue swallowed the food in her mouth with difficulty, seemingly not hearing Long Yu's words, and raised her hand to tidy up the messy hair on her forehead. He changed the subject. "Long Yu, the kick you gave Xiao Weining just now was so cool. I'll give you a raise." If it weren't for Long Yu's help, Xiao Weining would have pulled out even more of her hair. "No need. You know that my relationship with you isn't just about money. Besides money, what Long Yu cares about most is the friendship she has shared with Su Muxue over the years." She felt sorry for her from the bottom of her heart, seeing her struggling in her marriage, and really wanted to help her, but outsiders can't help with matters of the heart. He felt much better after kicking Xiao Weining. If it weren't for Xiao Weining being the third party, Su Muxue wouldn't be in such a passive situation today. Su Muxue gave a bitter smile. "I know, but I don't know how to repay you." Long Yu was helpless. "What's there to repay? We're friends, right? It's only natural for me to care about you and stand by your side." Su Muxue gazed into Long Yu's gentle eyes. A strong soreness welled up in my nose, and tears welled up in my eyes as I spoke in a trembling voice. "Yes, we are good friends. After her mother passed away, her father quickly married a stepmother, and she rarely went home. Feeling isolated and helpless, she never opened her heart to anyone again. After getting married, this feeling of loneliness became even more profound. Song Yuan kept having affairs, and their daughter was always sickly. Although Long Yu was with her every day at work, she still kept her heart closed off and didn't completely consider her one of her own. But at this moment, she realized she had made a mistake. She shouldn't have been wary of Long Yu. Long Yu is someone who genuinely cares about me and always thinks of me. Thinking of this, tears suddenly streamed down my face. Seeing this, Long Yu hurriedly pulled out a few tissues from the tissue box on the corner of the table and handed them to Su Muxue. Su Muxue took the tissue, wiped away her tears, and looked up at Long Yu again, somewhat excitedly. I want to go find Song Yuan right now and get to the bottom of this. I want to settle accounts with him and find out why he lied to me. Long Yu said patiently. You can ask, but I suggest you calm down first. You're not calm enough right now. What if there's a misunderstanding? We can't just listen to Xiao Weining's one-sided story. If Su Muxue, suppressing her anger, were to make a scene at Song Yuan's company. Song Yuan has such a bad temper. He's bound to argue with Su Muxue again. The two of them are definitely not going to be able to communicate in this state. Su Muxue retorted. What misunderstanding could there be? Xiao Weining didn't know I was there. She didn't say it on purpose for me to hear. Long Yu pondered carefully and analyzed the situation. I know, but I just feel like something's not right. Think about it. Song Yuan has already broken up with her, and you said he's been treating you well lately and hasn't borrowed money from you again. So why would he suddenly get back together with Xiao Weining? What was his purpose in lying to you? Su Muxue rubbed her eyes, saying with a headache, how am I supposed to know what his true purpose is? She couldn't figure out 25-year-old Song Yuan. She didn't know what he was thinking. The same was true for 18-year-old Song Yuan. She couldn't understand him either. God knows why he suddenly broke up with Xiao Weining, made a sudden change, and now he's causing this mess. Long Yu fell silent. She had said everything she needed to say, and had no idea what to say next. Su Muxue took a deep breath and calmed down a bit. I think I really should calm down before contacting him again. Long Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. Yeah, it's always good to calm down. Morningstar Entertainment. The CEO's office. Song Yuan was bragging to Shun Mo about how he had just convinced Zhou Ruinian of his acting skills and swindled him out of 70 million yuan in contract termination fees. My phone suddenly vibrated in my pocket. Wait a minute, I'll tell you later. Song Yuan took out his phone and immediately answered the call when he saw that the caller was Xiao Weining. In the past, he could have hung up directly, but Zhou Ruinian's 70 million hadn't been received yet, and he hadn't tricked Xiao Weining into signing the contract, so he still had to accept the call. A sobbing sound came from the receiver. Wah, brother, Su Muxue hit me. She almost strangled me to death. It hurts so much. I'm in the hospital now. Can you come over? Hearing this, Shin Mo, who was drinking coffee nearby, was so shocked that he almost spat out his coffee. Wow, that's amazing. Is my sister-in-law really that strong? She beat that little bitch Xiao Weining so badly, she ended up in the hospital. Wow, that's amazing. Song Yuan was equally surprised and asked anxiously. What did you say? What happened? Why would she hit you? Didn't I give you the day off to rest at home? She went to your house. That shouldn't be the case. Last night, Su Muxue saw Xiao Weining on TV and didn't say she wanted to beat her up. Besides, he promised Su Muxue that he would fire Xiao Weining as soon as possible. Xiao Weining choked back tears softly, her voice filled with grievance. No. I was having dinner with my best friend at a restaurant when I ran into her. She came up to me and threw coffee at me, and even hit me. Wah, brother, I miss you so much. Can you come right now? I'm at Peking Union Medical College Hospital. Song Yuan made an excuse. I can't come over right now. I'll have Wenzi come and keep you company. I have to go to a meeting soon. It seems like a real fight has broken out. I wonder if Su Muxue was injured. She probably wouldn't bring bodyguards if she went to a restaurant. Of course, he wouldn't go to the hospital to visit Xiao Weining. She must have provoked Su Muxue first. Letting Wenzi go over was already more than enough, and it was only because of the 70 million yuan breach of contract penalty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid any attention to her at all. Xiao Weining became anxious. Brother, Please. I only want you. I don't want Wenzi. I'm in a meeting. Song Yuan immediately hung up the phone. He found Su Mushua's phone number and dialed it immediately. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Song Yuan was so anxious that he kept slamming his fist on the table. Why is it turned off? What happened? Shin Imo reminded him. Brother Yuan, don't panic. Why don't you call Long Yu and ask her? By the way, she should know. Song Yuan hurriedly found Long Yu's phone number and dialed it without hesitation. A mechanical beeping sound came through the receiver. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Song Yuan's vision went black. The other person wasn't answering his call. I stubbornly dialed twice more, but the other party simply turned off their phone. Holy crap, what on earth is going on? Shin Imo comforted her. Don't worry too much. Your sister-in-law shouldn't suffer any losses. Didn't Xiao Weining just go to the hospital? Song Yuan scratched his head in frustration. You don't know that she never brings bodyguards when she goes to restaurants. If she were really okay, I wouldn't have lost contact with her. Chapter 156 My wife is lost. As he spoke, Song Yuan immediately got up, grabbed his car keys, rushed out of the room, and left a message behind. I'll go to my wife's company and see if I can attend the meeting this afternoon. Then I'll have Wenzi go to the hospital to check on Xiao Weining. Good. Shin Imo shook his head helplessly. It was really giving him a headache. I think I should postpone getting married. There are just too many unpleasant things to do. Song Yuan rushed to the Su group. I burst into the CEO's office and immediately saw Long Yu organizing the documents on her desk. When Long Yu saw Song Yuan, his expression changed drastically, and he greeted him awkwardly. President Song. Song Yuan said, panting. Long Yu, where's my wife? You should know where she is, right? Long Yu shook her head and denied it. I really don't know. Damn it. Why did Song Yuan come knocking on our door so quickly? Su Mushua had promised herself that she would calm down before contacting him. So how did he know? Is Xiao Weining the one who falsely accuses others? But Xiao Weining should be in the hospital right now. Shouldn't Song Yuan go to see her? Has Song Yuan really cut all ties with Xiao Weining and has no lingering feelings for her at all? She couldn't be sure about this and couldn't just guess. She decided to follow Su Mushua's wishes and not tell Song Yuan her exact location. Song Yuan's temples throbbed, and he said with a headache, Did Mushue tell you not to tell me? If Su Mushue really intended for Long Yu to keep the secret, then he definitely wouldn't be able to get any information out of her. As Su Mushue's secretary, Long Yu is very loyal, and as her friend, she is also very devoted. But he couldn't ask Xiao Weining, could he? That bitch would lie 9 out of 10 times. Long Yu remained silent, looking troubled. It's really difficult for her to be stuck between the two of them. Song Yuan took a deep breath, trying to stay calm and rational. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. I won't ask you where she is. I'm very worried about her. Can you tell me what happened today? Why did she fight with Xiao Weining? Is she hurt? Long Yu said frankly, I can't say exactly why, but you can rest assured that Mu Shui only lost a few strands of hair and scratched the back of her hand. Compared to Xiao Weining, who was almost strangled to death, had coffee thrown on her, and was slapped, this was a stark contrast. Su Mushua's minor injury is really nothing. Song Yuan's face darkened immediately. Su Mushua usually cherished her hair, washing it for a long time every time and using many expensive hair care products. Her hands are also very precious. She uses hand masks and hand cream, and she rarely goes into the kitchen. I understand, thank you. After saying that, he left the office and just closed the door. He immediately took out his phone and called Wenzi. Wenzi answered almost instantly. Hey, Mr. Song. Don't worry, I'm on my way to the hospital and will be there soon. Return. Wenzi was filled with questions. What? What does go back mean? Didn't President Shin just say this matter was urgent? Why did Song Yuan suddenly call her to come back? Song Yuan said sternly. I'm not going to see her. I'm ignoring her. Wenzi was startled. Okay, I'll go back right away. Holy crap, has the boss eaten gunpowder? Why are you so angry? It's like you have a split personality. 1 minute you're telling her to go over, the next you're telling her to come back. There was nothing she could do. The boss paid her a high salary, so she had to go back. Anyway, she didn't want to take care of Xiao Weining. The person she looked down on the most in the whole company was Xiao Weining. Taking advantage of the boss's favor, she was always arrogant and domineering, completely disregarding the employees and treating herself like the boss's wife, causing her a lot of trouble. Song Yuan left the Su group and sped home. He was filled with anticipation, knowing that Su Muxue was already waiting for him at home. Fantasy is always beautiful, but reality is incredibly cold. He searched the house, but still couldn't find her. He asked the nanny, Aunt Zhang, who said that Su Muxue hadn't come home at all. Song Yuan didn't dare to stop and drove to his daughter's school, which was almost dismissal time. 1 hour later, when Song Yuan arrived at the school gate, the students had just left school and everyone was gone, but she still couldn't see her daughter. Song Yuan called her daughter's homeroom teacher, who told her that Su Muxue had picked her up earlier. Song Yuan was completely stunned. Exhausted, he got into the car, took out his phone, found Su Muxue's number, and dialed it again. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Song Yuan's chest heaved violently as an unnamed fire surged within him. It wasn't just anger, but more of a sense of confusion. Where did they take their daughter? Why did you run away from home? Why can't we just say what we mean? What exactly happened? He clearly didn't do anything to betray her. In the past, when the two had conflicts, she never left without saying goodbye, and she never turned off her phone and ignored him. Does she think she has the same supernatural ability as her, able to dig people out of the ground with just a phone call? Where is he supposed to look? Go to the police station and post a missing person notice, telling the police, "Did my wife run away with the children?" With trembling hands, Song Yuan pulled a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. He took a deep breath. Cull. It exhaled a thick white mist. My tense nerves relaxed a little. They took their daughter with them. Where could they go with their daughter? It's unlikely that he would take his daughter to a hotel. He probably took her to a friend's house. Su Muxue only has one good friend, Long Yu. If she went to Long Yu's house, then after get off work, she can ask Fang Zheng to keep an eye on Long Yu and find her by following the clues. If she's not at Long Yue's house, then it's very likely she's taken her daughter back to her parents' home. Thinking of this, Song Yuan picked up his phone again, found his father-in-law's number, and although he knew his father-in-law didn't like him, he still gritted his teeth and dialed the number. After a few seconds of busy signal, the call was answered. Hello, Dad. Su Hichu asked the question knowingly. Who are you, and who are you calling Dad? Song Yuan was speechless, surprised that his father-in-law hadn't even saved his number. He said awkwardly, Dad, it's me, Song Yuan. Su Hichu was furious and cursed angrily. You bastard, how dare you call me Dad? Didn't I already say I don't recognize you as my son-in-law? Song Yuan said helplessly, Please don't be angry. I just wanted to ask if Muxue is here or not. No. Where's my daughter? Don't you, as her husband, know? Have you been bullying my daughter again, you bastard? Song Yuan immediately hung up the phone. He had neither the time nor the mood to cultivate a good relationship with his father-in-law. His father-in-law had looked down on him for so many years, and it was not something he could change with just a few words. He raised his hand and stubbed out the cigarette. After calming down, I called Fang Zheng and asked him to help me find Su Muxue and to pay special attention to Long Yu's whereabouts. Fang Zheng readily agreed. Song Yuan didn't linger and started the car to head to the restaurant that Su Muxue and her daughter often went to. It's dinner time now. Chapter 157. You seem to have fallen in love. He hoped that Su Muxue and her daughter hadn't gone far and were still eating out, so he could try his luck and find them. Song Yuan searched around, looking for all the restaurants that Su Muxue frequented and those she didn't. It was completely dark. Still unable to find her, they called Fang Zheng again. Fang Zheng said he would go home with Long Yu, pretending to be checking the water meter. Long Yu invited him into the house, but he still didn't see Su Muxue. Song Yuan's last hopes were shattered, and he returned home exhausted. He slumped into the sofa, letting out a deep breath. The villa was already quite large, and without Su Muxue and Song Jiani, it felt even more spacious. The nanny, Aunt Zhang, cautiously approached and offered a reminder. Son-in-law, dinner is ready. Song Yuan had no appetite for dinner and waved his hand dismissively. I'm not eating anymore. Aunt Zhang said kindly. Young master, you don't need to worry too much. Miss will probably be back soon. Aunt Zhang was also unsure. This was the first time the young lady had run away from home after so many years of marriage with Song Yuan. And she wasn't just leaving alone, she was also taking her daughter with her. It's understandable that the son-in-law is anxious. Although he used to upset the young lady and had a mistress, things are different now. The son-in-law has been coming home on time almost every day lately, and he has been arguing with the young lady much less frequently. She thought that her son-in-law must have finally seen how good the eldest daughter was and had finally returned to the family. Song Yuan raised his hand and rubbed his throbbing temples, his voice hoarse. By the way, Aunt Zhang, where do you think Mu Shui will take the child? Aunt Zhang thought about it carefully and then spoke. Could she have gone back to her parents' home? Song Yuan denied it. No, I just called and asked, and she didn't go to Long Yu's place. Besides those two places, where else could she have gone? Think carefully about whether she went to the house of a relative she's close to. He had no memory of the past 7 years, so he naturally didn't know if Su Mushua had any close cousins or sisters. Aunt Zhang said awkwardly. Probably not. Her close cousins have all gone abroad. Song Yuan was extremely frustrated. Okay, I understand. Aunt Zhang tactfully withdrew and did not disturb Song Yuan any further. Song Yuan picked up the iced cola from the corner of the table, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, they went to Su Mushua's bedroom. Thump. He lay face down on the bed, pressing the blanket down, and smelled the scent of laundry detergent and rose perfume, as well as the faint scent of Su Mushua. He couldn't describe the smell, but it smelled nice. Song Yuan buried his head in the blanket and sniffed greedily. After realizing what you were doing, Song Yuan immediately sat up, completely stunned. Is he crazy? Is he a dog? He lay on Su Mushua's quilt, sniffing around, completely absorbed in the smell. Let her leave if she wants to. It's not like I'm the one who kicked her out. I haven't done anything to wrong her. She left without saying goodbye, wouldn't answer my calls, deliberately disappeared, and even took my daughter with her. It was clearly her fault. Why did he look for her? Why did he miss her? And why did he worry about her? There's no need for that. Absolutely no need. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more annoyed she became. Her gaze unconsciously fell on the bedside table, where their wedding photo was displayed. Neither of them smiled in the photo, especially him, whose face was as cold as ice. Song Yuan couldn't help but wonder again how the two of them ended up sleeping together. Who initiated it that day? Was it an accident or something else? Unable to figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, Song Yuan crawled into bed, forcing himself to stop thinking about it and just go to sleep. He didn't need to care or dwell on it. But as soon as he closed his eyes, all he could see in his mind was Su Mushua. Song Yuan opened his eyes in a state of near collapse, filled with regret. Damn it. The female demon's disappearance tactic is ruthless. He simply couldn't help but care, couldn't help but worry, and couldn't help but overthink. Where did they take their daughter? The Su family ancestral home. Beside the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Mushua sat cross-legged at the low table, staring absent-mindedly at the chessboard as she played chess with her father. Su Hichu moved the chess piece. Checkmate. Su Mushua looked closely and realized there was no chance of reversing the situation, so she smiled faintly. I lost again. Su Hichu was helpless. Pay attention, you're not focusing on the game at all. He knew his daughter's skill level perfectly well. She wouldn't lose to him 3 times in a row. Su Mushua assured her. Okay, I'll definitely take this one seriously. He then rearranged the chessboard. In the end, Su Mushua still lost. She couldn't concentrate at all. Su Mushua gave an awkward explanation. I was serious this time, but your chess skills have improved. Su Hichu sighed softly, his brows furrowed, and he said angrily about the child's lack of ambition. Come on, I think you're still thinking about that brat. He truly couldn't understand how his daughter, whom he had raised to be so outstanding, could fall for Song Yuan, that good-for-nothing bastard who was only good at fighting and arguing. Su Mushua's thoughts were exposed by her father, but she remained stubborn, her voice hoarse. No, I'm not thinking about him anymore. She only thought about it a little. This time she was very restrained. She didn't rush to confront Song Yuan immediately after the conflict with Xiao Wenying. Instead, she went home to calm herself down. You still won't admit it? I'm your father. How could I not know you? It's strange, I don't know who my daughter took after. Her mother wasn't love-struck at all back then. She only married him for the sake of the family's interests. She never loved me from beginning to end, and she left without a second thought when we got divorced. He had never dated before marriage, never had any scandals with anyone during his marriage, and never dated anyone else after the divorce. I'm not exactly a faithful person. I dated 2 people before I got married, and after marriage I genuinely liked Mu Shue's mother, but I couldn't get a response from her. After the divorce, I slowly fell in love with my current partner. How can my daughter remain so devoted to one man, especially a scumbag like him? It's such a headache. Su Mushua pouted. Can't I just not admit it? Su Hichu complained. Can't you just be a little more assertive and let him go? There are so many good men in the world. Why are you so fixated on one? Su Mushua fell silent. If she could let go, she would have done so long ago. Why would she need her father's persuasion? It's just that she can't let go. What can she do? At this moment, a plump woman with a beautiful face, wearing a purple cheongsam, walked over carrying fruit and softly reminded the 2 of their presence. Honey, Mushua, let's rest for a bit and have some fruit. Su Hichu nodded slightly and tidied up the table. Lu Shuachin placed the fruit plate on the table, then naturally sat down next to Su Hichu, gently taking his arm. He picked up a piece of pear flesh with a toothpick and handed it to Su Mushua, speaking softly. Mushua, your voice sounds a little hoarse. Have a piece of pear to soothe your throat. Chapter 158. You're really going all out for the endorsement fee. Su Mushua shook her head. No. She lost her appetite every time she saw Lu Shuachin, let alone eat the fruit that Lu Shuachin personally handed to her. Su Hichu did not eat the fruit. Instead, he took a cigarette from a metal box on the corner of the table. Lu Shuachin immediately reached for a lighter and lit it for her, trying to ingratiate herself. Su Hichu took a small puff and exhaled a wisp of smoke. Su Mushua's expression changed slightly, and she frowned, somewhat displeased. Dad, didn't the doctor tell you to quit smoking? Don't you know your lungs aren't healthy? Su Hichu smiled and said calmly. I'm already quitting, but it has to be done gradually. Su Mushua rolled her eyes and retorted irritably. Take it easy? I've only been home for less than a day and you've already smoked 5 cigarettes. Is that what you call taking it easy? Okay. I won't smoke anymore. I'll listen to you. Su Hichu stubbed out his cigarette, which he had only taken 2 puffs of, in the ashtray with a satisfying thud. Lu Shuachin, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up. Mu Shue, don't blame your dad. He really is trying to quit smoking, just following the doctor's advice. He only smoked a little more today because you came back. Su Mushua looked up at Lu Shuachin and questioned her in a cold voice. What do you mean? Are you saying I came back to upset my dad? Is this woman provoking me? That's right, it's provoking itself. Should I blame myself for ruining her peaceful and happy life with her father? On what grounds? She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. She can come back whenever she wants. What right does she have to criticize herself? Lu Shuachin hurriedly denied it and tried to explain. No, that's not what Annie meant. It's just that you and Song Yuan have had another argument, and your dad is worried about you. She genuinely disliked Su Mushua. That brat never brings anything good when she comes back. Su Hichu always favors her, even though she gave birth to his son. Clearly, her son is no less capable than Su Mushua, so why should she inherit the family business and only let her son manage the branch company? It's God's retribution that Su Mushua married such a scumbag husband, who told her to steal the position that should have belonged to her son. She deserves it. I hope her husband will abuse her more, make her so depressed that she'll take her own life, like her mother who died young. In this way, the son can naturally take the throne as the head of the Su group. Su Mushua nodded gently and asked in return with a smile. So even if I get into trouble, I shouldn't come back, right? Lu Shuachin's eyes curved into a smile, revealing a kind and gentle expression. No, you've misunderstood, Andy. Of course Annie welcomes you back. Annie has always treated you like her own daughter. Su Mushua felt disgusted. He actually treated her like his own daughter? What a joke. Does she think she's a great actress? Does saying a few bland, self-concerning words make her a perfect mother? She will always remember how she treated herself and her son differently when they were children. Su Mushua was too lazy to argue with her and turned to look at her silent father. Dad, Are you happy to have me back? No matter what, her father was on her side, which was why she chose to go home to calm down. Suhichu said with a smile. Of course, you can stay as long as you want. Dad would love for you to stay forever. He only has one daughter, and she is so outstanding that she has been praised by others since she was a child. She manages the Su group so well, and her daughter has almost no flaws except for her poor taste in men. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of displeasure flashed in Lu Shuichin's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Dissatisfaction arose within him once again. Su Muxue received a satisfactory answer and was about to get up to go back to her room to rest. Unexpectedly, the father then shifted the topic to Song Yuan. That bastard cheated on me again, didn't he? Su Muxue's heart skipped a beat, but she said something she didn't mean. No, we just had a small disagreement. She dared not admit that Song Yuan had cheated on her again. Su Hichu's expression darkened slightly. Would Xiao Tuanwu bring his granddaughter back? I'll teach him a lesson for you. He had wanted to deal with Song Yuan for a long time. Su Muxue said in a panic. No need. This is between him and me. Dad, you shouldn't interfere. If her father were to intervene, Song Yuan would definitely end up in the hospital. Over the years, she had argued with Song Yuan so many times, and Song Yuan had cheated on her for so many years. No matter how much she upset him, she couldn't bring herself to hit him. There's nothing she can do. She loves him, and loving someone doesn't mean you have to protect them. Seeing his daughter suffer such a great injustice and still desperately defend Song Yuan, Su Hichu's blood pressure soared, and his chest heaved violently. This is difficult. If he really hurt Song Yuan, his daughter would definitely blame him and be heartbroken. Seeing that her father was about to get angry, Su Muxue immediately stood up. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. I'll play chess with you properly tomorrow. My daughter went back to her bedroom to rest a long time ago, and she should go to sleep too. Staying any longer will only make everyone unhappy. Su Hichu shook his head helplessly and conceded. All right, get some rest. The sun slowly rose above the horizon. Song Yuan lay on the bed, squinting at the sun outside the window, his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't sleep all night, feeling empty inside, his mind filled with thoughts of where Su Muxue had taken their daughter. Song Yuan slowly sat up, picked up his phone from beside his pillow, and called Su Muxue again. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Okay, very good, excellent. Su Muxue's phone is still off. She's still avoiding him. Song Yuan gripped his phone tightly, gritting his teeth as he flipped the phone to its square position. Fang Zheng was still asleep when the phone rang. He glanced at the contact, answered the call immediately, and said seriously, Hey, brother Yuan. Zheng, I need to trouble you again. Go to Mingzhu Elementary School and keep an eye on my daughter. If you see her, call me immediately. Song Yuan thought that as long as he found his daughter, he would definitely be able to find Su Muxue. Surely Su Muxue wouldn't stop her daughter from going to school just to avoid him. Okay, no problem. Wait for my call. Hang up the phone. Glug glug. Song Yuan's stomach was growling with hunger, so he got up wearily, went downstairs, and ate some breakfast. After finishing my meal, I mustered my energy and drove to the company. I couldn't let my emotions interfere with my work. I'm already unlucky in love. I can't afford to lose in my career too. Arrived at the company. After drinking a cup of coffee, Song Yuan felt much more alert and turned on his computer to get back to work. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Song Yuan looked up at the door. Who? He desperately hoped that it was Su Muxue knocking on the door, so he wouldn't have to keep searching. She had only been gone for a day, but it felt like an eternity to him, as if each day was an eternity. Xiao Weining, standing outside the door, said in a hoarse voice. Brother, it's me. Song Yuan blinked incredulously. Wasn't this woman hospitalized? How come she came over after only one night? Chapter 159 Sudden Onset of Serious Illness. That shouldn't be the case. Su Muxue's attack was definitely not light. She's incredibly ruthless. Oh right. He made an appointment with Xiao Weining yesterday to sign the contract today. Wow, they're really going all out to earn endorsement fees. Enter. The door was pushed open. Song Yuan looked closely and his pupils dilated slightly. Xiao Weining was wearing a thin, light blue hospital gown. Her once proud breasts were gone, and she had returned to her usual flatness. One cheek was severely swollen, and her slender neck was covered with horrifying bruises from pinching. Their eyes met. Xiao Weiniang burst into tears instantly, crying as she entered the room, complaining bitterly. Brother, how could you be so heartless? I can understand that you have to deal with official business and can't come, but didn't you say that Wenzi would come to take care of me? I waited all night, and she didn't come. Why did you lie to me? She used all the money she received from the short drama to pay off her mortgage, and she didn't have enough money left to stay in a private hospital room. She could only stay in a multi-person ward. The girl in the next bed, who was being abused by her husband, kept crying under the covers all night, making it impossible for her to sleep. Song Yuan immediately pretended to be stupid, feigning ignorance. I'm not lying to you. I sent Wenzi over there. I'll call her now and ask her properly. As he spoke, he picked up his phone from the table, pretending to confront Wenzi. Xiao Weiniang immediately stopped him when she saw this. No need. I'm already here. What's the point of looking for Wenzi now? She didn't come here because of Wenzi. Song Yuan put down his phone and asked with concern. How did you get hurt like this? Does it hurt? Faced with Song Yuan's sudden concern, Xiao Weiniang's tears flowed even more fiercely, and she choked out. It hurts so much. Su Mushua almost strangled me to death. Yesterday, I thought I'd never see my brother again. Boo-hoo, my brother is so mean. Brother, do you still care about me? If you really don't care about me anymore, I can leave. I won't bother you anymore. Yesterday, she pleaded with Song Yuan to come see her on the phone, but he refused. So, she had no choice but to back down. Song Yuan immediately stood up, took out a few tissues from the tissue box on the corner of the table, and gently wiped away her tears, saying sincerely, I care, of course I care. Don't cry, I'll definitely teach her a lesson when we get back. Secretly in my heart. After you sign the contract, you can get lost. I'll teach you a lesson. Su Mushua is my wife, what are you? I must have been out of my mind to like you before, now you mean nothing to me. Xiao Weiniang looked up, flattered, and stopped crying, saying with a hint of disbelief. Really? You'll teach her a lesson for me? To be honest, she was quite surprised. Several months ago, she was also beaten by Su Mushua and her bodyguards, and her injuries were even more serious than this time. Song Yuan did not promise to help her teach her a lesson. Could it be that Song Yuan likes her more after breaking up with her? Am I really that charming? Upon closer examination, it makes sense. After all, he pursued her for 3 years when they were in school, and the two were together for 7 years. Although Song Yuan and Su Mushua were married and had children, they had been going through divorce proceedings because of her all these years, and they had no feelings for each other before marriage. So, after Zhou Ruinyan's provocation and my own tactic of retreating to advance, his competitive spirit was reignited, and he cherished me even more. Song Yuan held her thin shoulders, stared into her eyes, and said affectionately, Really, I promise, Yingying. I only realize now how important you are to me. I've never been able to let you go. I only broke up with you out of spite. It's all my fault. I've made you suffer these past few days. From another perspective, it's quite important. 70 million is no small sum. So how could it not be important? Xiao Weiniang was moved by Song Yuan's affectionate eyes, and her heart began to race. It wasn't because I was shy, nor because I was attracted to someone, but because I was so happy. That beating was worth it. It really made Song Yuan change his mind, and her dream of becoming a movie star can be rekindled. Brother, it's okay. I don't blame you. I forgive you. After Xiao Weiniang finished speaking, she excitedly tiptoed and gently kissed Song Yuan's cheek. Song Yuan froze, his eyes widening in astonishment, completely petrified. Holy crap! Why are you attacking your own father? Why are you resorting to sneak attacks instead of showing any martial ethics? You've always kept your pants and mouth tightly shut, haven't you? When I wanted to sleep with you back then, you wouldn't let me. Now that I'm disgusted with you, you're pulling this stunt on me again. What bad luck, what bad luck. He would be very happy if Su Mushua kissed him, and his body would react accordingly, but Xiao Weiniang exhaled and kissed him like that. He felt as if a piece of pork had been rubbed against his face. He felt no joy whatsoever, only intense disgust. When Xiao Weiniang saw that Song Yuan was stunned, she thought he was just too excited and happy. After all these years, she had never kissed him first, maintaining the image of a pure and innocent woman, and she felt no remorse whatsoever. She wasn't just chaste with Song Yuan. She kept her distance from all men. She was still a virgin, and giving her first kiss to Song Yuan was really too good for him. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Weining leaned close to Song Yuan's ear, blew a breath of hot air, and seduced him in a coquettish voice. "Brother, once I become the best actress, you can do whatever you want with me." He silently added to himself, "When that day comes, I will leave you without hesitation, because you are no longer good enough for me. However, I should still shed a couple of tears for you. After all, you've done so much for me, and I'm not such a heartless woman." Song Yuan cursed inwardly again. "Damn it, who wants to sleep with you? Do you really think I'm still the same naive, unsophisticated virgin Xiao who watches porn every day to relax? My wife is 1,000 times better than you, whether it's her figure, her looks, her family background, her personality, or her character." Song Yuan couldn't bear it any longer, so he took a step back and made a suggestion. "Ying, the advertising contract for Cars Lawn is ready for you. Come and sign it. After the advertisement is filmed, I will give you the role of the second female lead in Yunxiang biography. The female lead has already filmed too many scenes, so it's not easy to replace her. I will definitely give you the female lead role in the next one." Xiao Weining exclaimed excitedly. "Okay, thank you, brother. I'm so touched." Song Yuan returned to his seat, took out the contract and a ballpoint pen from the drawer, handed them to Xiao Weining, and gave her instructions. "Read carefully before signing, and feel free to raise any questions." Xiao Weining was completely immersed in the joy of getting what she had lost back. Feeling lightheaded, she thought Song Yuan was just being polite and smiled as she spoke. "No need, of course I trust my brother." He took the contract, glanced at it casually, made sure the endorsement fee was in order, and then immediately flipped through several pages and signed his name. Chapter 160. Song Yuan, you actually sold me out. He pressed his fingerprint again, handed the contract back to Song Yuan, and said with a smile, "Brother, I'm done." Song Yuan took the contract, checked it carefully, and finally felt relieved to confirm that Xiao Weining had not missed signing it. Xiao Weining said seriously, "By the way, brother, I need to rest for a few days before I can shoot the commercial. My face is still swollen." Song Yuan shook his head, trying hard to suppress his laughter. "No need. You can report to Lahua tomorrow." Xiao Weining's brain started to short-circuit. What did Song Yuan mean by that? Should I tell her to report to Lahua tomorrow? Is he still jealous? Xiao Weining waved her hand and immediately expressed her loyalty to Song Yuan. "Brother, I never intended to go to Lahua Entertainment. Didn't you help me reject President Zhou?" Song Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked in a serious tone, "When did I say I helped you refuse?" It turns out that Xiao Weining knew that Zhou Ruinian had come to see her. This silly girl. She knew that Zhou Ruinian had come to see her, but she didn't know what she talked about with him. She didn't even bother to ask Zhou Ruinian properly. He probably assumed that he hadn't sold him to Zhou Ruinian after being told that he would give her the advertising endorsement. Xiao Weining was even more confused and at a loss. You didn't reject him, so why did you give me the advertising endorsement?" Song Yuan smiled, held up the contract in his hand, turned to the last page, and showed it to her. "Didn't you notice this additional clause?" Xiao Weining took a closer look and saw in small print on the supplementary clause that this contract was only valid for artists currently employed by Morningstar Company. Even though she hadn't noticed the small print, it's still okay. He didn't understand. "I am an artist under Morningstar." "Then take a look at this page." As Song Yuan spoke, he turned 2 more pages forward. Xiao Weining squinted and looked at the contract carefully. After she saw the contents of the contract, her face turned deathly pale. This page contained another contract, stating that he had terminated his contract with Qinxing and switched to Lahua Entertainment for a termination fee of 70 million, which would be borne by Lahua Entertainment. Xiao Weining hurriedly got up and tried to snatch the contract away. Song Yuan immediately put the contract back into the drawer and slammed it shut. Xiao Weining blushed instantly, pointed her finger at Song Yuan's nose, and said sternly, "Song Yuan, how could you lie to me like this? You actually sold me to Zhou Ruinian." Damn it. She shouldn't have trusted Song Yuan so easily. She should have carefully reviewed the contract. Song Yuan pushed her hand away and said confidently, "Hey, I'm not lying to you. I already reminded you to take a good look at the contract, but you didn't listen. If Xiao Weining had been more careful and had looked at the contract more closely, he would have activated Plan B and wouldn't have succeeded so quickly. Xiao Weining took a deep breath, bit her lip hard, glared at Song Yuan, and said angrily, "So, you've been putting on an act with me ever since I walked in? You said you'd help me teach Su Mushuo a lesson, that you still cared about me, that you couldn't let me go. Was that all a lie?" How awful, how awful. She didn't even realize that Song Yuan was lying to her. His acting was too good. There was absolutely no trace of him putting on a show. But why? Why did he do that? Would you really sell yourself for just 70 million? It's worth noting that over the past few years, the amount of money and resources Song Yuan has spent on her far exceeds this figure. Despite having made so many bad movies in the past, causing him to lose money, he never thought of giving up on himself. Is it really just because I won't let him sleep? Her intuition told her that the answer was definitely not that simple. Song Yuan shrugged and asked in return, "Otherwise what?" This woman overestimates herself and is too arrogant. If she were even slightly less confident, she would have seen through his scheme. However, the reason for her arrogance is very likely that she was too naive in the past and was fooled by her all along, which made her mistakenly believe that she still loved her. Xiao Weining unconsciously clenched her fists, her nails digging into the lines of her palms, and asked blankly, "I don't understand. Can you tell me why? I want to hear your true feelings. Can you tell me the truth? Why are you doing this to me?" She couldn't understand why Song Yuan had suddenly abandoned her when everything had been fine for the past 7 years. What went wrong? Seeing that Xiao Weining's attitude was very sincere, and that he had already signed her to Lehua and would probably not have any contact with her again, Song Yuan decided to stop pretending and lay his cards on the table. "You have no heart. You've never liked me." Xiao Weining hurriedly retorted, "Yes, I like you, but I really don't." Song Yuan interrupted her, his mood not one of annoyance, and said in a cold voice, "Stop pretending. What's done is done, and I won't change my mind. You want me to tell you the truth, so can you be honest with me too? Stop treating me like a fool." Xiao Weining fell silent. Looking into Song Yuan's cold eyes, her heart suddenly ached. She didn't know if the sudden heartache was because Song Yuan had deceived her, because he had shattered her dream of becoming a movie star, or because Song Yuan really didn't want her anymore. After a long pause, she spoke again, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with tears and tenderness, her voice trembling. "If I'm willing to apologize to you and try my best to like you in the future, would you still be willing to give me another chance?" This time she wasn't lying. She genuinely wanted to slowly fall in love with Song Yuan. She suddenly realized that the reason for her failure was her lack of emotional connection. If I let myself fall in love, the outcome would be different. What's wrong with letting myself get a little emotional for the sake of my dream? It wouldn't be too late to dump Song Yuan after I've achieved my dream, would it? Song Yuan did not answer directly, but instead hinted at something. "Have you ever heard the story of the boy who cried wolf?" "Of course I've heard of it." Xiao Weining lowered her head blankly. Of course she had heard this story. The boy who released the wolf repeatedly lied to the villagers about the wolf's arrival. When the wolf actually came one day, the boy told the villagers again, but they no longer believed him. In the end, the boy was eaten by the wolf. Song Yuan meant that he would no longer trust her. Song Yuan didn't want to waste any more time talking to her. He hadn't found a wife yet, and he still needed to call Fang Zheng to ask about the situation. He urged, "All right, stop getting in my way and get out of here." Upon hearing Song Yuan's heartless words, Xiao Weining suddenly raised her head. Her tearful eyes, which had previously held tenderness, were now filled with tears. She gritted her teeth and said, "Song Yuan, I hope you won't regret your decision today. Just wait. I'll prove to you that I'll only be better off without you." Song Yuan was amused by her words and scoffed. "Fine, then you'd better prove to me that if I regret anything, it'll be that I was blind to have fallen for you, and that I didn't get rid of you sooner, you parasite who only depends on men." Chapter 161 Missing Dad. Xiao Weining snorted coldly. "You just wait and see. Song Yuan and Su Mushue really are a married couple. Their sarcastic remarks about her are always the same and lack any originality. What's wrong with parasites? So what if you depend on a man? Is this something shameful? No, that doesn't count. Men are born to conquer the world, while women only need to conquer men. Besides, isn't the purpose of a man earning money to be spent by a woman? Otherwise, what's the point of his hard work? After saying that, he turned around gracefully, left the office, and slammed the door shut. Song Yuan stared at the closed door and clicked his tongue softly. He still can't figure out why he fell for Xiao Weiniang. Did she really naively think Zhou Ruinian was easy to deal with? That man was incredibly skilled at seduction. He didn't even spare Shen Mo. How could Xiao Weiniang possibly control him? She'll be crying so hard, she won't even know where to begin. That's fine too. It seems I didn't give her enough of a beating. Let Zhou Ruinian torment her properly, so she'll learn her lesson. Oh, right, 70 million. Song Yuan immediately called Zhou Ruinian and asked him to transfer the money. Zhou Ruinian readily agreed and told the finance department to transfer the money shortly. After receiving Zhou Ruinian's affirmative answer, Song Yuan quickly dialed Fang Zheng's number. The call was answered instantly. Brother Yuan. Song Yuan asked anxiously. How is it? Have you found my daughter? Fang Zheng said awkwardly. She didn't come. I waited at the school gate until class started, but I didn't see Nini. I just asked the homeroom teacher, and the homeroom teacher said that my sister-in-law asked for leave for Nini yesterday. Song Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he asked in surprise. Are you asking for leave? You didn't say what you're asking for leave for, or where you're going. Damn it. Su Mushue, you've gone a bit too far. You hold a grudge against me, and it's one thing to hide away with your daughter when you're angry with me. They even asked for leave for their daughter, and wouldn't let her attend classes. Fang Zheng sensed that Song Yuan's tone was off, and that he was clearly angry, so he tried to comfort him. She didn't say, Yuan Ji. Don't worry. Nini has good grades, so it's okay if she misses a few days of classes. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Song Yuan felt incredibly frustrated. It's not about whether her daughter's grades are good or bad. It's that she asked her daughter for leave without permission. Her daughter is so sensitive and smart. She's bound to overthink it. My daughter's illness wasn't even better yet, and this behavior will definitely worsen her condition. Don't mention it. It's nothing. I'll treat you to dinner when I have some free time. I hung up the phone. Song Yuan grabbed his hair in frustration, trying to stay calm, his mind racing. How can we find Su Mushue and her daughter as soon as possible? Should we really call the police? No, if we get the police involved and they find Su Mushue, she'll definitely get furious and think she's making a mountain out of a molehill. After thinking it over, Song Yuan suddenly remembered that his daughter also had a cell phone. Why not give her a call? Thinking of this, Song Yuan immediately found his daughter's phone number, held his breath, and pressed the call button. I waited expectantly for the call to be answered. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. Depend on. Song Yuan cursed under his breath and pulled hard on his hair. I gritted my teeth and typed a text message for my daughter. After successfully sending the message, Song Yuan's dim eyes turned bloodshot. Su Mushue. You wait until I catch you. If I don't give you a good beating and make sure you can't get out of bed, I'm not a Song. After making that promise, Song Yuan felt that if he really did it, wouldn't that be too easy for her? She would definitely enjoy it. No, that won't do. Let's change the flag. Just you wait. Once I catch you, I will never touch you again. I will leave you hanging and ignore you, so you can truly experience the feeling of being alone in an empty room. The Su family ancestral home. Although Su Mushue asked for leave for her daughter, she did not delay her daughter's course progress. She directly hired a private tutor to tutor her daughter at home. After class, Song Jinni carried her ever-present plush rabbit into Su Mushue's bedroom. Standing at the door, I looked up at Su Mushue, who was sitting on the headboard of the bed watching a TV series. He yawned, looking tired. Mom, I'm a little tired. Can I rest for a bit? Su Mushue casually placed the tablet on the bedside table and smiled. Of course, come over here. Okay. Song Jinni climbed onto the bed, snuggled into Su Mushue's arms, and continued to hug the plush rabbit doll tightly. Su Mushue wasn't worried about her daughter not adapting well to the private tutor, since her daughter's grades had always been among the best. Instead, she noticed the rabbit plush toy in her daughter's arms and asked in confusion, Nini, why do you like this plush toy so much? I can understand that my daughter always carries this rabbit doll at home, since she's used to it. but it's a bit unusual that she insists on bringing it with her when she comes to her maternal grandfather's house. Her maternal grandfather's house also has many of her toys, all kinds of plush toys and rabbit dolls. Song Jianni blinked, her hands unconsciously tightening around the rabbit's ears, and whispered, "This is the first gift my dad ever gave me. It was when she was 5 years old. Her father returned from a business trip to another city and gave it to her. That day her father was in a particularly good mood. He didn't punish her, and even gave her a gift. It was the happiest day in her otherwise gloomy life." Su Mushua's heart suddenly tightened, and she felt somewhat guilty. Does Nini want to go home? Does she miss her dad? Song Jianni shook her head, saying against her will, "Wherever Mom is, Nini will be there too, and Nini won't have any objections." He added silently to himself, "I want to go home, of course I want to go home, and I miss my dad, I miss him so much, but I know that my mom and dad must have had another fight. Her mother has suffered just as much as she has over the years, so she shouldn't tell her mother her true thoughts, which would only add to her mother's psychological burden." Su Mushua hugged her daughter tightly and made a promise. "Wait 2 more days, just 2 more days, and Mom will take you home, okay?" Song Jianni's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Really?" Su Mushua gently stroked her daughter's fair cheeks and said softly, "Really? Mom just wanted to come to your grandpa's place to rest and have some peace and quiet for a couple of days. Mom is so tired. Mom apologizes for bringing you along. Can you forgive Mom?" Song Jianni shook her head vigorously and said urgently, "Mom, no, don't apologize. Nini isn't blaming you. Nini is happy here too. Grandpa is very good to me. That's true. I'm quite happy here most of the time, but I only miss my dad at night." Her father would peel apples for her, patiently listen to her talk about her daily life at school, and wouldn't restrict her from watching cartoons or reading comics. But did Mom not have a conflict with Dad? Did she just want to come over and rest for a while? That would be wonderful if it were true. Wrong. If that's really the case, why did Mom make her turn off her phone? Su Mushua said worriedly, "Honey, how are you feeling now? Should I call Dr. Zhao over?" Chapter 162. Today should have been a day to celebrate. Song Jianni shook her head. "Mom, no need. I'm fine these past 2 days. Actually, it's not good. I still have nightmares, but I won't be scared awake anymore." Although Dr. Zhao was very kind, talking to her didn't seem to be very helpful, so she wanted to adjust on her own. That's good. As soon as Su Mushua finished speaking, the tablet on the bedside table suddenly vibrated. Su Mushua looked down and saw that a message had arrived in her email. Before turning off her phone, she instructed Long Yu to email her directly if there was anything urgent. Pick up the tablet immediately and open the email. The email said that there had been some problems with a new project the company had taken over. Helpless, Su Mushua instructed Long Yu to give the executives 10 minutes to prepare for the video conference. Then, Su Mushua explained softly to her daughter, "Sweetie, Mommy has to go to a meeting. Why don't you go and rest in the second bedroom for a bit, and I'll come and play with you after I'm done, okay?" Song Jianni nodded obediently. Good. She picked up her plush rabbit doll and rolled out of bed. I left the room and went to the second bedroom next door. After climbing into bed, Song Jianni took her phone out of her pocket and stared longingly at the black screen. I really want to turn it on. I really want to secretly contact my dad. I miss him so much. What is Dad doing now? My mom and I have been out for a day and a night. Does my dad miss me? If Mom didn't tell Dad, but secretly brought me to Grandpa's house behind Dad's back, Dad must be very worried. Wah. She didn't want her father to worry about her. Song Jianni pressed the power button with her fingertip, but she never had the courage to actually turn it on. If I turn on my phone and secretly contact my dad, will my mom be angry if she finds out? But she really misses her dad. Ugh, so annoying. What should she do? There are still 10 minutes left before I get off work. Song Yuan still had no news of Su Mushua and his daughter, and he didn't want to go home immediately after get off work. Going back would mean facing the empty house alone, and that feeling was truly agonizing. Strangely enough, he didn't sleep at all last night and worked a full day. Logically speaking, he should have been very tired and sleepy. As a result, I was incredibly energetic, not sleepy at all, but rather very excited. Today should have been a day of celebration, as Zhou Ruinian had just transferred the 70 million yuan termination fee. This was the first time he had earned so much money through his own abilities since he transmigrated. Although the methods he used were not exactly honorable, Xiao Weining deserved it. He should have been happy, but he couldn't feel happy at all. Su Muxiue and his daughter were far more important to him than 70 million. But there's nothing I can do if I just keep dragging this out. Let's go for a drink. Song Yuan immediately got up and went to the next office to find Shin Imo. Shin Imo was someone who loved drinking with Song Yuan, so when Song Yuan suggested drinking, he readily agreed. I'm off work. The two went to their usual bar, booked a VIP booth, ordered a lot of drinks, and started drinking. After 2 drinks, Song Yuan suddenly remembered his business, looked up at Shin Imo, and said seriously, "By the way, Amo, Zhou Ruinian transferred money to me. A full 70 million, not a penny less." Shin Imo asked in surprise. Damn, that bastard actually keeps his word. They were quite generous. They said they'd give an extra 10 million, and they did. But that doesn't change the fact that he's a bastard. He'll never forget the time that old pervert molested him in the toilet. Song Yuan promised. I'll give you half. I'll have the finance department transfer it to your account tomorrow. Shin Imo refused. No need. Yun Xiang biography hasn't finished filming yet. What if we need to increase investment later? I don't need the money now. Song Yuan insisted. If there's additional investment, just use my half. Shin Imo waved his hand. Really, I don't need it. I'm not that short of money right now, so it wouldn't be of any use to me. Song Yuan was amused by his words and teased him. You're not short of money? You're going to keep living in your doghouse? I can't stand it anymore. Take the money you're given. It's what you deserve. Use it to buy a bigger house and move in. Shin Imo said, somewhat annoyed. What are you talking about? What do you mean by doghouse? I can live comfortably in 60 square meters by myself. Do you know how many people in Beijing live in cramped basements or tiny rooms of less than 30 square meters? Unable to do anything with him, Song Yuan simply blurted out what was on his mind. All right, it's not a doghouse. I'm coming clean. I owe you. You've been with me for so many years, losing money the whole time. We've finally seen some success. If you don't make amends, I'll feel guilty. Shin Imo was startled by Song Yuan. He was stunned for a moment, and then said awkwardly, I'll accept it if you give it to me, but I don't want half. I only want 40%. He owns 40% of the company, while Song Yuanzhan owns 60%, so he should rightfully take 40%. He had blamed Song Yuan for being blind and being misled by Xiao Weining, but he never regretted starting a business with Song Yuan. Because no matter what, Song Yuan is his best brother. Song Yuan nodded. Okay, then 40% it is. As he spoke, he raised his wine glass and clinked it with Shin Mo's. Cheers. Song Yuan tilted his head back and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Just as I put down my glass, I caught a glimpse of a tall woman in a khaki trench coat walking towards the back of the bar. Judging from her back view alone, one cannot tell what the woman looks like, but her figure and the aloof aura she exudes are almost identical to Su Mushue's. Song Yuan suddenly stood up, rushed behind the woman, and hurriedly patted her on the shoulder. Wife! The woman was startled and hurriedly turned her head away. He wanted to get angry at Song Yuan, but when he saw Song Yuan's handsome face, which was as good as a model, his anger instantly vanished, and he smiled and said, Sir, are you calling me my wife? Song Yuan finally saw the girl's face clearly. It wasn't Su Mushue. This girl only resembled Su Mushue in figure and back view. Her face was completely different from Su Mushue's. The woman's face was pretty, but it paled in comparison to a top beauty like Su Mushue. She also wore heavy nightclub makeup, with dark eyeshadow and eyelashes so long they could poke someone. Song Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. The woman's smile deepened as she spoke sweetly. No need to apologize, I'm not angry. I know you want to pursue me, but you'll have to wait a bit. I can go out for a late-night snack with you after my performance. She had been dancing in bars for over a year and had encountered too many men who tried to chat her up, which she usually refused. But today, she met such a handsome guy and suddenly wanted to let loose. Song Yuan was completely bewildered. What was wrong with this woman? No, you've misunderstood. I really didn't mean that. The woman completely ignored his explanations, turned to the side, and whispered intimately in his ear. Wait for me, okay? Chapter 163. The little cotton-padded jacket tips off. After saying that, he left quickly without waiting for Song Yuan's response. Leaving one person behind, it took Song Yuan a while to come to his senses before he said angrily, "Screw you. I already said I didn't mean it that way." Seeing this, Shun Mo, who was standing to the side, clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Brother Yuan, what's wrong with your eyes? Your wife has been with you day and night for so many years. How could you mistake her for someone else? What did that woman say to you? Why did you turn red immediately?" Song Yuan returned to his seat, clenched his fist, and warned Shin Mo. "Nothing. Shut up, or I'll beat you up if you ask another question." Shin Mo tried hard to suppress his laughter. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Come on, let's continue drinking." The two resumed their drinking contest, one cup after another. Perhaps Song Yuan was in a bad mood today, or perhaps Shun Mo's alcohol tolerance had improved. Shin Mo was only 5 or 6 points drunk, while Song Yuan was already completely intoxicated. I felt dizzy and weak in my limbs, and my hand holding the wine glass started to tremble. Song Yuan steeled himself, tilted his head back, and drank the wine in his glass to the brim, then slammed the empty glass on the table. His eyes were red as he looked at Shun Mo, his tongue darting into his numb mouth, still wet with the wine. "Amo, do you know that your sister-in-law took Nini away too, afraid that I would find her? She even suspended Nini from school. What right does she have to do this? I'm also a father. What right does she have to do this without my consent?" I called her, but her phone was off. Shin Mo blinked. How could he possibly comment on this? Although he and Song Yuan were good brothers, from an outsider's perspective, Su Mushua's actions were indeed excessive. But as the old saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage, especially since their children are already so grown up. He comforted them. "Brother Yuan, don't think like that. Maybe your wife just wanted to go out and clear her head, but she didn't tell you because she was afraid you wouldn't allow it." Song Yuan retorted irritably. "What nonsense about relaxing? She only left after fighting with Xiao Weinying. She just doesn't trust me. She talks a good game, but she gets all over the place at the slightest thing." One sentence left Shun Mo speechless, and he stammered, "Hey you. Look, that you. Oh dear." Song Yuan fell silent, growing angrier the more he thought about it, and the angrier he became, the more he thought about it. He just wants to find Su Mushue as soon as possible, get to the bottom of things, and teach her a lesson. "I'm calling the police." Alcohol takes over, and you become completely reckless. As he spoke, Song Yuan immediately took out his phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen, and was about to dial 110. Shin Mo immediately stood up and snatched the phone away. "Hey, don't get agitated. Why call the police? Aren't you ashamed?" Song Yuan also stood up and tried to snatch the phone back. "Whatever, just give me back my phone." He doesn't care about anything else now. All he wants is to find a wife as soon as possible. Shin Mo held his phone above his head and tried to dissuade him. "No, brother Yuan. Let's talk about this after you sober up. You're really drunk. You'll definitely regret it if you call the police." "No regrets. Give it to me now." Shin Mo was 5 centimeters shorter than Song Yuan, and Song Yuan snatched the phone back. Shin Mo said with a headache, "Why won't you listen to advice? Even if you don't regret it, your sister-in-law will definitely be angry." "How dare she be angry? It's clearly her fault." Song Yuan unlocked the screen again and was about to dial 110 when a call suddenly came in. Upon closer inspection, I realized the caller was my daughter. Song Yuan took a deep breath, thinking he had misread it. He had called his daughter that morning, but her phone was still switched off. I rubbed my eyes, made sure I wasn't seeing things, and excitedly pressed the answer button, holding the phone to my ear. My daughter's sweet voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Dad." Suppressing his inner joy, Song Yuan kept himself calm and spoke gently. "Nini, it's Daddy. Where are you and your mommy right now?" Song Jiani tensed up instantly when she heard her father ask that question. It turns out that Dad really didn't know where he and Mom were. It seems that Mom didn't want Dad to know. Dad must be very worried. After a long internal struggle, she turned on her phone and immediately dialed the number her father had sent. Whisper, "Nini can tell Daddy, but Daddy, could you please keep this a secret and not let Mommy know that I told you?" "Okay, That way it's safe, and Mom won't blame me. Song Yuan promised. Okay, I promise I will never tell your mother. This is a secret between Nini and me. Song Jianni said frankly. We're at Grandpa's house. Song Yuan was shocked. So what seemed like a distant dream was actually right before his eyes. He had clearly called his father-in-law before, so it seems he conspired with Su Muxue to lie to him and keep him from knowing. Great, that's wonderful, that's fantastic. I'll be right there. Song Jianni said anxiously. No, Daddy, please come back tomorrow, okay? Mommy's already asleep. I'm calling you from the next bedroom. Song Yuan felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing his daughter's words. No matter how much Su Muxue went too far, his daughter was still on his side and cared about him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly informed me, he said with a smile. Okay, Daddy will listen to you. Nini, how have you been adjusting to Grandpa's house these past few days? Song Jianni whispered. It's good, but. Song Yuan pressed for more information. What is it? Song Jianni's cheeks flushed, and she stammered. I just miss my dad. Hearing his daughter say she missed him, Song Yuan's gloom instantly vanished, and he grinned. Daddy misses you too. How about Daddy picks you up and takes you home tomorrow? Seeing this, Shun Mo, who was standing to the side, finally felt relieved. My daughter is so wonderful. She has her father in her heart. He wants to have a daughter in the future. Song Jianni exclaimed excitedly. Okay, Daddy, can you please not blame Mommy? She misses you a lot too. When packing, Mom made a point of taking away the clay figurine Dad had given him, as well as the Bulgari snake bracelet. She also heard her mother crying in the bathroom. Although the sound wasn't loud, she could still hear it faintly. Therefore, in conclusion, the reason why her mother took her away from home this time was not because she really wanted to leave her father, but because she had some unspeakable difficulties. Song Yuan asked in surprise. Will she miss me? If he misses her, he won't leave, right? He should be thinking about her all the time. She's been on his mind these past 2 days. Song Jianni said frankly. It's true. Mom has been wearing the bracelet you gave her, and she even brought the little clay figurine you gave her when you came back from your last business trip to Grandpa's house. Chapter 164 The Other Side of My Stepmother. Song Yuan. It's strange that she wears the bracelet she gave herself when she clearly has a more expensive one. Didn't she complain about how cheap that little clay figurine was last time? If she really wants to be herself and even runs away from home with her daughter, that's even more despicable. Isn't that just being a troublemaker? Women can be terrifying when they get into trouble. I understand. You get some rest. Dad will be there tomorrow. Song Jianni smiled sweetly. Okay, Nini will be waiting for you. I hung up the phone. Song Yuan relaxed completely. Knowing where Su Muxue is enough. There's no need to search anymore. Searching for people is just too agonizing. As soon as my tense nerves relaxed, my stomach started to protest. Vomit. Shin Mo hurriedly supported Song Yuan's shoulder. Don't throw up here. I'll help you to the bathroom. Vomit. Song Yuan couldn't stop gagging and staggered after Shun Mo to the bathroom. He went into the bathroom, lifted the toilet seat, and vomited violently. Splash. Splash. That was incredibly painful. As Song Yuan vomited, he secretly vowed to himself that he would never drink so much again. Drowning your sorrows in alcohol is not a good solution. It's too painful. Song Yuan vomited. Shin Mo was disgusted by what he saw and ran next door to vomit. After vomiting, the two called 2 designated drivers and went home separately. Song Yuan slept the whole way and was only woken up by his master when they arrived at his doorstep. I felt much better and more energetic when I woke up. My stomach still aches and hurts. As soon as Song Yuan entered the house, Aunt Zhang immediately went to greet him. Young master, you're back. Song Yuan gave the instructions. Make me a cup of honey water, hot. Okay, just a moment. Aunt Zhang went into the kitchen and started boiling water. Song Yuan slumped wearily onto the sofa, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. He slowly raised his head and saw his wedding photo with Su Muxue on the wall, and squinted slightly. The flickering light in his eyes gradually ignited into a small flame, as if he wanted to devour the person in the photo completely. Su Muxue, you did a really good job this time. Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow. However, he seems to have forgotten a very serious problem. Su Muxue and her daughter were at her father-in-law's house. Her father-in-law had always harbored deep hostility towards her. That day, she was scolded for not saying anything when she made a phone call. If he goes there directly tomorrow, his father-in-law will surely beat him up and won't let him bring Su Muxiue and his daughter back smoothly. Thinking about this, Song Yuan got a headache. What to do? Going there would definitely get me beaten up, and I wouldn't be able to fight back. It's not right to keep Su Muxiue staying at her parents' house all the time. After much thought, Song Yuan found the answer. Go. He should have gone long ago. There was no way to avoid it. There was no need to avoid his father-in-law's sharp edge. He just couldn't fight back, not that he couldn't dodge. What's there to be afraid of? Early morning. After washing up, Su Muxiue took her daughter downstairs. The nanny respectfully stepped forward. Miss, breakfast is ready. Su Muxiue nodded gently and took her daughter's hand as they walked to the dining table. The two sat down facing each other. Su Muxiue picked up her chopsticks, took a small bite of a fried egg, and ate it. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from behind. Su Muxiue turned her head and saw Lu Shuiqin, who had been virtuous and gentle just yesterday. She was wearing a purple V-neck nightgown and sitting at the mahjong table with a cigarette in her mouth. I was playing cards and chatting with my three sisters. I couldn't quite hear what they were saying, but judging from their mocking expressions, it probably wasn't anything nice. Lu Shuiqin quickly noticed that Su Muxiue was looking at her. Their eyes met, and neither of them pretended anymore, each revealing a look of disdain to the other. Su Muxiue instantly lost her appetite and felt nauseous. She put down the fried egg and picked up the milk on the table to drink. This woman is only so arrogant because her father isn't home. In front of him, she never dares to smoke, swear, or give him an unfriendly look. They act all high and mighty, but in reality, they're capable of anything. Song Jiani, who was opposite her, noticed that Su Muxiue's expression was not good and asked with concern. Mom, what's wrong? Su Muxiue's eyes curved into a smile as she spoke gently. It's nothing. Eat slowly, just don't get it on your clothes. Song Jiani lowered her head and sipped her porridge. He secretly observed Lu Shuiqin playing mahjong by the French windows, his gaze gradually turning cold. Grandpa told her to call this woman Grandma, but she never did. It wasn't that she was impolite, but that she felt she wasn't worthy of being his grandma. She wasn't genuinely kind to her mother and herself. It was all an act. This woman was her mother's enemy, and also her enemy. After finishing her meal, Song Jiani went to the study to review her lessons. Su Muxiue watched TV in the living room for a while, but was constantly disturbed by the sound of Lu Shuiqin playing mahjong, so she simply turned off the TV. I got up and went upstairs to my mother's bedroom to have some peace and quiet. Lin Wanxin, Lu Shuiqin's best friend, couldn't help but speak up for Su Muxiue when she saw her go upstairs. Shuiqin, this girl just glared at you, and you can tolerate that? Although you're not her biological mother, you're still her elder, and you were legally married into the Su family. You've taken care of her for so many years, and you just let her disrespect you like this? Lu Shuiqin raised her hand and tapped the ashtray on the corner of the table, saying sarcastically, What can I do? The old man spoils her the most, and I'm too lazy to argue with her. I can only blame her mother for dying too early and not raising her properly before passing away. Lin Wanxin clicked her tongue lightly, played a card, and frowned. Now that you mention this, I feel even more aggrieved for you. You said that old Master Su is in a high position of power. Shouldn't he favor sons over daughters? You gave birth to such a good son for him, yet he still supports Su Muxiue to rise to power. Is he senile? Lu Shuiqin chuckled and said meaningfully, I really wish he were a little more confused. If he weren't so shrewd, she and her son wouldn't be in their current predicament. She now hopes that her husband will become critically ill soon, so that she will have room to maneuver and help her son take over. Lin Wanxin said with a smile, It should be soon, just bear with it a little longer. You'll be over soon. Lu Shuiqin smiled gently. Of course we have to put up with it. We've endured this for so many years. How can we give up at this crucial moment? She's more than 10 years younger than the old man. She's still quite young. Completely unaware of everything, Su Muxiue sat down on the edge of the bed, opened a drawer, and wanted to take out the sketchbook left by her mother before her death to take a look. It contains many drawings of myself as a child, as well as pictures of my parents when they were young. My mother was a very famous painter during her lifetime. She won many awards and left behind many works. But this sketchbook is her favorite, and it's also the one that's closest to her life. Unexpectedly, the drawer was empty. The picture book was gone. Chapter 165, The Picture Album Scandal. Su Mushua panicked and searched the room frantically, but couldn't find the picture book. That's strange. The sketchbook was still there when she came home last time. She had also told her father not to touch the furnishings in her mother's room, and had earnestly told him that the sketchbook was a very important keepsake left to her by her mother, and that she should keep it safe. Her father had never lied to her, and he always kept his promises. The nanny certainly wouldn't dare touch it. So there's only one person left in the house who can touch the mother's picture book. Lu Shuichin. Su Mushua quickly left the bedroom and stormed downstairs. He approached Lu Shuichin and questioned her without any politeness. Hey, where's my mom's sketchbook? Lu Shuichin gently stubbed out the half-smoked cigarette in the ashtray, glanced at her sideways, and spoke with disdain. How would I know? Su Mushua's chest rose and fell slightly as she reached out her hand to suppress the fire. Don't play dumb with me. You definitely know. So give it back right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Shuichin grew even more impatient, forcefully throwing a card away and saying irritably, What kind of attitude is this? The catalog is missing, so why do you assume I took it? Do you have any evidence? You should have evidence before you speak. Don't just accuse me like that. Lin Wanxin, standing to the side, echoed her sentiments sarcastically. That's right. Mu Shui, Shuichin is still your elder. It's one thing if you don't want to call her mom, but why won't you even call her Annie and instead slander Shuichin like this? It's really outrageous. Su Mushua was used to being at odds with Lu Shuichin, and being rebuked by her was already infuriating. Being lectured by Lu Shuichin's friend made her even angrier, and she cursed coldly. None of your business. This is my family matter. What right does an outsider have to interfere? Who do you think you are? Lin Wanxin was a top star when she was young. Years ago, she married into the Zhou family, a wealthy family in Beijing. Although she couldn't compare to the Su family, she was still pampered like a princess by her husband. She was never scolded or even turned pale by a girl a generation younger than her. Shuichin, look at this child. I said a few words to her, and she actually cursed at me. She has no manners at all. Lu Shuichin scoffed. Don't bother with her. I have to give her some leeway. What can I do? She's the eldest daughter of the Su family, my husband's precious darling. Su Mushua took 2 steps closer to Lu Shuichin, pointed directly at her nose, and warned her in a cold voice. Lu Shuichin, I have no evidence, but you know what you did. Give me back the album right now. My patience is limited. If you give me back the album now, I can pretend nothing happened. Despite her mother having passed away many years ago, and her parents' marriage being a business arrangement with little affection, Lu Shuichin was a woman with a heart as small as a pinhead. As soon as she married into the family, she completely wiped away the murals left by her mother in the hall. She endured all of this, fearing that her father might still be thinking about her mother. The album was her last memento, something she could not compromise on. Lu Shuichin wasn't afraid at all. She didn't think Su Mushua would do anything to her. Anyway, she had no proof that she took it. So what if she secretly threw it away? He chuckled softly. I already told you I don't know. Maybe your dad secretly threw it away. Su Mushua was furious. You're talking nonsense. My dad couldn't have lost it. He promised me he would keep the album safe. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuichin burst into laughter as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Ha ha, you're joking. You trust him that much? Do you remember when he married your mother? He vowed at the wedding to grow old with her? But what happened? They still got divorced, didn't they? Let me tell you, all men are the same. Your husband is no different. Hasn't he been cheating on you all along? Su Mushua was on the verge of exploding. She took a deep breath and revealed a charming smile. Aunt Shui, do you dare say that again? Perhaps Su Mushua's smile was too gentle, which prevented Lu Shuichin from noticing the danger, and she said arrogantly, What's there to be afraid of? What I mean is, you and your mother who committed suicide are both pitiful women who can't keep their husbands' hearts. I'll kill you. Su Mushua suddenly raised her hand and slapped Lu Shuichin hard across the face. Lu Shuichin was delicate and could not withstand Su Mushua's full-force slap. He was slapped over by Su Mushua. He fell awkwardly from the chair to the ground. Ignoring the burning sting on her face, she got up in annoyance. "You brat, how dare you hit me?" He then started arguing with Su Muxiue. Su Muxiue was younger and stronger than Lu Shuiqin. She grabbed Lu Shuiqin's hair tightly with one hand and punched her in the abdomen with all her might with the other. Lu Shuiqin was so badly beaten that she saw stars and turned to her three sisters for help. "Hurry, hurry and help." Two of the sisters, who were not particularly close to Lu Shuiqin, stood frozen in place, too afraid to make a move. If Grandpa Su finds out, I wonder which side he'll take. If he sides with Su Muxiue, they're definitely doomed. Lin Wanxin, who was closest to Lu Shuiqin, didn't think much of it, and, being a very loyal person, rushed forward. The three of them started fighting. Upon seeing this, Lu Shuiqin's other two sisters immediately picked up their bags from the seats and ran away. "This is terrifying, we'd better leave now." The nanny was so frightened by the sight that she immediately hid in her small room. Of course, a nanny like her wouldn't dare to get involved in such a thing. She was just an employee. If Grandpa Su comes back in a little while and gets angry, it will definitely affect the two of them. Su Muxiue's scalp ached when Lin Wanxin grabbed her hair. The hand gripping Lu Shuiqin's hair loosened slightly, and the force of the punch also diminished. Lu Shuiqin seized the opportunity and managed to escape. Together with Lin Wanxin, they pinned Su Muxiue down, one holding down Su Muxiue's hands while the other straddled her. Lu Shuiqin was very cunning. She didn't dare to hit Su Muxiue in the face, fearing that the old man would be angry when he returned. So she pinched Su Muxiue's chest hard. Su Muxiue's face turned pale with pain, and tears were about to stream down her face. "That vile woman is so disgusting. Where should she pinch me? Pain. It hurts. Ouch. Damn it." She miscalculated. She didn't expect Lu Shuiqin's sisters to be so loyal and actually dare to lay a hand on her, showing no sense of martial ethics whatsoever. What kind of skill is it for two people to gang up on her? "If you're so capable, let's have a one-on-one fight." Seeing that Su Muxiue was unable to resist, and with tears welling up in her eyes from the pain, Lu Shuiqin finally stopped, glaring at her and panting. "Hurry up and apologize to me properly, and I'll forgive you." "Pooh." Su Muxiue spat directly at Lu Shuiqin. "You're dreaming. You're a shameless slut. Don't think I don't know. You were already hooking up with my dad before he got divorced." Lu Shuiqin hurriedly wiped the saliva off her face with her sleeve, her whole body turning red. Chapter 166. Old Witch, don't you dare bully my mother. Since her debut, Lu Shuiqin has been the target of many rumors that she is a prostitute and that she rose to fame through improper relationships and by having a sugar daddy. The truth is that she rose to the top through her own hard work, without using any improper means. She relied entirely on her excellent acting skills and beautiful appearance. She admitted that she did seduce Su Hichu when he was still married. But it was just a meal and a movie. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. She waited until Su Hichu was completely divorced before having a relationship with him, so she didn't think she had done anything wrong. Lu Shuiqin rolled up her sleeves, raised her fist, and said fiercely, "Today I'll fulfill my duties as a stepmother and discipline you properly on behalf of your parents." When Su Muxiue saw Lu Shuiqin swing her fist, she panicked instantly and warned her. "You dare? Aren't you afraid I'll tell my dad?" Lu Shuiqin paused, a cunning glint in her beautiful eyes. "I know the old man loves you, but what can you do if I don't slap you? Are you going to take off your clothes and show your dad your wounds?" She wasn't afraid. Her face was already swollen from Su Muxiue's slap, and outwardly, she appeared to be more seriously injured. Besides, Su Muxiue had provoked her first and attacked first. Even though the old man doted on Su Muxiue, he still had to consider his relationship with his wife. For so many years, she has been by his side day and night, while Su Muxiue only goes home occasionally. Su Muxiue gritted her teeth and said, "You're despicable. This woman has managed to bewitch my father for so many years. She must have some tricks up her sleeve. She's utterly despicable. Still dare to talk back? Don't come crying to me and begging me to stop later." Lu Shuiqin raised her fist and punched Su Muxiue in the chest. Before the fist could even land, a sharp shout came from behind. "Stop! You old witch! Let go of my mother right now." Lu Shuichin turned her head irritably and saw Song Jiani accusing her fiercely and scolded her. This is none of your business. Go back inside, or I'll deal with you too. Su Muxue also became anxious and tried to dissuade him. Nini, hurry up and go, Mom is fine. Song Jiani ignored Su Muxue's advice and pounced on Lu Shuichin, grabbing her forearm and biting down hard. Lu Shuichin gasped in pain and angrily flung Song Jiani aside. Song Jiani slumped to the ground in a disheveled state, trying to get up again to continue helping her mother. But his body felt as if it were bound by countless invisible hands, and he couldn't move at all. His whole body convulsed uncontrollably. Damn it, why did I have to have this attack now? It has become physical. Tears welled up uncontrollably, one after another. What should she do? What should she do? She couldn't just stand by and watch her mother get beaten. Damn it, didn't Dad say he'd come pick me and Mom up today? Why aren't they here yet? Nini, how are you? Su Muxue struggled desperately to break free from Lu Shuichin and Lin Wanxin's restraints, but the two women tightened their grip and held her down firmly. Lu Shuichin said sternly, You can barely take care of yourself, yet you still worry about your daughter? You brat, I'm giving you one more chance. Apologize to your mother right now, or I'll really get rough with you. Su Muxue glared at her with red eyes. You're dreaming. Why would I apologize to a bitch? Lu Shuichin's patience was completely shattered by Su Muxue, and she clenched her fists again. Fine, you've asked for it. No wonder I'm ruthless. Song Jiani roared with all her might. You old witch, if you dare touch my mother, my father will not let you get away with it. My father is a great hero. He can kill you with one punch. These words were spoken. Lu Shuichin and Lin Wanxin couldn't help but laugh out loud, mercilessly mocking each other. Haha, is there something wrong with this kid's brain? Not only does he have a mental illness, but his brain is also damaged. He still thinks his dad is a great hero. What nonsense is he talking about? Exactly. Your father is a scumbag who cheats on his wife and has no responsibility towards his family. You still expect him to stand up for you. Have you forgotten why you got sick? He's been abusing you all this time. Have you forgotten everything? Su Muxue was so angry, she almost vomited blood. Her ears were ringing. Lu Shuichin, if you have the guts, come at me. Don't bully my daughter. You even bully children. Have you no shame? How did I bully her? I was just telling the truth. Your husband is a scumbag, a heartless bastard. Song Jiani shook her head vigorously, crying as she retorted. No, my dad isn't a jerk. He cares about me and my mom, and he'll protect us. Everyone makes mistakes. Her father was not good to her and her mother in the past, but that's all in the past. Her father has changed for the better, and she has long since forgiven him. Lu Shuichin raised her willow leaf eyebrows with great interest and teased. Really? Then call him twice now, and see if he comes over. She really felt that bullying children was wrong. But bullying Su Muxue's child is different, of course. It's interesting, very interesting. The most interesting thing is to give her hope first, then make her despair. Song Jiani's eyes suddenly dimmed, and she bit her lip hard. She didn't know when her father would be able to come. She's starting to doubt whether her father will actually come. Even if she could come, it wouldn't be a coincidence that she would come right after I called out twice. This old witch is obviously playing a trick on me and wants to see me make a fool of myself. If she really called out and her father didn't appear, she would definitely mock and ridicule herself again. Seeing that the girl wasn't falling for it, Lu Shuichin nudged her. What? You're too scared to call out. Weren't you just saying so proudly that your dad was a great hero? Well, if he's a great hero, he should be there whenever you call, riding on a colorful cloud to pick you up when you need him most. Don't you agree? Song Jiani was so annoyed by Lu Shuichin's retort that she lost her temper. Go ahead and shout. He looked up at the living room door and said in a hoarse voice. Dad, Dad. After the two sounds, the door remained completely still. Song Jiani burst into tears and despair. Su Muxue slowly closed her eyes. Why would Song Yuan come? He didn't even know he was here. She's starting to regret it now. She shouldn't have turned off her phone, and she shouldn't have deliberately asked her father to hide her location when Song Yuan called him. Perhaps she shouldn't have chosen to run away from home, and she shouldn't have brought her daughter with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. How embarrassing and shameful. I was actually bullied by my stepmother. Lu Shuiqin and Lin Wanxin exchanged a smile. Their smiles were incredibly happy. Ha ha, you silly child. You really are silly. You just shouted when I told you to. Exactly, exactly. This kid has absolutely no brains. How does it feel to slap yourself in the face? Chapter 167 Wife, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open with a bang. Lu Shuiqin and Lin Wanxin looked up at the door in surprise. A handsome young man in a suit strode into the room, carrying a very high-end gift box. Song Yuan. Wow. Did Song Jiani really call Song Yuan over? How is that possible? Did she see it wrong? Why did he suddenly come here? The last time Song Yuan came to the Su family was 2 years ago. At that time, he declared that he would never enter the Su family again and would no longer be the Su family's son-in-law. Upon hearing Song Yuan's name, Song Jiani and Su Muxue were startled and looked up blankly at the door. Su Muxue moved her lips, but no sound came out, as if a fishbone was stuck in her throat. The moment Song Jiani saw Song Yuan, her eyes were flooded with tears again. She wanted to rush over and throw herself into her father's arms, but she couldn't move and could only sob with grievance. Daddy, you're finally here, sob sob. When Song Yuan saw the scene before him clearly, he was also startled. Su Muxue was being straddled by her stepmother, her hands held tightly by another unfamiliar old woman. The daughter sat helplessly on the ground, crying. That little bitch Lu Shuiqin, how dare she bully my wife and daughter? Song Yuan immediately placed the gift box in his hand on the shoe rack next to him, and then walked over aggressively, rolling up his sleeves as he went. Seeing that Song Yuan's eyes were red, Lin Wanxin immediately let go of Su Muxue's hand and stood up. She and Lu Shuiqin could subdue Su Muxue, but adding Song Yuan would be too much for them. Lu Shuiqin was also scared. How could a weak woman like her be a match for Song Yuan? She hurriedly got up from Su Muxue and explained awkwardly. Xiao Yuan, don't be angry. You've misunderstood. It's not what you see. Song Yuan remained silent, picked up his daughter, and then bent down to pull Su Muxue up. Only when he reached out did he realize that Su Muxue's collar was torn, her chest was covered in a large red stain, and there were several bright red scratches, clearly made by fingernails, very deep and bloody. Su Muxue pulled Song Yuan's hand and struggled to her feet, not daring to look him in the eye. She lowered her head in a panic and straightened her disheveled clothes. There were so many things I wanted to say to him, but when they reached my lips, only 2 words came out, and my voice was very soft. Husband. At this moment, her feelings were extremely complicated. There was surprise and emotion at Song Yuan's timely arrival, but also deep doubt. How did Song Yuan know that he was here? There was also the feeling of embarrassment, because in Song Yuan's mind, her image had always been that of a strong woman, a female demon. I was bullied by my stepmother today. It's so embarrassing. I was also very scared and felt guilty. Fearing that Song Yuan would blame her, she ran away from home to calm down for 2 days and took her daughter without telling him. Not only that, but she also let her daughter be bullied along with her. She felt guilty for not being a good mother and for not being able to protect her own daughter. Song Yuan handed his daughter to Su Muxue and gave the order. Take care of Nini and go hide somewhere else. Su Muxue hugged her daughter tightly and obediently retreated to the coffee table. Song Jiani wiped away her tears, looked up at Su Muxue, and whispered, Mom, Dad, is Dad going to help us get revenge? Su Muxue gently kissed her daughter's forehead. That's right. Song Jiani smiled sweetly. Hey. She knew that her father was a great hero who protected her and her mother, and that he would never interfere with them. Song Yuan turned to look at Lu Shuiqin and Lin Wanxin, who were standing to the side trying to remain calm, and asked while flexing his wrists, Are you two coming together, or one at a time? Lu Shuiqin's expression changed drastically. She swallowed hard and said in a panic, It's not what you see. Look at my face, it's all from Muxue hitting me. She started it, and your Aunt Lin and I only fought back in self-defense. Lin Wanxin echoed this. Yes, you didn't see it. We were playing cards just fine when Muxue came up and provoked Shuiqin. Shuiqin only said a few words in response, and then Muxue attacked her, as if she had gone mad. Song Yuan seemed not to hear her explanation and repeated it coldly. Together, or one at a time? If, as Lu Shuiqin said, Su Muxue made the first move, then it must have been Su Shuiqin who pushed Muxue to the edge. He understood Su Muxue. If it weren't for Lu Shuiqin provoking Su Muxue would definitely consider her father's feelings and wouldn't easily clash with Lu Shuiqin. After all, she was her father's new wife, and she didn't want to put her father in a difficult position. Lu Shuiqin immediately became anxious and questioned her. Why should you stand up for Su Muxue? Haven't you always wanted to divorce her? Didn't you also suspect that Nini isn't your daughter? Song Yuani spoke righteously. Because I'm not divorced yet, because I'm Mu Shue's legal husband, and because I'm Nini's biological father. These words were spoken. Su Muxue, who was hiding to the side holding her daughter, had tears welling up in her eyes. So handsome. At this moment, Song Yuan was more handsome than she had ever seen him before, as if he were covered in a layer of golden light. He was so dazzling. Song Jiani, however, did not think that way, and her brows furrowed. Did Dad ever doubt that I was his biological child? That's so mean, you bad dad. She is clearly his biological daughter. She has seen photos of her father when he was a child, and her nose and mouth look very much like his. Lu Shuiqin was completely stunned. I never expected Song Yuan to say that. Does he have a split personality? He was clearly going through a divorce with Su Muxue, keeping a mistress on the side, and abusing his daughter, completely disregarding them. Why did you suddenly change your attitude today? You suddenly seem to care a lot about your wife and daughter, and have become a good husband and father? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't Su Muxue bring her daughter back this time because she had another conflict with Song Yuan? What exactly happened? My head hurts so much, I can't think about it anymore. The situation is very critical right now. It seems like Song Yuan is really going to attack me. This little bastard never respects his elders, and he doesn't fear me just because I'm his mother-in-law. Every time he came to the Su family before, he would directly argue with old Master Su. He was so arrogant. He doesn't respect old Master Su at all, let alone her, his stepmother, who came into the family later. Lu Shuiqin's mind raced. She took a deep breath and smiled. You're not really going to hit a woman, are you? How can you, a grown man, have such a nerve? She felt that Song Yuan shouldn't hit women. She remembered that once when Su Muxue was drunk, she complained to Su Hichu about Song Yuan's misdeeds. Despite cheating on her, cheating her out of money, and staying out all night, he had never hit her. Song Yuan smiled. I don't hit women. Lu Shuiqin breathed a sigh of relief. Great, we're finally saved. Unexpectedly, the joy lasted less than 3 seconds. Song Yuan raised his hand and slapped her hard across the face. With a snap. Chapter 168, I'm going to hit you. Lu Shuiqin was thrown over and fell to the ground in a disheveled state. I was completely stunned. I didn't feel pain, but rather numbness. I lost all feeling in my cheeks. Helplessly, he rubbed his numb cheeks, pressed the tip of his tongue against the sweet and metallic inside of his mouth, and gagged. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with 2 white teeth. Su Muxue. Wow. Honey, you're amazing. You were a fierce fighter back in school, but I never witnessed it firsthand. Looking back now, those rumors about you weren't exaggerated at all. They were really true. Song Jiani was also shocked. Her big, watery eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself, Old witch, now you believe me, right? My dad really is a great hero, the kind who could kill you with 1 punch. You should be grateful he didn't actually hit you. She only lost 2 teeth, and she's already been very restrained. Maybe her father is worried about her grandfather, which she can understand. If her father had really killed the old witch, her grandfather would have been very sad, since he's always been very kind to her. Huh. No. If Grandpa comes back in a little while and sees Dad hitting his wife, he'll definitely get angry with Dad. What to do? Should she stop him now? Should she make her father come home with her immediately to hide from her maternal grandfather? It doesn't seem likely, since Mom hasn't said anything yet. No, that won't do. Dad hasn't even taught that wicked aunt who was helping the old witch a lesson yet. If it weren't for that wicked aunt holding Mom's hand, Mom wouldn't have been suppressed by the old witch. Lu Shuiqin was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face as she stared at Song Yuan in disbelief. You said you wouldn't hit women. This bastard just said he wouldn't hit women, and the next second he actually did it. Is he even human? She's his mother-in-law. Song Yuan smiled and said nonchalantly, I did say I wouldn't hit women, but in my eyes you're not a woman. You're just a two-faced slut. This was the first time he had met this woman, but Su Mushiwa had told her before that she was very good at pretending, and that she was incredibly gentle and virtuous in front of Su Hichu, like a little bird clinging to someone. Su Hichu's absence immediately exposed his true colors. He gave her the cold shoulder, and now it seems that was indeed the case. He was even worse than Su Mushiwa had described. It is utterly despicable that he would bring his friends to beat up his stepdaughter. I don't feel guilty about beating her up, even though she's nominally my mother-in-law and an elder, and I shouldn't have laid a hand on her. But she wasn't Mu Shue's biological mother, so he didn't need to show her any mercy. Lu Shuiqin really wanted to give him a good scolding. Even if she couldn't beat him, she could still vent her anger verbally. But her cheeks, which had been numbed just moments before, suddenly stung. It felt like countless tiny needles were pricking my fair face. My gums hurt as if I'd been stung by bees, and my head was spinning. She now suspects she has suffered a concussion from Song Yuan's slap. Reason tells her she can't provoke Song Yuan any further. If he strikes again, she might really die. We can only stall for time and wait for the old man to return and seek justice for us. Seeing that Song Yuan had actually attacked Lu Shuiqin, and with such force, Lin Wanxin was astonished. She had never seen anyone knock out someone's teeth with a single slap. Horrible. How terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying. We need to get out of here quickly. Lin Wanxin turned around quietly and walked towards the door. Song Yuan said sternly, Stop right there. You were partly responsible for bullying my wife earlier. Lin Wanxin explained cautiously. Xiao Yuan, it's a misunderstanding. I really didn't do anything. Before he could finish speaking, Song Yuan raised his foot and kicked the man to the ground. Lin Wanxin also spat out a mouthful of blood, looked at Lu Shuiqin lying beside her in a sorry state, and wailed. Shuiqin, it's one thing for your son-in-law to hit you, but why did he hit me too? What are you standing there for? Call your husband right now. Lu Shuiqin stared wide-eyed in surprise. Oh my God! How could she have such a brainless friend? How come she never noticed before that Lin Wanxin was so stupid? Do you think you can even get through on the phone in this situation? Is your brain filled with water? If she were to take out her phone, Song Yuan would probably snatch it away and slap her as a warning to behave herself. Lu Shuiqin immediately tried to defend herself, fearing that Song Yuan wasn't satisfied and would continue to make moves. She looked up at Song Yuan, deliberately puffed out her full chest, and gave him a charming, ingratiating smile. Xiao Yuan, don't listen to her nonsense. Annie won't tell your dad. It was Auntie's fault. Auntie knows she was wrong. Please forgive Annie just this once, okay? Song Yuan's gaze involuntarily drifted to her chest. This woman was really slutty. Wasn't she blatantly trying to seduce him? Wearing such a low-cut nightgown, and deliberately letting him see it. He now doubted whether Lu Shuiqin could truly be a virtuous wife. So young and so promiscuous, it would be illogical if she wasn't cheating on Su Hichu with someone else. What is she really thinking? Why would he be interested in an older woman? He's married and wants to live a good life with Su Mushiwa. Seeing this, Su Mushiwa, who was standing to the side, said angrily, Song Yuan, what are you looking at? That bastard, where are you looking? Isn't Xiao Weiniang, the pure and innocent type, his favorite? Why would I be interested in such a wicked and mature woman? Is this correct? No, that's not right. I misunderstood Song Yuan. If Song Yuan really had feelings for her, he wouldn't have slapped her without hesitation just now, and the slap was so hard that it broke 2 of her teeth. It was too cruel. But what's going on now? Are all men like this? Are the eyes not under the control of one's own brain? When Su Mushiwa shouted at him, Song Yuan snapped back to his senses and kicked Lu Shuiqin twice in the stomach, scolding her. Apologize to my wife and daughter right now, or I'll really kill you. Song Yuan's kick startled Lin Wanxin, who fainted on the spot. Lu Shuiqin quickly curled up into the shape of a cooked shrimp, her hands tightly covering her lower abdomen. It hurts. It hurts so much. It looks like my intestines are ruptured. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked at Su Mushiwa and not far away with red eyes, saying against his will, Mu Shui, Nini, I'm sorry. That bastard Song Yuan doesn't play by the rules at all. Any normal man would be unable to resist her show of weakness, let alone the two of them with their status. It should be even more effective. Could it be that Song Yuan really has feelings for Su Muxue? How is that possible? Damn it, when the old man comes back in a bit, she'll make sure Song Yuan gets kicked out. Su Muxue did not accept Lu Shuichen's apology. She knew this woman too well. She apologized to herself verbally, but she was probably cursing herself in her heart. We need to get out of here quickly, or it'll be troublesome if my father comes back soon. Chapter 169. The father-in-law is back. Su Muxue looked up at Song Yuan and urged him on. Honey, let's go home. Song Jianni's eyes lit up, and she whispered, Dad, let's go home. Great. Grandpa hasn't come back yet. Hurry up, let's slip away now. Song Yuan nodded. Good. His original purpose in coming here was to pick up Su Muxue and her daughter and take them home. It was unexpected that my father-in-law wasn't there. In fact, it was better that he wasn't there, as he could leave directly. Song Yuan followed Su Muxue quickly toward the door. Unexpectedly, just as I reached the door, it opened from the outside. Song Yuan, Su Muxue, and Su Hichu, whom Song Jianni least wanted to see, were standing prominently at the door. Song Yuan, Su Muxue, Song Jianni. Su Hichu saw Song Yuan and was about to start cursing. Then they caught a glimpse of Lu Shuichin curled up on the ground behind them. Su Hichu's gaze was fixed on Lu Shuichin's red and swollen cheeks, on which several horrifying handprints remained. Lu Shuichin also saw Su Hichu. Their eyes met, and tears welled up instantly as she sobbed. Honey, you're finally back. Your good son-in-law almost beat someone to death, boo-hoo. That old hag. Why did it take him so long to come back? She thought she'd gotten a beating for nothing. Thank goodness he's finally back. Su Hichu's blood pressure spiked instantly, and in a fit of rage, he swung his dragon-headed cane at Song Yuan. You beast! How dare you touch my woman? Song Yuan nimbly dodged the attack with ease, and said awkwardly, Dad, don't be angry. Don't listen to her side of the story. I had no choice but to take action. You don't know the situation. She started it. Su Hichu had lost his mind and wouldn't listen to Song Yuan's explanation. He continued to swing his cane at Song Yuan. You little brat, don't try to hide if you dare. I'll beat you to death today, or I'm not a Su. Having no other option, Song Yuan could only hide in the living room, running around frantically to avoid Su Hichu's attacks. Su Muxue immediately put Song Jianni down and gave her some instructions. Sweetie, go outside and wait for mommy for a bit. Don't come in. Song Jianni obediently replied, Okay. Su Muxue immediately chased after him and spoke up for Song Yuan. Dad, don't be like this. Aunt Shui bullied me first. It's not Song Yuan's fault. Su Hichu completely ignored Su Muxue's words and only wanted to kill Song Yuan. They chased after Song Yuan. You not only bullied my daughter, but you also bullied my wife. You heartless beast, stop right there. No matter what mistakes his wife made, Song Yuan, as her son-in-law and as a man, should not have laid a hand on her. This is something no one could tolerate, let alone Su Hichu, who is known for his fiery temper. The living room was originally quite large, but it felt smaller when running around. This was Song Yuan's first time here since he transmigrated. Completely unfamiliar with the area, I ran straight into a dead end, leaned against the wall, and stopped. You think you can run away? Su Hichu raised his cane again and smashed it at Song Yuan. Song Yuan raised his hand and gripped his cane, saying helplessly, Dad, calm down. Let me and Muxue explain the situation to you properly, okay? Knowing that Song Yuan was strong, Su Hichu had no intention of breaking free from his restraints. He simply abandoned his cane and punched Song Yuan hard in the cheek. Song Yuan never expected his father-in-law to have this trick up his sleeve, and he took a solid punch. The punch was quite heavy, causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth, and his body involuntarily staggered a step. Su Hichu threw another punch, this time aiming at Song Yuan's nose. Before the fist could land, Su Muxue darted in front of Song Yuan, spread her arms, and shielded him completely, going all out. Dad, if you're going to hit someone, hit me. Su Hichu clenched his fists and shouted sternly. Muxue, have you lost your mind? Do you even know who you're protecting? He only has one precious daughter, Su Mushue, whom he has spoiled since she was a child. He wouldn't bear to touch a single hair on her head, so how could he bear to hit her? Su Mushue's chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth. I know. Is there a problem with me protecting my husband? Su Hichu's forehead veins bulged, and he almost fainted from anger at his daughter, exclaiming excitedly. He is your husband. That's true. But have you forgotten what kind of life you've lived all these years of marriage? He cheated on me. He abused our daughter. He doesn't respect me. He talks back to me recklessly. And now he's even beating up your Aunt Shui. You're protecting such a beast. Are you crazy? These words were spoken without waiting for Su Mushue's response. Song Yuan lost face completely, pushed Su Mushue aside, faced Su Hichu directly, and said in a deep voice, Dad, I was wrong in the past. I apologize to you. I know you won't forgive me, and I didn't expect to beg for your forgiveness. But I promise that I will never let them down again, and I will never disrespect you again. Aunt Shui really bullied Mu Shui first today. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Aunt Shui straddling Mu Shui, and her friend was holding Mu Shui's hands down. You can't see Mu Shui's injuries now because Aunt Shui was afraid you would see them. She grabbed her chest, and it was bloody. Su Hichu was completely stunned. How could such a thing happen? The Lu Shuichin she knew would never do such a terrible thing. She looked at her daughter in astonishment. Mu Shui, is what he said true? Su Mushue nodded vigorously. That's right, that's exactly it. Lu Shuichin struggled to her feet and sobbed. Honey, don't listen to her nonsense. It's not like that at all. She falsely accused me of losing her mother's sketchbook. When I denied it, she slapped me. I only hit her back because I had no other choice. Su Mushue retorted sharply. I didn't frame her. Who else would touch my mother's picture albums, if not her? Su Hichu fell silent, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Shuichin lost this picture album, but he gave her permission to keep it privately. It's all my fault. A few days ago, I dreamed of my ex-wife and called out her name, waking Shuichin up. She got jealous and started crying and throwing a tantrum, insisting that I throw away the picture album in her bedroom before she would stop. He had no choice but to allow her to throw away the picture book. It's normal for his daughter to be angry, because he had promised her that he would keep the picture book safe. What to do? What should we do in this situation? Su Hichu is numb. He considers both his wife and daughter his most important family members. After a moment's thought, Su Hichu finally turned his anger towards Song Yuan, pointing his finger at Song Yuan's nose and venting his frustration. No matter what, you can't lay a hand on your Aunt Shui. That's utterly disrespectful, don't you know that? Song Yuan was stunned. He really knew how to find someone to shift the focus of the attack. He said helplessly, I don't think I did anything wrong today, but I was wrong in the past, so go ahead and do it. Chapter 170, The Incompetent Father-in-Law. Fine, you said it, so you have to keep your word. If you're a man, don't try to hide from me. Su Hichu picked up his cane again, but before he could make a move, Su Mushue once again stood in front of Song Yuan, her eyes red as she roared. Dad, I won't let you touch Song Yuan today. It was my wishful thinking. I forced him to marry me. It has nothing to do with him. If you want to blame someone, blame me. You. Su Hichu's vision suddenly blurred. His heart pounded as if it were about to burst out of his chest, and his cane slipped limply from his palm. His center of gravity shifted, and he staggered backward a few steps. Su Mushue immediately helped her father up and said anxiously, Dad, are you all right? I didn't mean to go against you. I just don't want to lose Song Yuan. If you hit him today, the rift between us will only deepen. Besides, she didn't think Song Yuan was wrong. That bitch Lu Shuichin deserved to be beaten. If Song Yuan hadn't arrived in time, she would definitely be in the hospital right now. Su Hichu steadied himself, shook off Su Mushue, and said with utter disappointment, You're completely bewitched. He couldn't understand why his outstanding daughter would be so infatuated with a good-for-nothing bastard who was only handsome. He was willing to turn against himself for him. Su Mushue staggered. This was the first time his father had ever looked at him with such disappointment. Even when he was angry before, his father had never looked at him like this, as if he had made a terrible mistake that was beyond redemption. Song Yuan immediately helped Su Mushue up and held her tightly in his arms. Wife. He was stunned. He never expected things to develop to this point. that Su Muxue would actually cause such a commotion with her father to protect him. He came here today to resolve the conflict with his father-in-law. If that failed, he hoped his father-in-law would beat him up to vent his anger, but he didn't expect Su Muxue to step in. In the current situation, it seems that nothing he says will make a difference. The more he says, the angrier his father-in-law will become. At this moment, seeing the situation turn around, Lu Shuichin's adrenaline surged. She immediately moved closer to Su Hichu and tenderly rubbed his chest, complaining to Su Muxue in the tone of an elder. Muxue, Annie has to say something to you. You've gone too far. You know your father has a heart condition, yet you still upset him like this for another man. What are you really up to? Are you just jealous of your father's happiness? Su Muxue took a deep breath, almost fainting from anger at Lu Shuichin, and suppressed her rage. Aunt Shui, you weren't like this when you were lecturing me just now. You know perfectly well who can't stand to see Dad doing well. Lu Shuichin's expression changed drastically. She squeezed out a few tears and said urgently, Honey, look at her. What kind of things is she saying? I've served you for so many years. I've done my part. Even if I haven't done anything great, I've still put in a lot of effort. And she's making such malicious assumptions about me. Su Muxue snorted coldly and mocked mercilessly. Why are you in such a hurry? Did I hit the nail on the head? It's your duty to take care of my dad. How much have you taken from the Su family over the years? It's far more than you earned from working so hard as an actor. Honey, did you hear that? She said I'm only with you for your money. My sincerity towards you is as clear as day. Su Hichu's head was buzzing. His skull felt like it was about to crack. He still said the same thing. His wife and daughter were the most important people to him. He couldn't choose the more important one, nor could he lean to one side. He said sternly. All right, stop arguing. Lu Shuichin was startled and immediately bit her lip, not daring to say another word. Although Su Hichu was in poor health, he had quite a temper. When he got angry, he would hit people. Although he had never hit her, she had seen others hit by him. Su Muxue wisely shut her mouth and stopped arguing with Lu Shuichin. She then pulled Song Yuan away from the battlefield. When Lu Shuichin saw that Su Muxue and Song Yuan were about to leave, she couldn't hold back anymore and started crying and complaining to Su Hichu. Honey, you just let Song Yuan go like that? He just slapped me in the face. It hurts so much. It hurts so much, but I don't really care about the pain. It's because he doesn't respect you at all. Su Hichu hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping himself. What could he do? He had just wanted to stand up for her, but his daughter kept stopping him. He couldn't possibly hit his daughter too. He didn't get to see his ex-wife one last time. Her suicide was sudden, but her ex-wife left a suicide note in which she wrote that he must treat their daughter well, otherwise she would haunt him even as a ghost. He was a superstitious person who believed in the existence of ghosts and gods, so he was even more determined to treat his daughter well. Su Muxue stopped and turned around. Seeing that her father did not speak, she glared at Lu Shuichin and changed the subject. Give me back my mother's picture book. She almost forgot that her purpose in fighting with Lu Shuichin this time was to get her mother's picture book back. Song Yuan protected Su Muxue closely, fearing that Lu Shuichin would disregard martial ethics and launch a sneak attack. Lu Shuichin remained silent. I didn't take it. Damn it. Not only did the old man not stand up for me, but he also pretended to be dead and didn't say a word. Besides, Su Hichu clearly gave permission to throw away the album, and he threw it in the trash long ago. Where can he find it now? Su Muxue gritted her teeth and said, You took it, and you won't admit it, so you're a thief. Su Hichu interrupted Lu Shuichin, fearing she would tell Su Muxue the truth. Muxue, it really wasn't your Aunt Shui who took it. Give me some time, and I'll definitely help you find it. Su Muxue had a splitting headache and argued. Dad, you're still siding with her. If she didn't take it, who else could it be? She's just petty. She's jealous of my mother's status as the legal wife and doesn't want any trace of her in the family. Lu Shuichin was stung by Su Muxue's words. That's right. She was just jealous of her mother's status as the legal wife. She didn't believe the rumors that Su Hichu and Bai Yuhe's marriage was just a business arrangement with no feelings between them. If there were no feelings, why would he treat Su Muxue so well, and why would he go to Bai Yuhe's room to stay alone from time to time? His rationality was shattered in an instant, and he said smugly, It was your dad who told me to throw the picture book away. What did you say? Su Mushua felt as if she had been struck by lightning, as if all her energy had been drained away. What did that woman just say? Did Dad tell her to throw away Mom's picture book? How is that possible? Didn't Dad promise her that he would keep Mom's picture album carefully and leave himself a good memory? His gaze shifted blankly to his father, who was sweating profusely beside him, and his voice began to tremble. Dad, is what she said true? Suhichu forced a smile and said awkwardly, No, she's just talking nonsense. He wouldn't dare admit it. He admitted that his daughter could no longer throw a tantrum. Shuichin has such a gossipy mouth. He had told her before not to talk nonsense. Chapter 171 married a wife and forgot his daughter. Song Yuan, standing to the side, secretly broke out in a cold sweat. My father-in-law is completely incapable of lying. He practically wears his guilty conscience on his sleeve. That's going a bit too far. This is because he has a new wife and has forgotten his daughter. The things left by his ex-wife are clearly his daughter's belongings. He knows that his daughter cares about him more than anyone else, so it's one thing for his current wife to throw them away, but his daughter even found them. When a person is extremely sad, they may not want to say anything at all. Su Mushue was in this state at the moment. She took a deep look at her father and then pulled Song Yuan toward the door in a daze. Su Hichu was left frozen in place, wanting to keep his daughter there to explain further, but he couldn't utter a sound. The way his daughter had looked at him just now pierced his heart deeply. That look in his eyes was complex, a mixture of disappointment and heartbreak. He had imagined how his daughter would react if she accidentally found out. He had imagined his daughter would get angry, argue with him fiercely, and might even threaten to sever their father-daughter relationship. He never imagined that his daughter would just glance at him and leave without saying a word. This is much more painful than arguing with him and scolding him harshly. Lu Shuichin noticed that Su Hichu's face looked very pale, so she carefully took his arm and whispered, Honey, I didn't mean to tell her. I was so angry with her that I blurted out whatever I wanted. Please don't blame me. I had no choice but to listen to her talk about me like that. Su Hichu snapped out of his daze, suppressed his anger, and shook off her hand. Shut up. Lu Shuichin pursed her lips nervously, tears welling up again, and she sobbed softly. Su Hichu didn't care about her at all. He usually pampered and doted on her, but as soon as that brat Su Mushua came back, he completely forgot about her. He says he loves himself, but in his heart, he is not as important as his daughter from his previous marriage. Su Hichu wanted to question her properly about why she had promised to keep the secret, yet still blurted it out to her daughter. Seeing how swollen her face was and how pitifully she was crying, his heart softened instantly, and he immediately called the nanny to take her and Lin Wanqin to the hospital. Lu Shuichin pleaded with tears in her eyes. Honey, will you come with me? Su Hichu became even more annoyed and sneered. What good would it do me to go? I'm not a doctor. Oh well. Lu Shuichin dared not make any more requests. Song Yuan and Su Mushue got into the car together. Song Jiani had already obediently sat down in the back seat. Upon seeing the two of them, she exclaimed excitedly, Dad, Mom, can we go home? Song Yuan helped Su Mushue, who was in the passenger seat, fasten her seatbelt and smiled at his daughter. Let's go home now. Song Jiani's eyes curved into crescent moons. Okay, carrot. Song Yuan turned around and skillfully started the car. He drove smoothly out of the courtyard, deliberately keeping the speed low so that Su Mushue wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Su Mushue bit her lip hard and turned her head to look at the scenery rushing past outside the window. Crystalline tears blurred her vision, making her increasingly blurry. Su Mushue realized she was crying and tried hard to suppress it, not letting herself cry out loud. Song Yuan looked up at the rearview mirror and saw that Su Mushue was crying. He immediately grabbed 2 tissues from the tissue box and handed them to her. Su Mushue took the tissue and wiped her tears, clutching the wet tissue tightly in her palm. She couldn't understand it. Why? Why did her father lie to her? He had promised her that he would keep her mother's picture album safe. Why did Lu Shuichin have to throw it away? It's just a picture book. Is it really that much of a nuisance to Lu Shuichin? She had always felt that although her father had married, she was still the most important person in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have passed the family business to her and let his half-brother only be in charge of the branch company's affairs. Looking back now, perhaps I wasn't the most important person in his heart. The position of head of the Su group was earned by himself. He surpassed his younger brother in every aspect, and his father handed the company over to him for the company's benefit. It's normal that she's not number one in her father's heart. He never loved his mother. He has now married a new wife, and they are still very much in love. Therefore, Lu Shuiqin is the most important person in his heart, and as his daughter, she shouldn't have any objections. Most men put their spouse first in their hearts. She has no right to be angry, nor does she need to be sad. Yes, there's no need to be sad. But why does my heart ache so much? It felt like it had been torn apart. She no longer has a mother, and even her father doesn't want her anymore. Song Yuan could sense Su Mushua's sadness. On the surface, Su Mushue seemed to have won this family war, but in reality, she suffered a crushing defeat. When Lu Shuiqin revealed that Su Hichu had made her throw away the album, Su Mushue had completely lost. Put yourself in Su Mushue's shoes. You'd be heartbroken and unable to breathe. Her mother committed suicide when she was very young, and her father married a new woman. She always felt that even though her father had a new wife, he still loved her the most. But the result was a slap in the face. Thinking of this, Song Yuan felt a sharp pain in his heart. But I didn't dare say much, since my daughter was still behind me. If I said too much, she would definitely overthink things because she's so sensitive. I can only comfort her when we get home. He came intending to give Su Mushue a good beating. After all, he had been so anxious these past 2 days that he couldn't eat or sleep properly, and was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Now that he has received Su Mushue, he not only doesn't want to blame her, but also wants to comfort her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone in my pocket started vibrating. Song Yuan took out his phone and saw that the contact was Su Hichu, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately handed the phone to Su Mushue. Su Mushue looked up at the screen and said in a hoarse voice, "Hang up, turn off the phone." "Good. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later." Su Hichu sighed deeply and then tossed the phone aside. Then, exhausted, she slumped onto the edge of the bed. Looking back on what happened today, he really regretted it. He shouldn't have been so soft-hearted and let Shuiqin throw away the sketchbook his ex-wife left him. He was indeed in the wrong at the time, and it was understandable that Shuiqin was angry because he called out his ex-wife's name in his dream. But he shouldn't have thought that his daughter wouldn't find out, even though he had promised her that he would keep the album safe. Thinking of this, Su Hichu picked up his phone again, flipped through his photo album, and stared intently at the woman in the photo. The woman was wearing a very fitted, well-tailored white dress. She was tall and had a stunning figure. Her hair was neatly pulled back behind her ears, and even without any expression, she was as beautiful as an angel, making people afraid to get close. This is his ex-wife, Bai Yuha. He suddenly remembered, 26 years ago. The first time he met Bai Yuha, it was a very cliché blind date, and the meeting place was a Western restaurant. Chapter 172. What a pair of star-crossed lovers. From the moment Bai Yuha entered the room, she attracted the attention of all the male guests present. Of course, that included himself. He originally thought that the eldest daughter of the Bai family was very ordinary looking, or even a bit ugly, otherwise she would have had no scandals at all. He was truly amazed when he met her in person, and he was certain that he had fallen in love with her at first sight. However, their conversation that followed was anything but pleasant. Bai Yuha was unusually indifferent to him. He tried everything he could to make her happy, but he couldn't get a single smile from her. He still remembers clearly the last sentence they said when they ended their conversation that day. She stood up gracefully, her tone full of disdain. "Your carefully crafted humorous persona is a complete failure. Most men would be furious if their blind date teased and rejected them like that. But he wasn't an ordinary person. Instead of getting angry, he found it quite amusing, as no woman had ever criticized him like that before. He was the school heartthrob back then, and his family was powerful and influential. He had never been neglected by a woman like this before. He immediately made up his mind that she was the one, and he would marry her. She didn't have a good first impression of me, but for some reason she still agreed to the marriage. After marriage, he always tried his best to be a good husband and went to great lengths to please her. But she seemed like an emotionless robot, offering no response whatsoever. Even in bed, he was very reserved. Unlike his two previous girlfriends who made sharp, pleasurable sounds, he would only hum softly like a kitten. He once doubted whether his skills were good enough, but eventually he got tired. He stopped trying to please her and didn't want to go home after get off work. He thought that if he ignored her like this, she would at least react, or at least complain a bit, if not get angry. But she didn't. After a long stalemate, he finally couldn't help but bring up divorce, and unsurprisingly, she quickly agreed. What he still can't understand is why she jumped off a building so inexplicably not long after the divorce. He still remembers the moment the police took her to the morgue to identify the body and lifted the white sheet. What came into view was a cold female corpse with her head smashed and her face unrecognizable. She was once so beautiful, so dazzling, a woman as beautiful as a fairy. Thinking of this, Soo Hee-choo's hands trembled uncontrollably, and his thumbs gently stroked by Yuha's beautiful face in the photograph. Tears suddenly streamed down my face in large drops. It dripped onto the screen with a soft, pattering sound. She murmured softly, "Yuha, did you try to take your own life because of me? Did you have feelings for me too?" After saying this, Soo Hee-choo couldn't help but smile bitterly. How is that possible? If Yuha really had feelings for him, why did she never reciprocate his feelings, never say that she liked him, and not even give him a smile? She even agreed to divorce so readily when he brought it up. Soo Hee-choo wiped away the tears on his phone screen and spoke again. "Wife, do you know? I often doubt that you have a heart. Your heart is made of iron, and no matter how hard I try, I can't open it. There was a time when I hated you for being so cold-blooded. I also hated myself for knowing you didn't like me, but still marrying you and being so stubborn that I couldn't live without you. But when I learned of your death, I could no longer hate you. I've lost count of how many nights I've dreamed of you. Dreamt that you finally smiled at me, that you finally told me you liked me. Do you know that I really regret it? I regret bringing up divorce back then. I always think that if I hadn't brought up divorce and had tried a little harder, I could have melted your cold heart. But time can't be turned back. I once secretly vowed in my heart that I would treat my daughter well, that I would let her grow up happily, and that I would find her a good man who would love and cherish her as her husband. But I failed to manage her well. She found a scumbag who kept cheating on her, and no matter how much I tried to persuade her, she refused to get a divorce. Can you hear me, honey? Tell me what I should do, okay?" On the other side, Song Yuan and Soo Mushue returned home and immediately took their daughter to the bedroom to rest. Then Soo Mushue leaned back wearily on the sofa, looking as if she had lost her soul, her face deathly pale. Song Yuan found the first aid kit, placed it on the coffee table, opened the lid, took out mercurochrome and cotton swabs, then squatted down in front of Soo Mushue and whispered, "Let me treat your wound." Soo Mushue still didn't react and remained frozen in place. Song Yuan didn't say much, picked up the scissors on the coffee table, and gently cut open her collar. As the collar was cut open, it revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin and an impressive cleavage. His chest was covered in horrifying scratches, and the plump bear was red and swollen. Song Yuan was shocked and silently cursed Lu Shuichen's ancestors for 18 generations. That bitch hit so hard, he should have kicked her a couple more times. Song Yuan used a cotton swab dipped in medicine to gently wipe away the bloodstains on Soo Mushue's chest. "Hiss!" Soo Mushue gasped in pain, her brows furrowing. Song Yuan's movements became even gentler. After a short while, Song Yuan finished treating the wound and found a clean set of pajamas for Soo Mushue to change into. After the change was completed, Soo Mushue remained silent, her empty eyes staring at the dark television screen, seemingly lost in thought. Song Yuan gently pulled the person into his arms and comforted him with a warm voice. "Honey, don't be like this. If you're feeling bad, just cry it out. Don't hold it in, okay?" Soo Mushue raised her head blankly, her bloodshot eyes still lifeless, and said in a hoarse voice, "I want to cry too, but it feels like I've run out of tears. My eyes hurt so much. Can you rub them for me?" "Good." Soo Mushue obediently closed her eyes. Song Yuan raised his hand and gently massaged Soo Mushue's hands. As she rubbed her eyes, Soo Mushue suddenly burst into tears again. Song Yuan hurriedly withdrew his hand, hugged her even tighter, and gently patted her back. Cry, I'm here. Su Muxue buried her head in Song Yuan's chest, initially just silently shedding tears without making a sound, but slowly she began to sob. Song Yuan didn't know what to say, so he could only stay quietly with her, warming her with his body in the hope that she would feel better. Su Muxue was trembling all over as she spoke, crying as she spoke. Honey, do you know why I've been working so hard? Song Yuan asked in a trembling voice. Why? Su Muxue straightened up, looked at Song Yuan with red eyes, and said with tears in her eyes. Because I thought my dad loved me very much, cared about me a lot, and valued me highly, so I had to work even harder and not let him down. I thought I was number one in my dad's heart, but I only realized today that's not true. That woman has long been more important than me. Chapter 173, Foolish Woman. How stupid I was. How could I have been so naive as to think I was the most important person in my dad's heart? He doesn't even love my mom. So how could he love me? Song Yuan stroked Su Muxue's cheek, wiping away her tears as he comforted her. Don't think like that. If he didn't love you, why would your mother marry him? Su Muxue shook her head and said, her voice choked with emotion. They got married for the benefit of various families. They had only met once before the marriage, so where did the feelings come from? Song Yuan tried to find a way to smooth things over. This was a really difficult problem. If he was certain that Su Muxue's parents had no feelings for each other, she would definitely be stuck in a dead end and unable to think straight. Well, maybe feelings will develop after marriage. Su Muxue sniffed and denied it again. If there were feelings between them, they wouldn't have gotten a divorce. Song Yuan inwardly groaned. Absolutely. If they truly loved each other, why would they get a divorce? Song Yuan gripped her cold little hand, stared into her wet eyes, and said earnestly, It's okay, you still have me, and you still have Nini. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue's expression changed instantly. She shook off his hand and said somewhat excitedly, You're lying to me. You never intended to fire Xiao Wenying. You two secretly made up behind my back. Song Yuan was completely stunned and asked in surprise, What did you say? Could this be the reason she ran away from home this time? Wow. He was truly wronged, more wrong than Doi. When did he reconcile with Xiao Wenying? With red eyes, Su Muxue questioned Song Yuan. You still won't admit it? I know everything. You gave her the Carslan endorsement ad. Luckily, I was having dinner with Xiao Wenying at a Western restaurant that day, otherwise I would still be in the dark. Song Yuan finally understood why Su Muxue and Xiao Wenying had fought that day. It turned out it was because of the advertising endorsement. My head is buzzing. He just didn't tell her his plan beforehand. He hasn't developed the habit of telling Su Muxue everything that happens to him in detail yet. He thinks no man can do that. He's already tired enough from working all day. There's really no need to explain every little detail of his work to Su Muxue. It's exhausting. How did such a big misunderstanding happen? Was fate playing a trick on him? With so many restaurants in Beijing, how did Su Muxue and Xiao Wenying happen to go to the same one? What a coincidence that Xiao Wenying mentioned the advertising endorsement to Su Muxue. Seeing that Song Yuan remained silent, Su Muxue became even more impatient. Explain yourself. Aren't you always eager to explain when you encounter problems? Why aren't you explaining this time? Are you feeling guilty? Song Yuan retorted helplessly. Why would I feel guilty? Are you stupid? You believe everything people say? Why don't you use your brain? Why don't you think about it properly? He had clearly been trying to change during this time and hadn't done anything to wrong her. So how could she be so easily angered by Xiao Wenying's few words and have no trust in him at all? This woman is usually so smart. How come her IQ drops to negative numbers when faced with something like this? She's incredibly stupid. Su Muxue stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Did she hear that right? It's clearly his own problem, yet he insists on calling himself stupid? Song Yuan, you bastard, how could you say that to me? It's clearly your fault, clearly you. Before Su Muxue could finish speaking, Song Yuan took out a document from his bag and held it up in front of her. Take a good look at what's written on it. Su Muxue immediately shut her mouth, squinted her eyes, and carefully looked at the contract. It clearly stated that Xiao Wenying was terminating her contract with Qinqing and jumping ship to Lehua Entertainment, with a termination fee of 70 million. Su Muxue rubbed her eyes hard, afraid that she had seen it wrong, and looked at it again carefully. There was no mistake. Xiao Weining had signed it and put her fingerprint on it. He asked in surprise, You really don't want her anymore? Song Yuan rolled his eyes, somewhat impatiently. Nonsense, it's written in black and white. How could it be fake? Su Muxue looked puzzled. Wait a minute, didn't you promise her the Cars Lawn advertising endorsement? What exactly is going on? That was bait to lure her in. Zhou Ruinian from Lihua Entertainment wanted to poach her, and then I? Song Yuan briefly outlined the whole story to Su Muxue. Su Muxue stood there stunned for several seconds after hearing this before she reacted. Did I misunderstand you? Song Yuan raised his hand and poked her forehead without any politeness, his face darkening as he lectured her. Yes, now it's time to settle accounts with you properly. Why didn't you come to me face to face to talk when you encountered a problem? Why did you hide from me? It's one thing to hide from me, but you also took Nini with you and prevented her from going to school. What are you thinking? Tell me. Su Muxue lowered her head guiltily, like a child who had made a mistake, and whispered, I originally wanted to come to you right away, but I was too emotional at the time, and I was afraid of arguing with you, so I decided to go home and calm down for a few days. Hearing this, Song Yuan became even angrier. She hadn't reflected on her behavior at all, and was still making excuses for it. She said sternly, Fine, you finally got some peace and quiet, but have you considered my feelings? Nini is my daughter too. If you take her away like this, I won't be able to find you. Do you know how worried I will be? Su Muxue lowered her head even further, like an ostrich. I know you'd be worried, but didn't you find us quickly? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan was so angry that he almost choked on his breath and immediately grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Found you so quickly? It's been 2 days. Do you know how I've been these past 2 days? If his daughter hadn't secretly tipped him off, he wouldn't have been able to find her at all, and he doesn't know how much longer he would have had to search. It's infuriating that she can say something like that so easily. Su Muxue was hurt by Song Yuan's grip and looked up, about to get angry, but when she met his bloodshot eyes and haggard face, it was clear that Song Yuan hadn't slept well. Her heart softened instantly, and she pouted. I'm sorry, honey, I was wrong. It's understandable that she acted irrationally given the circumstances that day, since Song Yuan hadn't told her about his plans beforehand. After all, Xiao Weining is Song Yuan's ideal woman, and the two have been together for so many years. Her sensitivity and suspicion are just a result of being stressed by the two of them, so you can't blame her entirely. Song Yuan let go of her hand, glared at her, and said irritably, Your attitude is not sincere at all. I don't accept it. Su Muxue tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve and gently pulled it, speaking in a soft, coquettish voice. Honey, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I'll never run away from home again or hide from you next time I encounter a problem. Chapter 174 Wife Experience Card. Song Yuan's anger subsided somewhat, but he was still unhappy. He shook off her hand and said defiantly, Here we go again. It's useless now, I'm telling you. This time, Su Muxue really went too far and crossed his bottom line. The past 2 days without Su Muxue at home have been incredibly agonizing for him. He drank heavily last night and vomited for a long time, almost bringing up his bile. His stomach is still throbbing with pain. Su Muxue stared into Song Yuan's eyes and asked seriously, Then tell me, what do I need to do for you to forgive me? Song Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a hint of disbelief, I'll do anything you want. Would a female demon really be this obedient? Would she do anything he asks to get his forgiveness? I'm so excited just thinking about it. Su Muxue nodded vigorously and said firmly, Anything I can do, just ask. This time it was indeed her fault. She misunderstood Song Yuan and even ran away from home with her daughter, turning off her phone to deliberately avoid Song Yuan. If Song Yuan hadn't arrived in time, she would definitely have been beaten into the hospital by that bitch Lu Shuichin, and her daughter would have been implicated as well. Therefore, she felt that no matter how unreasonable Song Yuan's demands were, she should try her best to meet them. Suppressing his inner joy, Song Yuan pretended to make his request. Then I want you to be a virtuous and gentle wife for the next month, like the wives in cherry blossom dramas. Su Muxue was stunned and asked blankly, Huh? I haven't seen it. Could you tell me more specifically what the wives in the show did? She never watches Japanese dramas, So how would she know what the married women in Japanese dramas that Song Yuan was talking about were like? Song Yuan said with a smile. For example, when I come home from get off work, you have to be waiting for me at the door. When you see me, you have to respectfully say, "Honey, you've worked hard." Then help me take off my coat and change my shoes, and ask me, "Do you want to eat first or take a shower first?" You also have to be completely obedient to me, and you're not allowed to disagree with me, raise your voice at me, or yell at me. And when we get to the bedroom, you also have to. Su Mushiwa's face flushed red instantly after hearing this, and she said angrily, "You're dreaming. This demand is simply outrageous. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. How could she, the head of the prestigious Su group, stoop so low as to do these things for Song Yuan?" Song Yuan's eyes dimmed quickly. He had anticipated that Su Mushiwa would not agree. This has always been his dream, and it's not very realistic for the female demon to actually achieve it. Never mind then. Forget I said anything. After saying that, he stood up dejectedly and walked dejectedly to the second floor. He went into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Su Mushiwa was left standing there, bewildered. What does that mean? Song Yuan left already? Why didn't he persist a little longer, or discuss it with himself? A month is too long. A week would be fine too. She could have pretended for a week. A month is too long. She really can't do it. Su Mushiwa let out a weary sigh. What to do? If she really doesn't agree to his request, he probably won't forgive himself. Do I have to sleep in a separate room for myself later? No. During her 2 days at her hometown, she missed him terribly, not just physically, but also emotionally. She longed to chat with Song Yuan. Even if the two of them have disagreements and argue from time to time, it's still much better than being alone. Pretending to be a mature, married woman in cherry blossoms for a whole month is really difficult. Su Mushiwa scratched her hair in frustration. Hateful. How come she never noticed before that Song Yuan was so stingy? She wouldn't let go of her own little problem. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Mom, what's wrong?" Su Mushiwa immediately composed herself and turned her head with a smile. "It's okay, baby. Did you get enough rest?" "You've had enough rest." Song Jianni jumped onto the sofa, snuggled into Su Mushiwa's arms, and hugged her tightly. "Mom, please don't be angry with Dad, okay? Dad is only angry because he's worried about us." Su Mushiwa gently patted her daughter's back and smiled. "I know that Mom isn't angry with Dad." A sense of helplessness welled up inside me. "It's your dad who's angry with your mom right now." Song Jianni released Su Mushiwa, stared at her chest, and asked with concern, "Mom, does your chest still hurt?" Su Mushiwa shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Your dad just put some medicine on it, and it's much better now." Song Jianni recalled the scene at her grandfather's house where her mother was bullied by the old witch, her eyes reddening as she said guiltily, "Mom, I'm sorry, I wanted to go help, but suddenly I couldn't move." Her condition seems to have worsened. She has had somatization reactions before, but never as severe as today, to the point that she is completely unable to move. Su Mushiwa hugged her daughter again and said softly, "Silly boy, why are you apologizing? Mommy isn't blaming you. In fact, Mommy should apologize to you. It's Mommy's fault for not protecting you properly. Your father is right. I won't take you with me. You can stay at home." It turns out that my daughter had been frozen in place because she had fallen ill again. It seems that Dr. Zhao's medical skills are not very good, and my daughter's illness has not really improved. I need to think about it further and see if I can find another doctor. Song Jianni closed her eyes, buried her head in her mother's soft bosom, smelled the pleasant scent emanating from her body, and said through tears, "Really? Mom didn't blame me." Su Mushiwa guaranteed. "Real?" Song Jianni bit her lip hard, and tears streamed down her face. "I'm so glad Mom didn't blame me." But she still couldn't get over her own conscience. She wished she could grow up faster so that she could stand up for her mother and protect her when she was in danger, just like her father. Is there any medicine in this world that can promote growth, allowing one to grow into an adult overnight and increase their fighting power to the max, so that they can kill the bad guys who bully their mothers with one punch? Su Mushiwa used a tissue to wipe away her daughter's tears and gently comforted her. "Nini, don't cry. Mommy is really okay now, and Mommy really doesn't blame you." Song Jianni sniffed, trying to stop her tears. "Okay, Nini, don't cry. Ring, ring, ring." The The doorbell rang unexpectedly. Su Mushua looked towards the door in confusion and called out, "Who is it?" The delivery man's voice came from outside the door. "Hello, this is JD Express. Please sign for this package." Su Mushua frowned slightly. "That's strange. She hasn't bought anything in the last few days." Song Jianni climbed out of Su Mushua's arms and urged her, "Mom, please go and sign for it." "Good." Su Mushua stood up, quickly stepped forward, and opened the door. 3 delivery men were standing outside the door, and a huge, unidentified object was placed on the ground, covered with a white plastic film. One of the delivery men asked politely, "Excuse me, are you Ms. Su Mushua?" Chapter 175 Obedience Test. Su Mushua, yes. Then please sign for it. The delivery man handed over the waybill and a ballpoint pen. Su Mushua took it and signed her name. Then the 3 delivery men worked together to move the enormous object into the living room. After giving a simple thank you, Su Mushua was still completely bewildered. What exactly is it? Who bought it? Song Jianni also curiously stepped forward. "Mom, what is this?" "Let me see." Su Mushua lifted the white plastic film on top. What appeared before her was a huge bouquet of roses, probably 999, which she had seen pictures of online before. Looking at it online, a bouquet of 999 roses doesn't seem that big, but when you see it in person, it's ridiculously huge. Many boys pursued her when she was in school and gave her roses, but no one had ever given her so many. The bouquet was tied with a pretty ribbon, and a small card was inserted next to the ribbon. Su Mushua took out the small card, opened it, and saw what was written on it. "Honey, the dough figurine I gave you last time was really not presentable. This one should be a little better, right? Don't worry, I'll keep trying. I'll give you even better things in the future. Don't run away from home again next time. I've really missed you these past few days. I really, really miss you." Su Mushua silently read it several times in her mind. Stare intently at the last line of text. "I miss you so much. I really, really miss you." Pat pat. Crystalline tears fell unexpectedly, landing on the pristine white card. Su Mushua immediately closed the card, afraid that her tears would soak and melt the handwritten words on it. Song Jianni, standing to the side, was extremely anxious. "Mom, why are you crying?" Su Mushua raised her head and smiled through her tears. "Mom is so happy. This was a gift from Dad." "Oh." Song Jianni didn't quite understand why her mother was so rich, with so many expensive jewels, so many beautiful clothes, and a beautiful garden with all kinds of flowers. Why did I cry with joy just from receiving a bouquet of flowers from my dad? Ah. Song Jianni suddenly remembered that when her father gave her a small cake before, she was so touched that she almost cried. So it was because of love. Mom loves Dad very much, which is why she was so moved to tears when she received his gift. Hee. It seems that Dad really wasn't lying to me. He really didn't blame Mom for taking me away from home this time. Not only did he not blame Mom, he even gave her a gift. Dad must love Mom very much too. Su Mushua carefully put the card away, wiped away her tears, and gave her daughter some instructions. "Honey, Mommy's going to talk to Daddy about something. You can watch cartoons and relax for a bit." "Good." Song Jianni obediently sat on the sofa, picked up the remote control, and turned on the TV. Su Mushua quickly arrived at the door of Song Yuan's bedroom and knocked. Song Yuan had just fallen asleep, having barely slept for 2 days, when he was suddenly woken up. He was in a terrible mood, his eyes red as he looked at the door, his tone full of impatience. "What's wrong? Didn't she refuse to agree to her request? Why are you coming over to disturb my sleep? Do you think my requests are too unreasonable and want to come over and argue with me?" Su Mushua asked gently. "Honey, may I come in?" Song Yuan struggled to sit up, took a cigarette from the bedside table, lit it, and then spoke again. "Enter." Su Mushua pushed open the door and frowned slightly upon smelling the smoke. She looked up at Song Yuan, who was sitting shirtless on the edge of the bed, his hair a mess, smoking with a gloomy face. She wanted to say something to him, that smoking in the bedroom was inappropriate, but she kept those words to herself. Since she had already decided to agree to Song Yuan's request, she should get used to it beforehand. Besides, although Song Yuan looks very disheveled and haggard now, he is still so handsome that people can't take their eyes off him. Su Mushua cleared her throat and said seriously, I've just thought about it carefully, and I think I can agree to your request and try my best to meet your standards for a married woman in a cherry blossom drama. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan instantly perked up. What did you say? You're not kidding, are you? Is he dreaming? Just now Su Mushua disagreed and even turned against him. How come she agreed again in such a short time? What exactly happened? Did they take the wrong medication? Su Mushua shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. No, I'm very serious. Since Song Yuan sent her such a large bouquet of roses and said he missed her, it wouldn't hurt for her to reward him. Besides, it's only for a month to play the role of a married woman in a Japanese drama, not for a lifetime. A month will pass quickly. Song Yuan raised his hand and tapped the ash into the ashtray, speaking cautiously. Why? You're not plotting something, are you? This is so abnormal. It's completely out of character for the female demon. Su Mushua denied it with a smile. No, I received the flowers. Song Yuan blinked, looking expectant. How is it? Do you like it? This delivery was pretty fast. He placed the order this morning, and it arrived so quickly. Su Mushua reflexively raised her chin and said arrogantly. It's just so-so. Song Yuan bit down hard on the cigarette holder, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hey, what did you just promise me? Is this the attitude a Japanese housewife should have? Su Mushua was surprised. Sigma, eh? Shall we start now? Song Yuan ruthlessly criticized. What else? Do you expect me to be like a director, yelling action before you can get into character? Do you think this is a movie shoot? Su Mushua's cheeks flushed, and she looked flustered like a child who had made a mistake, and said awkwardly. Then ask me again. For some reason, Song Yuan felt like laughing when he saw Su Mushua's helpless look. He felt like a creepy old man bullying a little girl. He tried hard to suppress his laughter and repeated it in a serious tone. Did you receive the bouquet? Do you like it? Su Mushua stammered. It's just no. It's more like, I really like it. Song Yuan said sternly. Not good enough. Do it again. Su Mushua gritted her teeth, cursed Song Yuan in her heart, and forced a smile. Okay, ask again. Song Yuan stared into Su Mushua's eyes and asked again. Do you like the flowers I sent you? Su Mushua blushed furiously and said in a high-pitched, coquettish voice. I love it. I love it so much. Thank you, honey. Song Yuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling extremely pleased. That's more like it. I'm hungry. Go cook me a couple of dishes. Su Mushua snapped out of her daze and asked in surprise. Are you kidding me? I never cook. The kitchen is where servants stay. How could she, the head of the Su group, cook herself? Song Yuan's expression also changed, and he coldly reminded him. Mind your place. You're no longer that high and mighty female CEO. You're a virtuous and gentle wife from Japan. Chapter 176 Husband, what do you want to eat? Su Mushua took a deep breath and tried her best to suppress her anger. She put on a fawning smile and asked cautiously. Honey, what would you like to eat? Song Yuan squinted and said in a pretentious manner. Just make something simple. I'm not picky. Braised pork, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, deep-fried pork tenderloin, stir-fried lettuce, and a simple soup and cold dish will do. Su Mushua was completely stunned. Is this what you call simple? The 3 meat dishes that Song Yuan ordered earlier require a lot of skill to make. Many housewives can't do them well, and even some restaurant chefs can't make them taste good. Song Yuan urged. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Well, Su Mushua turned around and walked towards the door, muttering complaints to Song Yuan with her back to him. That bastard really knows how to torture people. He's just blatantly making things difficult for me. Although the voice was soft, Song Yuan still heard it. What are you muttering about? Su Mushua turned her head, forcing a smile, but her words didn't reflect her true feelings. It's nothing. What I mean is, this is what I should do as a wife. I have no complaints. I will definitely do my best to make you happy, my husband. That's more like it. After Su Mushua left the room, Song Yuan recalled the way Su Mushua had just humbled herself. A strange sense of pleasure welled up inside me. This pleasure is no less than having sex with her. One is extreme physical satisfaction, and the other is ultimate mental satisfaction. A question suddenly popped into Song Yuan's mind. Am I a pervert? That's very possible. He quickly realized that, compared to Xiao Weiniang, who pretended to be an innocent little flower for money, he was willing to deliberately please him. He preferred the feeling of Su Muxue, an inherently untamable, arrogant, and aloof female demon, being forced to bow down to him. That extreme contrast deeply satisfied his most primal desire for conquest as a man. He felt that this was why there were more boys who admired Su Muxue than Xiao Weiniing back then. Men are creatures that love challenges the most. Su Muxue opened the refrigerator and took out the ingredients that the nanny, Aunt Zhang, had prepared that morning. It just so happened that all the ingredients needed for the dishes that Song Yuan had ordered were there. Aunt Zhang, who was cleaning the living room, saw Su Muxue carrying ingredients toward the kitchen and immediately rushed forward, saying in a panic, "Young miss, what are you doing? Just tell me what you want to eat. Why are you cooking for yourself? This is really weird. Why does this pampered young lady, born with a silver spoon in her mouth and never lifting a finger, suddenly want to cook for herself today? Has her cooking declined recently? Is the young lady dissatisfied?" Su Muxue said in a serious tone, "Not only today, but for the next month, I will cook for myself." Aunt Zhang stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. "Young miss, did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I'll definitely change. Is she going to lose her job? This is unacceptable. Her son finally found a girlfriend, and they're getting married in a couple of years. The bride-to-be has already said she'll demand a dowry of 380,000 yuan and a house, or she won't marry him. This is a time when the family needs to save money. If she loses her job, what will happen to her son's wedding?" Su Muxue smiled and explained, "Aunt Zhang, you've misunderstood. You did nothing wrong. Don't worry, I'll give you your full salary. I just want to try to do what a normal wife should do." Of course, she couldn't say that she had no choice but to agree to Song Yuan's request in order to get his forgiveness. It would be too embarrassing if Aunt Zhang found out. Aunt Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, okay. Then feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand." "Okay, I understand. You can go ahead and do your thing." All right. Aunt Zhang left the kitchen. Su Muxue didn't rush to cook. Instead, she took out her phone, opened Baidu, and searched for cooking videos. After looking at it carefully, I realized she has a very good memory and only needed to look at it twice to remember it. After memorizing it, Su Muxue chuckled, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up. She thought cooking was difficult, but it turned out to be incredibly simple. For the tricky problems she usually had to deal with at work, it was a piece of cake. Su Muxue tied on her apron, rolled up her sleeves, and began washing the vegetables with great seriousness. She was determined to impress Song Yuan, and she had already imagined the surprised expression on Song Yuan's face after she prepared the exquisite dishes. Then, the ideal is beautiful, but reality is cruel. While chopping vegetables, Su Muxue noticed something was wrong. The chef in the video easily sliced the lettuce into uniform sizes, as thin as cicada wings. But I cut it into a mess, not to mention the thickness and the size were not uniform. Annoyed, Su Muxue threw all the sliced lettuce from the cutting board into the trash can, replaced it with a fresh lettuce, peeled it with a peeler, and started cutting it again. Not long after cutting it up, I was still not satisfied, so I threw it into the trash can. With only one lettuce left, Su Muxue held her breath, trying hard to recall the chef's technique in the video. She chopped it into several pieces, but the result was still unsatisfactory. However, she couldn't throw it away, otherwise the dish would be ruined. And so, Su Muxue could only console herself that as long as it tasted good, even if it didn't look appealing, it was just home cooking, not something served to customers in a restaurant. After comforting herself, Su Muxue finally regained her motivation, lit the fire to heat the oil, and prepared to put the ingredients into the pot. An hour and a half later, Song Yuan was so hungry he could hardly stand it. He got out of bed, went to the living room, and called out to Su Muxue, who was still busy in the kitchen. "Honey, isn't it ready yet? I'm starving." Su Muxue said urgently. Almost there, just 3 more minutes. Tell Nini to come over and prepare dinner." "Good." Song Yuan went to the study, took his daughter out, and placed her on the stool in front of the dining table. Song Jiani looked up at the kitchen and saw her mother through the glass door. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes lit up, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, Mom actually cooked herself?" Song Yuan said with a smile. "Yes, are you happy?" Song Jiani nodded excitedly. Happy, super happy. Although Aunt Zhang's cooking is delicious, she always longs to eat her mother's cooking. After all, her mother's cooking has the added bonus of family affection, and as her daughter, she naturally wants to eat it. Of course, she was happy when her mother cooked a loving dinner for her. However, ever since she can remember, her mother has never been in the kitchen. Her mother probably doesn't know how to cook at all. Strangeness. Why did I suddenly cook today? Seeing his daughter so happy, Song Yuan's smile deepened, and he announced, "Your mother will be cooking for us for the next month." Chapter 177. No one is perfect. Song Jianni was so shocked that her mouth dropped open. Huh? What? Song Yuan smiled mysteriously. This is a secret between your mother and me. Song Jianni narrowed her eyes slightly, her little brain working at a rapid pace. I thought about it for a long time, but I still couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. He said somewhat nervously, "Dad, are you threatening Mom?" If her father hadn't used some underhanded means to force her mother, she really wouldn't have believed that her mother had reached such a position. Song Yuan smiled helplessly. Why would I threaten her? It was her own choice. I didn't force her. What kind of person do you think Dad is? Am I that bad? Song Jianni hurriedly shook her head, denying it. No, it's just that I misunderstood. He thought to himself, Dad, although you are a great hero in my heart, you are really not a great person. Over the past 7 years, the things you've done are truly not the work of a good person. Some of the heinous things are beyond the capabilities of even a human being. Dad, do you know? I see you changing. You're much nicer to me and Mom than you used to be, but sometimes when I think about the past, I still get scared. Especially lately, I don't know why I keep thinking about the past. Song Yuan, completely unaware of his daughter's inner thoughts, changed the subject. By the way, Nini, if your mom doesn't cook well later, don't be too harsh on her. Just because she can't cook well now doesn't mean she can't cook well in the future. Besides, your mom is a person who cares about her reputation, so don't hurt her self-esteem. Song Jianni nodded in agreement and assured her. Okay, I understand. Even if her father didn't tell her, she would never complain about her mother's dinner, knowing that she had been looking forward to this meal for many years. Perhaps it is human nature to be greedy. Even though her mother filled her pockets with money so she could go out and eat something delicious at noon, but she would still secretly envy the 2 classmates from less fortunate families who brought their mother's homemade lunchboxes every day at noon. Glug glug. Song Yuan's stomach was growling with hunger, and he looked towards the kitchen again, calling out anxiously. Honey, are you done yet? Do you need me to come over and help? All right, coming. Su Mushua hurriedly carried out 2 plates of food. He put it on the table and, without pausing, turned around and went to the kitchen to get other dishes. When Song Yuan and Song Jianni looked closely, they were both startled. The 2 dishes that were served were so black they looked like coal. It was impossible to tell what they were made of. Soon, Su Mushua brought the remaining 4 dishes to the table. Only 2 dishes clearly showed the original ingredients. One was tomato and egg soup, and the other was stir-fried lettuce. Song Yuan's vision went black. It turned out that the 3 meat dishes he had specially ordered and wanted to eat the most were all burnt. Su Mushua thoughtfully served rice to the 2 of them, smilingly reminding them, Eat up, what are you standing there for? Song Jianni obediently picked up her chopsticks, held up her bowl, and reluctantly put a piece of lettuce into her mouth. It's so salty, it looks like the salt cellar has been killed. Eat more, and you'll be fine. Song Jianni quickly shoveled rice into her mouth, trying to suppress the saltiness of the lettuce. Seeing her daughter munching on her food, Su Mushua felt a surge of accomplishment. She glanced at Song Yuan, whose face was extremely unpleasant and who hadn't touched his chopsticks at all, and frowned in dissatisfaction. She had just told him that she couldn't cook anymore, but she worked so hard to make it, only to be choked by the fumes and almost cut her hand. He didn't even give me a kind look, sitting there like a big shot without moving. It was really too much. You bastard. Just as she was about to curse, she suddenly remembered that she couldn't ruin her image, so she swallowed the words and put on a sweet and charming smile. He said softly, Honey, why aren't you eating? I know my cooking doesn't look very appealing, but it probably tastes pretty good. It's all cooked, okay? Why don't you try some? These words were spoken. Song Jianni was startled by her mother's strange words, and the rice stuck in her throat, causing her to cough violently. Cough, cough. Su Mushua immediately handed over a tissue, gently patted her daughter's back, and said with heartache, "Are you all right, kid? Eat slowly. No one's going to take it from you." Song Jianni gulped down the rice with difficulty, wiped her mouth, and said with red eyes, "No, it's nothing." How strange. Mom was so gentle with Dad just now. It was a tone she had never heard before, with a hint of coquetry. She used to think her mother couldn't act cute. After all, her mother was a strong woman, but just now her mother actually acted cute towards her father. Sky. She was so curious. Why had her mother suddenly changed so much? What kind of agreement had her father and mother made? What was the secret? Song Yuan finally picked up his chopsticks, looked at the appalling state of the dishes on the table, and said with tears welling up in his eyes, "Honey, where's my braised pork?" "Here." Su Mushua pointed with her chopsticks at a piece of coal in the center of the table. Song Yuan looked up at Su Mushua. "You." At that moment, he really wanted to explode in anger and burn his favorite braised pork to a crisp. Looking into Su Mushua's beautiful crescent-shaped eyes, her gaze was gentle and charming. If she were to wear a kimono, she would look exactly like a virtuous wife in a cherry blossom drama. Song Yuan immediately calmed down and actually believed Su Mushua's words. Maybe it just didn't look good, but what if it tasted good? After all, he had never eaten braised pork that was cooked to this extent before. Song Yuan mustered his courage, picked up a piece of dark red braised pork, and put it in his mouth. After chewing only twice, Song Yuan immediately bent down, pulled over the trash can at his feet, and vomited. It's bitter, salty, and oily. The braised pork that Sister Yenran made was worlds apart from hers. It was absolutely awful. Is it hard to eat? Su Mushua couldn't believe that the dish she had cooked with such care would be so bad that Song Yuan would spit it out. She picked up her chopsticks in confusion, took a piece, and put it in her mouth. The next second, Su Mushua also grabbed another trash can at her feet and vomited. Damn it. It tastes awful. That's not right. My daughter didn't throw up just now, and she even ate quite well. It might be because my daughter ate lettuce, and the lettuce wasn't mushy, only the meat was. Seeing this, Song Jianni said with concern, "Mom and Dad, are you all right?" Su Mushua wiped her mouth and rinsed her mouth. "Fine." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of lettuce and tried it. Although it wasn't bitter, it was extremely salty. Su Mushua couldn't help but spit the lettuce slice into the trash can and looked at Song Jianni with guilt. "Honey, lettuce tastes awful too. Why didn't you say so?" She really shouldn't try cooking again next time. She just doesn't have the talent. She felt that after this experience, Song Yuan would probably stop forcing her to cook. Chapter 178. You're something else. Song Jianni blinked and smiled. "It's all right, it's just a little salty. I'll just have some rice with it. I'm so happy to have my mom's cooking for dinner." Su Mushua was so moved that she didn't know what to say. My daughter, who is used to eating delicacies, was actually very happy to eat the unpalatable food I made. Does your daughter really want to eat the food you cook? Sky. Su Mushua instantly had a new plan in mind. She decided that from now on, she would study recipes carefully and try to cook for her daughter every day after get off work when she didn't have any other work to do. Thinking of this, Su Mushua finally spoke. "Sweetie, Mommy will definitely work hard to improve my cooking skills and make delicious meals for you, okay?" Song Jianni nodded excitedly. "Okay." Su Mushua gently rubbed her daughter's head, looked up at Song Yuan who was rinsing his mouth with a glass of water, and made a suggestion in a soft voice. "Honey, shall we go out to eat now? I'll cook it again tomorrow." Song Yuan put down his water glass, but could not get what he wanted. Good. He's already starting to regret letting Su Mushua cook. This woman isn't without weaknesses. She's not gifted at everything, but when it comes to cooking, she's really hopeless. With Song Yuan's permission, the three of them immediately went out to eat. "We'll go home after we finish eating." It was completely dark by then. After putting their daughter to sleep, Song Yuan and Su Mushua returned to their own room. After Song Yuan climbed into bed, Su Mushua got up and left the room, leaving behind a message. "Wait for me a moment, I'm going to change my clothes." Song Yuan rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Changing clothes? What clothes should I change into? Is this the sexy nightgown that Su Mushua showed me before? That's great." These past 2 days, Besides worrying about Su Mushua's safety, I've also been missing her body. A woman's body is so soft and fragrant, it's incredibly alluring. He began to understand why past emperors, after marrying a stunningly beautiful woman, would never attend court again. This time, Su Mushue will be even more compliant than before. After all, she promised him to be a perfect and virtuous wife. Song Yuan became more and more excited as he thought about it, and in his excitement, he couldn't help but yawn. He's so sleepy. He hasn't slept much for 2 days, and he's really weak. Song Yuan shook his head vigorously. No, he couldn't sleep. He had finally waited for Su Mushue to come home, and it would be a real loss if he didn't give her a good lecture. The walk-in closet downstairs. Su Mushue stood in front of the wardrobe, rummaging through the rows of clothes, completely unsure which one to wear. Which one fits Song Yuan's image of a gentle and submissive wife? Su Mushue's gaze settled on a light purple silk kimono with a floral pattern. The kimono was not formal, but simple yet charming. This is it. Su Mushue took out a kimono and quickly put it on. After getting dressed, I turned around in front of the mirror and felt that the hairstyle was not suitable, so I started to comb my hair again. After styling her hair to suit the kimono, she felt her face looked too plain, so she applied some light makeup before getting up and leaving the dressing room, satisfied. Standing at the bedroom door, I thought for a moment about the lines I was going to say, and only after adjusting my mindset did I slowly push the door open. Husband, Before she could finish speaking, she realized that Song Yuan had fallen asleep. Hateful. After all that effort I put into dressing myself up so beautifully, how could I just let him fall asleep like that? Su Mushue grew angrier the more she thought about it. No, absolutely not. She strode over aggressively, intending to pinch his nose and wake him up, but stopped abruptly as soon as she reached out. This is inappropriate and ruins her image. As a perfect and gentle wife, she would never wake her sleeping husband so rudely. We need to find a gentler approach. So Su Mushue climbed onto the bed, leaned down, lowered her head, and gently kissed his cheek, but Song Yuan did not react. Su Mushue continued her actions, kissing his neck, collarbone, and chest, slowly moving downwards. I don't know how long it took. Song Yuan, who was asleep, finally reacted. Su Mushue swallowed and continued. Song Yuan opened his eyes groggily and was shocked by the scene before him. A beautiful woman, dressed in a well-fitting, figure-hugging light purple floral kimono, and with her hair styled in a traditional updo, is doing that to herself. Is this a dream? What a beautiful dream. Don't wake up. Whatever you do, don't wake up. Su Mushue noticed that Song Yuan had woken up, and her face instantly turned red. Su Mushue licked her lips and smiled charmingly. Honey, you're awake. Did I hurt you? Upon seeing Su Mushue's face clearly, Song Yuan sat up abruptly, pulled the blanket over himself, and asked in surprise. What are you doing? Su Mushue pouted pitifully, her beautiful eyes misting over, her voice slightly hoarse yet incredibly alluring. I'm waking you up, honey. Am I not doing a good enough job? Is this the wrong way to wake you up? He secretly complained to himself. That bastard is so hard to please. She's already reached this level. Why isn't he satisfied? What more do you want from her? I really want to beat him up. Song Yuan suddenly fell silent, completely bewildered. Su Mushue's transformation was too great, completely exceeding his expectations. Before, when I asked her to cook, she would talk back to me. They still look at me with that attitude and those eyes. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. He felt that any man would be unable to withstand it. Seeing that Song Yuan remained silent, Su Mushue felt her grievances reach their peak. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and she spoke softly. Honey, why aren't you saying anything? If I've done anything wrong, just tell me, and I'll correct it. Song Yuan remained silent, but instead proved it to her through his actions. He pinned the person down and hastily switched to combat mode. A long time later. Exhausted, Song Yuan lay limp on the bed, motionless, his lifeless eyes staring at the ornate chandelier on the ceiling, lost in thought. Su Mushue was also exhausted. She snuggled into his arms, panting, her head resting on his broad chest. She intertwined her small hands with his and asked softly, Honey, how are you feeling? Song Yuan said wearily, I feel so tired, so exhausted. I feel like I'm going to die. Su Mushue scolded playfully. Besides being tired, don't you feel anything else? She didn't believe it. If this was only tiring, then why was he always so energetic? Song Yuan chuckled and spoke frankly. Awesome. Su Mushue was amused by him and said helplessly, can't you be a little more artistic, a little more refined? You did go to college, after all. That's such a crude way of putting it. It's awful. Song Yuan raised his hand and flicked her brow, correcting her. I haven't read it. Have you forgotten? My mental age is only 18. Chapter 179 Wife, I made money. Su Mushue chuckled. Oh right, I forgot again. He silently added to himself. Fortunately, Song Yuan was 18 years old. If he were a minor, she really wouldn't have been able to do it. It would have been too shameful. Song Yuan turned to the side, his forehead touching Su Mushue's, staring into her slightly moist eyes, and said in a deep voice. By the way, honey, I've got money now. Zhou Ruinian transferred Xia Weiniang's breach of contract fee to me. I gave half to Shinimo, and I still have 35 million left. 35 million is not a lot of money for Su Mushue, but the thought that she got the money by using Xia Weiniang made her feel incredibly satisfied. It feels so comfortable. You should know that since Song Yuan started his business, he hasn't even earned 3,500 yuan, let alone 35 million. He praised her without reservation. Wow, that's amazing. Honey, you're so great. Song Yuan avoided her intense gaze. Her sudden, straightforward praise made him feel embarrassed, so he cleared his throat and coughed twice. No problem. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let me take you shopping and get you a better piece of jewelry. The last one was a bit cheap. Su Mushue raised her hand and gently stroked his handsome face, asking with a smile. I have very high standards. Aren't you worried about making you spend money? Song Yuanda said generously. What's there to be worried about? You're my wife. As your husband, isn't it normal for me to spend some money on you? Just don't overspend, otherwise I'll have to take out a loan. Su Mushue has been supporting her parents' business all these years and has also paid for her father's medical treatment. The amount of money spent must be more than 35 million. He had already decided that he would make it up to her when he made money in the future. This money was just the beginning. When he made even more money in the future, he would give it all to her without hesitation. Su Mushue looked into Song Yuan's sincere eyes. My heart suddenly clenched, and I unconsciously started to have all sorts of wild thoughts. He's probably starting to like himself, or at least a little bit. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so generous to herself. She finally earned some money, and she wants to spend it all on herself. 35 million is not much to him, but it is a lot to Song Yuan. I feel like I should ask him right now if he's really fallen for me. Just ask if you want to. Su Mushue mustered her courage and slowly spoke. You. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. I'm so scared. She still didn't dare to ask. She had asked countless times, and each time she received the same answer. I like you. Are you kidding me? You should look in the mirror. With that poker face of yours, how could I possibly be interested? You forced me to get married. I told you to get rid of the child, but you wouldn't listen. And you still expect me to fall in love with you? Are you crazy? Don't think that just because you spent some money to win over my parents, I should be grateful to you. It was your own choice. I didn't force you. If you really want me to have any affection for you, you should agree to divorce me as soon as possible. Although these words weren't spoken by 18-year-old Song Yuan, he is still himself. He wasn't possessed. He simply came from another timeline. At this time, Song Yuan did not have deep feelings for Xia Weiniang, had not yet started cheating, and for some unknown reason, he saw through Xia Weiniang's true colors and broke up with her directly. But at this point, he was still her mortal enemy. Would he suddenly fall in love with her after spending these past few months together? It doesn't matter anymore. Maintaining the status quo is good enough. She feels that Song Yuan likes her, and that's enough. It wouldn't be too late for her to ask him when his behavior became more obvious. There's no need to ask him directly now. What if he says no, and that he's only trying to make amends for the hurt he caused her in the past? Then her dream will be shattered. Song Yuan was completely unaware of Su Mushue's complex inner thoughts. Looking at her hesitant expression, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It's okay, I'm very happy." "Even when you're happy, you still need to sleep." Song Yuanji got up and turned off the desk lamp. Then he pulled Su Mushua back into his arms and gently kissed her forehead. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Okay, good night, honey. Su Mushua obediently closed her eyes and took a deep breath. He quickly fell asleep. In my dream, on their wedding day, Song Yuan didn't have a sullen face the whole time. Instead, he looked at her with tenderness and affection the entire time. He didn't ask her to abort the child, nor did he suspect that the child wasn't his. The moment he discovered she was pregnant, he immediately knelt down on one knee and proposed to her. He didn't use her money to buy the wedding ring, but rather his own savings. The diamond on the ring wasn't very big, but it was dazzling. Very dazzling, very dazzling. It was so dazzling that she burst into tears. Large tears dripped from the corners of her eyes onto the pillow. Song Yuan didn't fall asleep so quickly. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the scene of their battle in bed. That was incredibly pleasurable. It was the most intense time he'd ever experienced since losing his virginity. The more I think about it, the more energetic I become, and the more I feel like I haven't had enough. Song Yuan couldn't help but lower his head. He originally wanted to kiss Su Mushua's lips, but because he couldn't see, he kissed her cheek instead. The moment Song Yuan kissed Su Mushua's cheek, he froze. What happened? Why is it all wet? Song Yuan licked his lips. They tasted salty. Su Mushua cried. Song Yuan raised his head and, in the darkness, groped for Su Mushua's eyes, which were wet with tears. The person was not awake, but tears were streaming down their face. Song Yuan instantly lost interest and hugged the person tightly with heartache. Thinking to himself, Su Mushua was probably crying because of the unpleasant things that happened at her father-in-law's house this afternoon. His family background has always been quite happy. His parents fell in love freely, and after marriage, the two had a harmonious relationship and rarely quarreled or had conflicts. Although I can't truly empathize with Su Mushua's plight, I could still feel that suffocating feeling when I visited her today. It is said that home is a safe haven for children, but if a home breaks down, if the mother is gone and a stepmother takes over, then the home is no longer a safe haven. Song Yuan and Su Mushua slept until noon. After dinner, the two took their daughter to their underground parking lot. Song Yuan opened the back door, and Su Mushua got into the car with her daughter in her arms. After closing the door, Song Yuan went around to the driver's seat. After fastening his seatbelt, Song Yuan skillfully started the car. This was Song Jianyi's first time going out with her parents, and she was incredibly excited. "Dad, where are we going?" Song Yuan asked with a smile. "Where do you want to go?" Song Jianyi blinked and pondered. "I want to go to the amusement park, is that okay?" Mom has taken her to the amusement park, but she has never been with Dad. She loves riding roller coasters, but Mom is too scared to go, so she really wants Dad to ride one with her. Just thinking about it makes her very happy. Song Yuan did not answer directly, but turned to look at Su Mushua. "Honey, can we take Nini to the amusement park first, and then we can go buy jewelry?" Chapter 180 Going to the Amusement Park. Su Mushua was flattered, never expecting that Song Yuan would actually ask for her opinion. She thought that by playing the perfect wife, Song Yuan wouldn't consider her feelings. It seems that Song Yuan still gives himself face in front of his daughter. She smiled gently. Of course, Song Yuan was momentarily stunned by Su Mushua's radiant smile, and immediately turned his head back to the road. Damn it. He really liked how docile and adorable Su Mushua was now. It's a pity the trial card only lasts for 1 month. It would be great if it could be made permanent. He felt that if Su Mushua never went against him and always remained this docile, then they probably wouldn't have any more conflicts or arguments in the future. On second thought, it's impossible. If Su Mushua continued to be docile, she wouldn't be herself. Cherish this month. More than an hour later, Song Yuan drove Su Mushua and Song Jianyi to the amusement park. After buying the tickets, we entered the park smoothly. Song Yuan held his daughter's hand, lowered his head, and asked softly, "Nini, what do you want to play? Daddy will play with you." Song Jianyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Really? Daddy will really stay with me?" Song Yuan assured. Certainly. This was the first time he had accompanied his daughter to an amusement park, so of course he wanted to make the most of her time and not let her have any regrets. Song Jianyi tentatively asked, Then I want to ride a roller coaster." Song Yuan was shocked. "No way. Why do we have to ride a roller coaster right from the start? People might not believe it, but he's a grown man and he really can't handle this. He once rode a roller coaster at an amusement park with Shun Mo and Shun Yinran. While waiting in line to board the roller coaster, the three of them saw tourists screaming in fright, as if they were going to see their great-grandmother. They even mocked them. They say others are too timid, but they themselves are absolutely not afraid. Once they went up there, they became obedient. Not only did they scream in fear, but all three of them vomited after coming down, which was incredibly embarrassing. Seeing that Song Yuan didn't speak, Song Jianni pouted with a wronged expression. Daddy, what's wrong? Don't you want to play with Nini? You just promised Nini. No, it's not that Dad doesn't want to play with you. It's just that Dad thinks your mom should want to play with you more. As Song Yuan spoke, he turned his head to look at Su Muxue, who had been silent, and asked her for help with his eyes. Su Muxue stopped in her tracks, understanding the deeper meaning in Song Yuan's eyes, but pretending not to understand. She gently rubbed her daughter's head and said softly, Dad is right. Mom wants to be with you, but I think we should give this opportunity to Dad. After all, this is Dad's first time bringing you to the amusement park. What do you think, Nini? She doesn't want to ride roller coasters. She gets nauseous on them. She really can't accompany her daughter. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan nearly choked on his breath. This woman did it on purpose, didn't she? She couldn't possibly misunderstand me, yet she dug a hole for herself. I just thought she was different, but it turns out she's the same. She just used a gentler way of expressing herself. The she-devil is still the she-devil. Song Jianni nodded vigorously in agreement. That's right, Nini thinks so too. She raised her head and looked at Song Yuan again, poking his palm with her fair little hand and pleading in a childish voice. Daddy, please ride the roller coaster with me. Just once, okay? Please, please. Song Yuan was completely unable to resist and forced himself to speak. Good. If he doesn't go to hell, who will? It would be incredibly embarrassing to back down in front of my daughter. It's just a roller coaster. Maybe he won't throw up this time. It's been 8 years since he last rode a roller coaster. He was still little then. Now he's grown up and stronger. He shouldn't be afraid anymore. Song Jianni was overjoyed. Yeah. Pulling Song Yuan and Su Muxue along, they ran all the way to the roller coaster, waited in line for a while, and finally, it was their turn. Just before getting on the roller coaster, Su Muxue pressed Song Yuan's shoulder, leaned close to his ear, and whispered words of encouragement. Honey, hang in there. Don't be afraid. Our daughter is watching. Song Yuan patted his chest and said confidently, Don't worry, I'm not that cowardly. Just you wait and see. Su Muxue smiled gently. Okay. Song Yuan got into the car with his daughter and fastened their seat belts. Once everyone was present, the roller coaster slowly started moving. Su Muxue took out her phone from her bag, pointed the camera at the two of them, and started recording. She wanted to record this heartwarming moment, as it was rare for Song Yuan to accompany his daughter. At the beginning, the roller coaster was not going very fast. Song Yuan held his daughter's little hand tightly and comforted her. Nini, don't be afraid, Daddy's here. Daddy will protect you. Song Jianni nodded gently. No, Nini, don't be afraid. Daddy is a great hero. Before long, the roller coaster suddenly accelerated. The whistling wind, the intense feeling of weightlessness, and the violent push made the tourists scream. Yeah. Although Song Yuan had assured Su Muxue that he wouldn't be afraid before getting into the car, his body just wouldn't cooperate, and he couldn't help but shout. Oh, this is absolutely terrifying. I felt like I was about to fall at any moment. I was dizzy, my heart was racing, and it felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. He had seen a horror movie called Final Destination, in which the characters were riding a roller coaster at an amusement park when the equipment malfunctioned and everyone died. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. Song Yuan froze, cold sweat pouring down his face. At this moment, the back of my hand was covered in warmth. Indistinct human voices could be heard in my ears. Dad, don't be afraid. Relax, it's not that scary. Song Yuan turned his head in surprise. The wind tousled his daughter's hair, but she looked at him calmly, her bright eyes full of strength, not at all like a 7-year-old child. Song Yuan bit his lip hard. He couldn't shout anymore. It was too embarrassing. He was clearly a great hero in his daughter's heart. Try to relax, and overcome your inner fears. Su Muxiue, who was filming below, was initially laughing heartily when she saw Song Yuan scream in fright, and even deliberately zoomed in on Song Yuan's face. But soon she saw her daughter holding Song Yuan's hand to comfort him, and Su Muxiue was very relieved. Despite the many hardships in her life, God has truly been kind to her, giving her such a wonderful daughter. Children the same age as my daughter are nowhere near as sensible. It's a miracle they're not parents. They don't consider their parents' feelings at all, let alone comfort them. The roller coaster finally stopped. Song Yuan felt completely drained. His face turned deathly pale, and he staggered out of the car carrying his daughter. He quickly approached Su Muxiue, handed his daughter to her, and said in a trembling voice, "Honey, take care of Nini for now." Chapter 181. Dad, she bumped into me. Su Muxiue nodded gently, took her daughter from Song Yuan's arms, and said with concern, "Honey, are you all right?" Song Yuan waved his hand and quickly rushed to the trash can not far away. He lowered his head and, to his dismay, vomited. Looking at Song Yuan's painful vomiting, Song Jianni felt a deep sense of guilt. She gently squeezed Su Muxiue's forearm and asked cautiously, "Mom, should I have dragged Dad along on the roller coaster? Was I being too willful? It's all her fault." Her father had already politely refused her, but she still insisted that he accompany her. Su Muxiue comforted her daughter. "No, don't think like that. Your dad is in great health. It's nothing serious if he throws up a little. It's okay." Song Jianni remained silent, staring intently at Song Yuan's retreating figure. Mom was right, but seeing Dad so upset, she still felt really bad. Su Muxiue suggested, "Let's go buy your dad a bottle of water." Good. After buying a bottle of mineral water and a small pack of tissues from a nearby snack bar, Su Muxiue, holding her daughter, approached Song Yuan and waited for him to finish vomiting before thoughtfully handing him the water and tissues. "Rinse your mouth." "Thanks." Song Yuan took the water, unscrewed the cap, and started rinsing his mouth. After rinsing, he wiped his mouth with a tissue, smiled at Song Jianni, and praised her. "Nini, you were amazing just now. You weren't afraid at all." Song Jianni blushed shyly. "I was a little scared the first time I sat in it, but I got better later." "Dad, are you feeling better? Next time, I won't ask you to come with me again." Song Yuan couldn't help but reach out and pinch his daughter's tender cheek, speaking gently. "Dad will never be so embarrassed next time. I'm willing to be with you as long as you like it." Song Jianni gently bit her lip, completely unsure how to respond to Song Yuan. "Hate, Daddy is so annoying. Why is she being so good to herself?" She was so happy she almost cried. "No, I can't cry. I've only just started playing the first game." Song Yuan released his grip and continued asking, "What do you want to play next?" "Let me think." As Song Jianni spoke, her gaze swept around her surroundings, finally settling on the go-karts not far away. She raised her little finger and pointed. Is that all right?" Song Yuan looked in the direction his daughter was pointing, and his eyes lit up. "This go-kart is great." He used to enjoy playing this game with Shun Mo and Shun Yinran. They were incredibly skilled at driving. "No problem." Song Jianni excitedly raised her little hand. "Yay, go." "Mom, put me down. I can walk by myself." "Good." Su Muxiue put Song Jianni down. Song Jianni immediately grabbed Song Yuan's hand and pulled him along as they jogged towards the go-kart track. As Su Muxiue watched the two figures, one tall and one short, from behind, she couldn't help but smile. How harmonious. This is the scene from her dream, just like in a dream. She and Song Yuan no longer quarreled, and could happily go to the amusement park together on weekends, just like most ordinary families of three in the world. Song Yuan ran a few steps and realized that Su Muxiue hadn't followed. He turned around and saw Su Muxiue standing there, grinning foolishly. He called out to her, "Honey, come quick. What are you standing there for?" Su Muxiue smiled sweetly and responded, "You guys go ahead. I'm going to the restroom. I'll come find you in a bit." "All right." Song Yuan brought his daughter to the go-kart track, bought tickets, and quickly got into the car. The venue is small, but there are many cars, so collisions between two vehicles are very common. Song Yuan was a skilled driver and drove with ease. Song Jianni, in the passenger seat, felt the car was going too slowly and wasn't as thrilling as the roller coaster ride they'd just experienced, and whispered her suggestion. Dad, can you go a little faster? Let's overtake that car in front. The go-kart in front of us was driven by a pretty lady dressed in light clothing, and in the passenger seat was a chubby little boy about her age. The kid made faces at her as soon as he got on the bus. It was a malicious and somewhat provocative face that made her very unhappy. Song Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had the same thought. All right, watch Dad do a big drift for you. Song Jianni cheered for her father. Charge. Whoosh whoosh. Song Yuan easily overtook the go-kart. Song Jianni excitedly turned her head and gave Song Yuan a big kiss on the cheek. Dad, you're amazing. You're so great. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, overflowing with happiness, and said modestly, No problem. Song Jianni chuckled. If only time could stand still at this moment. I'm so happy, so incredibly happy. Then the happiness lasted only 2 seconds. Bang! The rear of the car was hit hard. The intense jolt of the push made Song Jianni feel a sharp pain in her chest. He turned his head in alarm. The chubby boy he had just surpassed looked at him smugly and even gave him the middle finger. The pretty aunt in the driver's seat was equally pleased. It was obvious that he deliberately bumped into himself. Song Jianni turned around and nervously tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve. Dad, she must have bumped into us on purpose. What should we do? Song Yuan glanced at the woman and the chubby boy, then asked his daughter. What do you want to do? He wanted to hear his daughter's thoughts. He felt that while it was okay for his daughter to rely on him, she shouldn't depend on him for everything. He didn't want her to lack her own opinions and wanted to cultivate her good habit of independent thinking. After all, in this society, if a girl grows up without having any of her own opinions, she is easily deceived by men. He didn't want his beloved daughter to be easily tricked away by Huang Mao in the future. Song Jianni's clear eyes suddenly sharpened, and she said firmly, Bump them back. There's nothing wrong with Dad overtaking. No one says you can't. But it was unethical for that aunt to deliberately bump into my car. If Dad wasn't a good driver, the car might have flipped over with that hard impact. This is already intentional harm, so the best solution is to let Dad hit her back. Since the other party provoked her first, she can't be blamed for being impolite. A faint smile appeared on Song Yuan's lips. As expected of his daughter, she shared the same thoughts as him, and he had the same idea. We don't provoke trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If she dares to seek death, then let her really die. Let's crash. Honey, hold on tight. It's safe. Song Yuan immediately turned the car around, slammed on the gas, and crashed straight into the chubby boy's go-kart. The chubby boy panicked when he saw Song Yuan approaching aggressively. Mom, quick, get out of the way. I know. Li Lu jerked the steering wheel to try and avoid it. Unfortunately, Song Yuan was driving too fast, and there was no time to react. Bang! Song Yuan's car crashed squarely into Li Lu's car. The car was completely overturned. Chapter 182 If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. Li Lu and her son were caught off guard and fell out of the car. Ouch, it hurts so much. Song Jianni looked at the two of them in their disheveled state, her eyes flickering. I secretly cheered for my father. Wow, that's amazing. Nung. She deserved it. Who told her to pick a fight just now? Song Yuan stepped on the brakes, feeling incredibly relieved. He doesn't want to bully women, but when it comes to his daughter, he won't let anyone off the hook, regardless of whether they are men, women, or children. There was no other way. His daughter was, after all, his precious child. He had neglected her so much in the past, and now he had to make it up to her, protect her, and give her a happy childhood. Upon seeing this, the staff immediately came over to help and lifted the two people up. The chubby boy's knee hurt terribly, and he started crying. Mommy, it hurts so much, wah. Li Lu felt heartbroken, but still scolded him angrily for his lack of self-confidence. Stop crying. What are you crying for? You're a man. Hold head high. The chubby boy sniffed and raised his hand to wipe away his tears, looking aggrieved. After scolding her son, Li Lu looked up and glared at Song Yuan. Seeing that the person in front of her was an extremely handsome man made her even angrier. It was outrageous that someone who looked decent was bullying women and children. She raised her finger and pointed at Song Yuan, speaking angrily. Get out of the car right now. Either apologize to me and my son properly, or pay our medical bills. Otherwise, my husband won't let you off so easily when he gets here. Song Yuan didn't get out of the car. Instead, he shrugged and acted nonchalantly. Then you should call your husband right away. An apology is out of the question, and so is financial compensation. Li Lu's chest heaved slightly as she raised her hand to tidy the messy stray hairs on her forehead and gritted her teeth. I'm warning you, my husband practices Muay Thai. You'd better know what's good for you and apologize to us properly right now. Her husband is not only a good fighter, but also a senior executive in the administrative department of a branch of the Sioux Group. Wherever he goes, people have to give him some face. Rather than letting this handsome man be beaten by her husband, she would rather he apologize to her properly. After all, this was the first time she had ever seen such a top-tier handsome guy. He was so handsome. His face was like a model, even more handsome than celebrities. She really didn't want to see her face bruised and battered by her husband. Song Yuan raised his eyebrows with great interest. Are you a Muay Thai practitioner? Could he be a master? My hands are itching to play against a pro. It's been so long since I've had a match with one. The battle was exhilarating. I really want to fight sometime. But it was just a thought. If a fight really broke out, and he couldn't beat her, and he hit her too hard, that woman would definitely call the police. He just wanted to take his wife and daughter to the amusement park for a happy time and didn't want to cause any trouble. What to do? Should we just run away? Just as Song Yuan was struggling with this dilemma. Seeing Song Yuan fall silent, Li Lu smiled smugly. What? Are you scared now? Apologize quickly before my husband comes back. Before Song Yuan could express his opinion, Song Jiani looked directly into the woman's eyes without fear and spoke loudly. Why should you apologize? You hit us first. It's your driving skills that are bad. That's why my dad knocked you over. You deserve it. My dad isn't afraid of you. My dad is a peerless master, one in a million. He's not afraid of your husband. If you're so capable, then call your husband over right now. My dad will definitely beat him to a pulp. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. My daughter can actually say so many words in one breath, and she doesn't stutter at all. I was stuttering when I was talking to myself just now. What's going on? Li Lu's face flushed red with anger at Song Jiani, and she retorted with a sophistry. You were wrong to hit someone. Fine. You wait. I'm calling my husband right now. She immediately took out her phone and found her husband's number. She didn't believe the little girl's claim that her father was a master. This handsome guy looked quite refined, and his physique wasn't as robust as her husband's. He was definitely just bragging. Song Yuan was starting to feel a headache coming on. His daughter's words had put him in the eye of the storm. It would be so lame to run away with my daughter now. It would completely ruin my image as a great hero in her eyes. But what if her husband really comes over and tries to fight her? The surrounding tourists also stopped to watch. Interesting. Even playing go-karting can become a source of gossip. It would be best to wait for the woman's husband to arrive. Then the two of them could start fighting. That would be the most interesting part. After all, people who enjoy watching a good show never think it's too bad. Before Li Lu could even get through on the phone, a tall, muscular man with a square face, dressed in black casual clothes, rushed out from the crowd. Seeing his wife's white dress stained and her holding her phone to call him, while his son's clothes were also dirty, he stood beside his wife with red eyes and asked anxiously, Honey, what's wrong? Li Lu looked up and saw her husband coming over. She then complained pitifully, Honey, you're finally back. He bullied me. He deliberately crashed into my and our son's car, causing us to fall. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to Song Yuan, who was still sitting in the go-kart looking completely bewildered. Zhang Li turned to look at Song Yuan, feeling that his face looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But he couldn't remember how this man dared to bully his wife and son, and he said sternly, Are you even a man? Bullying women and children. Song Yuan scoffed. How can it not count? Your wife hit me first. She's such a bad driver that I knocked her over. Zhang Li had prepared a lot of lines to insult Song Yuan's ancestors, but after Song Yuan said that, he suddenly felt that what he said made sense. If it really was his wife who provoked him, then it would be normal for him to ram her back, especially since his daughter was in the car with him. It's understandable that a father would do this to protect his daughter. Zhang Li didn't believe Song Yuan's one-sided story, turned to look at Li Lu, and asked in a deep voice, Is he telling the truth? Li Lu immediately denied it. No, I didn't hit her intentionally. I just accidentally grazed his car, and he retaliated like this. Of course, she couldn't admit that she did it on purpose. Her husband was a reasonable person, and if she confessed, he definitely wouldn't stand up for her. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan was so angry that he laughed and retorted sarcastically. No, sister, doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Li Lu immediately lost her temper and said angrily, You call me big sister? I'm only 23 years old. Damn it. Does she look that old? She's always taken good care of herself. So did those beauty treatments not work? Oh my god, how could this happen? Am I really getting old? Song Yuan clicked his tongue in amazement. Is this woman only 23 this year? But her son looks about 6 or 7 years old, which doesn't seem old enough by any calculation. Chapter 183 Changing Faces Without Losing Beans. She got pregnant while still a minor? Wow, that's amazing. Song Jiani was just as bewildered. This Anne is pretty, but she doesn't look as young as my dad. I didn't expect her to be 2 years younger than him. Li Lu tugged at Zhang Li's sleeve, her eyes reddening with grievance, and said softly, Honey, do you believe me or him? She has changed her mind now. She wants her husband to teach Song Yuan a lesson. Although he's handsome, his mouth is too sharp. He actually called me big sister, which is clearly an insult. It's really too much. Zhang Li replied without hesitation. Of course I believe you. His wife is the person he loves most, and he will definitely stand up for her if she is bullied. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Song Yuan, speaking seriously. I'm giving you one last chance, kid. Be smart and apologize, or don't blame me for being impolite. Give this kid a good beating. At most, he'll just have to pay some money. He has connections at the police station. He can get detained without even going through the formalities. Song Yuan sat motionless in the go-kart, calmly reasoning with Zhang Li. We live in a civilized society now. We're both adults. Do we really have to resort to violence and solve problems like barbarians? These words were spoken. Stunned, Song Jiani, sitting in the passenger seat, looked up at her father in disbelief. Oh my god, is this still Dad's line? That's not what Dad said when he had his duel with Zhong Xiaobei's dad. And yesterday at my grandfather's house, when we were beating that old witch, she struck with lightning speed. The word barbarian sounded like a provocation to Zhang Li. He was a naturally combative person and had been in many fights since he was a child. After each fight, his teacher father would scold him, saying that he was a brainless caveman. You're asking for death, aren't you? I'll grant your wish. He immediately bent down, ready to pull Song Yuan out. Song Yuan had a headache. Brother, I really don't want to beat you up. Why are you taking advantage of me? It seems this fight is inevitable. Just as Zhang Li's hand was about to grab Song Yuan's collar, a sharp female voice suddenly came from behind. Stop! Zhang Li was startled and quickly turned his head to look. The newcomer was a beautiful woman wearing a light purple long-sleeved, fitted satin dress and with wavy hair. The woman had a hot body, stunningly beautiful features, and exuded a powerful aura of someone who had long held a high position. Zhang Li glanced at the woman, then immediately withdrew his hand, smiled, and stepped forward to greet her respectfully. President Su. He was a little confused for a moment. Why would Su Muxue stand up for this brat? What was their relationship? Li Lu, who was standing to the side, was secretly surprised when she heard her husband call the beautiful woman President Su. Mr. Su? Is that Su Muxue, the president of the Su Group? I'm so young and beautiful. She's younger than me. Looks like she needs to step up her skincare routine. Su Muxue's eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light as she looked Zhang Li up and down and questioned him in a cold voice. You dare lay a hand on my husband? You're asking for it. Zhang Li was struck dumb, his mouth agape in disbelief. No way. That rascal is actually President Su's husband? I've heard employees mention him. I think his name is Song Yuan. He's no match for President Su at all. He has no redeeming qualities other than being handsome. So cowardly, they don't even dare to confront themselves directly. Is there no justice left? The onlookers were also stunned. This couple is truly a perfect match. The man is so handsome, and the woman is even more beautiful than a celebrity. Judging from this beautiful woman is the president of a group, and she's so protective of her husband. She's truly every man's dream type. Upon seeing Su Muxue, Song Yuan finally got off the go-kart, picked up his daughter, and walked to Su Muxue, speaking in a teasy tone. Honey, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise I would have gotten a beating. Upon hearing this, Su Muxue almost burst out laughing. She tried her best to suppress her laughter and said in a very indulgent way, Don't be afraid. I'm here now. Will he get beaten up? If she hadn't come over in time, he probably would have punched her. She really didn't want to watch Song Yuan fight today. He was so skilled and ruthless. He would definitely make the other person bleed. She was so happy that he could finally come to the amusement park with her and her daughter, and she didn't want anyone to spoil her good mood. Upon seeing this, Zhongli immediately bowed and apologized to Su Muxue. President Su, it's a misunderstanding. I'm so sorry. I really didn't know he was your husband. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to be disrespectful even if you gave me 100 lives. It was embarrassing to apologize to my boss in front of my wife and son. But his wife doesn't earn a penny and only knows how to shop all day long. His son is studying at a private school with exorbitant tuition fees, and he has to support the whole family of 3. If he doesn't apologize now and keeps trying to save face, his secure job at the Su Group branch will be in jeopardy. If he offends President Su, he'll have a hard time finding a job in the future. What good is his Muay Thai skills if he's so good at fighting? This isn't a chaotic era, it's a peaceful time. Having a strong fist is useless. These days, face is the least valuable thing. Money and status are the only real things. Su Muxue did not respond to him immediately, but turned to look at Song Yuan. Honey, what do you think we should do? Song Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Su Muxue had given him the decision-making power. Before Song Yuan could express his opinion, Zhongli immediately seized the opportunity. Mr. Song, I was truly blind. Please forgive my rudeness. He then pulled his wife over, forcefully pressed her head down, and ordered her to bow to Song Yuan. Quickly apologized to Mr. Song properly. Li Lu was both angry and annoyed. Her face flushed red, but she dared not resist and forced herself to speak. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied just now. It was my fault. The chubby boy, who had been standing still without saying a word, couldn't help but tear up when he saw this, and whispered, Mother, how could Dad force Mom like that? Hasn't Dad always been very good to Mom? Couldn't he just apologize? Why did he have to drag his mother into it? Didn't he see how unwilling she was? Song Jianni looked at the chubby boy's helpless and sad expression. Suddenly, I stopped being angry with him and even started to feel sorry for him. Put yourself in her shoes. How disappointed and sad she would be if she were the chubby boy. Her father should be the hero protecting her and her mother, but instead, Song Yuan clicked his tongue softly. This man is really hard to judge, so hard to judge. To keep his job, he even sold his wife and abandoned all dignity. What else could he say? Of course, we should grant his wish. A man who prioritizes his career will definitely do a good job, so it's good to keep him around. Never mind, I'm not a petty person. I'll just be more careful next time. Chapter 184, Who Made Me Love You So Much? Zhongli breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I promise it will never happen again. Song Jianni gave Zhongli a deep look. Then he pinched Song Yuan's forearm. Dad, I want to eat ice cream. In a child's world, there are many things more important than work. Zhongli couldn't accept that his child and wife had to suffer in order to keep his job. Song Yuan smiled and agreed. Dad will take you there now. Honey, let's go. Su Muxue nodded gently and followed Song Yuan. After Su Muxue and Song Yuan walked away, Li Lu finally dared to get angry, pointing at Zhang Li's nose and saying hatefully, As my husband, you not only didn't stand up for me, but you also forced me to apologize to that person. You may not care about your reputation, but I do. I was just giving you face. Let me tell you, I want a divorce. Zhang Li also lost his temper. He had been holding back his anger, and now that his wife was criticizing him in front of so many people, he retorted without hesitation. If you leave me, how will you support yourself? The court will definitely award custody of our son to me. Can you live on your own? Li Lu's chest heaved violently as she spoke indignantly. Why should the judgment be awarded to you? Do you spend more time with your son, or do I? You practically live at the company every single day of the year. I may not have a job, but I have hands and feet. I refuse to believe that such a big city as Beijing doesn't have a place for my son and me to live. Zhongli pressed down on Li Lu's thin shoulders, staring into her fiery eyes, and said excitedly, "Who am I working so hard for? Isn't it to give you and our son a better life? Li Lu, do you have any conscience? If I hadn't given in just now, I would have lost my job, and our whole family would have starved. Do you even know that?" Li Lu fell silent, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She knew, of course, that her husband was working so hard for her and their son, but she just felt wronged and didn't know how to vent her frustration. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up inside me, slowly engulfing me completely. When Zhongli saw his wife crying, his heart softened instantly. He hugged her tightly and comforted her. "Okay, honey, I was wrong, okay? I promise I'll never let you suffer again. Don't cry." Li Lu buried her head in his chest and choked out, "Honey, I'm sorry I lied. I actually bumped into him on purpose. It's all my fault." Zhongli gently patted her back to comfort her. "It's okay, it's all in the past." Li Lu started dating him when she was 16. She had a falling out with her family and followed him to Beijing. At that time, he was penniless, but she never looked down on him. They lived together in a basement, ate instant noodles, and slept on a hard bed. What could he possibly blame her for? He can only blame himself for not being good enough. If he had been more successful, this wouldn't have happened. Song Jianni acted as if she had never seen ice cream before, showing off 2 in one go, and even asking the owner for a third one. Su Mushue couldn't help but remind her. "That's enough, 2 is enough." Song Jianni licked the cream off her lips with lingering satisfaction, looking aggrieved. "But Nini hasn't had enough to eat yet," Su Mushue said firmly. "You can't not eat enough." Song Jianni hummed and gently tugged at Song Yuan, who was sitting to the side playing on his phone. Song Yuan snapped out of his daze, looked up, and smiled as he discussed the matter with Su Mushue. "Honey, if our daughter wants to eat, let her eat as much as she wants. It's not like we can't afford it, right?" His daughter took after him. She has a good appetite and can eat a lot, which he doesn't think is a bad thing. Being able to eat is a blessing. Su Mushue raised her hand and tapped Song Yuan on the head, somewhat annoyed. "Given your size, Nini is still so small and a girl. Eating too much will cause her a stomachache. It's too cold," Song Yuan said helplessly. "No way. She used to be able to eat a whole tub of ice cream without any problems." Su Mushue asked in surprise. "What did you say? When did she eat a whole tub of ice cream?" Song Jianni tensed up instantly. Her mother had always controlled her from eating ice cream, and she always ate it secretly when her mother wasn't home. She didn't expect her father to say it out loud. She pinched Song Yuan's arm hard. Song Yuan understood and then made up his own explanation. "In my dream." Su Mushue snorted coldly and glared at him. "Don't you even bother to think before you lie anymore? Why didn't he mention the future in the dream? To lie like that, do you really think she's a fool? That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Su Mushue's fierce expression. Something seems off. No. How did Su Mushue suddenly revert to her identity as a Japanese wife, and then transform into a female demon? You promised to be the perfect wife for a whole month. No, I need to correct her right away. Song Yuan's face darkened rapidly, and he said unhappily, "Who are you talking to? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Su Mushue's heart skipped a beat. Oh right, she almost forgot. It hasn't even been a month yet, and she still has to play the role of the Japanese wife she promised Song Yuan. So Su Mushue immediately softened and smiled gently. "Honey, of course I believe you. I just think that eating too much ice cream is really bad for our daughter's health. I really didn't mean to offend you." He secretly groaned inwardly. "I feel so awful. This bastard is going too far. He even plays role-playing games in front of his daughter, showing her absolutely no respect." She truly regretted it. Why did she impulsively agree to his proposal? No way. She had already promised him, and she couldn't go back on her word. Who told her to love him so much? Song Yuan felt an instant sense of satisfaction, nodded in agreement, and said in a pretentious manner, "This will not be repeated." Seeing this, Song Jianni was completely stunned. That's so strange. This atmosphere is so wrong. Shouldn't Mom be angry with Dad right now? Why is she suddenly bowing her head and being so docile? What agreement did Mom and Dad make? It makes my mother seem like she has a split personality. But to be honest, she quite likes her mother in this state. So gentle, so beautiful, like an angel. Song Jinny looked up at Su Mushue, her bright eyes sparkling, and said sweetly, "Mom, I'm not eating anymore, I'm full. Can I go to the haunted house?" Upon hearing the words haunted house, Song Yuan instantly perked up. He used to love going to haunted houses, and it was super fun to tease the NPCs dressed as ghosts with Shinimo. Su Mushue was the complete opposite of Song Yuan. His whole body was filled with resistance. My daughter's hobbies are really strange, completely different from those of ordinary little girls. She actually likes going to haunted houses. She just like her awful father. She really didn't want to go. It was too scary. She was afraid, even watching horror movies, let alone going to a haunted house. Chapter 185. The NPCs suffered a great distress. But she couldn't refuse. After all, she wasn't herself anymore, but a virtuous wife from Japan. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "All right." Song Jianni stood up excitedly. "Yeah." Then the family of three went to the haunted house together. Not wanting to spoil the fun for the father and son, Su Mushue reluctantly followed them inside. Song Yuan continued his habit of going into haunted houses with Shun Mo. Whenever an NPC came close and tried to scare him, he would immediately capture the NPC and hand it over to his daughter to deal with. Song Jianni is kind and naturally wouldn't make things difficult for NPCs, but she's very talkative and asks all sorts of questions. "Mr. Zombie, how are you feeling right now? Have you ever encountered a situation like this before? After you finish your special effects makeup, are you scared of yourself when you look in the mirror? Is this blood paint or ketchup? Can I touch it?" The zombie NPC was pinned down by Song Yuan and couldn't resist at all. It was already embarrassing enough, since he was usually the one scaring others, and he had never been reduced to this state. Being asked such a question by a little girl made me completely lose my composure, and I yelled, "I'm just here to earn some pocket money. What did I do to deserve this?" Su Mushue was initially afraid, but upon seeing the zombie NPC Hong Won, she instantly lost her fear and couldn't help but laugh out loud, praising him. "Honey, let's stop this. Don't try to take advantage of every little thing." Song Yuan released his hand and agreed. "That makes sense." Next, Song Yuan, along with his daughter, captured all the NPCs in the haunted house. After leaving the haunted house, the father and daughter had a great time and bought some snacks. After finishing our meal, we prepared to go to the mall to take care of some business, which was to pick out jewelry for Su Mushue. In shopping malls and jewelry stores, Xiao Weining sat upright on the sofa, while two shop assistants, one holding a makeup mirror and the other helping her put on a necklace. After putting on the necklace, Xiao Weining looked in the mirror, frowned unhappily, and said with disdain, "The style is too outdated, and the gemstones aren't of good quality. Can't your store even offer a decent gemstone necklace?" The female shop assistant offered an awkward explanation. "Miss Xia, we do have them, but the price isn't that competitive." During the store manager's training, she was instructed not to take out the high-end jewelry pieces that were the store's signature pieces for everyone to try on. It can be very embarrassing for everyone if the jewelry gets scratched or dirty. The woman in front of me, Ms. Xia, is a celebrity, but not a top-tier one. Her clothes and jewelry are not expensive, and it's obvious that she can't afford them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weining's face turned even uglier. "Do you think I can't afford it?" She admitted that the salesperson had a good eye for jewelry. She couldn't afford it herself, but she had brought Zhou Ruinian with her today. Since he was willing to come into the store with her and look at jewelry, he would definitely pay for it. The female shop assistant hurriedly denied it. No, I didn't mean that." Xiao Weining was too lazy to argue with her. If she got angry with her, it would ruin her good image in front of Zhou Ruinian. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, since I asked you to take it out, I definitely intend to buy it." The female shop assistant inwardly groaned. "Ugh, the store manager's gone out again. I don't know when he'll be back." He looked up at Lily, the other female shop assistant who was holding the mirror. Lily nodded gently, signaling her to hurry up and get it. Since they've already said so, it would be disrespectful for her not to accept it. If things really escalate and a scene breaks out, it will definitely affect her business. Moreover, Miss Xia didn't come alone. She brought a male companion. That man was dressed much more elegantly than Xiao Weining and could definitely afford it. The female shop assistant readily agreed. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go get it right away. Before long, the female shop assistant took out the store's prized possession, opened the gift box, and showed it to Xiao Weining. Miss Xia, are you satisfied with this sapphire necklace? Xiao Weining took a closer look and was instantly amazed. So beautiful. The sapphire is heart-shaped, much like the one worn by the female lead in Titanic, only smaller. But the gem is perfect. Its clarity, color, and cut are all top-notch. The female shop assistant smiled politely. Let me help you try them on, so you can feel how they are. Good. After putting it on, Xiao Weining looked in the mirror. The sapphire necklace matched her white lace dress perfectly. Wearing it makes me feel like I'm shining, and I look incredibly elegant. Xiao Weining looked at Zhou Ruinian, who was standing not far away by the door letting in some fresh air, and asked expectantly, Mr. Zhou, do you think this necklace looks good on me? Zhou Ruinian slowly turned around, his eyes lighting up. Nice. Xiao Weining touched the necklace with her slender white hand, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes curving into crescent shapes, and said sweetly, I also think it looks great. I really like it. Since Mr. Zhou said he likes it, he should be able to pay for it, right? Zhou Ruinian shrugged. If you like it, then buy it. Xiao Weining stood up excitedly, ran to Zhou Ruinian, grasped his hand, looked into his eyes, and said gratefully, Mr. Zhou, thank you. Zhou Ruinian was stunned and asked in confusion, Why thank me? Xiao Weining squeezed Zhou Ruinian's hand and explained with a blush. Since you're giving me such an expensive gift, of course I have to thank you properly. You don't know, I'm already tired of wearing my old jewelry. Zhou Ruinian asked in surprise. Are you mistaken? Did I say I would pay for you? Please, he originally wanted Xiao Weining to have a meal, watch a movie, and maybe even try to get some bargains, but she insisted on looking at jewelry, so he had no choice but to accompany her. He didn't agree to pay for her. This gemstone necklace is probably worth tens of millions. Although he was quite attracted to Xiao Weining's gentle and innocent type of girl, he didn't think she was worth the price. This woman has no sincerity towards men. Her eyes and heart are only on fame and fortune. Of course, she's not worth him spending so much money to woo her. Spending a little money to have fun with her is fine, but spending this much is not worth it. He was willing to pay Song Yuan 70 million yuan on her behalf for two reasons. One reason was to get revenge on Song Yuan. Secondly, he wanted Xiao Weining to make money for him and become his money-making tool. This time, it was Xiao Weining's turn to be dumbfounded. Huh? Oh, didn't you just say you'd buy it if you liked it? Zhou Ruinian said in a deep voice. I mean, you can buy it yourself if you like. Xiao Weining stood frozen in place, embarrassed. The two female shop assistants who had just served her couldn't help but smirk, trying hard to suppress their laughter. At this time, the store manager, who arrived late, warmly led Song Yuan, Su Muxue, and Song Jiani into the store, greeting them enthusiastically. Mr. Su, our store received a particularly beautiful and rare sapphire necklace yesterday. It would be perfect for you, and I've reserved it for you. Chapter 186. Who do you think you are? Su Muxue glanced at Xiao Weining, who was standing at the door with a surprised look on her face, and couldn't help but take Song Yuan's hand and smile. Okay, let me take a look. Song Yuan didn't pay any attention to Xiao Weining at all, treating her like air. He just felt it was bad luck to run into her while shopping. Song Jiani, who was in Song Yuan's arms, glared at Xiao Weining. This woman was the vixen who ruined her parents' relationship. Xiao Weining was provoked by Song Jiani's gaze. This little brat had no manners at all, glaring at her right away. By the way, could the sapphire necklace the store manager mentioned be the one she's wearing around her neck? Really? Is it really that much of a coincidence? She clearly checked the almanac before going out today. It was an auspicious day. Zhou Ruinian, standing next to her, kept staring at Su Muxue and Song Jiani. A seed called jealousy quickly took root and sprouted in my heart. He had always thought that Song Yuan would cheat on Xiao Weining because his wife wasn't very good looking. He never expected her to be so beautiful, much prettier than Xiao Weining, and her daughter was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Does Song Yuan have a problem with his aesthetic sense, Or has he lost his mind? With such a good wife and daughter, why would he still cheat? Let's be honest, if you're going to cheat, at least find someone with good character who's prettier than your wife, right? The store manager instructed the saleswoman, Lily, to fetch the gemstone necklace. Lily stood there awkwardly, pointing at Xiao Weiniang. Manager, the necklace is on Miss Xiao's neck. The store manager turned to look at Xiao Weiniang, and seeing that she couldn't afford it at all, he complained veiledly. Didn't I tell you not to give to just anyone? Halfway through her sentence, she noticed Zhou Ruinian standing beside Xiao Weiniang, dressed in a suit and wearing a limited edition luxury watch. She instantly swallowed the rest of her words, her expression changing swiftly, and said politely, Ms. Xiao, have you tried them on yet? Do you want to buy them? If you don't think they fit, could you please take them off? Xiao Weiniang bit her lip lightly, looking troubled. She really couldn't afford it. But if I were to pick it now and give it to Su Muxue, it would be too embarrassing, since she was the one who came first. Just as Xiao Weiniang was struggling with this decision, Su Muxue snorted coldly and mocked mercilessly. Of course she can't afford it. She doesn't even look in the mirror and see what kind of person she is. How could she be qualified to wear haute couture jewelry? Song Yuan was quite certain of Su Muxue's attack power, and suppressing a smile, he echoed her. Exactly, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich. Hurry up and take off the necklace so my wife can try it on. He didn't think Zhou Ruinian would give her such expensive jewelry. That guy was incredibly clever, a womanizer who could charm both men and women. Xiao Weiniang's little schemes definitely wouldn't escape Zhou Ruinian's discerning eye. Xiao Weiniang blushed with humiliation from the two men. She braced herself, grabbed Zhou Ruinian's sleeve, and pleaded in a low voice. Mr. Zhou, I really love this necklace. I'll do anything you want with me as long as you buy it for me. Zhou Ruinian's expression changed slightly, and his brows furrowed. Does this woman think she's a sucker? You can do whatever you want. Does that mean you're willing to let me sleep with you? Are you kidding me? This necklace is worth 10 million. With 10 million, what kind of woman couldn't he sleep with? With her flat chest, is she worth it? He retorted somewhat impatiently. If you like it, work hard and earn the money to buy it yourself. Brother, I beg you. Xiao Weiniang tiptoed and whispered in Zhou Ruinian's ear, pleading. Please consider it a loan, okay? I promise I'll pay you back later. If Su Muxue buys the necklace today, I'll be so embarrassed. Please, okay? Zhou Ruinian remained unmoved, completely disbelieving Xiao Weiniang's nonsense. This kind of woman is a typical gold digger. Once money is in her pocket, whether it's borrowed or obtained through deception, she won't give it back. Money in her hands is like throwing it down the drain. Su Muxue couldn't stand it any longer. She had very little patience, so she turned to the shop manager who was standing there dumbfounded and gave him instructions. Manager, what are you standing there for? Look at her. Is she trying to buy it? Hurry up and take the necklace off. The store manager immediately realized that President Su was someone she couldn't afford to offend. Yes, Lily, Yuan, come and help. They're here. So the three of them rushed over, two of them holding Xiao Weiniang's shoulders, and one of them taking off the necklace. Xiao Weiniang raised her head in a disheveled manner, glaring angrily at Su Muxue and Song Yuan, her eyes red as she gritted her teeth, and spoke. Su Muxue, Song Yuan, don't be so smug. I will make you pay back tenfold for the humiliation I suffered today. Su Muxue stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Snap! Several bright red finger marks appeared on Xiao Weiniang's fair cheeks. Su Muxue grabbed Xiao Weiniang's chin, stared into her eyes, and said domineeringly, Who are you threatening? Who do you think you are? Don't think that just because I didn't dare to touch you before, I won't do anything to you now. If you dare to cause trouble again, believe me, I'll make you disappear from this world. Upon seeing this scene, Song Yuan felt secretly pleased and filled with emotion. I was being narrow-minded. While Japanese wives are certainly attractive, the female demon is also quite cool. If Su Muxue remained gentle at this time, it would be very frustrating. Song Jiani clenched her fists excitedly. How thrilling. Mom is so amazing, so incredibly amazing. This is the kind of harsh lesson you should give to someone who keeps destroying your family. Strangely enough, Zhou Ruinian was also stunned. A strange sense of pleasure welled up inside me. Song Yuan's wife is truly exceptional. She's both beautiful and fiercely assertive. She's the type he's never dated before, so intriguing. That's really weird. Song Yuan's lover, Xiao Weining, has always been his type. Song Yuan's wife, Su Muxue, also made him feel attracted to her. Furthermore, there's Song Yuan's brother, Shin Mo, whom he loves but cannot have. What a wonderful coincidence. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Song Yuan's wife beat up his mistress like that, and he still looks very happy. Could it be that he has already let go of Xiao Weining so quickly? Wow. Could it be that Song Yuan had already broken up with Xiao Weining and wanted to get rid of this trouble by putting on an act with me? Is her acting really that good? By the way, he used to be a top-tier actor with considerable talent. He was so wise all his life, yet he was defeated by this scoundrel. Xiao Weining's eyes burned, and she bit her lip weakly. Indeed, now that she has lost Song Yuan as her backer, Su Muxue has no more scruples. She had lost. She couldn't continue to challenge Su Muxue just to be quick-witted. She needed to think things through and make a proper plan. I feel so wronged and so sad. Xiao Weining looked up at Zhou Ruinian, her eyes glistening with tears. He can't just stand by and do nothing when he sees himself being bullied like this, can he? After all, he spent so much money to recruit me to his company, so he must have some feelings for me, right? Chapter 187 finally admits you're jealous. However, things did not go as planned. Zhou Ruinian didn't pay any attention to himself at all. Instead, he focused his gaze on Su Muxue, and his eyes were very strange. 9 out of 10 of them were wrong. Xiao Weining was struck dumb. No way. Does Zhou Ruinian have feelings for Su Muxue? How could he not like such a gentle and lovely sweet girl like himself, but instead like that tigress Su Muxue? Is it just my imagination? It can't be true. She probably misunderstood. Mr. Zhou, I'm your artist now. Are you just going to let others bully me like this? Zhou Ruinian remained unmoved. He silently complained to himself. You started this mess yourself, and now that things have blown up, you expect me to bail you out? You're dreaming. These words were spoken. Su Muxue turned her head, slightly raised her chin, and looked at Zhou Ruinian with disdain. He'd heard Song Yuan mention this man before. He was a deadbeat gay guy who tried to take advantage of Shun Mo before. If he dared to say anything and side with Xiao Weining, she'd definitely have Song Yuan teach him a lesson. Zhou Ruinian smiled and said sincerely, "It was my fault for not managing my artist well. I apologize to you on her behalf." Xiao Weining's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was completely dead. That bastard Zhou Ruinian must have feelings for Su Muxue, otherwise why would he be showing her affection? She really didn't understand what was so good about Su Muxue. She had no femininity at all. How could she possibly compare to me? Su Muxue raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that Zhou Ruinian was quite adept at handling people, able to be both flexible and assertive, and said coldly, "No need. Just take your people and disappear from my sight." Good. Zhou Ruinian beckoned Xiao Weining over, and Xiao Weining reluctantly went over. Afterwards, Zhou Ruinian did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he moved closer to Su Muxue, took out his business card from his wallet, handed it to her, and smiled. "This is my business card. As the saying goes, no fight, no friendship. Let's make friends." Su Muxue's eyes widened in shock. What is this guy saying? Isn't he Xiao Weining's male companion? Song Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. He snatched the business card, tore it to shreds, and threw it at Zhou Ruinian's face, shouting angrily, "Who wants to be friends with you? Just pretend I don't exist." Who exactly is this bastard? Why do I keep thinking about everyone I see? Not only did he have his eye on his good friend Shin Mo and steal his ex-girlfriend Xiao Weining, but now he's also eyeing his own wife. Why does he have to get involved with every man and woman he's connected with? Is he crazy? Zhou Ruinian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Very well, Song Yuan, you've really angered me. I'll remember this grudge. So what if I'm after your wife? You have such a good wife, but you don't cherish her, and you even cheated on me with Xiao Weining. What's wrong with me loosening the soil? Out of respect for Su Muxue, he couldn't lose his temper and had to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. She opened her eyes again, took a deep look at Song Yuan, and then turned away helplessly. He pulled Xiao Weining away from the scene at lightning speed. After Zhou Ruinian and Xiao Weining left, Su Mushue finally felt like trying on the necklace. After the shop assistant helped her put it on, Su Mushue stood up and looked at Song Yuan and her daughter. Honey, Nini, does it look good? Song Yuan and Song Jiani said in unison. Nice. Su Mushue also thought it was good. Then I'll take this one, manager. How much? Suppressing his inner joy, the store manager revealed a genuine smile and spoke candidly. 10.8 million. If this deal goes through, she'll make a fortune in commission this month. Su Mushue nodded slightly. It wasn't very expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. Her usual jewelry cost about the same. She looked up at Song Yuan again and confirmed. Honey, are you really going to buy it for me? Song Yuan only earned a little over 30 million yuan, and she spent almost a third of it all at once. Doesn't he feel any pain at all? Although he told himself last night that as long as he didn't waste money, it was fine, but that was said in bed. She learned this from watching so many family dramas. Most of what men say to women in bed is unreliable. It's largely just to please them and for flirting. Song Yuan didn't say anything, but simply took out his wallet from his pocket, took out his bank card, and handed it to the store manager with a flourish. Swipe your card. The clerk bent down to take the card, somewhat excitedly. Okay, please wait a moment. As Su Mushue watched this scene, her heart began to beat faster involuntarily. So handsome. She always paid for her own shopping trips before. This was the first time someone had paid for her. This person was Song Yuan, the man she had loved for 10 years. Upon seeing this, Song Jiani immediately tugged at Song Yuan's sleeve and pleaded in a childish voice. Daddy, I want one too. Buy it for me. Buy it for me too, okay? Wanaji, degree nabla degree. I finally got to go shopping with my dad. So how could I not let him buy me something as a souvenir? Song Yuanda said generously. Okay, what does Nini want? Song Jiani narrowed her eyes slightly and pondered. Would a bracelet be okay? Song Yuan readily agreed. Of course, no problem. Song Jiani chuckled. Thank you, Dad. So happy, so happy. Song Yuan put his daughter on the ground and pinched her cheek with a smile. Choose one yourself. All right. Song Jiani excitedly followed the shop assistant to pick out a bracelet. Su Mushue followed Song Yuan to the rest area and sat down side by side. The two of them tacitly picked up the flower tea that the shop assistant had just brewed for them and drank it down. Su Mushue put down her teacup first, turned her head to look at Song Yuan, and asked softly, You didn't even ask for my opinion when you tore up Zhou Ruinyan's business card. Upon hearing Su Mushue's words, Song Yuan almost choked on his flower tea. He gulped down the tea in his mouth, slammed down the teacup, and said somewhat angrily, What? What do you mean? You really want to be friends with him? Su Mushue's eyes crinkled into a smile, and she teased, a playful smile curving her lips. I was just asking casually, why are you in such a hurry? You're not jealous, are you? Song Yuan hurriedly denied it, stubbornly insisting. Why would I be jealous? You know I have a grudge against him. I just don't like him. Su Mushue's face darkened. Really? I don't believe you. Why can't you tell me the truth? Song Yuan fell silent. After a long pause, he spoke frankly. Okay, I'm just jealous. Could you please not dress up so nicely next time you go shopping? Before Su Mushue could even feel happy, her attention was immediately drawn to the second half of Song Yuan's sentence, and she asked in surprise. Huh? Do you think it's my problem? Are you kidding me? She dresses like this all the time when she goes out. She doesn't dress up excessively. Her clothes are very proper. She doesn't reveal anything, and she doesn't put much effort into her makeup. Is it wrong to be naturally beautiful? Chapter 188 Why don't you and Xiao Weining have a child? No, I mean. Song Yuan stared at Su Mushue and looked her over. Her purple satin dress was quite conservative, with long sleeves and a long hem that reached below her knees, revealing nothing. But for some reason, the more completely they concealed their identities, the more they aroused people's imaginations. It might be because the dress has a fitted waist, is very thin and close-fitting, has a great texture, and is also because Su Mushue has such a good figure. He changed his tune. Never mind what I said. Helpless, he suddenly remembered that when he was in school, Su Mushue was the goddess of most of the boys in the school, despite her bad personality, bad temper, and nickname of She-Devil. But suitors still flocked to him, stubborn as ever. Su Mushue pouted unhappily. Humph, carrot. That's more like it. If Song Yuan thought that she was deliberately dressing up to seduce other men, she would definitely get angry. Screw the Japanese virtuous wife actress. She's quitting. I can't live like this anymore. Dad, I've picked one out. Does this one look good? Song Jianyi stood not far away and waved her wrist at Song Yuan. Song Yuan took a closer look and saw that the bracelet his daughter had chosen was very fancy. It was made of tourmaline and had a variety of colors, which was very suitable for a little girl. He smiled and said, "Nice." Song Jianyi nodded, and it was settled. "Then this one will do." Night falls. In the bedroom, Song Yuan pressed down on Su Mushiue and relentlessly entangled her. "I'm deeply experiencing this Sakura Country Housewife experience card, and I've truly savored its flavor." 2 hours later, Song Yuan leaned wearily against the headboard, his trembling hand reaching for a cigarette on the bedside table. He lit it, took a light drag, and exhaled a thin wisp of white smoke. Su Mushiue nestled in his arms. Normally, she wouldn't allow Song Yuan to smoke in her bedroom, but given the current situation, she couldn't say anything. Fortunately, Song Yuan changed his cigarette brand. This one was menthol-flavored and didn't smell so strong. Song Yuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, slowly lowered his head, reached out and gently stroked Su Mushiue's flat stomach and asked in a deep voice, "Honey, would you prefer a boy or a girl for our second child? We haven't used protection several times already, so we should be having a second child soon." Without hesitation, Su Mushue smiled faintly. "It's a boy. We already have Nini. Who wouldn't want both a son and a daughter? If it's a boy, he'll definitely be as handsome as Song Yuan when he grows up. If we enrolled him in a martial arts class in advance so that he could fight like Song Yuan, that would be perfect." A boy. Song Yuan reached into the ashtray and poked some cigarette ash inside. He secretly groaned inwardly. He really didn't want a boy. If it were a boy, he felt that with his and Su Mushue's genes, that child must be a rebellious devil. He'll definitely become lawless, and he'll definitely be unable to resist beating him up. Then Su Mushue will protect him just like her own mother would protect her, and won't let him hit her. Don't do this kind of thing. It's so frustrating. Seeing that Song Yuan looked unwell and his brows were furrowed, Su Mushue asked him in confusion, "What's wrong? Isn't a boy good enough?" Song Yuan smiled with relief and made a promise. "Okay, I love any child that is ours." Looking into Song Yuan's sincere eyes, Su Mushue's eyes reddened slightly as she asked in a hoarse voice, "By the way, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Can you tell me the truth?" Song Yuan immediately extinguished his cigarette and said seriously, "Sure, go ahead and ask." Su Mushue's heart tightened involuntarily. She held her breath and asked in a trembling voice, "You and Xiao Weining have been together for so long. Why didn't you have a child?" She felt that as long as Xiao Weining had a child with Song Yuan, she would definitely agree to a divorce. People's patience has its limits. She could tolerate Song Yuan's affair with Xiao Weining for so many years, but she would never tolerate the fact that the two had a child. With Song Yuan in such good health and Xiao Weining not appearing infertile, wouldn't it be easy for them to have a child? Song Yuan said awkwardly, "Wife, to tell you the truth, you might not believe it, but even though I've been having an affair with Xiao Weining for so many years, we've never slept together even once." They had never slept together, nor had they ever kissed. Xiao Weining kept him hanging on, refusing to let him touch her. He acted like a complete idiot, not gaining any advantage at all, yet he kept spending money on her, showering her with resources, and promoting her, all to help her achieve her dreams. He believed that as long as she achieved her dreams, she would marry him. Su Mushue stared wide-eyed in surprise, saying incredulously, "Really? Didn't you already forget the past? How can you be so sure? That doesn't make sense. Song Yuan cheated on Xiao Weining for 7 years, but they never slept together? Is that reasonable? That's unreasonable. They're all adults, not minors. Song Yuan has spent the night outside before, but those were always when he secretly went on dates with Xiao Weining. How could he not have slept with her?" Song Yuan explained, "I don't remember, but I do remember what happened these past few months, right? She's never been close to me during these past few months. She even said before that as long as I'm with her and continue to help her achieve her dream, she'll let me touch her once she becomes a movie queen. Doesn't that mean I've never touched her in the past?" Su Mushue carefully analyzed Song Yuan's words, staring into his eyes. That makes sense. There's nothing wrong with it, and Song Yuan's expression doesn't seem like he's lying. Could it be that Song Yuan and Xiao Weining really never slept together? Song Yuan's body was never truly clean. He had never touched another woman except for her. I'm so happy. Su Muxue couldn't believe the surprise. On second thought, Song Yuan used to be a top-tier actor, a very talented one. He said with a hint of doubt, "Honey, tell me the truth. I just want to know the real situation. You and she have already broken up. Even if you slept together, it's not a big deal. I won't be angry, and I definitely won't blame you." Song Yuan said with a headache. "No, I won't admit to something I didn't do. I swear to you, and you still won't believe me. If you still don't want to believe me, you can take Xiao Weining to the hospital for a virginity test to see if she's a virgin." Su Muxue remained silent at first. He then suddenly burst into a nervous laugh. Ha ha ha. Song Yuan was caught off guard by Su Muxue's sudden laughter. "What are you laughing at? Honey, I'm not joking. Tomorrow I can have my good brother Fong Zheng drag her to the hospital and force her to get tested, just to prove it to you." Su Muxue laughed until her stomach hurt and quickly waved her hand. No need. I'm just so happy, haha." Besides being relieved that Song Yuan hadn't gotten dirty, he also found the whole thing hilarious. Song Yuan scratched his head. "So happy. Is it really that big of a deal?" Su Muxue explained while laughing. "Of course, I'm laughing at how naive you are. You've been someone's ATM for 7 years, and you haven't even touched him once. Ha ha ha." Chapter 189 Old Illness. Song Yuan's face turned green. All right, I'll let you laugh. I'll let you laugh your fill." As he spoke, he immediately started tickling Su Muxue's armpits. Su Muxue laughed so hard she rolled around on the bed, dodging and mocking him as she went. "Ha ha ha, you're already stupid, and you won't even let people say that, ha ha." Song Yuan was furious and continued his attack, grabbing her little feet and tickling her fair soles. Su Muxue laughed until tears streamed down her face, and she admitted defeat. "Ha ha, stop tickling me, okay? I won't laugh at you anymore, alright? It's so itchy, I can't stand it." Song Yuan slowed his movements and said sternly, "Then apologize to me properly, and I'll let you go." "Why should I apologize to you? I didn't do anything wrong, Su Muxue hadn't finished speaking. A sharp, piercing cry suddenly came from outside the door. "Ah wah." Song Yuan and Su Muxue were both stunned, realizing something was wrong. They got out of bed without realizing it. He pushed open the door and went straight to his daughter's bedroom. Song Yuan pushed open the door. There she was, her daughter wrapped in a blanket, curled up at the head of the bed, her small face streaked with tears, crying so pitifully. Song Yuan dared not rush forward, but stood at the door and offered words of comfort. "Nini, did you have another nightmare? Don't be afraid. Daddy and Mommy are here to keep you company." When Song Jinny raised her head and met Song Yuan's gaze, her whole body trembled uncontrollably, and tears streamed down her face as she spoke in fear. "Dad, I'm fine. Let Mom stay with me. You go and rest, okay?" Song Yuan felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart. Why was his daughter afraid of him again? Hasn't he done enough during this period? Is the newly appointed Dr. Zhao's medical skills still insufficient? It probably won't work. Otherwise, why would she say that Su Juanza, that bastard, should be fine, and that it's normal for her daughter's condition to fluctuate? It seems we'll have to find a new doctor for our daughter. Song Yuan forced a smile and agreed. Good. He turned and walked away quickly. Su Muxue gazed at Song Yuan's dejected figure, hesitant to speak. She wanted to run over and comfort Song Yuan, hoping he wouldn't overthink it, but her daughter was more important right now. Su Muxue took a deep breath to compose herself, closed the door, climbed into bed, hugged her daughter, gently patted her thin back, and comforted her with a warm voice. "Nini, don't be afraid, Mommy's here." Song Jianni buried her head in Su Muxue's warm chest and choked out. "Mom, I can't control myself. I don't know why, but I keep dreaming that Dad is abusing me. I've already forgiven him from the bottom of my heart. So why? Why does this still happen? I know that what I just said must have made Dad very sad, but I'm so scared. I'm sorry, Mom. What should I do?" Moved by her daughter's tearful complaints, Su Muxue's heart ached as well, and she said with red eyes, "Baby, don't think too much. What you need to do now is get well. You don't need to apologize. It's daddy and mommy's fault for not taking good care of you. That's why you're sick. Song Jianni obediently closed her eyes, trying her best to stop her tears. Okay, Nini will be good. Nini, don't think about it anymore. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Good. Su Mushua tried her best to hold back her tears and slowly began to sing a lullaby to her daughter. My baby, baby, here's something sweet for you, so you can sleep well tonight. My baby, baby, let me tickle your face, so you can love this world. La la la, my baby, you really need mommy's company. My baby, no you won't be alone, mommy and daddy love you very much. Listening to Su Mushua's melodious and gentle singing voice, Song Jianni's anxious mind gradually calmed down. My breathing gradually calmed down, and I soon drifted off to sleep. After Su Mushua waited until her daughter was sound asleep, she carefully laid her flat on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Get up and get out of bed. As Su Mushua put on her shoes and prepared to leave, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a black notebook on her daughter's bedside table. Printed on it is a line of gold-embossed English text that translates to Memories of Death Note. Su Mushua's heart skipped a beat. Why would my daughter buy this kind of laptop? Death Note. She doesn't usually clean the room or help organize her daughter's belongings. Aunt Zhang is responsible for all of that. Su Mushua immediately picked up the notebook, lowered her head, and anxiously flipped through it carefully. After reading the first few pages, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out the notebook only had a scary name. Inside was the daughter's diary. I didn't keep a daily record. I started recording it last month. Although Su Mushua knew it was immoral to secretly look at her daughter's diary without her permission, she was genuinely worried about her daughter's mental state and desperately wanted to know if her daughter was hiding anything from her. She was afraid that her daughter might suddenly wake up again and catch her in the act. Su Mushua tiptoed out of her daughter's bedroom and went downstairs to the study, where she turned on the light. I sat down in the chair next to the desk and continued flipping through the pages. In the previous few days, my daughter recorded happy things that happened in her daily life. Su Mushua thought her daughter's writing was excellent, vivid and engaging, making her feel as if she were there herself, and she couldn't help but smile. But Su Mushua's smile soon faded, as her daughter began recording all sorts of dreams she had during this period. A terrible nightmare. Although every dream is different, they all share commonalities. In every dream, her daughter is in danger, brought by Song Yuan, and it is Su Juanza who rescues her from danger. Su Mushua asked a thought-provoking question. Are you kidding me? How could Su Juanza be the great hero who saved his daughter's dream? Does that bastard even deserve it? Su Mushua suppressed her anger and continued to scroll down to look at the last 2 weeks. The beginning was still about recording nightmares, but it changed later, my daughter said. Dad, Mom, do you know? Although Dr. Zhao is very kind and friendly, I don't think she's been very helpful to me. It's like I didn't get any help at all after the consultation. You asked me if she was suitable? I said she was fine. I'm sorry I lied. I just didn't want to trouble you anymore. Before Dr. Su, you changed many doctors for me, and none of them were suitable. I don't think it's the doctor's fault. Maybe it's my fault. I thought I could just try my best to overcome it. But Mom and Dad, I'm in so much pain. You don't know how many nights I've had nightmares and haven't dared to ask you to stay with me. I'm so useless. I can't even overcome this little difficulty. What makes me even more embarrassed is that I miss Dr. Su. I really want him to continue being my therapist. I feel like only he can understand me and help me solve my problems, but I know that's impossible. You two argued because of him, and I can't be so willful and selfish. I can't betray my parents. Chapter 190, etc. I feel disgusted. Mom and Dad, I love you. I love you so much. I will definitely overcome this on my own. I will definitely get better. Song Jianni, who do you think you are? You overestimate yourself. You will never get better. If it weren't for Dr. Su, you would continue to have nightmares. Your somatization is already very obvious. Your hands shake all the time, and you can't even hold a paintbrush. Have you forgotten that? Shut up. I can, of course I can. Just keep putting on a brave face. Your parents don't love you at all. If they really loved you, how could they not see what you truly felt? They replaced Dr. Su, whom you trusted most, for their own selfish desires. They never really considered your feelings. You're talking nonsense. I clearly asked Mom to replace Dr. Su myself. It was my own choice. Pa, were you really doing this voluntarily? When you insisted on replacing Dr. Su, wasn't it because you wanted to reconcile your parents as soon as possible? You never thought about yourself at all. Ask yourself, did you really want to replace Dr. Su back then? Stop talking. I don't know. I didn't want to change. I thought I didn't need him anymore, but now I really need him. What should I do? What should I do? I feel like I'm going crazy. There are strange voices in my head, like a strange little person is splitting out. Help me, someone please help me. With trembling hands, Su Mushue closed the notebook with difficulty. Large tears welled up and spilled out. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It landed on the table. A deep sense of guilt and helplessness welled up inside me. How so? How come neither she nor Song Yuan noticed that their daughter had such a serious problem? My daughter was happy to go to the amusement park during the day, not at all like a sick child. Has my daughter's somatization become more severe? Su Mushue suddenly recalled that when she and Lu Shuichin were fighting back in their hometown, her daughter stood by without moving. Was there already a problem then? It turns out that the daughter didn't want to switch with Su Juanza. Now she wants him back. Su Mushue scratched her hair in anguish. If she continues to use Su Juanza, Song Yuan will definitely cause trouble for her. Besides, she and Su Juanza had already fallen out, and things had gotten to that point. So how could she possibly use him to continue treating her daughter? But now my daughter's problems are not just depression and anxiety. She's showing early signs of schizophrenia, and she hears another person's voice in her head. Should we continue to see other doctors? Dr. Zhao is already the best doctor at Su Juanza Hospital. If you want to find someone more authoritative, you'll have to go across provinces or even countries, and you'll have to spend time and effort searching again. Is it too late? After hesitating for a while, Su Mushue took out her phone and found Su Juanza's phone number on the official WeChat account of Xia Hospital. She planned to talk to him and first sound out his attitude. Press the dial key. Su Juanza was preparing to take care of some important business with Anya when he heard the phone call. He didn't want to answer it at first, but then he discovered that the caller was Su Mushue. He immediately pushed Anya away from him and answered the phone, suppressing his joy. Hello? Mushue. It's me. Su Mushue vaguely heard heavy breathing, like it was coming from a woman, and said somewhat awkwardly, Are you occupied? Su Juanza raised his leg and kicked Anya off the bed. Thump. Poor Anya fell to the ground, biting her lip tightly, afraid to make a sound. He secretly complained to himself. Upon hearing Su Mushue's voice, Su Juanza seemed to switch on, suddenly becoming like a dog, completely unpretentious and attentive. Su Juanza smiled and said gently, I'm not busy. You must have something urgent to tell me to call me so late. As expected, it must be about Song Jiani. He had long anticipated that Su Mushue would contact him, but he didn't expect the interval to be so long. During the time he lost contact with Su Mushue, he really missed her. He had never missed anyone so intensely before. Hearing Su Mushue's voice again, he truly felt that it was as melodious as heavenly music. Su Mushue raised her eyebrows slightly. To her surprise, Su Juanza's attitude was quite good. She had thought he would be sarcastic and cynical towards her, especially since she had severely humiliated him during their last phone call. A tentative approach. If I were to ask you to continue treating Nini, would you still be willing? Su Juanza's eyes flashed, and he readily agreed. Sure, no problem. As long as you have Song Yuan come to my door and apologize properly, all past grievances will be wiped clean, and I will definitely do my best to treat Nini. Su Mushue finally asked him for a favor. How could he not take the opportunity to vent his anger? Su Mushue's expression changed drastically. This bastard is really dreaming. He actually wants Song Yuan to apologize to him. He deserved to be beaten last time. How could he possibly apologize to him? She called not because she absolutely needed Su Juanza, but because she wanted to try and get him to agree to the deal. Since the negotiations had fallen through, she decided to let it go. He said in a cold voice, Never mind, goodbye. Su Juanza said urgently, Wait, Mushue, are you really only thinking about Song Yuan's feelings and not considering Nini's health? Don't forget, you're Nini's mother. How can you not put her first? Su Mushue retorted sharply. Su Juanza, don't forget, besides being Nini's mother, I'm also Song Yuan's wife. My husband and my daughter are equally important to me. As for you, I'll say it again. Stranger. And now you've added another layer of expression, a stranger, so disgusting it makes me want to grovel. You. Before Su Juanza could reply, Su Mushua decisively hung up the phone. Su Juanza cursed under his breath, and Su Mushua dialed his number again. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Clearly, he's been blacklisted by Su Mushua again. Grass. Su Juanza angrily threw his phone to the ground. With a loud bang, the phone fell at Anya's feet, its screen cracking into a spiderweb pattern. Anya was startled. Her face turned deathly pale, and she sat there frozen, too afraid to move. What bad luck. Su Mushua had to call Su Juanza at this crucial moment. If she had called when he wasn't around, she might have escaped unscathed, but since she did call when he was around, she was sure to be tortured again soon. Su Juanza looked down at Anya and scolded her with red eyes. What are you standing there for? Get up here right now. Yes. Anya stood up cautiously, climbed onto the bed, and nestled into Su Juanza's arms. Su Juanza was furious at the moment. He roughly pinned her down and bit her delicate neck. Anya only took 2 bites before immediately calling for a stop, crying out in pain. Wait. No. I feel nauseous. I want to throw up. Chapter 191, Don't Forget Your Identity. Upon hearing this, Su Juanza immediately released Anya. Anya hurriedly got out of bed and rushed into the bathroom. He lifted the toilet seat, lowered his head, and vomited in a disheveled manner. Vomit. Su Juanza stood at the door, gazing at Anya's petite figure as she knelt before the toilet, vomiting in pain, and his heart tightened slightly. He unconsciously took 2 steps forward, wanting to gently pat her back to help her catch her breath. But he quickly stopped, his face full of questions. That's not right. If someone vomits in front of him, shouldn't he just throw that person out of his house and then clean his house thoroughly? Why doesn't he seem to dislike Anya at all now, or find her disgusting anymore? Is his obsession with cleanliness selective? Or did he unknowingly develop feelings for Anya and fall in love with her without ever realizing it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She doesn't deserve it. She has always loved Su Mushua and would never fall for someone else. Su Juanza shook his head vigorously. Another unpleasant thought arose in my mind. A hint of coldness slowly rose in his eyes. Anya was fine just now. How come she suddenly vomited? Could she be pregnant? That shouldn't be the case. Although he never wears it, he has instructed Anya to take her medicine. Did she not eat afterwards, hoping to get pregnant and use the child to blackmail him, forcing him to marry her and become Mrs. Su? He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. He only loved Su Mushua in his life, and only she was worthy of him. Anya was merely his lover who bore a resemblance to Su Mushua. She was just a pet he had bought with his money. Anya vomited for quite a while before she stopped. He staggered to his feet, flushed the vomit down the drain, then turned on the sink faucet, scooped up some water, and began rinsing his mouth. After rinsing her mouth, Anya turned around and looked at Su Juanza, who had no expression. Her beautiful eyes were red and wet, and she nervously clenched the hem of her white nightgown and said timidly, Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to spoil your mood. She knew Su Juanza was a germaphobe, and she had actually vomited in front of him. He must have been disgusted. Su Juanza looked directly into her eyes and asked seriously, Have you started your period this month? You're here. After Anya finished speaking, she suddenly understood the implied meaning in Su Juanza's words and hurriedly explained. No, I'm not pregnant. I just threw up, probably because I ate something bad last night. I've always listened to you, and I always take medicine after that. Don't worry, I will never let myself get pregnant. I know my place, and I would never have any improper thoughts. Su Juanza secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed her chin, and looked down at her. You know that's good. Let me tell you, even if you are really pregnant, I will not marry you. I will only make you abort it, and I will not give you any extra money. You'd better behave yourself like you said. He doesn't hate children. He would be happy if Su Mushua had a child for him, since she has superior genes. But if it were Anya, he would definitely not accept it. Anya smiled gently. I know, don't worry. You're so narcissistic. Why would I want to marry you? Why am I always obedient to you when we're together, never fighting back when you hit me or scold me. Do you think I love you? Are you kidding me? I'm not a masochist who enjoys being beaten and humiliated by you. I'm only with you for money, nothing but money. Once I've made enough, I'll run away. I'm afraid you'll keep bothering me. Su Juanza nodded in satisfaction, then pressed Anya's shoulder, indicating that she should serve him. Anya's knees buckled. Not long after, Su Juanza closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt much better. Upon closer reflection, it's understandable that Su Muxue refused his request. She still loves Song Yuan and naturally wouldn't let him suffer for the sake of her daughter. However, if her daughter's illness continues to drag on like this, she will eventually soften her heart. I will definitely look for myself again. At the same time, Su Muxue and Song Yuan suggested replacing Dr. Zhao with a more authoritative psychologist. Song Yuan had the same idea, and the two hit it off immediately. The next day, Song Yuan and Shun Mo went to inspect the film crew. It was almost dark when we got back. Song Yuan glanced at the remaining distance. It would take another hour and a half to get home, which was already past his usual home time, and he would miss dinner. So, Song Yuan took out his phone to tell Su Muxue that she didn't need to wait for him, and that she and her daughter should eat first. Before she could even press the dial button, Su Muxue wanted to call her back. Song Yuan immediately pressed the call button. Hey, honey. Honey, Nini's school uniform got watercolor stains, and they can't be washed off. I'm thinking we should take Nini to get a new one custom made. How long until you're back? I still have an hour and a half to go. I just went to the film set. You take Nini first. You guys eat first, don't wait for me. Okay, then you can eat out by yourself later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan turned to look at Shun Mo, who was driving, and made a suggestion. Let's find a restaurant and have dinner together when we get to the city center later. Shun Mo chuckled. Wow, did the sun rise in the west today? Why is your sister-in-law suddenly so trusting of you, even suggesting that you eat out? Song Yuan said smugly. Because I'm a good man and I don't stray, she should have been at ease with me a long time ago. Shun Mo stared in surprise, his eyes widening in astonishment. You're a good man? Does he have a misunderstanding about himself? If he's a good man, then all men in the world are good men. Song Yuan glared at him and shouted. It wasn't like that in the past, but it's not okay now. Shun Mo was amused by Song Yuan and teased him. Watch your words. 2 differences make a big difference. Oh, I forgot. You're 18 years old now. You didn't go to university. Your high school grades were terrible. You're uneducated. I'll let you off the hook. Song Yuan was nearly red-faced after Shun Mo hit his weak spot and said angrily, Are you looking for a beating? If I hadn't been watching you drive, I really would have punched you. You should be grateful. Shun Mo didn't take it to heart and continued to mock him. I didn't want to drive either, but you said your back hurt and you couldn't. I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're 25 now, not 18. You need to be more restrained. There's a saying, you don't know the value of a mirror when you're young, but you'll regret it when you're old and can't even see your wife. When you're no longer able to drive, you'll leave your wife to live a life of widowhood. Song Yuan became completely popular. I'll F you, you son of a bitch. He's in such good health. How could he not be able to? He'll be able to for the rest of his life. Shun Mo wasn't angry at all when Song Yuan scolded him. Instead, he laughed heartily. Look at you. You get all worked up after I just said a few words to you. Where's your manners? Chapter 192 Meeting of Nemesis. Song Yuan's head was buzzing. How did Shun Mo suddenly become so eloquent? He couldn't keep arguing with him, so he changed the subject. What are we eating later? Shun Mo knew when to stop and didn't mock him anymore, responding instead. Japanese food. I know a Japanese restaurant run by a Japanese girl. She's very pretty, and the waitresses are pretty too. Song Yuan asked warily. Is it a legitimate restaurant? He hasn't really seen a real Japanese girl yet. I've been having Su Muxue role play these past 2 days, and it's really getting the hang of it. He couldn't go to places that weren't respectable. He had already decided to live a good life with Su Muxue, so of course he couldn't go to brothels. Shun Mo rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Nonsense, do you think I'm as frivolous as you? Song Yuan was amused by him and teased him. So you're emphasizing that the boss's wife is Japanese and beautiful, but you really don't like her? Dude, I can help you pursue her, don't be shy. Shun Mo shook his head and denied it. No, I was just looking at it with an appreciative eye. Although that Japanese girl was indeed very beautiful, he was still very patriotic and didn't want to marry a Japanese girl. Song Yuan sighed softly. All right, you're not getting any younger. You should start taking better care of yourself. I know. 1 hour later, Song Yuan followed Shun Mo to the Japanese restaurant he mentioned. Located in a prime downtown location, the store exudes a strong Japanese architectural style. As soon as you enter, a beautiful waitress in a pink kimono greets you. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have an appointment? No. The waiter asked in a gentle and soft voice. There are no private rooms available right now. Is it all right if we sit in the main hall? Shin Mo glanced at Song Yuan, who nodded slightly. Can. Okay, please follow me, both of you. The waiter led Shin Mo and Song Yuan to a seat by the window, poured them a bowl of food, handed them a tablet to order, and then left. Song Yuan handed the tablet to Shin Mo and said casually, You order, I'm fine with anything. Shin Mo took the tablet. Okay, let me take a look. Song Yuan picked up his teacup, tilted his head back, and took a small sip. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the proprietress in a sky-blue floral kimono standing in front of the counter. Upon closer inspection, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Not so great. She's a bit short, maybe 160 centimeters at most. Her face is all right, pure and lively, and her figure is acceptable. Overall, she's a pretty girl, but she's far inferior to Su Mushua. Before long, the food and drinks were served by the waiter. Song Yuan picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of salmon sashimi, dipped it in soy sauce and wasabi, put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly, his eyes brightening. The meat was very fresh and had a sweet aftertaste, and the wasabi wasn't particularly spicy or pungent. It tastes really good. Shin Mo smiled. Of course, I couldn't have come here just for your looks. Would I have called you over if the food wasn't good? What beauty. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I think you're... Song Yuan was speaking when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure entering the room. It was none other than his nemesis, Su Juanza, with his girlfriend Anya following behind. The two were dressed like a couple. Su Juanza was wearing a beige outfit, while Anya was wearing a white long-sleeve dress. Shin Mo put down his wine glass and asked Song Yuan, puzzled, What are you looking at? Why don't you continue? A cold, sharp smile curled at the corner of Song Yuan's lips. I saw a fly. Flies? There are no flies here. Don't slander people, okay? This place is very clean. Shun Mo followed Song Yuan's gaze and saw Su Juanza, who couldn't help but utter classical Chinese phrases. Holy crap, it's this guy. What a small world. In such a big city like Beijing, we just happened to run into each other at the same Japanese restaurant. Song Yuan clicked his tongue slightly. Unlucky. Even more coincidentally, the waiter led Su Juanza and Anya over and sat them at the table in front of Song Yuan and Shin Mo. Anya noticed Song Yuan as soon as she entered, but pretended not to see him and sat down inside with her head down. Soon, just as Su Juanza pulled out a chair to sit down, he finally noticed Song Yuan. Enemies meeting are bound to be extremely hostile. Su Juanza didn't sit down immediately, but instead greeted Song Yuan in a sarcastic tone. Hey, isn't this Song Yuan? What are you doing at a restaurant? Don't you have a home? Song Yuan said it casually. I have a home. Can't I come out for a change of pace? Unlike some people, who don't even have a home and can only eat out. Su Juanza cursed under his breath. That kid has a really sharp tongue. He always manages to hit my weak spot. He slowly sat down and changed the subject. How is your daughter's illness? Song Yuan snorted coldly. I'm doing great without you. Su Juanza raised an eyebrow slightly, feigning surprise. Really? I heard from Mu Shui that it's gotten worse, and she even begged me to go back and continue treating your daughter. Upon hearing this, Anya, who was sitting next to Su Juanza, secretly thought to herself that something was wrong. It's over. If Su Juanza tells Song Yuan what happened last night, the two of them will definitely start arguing. Song Yuan has such a bad temper, he might actually hit someone. If Su Juanza gets beaten up again, he'll definitely take it out on him. Oh my god. Why was she so unlucky? Last night it was because of Su Mushua, and because she ran into Song Yuan again. Did this couple have some kind of grudge against her in her past life? She has never offended either of them in this life. and she is even good friends with Song Yuan's cousin. How eerie. Why does she always seem to be indirectly hurt by these two? There was nothing she could do. She had no say whatsoever. All she had to do was play the role of an obedient pet. We have no choice but to bear it. Song Yuan didn't believe Su Juan's words at all. Su Muxue would never secretly contact him behind his back, let alone let this bastard treat her daughter again. He sneered. Are you out of your mind? How can you lie without even thinking? Shin Mo, who was standing to the side, echoed this sentiment. That's right, that's right. How could your sister-in-law beg you? I think you're terminally ill. You should go to the hospital and make an appointment right away. That kid really deserves a beating. He just had to provoke us. Would I make things up without evidence? Su Juanza proudly pulled out his phone, scrolled to his call history with Su Muxue, and held it up for Song Yuan to see. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and took a closer look. I still don't believe it. It must be photoshopped. However, the timing of their phone call was indeed a bit strange. Last night, he went back to his bedroom while Su Muxue was with her daughter. Did Su Muxue really contact Su Juanza secretly? Impossible. Su Muxue isn't that kind of person. She already broke off all contact with Su Juanza in front of him and blacklisted his phone number. She trusted him so much today, letting him go out to eat alone, so he should trust her this time too. We can't let this bastard provoke us. That scoundrel can't stand to see me doing well. He clearly has a girlfriend, yet he still has his eyes on Su Muxue. Chapter 193. You're lucky you ran fast. Song Yuan said sarcastically in a cold voice. You think I'd believe you if you just photoshopped a picture? What about this one? Su Juanza opened the phone recording, and Su Muxue's clear voice came through the receiver. Are you occupied? I'm not busy. You must have something urgent to tell me to call me so late. If I were to ask you to continue treating Meanie, would you still be willing? Sure, no problem. Su Juanza immediately stopped, afraid that if he said another word and Su Muxue rejected him, he would give himself away. He said smugly, What about this time? Song Yuan was struck dumb, frozen in place. It was definitely Su Muxue's voice. Could it be that she secretly called that bastard Su Juanza while she was comforting her daughter yesterday? How could she pretend nothing had happened and go back to the bedroom to tell him to get a different doctor for her daughter? Was the other doctor she was talking about still Su Juanza? She had promised herself a 1-month trial period to play the role of a docile Japanese wife, and it hadn't expired yet. How could she deceive herself like this? Seeing that Song Yuan was greatly discouraged, Shin Mo directly helped him fight back. So what if my sister-in-law came to you? If Brother Yuan doesn't agree, it's all for nothing. Saying such things in front of your own girlfriend, you really have no shame. This happened at this moment. Anya lowered her head even further, inwardly groaning. This guy is prettier than a woman. How could I be his girlfriend? Please don't click on me. I am nothing more than a soulless, human rights-less toy that he paid to keep. Su Juanza ignored him and continued to provoke him. Someone like you who doesn't even have a girlfriend shouldn't get involved in this conversation. Shinmo's temper flared up immediately after Su Juanza directly hit his weak spot, and he stood up abruptly. Holy shit. Song Yuan held Shun Mo down, looked up at Su Juanza, and looked at him as if he were a clown, laughing mockingly. So what if Muxue called you? Don't forget she deleted and blocked you last time. This time, she needed you and called you, and you immediately wagged your tail like a dog, even running to me to show off. What are you so proud of? Do you need me to give you the best simp award? I feel sorry for you as a man. You. Su Juanza's face flushed red. He was utterly humiliated by the rebuttal. It felt like a knife had been plunged into my heart. He never considered himself Su Muxue's lapdog. He always placed himself on a high pedestal, looking down on everyone, and stubbornly believed that he was different from ordinary men. He is a perfect man in every way. But after Song Yuan said that, it seemed like he really had become Su Muxue's lapdog. He originally thought that releasing the recording would provoke Song Yuan, but he didn't expect that Song Yuan would not fall for it and instead retaliate against him. He couldn't admit it. How could he possibly be a simp? Absolutely not. Su Juanza took a deep breath, composed himself, and grinned maliciously. Song Yuan, don't waste your breath arguing with me. Let me tell you, your daughter's illness can't be delayed any longer. No one but me can cure her. Before long, You'll be begging me to treat your daughter. Let's see if you'll still be able to smile like you are now then. It wasn't that other doctors were less skilled than him, but rather that during the year or so he treated Song Jianni, he used too many unethical methods on her, causing her to become deeply dependent on him. Unless Song Yuan can find his mentor, Professor Chen Yinsong, a national-level expert in psychiatry and president of the Psychological Research Association. As expected, Song Yuan was nowhere to be found. His mentor was currently not in Beijing and had been abroad for a long time. Song Yuan scoffed. You're really good at praising yourself. I'm telling you right now, I will definitely find a doctor who is 100 times better than you to treat my daughter. Shen Imo echoed him by raising his middle finger. That's right, that's right. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Who do you think you are? You think you can make my brother Yuan beg you? Keep dreaming. Despite being confident of victory, Su Juanza was still furious at being rebuked. He instantly lost his appetite, grabbed Anya, and quickly got up and headed for the door. He suddenly realized that Shen Imo had an even more volatile temper than Song Yuan. His intuition told him that if he said a few more words, Shen Imo would make a move before Song Yuan could. Last time, he was beaten up by Song Yuan at Pizza Hut, and several of his ribs were broken. Even if he were given another chance, he would definitely not be a match for Song Yuan, let alone Shen Imo. Back in school, besides Song Yuan, he was the best fighter. Shen Imo stared at Su Juanza's fleeing figure and asked in confusion. Huh? Why did he leave? I haven't even made a move yet. Brother Yuan, he wasn't this timid when he was in school. How come he's getting more and more cowardly as he gets older? Song Yuan chuckled and explained. I beat him up before. It seems he's learned his lesson. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Huh? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Next time you have a chance, call me along. I've always disliked him, but I've never found a suitable opportunity to teach him a lesson. Song Yuan picked up his wine cup, tilted his head back, and drank the sake in one gulp, speaking absent-mindedly. Last month, seeing that Song Yuan looked tired, Shen Imo said with concern. What's wrong? You're not really angry with your sister-in-law, are you? Don't overthink it. She would never betray you. She just made a phone call. She doesn't necessarily want to use him. Besides, if you disagree, she'll definitely listen to you. He really didn't think it was a big deal. After all, Song Yuan had been having an affair with Xiao Weining for so many years, and Su Mushua was just making a phone call to Su Juanza for the sake of their daughter. Song Yuan really didn't need to overthink it. Su Juanza is no match for Song Yuan. There's no need for him to be petty. Song Yuan shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, That's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about where to find a better doctor. He has been searching for a long time, but has not found a suitable one. If his daughter's illness is delayed any longer, it will definitely worsen. Shen Imo fell silent. After a moment's thought, he made the suggestion. Why don't I ask my sister when I get back? She majored in psychology in college, so she should be able to help you with some things. Song Yuan's eyes lit up. He really didn't know that Shun Yinran had studied in college. He only knew that she had excellent grades back then and ranked among the top 3 in the city during the joint entrance examination. Okay, then you can tell her for me that if we find her, I'll treat her to dinner. Shin Imo immediately refused on behalf of her sister. No need. If you feel bad, just treat me to a couple more meals. My sister won't be back for a while. He didn't want his sister and Song Yuan to get close to each other again. If his sister couldn't help but confess her feelings to him, he would definitely be furious. Chapter 194, I'll listen to your explanation. Song Yuan sighed deeply, his dark eyes filled with longing. There will be a day when I come back. Although his mother treated him very well, he was not the same age as her, so there was still a generation gap. So in the past, whenever he encountered something he couldn't understand or a problem that couldn't be solved by force, he would go to Sister Yinran immediately. Now that she's suddenly not in the capital, he really feels out of place. He wishes she were still by his side like before. Shun Imo looked into Song Yuan's eyes. His heart tightened, and he warned him. You're not allowed to have designs on my sister. I'm telling you, you're already married. Do you understand? Song Yuan found Shun Mo's behavior inexplicable and retorted. No, what do you mean by that? I am married. But does that conflict with my feelings for your sister? My relationship with your sister is purely platonic, like siblings. How come I never realized you had such filthy thoughts before? Shen Imo suddenly realized that he had just lost his composure and said awkwardly, "That's not what I meant. What I meant was, now that you're married and have children, you should prioritize your family." Song Yuan is right. He really doesn't have romantic feelings for his sister. If he did, he wouldn't have married Su Muxue or cheated on her with Xia Weining. It's the older sister who has feelings for Song Yuan. The problem lies with the older sister, not with Song Yuan. Song Yuan was unaware of his sister's feelings for him, and it would be troublesome if he accidentally let it slip. Song Yuan smiled helplessly, his expression somewhat bitter. "Of course I know. I just suddenly feel very tired." His marriage to Su Muxue brought him happiness he had never experienced before, but it also brought him troubles he had never known before. Perhaps there is no such thing as a perfect couple in this world. Once two people get married, they will worry about trivial matters and take on family responsibilities that they have never taken on before. For Song Yuan, who is only 18 years old, sometimes it really feels like he is powerless. Shin Imo tentatively asked, "Have you ever thought about divorce again?" Song Yuan replied without hesitation. No. He was tired, but he wasn't one to shirk responsibility. Su Muxue and Nini had unknowingly become an indispensable part of his life, and the most important people to him. A hint of appreciation flashed in Shun Mo's eyes as he picked up his wine glass. "Then, let's drink." "Good." Song Yuan picked up his wine glass and clinked glasses with Shun Imo. After drinking 5 cups in a row, Song Yuan stopped, as he couldn't drink too much. Firstly, drinking too much will make you feel unwell, and you'll definitely vomit. Secondly, if I drink too much, I won't be sober, and it's easy for me to argue with Su Muxue when I get back. Shin Imo didn't continue to urge him to drink. After all, Song Yuan was already married and didn't want to live a good life with Su Muxue like before, so he naturally supported him. It's 9:30 p.m. Song Yuan pushed open the door to his home. Upon hearing the sound, Su Muxue immediately stood up from the sofa, quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, picked up the slippers from the shoe rack, placed them beside Song Yuan's feet, and said softly, "Honey, welcome home. You've had a long day." Song Yuan originally wanted to question Su Muxue about why she called Su Juanza, but she was suddenly being so nice to him, so he felt a little embarrassed to speak. After putting on his shoes, he casually took off his coat and handed it to Su Muxue. Su Muxue took the coat and hung it on the hanger next to her. Then, her eyes curved into crescent moons, her beautiful pupils sparkling like little stars, and she asked with a smile, "Honey, I've prepared the bathwater for you. Would you like to take a bath?" "No." Song Yuan sat down wearily on the sofa. Su Muxue smelled the alcohol on Song Yuan and poured him a cup of herbal tea with concern. "Honey, have some herbal tea to sober up." Song Yuan waved his hand, refusing again. "No need. Where's Nini?" Su Muxue sat down next to Song Yuan somewhat awkwardly and said softly, "She's asleep." "What's going on?" Song Yuan seems distracted, as if he has something on his mind. "She was perfectly fine all day, so why is she acting strangely after a day at work?" Song Yuan asked in surprise. "So early." Su Muxue explained patiently. "Yeah, she didn't sleep well last night, so I told her to go to bed early." Song Yuan nodded slightly. "Oh." Su Muxue grasped Song Yuan's hand and finally couldn't help but ask with concern, "Honey, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the Yunxiang biography project?" Aside from that, she couldn't figure out why Song Yuan was acting this way. Song Yuan shook his head and withdrew his hand subtly. "No." Su Muxue was even more puzzled and pressed for an answer. "So what's wrong with you? Can you tell me?" Annoyed by Su Muxue's questions, Song Yuan stared into her eyes and cut to the chase. "Did you call Su Juanza last night?" Su Muxue's pupils dilated slightly, and she bit her lip tightly in tension. "That's not right. How did Song Yuan know?" "She was downstairs when she made the call yesterday, so Song Yuan couldn't have heard her." Could it be that Su Juanza betrayed him and deliberately told Song Yuan? That's unlikely. He has no connection with Song Yuan at all, so why would he suddenly call Song Yuan? Even if he did call Song Yuan would definitely not answer, given his temper. Could it be? Could it be like when I met Xia Weining last time, that we just happened to be eating at the same restaurant? No way. Is the capital city really that small? Do enemies really meet so easily? Song Yuan's expression turned cold, and he urged him on. Answer my question. I did call him, but not for myself. It was for Nini. Upon hearing Su Mushua's admission, Song Yuan completely ignored what she was saying afterward and interrupted her somewhat agitatedly. Su Mushua, what did you promise me before? Didn't you say you wouldn't contact him again? You actually contacted him secretly. Did you think there were really no secrets in this world that I would never find out? Su Mushua panicked and said nervously, I did promise you, but this situation is special. I really didn't mean to hide it from you. Song Yuan's face darkened further, and he asked in return. Just what? Facing Song Yuan's icy gaze, Su Mushua's mind went blank for a moment, and she tried her best to explain herself. I just asked him casually. I didn't really want him to help continue Nini's treatment. I'm doing this for Nini's sake. You saw how badly Nini was doing yesterday. Song Yuan laughed at her illogical words. Don't you think that's contradictory? If you didn't want to use him, why would you contact him first? Su Mushua's face flushed red, and she said guiltily. Aye. Damn it. She had considered that if Su Juanza had been more polite, she might have hired him. She was blinded by the contents of her daughter's diary. Chapter 195. I'll send him to jail. Song Yuanxiang suppressed his anger and softened his attitude. Explain yourself. You're usually very quick-witted. He really didn't want to argue with Su Mushua again because of that bastard Su Juanza. It was really bad luck. But if Su Mushua doesn't give him a reason that he can accept today, he really won't be able to let go of the knot in his heart. Okay, I'll tell you everything. Su Mushua told Song Yuan everything that happened after he returned to his bedroom last night, including the contents of her daughter's diary. After she finished speaking, she looked at Song Yuan nervously. Song Yuan did not respond immediately, but suddenly calmed down. At that moment, he really didn't know what to say. From my perspective, I can blame her. No matter what the reason, she secretly contacted Su Juanza behind my back, which is tantamount to betrayal. But as a member of this family, as Nini's father, he shouldn't blame her. She did this for her daughter. It was his own fault for not being good enough and not noticing his daughter's abnormality. Seeing that Song Yuan did not express his opinion, Su Mushua panicked and grabbed Song Yuan's hand again, saying apologetically, Honey, please say something. I want to apologize, okay? I shouldn't have broken my promise and contacted him without your permission. I shouldn't have kept it from you, taking a chance and thinking that if you didn't know, it was as if nothing had happened. I'm sleepy. As he spoke, Song Yuan stood up and walked upstairs on his own. Su Mushua chased after him. Husband. Song Yuan pushed open the door to his bedroom, went inside, and immediately closed the door, leaving Su Mushua outside. Su Mushua stood still, raised her hand, paused in midair for 2 seconds, and then withdrew it, ultimately lacking the courage to knock on the door. This time, Song Yuan didn't argue with him. Instead, he was frighteningly calm, which wasn't a good sign. He was definitely angrier than usual. Su Mushua returned to her room in frustration and paced anxiously around the room. So annoying. Ugh, so annoying. I regret it so much. Why did she have such a moment of madness yesterday and call Su Juanza? That bastard is so despicable. She even deliberately told Song Yuan that Su Mushua was getting angrier and angrier, with nowhere to vent her anger. Finally, she took out her phone and sent a message to Long Yu, asking her to find a reliable private investigator to collect evidence of Su Juanza's private acceptance of red envelopes from patients and his embezzlement and bribery. She wanted him to pay the price for his actions. Since he's so inhumane, he shouldn't blame her for resorting to underhanded tactics. He's the kind of person who doesn't deserve to be a doctor. He should go to jail. Long Yu received the message and immediately called. Su Mushua answered the phone. Hello. Long Yu asked in confusion. Mushua, what's going on? Are you sure you want to drag Su Juanza into this? She knew that Song Yuan and Su Juanza had a grudge, and that Su Mushua had even slapped Su Juanza. But this time it's different. They're cutting off their livelihood and ruining their reputation. What a deep grudge. The Su family is not only a family of doctors, but also has other businesses and considerable influence in the capital. It would not be a wise choice to really break ties with the Su family. Su Mushua said earnestly, I'm sure if I had done this sooner, none of this mess would have happened. Long Yu was a little confused and asked tentatively, You and Song Yuan had another fight because of Su Juanza? Yes, you don't know how much I really. Su Mushue then recounted the whole story to Long Yu. After listening, Long Yu still felt that it wasn't a big deal. Su Mushue hadn't actually cheated on him. She had only broken her promise to Song Yuan, and it wasn't for her own sake, but for her daughter's. Perhaps their relationship wasn't stable enough, which is why it couldn't withstand even the slightest disturbance. He offered words of comfort. Don't be too anxious. It's good to let him calm down. Maybe he'll calm down by tomorrow. Su Mushue said with a headache. No, you don't know him. He has a terrible temper. Long Yu thought about it carefully and then made a suggestion. Why don't you tell him your plan later? Maybe that will calm his anger down a bit. Su Mushue's eyes lit up, and she agreed. Great idea. I'll go try it now. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Remember what I told you. Okay, don't worry. I'll handle it well. I hung up the phone. Su Mushue immediately ran to Song Yuan's door and knocked. Honey, may I come in? I want to have a serious talk with you. Song Yuan, huddled under the covers, said wearily. I'm locking the door. We can talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Su Mushue lowered her head in disappointment and gave in. Okay then, honey, good night. After saying that, he turned and slowly walked away. As Song Yuan listened to Su Mushue's footsteps fading into the distance, he took a deep breath, put his hands behind his head, stared at the dark ceiling, and squinted his eyes slightly. My heart feels like it's being crushed by a stone. So heavy, so very heavy. He tried to comfort himself and make excuses for Su Mushue. She had only made a phone call to Su Juanza, and nothing had actually happened. The two hadn't even met, so it couldn't be considered cheating. Compared to what happened between him and Xiao Weining over the past 7 years, it was nothing. Besides, Su Mushue has already apologized, so there's no need for him to make a big deal out of it or get angry. Then it turns out that it's really hard for people to convince themselves. He was still getting more and more upset. She had promised to go along with him for the entire month, but after only 2 days, she revealed her true colors and contradicted herself. Who can tolerate this? This feeling of being out of control is really unpleasant. Song Yuan sat up irritably, reached for the cigarettes on the bedside table, took one out, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag. Cull. He exhaled thick smoke. After nicotine passes through the lungs, the tense nerves gradually relax. Song Yuan leaned back weakly, tilted his head back, and continued to stare at the ceiling. Buzz, buzz, buzz. My phone vibrated twice beside my pillow. Song Yuan glanced down at the flashing screen. There was a new message on WeChat. Song Yuan picked up the phone, swiped to unlock the screen, and opened WeChat. It was a message from Sister Yinran. Ah Yuan, my brother told me about Nini's situation. I happen to know someone suitable to introduce you to. He's my university professor. He's currently abroad, but he'll be back in a couple of days to attend a psychology conference in Beijing. Song Yuan typed a line of text, quickly deleted it, and pressed the voice button. Xin Yinran on the other end was very surprised. She didn't expect Song Yuan to call her. She chose to send him a message instead of making a phone call because she was afraid of disturbing his rest so late. Suppressing his inner joy, he immediately answered the phone and spoke gently. Hello? Yuan? Hearing Shun Yinran's voice, Song Yuan felt a surge of warmth in his heart and said in a hoarse voice. Sister Yinran, what are you doing? Shun Yinran smiled. I'm in my school dormitory. Why aren't you resting yet? It's so late. Chapter 196, I don't want to grow up. Song Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke. Can't sleep. It seems that he can't sleep at all when he has something on his mind, even when he's very tired. Shin Yinran comforted her. You're worried about Nini, aren't you? Don't worry. The mentor I'm introducing you to is the most authoritative professor in the field of psychology. Song Yuan interrupted her. It's not just for this. Shin Yinran asked cautiously. Why is that? Did Song Yuan and Su Mushue have another fight? Song Yuan remained silent at first, then slowly spoke, changing the subject. Sister Yinran, when are you coming back? Shin Yinran said half-jokingly. What? You miss me already? Song Yuan said dejectedly. Yes, if only you were still in the capital. Shin Yinran's heart clenched suddenly. Her hand unconsciously gripped the phone tightly. She burrowed into the blankets, wrapped herself up tightly, and spoke in a muffled voice to Song Yuan on the other end of the line. Then I'll go back right away, okay? If you say you want me to come back, I might actually buy a plane ticket and fly there to see you right away. Ah, Yuan, you don't know. After I saw you at my brother's place last time, everything was different when I returned to Hangzhou. I miss you more than ever before, but I don't dare to contact you first, afraid of disturbing your peaceful life. Song Yuan smiled and said helplessly, Don't tease me. Amo told me you might not even be able to come back for Chinese New Year this year. She cares so much about her job. How could she possibly come all the way from Hangzhou, which is so far from Beijing, just because of one sentence from me? Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Shun Yinran suddenly regained her senses. My heart started clenching painfully, and tears involuntarily welled up in my eyes. The drops fell onto the clean sheets. Yes, she wanted to stay far away from Song, which is why she went to work in Hangzhou. She didn't want to go back for the new year because she was afraid of seeing him. He was already married, so she could only bury her feelings for him in her heart. If I tell anyone, we might not even be able to remain friends. The best option is to remain friends with him as he is. Song Yuan, hearing no response, frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Sister Yinran, why aren't you saying anything? Is the signal bad? Shin Yinran sniffed and denied it. No, I was just spacing out, sorry. Hearing Shun Yinran's voice with a thick nasal tone and unsteady breathing, Song Yuan said anxiously, What's wrong? Are you crying? Did someone bully you? Tell me. Even if I'm not in Hangzhou, I'll fly over right away and teach that bastard a lesson. Shun Yinran wiped away her tears and explained with a smile. No one bullied me. It's just that I've been under a lot of work pressure lately, and I'm too tired. Song Yuan instructed. If all else fails, find an easier job. Your health is always the most important thing. Yes, I know. I will take good care of myself. By the way, how's Amo doing lately? Has he found a girlfriend yet? Song Yuan responded truthfully. No, he's always been clueless about this, like he doesn't need women at all. Shin Yinran said with a worried expression. Yeah, I'm starting to worry about whether he has a problem with his sexual orientation. He really has never liked any girl since he was a child. Yuan, tell me the truth. Does Mo like men? Song Yuan urgently spoke up to prove Shin Mo's innocence. No, absolutely not. Don't worry about that. Amo is straight, straighter than a steel bar. He was more afraid than anyone else of Shun Mo turning gay. If he really did, Su Mushue, that jealous person, would definitely start nagging again. Shun Yinran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. You scare me to death. If my younger brother really becomes gay, he'll definitely not be a 1. He'll only be a 0, and that would be a real disaster. Sister Yinran, I think you shouldn't be worrying about Amo's love life right now, but rather you should be concerned about yourself. You're almost 30, right? You need to hurry up and find someone. Tell me the truth. Do you already have a boyfriend, but just don't want to make it public? Song Yuan always felt that Yinran's insistence on staying in Hangzhou instead of working properly in the capital was probably not because of the warmer weather. That excuse was far-fetched. So it's very likely she's dating someone from Hangzhou, otherwise why wouldn't she come back? Shun Yinran retorted. No, I don't plan to get married. I'm used to living alone, and I wouldn't be able to adapt to having someone else living with me all of a sudden. She felt that she still had feelings for Song Yuan, so she couldn't just rush into a relationship with someone else. That would be an insult to the other person and also irresponsible to oneself. One sentence left Song Yuan completely bewildered. What exactly happened between the Shin siblings? Are they all clueless about matters between men and women? Don't they need the opposite sex? But then I thought, if Sister Yinran suddenly told me one day that she was getting married, he would definitely feel bad. It wasn't jealousy, but rather the innate, complex possessiveness of a younger brother. If she can find a reliable and good man who treats her well and can give her happiness, he would be happy for her, but also feel a sense of loss. Song Yuan shook his head, forcing himself not to think about that unpleasant scene. He raised his hand and crushed the cigarette but in the ashtray, then asked, By the way, did Amo give you any money? If Shin Mo were to keep all 35 million he was allotted and not give a single penny to Sister Yinran, then he would really beat him up. When Shun Mo and his sister Yinran hadn't earned any money in the past few years, they had been supported by living expenses. Yes, he transferred 20 million to me. I told him I didn't want it, but he insisted that I keep it, so I kept it for him. This money is the breach of contract fee that Xiao Weining paid to you, right? She couldn't possibly spend all that money, so she saved it for her younger brother, intending to pay him back when he got married. This was the first time her younger brother and Song Yuan had made money in all these years of starting their business. It was so hard won, so of course she wouldn't spend it recklessly. Yes, Shinemo told you. Shen Yinran smiled with relief. Ah Yuan, I'm so happy for you. You've finally grown up. No, I don't want to grow up in front of you. As soon as Song Yuan finished speaking, his face turned red instantly, and he was so embarrassed that he scratched his toes on the ground. What is he saying? How disgusting and pretentious. Did I have a brain fart? Although I consider her my own sister, she is ultimately not related to me by blood, so saying such things is really inappropriate. Shen Yinran's nose stung again, and her voice trembled slightly. Sure, I'd love to. Song Yuan said in a panic. I have to go to sleep now, it's too late. You should get some rest too. We'll use that mentor you mentioned, and I'll treat you to dinner after it's all done. Okay, good night. After hanging up the phone, Song Yuan couldn't help but smile. I feel much better now, and I'm not so upset anymore. Chapter 197, I Want to See You. After I felt a bit better, Song Yuan didn't think much more about it. He stuffed his phone under his pillow, covered himself with the blanket, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. On the other side, Shen Yinran couldn't sleep at all. I threw off the covers, climbed out of bed, went to the living room, opened the refrigerator, took out a can of ice-cold Coke, unscrewed the cap, and drank it down. Seeing this, Jiang Yu, a roommate who was sitting on the sofa watching a late-night TV series, couldn't help but say something. Yinran, why are you drinking iced cola so late at night? Shen Yinran casually placed the remaining cola on the coffee table, sat down next to Jiang Yu, and said with a smile. I was thirsty. Jiang Yu suddenly noticed that Shen Yinran's eyes were red and worried. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Yinran shook her head, looking somewhat tired. No. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and pressed for an answer. Missing your younger brother again? Shen Yinran was her best friend, so she naturally knew about her relationship problems. He just called me. Jiang Yu became interested and started gossiping. What are you talking about? Is he getting a divorce? Shen Yinran said reproachfully. Get lost, what divorce? He's doing just fine. He only asked me for help because of his daughter. Jiang Yu suddenly realized. Ah, I see. You called Professor Chen today because of his daughter. You should know that Shen Yinran is very shy, and you have almost never seen her ask for help. Today, she made a long phone call to Professor Chen because of her younger brother. Shen Yinran said frankly. That's right. Jiang Yu looked into Shen Yinran's eyes and asked earnestly. I don't understand. He's already married. Why are you still being so good to him? You know there's no future for you, and you don't even dare to express your feelings. Shen Yinran's lips curled into a bitter smile as she spoke softly. Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be good friends. Of course I'll help him if he needs anything. I feel so tired for you. I think you should try confessing to him. What if he's always had feelings for you, but is just too afraid to make it up like you are? Didn't you say he didn't have feelings for his wife when they got married? Now he has amnesia, right? Doesn't that mean he still doesn't have feelings for her? Don't be afraid of societal judgment. The one who isn't loved is the mistress. Shen Yinran shook her head. He can't get a divorce no matter what, even if there are feelings between us. The children are already so big. Besides, I can't get over my own conscience. Jiang Yu bit her lip, looking at her bloodshot eyes, and said with heartache. But you're in so much pain, Yinran. I think you're too considerate of others. You never think about yourself properly. Can't you be a little kinder to yourself? Shen Yinran avoided her concerned gaze and said somewhat flusteredly. I'm pretty good to myself. Jiang Yu is right. It seems she has never considered herself and has never truly lived for herself. Her mother passed away early, and her father was always busy with business. Only she and her younger brother were left at home, so she naturally took on the role of the mother, and everything revolved around her brother. Later, when Song Yuan came along, she started taking care of him and her younger brother. Now, neither his younger brother nor Song Yuan are by his side, and his father has also passed away. She seemed to have lost her soul, completely directionless, and could only put all her energy into her work. But after work each day, a strong sense of emptiness would seep into her whole body. She couldn't find a new pillar of support, so she could only look at Song Yuan's photo every day and reminisce about the good old days. She felt that this kind of life was pretty good, and she was already content. But today, Song Yuan suddenly called. Hearing his voice and hearing him say that he missed her, she realized how much she wanted to go back to work in Beijing and how much she wanted to be back by Song Yuan's side. I don't need to actually be with him. I don't need him to understand my feelings. It would be fine if we could just meet occasionally as friends. Thinking of this, Xin Yinran's tears rolled down her cheeks again unexpectedly. Seeing this, Jiang Yu felt sorry for her and hugged her tightly, gently patting her back and comforting her with a warm voice. Cry. It'll make you feel better. Xin Yinran buried her head in Jiang Yu's chest, closed her eyes, and sobbed softly. Jiang, I really want to see him one more time, but I can't. It's immoral, I can't do that. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly, explaining that Xin Yinran's conflicted state stemmed from her overly strong sense of morality. There's nothing immoral about it. You haven't confessed to him, so he doesn't know how you feel. He only knows your sister. Besides, you two aren't doing anything inappropriate. If you want to see him, just go ahead. Xin Yinran retorted urgently. No, what if his wife finds out and overthinks things? I don't want him to argue with his wife because of me. I want him to be happy every day. If you two haven't done anything, and you're just having a meal and catching up, and his wife still overthinks it and thinks he's cheating, then I think he'll inevitably argue with his wife, whether you see him or not. Xin Yinran straightened up, looking at Jiang Yu with teary eyes, and asked in confusion. What do you mean? I don't understand. Jiang Yu began to analyze Xin Yinran's situation seriously, speaking each word carefully. Think about it. If she would argue with Song Yuan because of you, she would also argue with him because of other girls. Didn't you say he works for a media company? That means he inevitably comes into contact with pretty girls at work. This shows that he doesn't trust Song Yuan at all. So I think you don't need to care about his wife at all. You like him, but you haven't done anything wrong. And you're already so far away from him. So is it a problem to meet up occasionally to catch up? I don't think it's a problem. Xin Yinran analyzed it carefully and agreed. That makes sense. Right? Go if you want to. You just need a good reason. You just happen to be introducing Professor Chen to his daughter, right? You can just go back with him. Great idea, Jiang, you're amazing. Jiang Yu said smugly. Of course, don't you know who I am? She is also a university teacher, just like Xin Yinran. But she has a part-time job that involves answering people's relationship questions. She has a talent for perfectly resolving even the most bizarre relationship problems. Early morning. The Su family villa. Song Yuan, Song Jiani, and Su Muxiue, a family of 3, sat quietly at the dining table eating breakfast. Su Muxiue originally wanted to tell Song Yuan directly that she had begun collecting evidence of Su Juan's embezzlement and bribery, but considering that her daughter was still by her side, it was not appropriate. He chewed on the fried egg with a furrowed brow. Honey, I'm taking Nini to school today. You can have the driver go back. Su Muxiue looked up in surprise, stared at him for 2 seconds, wondering why he suddenly wanted to take their daughter to school, but still nodded in agreement. Chapter 198 Talking with My Daughter. Chapter 198 Talking with My Daughter. Song Yuan drove to the school gate. Instead of letting her daughter get out of the car immediately, she carried her to the passenger seat. Song Jiani gripped her backpack straps somewhat awkwardly, turning her head to look at Song Yuan in the driver's seat, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Dad, why? Why won't you let me get off the bus? Song Yuan turned to the side and smiled. Daddy wants to have a serious talk with Nini. Is that all right? Song Jiani blinked, gripped the straps tighter with her little hands, her heart pounding like a drum, and said timidly, Okay, let's talk. What should we talk about? Dad probably doesn't want to ask himself why he rejects him, fears him, and wants him to leave every time he has a nightmare, right? Don't ask, don't do things like that. She didn't want to tell her father the truth, because he would definitely be sad. A good daughter should not make her father sad or upset. Song Yuan originally wanted to pat her head to help her relax, but when he saw that her eyes were looking at him again as if she was afraid of him, he restrained himself and withdrew his hand. Try to soften your tone. Don't be nervous. Dad won't hurt you or blame you. Dad just wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Song Jiani swallowed, her tense nerves relaxing a little. Okay, I'm not nervous. Song Yuan asked tentatively. How about Daddy gets you a new doctor? Song Jianni shook her head. No, no need. Dr. Zhao is very nice. There's really no need to trouble yourself. It's no trouble at all. There's really no need to change it. Why? Can't you tell Dad the truth? Song Jianni lowered her eyelashes, not daring to meet Song Yuan's gaze again, and said somewhat guiltily. Didn't I just say that Dr. Zhao is quite good? Song Yuan pressed down on her thin shoulders and said sternly. You're lying. Look me in the eyes. Song Jianni raised her head fearfully, her eyes beginning to redden, and stammered. I. Hateful. My dad found out. What should I do? Is she going to tell her father what's on her mind? Does she want to see Dr. Su again? No, absolutely not. Dad hates Dr. Su the most, and he thinks Dr. Su and Mom had a fight. Seeing that his daughter was on the verge of breaking through his defenses, Song Yuan directly pierced through the Tao. Should I switch you back to Dr. Su? Oh. Song Jianni stared wide-eyed in surprise. What is Dad saying? Isn't he the one who hates Dr. Su the most? Was he testing her attitude? Or did she realize that she was dependent on Dr. Su and wanted to switch back to Dr. Su? Ugh, this is so annoying, my head hurts so much. Which answer is correct? Can anyone tell her? She didn't want to give the wrong answer. Song Yuan stared into Song Jianni's eyes and said with utmost sincerity. Tell me the truth, and I promise I won't be angry. Didn't you promise me that you would tell me anything from now on? Song Jianni bit her lip and stared silently at Song Yuan. Song Yuan was the first to lose his composure, his face darkening rapidly as he spoke sternly. Song Jianni, you have to take responsibility for what you said, and you can't lie to me. Song Jianni was startled by Song Yuan's sudden change of attitude and immediately went all out. Okay, to be honest, I did think about him. But Dad, I know you hate him, so I won't use him anymore. I'll overcome this on my own. I don't need Dr. Zhao either. I don't think she can help me at all. After speaking, his chest heaved violently as he stared intently at Song Yuan, afraid of missing any subtle reaction from him. My fear reached its peak, and I braced myself for my father's outburst. Song Yuan finally heard his daughter's heartfelt words, and a lump formed in his throat, his eyes reddening slightly. He smiled and said, Nini, you need to understand that the reason Daddy is not continuing to use him for your treatment is not just because Daddy has a grudge against him, but because he has character problems and is morally corrupt. If we continue to use him, I'm afraid he will cause you irreversible damage. Song Jianni looked puzzled. Dad didn't get angry. However, during the year that Dr. Su had been treating her, she discovered that he was sometimes insincere. His intuition also told him that he seemed to have a real problem. In addition, his attitude towards her father at Pizza Hut last time was also sarcastic, but she still doesn't have direct evidence to prove that he is truly morally corrupt. Would Dr. Su really violate medical ethics and harm herself just because she had an argument with her father? Nini, listen to me. Song Yuan recounted to his daughter all the despicable things Su Juanza had done during this period. After hearing the whole thing, Song Jianni froze on the spot, her mind blank. It turns out that Dr. Su has a crush on the mother and wants to ruin his own family. That bastard, that turtle bastard. Why didn't Dad tell him sooner? She was still foolish enough to want to continue using him to treat herself. Song Yuan gently brushed the stray hairs from his daughter's forehead and asked earnestly. So, Nini, do you still want to continue using him? Song Jianni shook her head vigorously, gritting her teeth. No need. Dad, you should have told me sooner. Song Yuan smiled helplessly. He certainly didn't want to tell his daughter these things. After all, she was still young, and he didn't want her to experience the wickedness of people too early. But things have developed to this point, so we have no choice but to talk about it. If we don't, our daughter will refuse to change to a new doctor, resist treatment, and keep thinking about Dr. Su, who was the new doctor that Sister Yanran had gone to great lengths to find. Song Yuan pinched his daughter's cheek and discussed it with her. How about Daddy gets you a new doctor in a few days? Daddy promises this doctor will be much better than any of your previous ones. Okay, I believe in Dad, and I will definitely cooperate with the treatment. As she spoke, Song Jianni snuggled into Song Yuan's arms, silently thinking to herself, Dad, I love you. Song Yuan couldn't help but pat her on the back, reminding her, All right, hurry up and get off the bus to class, or you'll be late. Song Jianni sat up and pretended to complain. We're already late. Song Yuan was amused by his daughter. Is it my fault? Song Jianni chuckled and grabbed Song Yuan's hand. Don't blame Dad. This is more important than studying. Besides, my grades are so good, it's okay if I miss one class. Dad, I want to eat ice cream. Shall we go get some ice cream? No, get down there right now. Song Yuan immediately opened the car door and urged them on. Humph, carrot, fine. Song Jianni got out of the car reluctantly. As Song Yuan watched his daughter's petite figure walk into the school gate through the car window, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. As Song Jianni entered the school gate, she suddenly turned around and waved goodbye to Song Yuan with a smile. Dad, bye-bye. Song Yuan immediately started the car. He couldn't watch anymore. If he kept looking, he really wouldn't be able to resist taking her out for ice cream and wouldn't want her to go to school anymore. Chapter 199, Let's Go Home. Evening. There were less than 10 minutes left before I could leave work. Song Yuan tidied up the messy desk and prepared to go home after get off work. There was a sudden knock on the door. Song Yuan didn't even look up and said, Go in. President Song. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Song Yuan immediately looked up and saw Ding Yao. She had already taken off her costume and was wearing a black casual outfit. Her eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. He asked in surprise, What's wrong with you? Could it be that brat Jiang Hao is bothering her again? Ding Yao sniffed, composed herself, and pleaded, I'd like to ask for a leave of absence. I just received news that my grandmother has passed away. I want to go back to my hometown to send her off on her final journey. It will only take 2 days. I will definitely work overtime to catch up on the scenes I need to film when I get back, okay? Okay, be careful. Although the filming schedule has been quite tight, if we force her to stay, she won't be in good condition and won't be able to film well. It's better to just give her leave and let her go back. Besides, she has never asked for leave or delayed work since the start of filming. Ding Yao expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Song. Song Yuan urged. Don't be so polite, go back now. Ding Yao turned around hastily, pushed open the door, and was caught off guard by the person who was about to enter. He bumped into her, took a step back, and saw that it was Su Mushue. He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. What bad luck. How could I have run into my own boss's wife? Strange, the boss's wife rarely comes to the company. Why did she suddenly come today? Su Mushue remained silent, but narrowed her eyes slightly and carefully examined Ding Yao. She noticed that Ding Yao's eyes were red and swollen, and she couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. What did she just say to Song Yuan? Why did you cry in front of Song Yuan? Is this appropriate? Is it appropriate for a female celebrity to cry and whine in front of her married boss? Seeing that Su Mushue's expression was getting worse, Ding Yao was afraid that Su Mushue would make things difficult for her, so she continued to bow her head and apologize. President Su, I really didn't mean it. I'm so sorry. Su Mushue waved her hand. Never mind, you can go. He and Song Yuan were still in a state of Cold War, and Song Yuan was still angry with him. If she were to make things difficult for Ding Yao at this point, and if it turned out that the two of them hadn't actually crossed any lines, and that she had simply misunderstood and overthought things, Song Yuan would definitely be even less likely to forgive her. Moreover, the previous 2 times were due to misunderstandings between Ding Yao and Song Yuan. As the saying goes, once or twice is acceptable, but a 3rd time is not. Thanks. After thanking her, Ding Yao breathed a sigh of relief and didn't say anything more. She immediately turned around and walked quickly toward the elevator. Su Mushue walked into the office without knocking. Song Yuan frowned slightly, somewhat displeased. Why did you come in without knocking? He was already angry, and Su Mushue secretly called that bastard Su Juanza, completely breaking her promise to him. Moreover, her 1-month trial period in Japan hadn't expired yet, but she's already quitting. She's even coming to my office without knocking. That's just too much. He hates people who break their promises the most. Su Mushue stared directly at Song Yuan. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she hesitated and stopped. He left the office, closed the door, and knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. Seeing this, Song Yuan was secretly pleased and asked in a pretentious manner, Who is it? Su Mushue gritted her teeth and said, Your wife. This bastard clearly knows it's me, yet he still asks who I am. Is he deliberately playing me for a fool? Song Yuan suppressed a smile and continued to ask, "Who is my wife?" Upon hearing this, Su Muxue nearly fainted from anger at Song Yuan, but she managed to suppress her rage and said, "Su Muxue." He had no choice but to endure it. His 1-month trial of being a perfect wife hadn't expired yet, so he had to obey Song Yuan and couldn't lose his temper with him. Song Yuan finally relented and softened his tone. "Come in." Su Muxue pushed open the door and looked up at Song Yuan. She clearly had a lot to say to Song Yuan, but after he teased her just now, she suddenly didn't know how to start. Song Yuan leaned back, casually crossing his legs, and asked arrogantly like a big shot, "What are you doing here?" He's been here for so long, and if he remembers correctly, this is only the second time Su Muxue's come to his company. Last time they came to catch someone cheating. I wonder what they're up to this time. Su Muxue tried hard to control her anger, forcing out an extremely stiff smile, and said awkwardly, "I've come to take you home." Pretending to be gentle is exhausting. She'd rather die than do this kind of work again. It's just too much. Song Yuan looked Su Muxue up and down. She was wearing a white shirt, a pencil skirt, and high heels. Her thick, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her appear much gentler and less cold than before. The only flaw was her expression. Her smile looked so fake that it made people uncomfortable. Song Yuan chuckled and teased, "Did someone threaten you to come pick me up?" Su Muxue silently cursed Song Yuan's relatives in her heart, adjusted her breathing, her eyes curved into crescents, and her tone softened. "No one threatened me. It was my own choice. There is only one person in this world who can threaten her, and that is Xiao Weining. But she has already been punished, and there shouldn't be any new ones." Song Yuan crossed his arms and scrutinized him. Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. Have you been doing something wrong behind my back again? Confess now. Su Muxue explained patiently. "No, I got off work early today, so I thought I'd pick you up on my way home." Actually, she wanted to take advantage of being alone with him to quickly talk things out about what happened last night, hoping that he would stop being angry with her. She really didn't want to continue the Cold War with him. She barely slept last night, constantly thinking about him, afraid that he wouldn't forgive her and would continue to sleep in separate rooms. What should she do if the Cold War continued? Song Yuan was not satisfied with her answer and politely declined. "No need. It's not like I can't drive." Su Muxue quickly stepped forward, stared into Song Yuan's eyes, and pleaded, "Honey, let's have a serious talk." Song Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness as he said irritably, "What else is there to talk about? You want to tell me again that you only called him and that you did nothing wrong? Am I being petty or too sensitive?" Su Muxue hurriedly shook her head. "No, that's not what I meant." Song Yuan raised an eyebrow with interest and asked in return, "So what do you mean?" Su Muxue went straight to the point. "I admit it was my fault. I was confused and called Su Juanza. I apologize to you. I know that what's done is done and there's nothing I can do to undo it, so I can only try to find a solution. Last night, I had Long Yu collect evidence of Su Juanza's embezzlement and bribery. Once the evidence is gathered, I will immediately report him and send him to jail to work on a sewing machine." Chapter 200 Unexplained Sadness. Song Yuan stared wide-eyed in surprise. No way. Did he hear that right? Su Muxue is so ruthless. Not only are they going to ruin Su Juanza's livelihood, but they're also going to send this kid to jail? He said with a hint of doubt. "You're not kidding me, are you? Why would I lie to you?" Su Muxue directly found the message she sent to Long Yu last night and showed it to Song Yuan. Song Yuan glanced at it and confirmed that there was no mistake. Su Juanza really had to be sent in. "I don't understand. Didn't you say he was a good doctor?" Su Muxue put her phone into her bag and said seriously, "What good are his medical skills? He's a scumbag. I should have sent him to jail a long time ago." Song Yuan suddenly didn't know what to say. Su Muxue really gave him a big surprise. She went to extremes, and he should forgive her both morally and logically. But for some reason, I still can't be happy. I always have a bad feeling about it. I have a feeling that our relationship will be on the verge of collapse due to other issues. Besides our fiery tempers, there are other more serious problems between us. That means there is very little trust between them. He used to complain that Su Mushiwa didn't trust him enough and would become neurotic over the smallest things. But today he realized that he was just as sensitive and suspicious as her, and didn't completely trust her either. The underlying reasons for this distrust. For Su Mushiwa, she was still haunted by the 7 years she had cheated on her husband, and was always afraid that one day she would lose her humanity again and continue to cheat. As for himself, it was because he hadn't spent enough time with Su Mushiwa. In just a few months, he hadn't established a solid relationship with her, so his trust in her was naturally low. Su Mushiwa was naturally unaware of Song Yuan's thoughts. Seeing him silent and looking worried, she assumed he was still angry with her and refused to forgive her. She immediately pulled up a chair and sat down next to him, gently took his hand, looked into his eyes, and said softly, "Honey, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. I promise it won't happen again. Please believe me this once, okay?" Song Yuan held her hand and said perfunctorily, "I'm not angry anymore." Su Mushiwa relaxed her shoulders and pouted. "But I feel you're still very unhappy." Song Yuan smiled and said, "I'm not going to do anything right. You know, men also have those few days each month when they suddenly feel inexplicably sad." He didn't want to reveal all his thoughts to Su Mushiwa. Speaking it out won't change the relationship between the two. It will only cause more trouble. Their marriage is still a long road ahead, and they need to work things out gradually. Su Mushiwa asked blankly, "Huh? Is it like a woman's period? I've never heard of that before. Don't men not bleed? Don't they also have those days every month when they feel inexplicably anxious and irritable?" Song Yuan joked. "Well, you know now, don't you?" Su Mushiwa nodded, as if she believed Song Yuan's nonsense, and said in a serious tone, "Okay, honey, I'll do whatever you say. The trial card isn't over yet. What do you want to eat when we get home? I'll make it for you. I've already asked Aunt Zhang for advice, and I'm sure I can make it well this time." Song Yuan politely declined. "No need. Let's go back quickly. Nini should be home by now." He didn't believe Su Mushiwa could learn to cook in such a short time. He felt nauseous for a long time after eating her food last time, and he didn't want to test her cooking again. It was enough that she had the intention. "All right then, let's go home." Night falls. After Song Yuan and Su Mushiwa became intimate, his mind went blank for a few seconds. Suddenly, I remembered the important matter. He looked down at Su Mushiwa, who was nestled in his arms, and said seriously, "Honey, I found a new doctor for Nini. Professor Chen Yinsong has many titles. You can look him up on Baidu yourself." Su Mushiwa took out her phone from beside her pillow, opened Baidu, and searched. She was shocked by what she found. He had many titles and was a master in the field of psychology. However, the information showed that he was not currently employed by any hospital and was focused on academic research. Su Mushiwa asked, puzzled, "Honey, where did you find him? Has he agreed to treat Nini?" Song Yuan confessed truthfully. "I agreed. It was Shun Mo who asked his sister for me. His sister used to be Professor Chen's student. She just returned to China these past few days and will be coming to Beijing in a few days to attend a seminar." Su Mushiwa's heart skipped a beat, her brows furrowed in confusion, and she asked warily, "Shen Yinran? Shen Yinran has such a powerful network of connections. How come she didn't know? Right?" She remembered, the high school she attended was also Shen Yinran's alma mater. Every outstanding student admitted to Peking University has their name recorded by the university, and she had seen her name on the honor roll. Song Yuan raised his hand to smooth the wrinkles on Su Mushiwa's brows and comforted her. "Don't overthink it. I've always treated her like an older sister. There's nothing romantic between us. The fact that I'm being so honest with you already tells you the truth." Su Mushiwa unconsciously bit her lip. She believed that Song Yuan currently had no romantic feelings for Shen Yinran, but something about Shen Yinran was off. The last time she went to Shen Mo's house to pick up Song Yuan, the way she looked at him seemed a little too concerned, even though her behavior was proper and there was nothing wrong with it. But something still feels off. There's an old saying that goes, "It's like climbing a mountain for a man to pursue a woman, but it's like piercing a thin veil for a woman to pursue a man." If Shen Yinran suddenly confesses her feelings to Song Yuan, can Song Yuan resist? Besides, Shen Yinran is just as beautiful as me, but she is much gentler, more virtuous, and more understanding. She and Song Yuan were childhood sweethearts, and she was also the older sister of Song Yuan's best friend. With so many advantages combined, how could she not feel at ease? Seeing that Su Muxue remained silent and her expression was still off, Song Yuan felt a headache coming on. She's gone to Hangzhou and might not even come back for the Chinese New Year. We hardly ever contact each other, so please don't overthink it. Su Muxue finally spoke slowly, in a soft voice. What if I disagree? Of course she would agree, since it concerns her daughter's health, and as a mother, she couldn't be so selfish. But she just wanted to know how Song Yuan would react if she refused, and whether he would get angry with her. Upon hearing this, Song Yuan was about to get angry. He had finally found such a brilliant professor and owed sister Yanran a huge favor. How could she just say she didn't need it? But he noticed a barely perceptible hint of testing in Su Muxue's eyes and immediately suppressed his anger. It turned out she was testing him. There is no such thing as the way. Forget it then, let's just find a new doctor. There will definitely be a better one. Su Muxue was very satisfied with Song Yuan's answer. Her expression changed in an instant, and she smiled. I was just kidding. Of course I agree. I believe you and Shun Yanran are innocent. Chapter 2, One's sister, Yanran visits Song Yuan's home. Song Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief.